My wife Lin Hanchue, whom I have been married to for 3 years, asked me for a divorce, and all of this was actually the idea of her parents and her younger uncle. I gave everything for this family, helping my wife become a female billionaire worth hundreds of millions, yet they handed me a divorce agreement. What hurt me even more deeply was that they had unauthorizedly aborted my unborn daughter. I am filled with sorrow. All I wanted was for my daughter to be born safely. But they were so heartless. I thought I could spend the rest of my life in ordinary peace, but fate just wouldn't let me be. Now, looking at the python sparrow jade pendant in my hand, my heart is filled with hatred. Chapter 1, Great Joy and Great Sorrow. My first time, please be gentle. The woman below blushed deeply, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Yi Chen held a cute teddy bear, a scene from 3 months ago flashing through his mind. It was that very night when his wife, Lin Hanchue, conceived his child. It was a daughter. Whenever Yi Chen was free, he would smile foolishly, repeatedly picturing his daughter's image in his mind, completely forgetting his former identity. He used to be the Dragon Lord at the pinnacle of martial arts, but in the final battle, his beloved died tragically. He himself was severely injured and lost all his cultivation. Disheartened, Yi Chen gave up everything, sealed himself with the dragon binding seal, and went far away to the Cloud Sea. Here, he met his current wife Lin Hanchue, and now they even have a daughter. When Yi Chen returned home excitedly holding a teddy bear, he felt that the atmosphere was somewhat off. His parents-in-law and younger brother-in-law sat on the sofa with sullen faces. Yi Chen was a bit puzzled. With his covert help, his wife's career had been flourishing, and she was now a female tycoon worth hundreds of millions. Today is their wedding anniversary, and Yi Chen has prepared a big gift for his wife, the cooperation contract with Longtum Group. Why are they looking so glum? I'm going to cook. Yi Chen, afraid of jinxing things, quickly ran to the kitchen. Yi Chen, come here, I have something to tell you. Father-in-law Lin Xingyuan finally spoke. Originally shabby and downcast, he was now dressed in gold and silver, sitting there like a wealthy old master. Dad, what is it? Yi Chen hurried forward. Take a look at this. Lin Xingyuan handed Yi Chen a document. Yi Chen looked down and saw 5 large, bold black characters clearly written on the front page, divorce agreement. Dad, what do you mean by this? Yi Chen's expression changed slightly. Lin Xingyuan took a drag from his cigarette. That's exactly what I mean. Now Han Shue's status is different. She is a female CEO worth 8 or 900 million. Our Lin family has also become a prominent wealthy family in Yunhai. Besides having beautiful handwriting, you really have no prospects. Staying in our Lin family, especially maintaining this marriage, is already very inappropriate. Han Shui going out will only make people laugh. The smile on Yi Chen's face disappeared without a trace, feeling an immense bitterness. He never expected that after giving everything for this family, he would receive a divorce agreement. Little do you know, everything Lin Han Shui has, everything your Lin family has, was granted by me, Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen was not an ordinary person and quickly regained his composure. Is this your intention, or Han Shui's? Don't care whose intention it is. Lin Xingyuan flicked the ash from his cigarette and looked at Yi Chen with authority. You just need to sign this divorce agreement. I hope you know what's good for you. The 3 years we lived together was fate. Let's part on good terms. If it's only your intention, I won't sign, Yi Chen said without hesitation. Does anyone have the right to take away the happiness between Lin Hanchue and me? Smack! At this moment, the mother-in-law sitting nearby with a face as gloomy as water finally couldn't hold back and slammed the table heavily. She stared at Yi Chen and said sternly, Yi Chen, considering you have served our family, I originally wanted to part on good terms with you. But I never expected you to be so shameless. Alright, then I'll tell you why. Lu Meiyu stood up, pointed at Yi Chen's nose, and scolded, you useless man, you've become a stumbling block in Han Shue's career. Now, those who associate with Han Shui are all business tycoons, wealthy big bosses, and at the very least, managers of large companies. You good-for-nothing man, you're now like a despised bug. Our Lin family has become a wealthy clan, and there's no place for you here. Pack your things and get out. Yi Chen took a deep breath, his eyes full of sorrow. At this moment, his brother-in-law Lin Xiaoming suddenly stood up. Yi Chen, you've been eating and drinking at my sister's place for 3 years. You're just a dog raised by my sister, and you actually think of yourself as her son-in-law? Hurry up and sign, then get lost, or bear the consequences yourself. Still the same question, is this Lin Hanchue's intention? Yi Chen asked. Bastard! Lu Meiyu was furious and pushed Yi Chen hard. Are you an idiot? No matter what I say, you just want to listen? Mom, get up, let me deal with him. If he doesn't sign today, I'll break his damn leg. Lin Xiaoming said as he grabbed a nearby baseball bat and charged at Yi Chen. He raised the heavy alloy rod high, about to smash it down on Yi Chen's head, when a cold voice came from behind, stop. Lin Hanchue stepped forward, her figure sexy, her face stunningly beautiful, with skin as white and smooth as mutton fat jade. Beside her was a young man in a sharp suit, handsome and elegant. He was Wang Peng, the eldest son of Tianhai Group, acting intimately with Lin Hanchue as they came out of the bedroom together. Yi Chen's body trembled, looking at Lin Hanchue in disbelief. From her slightly evasive eyes, still carrying a trace of guilt, Yi-Chen understood. But he still held onto a last shred of hope, his voice trembling as he asked, Han Hanchue, is this true? Lin Hanchue looked at Yi-Chen, whose face had turned pale, feeling a faint pain in her heart, but she still nodded. Yes, Yi-Chen, let's get a divorce. What my parents just said, is that also what you truly feel? Do you think I no longer deserve you? Yi-Chen smiled bitterly. Lin Hanchue nodded gently. You and I are already people from two different worlds, we are not suitable for each other. Yi-Chen took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, his heart feeling like it was being cut by a knife. As if a century had passed, he slowly walked over and picked up the teddy bear placed in the corner. Divorce is possible. Once our daughter is born, I will sign. This is Yi-Chan's bottom line. Lin Hanchue shook her head, like a ruthless executioner, tearing Yi-Chan's heart apart. Our daughter is gone. What? Yi-Chan's eyes suddenly widened, the veins on his forehead bulging instantly, and his breath harshly halted. I aborted the baby. Lin Hanchue said with some pain. Boom! Yi-Chen stood still, as if struck by a thunderbolt, his body trembling like it had been electrocuted. The teddy bear in his arms fell limply to the floor. Chapter 2, The Python Sparrow Jade Pendant. This can't be true, I even bought a teddy bear for our daughter. Such a cute teddy bear, she will definitely like it. Yi-Chen stared intently at Lin Hanchue. Our daughter is still alive, right? You just lied to me, Hanchue. Enough. Lin Hanchue closed her eyes, a tear slowly sliding down from the corner of her eye. Her cold voice was like a frost-covered ice sword, chilling Yi-Chen to the bone. Really, our daughter is gone. I'm sorry, Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen collapsed to the ground, his eyes bloodshot, his body trembling and convulsing like a sieve shaking. Pieces of fingernails were deeply embedded in the flesh, and blood overflowed from between the fingers. His poor daughter had not yet come into this world, but had already left. And looking at the heartbroken Yi-Chen, the Lin Qingyuan family wore cold sneers on their faces. Not only was there not a trace of sympathy, but they were filled with strong contempt instead. Why? Yi-Chen let out a beast-like roar. Let me tell you why. Lu Meiyu came to Yi-Chen's side, looking down from above. Now is the most glorious time in Han Shue's career. If she gets pregnant, her career will be ruined. So this child cannot be kept, it cannot become a stumbling block in Han Shue's career like you. By the way, I was the one who led Han Shue to have the abortion. Lu Meiyu's smile was like that of a demon. A few minutes later, Yi-Chen slowly stood up, having already regained his composure. Only his gaze turned cold. He stepped forward and signed his name on the divorce agreement without hesitation. His handwriting was beautiful, as if mocking this ugly matter. Then Yi-Chen picked up the teddy bear on the ground, as if holding all of himself. Seeing Yi-Chen looking so distraught, Lin Hanchue also felt a pang of pain. Yi-Chen, I can compensate you. Anything in this house that you like, you can take it, and the rest also money. She took out a check and said, however much money you want, just write it out. Lu Meiyu was displeased. Hanchue, what are you saying? The things in this house are so valuable, we earned them through hard work. This useless person can't take a single item. He has been freeloading for 3 years. We have been more than kind to him, and we won't give him a single cent. Mom, don't say that, Yi-Chen. Lin Hanchue frowned. Things, money, I don't want any of that, I only want the clothes in that wardrobe. Yi-Chen walked toward the bedroom. The wardrobe was stuffed with beautiful clothes, all handmade by him for his daughter, stitched with every single needle and thread. After packing up the clothes, Yi-Chen wrapped them all up with a bedsheet, stuffed the teddy bear inside, and carried it on his back. This jade pendant is mine, give it back to me. Yi-Chen looked at the python sparrow jade pendant around Lin Hanchue's neck. Lin Hanchue took it off without hesitation and returned it to Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen took out the contract with Longton Group. Today is our wedding anniversary, and I prepared a gift for you, but it no longer has any meaning. Yi-Chen threw the contract on the ground and walked toward the door in a daze. Mom, look at his lonely back, doesn't he look like a lost dog? Lin Xiaoming sneered. Now that you mention it, he really does. Lu Meiyu's face was full of mockery. At this moment, Yi-Chen, who had reached the door, suddenly turned around and scanned the Lin family members one by one. Finally, his gaze fixed on Lin Hanchue, and he spoke word by word. Remember, you will regret this. I, Yi-Chen, will definitely seek justice for my poor daughter. The coldness and momentum in his eyes made Lin Hanchue's heart tremble involuntarily. This kid actually said we would regret it? Ha, that is hilarious, I'm more than happy. Lu Meiyu laughed recklessly. Lin Xiaoming picked up the item on the ground, a contract from Longtang Group? Longtang Group? Hearing these 4 words, Lin Hanchue and Wang Peng were both startled. Longtang Group, one of the top financial conglomerates in Jiangnan, has recently had many projects in Yunhai, with a total investment exceeding 100 billion. All the major companies in Yunhai are scrambling to cooperate with Longtang Group. The main reason Lin Hanchue got divorced was also because she wanted to climb up to Longtang Group. Fake. The wealthy young master Wang Peng glanced casually and sneered, Hanchue, your useless husband sure plays around a lot, even forging contracts. Lin Hanxue frowned slightly. Is this the gift Yi Chen prepared? Using a fake contract to please her? Originally, he felt some guilt about forcing Lin Hanxue to divorce, but now it seems this decision was the right one. Hanxue, it will be easier once you're divorced. I'll find a way to make you a member of the Jiangnan Club first. Wang Peng, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of wealth. Jiangnan Club. Lu Meiyu and the others all lit up with excitement. Jiangnan Society is a private organization, and its president is the famous Miss Han Wanner. Longting Group belongs to the Han family, and the Han family's billion yuan project in Yunhai is managed by Miss Han. Members of Jiangnan Society are either wealthy or noble, symbolizing their status. The only requirement for joining is that one must be a single woman, which is also the main reason Lin Hanxue divorced Yi Chen. Wang Xiao, you really went to a lot of trouble. You are the son of the Tianhai Group, with extensive connections. With your help, Han Shue's career will definitely be even more brilliant. Mr. and Mrs. Lin Qingyuan wore expressions of obsequiousness. Ha, Wang Xiaobi is 10,000 times better than that loser Yi Chen. If my sister had married Wang Xiaobi back then, she would at least be the richest woman in Yunhai now. Lin Xiaoming also looked full of compliments. You flatter me. Wang Peng was modest in words, but his face showed he was pleased. He happened to glance at a calligraphy piece in the corner of the living room and immediately walked over. He exclaimed, "What beautiful calligraphy! What does this say? Go to hell? Throw it away quickly, it's bad luck to hang it in the living room." Lin Xiaoming said. This is Chun Shi Yen Yun. Wang Peng's eyes grew brighter the more he looked. The calligraphy was so beautiful. Then he looked at the signature, his expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "This is actually Mr. Jichen's handwriting." Who is Mr. Jichen? Lin Qingyuan asked. Mr. Jichen is a calligraphy master who lives in seclusion in our Yunhai. Looking at the confused faces of the few people, Wang Peng said simply and directly, Mr. Jichen's calligraphy now sells for 100,000 yuan each on the market. What? Lu Meiyu was stunned. Lin Qingyuan, who was drinking tea, also froze in place. Even Lin Hanxue had an expression of disbelief. Wang Peng, are you joking? I'm not joking at all. My dad is the vice president of the Yunhai Calligraphy Association, and I am also a member of the Calligraphy Association. Mr. Jichen's calligraphy, even at 100,000 each, is priceless and hard to find on the market. A few days ago, a big boss from Shengjing spent 2 million to buy an original piece by Mr. Jichen, and it only had 2 characters. By that calculation, 1 character is worth 1 million. Wang Peng took a deep breath and asked in shock, how does your family have an original piece by Mr. Jichen? Stunned for a long time, Lin Hanxue said somewhat absent-mindedly, This was written by Yi Chen. Chapter 3, Queen of the Business World. Written by Yi Chen? Wang Peng looked incredulous. The famous Mr. Jichen is actually Yi Chen? That worthless person's calligraphy would be so valuable? Wang Xiao, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Lu Meiyu said. Absolutely not wrong. The brushwork, the momentum, the overall impression, this is undoubtedly a genuine piece by Master Jichen. Moreover, there is a signature at the end. Wang Peng was also puzzled. Yi Chen is so young, how could he be Master Jichen? Are you sure Yi Chen wrote this? He looked at Lin Hanxue. Lin Hanxue was about to nod, but then she remembered that Yi Chen had just tricked her with a fake contract, so the writing might also be forged. I'm not sure. Yi Chen said he wrote it, but who knows if it's true or not? Then so be it. Yi Chen originally had excellent handwriting. Lin Qingyuan stood up. Lu Meiyu also couldn't sit still. She suddenly felt a bit regretful for abruptly kicking Yi Chen out. If he is locked at home writing, 1 character counts as 100,000, 1,000 characters would be 100 million. No, I will go find him. Lu Meiyu held the calligraphy and gave Lin Xiaoming a wink. Lin Xiaoming quickly got up and hurriedly followed Lu Meiyu out the door to catch up with Yi Chen. Lin Qingyuan crushed the cigarette he had just taken a puff of, then hurried to Yi Chen's room to look for his calligraphy masterpiece. Don't just stand there, hurry up and look. 1 character is worth 1,000,000. Lin Qingyuan said anxiously, sweating profusely. Upon hearing this, Wang Peng immediately sprang into action, rummaging through everything together with Lin Qingyuan. Lin Hanxue stood still, her expression somewhat embarrassed. His whole family drove Yi Chen run out, and now, not long after, they are frantically searching for the words he wrote, which seems somewhat ironic. Here, Yi Chen is carrying his daughter's clothes, heading to the old house. Lin Hanxue had divorced him. Although he felt heartbroken, he held no resentment. What he resented was that the Lin family had taken away his daughter's life. The daughter is not only Lin Hanxue's but also Yi Chen's. What right do they have to make decisions on their own? 3 months for the daughter. She has already developed into a little life, with a heartbeat, a small body, and a budding consciousness. Just gone like that. A surge of hatred rose fiercely in Yi Chen's chest. The Lin family are all executioners. Yi Chen is definitely going to settle the score with them and make them regret this foolish decision for the rest of their lives. He must seek justice for his poor daughter. Actually, in these 3 years, Yi Chen only wanted to be an ordinary person. But in the end, he sadly realized he couldn't even protect his own daughter. Since that's the case, he might as well be his old self again. After 3 years of silence, many people have probably forgotten the name Yi Longju. Yi Chen held the Python Sparrow Jade Pendant against his chest. As long as the Python Sparrow Jade Pendant is shattered, his dragon binding seal will be lifted, and he will become the revered Yi Longju of old. But Yi Chen still couldn't make up his mind. He had lost all his cultivation, and the injuries inside his body had not yet healed. Even if the dragon binding seal was lifted, he would be unable to cultivate. He was more than enough to deal with ordinary people, but if he encountered a martial arts expert, it could cost him his life. After a long while, Yi Chen let out a long sigh, gradually loosening his grip on the jade pendant. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Han Taoshan calling. He is the head of the Han family in Jiannan and an old friend of Yi Chen. The contract with Longting Group was given to him by old Han. Yi Chen, I heard you got divorced. Congratulations, congratulations. I was just about to set off fireworks to celebrate, old Han said with schadenfreude. That old geezer. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. This old man sure has quick news. My granddaughter Han Wanner happens to be in Yunhai. You can meet her later. My granddaughter is said to be the most beautiful woman in Jinling, with a face that outshines the moon and flowers, and a figure that makes fish sink and geese fall. She's the queen of the business world, standing 170 centimeters tall. Yi Chen interrupted him. Old Han, just get to the point. I'm not in a good mood right now. Old Han chuckled. Alright, I'll tell you some good news. I found a 500-year-old bloodlingji. Such a rare treasure should meet your needs. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. A 500-year-old bloodlingji is enough to heal his injuries. I'll make a trip to Jinling, Yi Chen said immediately. Don't be in a hurry. This lingji was something I spent a fortune to get. Even I, the old man, want to eat it myself. How can I give it to you so easily? Old man Han said proudly. Speak, what do you want me to do? Yi Chen knew he wouldn't get up early without a profit. Old Han's tone grew somewhat serious. Longting Group has run into trouble in Yunhai, and no one else can solve it. Only you can help. Soon my granddaughter, as beautiful as a flower, will come to you. When you solve the problem, I will give you the bloodlingji. It's a deal. Yi Chen agreed without hesitation. The bloodlingji was too important to him. With it, he could completely heal the internal injuries. In this way, Yi Chen could break the dragon binding seal and resume his path of cultivation. How could he seek justice for his daughter without strength? Putting down his phone, Yi Chen's gaze became incredibly determined, and his steps quickened considerably. As he reached the entrance of the residential complex, a Rolls-Royce Wraith suddenly stopped right in front of him. The car door slowly opened, revealing a long, snow-white beautiful leg. Chapter 4, The Python Finch Shatters, the Holy Dragon Emerges. Smooth and round, fair as jade, a pair of translucent stockings as thin as cicada wings clung tightly, outlining elegant curves. With a hurried glance, Yi Chen's heart raced faster. She was a tall and stunning beauty who glanced at Yi Chen a few times before walking straight over. The woman wore a snow-white long dress trimmed with purple and gold threads, alluring and sexy, yet exuding a noble aura from within. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, pure and ethereal like a goddess from the Tian Shan Mountains. Her enchanting eyes shimmered like autumn waters, captivating and unparalleled in grace. You must be Yi Chen, right? Hello, I'm Han Wan. My grandfather should have already told you about me. The woman's pretty face wore a smile as she reached out her hand to Yi Chen. Han Wan? Yi Chen was slightly stunned, so she was the eldest daughter of the Han family. Truly a peerless beauty. Hello, I am Yi Chen. Yi Chen held her hand, soft and smooth, like mutton fat jade. Mr. Yi, our Longting Group has encountered an unsolvable problem, and we want to ask for your help. Han Wanner said directly. I know, old Han has already told me. Yi Chen pointed to the rundown neighborhood beside them and said, Wait here, I'll go home for a moment. Wait? Han Wanner frowned slightly. With her status, coming personally to invite someone who would dare to be negligent? But since Yi Chen was the candidate recommended by her grandfather, she had no choice but to wait. Yi Chen carried his things back home. This house was the marital home he shared with Lin Hanxue, an old and rundown neighborhood. With his help, Lin Hanxue's career improved steadily, and she moved out of here 2 years ago. This dilapidated house was left to Yi Chen. Yi Chen returned home, opened the package, and looked at the colorful clothes made for his daughter. His heart felt as if a large piece had been gouged out. He was sorting through these clothes, tears unknowingly streaming down his face. A man's tears don't fall easily, it's just that the time for sorrow hasn't come yet. At that moment, the door was slammed open, and Lu Meiyu and her son rushed in. Yi Chen, Yi Chen. They were shouting loudly. What are you doing? Yi Chen asked coldly. You useless thing, you really are here. Lin Xiaoming chuckled and pointed at the characters in his hand. Did you write this? Spring Pool Yen Yun? Yi Chen brushed it off and nodded slightly. The mother and son exchanged a glance, both surprised. They looked at Yi Chen again, as if looking at a mountain of gold. Your handwriting is quite good. Seeing how pitiful you are, not even having a job, I'll show some kindness. How about you write for me every day, and I'll pay you 2,000 a month? Lin Xiaoming was calculating shrewdly. Yi Chen sneered, his words worth a fortune, 2,000 a month? Not enough, you may leave. Yi Chen said indifferently. What, you useless brat dared to refuse me? Lin Xiaoming immediately became furious. Lu Meiyu quickly held him back, then smiled broadly and approached Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you are at least my son-in-law. Writing a few words is such a simple thing, since Xiaoming asked, just agree to it. Son-in-law? Lin Hanxue and I are already divorced, and I have nothing to do with you. Yi Chen sneered coldly. Lu Meiyu immediately put on a stern face. You ungrateful wretch, you've already forgotten your mother-in-law in the blink of an eye. Are you even human? Whether you want to write it or not today, you have to write it. Get lost. Anger surged in Yi Chen's eyes. Damn it, do you want to die? Lin Xiaoming grabbed a nearby stool and hurled it at Yi Chen. Yi Chen dodged by sidestepping, and Lin Xiaoming stumbled, nearly falling. At this moment, Lu Meiyu was quick-eyed and quick-handed, running to the pile of clothes and sneering, Yi Chen, if you don't write 1,000 words for us today, I'll burn all your daughter's clothes. Lin Xiaoming immediately grabbed a lighter and rushed over, pulling out the teddy bear and brandishing it arrogantly in front of Yi Chen. You bastard, are you going to write or not? The lighter in his hand flickered with flame as he slowly brought it closer to the teddy bear. Soon, a pungent smell spread as the teddy bear caught fire. Yi Chen finally couldn't hold back and raised his hand, slapping Lin Xiaoming across the face. Smack! Lin Xiaoming was directly slapped away, hitting the corner of the wall with his head, instantly bleeding profusely. Yi Chen rushed over and extinguished the flames on the teddy bear, which was already badly burned. The more he looked, the angrier he got. He grabbed Lin Xiaoming, who had just stood up, and slapped him fiercely across the face. After more than a dozen slaps, Lin Xiaoming's face was bruised and swollen, 2 teeth mixed with blood flying out, his whole face swollen like a pig's head. Blood was spurting from his mouth and nose, looking utterly miserable. How dare you hit Xiaoming? I'll fight you to the death. Lu Meiyu screamed as she took off her high heels, fiercely striking Yi Chen's eyes with the sharp heel. Yi Chen grabbed her hand and pushed again, causing Lu Meiyu to squat down on the ground with a thud. Get lost. Yi Chen growled lowly, the aura radiating from his crimson eyes looked like a demon in Lu Meiyu's eyes. Brother Leopard, come up quickly, I've been beaten. Lin Xiaoming, his face covered in blood, dialed a number. He was originally a small-time thug, but now that he had money, he considered himself young Master Ming and had made a bunch of shady friends. Before long, a tattooed big guy led a dozen thugs rushing over. They looked fierce and terrifying, all holding weapons in their hands. Hit him for me, beat this bastard to death. Lin Xiaoming pointed at Yi Chen and shouted viciously. A dozen or so thugs, holding weapons, surrounded Yi Chen. Humph. Yi Chen was calm and unafraid, took off the jade pendant from his chest and slammed it heavily onto the ground. The python and sparrow design on the surface of the jade pendant was completely shattered, but inside appeared a dragon. A dragon-shaped jade pendant. Looking at the dragon-shaped jade pendant, Yi Chen's gaze became incredibly gentle. Old friend, sorry to have kept you sealed away for 3 years. And now? The python sparrow shatters, the holy dragon emerges. I, Yi Longzhu, have returned. Chapter 5, Astonishing Move. When Yi Chen picked up the jade pendant and slowly stood up, everyone felt that he was somewhat different. The dozen or so thugs surrounding him all felt a chill rise in their hearts. Hit him, brother leopard. Look at what the hell they've done to me. Lin Xiaoming shouted fiercely, pointing at his swollen face. Attack! The tattooed big man glanced at Yi Chen and waved his hand. I dare anyone to make a move. A commanding and delicate voice suddenly rang out, and a stunning beauty of unparalleled charm hurried over. It was Han Wanner, followed by 2 black-clad bodyguards. The moment he saw Han Wanner, even Lin Xiaoming, who was bruised and battered, felt a warmth in his heart. What a beautiful girl. Especially those silk-stockinged legs, they were simply the best of the best. Solve the trouble for Mr. Yi. Han Wanner looked at the scene before her, her brows slightly furrowed. A bodyguard behind her stepped forward and quickly dealt with the group of thugs in no time. Even Brother Leopard got slapped hard, covering his face as he ran away in tears and snot. The bodyguards of the eldest daughter of the Han family were naturally not ordinary people. Yi Chen squinted slightly, not expecting this woman to have helped him solve the trouble, but the python sparrow jade pendant was already broken, and the dragon binding seal was lifted. Yi Longzhu's return has become a fact. Yi Chen, these two. Han Wanner looked at the mother and son Lu Meiyu. Before Yi Chen could speak, Lu Meiyu shouted sharply, Alright, Yi Chen, no wonder you divorced my daughter so easily, turns out you were keeping a fox spirit outside, this flirtatious fox. Before she finished speaking, Han Wanner slapped her. How could a noble young lady like her be defamed? A clear slap mark appeared on Lu Meiyu's fair face. She let out a piercing scream, How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? I am Lin Hanshua's biological mother, the CEO. You're finished. My dear eldest son, quickly kill this pair of scoundrels and avenge your mother. Hit my mom, you're looking for death. Lin Xiaoming, his face covered in blood, rushed forward, but before he could get close to Lin Hanxue, he was kicked away by a black-clad bodyguard. His body slammed hard against the security door, denting the solid wooden door deeply. Lin Xiaoming lay on the ground, letting out a scream like a slaughtered pig. No surprise, the arm is broken. You hit so hard. Lu Meiyu pointed at Han Waner, then at Yi Chen, and said viciously, my daughter is Lin Hanxue. You hit my son, and I'll make sure you pay dearly. Smash her mouth. Han Waner was already in a bad mood. How could she tolerate Lu Meiyu's shouting? The black-clad bodyguard immediately stepped forward, executing the young lady's orders like a robot, regardless of whether the target was male or female. Forget it, let them go. Yi Chen suddenly spoke. Han Waner immediately waved her hand. Just you wait. Lu Meiyu may have stumbled but didn't back down, still making fierce threats. She supported the barely conscious Lin Xiaoming and rolled up the papers on the ground, preparing to leave. The papers were put down. Yi Chen said lightly. What are you doing? You hit my son and now you want to take my family's treasure? Lu Meiyu's expression changed. Yi Chen sneered, it's clearly his calligraphy work, when did it become her family's treasure? It wouldn't have been wrong to say that before, but now they're divorced. Although Han Waner was devastatingly beautiful, she was a decisive and efficient woman otherwise, she wouldn't be able to manage such a large conglomerate like Longtum Group. With just a glance from her, the black-clad bodyguards immediately stepped forward to snatch the paper from Lu Meiyu's hand. Alright, just you wait, you despicable couple. I swear I won't rest until I have my revenge. Lu Meiyu shouted through gritted teeth. Slap. When Han Waner shouted these two words again, Lu Meiyu helped Lin Xiaoming and hurriedly escaped. This is Mr. Jichen's calligraphy, an original? Glancing at the calligraphy, Han Waner's expression suddenly changed, and she exclaimed in shock, this shrew actually has an original piece by Mr. Jichen. This is mine. Yi Chen reached out his hand. No. Han Waner immediately hugged him in her arms. The strong and domineering career woman from just now seemed like a delicate little woman. Yi Chen, give me this calligraphy. Mr. Ji Chen's calligraphy was my grandfather's favorite. If I give this piece to him, he will definitely be so happy that he'll jump for joy. I'm begging you. In Han Waner's enchanting and soul-stealing eyes, there appeared a look that could break a man's heart. Her grandfather, despite his status, only had an original piece by Mr. Jichen, which he treasured and hung in his study like a precious gem. But those 4 characters hung up were really not very elegant, that old man. Just these 4 characters, yet her grandfather treated them like a treasure. And now these 4 characters, Chun Chi Yen Yun, are undoubtedly much more elegant. I can pay for it, just name your price. Han Waner even tugged on Yi Chen's sleeve coquettishly. Forget it, you take it. Yi Chen was speechless. For the sake of old Han, he decided to give her the calligraphy as a gift. Han Waner was ecstatic, quickly tucking the paper into her bosom, pressing it close to her chest. Aren't you looking for me for something? Yi Chen said calmly. Right. Han Waner hurriedly said, yesterday, more than a dozen employees from our Longton group suffered severe abdominal pain and continuous vomiting after having lunch in the cafeteria. The doctor was at a loss, saying it was a strange illness. The employees are now unconscious and in critical condition. After all, it's a matter of more than a dozen lives. If they all die, my Longton group will be in big trouble. Yi Chen pondered slightly, let's go, take me to see them. Yi Long is a master of both medicine and martial arts. Although he has lost all his cultivation now, his medical skills remain intact. Soon, they arrived at Runkong Hospital, the best in Yunhai, which was built with investment from the Han family. At the entrance of the intensive care unit, 2 strong men in black suits were guarding. Miss, second master has already invited the most famous Hua divine doctor in Yunhai to see him. You don't need to go anymore. The man stopped Han Waner and her group. Where is the Hua divine doctor? Han Waner asked. The injection has already been administered, and he is in the reception room drinking tea with second master. Han Waner looked at Yi Chen. Do you want to go in and take a look? Yi Chen glanced inside through the window, frowning slightly. Let's go in and see. Make way. Han Waner looked at the 2 men in suits. Young lady, second master has already given orders that no one is allowed to enter. Please don't put us in a difficult position, the man said with a troubled expression. Smack. Han Waner swung her hand and slapped, saying coldly, get lost. The 2 immediately lowered their heads and stepped aside. After Yi Chen entered, he found 13 people lying on the hospital beds, each with a swirl of black energy hovering over their chests, their faces contorted in pain. Their shirts were all pulled open, and their chests were covered with densely packed silver needles. What is going on? Han Waner asked coldly. The man in the suit hurriedly said, Dr. Hua said they were poisoned. This is a detoxification needle, and it needs to be inserted for 2 hours to expel the toxins. It must not be removed before 2 hours. Before the man in the suit finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Yi Chen suddenly stepped forward and pulled out all the silver needles from the patient's chest. Chapter 6 Death. What are you doing? 2 men rushed over to stop Yi Chen. Don't move. Han Wanner glared at them, then looked at Yi Chen. Are you sure? Yi Chen nodded slightly and then pulled out the silver needle from the second patient. It wasn't until he pulled out the 11th needle that an old man with a white beard in a gray robe hurried over. Stop, you bastard, what are you doing? The old man was so angry that his beard bristled, and he shouted sternly. He stepped forward and pushed Yi Chen aside. You bastard, do you want to kill someone? Yi Chen looked at him. Are you Hua the divine doctor? Hua Chunfeng, a famous traditional Chinese medicine master in Yunhai. Even Yi Chen had heard of his name. It is indeed I, the old man. Hua Chuanfeng's face was full of anger, and he pushed Yi Chen again. All these patients are poisoned. I used the spring breeze detoxification needle to treat them, and it takes 2 hours to completely expel the toxins. You actually pulled out all the detox needles. How is this any different from pulling out the oxygen tubes of critically ill patients? Not only have you wasted my efforts, but you will also cause these patients to die on the spot. What exactly are your intentions? Yi Chen frowned slightly. Divine Dr. Hua, your treatment method is incorrect. What, you dare to question me? Divine Dr. Hua almost jumped up, pointing at Yi Chen's nose and shouting, I have practiced medicine all my life, healing the world and saving countless people. I am not questioning your achievements, but addressing the matter at hand. These employees are not poisoned, but rather. Nonsense! Hua Chunfeng shouted angrily, arrest him and take him to the police station. This person is suspected of intentional homicide. 2 men in suits immediately tried to step forward but were stopped by Han Wanner's bodyguards. Divine Dr. Hua, Yi Chen is the doctor I brought here, Han Wanner said. Miss Han. Only then did Hua Chunfeng see Han Wanner, his white eyebrows knotted tightly. If you listen to me, immediately arrest him, otherwise these 13 lives cannot be saved. Recalling her grandfather's words, although Han Wanner felt Yi Chen's actions were somewhat rash, she still said, I choose to trust Yi Chen. You. Hua Chunfeng was so angry that his mustache curled up again. What is going on? A middle-aged man with a dignified bearing walked in, his brows carrying the authority of someone long accustomed to a high position. This was Han Weinier's second uncle, Han Wenyuan, a key figure in the Han family. Seeing Han Wenyuan, Hua the divine doctor seemed to have found a savior and immediately stepped forward to vehemently expose Yi Chen's crimes. Arrest them! Han Wenyuan was also furious. Second uncle, trust me, Yi Chen can cure them, Han Wanner said. Han Wenyuan gave her a cold glance, pulling out the needles right away. Such a reckless act, is that the demeanor of a doctor? Besides, he's just a young kid, what does he know about medicine? Hua Chunfeng is a renowned divine doctor in Yunhai. You don't trust Dr. Hua, but instead believe a yellow-haired child? Han Wanner, if you don't handle this matter well, it will cost more than a dozen lives. When that time comes, not only will your position as the person in charge of Yunhai be at risk, but your status in the family will also be replaced. Think carefully about how serious the consequences will be. Han Wanner's delicate body trembled slightly, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and said, Second uncle, I choose to believe Yi Chen. Before Han Wenyuan could speak, Yi Chen said, there are still 2 patients whose silver needles haven't been removed. It will be clear at a glance who is right and who is wrong. Then Yi Chen sat aside and circulated his true qi, preparing for the treatment on the horse. Although he had broken the dragon binding seal, all his cultivation was lost. Now, with circulation, he could only condense a trace of true qi, but it was enough for acupuncture on the horse. At that moment, a situation arose. The 2 patients with their chests full of silver needles suddenly began to tremble in pain, and the black energy in their chests started to spread to other parts of their bodies. The machines monitoring their bodily functions also sounded alarms, emitting sharp, long beeps. Hua Chunfeng and Han Wenyuan both changed their expressions drastically. There was no mistaking this as a sign of the condition rapidly deteriorating. In contrast, the 11 patients from whom Yi Chen had removed the silver needles remained stable. Master Hua, what's going on? Han Wenyuan looked quite pale. This shouldn't be happening. They were clearly poisoned, and I used a superior detoxification acupuncture technique. How could the situation have worsened? It should have improved. Hua Chunfeng scratched his head in frustration. Aren't you going to pull it out? Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Han Wanner immediately stepped forward, quick-eyed and quick-handed, pulling out the silver needles from the chests of the 2 patients. After pulling them out, it was like adding a ladle of cold water to boiling water. The patient's conditions quickly stabilized. The black aura that was about to spread over the entire upper body also gathered back to the chest area. This visible change proved that Yi Chen's words were correct, and Hua Chuanfeng's old face turned bright red. You all go out, I need to receive treatment. Yi Chen slowly stood up. Humph. Han Wenyuan coldly glanced at Hua Chunfeng and walked out of the ward. After everyone else had left, Han Wanner closed the door and drew the curtains. Yi Chen, what exactly is going on with these people? Han Wanner was very suspicious. Prepare a jar for me, and you will find out soon. Yi Chen took a silver needle and approached the first patient. He used true energy to drive the needles, inserting them like a swift wind in sudden rain. From the chest's Tanjong acupoint all the way to the Shinting acupoint on the head, Yi Chen inserted a total of 37 needles. A strange scene appeared. The black chi in the patient's chest actually began to move along with the path of his needles. Finally, the black energy condensed at the philtrum below the patient's nose. "Come out!" Yi Chen shouted softly, flicking a silver needle with his finger. From the patient's nostril, a black worm actually crawled out. The worm was 2 inches long, hairy, with strange patterns on its back, giving off an evil feeling. It looked extremely disgusting, and since it was crawling out of the nostril, Han Wanner suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Yi Chen opened the jar he had prepared in advance and put the black insect inside. Then, he repeated the process, forcing out a black worm from the bodies of 13 patients, all of which were placed in the jar and sealed. "What is this?" Han Wanner was extremely shocked. "Goo insect." Yi Chen frowned and said in a deep voice, "It is still the extremely evil heart-devouring goo, residing near a person's heart, slowly devouring the heart, eventually turning them into heartless people who die miserably." So terrifying. Han Wanner felt a chill in her heart. How could there be goo insects inside these people? Goo insects won't come out on their own. Someone must have secretly taken action to harm your Longting group. Yi Chen gasped for breath. After continuous needling, he was somewhat exhausted. Han Wanner's face was grave. The opponent was hiding in the shadows and using such sinister magic, making her feel a chill down her spine. Which great deity had they provoked? Half a minute later, she suddenly pointed at the jar and exclaimed, "Yi Chen, look quickly." Yi Chen looked down and saw the 13 goo insects arranged eerily together in the jar. They faintly formed the character Death. Chapter 7, Divine Dr. Yi, Save Me. While Yi Chen was at the hospital, Lu Meiyu and Lin Xiaoming got into the ambulance. Lu Meiyu was furious. She never expected Yi Chen, who had always been deferential to her, to dare to lay a hand on her. He even beat Lin Xiaoming so badly. Before reaching the hospital, she called Lin Hanxue to complain. "Mom, is something wrong? I'm in a meeting at the company right now. I'll call you back later," Lin Hanxue said in a low voice. Lu Meiyu screamed sharply, "Han Shui, why are you still holding meetings? Something big has happened. Yi Chen is going to rebel." "Mom, what is going on?" Lu Meiyu cried with snot and tears as she recounted, "Xiao Ming and I went to find Yi Chen to ask about that calligraphy. Who knew that as soon as he heard it was Mr. Ji Chen's original work, he immediately tried to snatch our family treasure. Xiao Ming and I refused, and he raised his hand and hit me, and also beat Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming's injuries are very serious. He is in critical condition, and the doctors are trying to save him now." "What?" Lin Hanxue immediately stopped the meeting, utterly shocked. "Xiao Ming is being resuscitated? Can you stop talking nonsense? It's just a superficial injury and a fractured arm, no life-threatening danger." The doctor in the car glared at Lu Meiyu. Hearing the doctor's words, Lin Hanxue finally relaxed. "Mom, you're exaggerating too much. How could Ji Chen have hit someone? He's a very gentle person." "Mild my ass, didn't you see how he looked? He was practically going to kill me and your brother. If we hadn't run fast, we probably wouldn't be alive," Lu Meiyu said tearfully. Lin Hanxue was speechless. No matter what, she couldn't believe Yi Chen would kill someone. "By the way, Mom, how did your inquiry go? Was that calligraphy written by Yi Chen?" "It definitely wasn't written by him. If it were, how could he have tried to snatch it?" Lu Meiyu was heartbroken. That was Mr. Ji Chen's original work, worth millions. "Hanxue, you need to find someone to capture Yi Chen immediately and take back our family treasure." Lin Hanxue comforted her, "Mom, that was originally Yi Chen's thing. It's not unreasonable for him to take it away. We don't want it." "How can we not want it? That's robbery." Before Lu Meiyu could finish speaking, Lin Hanxue was about to hang up. She hurriedly said, "Don't hang up, I'll tell you one more thing. Yi Chen has a mistress outside. He and that beat us together." "A mistress?" Lin Hanxue laughed. She believed it even less. Having lived with Yi Chen for 3 years, how could she not know Yi Chen's character? No matter how beautiful other women were, he wouldn't even glance at them. "All right, Mom, I'm in a meeting right now. We'll talk when I have time," Lin Hanxue said in a casual tone. Lu Meiyu threw a tantrum. "Oh dear, Hanxue, your mom and brother have both been hospitalized from the beating. If you don't care, I'd rather just die. Don't stop me, I'm going to jump off the car." Hearing Lu Meiyu's desperate threats, Lin Hanxue had no choice but to say, "All right, Mom, I'll call Yi Chen later to ask what's going on. If he really hit you, I won't let him off. Han Shui, you must avenge Mom. Die." The character formed by the 13 goo insects in the jar made Han Wanner feel cold all over. Xiaovubot file anti-theft watermark, find the book robot and choose Xiaovu, stable and reliable, no pitfalls. There is no doubt, this is a declaration of war, this is a threat, this is a show of force. Han Wanner, as a business queen and the eldest daughter of the Han family, has experienced many storms. But faced with such a strange and evil matter, she was also a bit flustered. What to do? She looked helplessly at Yi Chen. Yi Chen remained calm and smiled. "I've already taken care of this trouble for you. Whether I continue to help depends on what old man Han thinks.
Han Wanner was momentarily stunned and quickly called her grandfather.
She soon returned. Yi Chen, my grandfather said to send the bloodlingji to you immediately and asked you to help me completely resolve the problem. Also, within a month, he will send another dragon scale herb.
Dragon scale herb.
Yi Chen's eyes shone brightly. This was a kind of spiritual medicine that strengthened the body and laid the foundation for cultivation.
This old man Han really knew what he needed and offered terms he couldn't refuse.
Now that Yi Chen had removed the dragon binding seal, the most important thing was cultivation to restore his former strength as quickly as possible so he could do what he wanted, including seeking justice for his daughter.
Alright, then I'll help people to the end.
Yi Chen smiled faintly.
Han Wanner felt a surge of joy. So what do we do now?
Yi Chen pondered for a moment and said, the other party is obviously targeting your Longton group, most likely a business rival.
You should know better than I do who it might be.
Han Wanner's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she said slowly, I do have a few suspects in mind, but I'm not sure who it is.
If you investigate, you will definitely find some clues. They didn't succeed this time, but there will be a next time.
I believe it won't be long before we see their true colors.
Yi Chen said calmly, so now we must not lose our composure. Wait for.
Before he finished speaking, Han Wanyuan and Hua Chunfeng suddenly pushed the door open and rushed in.
It's been so long, how is the treatment going? Han Wanyuan asked anxiously. It has returned to normal.
Han Wanner pointed to the monitoring devices. Han Wenyuan took a look, and sure enough, the indicators on the devices all showed normal. The patient's vital signs had recovered.
Hee, Mr. Han, my words were not empty, right?
Hua Chunfeng stroked his beard and smiled. After I used the silver needles to remove the toxins, they naturally recovered.
Ah.
Han Wanner and Yi Chen exchanged a glance, both surprised.
It was clearly you who almost made a big mistake. The patient was saved by Yi Chen, and after saving him, you come out to take credit?
The divine Dr. Hua is indeed impressive, Han Wenyuan praised. Yi Chen remained silent, not caring who took the credit in his eyes, only the blood lingji mattered.
But Han Wanner couldn't stand it anymore. Yi Chen clearly cured them, so what are you greedy for credit?
Besides, these employees weren't poisoned, they were afflicted by a goo insect. Using silver needles to detoxify would only agitate the goo insects inside them, accelerating their death.
Have you forgotten what just happened? Nonsense, what goo insects? It was clearly poisoning. Without my acupuncture detoxification, would they have recovered their health?
Hua Chunfeng argued forcefully with reason. If you don't believe me, just look for yourself.
The goo insects are right here, all forced out by Yi Chen. Han Wanner pointed to the glass jar on the table. Hua Chunfeng leaned in to take a look, then immediately sneered, what goo insects?
They're clearly just a few caterpillars. This Yi Chen caught a few caterpillars to deceive you all.
Such a petty trick, and you can't see through it?
Saying that, he picked up the jar.
Don't open it. Yi Chen's expression changed.
But it was already too late.
Hua Chunfeng quickly flipped off the bottle cap and sneered, look, isn't this Mao?
Before he could finish speaking, a black goo insect darted like lightning into Hua Chunfeng's nostril. Hua Chunfeng's face changed drastically, and soon he felt an excruciating pain piercing through him. He knelt before Yi Chen with a thud, shouting in pain, Divine Dr. Yi, save me.
Chapter 8, Lin Hanshue's Ambition. Han Wanner recalled the previous scene and burst into loud laughter.
Divine Dr. Hua knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Yi Chen and begging desperately, his head battered and bleeding, looking extremely miserable.
Uncle Han Air, who didn't get along with her at all, had a face as dark as the bottom of a pot.
After all, the renowned Dr. Hua was invited by Uncle Air, and Yi Chen was invited by her, each representing their own pride. Obviously, this time Uncle Han Air lost face completely in front of her. Hey, why did you save that old lecher Hua Chunfeng? He can't even diagnose the cause of the illness and just puts on airs. If he dies, it's well deserved.
Han Wanner nudged Yi Chen with her elbow.
Yi Chen said lightly, he is a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, so it's normal that he can't see the goo insect.
Aren't you also a traditional Chinese medicine doctor? How could you see it? Han Wanner asked curiously.
Yi Chen smiled, don't compare me to others, that's not fair. Han Wanner looked at Yi Chen's back, her heart shaken. Although he spoke implicitly, with her intelligence, how could she not understand the meaning behind Yi Chen's words?
What an arrogant guy.
Han Wanner felt her heart sway. She already thought she was quite proud, but this Yi Chen seemed even more arrogant.
Moreover, he had the capital to back it up. What kind of man is he, really?
Han Wanner murmured in her heart, becoming interested and curious about Yi Chen. After leaving the hospital, Yi Chen called Han Yuanshan and told him to make sure to deliver the blood lingji tonight. Not long after hanging up, Lin Hanshue called. Yi Chen hesitated for a few seconds, but in the end, he chose to answer the call.
Yi Chen, did you hit my mom and Xiao Ming?
Lin Hanshue asked bluntly as soon as she came up.
Yi Chen responded with a faint hum. Yi Chen, how could you do this?
Although my mom and Xiao Ming usually don't treat you well, we've still been together for 3 years. We just got divorced, and you already dealt such a heavy blow to them.
This makes me have to question your character.
Lin Hanshue's voice grew angry.
Are you harboring resentment and deliberately seeking revenge because they said some mocking words when signing the divorce agreement? So, this is how you see me in your mind. Yi-chan sneered coldly. If that's the case, I have nothing to say. Goodbye. Wait a moment, Yi-chan.
Lin Hanchue was silent for a few seconds before saying, sorry, I was a bit harsh just now, but I want to know, why did you hit my mom and Xiaoming? Yi-chan said calmly, they were going to burn my daughter's clothes, I stepped in to teach them a lesson, is there a problem?
So that's how it is.
Lin Hanchue understood she knew what those clothes meant to Yi-chan. They were made by Yi-chan himself for his daughter. They represented his love for his daughter. Yi-chan, I'm sorry, what my mom and Xiaoming did was really too much. After apologizing, Lin Hanchue received no response from Yi-chan for a long time and sighed deeply.
Yi-chan, do things really have to be like this between us?
Actually, my thought is that although we have ended our marriage, we can still be friends. I don't know why, but I can't see you at the company, and it feels strange. It seems like I'm missing some sense of security. Upon hearing this, Yi-chan smiled.
What you're not used to is still ahead. What you're lacking is more than just a bit of security. Do you know how many troubles I secretly helped you solve before?
Lin Hanchue being where she is today is not entirely my credit, but at least 90% of it is.
Yi-chan sneered coldly. Lin Hanchue, don't you find your words childish, ridiculous, and even shameless?
If at the height of my glory, I didn't share the joy of success with my wife, but instead kicked her aside, and even Yi-chan's teeth ground together with a creaking sound. Even went so far as to destroy all her hopes with my own hands.
Do you know what my daughter means to me? You are less than a beast, able to be so heartless.
You will be tormented by your conscience for the rest of your life, and the spirit of my daughter will become your lifelong nightmare.
Lin Hanchue, you deserve to go to hell.
Lin Hanchue held her phone, her delicate body trembling as if struck by electricity, her face suddenly turning deathly pale. Yi-chan's words were like sharp swords, tearing her heart to pieces.
I'm sorry, Yi-chan, I'm sorry. Lin Hanchue broke down in tears. But I will prove to you that what I have lost now will be compensated 1,000-fold.
I, Lin Hanchue, will become the most successful businesswoman in Yunhai.
My fortune will exceed tens of billions, even hundreds of billions.
I will become like Han Wanner, a new queen of the business world, a legend.
Lin Hanchue roared. Fine, then I'll wait and see how you become a legend. Yi-chan hung up the phone, wanting to laugh.
It even became a legend, but the current situation won't last much longer. Not to mention anything else, just the flagship product of Hanchue Pharmaceuticals, the pediatric lung clearing and cough relieving oral liquid, is extremely effective and has the best market sales. Hanchue Pharmaceuticals also rose strongly thanks to this product. That prescription was secretly given to Lin Hanchue by Yi-chan when Hanchue Pharmaceuticals was at its most difficult and on the verge of bankruptcy. It was this that brought her company back to life and propelled it forward to where it is today. But the most important ingredient in this oral medicine, zixin grass, is very rare because this herb is delicate and difficult to cultivate. It was Yi-chan who took action, setting up a large-scale magic array in Hanchue Pharmaceuticals' 1,000-acre medicinal field, spending a full 3 months to create a suitable growth environment for zixin grass. Thanks to this, zixin grass was able to thrive and continuously supply raw materials for Hanchue Pharmaceuticals' flagship product. But after all, he had not fully restored his strength, and the magic array he set up was incomplete, requiring repairs every month. If not repaired, the magic array would fail, and the purple heartgrass would wither accordingly. The flagship product of Hanchue Pharmaceuticals relies on the raw materials, and without them, it cannot be produced.
In fact, he didn't need to do anything. Hanchue Pharmaceuticals would face collapse on its own.
When the time comes, Yi-chan will make Lin Hanchue understand just how outrageous her mistakes were. He will also make her kneel and repent for his poor daughter.
Yi-chan wants to seek justice for his daughter. He longs for that day more than anything.
At this moment, Han Wanner walked up from behind and said, Yi-chan, tonight our Longting group will hold a Tang Palace night banquet.
Are you going? Not interested, Yi-chan said.
Right now, he was only interested in the bloodlingji and just wanted to recover his body quickly. At the night banquet, Xinghue Pharmaceuticals, a subsidiary of Longting, will select partners and sign several major contracts.
Han Wanner's narrow phoenix eyes sparkled with a captivating and enchanting gaze. She breathed out like orchids, Lin Hanchue, you're going too.
Yi-chan looked up, gazing at the dazzling Han Wanner, and slowly said, time, place.
Chapter 9, Invitation to the Tang Palace Night Banquet. Ha, Hanchue, you divorced that useless Yi-chan.
That is fantastic. The first thing I hear when I come back is such great news.
A beautiful woman in professional attire with black stockings is smiling happily.
Her name is Lu Man, she is Lin Hanchue's cousin, and also the deputy manager of Hanchue Pharmaceuticals.
Since Lin Hanchue rose to success, Lu Man was arranged by Lu Meiyu to work in the company as Lin Hanchue's assistant.
Cousin, actually Lin Hanchue wants to speak her mind to Lu Man.
But on second thought, she decided against it. The next day it would reach Lu Meiyu's ears anyway. Lu Man patted Lin Hanchue's shoulder. Cousin, you're right to listen to me. I've always advised you to get a divorce. That loser will only hold you back.
Without his ties, you'll fly higher. A smile finally appeared on Lin Hanshue's face. This was what she loved to hear the most. Right now, she just wanted to prove to Yi Chen that Lin Hanshue would become better and better. By the way, cousin, how did your trip to Los Angeles go? Lin Hanshue asked. Ha, very smoothly. Lu Man laughed proudly. As soon as they heard about our Hanshue Pharmaceuticals, all kinds of pharmaceutical companies swarmed in. Even Incheon Pharmaceuticals, which had previously rejected us, changed their arrogant attitude. What is that saying again? The old me, you ignored the new me, you can't reach. That's exactly about our Hanshue Pharmaceuticals. Of course, the most anticipated thing is the cooperation with the Han family. Our company has already made the shortlist, and the results should come out tonight. If we can cooperate with a giant like Han's Longterm Group, TSK, the entire Yunhai will be ours. What are you talking about? Wang Ping walked over, took out 3 invitations, and smiled. I got the invitations to the Tang Palace Night Banquet, one for each of you. Tang Palace Night Banquet? Lu Man looked shocked. I've heard about it too. It's hosted by the eldest daughter of the Han family, inviting celebrities from all walks of life. It's a grand event that ordinary wealthy people can't get into. Wang Xiao, you're amazing, you actually got 3 invitation letters. He. Wang Peng smiled calmly, saying it was easy to get them. He mainly wanted to help Han Shui. He heard that Han Shui Pharmaceuticals made it onto the Han family's cooperation list. He planned to find an opportunity to let Han Shui show face in front of their top executives, increasing the chances of being selected. Listen, I'm almost moved to tears. Lumen's eyes were full of little stars. Han Shui, Wang Gaxiao is so good to you, he puts himself in your shoes and is so capable. Isn't he 1,000 times better than that useless Yi Chen? If it were me, I would definitely marry Wang Xiao without hesitation. Lin Hanshue felt sweet inside and smiled brightly. Wang Peng, thank you. Her smile was stunningly beautiful, so much so that Wang Peng's eyes went wide, almost wishing he could immediately knock Lin Hanshue to the ground. Hanshue, our company is already strong, and with the trump card of the Shower Qingfei oral liquid, no one can compete. Plus with young Master Wang's operations, our company will definitely be chosen. Lu Man was full of confidence. I have confidence too. Lin Hanshue's smile grew even brighter. Everything was developing for the better, and all the bad things and people had to be abandoned, such as Yi Chen. I heard that Miss Han will also attend the banquet this time. Maybe we can see her. I really want to see Miss Han. Lin Hanshue was very excited. Han Wanner is a queen of the business world, a legend, and also Lin Hanshue's idol. Afterwards, they drove to the Tangyun Pavilion building, where the banquet was being held. Lin Hanshue got out of the car, wearing a pure white long dress. She was tall and slender, with a graceful long neck, like an elegant and beautiful white swan. Wow, such a beautiful woman, stunningly gorgeous. She was Lin Hanshue, who had recently been in the spotlight, the CEO of Hanshue Pharmaceuticals. Not only was she as beautiful as a flower, but she was also a rising star in the business world, with a net worth of 8 to 900 million. It was said that Xinghue Pharmaceuticals, under Longtong Group, was going to cooperate with Hanshue Pharmaceuticals for a powerful alliance. Lin Hanshue's prominence soared even higher, dominating the business magazines. A series of fiery gazes accompanied by exclamations made Lumen feel very pleased, proudly raising his head. But Lin Hanshue had no time to pay attention to others' praise. Her eyes were drawn to a figure by the roadside. It was Yi Chen, standing next to a luxury car. Seeing him, Lin Hanshue couldn't remain calm. After thinking for a moment, she still walked forward. Yi Chen's nose bridge stood tall and firm like a towering rock, his profile chiseled as if carved by an axe and knife, outlining sharp lines. Lin Hanshue suddenly felt he was somewhat unfamiliar. He used to be a gentle and refined person, but now this face had become stern. Yi Chen, how are you here? Lin Hanshue spoke out. Yi Chen turned his head, saw her, and remained calm and unruffled. So it was President Lin. Why I am here is not something you should worry about, Yi Chen said calmly. Lin Hanshue didn't care about his attitude and pointed to the luxurious building ahead. I'm here to attend the Tang Palace Night Banquet of the Han family. Hanshue Pharmaceutical is developing in a positive direction. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll get the contract from the Han family tonight. Congratulations, Yi Chen smiled. Yi Chen's response was a bit unexpected for Lin Hanshue. She wanted to see him bitter, distressed, or even begging her to remarry, which was the feeling she desired most. But Yi Chen didn't seem to have that awareness. Who did I think you were? Turns out you're Han Shue's useless husband. Oh no, useless ex-husband. Lumen's sarcastic voice sounded as she walked over with Wang Peng. I told you before to divorce Han Shui, but you lack self-awareness. Now you're being kicked out, scared like a lost dog. If you had known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? Yi Chen chuckled. Which eye of yours saw me scared? Humph. A dead duck still insists on being stubborn. Do you think a place as high-end as Tangyun Pavilion is somewhere a useless person like you can set foot in? Lu Man sneered. What are you all here for again? Yi Chen asked calmly.
Of course, we are here to attend the Tang Palace night banquet hosted by the Han family.
Lu Man raised the invitation letter in her hand high and said, "Open your dog eyes wide and take a look. This is an invitation from the Han family, only people with status and position in Yunhai can have it.
You're such a loser, just a glance at you is your honor. Han Shui, show your invitation and let this loser learn a lesson."
Lin Hanxue took out her invitation letter and waved it in front of Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, you can't get in without an invitation.
If you want to go in, I can take you with me." "No need."
At this moment, the luxury car door opened, and Han Waner got out.
Her powerful, queen-like aura and stunningly beautiful appearance instantly made everyone present hold their breath. Even Lin Hanxue was deeply amazed. "We also have invitation letters."
Han Waner carried out a stack of invitations from the car, surprisingly over 100, and placed them in Yi Chen's arms. "All for you."
"One is enough."
Yi Chen pulled out one, casually tossing the remaining invitations into the nearby trash bin.
Chapter 10, The 30-Year Appointment.
Lin Hanxue and the others were all shocked Yi Chen actually had so many invitation letters. Moreover, the invitation they regarded as a symbol of noble status was discarded by Yi Chen like trash.
"What act? This invitation must be fake."
Lumen was the first to speak.
Wang Peng nodded. Even with a net worth of tens of billions, the Han family's invitation letters are limited to a maximum of 5.
Seeing nearly 100 here, even the richest person in Yunhai couldn't obtain that many. Lumen sneered, "To actually make a fake invitation and flaunt it in front of us, Yi Chen, you are deceiving others to inflate your own value and make Han Shui regret it?" Yi Chen smiled. It must be said that these people have quite an active imagination. At this moment, Lin Hanxue's attention was focused on Han Waner. She was simply too dazzling. Whether it was appearance, figure, or temperament, not a single aspect was inferior to hers, and she was even better in some ways. Lin Hanxue was very confident in her appearance. Someone online once rated her as one of the 4 beauties of Yunhai, and she believed it would be hard to find a woman who could compare to her. But now she had met a woman even more dazzling than herself. This made the highly self-regarded Lin Hanxue feel defeated for the first time. The irony was that this woman was also Yi Chen's companion. Lu Meiyu called to say that Yi Chen was keeping a woman outside. She didn't believe it at first, but now it seemed more than likely to be true.
"Hello, I am Han Yueya." Han Waner took the initiative to greet Lin Hanxue, smiling brightly, fully displaying the demeanor of a lady.
Whether intentional or not, she mentioned her childhood name, not the famous Han Waner from the business world.
"Hello, Lin Hanxue."
Lin Hanxue reached out her hand and clasped it with Han Waner's. In terms of aura, she was ultimately inferior. This woman's aura was too powerful, making Lin Hanxue feel completely outmatched. At this moment, Wang Peng's eyes were wide open. He had never seen a woman as charming as Han Waner, every frown and smile radiating a captivating beauty. He felt very upset. Why would such a goddess be with a loser like Yi Chen? It feels like a crisp, fresh Chinese cabbage that has been rooted by a pig.
"Miss Han, what is your relationship with Yi Chen?" Lin Hanxue asked abruptly. "With Yi Chen?" Han Waner stepped back, standing beside Yi Chen, intimately holding his arm.
"We are very good friends." The 2 words "very good" were emphasized by her, easily leading people to make associations.
Lin Hanxue felt uneasy, but Wang Peng was obviously even more distressed and couldn't help but say, "Miss Han, you probably don't know Yi Chen's background. Don't be fooled by him. He is an odd job man in the company of Han Yue, not even an official employee.
So grown up, no achievements, savings are less than $10,000, I'm afraid.
Totally a bottom feeder." Oh, so what?" Han Waner slightly turned sideways and leaned closer to Yi Chen.
Seeing that she didn't listen at all, Wang Ping frowned and said, "Miss Han, seeing that you are also an upper-class person, you should understand that these bottom-class people like Yi Chen, without a good education, their quality is poor, and they won't have any connoisseurship. If you stay with him, you're sure to be cheated out of your money and sex." He spoke heavily, hoping to use this to wake Han Waner up.
"Cheating money and color, I would like to be cheated by him."
Han Waner's red lips are colorful, her breath is like orchids, and her body releases an amazing charm. Wang Peng angry 7 orifices. "I did not expect such a beautiful woman as a love brain. You find a good favor to find ye dust this guy. Miss Han, you may have been dropped by him," Wang Peng said seriously. Han Waner snorted a laugh, then coldly swept a glance at Wang Peng. "Even if I was his head, it's none of your business. You've been slandering Yi Duan. What are your intentions?" "I am doing this for your own good, beautiful girl." Wang Peng was in pain. "Shut up, I don't need you to worry about my mother's business. You have to get as far away as possible,"
Han Waner said coldly.
Wang Peng was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He didn't think that he couldn't provoke at all. How did this bastard Yi Chuan have such good luck? He once had a goddess like Lin Hanyue, and now he has found a woman who was even more charming than Lin Hanyue. He was crazy with jealousy. "Forget it, Wang Xiao, don't say anything. Treating good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs, it will be too late when she regrets it,"
Lu Man said disdainfully. "Yi Chuan, you've known Miss Han for a long time, right?" Lin Hanyue suddenly spoke out. Han Waner immediately said, "Yes, it's been a long time."
Lin Hanyue smiled sourly and stared at Yi Chen. I didn't expect you to be honest on the surface, but you're so spendthrift behind the scenes.
Just divorced, and you have a new woman.
Yi Dust, full of disdain, sneered, you have not divorced it,
With Wang Peng hot, not more than I still spend? Because Wang Peng is too much better than you.
Lin Hanyue said heavily, a good bird chooses a tree nest, you this rotten would let me how to perch?
But Wang Peng is a pillar of talent.
Yi Chuan snorted, on Wang Peng this head full of bedthing guy, but also a pillar of talent? It's not just a matter of looking at someone else's background and resources, why do you have to speak in such a grandiose manner? Ms. Han, maybe my figure and appearance is not as good as yours, but my vision of finding a man is much better than yours.
On this point, you've already lost.
Lin Hanyue finally bared her fangs and attacked Han Wanner. Han Wanner froze slightly, then laughed, laughing like she had heard the world's funniest joke.
Lin Hanyue, do you mean that Yi Chen is far inferior to this what's his name Wang Peng? Han Wan pointed at the suited and booted Wang Peng. Not bad. Lin Hanyue was decisive. That's good.
Han Wan put away the smile on her face and said solemnly, let's make a bet, 1 month's time. Let's see which one of Yi Chen and Wang Peng achieves more. Who's better, how about it?
1 month?
Lin Hanyue's taut face, a flash of skepticism emerged. Are you sure about 1 month? Now that Wang Peng is worth over $100 million and Yi Chen has nothing, even if it's 10 years or even a lifetime, he won't be able to catch up with Wang Peng.
What, you don't dare to bet?
What do I not dare to bet? A sure win bet.
Lin Hanchue snorted, what's the bet?
I'll bet on Yi Chen, you bet on Wang Peng. 1 month later, we'll still meet here at the entrance of Tangyan Pavilion. If I lose, I'll make amends to you, and vice versa for you.
Han Wan smiled. Too light.
Lin Hanyue shook her head. Not only do you have to make amends and apologize, but you also have to admit that you're a mistress who is hurting people's morals and hooking up with other people's husbands. Yi Duan frowned. He only met Han Wan after the divorce. Even if he hooked up, she wasn't a mistress. Who expected Han Wan to agree painfully? No problem. However, if you lose, you have to admit that you are a marital cheating, shameless. Han Wan narrowed her eyes. Good. Lin Hanyue clenched her silver teeth and made a deal.
Han Wan was full of anticipation, the appointment of 30 years, so we'll wait and see. Chapter 11 Hand of God. Han Wanner and Lin Hanyue went head to head. She said she was a junior who hurt the wind, she said he was shameless.
For this reason, an appointment of 10 days was made, making Yi Chen cry and laugh. Sitting in the car, looking at the beautiful woman on his side, Yi Duan said helplessly, how can a hallowed queen of the business world still bet like a child? Han Wan slightly raised the corner of her mouth. The war between women and women, you don't understand. Yi Chuan shrugged, I have nothing now, how can I catch up with Wang Peng in a month's time?
Don't blame me if you lose.
Han Wan blinked her crescent moon eyes, definitely will win, I have full confidence in you. Yi Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, he was a rag thrown away by others, but Han Wan picked it up as a treasure. In 2 hours the night banquet will begin, let's go in too. Han Wan looked at her wristwatch, it was a limited edition Patek Philippe. I'll wait for you here. Yi Chen didn't like that kind of noisy place, and he was thoroughly disappointed in Lin Hanyue. She was going further and further down the path of self-righteousness, and if it wasn't for the sake of avenging his daughter's death, Yi Chuan would never bother with her again. Of course, 3 years of feelings wouldn't disappear in a day and a half, but his daughter's departure made it impossible for Yi Chuan to ever forgive Lin Hanyue. Although the feelings are there is no tenderness. It's better to go, my grandfather said that he would send the blood Ganoderma to Tangyan Pavilion tonight. Han Weiner pulled open the car door, slightly pursed red lips, as if a touch of demonic flame. Row. Yi Chuan naturally has no resistance to the blood Ganoderma. Wait a minute, I put on a makeup. Han Wan who was about to get off the car, suddenly sat back again. This is half an hour, Yi Chuan waited almost fell asleep. Yi Duan handsome, to participate in the dinner party I want to wear that lipstick, just in your legs under the storage compartment, help me get it. Han Wan stabbed the arm of the co-pilot Yi Chuan. Yi Dust confused to pull the switch of the storage compartment, but cannot pull. After messing around for a long time, he couldn't pull it open. Yi Dust speechless, luxury car is luxury car, a storage compartment are designed so complex, the designer specifically for his poor people who have not driven a luxury car. Idiot, or I'll do it. Han Wan had to lean over and open the compartment in front of Yi Duan's legs. Fragrance came, the black hair like waterfall pouring down is smooth and silky. And that a pair of proud, with the action of Han Wan bent over to rummage, non-stop. Yi Chuan's heart was hot and marveled. Found it? Not yet, where was it put? Han Wan attached herself forward again, rummaging through the right side of the grid. It took a long time for Yi Chuan to calm down and walked into Tangyan Pavilion along with Han Wan Han Wan went to busy herself with the dinner, while Yi Chen found a seat in the hall and sat down. The hall was very lively, and those who came here were either rich or powerful, so they naturally had to make friends with each other. Yi Chuan was uninterested and leaned back on the soft seat to rest his eyes. He was now waiting for the blood Ganoderma to be delivered to repair the injuries in his body and restart his cultivation journey. And at this time, Lin Hanyue's trio also walked into the hall, and Lumen was still indignant. That Hanyue was really blind to be able to look at such a good-for-nothing like Yi Chen.
Humph. Wang Peng snorted coldly and clenched his back teeth.
He was handsome and golden, but he couldn't find such a superb product. Lin Hanyue was also in a bad mood. That stunning beauty had just given Yi Chen strong backing, making her lose face in front of him. Forget it, let's not talk about those exasperating things, we are here to do business. Lumen, you asked the person in charge of the Dragon Group, when will the cooperation list come out?
Lin Hanyue said.
Lumen nodded, after making the call, said, Huan Chue, Manager Chen said that this matter should be finalized by General Manager Han, that is, Ms. Han.
Ms. Han is in Tangyun Pavilion, and has brought the information of each family over, and the result will definitely be out tonight.
Manager Chen also revealed that there are 6 alternative lists and only 2 will be chosen.
Our Hanyue Pharmaceuticals is in the first place of the alternative list, no surprise that it will definitely be selected.
Lin Hanyue sniffed, her face finally blossomed into a bright smile. This is the best news. When the company cooperates with the Han family, that will be the moment when Hanyue Pharmaceuticals really takes off.
Congratulations, Hanyue, by relying on the big tree of the Han family, Hanyue Pharmaceuticals will definitely go nationwide and even worldwide.
It's not impossible for you to become a world-class billionaire.
Wang Peng congratulated.
Luman said excitedly, it's thanks to Mr. Wang's help. Han Wan Er was sitting in her office, making arrangements for the night banquet. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit jogged over and respectfully handed a large stack of information to Han Wan Er. Mr. Han, this is the list of Starlight Pharmaceuticals partners. There are 6 in total, according to strength and development prospects, ranked in order. Please take a look. Han Wan Er took it over and looked at it, and the first one in line was Huanchue Pharmaceuticals. She was so interested that she carefully flipped through it, and the top of the information recorded the development history of Hensu Pharmaceuticals in detail. Sparing her the queen of the business world, she was shocked by the development course of Hensu Pharmaceuticals. From a small county, annual profits of hundreds of thousands of dollars or even frequent losses of the small workshop, the development of this metropolis in Yunhai, annual profits of more than 1 billion large enterprises. Snow-containing pharmaceutical industry only used a short 3 years' time. And these 3 years of development course is extremely wonderful, twists and turns strange, in a crisis can always be turned into a safe and survive. It even made a big difference with a small amount of money, and step by step, it went to glory. It could make a wonderful TV series, it was simply a legend. The Shueshue Pharmaceuticals had existed for 10 years, but had really risen to prominence in just these 3 years, and it was truly wonderful to the extreme. Spare Han Wan Er such a business wizard, give her the Snow Pharmaceuticals such a deck of cards, not to mention 3 years, 10 years of time she cannot do today's situation.
It seems that there is a pair of God's hand, pushing them forward.
Han Wan Er read this information over and over again. With her vision, she could naturally see many potential things.
She finally searched for a time node. Before this time node, Shuewan Pharmaceuticals was mediocre and unimpressive. However, after this time node, Hushue Pharmaceuticals surged forward, as if it was a god's help. This time point was August 8, 3 years ago. Han Wan Er slightly closed her eyes, contemplated for a while, took out her cell phone and dialed a phone number. You check, Yi Chen and Lin Huanshue's wedding day. With the Han family's ability, we'll soon find out.
A mellow voice came from the other side of the phone. Miss, the day Yi Chen and Lin Hanyue got married was August 8, 3 years ago.
August 8.
Han Wan Er abruptly opened her eyes. It was indeed this date, a perfect match with the time point she had analyzed. The pair of God's hands that had propelled Hanyue Pharmaceuticals to glory was Yi Chen.
Chapter 12, Han family's partner.
Han Wan Er laughed. She laughed so hard that her 2 eyes turned into 2 curved crescents, and the corners of her mouth turned upwards into a graceful arc.
Was there anything more ridiculous in the world?
Lin Hanyue had been stiffly lifted to this height by Yichuan, and she still thought it was her own skill to kick Yichuan away and choose a cargo like Wang Peng.
Miss, even if Yichuan silently helped Lin Hanyue, could it be that for 3 years, Lin Hanyue didn't even have the slightest awareness? Han Wan Er's secretary, Han Yushu, was very puzzled. Auntie Zhang who cleans the house, does she have a big black mole on her face? Han Wan Er suddenly asked.
Han Yushu froze for a moment and thought, I can't remember. Han Wan Er narrowed her eyes. We see Auntie Zhang every day, but you don't even know if she has a mole on her face.
Miss, is there any correlation between the two?
You ignored the cleaning aunt because you didn't take her seriously at all, so even if you saw her every day, you wouldn't remember her features. Isn't Lin Hanyue also like this? She didn't take Yi Chen seriously, even if Yi Chen gave more, she couldn't see it.
Miss, I understand. Han Yushu is full of shame, that partner? What do you say?
Han Yushu thought for a moment. When Lin Hanyue kicked away Yi Chen, it meant that Hanyue Pharmaceuticals had lost its core competitiveness, and it would be foolish for us to choose to follow them.
Han Waner nodded with satisfaction, so the first one to kick off was Hanyue Pharmaceuticals. Upon hearing this, Han Yushu was about to throw the information of the Hushue Pharmaceuticals into the trash. Wait.
Hanwhan Air suddenly changed her mind. This decision is better left to Yi Chen. You send this information to him. The banquet was already about to start, so Lin Hanyua's trio rushed to find a seat. They had just met quite a few dignified figures in Yunhai under Wang Peng's leadership and had been making friends. While they were looking, they suddenly saw Yi Chen on the seat.
Wasn't this that punk Yi Chuan? Lumen was startled. Without an invitation, how did he get in?
Lin Hanyue frowned slightly. Wang Peng sneered. He must have used a fake invitation letter to muddle through. This kind of person is really disgusting. Why does he have to come up when he's not in the same circle?
This kind of person is still worthy to compare with Wang Xiao? That stupid woman is still stupid to bet with Hanchua. Put the treasure pressure on Yi Chen, really blind dog eyes. Lumen doesn't care. Stop barking, disturbing my rest.
Yi Chuan slightly opened his eyes.
What did you trash say?
Lumen was about to get angry when her cell phone suddenly rang, picked it up and saw that it was the general manager of Starlight Pharmaceutical, Mr. Chen, who was calling.
She hurriedly connected and asked with anticipation, General Manager Chen, the results are out, right? Are we the #1 partner of Hanwha Pharmaceuticals? I'll let you know, Hanwha Pharmaceuticals eliminated.
Only a cold voice came from the phone, and then hung up.
Hey, Mr. Chen, are you looking at it wrong? After putting down the phone, Lumen was dumbfounded.
Lin Hanyue heard clearly from the side and was also dumbfounded.
Weren't they the first alternative? How could they have been eliminated?
This made the two of them feel like they had eaten a dead fly.
Wang Xiao, can you move around through your connections and give us Hanwha Pharmaceuticals a word to see if there is any room for redemption?
Lin Hanyue could only turn to Wang Peng, only he had access to the Han family. Wang Peng is also a difficult face, he in front of the Han family which has the right to speak off. But in order to hold up in front of Lin Hanyue, he had to say, okay, I'll give my cousin a call, let her ask Hanwhan Air what the situation is.
Thank you, Mr. Wang. Lin Hanyue was grateful.
Wang Peng nodded, took his cell phone and went outside to make a call. Lin Hanyue and Lu Man also followed him out. At this time, Han Yushu came over and arrived in front of Yi Chen. After introducing herself and explaining her intentions, she handed Yi Duan the information about Hanwha Pharmaceuticals.
This is a business matter for your Han family, it's not right to let me, an outsider, make the decision, right? Yi Dust said. This is Mrs. Command, I am only carrying out Mrs. Order.
Whether or not the Han family cooperates with Hanwha Pharmaceuticals is in your hands.
Han Yu said expressionlessly.
Yi Chuan smiled helplessly and lifted his pen to draw an X on top of containing Snow Pharmaceutical. But on second thought, he put a check mark on the contract. Why not just fulfill Lin Hanyue and see how she ends up in the end? Wouldn't it be more interesting? Yi Chen's choice surprised Han Yushu. He didn't expect him to choose to help out Hanwha Pharmaceuticals. He was obviously swept away by Lin Hanyue. And at this time, Wang Peng also called his cousin. Cousin told him that although she was a member of the Jiangnan Club, she hadn't even met Hanwhan Air and couldn't speak at all. This caused Wang Peng to make a big scene, and he couldn't hold up his face in front of Lin Hanyue at all. However, in the face of Lin Hanyue's expectant eyes, he could only hold on. I've already called my cousin, who said she'd help me with my activities.
Good, really trouble you.
Lin Hanyue said gratefully. It wasn't long before Lumen's phone rang again. It was still Mr. Chen calling.
She answered it in a hurry.
Your Hanwha Pharmaceuticals has been selected. Come to Starlight Pharmaceuticals headquarters tomorrow to sign the contract.
Mr. Chen, didn't you say you were eliminated? Someone is helping you guys, don't ask too many questions, that's all. Mr. Chen hung up the phone. And after a brief moment of surprise, Lumen jumped up with excitement.
Ha great, Hanwha, our Hanwha Pharmaceuticals has been selected to become a partner of the Han family. Lin Hanyue was also shocked by this huge surprise and looked incredulously at Wang Peng. His energy was even greater than he had imagined. Wang Peng was also confused. His cousin had already said no. It must not have been his cousin's favor, so who was it? But enjoying Lin Hanyue's adoring gaze, Wang Peng was very flattered and said with a smile, it seems that my cousin has a good personal relationship with Miss Han. Afterward, the three of them strutted to their seats and came to Yi Chen's side. Lu Man sneered, hee, lying here like a waste, really not as good as a hair on Wang Xiao.
Oh, what's wrong? Yi Chuan looked at the jubilant trio and asked with a smile.
Ha! Lumen immediately had a haughty face. Just now, we, Hanwha Pharmaceuticals, were eliminated, but a phone call from Wang Xiao let Miss Han change her mind and agree to cooperate with us, Hanwha Pharmaceuticals.
Mr. Wang's energy is beyond imagination. You are a far cry from Mr. Wang.
Lin Hanyue also said with some excitement, yes, Wang Xiao is too powerful to save the tide back from the dead. Yi Chuan, it seems that my choice was not wrong.
Then I wish you all the best. Yi Chuan looked at the complacent trio and was also smiling.
When Hanwha Pharmaceuticals' ace product couldn't be produced due to a shortage of raw materials and had to default on the contract, I don't know if they could afford to pay out the 10 times the liquidated damages stipulated in the contract.
Chapter 13, Blood Ganoderma arrives.
That contract Yi Chuan carefully looked at, probably a $10 billion cooperation project.
It was considered a heavenly contract.
which contains the Snow Pharmaceutical Industry's trump card product, Pediatric Clear Lung Cough Oral Solution occupies a large part of the cooperation, roughly 60%.
That is, 6 billion.
Moreover, the terms of the contract clearly stipulated that whichever party defaulted on the contract would have to compensate tenfold. Without him to repair the formation, the raw material for producing the pediatric lung clearing and cough suppressing oral liquid, purple heartgrass, will surely all wither.
At that time, Manhwa Pharmaceuticals cannot produce this ACE product, naturally, is a breach of contract, 10 times the amount of compensation, that is 60 billion? Let Manhwa take out $60 billion to compensate the Han family? Even if she sells the company, she can't get it out. If Wang Peng has a conscience, his family's Tianhai Group and Hensu Pharmaceuticals tied together and sold, maybe he can barely make up for the 60 billion. Wang Peng, I hope you're sincere with Hensu. When she is in trouble, you can give everything to help her.
Yi Chuan secretly said in his heart.
Oh Yi Chuan, look at Wang Xiao and then look at you, the gap between people is really big. Lu Man looks like a female commander who has won a big battle. Hanyue giving up on you and choosing Wang Peng is really the wisest decision.
Yi Chuan, you should kneel down and admit defeat now, and don't wait until a month later for Miss Han to admit that she is a mistress.
Let's see in a month, I hope you can still laugh.
Yi Chuan stretched, took out his cell phone, and flipped through a new text message. Lin Hanyue stepped forward and said, Yi Duan, this time, Hanyue Pharmaceuticals and the Han family signed a big contract of $10 billion, which means that Hanyue Pharmaceuticals' turnover will double and its strength will be enhanced by 2 times. This is just the most superficial benefit. There are many benefits of cooperating with the Han family. For the reputation and word of mouth of Hanxue Pharmaceuticals, as well as the stock price, have a huge help. You watch, in less than half a month, my fortune will rise to $2 billion. She gazed into Yi Chuan's eyes and said word by word, I will definitely be able to fulfill what I said to you. In the face of such a strong declaration from Lin Hanyue, Yi Chuan didn't listen to it at all, but got up with his cell phone and walked towards the back of the banquet hall. Han Wanner had just sent him a message, Yi Duan, my grandfather has delivered the blood Ganoderma.
Yi Duan immediately got up and went to find Han Wanner.
To him, the most important thing at the moment was the blood Ganoderma. This heavenly treasure could make his injuries heal and then he would be able to cultivate. Now that Yi Chen had unlocked the dragon binding seal and was back to being a Yi Dragon Lord, the most important thing was to cultivate. Not to say that he should cultivate to the heights of his former self, at least he should have the power to defend himself. Otherwise, those ancient martial arts experts are enemies from the past, any one of them could take his life. Yi Chuan's departure in this manner fell in the eyes of Wang Peng and the others, causing them to snicker. This Yi Chen couldn't take the excitement and ran away in ashes. He should have realized that Hanyue would only become better and better by leaving him, a loser.
Lu Man laughed.
Lin Hanyue also proudly raised her long swan neck, having a feeling of raising her eyebrows. She had finally proved to Yi Chen that she was right to choose divorce. Of course, this was only the first step. When she became more and more brilliant in the future, she would prove this right decision of hers countless times. And at this time, Yi Duan was already located in a private room of Tang Yun Pavilion, and was gazing at an object in front of him. It was a 1-foot square delicate wooden box, in which was placed a piece of Ganoderma lucidum. This piece of lingji was 3 or 4 times larger than an ordinary lingji, and its body was dark red in color, covered with blood-colored lines, as if it was a blood vessel of the human body. It emitted a strong medicinal fragrance, as well as a spiritual aura, and a single whiff of it could refresh one's spirit. It's the first time I've seen such a large blood lingji since I grew up. It's really a treasure of great value. Han Wanner, who was sitting across from her, dragged her long white jade hand over her cheeks and looked at the Ganoderma lucidum with mesmerized eyes. I really don't understand, my grandfather, that iron cock, would even give you such a valuable thing. Really, the sun came out of the west.
Han Wanner sighed.
Yi Chuan smiled faintly. Not only is your grandfather an iron rooster, he's also an old fox. This blood Ganoderma was cut off in a small half by him, and he did something to cover it up.
What? My grandfather cut off a small half, why didn't I see it? It looks like a complete piece.
Han Wanner pretended to be surprised, but the smile in her beautiful eyes betrayed her. She knew that this was her grandfather's style of behavior, pulling out the hair of the goose, not to mention this kind of geocache. Oh, it doesn't matter, the vintage of this blood Ganoderma is not 500 years, but around 700 years. The medicinal power is more powerful, less a small half is also okay.
Yi Chuan said smilingly. Aha! My grandfather also have to look at the wrong time?
Han Wanner was really surprised this time.
He didn't see it, otherwise he would have been surprised.
He did not see, otherwise he must have left a large part.
Yi Duan laughed. Then glanced at Han Wanner. You do not go to participate in the night banquet, what are you doing here? It's just a small banquet, this young lady is tired today and doesn't want to show up. Han Wanner looked blearily at the blood Ganoderma. Yi Chuan, can you give me a small piece to eat? Yes.
Yi Chuan said with a smile, if you are not afraid of bleeding from the 7 orifices, then feel free to eat.
Han Wanner immediately had a scared look on her face, but quickly asked, why can you eat it?
Because I can run my true chi to dissolve the medicinal power. Then you run your true chi to help me dissolve the medicine, not just, I'll just eat a small piece.
Han Wan Air revealed a pitiful expression. This. Yi Chuan glanced at Han Wan Air's infinitely enchanting figure, and a strange expression surfaced on his face.
He slowly said, I can help you dissolve the medicinal power, but you have to take off your clothes first.
Chapter 14 calling him out. Even a small piece of blood lingji was something Yi Chen didn't want to give to Han Waner.
It wasn't that he was being petty, the 700-year-old herb was already considered to be in the realm of spirit medicine, and it would be a waste for Han Waner, who didn't have cultivation, to eat it. Originally, when Yi Chen said this, he thought that Han Wan Air would back off. It didn't occur to him that she was actually struggling with it. Yi Chuan was speechless. Could it be that you, this $1,000 lady, really wants to be naked in front of herself? That I'll just leave one of the most important, okay? Han Wan Air tangled for half a day and suddenly said. 2 strands of black lines surfaced on Yi Chuan's head, although he also quite wanted to see it. The temptation of beauty was obviously not as great as this blood Ganoderma. Moreover, she still had to help her dissolve the medicinal power after eating it, which was troublesome. So Yi Chuan said decisively, no. Han Wan Air slammed the table and said through clenched silver teeth, take off. Yi Chuan was speechless. Why was she like this? And at this time, Han Waner had already started to go to the back zipper. She was smart and a shrewd businesswoman, better than anyone at weighing gains and losses. The 700-year-old geomantic treasure, eating a small piece of it would definitely have great benefits for her body, and she herself wouldn't be able to lose a piece of meat even if she was looked at, and besides, she was full of good feelings towards Yi Chen. It would be cheaper for this brat. Snort. Yi Chuan was shocked. He didn't expect her to be so resolute and bold. It was his turn to ride the tiger. Forget it, just eat a piece of it. What is said is thrown out of the water. That exquisite like a work of art collarbone already let Yi Chuan can't keep calm. Breathing also can't help but speed up. But just at this time, Han Weiner's cell phone suddenly rang, and when she saw the number on the screen, her face changed slightly. Then she went to the nearby bathroom to answer it. 2 minutes later, she walked out, already dressed, and said to Yi Chuan with a grave expression, there's trouble coming to the door, I'll go deal with it first. Yi dust you take care of it as soon as possible, maybe I need your help. Yi Chuan nodded and didn't ask much. Since he had accepted something from someone, he naturally had to help them solve their troubles. Han Wan Air left in a hurry. Yi Chuan meditated and concentrated without any more distractions. He directly broke off a piece of blood Ganoderma meat, put it in his mouth and chewed it, swallowing it. In a short while, the powerful medicinal power turned into a hot stream, and under the traction of Yi Chuan's true chi, it surged towards the broken places in his body. After 10 minutes, Yi Chuan had refined all the medicinal power, and after feeling his body, he was a little surprised that the effect of this blood lingji was even better than expected. Moreover, it also contained a rather rich spiritual chi. I'm afraid that this blood Ganoderma, not only can it repair my injuries, but the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in it can also make my cultivation reach the first level of chi practicing. Yi Chuan was pleasantly surprised in his heart. Old man Han had really helped him this time. The Tang Palace night banquet was only halfway through before it was interrupted due to a sudden accident. The guests had all left, and in the large hall stood 2 groups of people with swords drawn. On one side were Han Wan Air and her bodyguards, a total of 12 people. On the other side, there were more than 30 people, each carrying a weapon, obviously coming from a bad place. At the head of this group was an arrogant, unrivaled youth. He had a conspicuous head of purple hair, his skin was somewhat morbidly pale, and his fairly handsome face was filled with an evil smile. This person's name was Huang Kong, which wasn't much. But he had a powerful dad, Huang He. Huang Hua is the infamous king of the underworld on the road, Yunhai's well-deserved underground king. Even a giant like the Han family wouldn't dare to mess with Huang Hua. The Han family had invested so much in Yunhai that it would inevitably harm Huang Hua's interests, and Huang Hua had issued a warning before. Moreover, Han Wan Air suspected that the employees of their company who were poisoned by parasites were secretly instructed by Huang He. As for this Huang Kong, he was completely an arrogant and domineering second-generation ancestor, and what was even more ridiculous was that he was pursuing himself. One look at Huang Kang's head full of purple hair made Han Wan Air sick to her stomach. Huang Kong, what the hell do you want? Han Wan Air stared at Huang Kong and said coldly. Huang Kong tossed his purple hair and smiled evilly. I came to look at you. Look at me? Han Waner's pretty face was icy cold. My Han family is organizing a night banquet, and you rushed over with dozens of people with swords and guns. Are you here to see me or to smash the scene? Huang Kong narrowed his eyes, his fiery gaze recklessly measuring Han Wan Air's enchanting figure, smiled and said, I heard that you're having a good time with a little white boy. What's his name? Yi Chuan, right? Suddenly, the smile on his face turned into a venomous sneer, and he said word for word, call Yi Duan to come out, I'm going to chop him. Chopped up. Feed the dog. Chapter 15, Tangyun Pavilion in Danger. Yunhai, Huang Family Garden. This is where Huang Ming lives, covering an area of 1,000 acres, and is beautifully constructed. However, in the Cloud Sea, this garden was feared. It is said that no less than 100 people have died in this garden, and at night there are ghosts howling everywhere. Those souls, in their lifetime, were all people who fought against Huang Hua. Huang He was honored as the king of the underworld. The reason is also here, stepping on the bones of countless people, only now have the wealth and status. However, the Han family, which was a dragon in the river, had now become a great danger to Huang Hua. Especially Han Wanner, the business wizard. If we don't get rid of her, I'm afraid the Huang family's business will shrink by more than half. At this moment, Huang Hua is sitting under the octagonal pavilion drinking tea, opposite a man whose body is wrapped in a black cloak. Dear Master, Canine Sun has been sent by me to Tangrime Pavilion, will also send a lot of people, Hanwan Air Wings difficult to escape. Huang Ming looked at the opposite side of the cloaked man and said with a smile. The cloaked man known as Master Deer said lightly, listening to the people below, you sent more than 500 people, this is to show down with the Han family? Not bad, Han Wanner is being aggressive, I'm running out of patience. If I let her continue to stay in Yunhai, my Huang family's business will be taken away by her. Huang Ming said, that's why I let my son go over there and insult Han Wan Air in front of everyone. Han Wan Air naturally has no face to stay in Yunhai after staging a spring palace drama in front of everyone. As long as she goes, I'll have an easy time. Anyone the Han family sends over again will be no match for me. Master Deer narrowed his eyes slightly. Even if you achieve your goal and force Han Wan Air to leave, what about young Master Kong? The Han family will be asking for trouble, how will you end it? Huang Kong? Huang Ming, the ruthless lord, said disdainfully, is just one of my illegitimate son. When the Han family inquired about the crime, I will put on a show of righteousness, carrying the head of Huang Kong personally to the door to pay for the crime. I have killed Huang Kong to make amends, what else can the Han family say? Ha! Huang Hua's face was full of sardonic laughter. Even the ruthless Master Deer couldn't help but suck in cool air at this moment. Huang Hua had directed such a big show, and the starring actor who would surely die was actually his son. This Huang Hua is even more ruthless than him. Master Deer, as long as that disciple of yours doesn't pull down, Han Wanner will be abused today and retreat in a sorry state from the Cloud Sea, Huang Hua said indifferently. Don't worry, Gung War is a martial arts expert. Han Wan Air's side, there is no one to beat. Master Deer proudly said. Call Yi Chuan out and chop him up to feed the dogs? Han Wan Air laughed in anger, she only met Yi Duan today, how did it reach Huang Kang's ears, who was tipping off the others? Moreover, even if she was hot with Yi Chen, what does it matter to you, Huang Kong, that you are bringing so many people with you to raise the offense? Han Wan Air keenly realized that this matter is not simple. Yi Chen is just an excuse for Huang Kong to make trouble. At this time, Han Yushu came over and whispered in Han Wanner's ear, Miss, there are a large number of unidentified people gathering towards Tangyin Pavilion. Han Wan Air's face changed slightly, knowing that a storm was coming. Miss, the most important thing now is your safety, I'll escort you out. Han Yushu said with a grave expression. Han Wan Air nodded, coldly glanced at Huang Kong, and was about to leave with Han Yushu. Slowly, Huang Kong shouted, surround me. Wow! The 30 or so people he brought with him immediately rushed up and surrounded Han Wan Air's dozen or so people. Only one person didn't move, and that was an inch-haired youth wearing a white practice suit with an arrogant face. What are you doing? Han Wan Air coldly said. Of course, it's to get out of the way. Huang Kong sized up Han Wan Air, I've been pursuing you for so long, and now Yi Chen suddenly popped up and snatched you away from me, I'm very angry. Listen to me, call him out and let me take out my anger, then I'll let you go. Unreasonable. Han Wan Air clenched her silver teeth, her chest trembled, I have nothing to do with Yi Chen, even if I did, what's it to you? Get out of my way, or don't blame me for being rude. Get out of the way. One of Han Wan Air's bodyguards couldn't help but make a move, smashing the person in front of him with a punch. But he was immediately knocked down. The men brought by Huang Kong are all good fighters. Let's go, miss. The bodyguard desperately killed his way out and rushed out with Han Wan Air. But the front and back doors were all blocked. Facing Huang Kong, Han Wan Air and the others could only retreat upstairs. Tangyun Pavilion, there were 6 floors in total. Han Wan Air looked around her, there were only 4 people left, the rest had been knocked down. Han Yushu called for help while escorting Han Wan Air as she retreated towards the upper floors. Wan Air, you can't escape, I want you to be my woman tonight. Huang Kong didn't panic and pressed towards the upstairs with his men. Outside were their Yellow Dragon Society people, Han Wan Air had become a turtle in a jar. However, Han Wan Air still maintained her composure, the Han family was in Yunhai, and there were still many undercards. Without her command, Han Yushu had already called Han Shiqiang, the captain of Dragon Security. Brother Chang, Miss Tang Rhythm Pavilion is in danger, you use the fastest speed to mobilize all the security personnel, quickly come to rescue. Yes, sir. The Han Shiqiang over there has not hung up the phone, and roared, collection, all the people to the old man collection, go to the Tangyin court to save the big lady. Quickly. Miss, do we need to notify the Jinling side? Han Yushu asked with his cell phone. Han Wanner thought for a moment and said, no, even if they come over now, it's too late, so don't let the family worry. Han Yushu nodded and was about to say something when Huang Kang's men already rushed up like wolves.
Protect Miss. Han Yushu shouted delicately.
The only 3 bodyguards left by Han Wan-air's side rushed up without hesitation.
Ah!
Han Wan-air suddenly shrieked and flopped to the ground.
Chapter 16, a long-lost sense of power.
Han Yushu's face changed drastically, and he rushed to assist. Miss, what's wrong with you?
It's fine.
Han Wan-air stood up, her feet wearing high heels, and accidentally tripped. She simply took off her high heels, barefoot, the shoes in her hand ruthlessly smashed towards Huang Kong below, son of a. Huang Kong was smashed squarely, but did not get angry, but instead was held up to the tip of the nose and inhaled deeply, revealing a face of intoxication. Han Wan-air was disgusted with goosebumps, and immediately Han Yushu pulled her, running towards the 3rd floor.
Although those 3 bodyguards were extraordinary, they couldn't hold out for long.
Right now, she was the only one left by the lady's side, so she could only hope that Han Shiqian would hurry up and arrive. Under the powerful medicinal power of the blood Ganoderma, the old wounds in Yi Chuan's body were rapidly recovering. 10 minutes later, before the Ganoderma was used up, his injuries were already healed.
Yi Chuan was overjoyed.
The reason why it had gone so well, besides the blood Ganoderma, he had been warming and conditioning his body for the past 3 years, laying a good foundation. Next, he was ready to impact the first level of qi cultivation. As for the movement outside, Yi Chuan was not unaware that Han Wan-air seemed to be in big trouble. But it was still necessary to wait until he cultivated to the first level of qi practicing, otherwise going out wouldn't change anything. And at this moment, Han Wan-air and Han Yushu had already been forced to the 5th floor by Huang Kong.
Why hasn't Han Shiqian arrived yet? Han Yushu's forehead was sweating with anxiety. At that moment, Han Shiqian called, Yushu, it's bad, the neighborhood of Tang Rhythm Pavilion is full of people.
They blocked the road with their cars. I've led my brothers to rush in 3 times, but they can't get in. Han Yushu heart-thumped, gritted his teeth and said in a commanding tone, Han Shiqian, I don't care what you use, even if your head is twisted off as a stone, you have to give me a way out, the lady's safety is more important than everything.
I know, today I just die, also want to rush to the side of the missed eye.
Han Shiqian gritted his teeth and roared. Forget it, there's no need to count on Han Shiqian, the Huang family is too well prepared this time. Han Wan-air slightly closed her eyes and dialed her second uncle Han Wen-yuan's phone. Second uncle, I'm in danger at Tang Yun Pavilion, requesting the mobilization of the HJ numbered squad.
Han Wen-yuan said in a shocked voice, Wan-air, what did you say?
You also know that the HJ numbered squad are all dead soldiers, that is our Han family's heritage, not to the moment of life and death, cannot be mobilized. If I die, the Han family's business in Yunhai will be finished.
Han Wan-air said. Ah? It's that serious?
I'll ask the head of the family for instructions first, just wait, Han Wen-yuan said and hung up the phone directly.
Bastard! Han Wan-air's silver teeth clenched loudly, it's all burning, and she's still asking for instructions?
Han Wen-yuan clearly disregarded her life and death. At this point, she couldn't remain calm and had begun to panic. She didn't dare to imagine what would happen if she fell into Huang Kang's hands. And Huang Kang's gang pressed on.
Han Wan-air, you can't get away, today I'm going to get Yi Chen dead and you too. Huang Kong smiled insidiously.
His hot gaze swept back and forth over Han Wan-air's devilish figure. Han Wan-air ran to the 6th floor with Han Yushu in her bare feet, and there was no way back.
Huang Kong forced them into the corridor.
Wan-air, you have no way back, now hand over Yi Chen, I'm going to kill him, Huang Kong smiled ghastly.
Yi Chuan?
Although Han Wan-air had been pushed to the brink of extinction, there was still a ray of hope in her heart, and that was Yi Chen. Grandpa said that he was a great healer and martial artist, and now that he was in a critical stage of healing, Han Wan-air wouldn't alarm him. She could only hope that Yi Chen would heal quickly and come over to save her.
Miss, I'll go and finish them off.
Han Yushu faced a group of men who were like wolves and tigers, threw off her high heels and tied her hair into a ponytail. Whoosh! Her rounded and powerful legs suddenly fired up, her figure scurried out like an arrow, using the momentum of the rush to leap high into the air, kicking at the chin of the black-clothed big man at the head of the group. When the big man saw such a thin-skinned woman, he didn't take it seriously at all. But the next moment, his chin was kicked by Han Yushu and his jawbone was broken. Ah! The black-clothed big man fell to the ground and rolled in pain. This imperial sister had good hands. Huang Kong stared at Han Yushu, his face filled with an evil smile. He snapped his fingers, and 4 black-clothed men stood out and pressed together towards Han Yushu. Han Yushu was undaunted, his body rolling around, actually putting down another 4 big men.
Damn, this is so strong, Gung battle, take her down.
Huang Kong coldly swept a glance at Han Yushu, and the arrogant young man who had been standing next to him slowly stepped forward. Bang! With just one punch, he knocked Han Yushu half kneeling to the ground, a stream of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth.
Inner strength martial artist?
Han Yushu looked at the inch-haired youth with a surprised expression. You're not my opponent, I don't kill women, get out of the way, the youth named Gung Battle said indifferently. Han Yushu struggled to get up, eyes surging with the color of madness, to move the lady, step over my corpse.
Eh?
Gungwar frowned, his internal energy erupted like a tiger descending from a mountain, and he punched Han Yushu's chest.
Put.
Han Yushu's body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, blood soaring from his mouth as he smashed onto the floor a dozen meters away. Yushu. Han Wanner stepped forward and hugged Han Yushu, tears falling from her heart.
Miss, I'll block them.
Han Yushu tried to struggle to get up again, but he couldn't stand up anymore.
Han Wanner, hand over that Yi Chen.
Huang Kang's face was hideous and twisted. He regarded Han Wanner as a forbidden domain and would not allow any man to get his hands on her. And the one who passed on the information said that Yi Chen was Han Wanner's new boyfriend. Therefore, Huang Kong definitely wanted to get Yi Chen killed. Robbing his woman would end in one way, and that was death. Han Wanner gritted her teeth in death. Yi Chuan was her last hope. She only hoped that Yi Chuan would come over quickly. Yi Chuan is her last hope. She only hoped that Yi Chuan would come over quickly. Huang Kang's face was so gloomy that it was going to drip water. Han Wanner had been forced to this point and still refused to betray Yi Chen.
This made Huang Kong even more jealous.
He rushed up like a wild beast and pounced Han Wanner to the ground. Roll! Han Wanner threw a slap on Huang Kang's face. A clear slap mark appeared on Huang Kang's face, but this only made him even more crazy as he pressed his entire body on top of Han Wanner's, frantically tearing her clothes off. Yi Chuan sat cross-legged in the room, a stream of air like a white practice lingering between his mouth and nose, like a dragon circling and twisting. He suddenly opened his mouth, and that white train violently rushed out, stretching all the way for more than 10 meters, emitting a firecracker-like burst in the void, as if it shot through the air. And at the instant this white train ruptured, Yi Chuan opened his eyes and his essence shone brightly.
That long-lost sense of power, it had returned. Chapter 17, None of you will be able to leave. A smile appeared on Yi Chuan's face. He originally wanted to impact the first level of chi practicing, and he did reach it smoothly, just as he was about to get up. A powerful force actually surged out from everywhere in his body. Those forces Yi Chuan was incomparably familiar with. That was his original power, just less than a tenth of what it used to be. Although he had lost all of his cultivation, the power had not completely dissipated. A small portion of it lay dormant in his body like hibernation. With the reactivation of his dantian, these latent powers were revived and gathered towards his dantian.
At this moment, when Yi Chuan got up again, he was already at the third level of chi cultivation. Although there was still a big gap compared to his peak, but with this kind of strength, he was already strong enough to roam around in the world. Yi Chuan did not have time to consolidate his realm. He got up and walked towards the outside. Since he had already regained his strength, let's go help Han Wanner with the trouble at hand.
Snort! Han Wanner's white long skirt was torn open by the madman like Huang Kong.
The beautiful back that was like sheep's fat and jade felt the slightest bit of coolness in the air, and this inspired Huang Kang's bestiality even more, his face full of sardonic smiles as if he were an evil spirit from hell.
Scram, you this heavenly thunderbolt!
Han Wanner's strength was simply no match for Huang Kang's, and although she was being viciously pressed, she was still struggling desperately. Seeing her chance, she bit down on Huang Kang's arm, her entire body's strength instantly focusing on that mouthful of silver teeth. Ah! Accompanied by Huang Kang's mournful screams, a piece of skin and flesh on his arm was torn off by Han Wanner's hard hands. Han Wanner's mouth was full of blood, and her beautiful eyes were full of indignation and madness. The queen who had been through the storms of the shopping mall, although on the surface she was a cute girl with a delicate body, in her heart, she was a great city of steel. Even if she died today, she wouldn't let Huang Kong have his way.
Ah! Huang Kong kicked Han Wanner away, clutching his bloodied arm and screaming miserably. Humph!
Gung Zhan, who was standing next to him, was filled with disdain. He couldn't even handle a woman. In his eyes Huang Kong was really a waste.
If he didn't have a master's order, how would he be in the company of such a person? You, this one, dare to bite my old man.
I'll let you taste the pain of the flames burning your body.
Huang Kang's face was livid as he cursed angrily and pulled out a bright red pill from his pocket.
Gung Zhan's eyes flinched slightly when he saw the pill. It was the flame-burning pill that his master had refined. The medicinal properties were so fierce that even a martial arts expert like him would have difficulty controlling it after taking it, let alone an ordinary person. I didn't expect that this punk would have begged for this kind of medicine from his master. Today, I will make you the woman with the most silver sword in the world. Feed it to her. With a wave of his hand, Huang Kong immediately had two black-clothed hulks come forward, forcibly breaking open Han Wanner's mouth and feeding the red pill in. Han Wanner, a weak woman, couldn't resist at all, and when she was released, she slumped to the ground and dry-heaved, wanting to vomit. She knew it wasn't something good. But Huang Kong laughed. Han Wanner, you can't spit it out, that medicine melts in your mouth. Next, you'll be shocked by your own performance. Huang Kang's arm rolled his eyes in pain, but his mouth was laughing. His high and mighty father had told him that if he humiliated Han Wanner in public today, he would be the heir to the Huang family.
Huang Kong was simply crazy with excitement. There was such a good thing?
Originally, Han Wanner was the woman he wanted the most. Because of his father's warning, he had never dared to make a move.
And at this moment, he was finally going to get what he wanted.
Such a stunning beauty, if he could make merry with her, it would be worth it even if he died. Then, Huang Kong didn't move a muscle and stood there quietly, staring with his eyes ready to enjoy Han Wan Air's charming behavior. Han Wan Air had now felt something was wrong. It was as if she had fallen into a volcano, with millions of ants within her body. Her consciousness, her sanity, was being eaten away by those millions of ants bit by bit. The form was also involuntarily indulged. Miss. Looking at Han Waner, who had fallen into this situation, Han Yushu, who had collapsed on the ground, was overwhelmed with grief. Ha! Huang Kong let out a loud laugh, like an old theatergoer enjoying a wonderful opera performed by a famous artist, bursting into applause from time to time. The group of black-clothed men beside him all stretched their necks and stared wide-eyed with a look of infatuation. Even Gung Zhan, who was obsessed with martial arts and had a mind like still water, had something else welling up in his eyes at the moment. Han Wan Air unleashed, it really had the magic power to charm the world. Damn it, I can't help it. Huang Kong looked like he was pumped with chicken blood at the moment, not even feeling the pain in his arm, like a downhill tiger about to pounce towards Han Wan Air. Let her go. A cold and majestic voice suddenly sounded behind them, and the crowd turned around to see a young man standing at the entrance of the stairs at an unknown time. Outstanding features, cold face, standing there like a heavenly god sculpture. Who are you? Huang Kong shouted. Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan said, and his figure walked forward. Yi Chuan? Kill him. When Huang Kong heard that it was Yi Duan, he immediately became energized. I was looking for you. A few big men in black immediately rushed up, however, they pounced, and when they looked again, Yi Chuan had already appeared in front of Huang Kong. Yi Chuan. Seeing the bitterly awaited person finally appearing, Han Waner, who had a face full of delicate redness, let out a soft chorus. Yi Chuan looked at the constantly trembling Han Wan Air and frowned slightly. You're the little white boy that Han Wan Air raised? Huang Kong looked at Yi Chen, itching to eat him. Slap. Yi Chuan threw a slap on Huang Kang's face, jerking him around in place 3 times and flopping to the ground. His teeth flew out twice, and his face immediately swelled up. Damn, you dare to hit me. Know who I am. Before Huang Kong could finish his roar, Yi Chuan had already stepped forward and stomped on his chest. It was like stepping on an empty bottle, clicking and numbing sounds rang out, and Huang Kang's chest was directly stepped on and deflated. Bones and flesh were all crushed. It was a miserable sight to behold. He didn't even have time to let out a single miserable scream before he was stomped to death by Yi Chuan. Boom! This scene was like a thunderbomb that violently exploded in the eyes of the crowd. Yi Chuan had actually trampled Huang Kong to death with 1 foot. Huang Kong, but he was the son of the underworld king. But before they could make any reaction, Yi Chen's indifferent voice already sounded again. Today, none of you will be able to leave. Chapter 18, The Indifferent God of Murder. Taking someone's money, eliminating someone's disaster. Eat the king's salary, be loyal to the king. These truths Yi Chen understood. Since he had taken advantage of the Han family, he would naturally solve all the troubles for Han Wan Air. Do you know who you have killed? He is the son of Huang Mang, Huang Kong, the son of the king of the underworld. You have committed a heinous crime? A big man in black pointed at Yi Chen and roared angrily. Huang Hua? Even Yi Chuan, who had been an ordinary person for 3 years, had heard of this name. This was a man who could stop a child from crying at night. However, so what? The underworld king could stop a small child from crying at night, but Lord Yilong was a man who could make gods and demons cry. Kill. Enough 6 or 7 black-clothed men launched together, raising their snowy steel swords and roaring violently as they slashed towards Yi Chen. However, before they could get close, their bodies flew backwards like cannonballs. Some smashed on the floor, some crashed on the wall. Their bodies were all as soft as mud, with blood coming out of their mouths and noses, and they died on the spot. This scene made Han Yushu's pupils shrink slightly. This Yi Chuan was so terrifyingly strong, no wonder Miss held him in such high esteem. As for Han Waner, she forced out a smile on her suppressed and pained face. Yi Chen hadn't let her down after all. But she was in a bad situation now. She could no longer control her hands and feet, constantly grinding away. Master! The most powerful Gung battle on Huang Kang's side hadn't moved. Yi Chuan made him feel a strong pressure. Avenge the young master, kill him. A dozen more people shouted and surrounded with their weapons. Huang Kong was the son of the underworld king and was killed under their noses. If they didn't kill this Yi Chuan, then when they went back, they would definitely lose their lives to the underworld king as well. If a dozen of them did it together, they didn't believe that Yi Chuan would still be able to defeat them easily. No matter how powerful he was, he still had 2 hands and 2 feet. But some things were ultimately incomprehensible, such as Yi Chen's strength. In just 2 breaths of time, these dozen or so big-bladed black-clothed men had all collapsed in a pool of blood. They didn't even see how Yi Chuan struck. They felt a coldness in their necks, and their throats were slit. These people plus the ones who had just struck out, there were already more than 20 people who had lost their lives to Yi Chuan, and it had only been a short minute since he had appeared. It could be said that the situation had been turned around in an instant. Right now, there were still 7 or 8 black-clothed big men left on Huang Kang's side. All of them were the Yellow Dragon Society's elites, the gold medal fighters, but now they were already so scared that their legs had gone weak. Mr. Gung. They looked towards Gung War. Only this martial arts expert could restrain Yi Chen.
Gung Juan actually wanted to take another look, as he hadn't seen how Yi Duan had killed so many people either, but he also knew that it was not an option not to make a move at this time. He took 2 steps forward and gazed at Yi Duan, his face slightly gloomy. "My name is Gung Zhan, Your Excellency." Before he finished speaking, he felt a powerful forceful chi coming at him. Gung Battle's face changed in a panic to resist, but the next moment his body was already flying out horizontally. Bang! He hit the wall so hard that he actually made a deep depression in the hard wall. Plop! Gung Zhan coughed up blood, shocked and furious, not expecting Yi Chen to suddenly strike, and even more so, not expecting him to be so strong to such an extent that he was not a one-move opponent. "Why did Your Excellency suddenly strike? I am." Gung War struggled to get up. Before he could finish his words, he was kicked away by Yi Chuan again. Yi Duan didn't have a single word. He never talks nonsense when he kills. "You actually want to kill me?" This time, Gung War was injured even more heavily. His sternum was broken by a dozen or so kicks. Gritting his teeth and bracing himself, he said, "My master is the core disciple of the West River demon-faced Taoist sect, dear Ringu. You will have a heavily trouble if you kill me. Why don't you let me live? Will there be no trouble if I let you go?" Yi Chuan smiled coldly. His figure rapidly enlarged in Gung Battle's eyes until he felt his neck tighten, then his eyes fell into eternal darkness. Yi Chuan snapped Gung Battle's neck. When Yi Chuan's cold gaze slowly swept towards the remaining people, they all turned pale with fear and knelt down to beg for mercy. "Elder, spare your life, spare your life." However, Yi Chuan did not have the slightest bit of mercy in his eyes and did not hesitate to behead them all. The entire corridor of the 6th floor was strewn with corpses and rivers of blood, emitting a rich bloody odor that made people want to vomit. At this moment, Yi Chen's indifferent face fell in Han Yushu's eyes, causing the corners of her eyes to gently twitch. This person had lightly beheaded so many people without frowning the entire time, simply a merciless killing god. Han Wanner was already like a dam breaking, completely lost at this moment. "Miss." Han Yushu endured the pain of his injuries and rushed over, looking at Han Wan Air's heartbreaking appearance. "Hand her over to me." Yi Chen slowly stepped forward. Han Yushu protected in front of Han Wan Air, viciously glaring at Yi Chen. "I want to send the lady to the hospital. This looks as if it's a strong medicine refined by an evil cultivator. I'm afraid the doctor doesn't have that ability to get rid of the poison." Yi Chuan frowned. "The medicine wasn't generally strong. I'm afraid it's too late to send it to the hospital. It will permanently traumatize her body and even put her life in danger." His words were not exaggerated at all, and Han Yushu was no cutie pie. "Miss, her body was burning hot. Her body temperature was at least above 40 degrees, and it was still gradually rising. Not to mention the other things, this kind of heat alone is enough to kill. But to give her to a man in such a state? If you delay any longer, don't blame me for being rude to you." Yi Chuan coldly said. He promised old man Han. Naturally he had to protect Han Wanner's safety. Han Yushu couldn't do anything about it. The eldest lady had already started talking nonsense. She gritted her teeth. "I believe you won't take advantage of people's danger, otherwise even if I'm not your opponent, I'll still fight you. What you should do now is to clean up the situation at hand," Yi Chuan said, forcibly pulling Han Wanner out of Han Yushu's arms, picking her up by the waist, and striding towards the nearby room. Miss," Han Yushu shouted with a worried face. The room Yi Chuan entered was a small conference room, with doors open at the front and back. He placed Han Wanner on the table and prepared to close the back door. He had just turned around when Han Wanner leapt up and wrapped her arms around Yi Chuan's neck, her 2 slender legs coiling up. Chapter 19, Dazzling Crimson. This night was destined to be an extraordinary night. Not only did the Sea of Clouds shake, a major earthquake also occurred on the Jinling side. The first family in Jinling, the Han family, the head of the family, Han Taoshan, was furious and personally led 3 teams of dead soldiers to rush to the Sea of Clouds. His favorite granddaughter, Han Wanner, whom he regards as the future successor of the Han family, is in danger. Yun Hai's Yellow Underworld was so crazy that they mobilized the entire Yellow Dragon Society to attack Han Wan Air. Han Taoshan was furious. On Cloud Sea Yellow Underworld side, the man who was originally as calm as a mountain began to panic. First of all, he felt the immense pressure from the Han family, and Han Taoshan had already called personally, telling him to stop all foolish behavior immediately. If Han Wanner were to slip up, the Han family's dead soldiers would step on the Huang family, leaving the Yunhai Huang family buried in the dust of history. The furious Han Taoshan made Huang He a bit unable to carry on. He didn't expect Han Taoshan to be so furious. This was the rhythm of a fish dying in a net. If he is dead, he is not Han Taoshan's opponent at all. Of course, the long-experienced Huang He also understands that as long as Huang Kong gets his way, he will still be the winner tonight. He just insulted Han Wan Air without taking her life, then he personally carried Huang Kang's head to Han Taoshan to ask for forgiveness, putting all the blame on Huang Kong, a dead man. Then he asked a few intermediaries to make peace, and the matter would be over. It's been so long, counting the time Huang Kong should have gotten his hands on him, but there's no news coming from Tang Yunja's side. Originally still calmly drinking tea, Huang He has been unable to sit still, contacting his men to spy on Tang Yunja's news.
However, the strength of the Han family had already gathered, firmly guarded Tang Yun Pavilion. His people simply could not enter. Huang Hua could only contact Huang Kong, as well as the dozens of fighters who had entered Tang Yun Pavilion, and surprisingly, he couldn't get in touch. This gave Huang Hua a bad feeling. Only Master Deer on the opposite side was still calm. There is gung battle following, there will never be a problem. Maybe the signal inside Tang Rhythm Pavilion is blocked, wait and see. Master Deer said. Good, good. Huang He wiped the sweat from his forehead, but inside he became more and more uneasy. Han Wan Air was like an octopus and wrapped herself around Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan, help me, I'm dying. She looked at Yi Chuan with a frantic look, like a parched field yearning for sweet rains. Faced with such a stunning beauty, Yi Chuan could not remain calm, and a shocking wave was set off within him. However, he was a man of principle and would never take advantage of someone's danger. He could only run the clear heart technique to extinguish the clusters of bathing fire. He held Han Waner in his arms, and after closing both doors of the conference room, he immediately began to help her get rid of the poison. It wasn't difficult for him to get rid of the poison, all he needed to do was run his true chi and slowly force the toxins out of her body. Of course, the prerequisite was the need for Han Wan Air's cooperation. But now that she was in this state, where would she cooperate? She kept interfering with Yi Chuan. If Yi Chuan didn't have amazing control, I'm afraid he would have sunk along with her. He maintained a strong composure and removed all the restraints on Han Wan Air's surface. When that perfect and extreme carcass was spread out in front of him, Yi Chuan was unable to remain calm even though he was trying his best to suppress it. In particular, Han Waner, who was completely unable to control herself, wrapped her arms around Yi Chuan's neck with such force that she almost wanted to break his neck and shatter his entire being. Coupled with that heart-eroding demonic sound, Yi Chuan almost didn't have control. He bit the tip of his tongue and ran his true chi and pressed it to Han Waner's heart, first protecting her heart veins and slowly forcing the toxin out from them. Although this wasn't difficult for him, and he was completely capable of doing it with Yi Chen's strength at the third level of chi cultivation, it was a tedious and troublesome process. And it was also a test of his willpower. Before long, Yi Chuan's face was covered in sweat. Many scratches appeared on his face, neck, and arms, which were hard scratches from Han Wan Air's fingernails. However, as the toxins were eliminated little by little, Han Wan Air's reaction was not as intense as before, and her movements were also smaller. Huang Family Garden. Huang He was sitting there dumbfounded at the moment, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, and two words were ruthlessly squeezed out from between his teeth, Yi Duan. There was already news from Tang Yun Pavilion's side, but it was a bolt from the blue for him. Huang Kong hadn't gotten his way, he was dead. Including the dozens of fighters that Huang Ming had handpicked from the society, they were all wiped out as well. There was even Gung War, a martial arts expert and Master Deer's senior, who died in Tang Yun Pavilion. It was the work of a man called Yi Chuan. He killed all the experts and saved Han Wan Air. Han Wan Air was unharmed, and Huang Kong was a total loss. Master Deer. At this moment, a look of horror emerged in the eyes of this underground king who had roamed the Cloud Sea for decades. This expression hadn't appeared for an unknown amount of time. He knew that he was going to face a bloody retaliation from the Han family. Those who gained the way had a lot of help and those who lost the way had little help. If he won, there would be countless people on his side, fighting against the Han family together. And now that he had lost, besides the Han family, there would be countless people who would fall on their sword and step on him. After decades of mixing in the Jianghu, Huang He knew this better than anyone else. Master Deer. Huang Hua looked towards the black-robed Diringu, as if looking at the last straw to save his life. What are you panicking about? Diringu's eyes flashed with a vicious color. Killing my disciple, this revenge is not shared. Today is not the end, but the beginning. Today is not the end, but the beginning. I will take Yi Chuan's head to pay tribute to my disciple. Yi Duan. Huang Hua was also chewing on this name so hard that it seemed like he was going to bite him to pieces. He also hated Yi Duan to the bone at this moment. If it wasn't for this bastard, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable defeat. Okay. Yi Chuan forced the last strand of toxin out of Han Wan Air's body, turning it into a faint pink breath that floated in the air. In the entire conference room, a strange smell wafted. We're done? After Han Wan Air regained her senses, the first words out of her mouth made Yi Chuan break his defenses. No. I'm not that kind of person. I'm not that kind of person. I spent a lot of effort to expel the toxins in your body, you can't accuse me wrongly. Yi Chuan quickly said. But looking at Han Wan Air, shaking her head, she actually had a regretful expression on her face. Yi Chuan was speechless, trying his best to preserve your innocence. You still look like you're not happy about it? It's really worse than a beast. Han Wan Air glanced at Yi Chen and whispered. Yi Chuan's head was filled with black lines. This woman was still thinking about being a beast herself? Ah! Han Wan Air didn't know what she saw and suddenly lost her voice and screamed. You hypocrite, you clearly did it, and you still say you didn't? Han Wan Air pointed at Yi Chen and huffed. Don't talk nonsense, I walk the walk and sit upright. Yi Chuan said with a straight face. You see what this is? Han Wan Air pointed to her skirt. Yi Chuan raised his eyes to see that part of the skirt there was a dazzling crimson.
Chapter 20. Han Waner is furious and dizzy. Yi Chuan left full of indignation.
A young girl's redness meant a broken body. But that was clearly broken by Han Waner herself, yet she relied on him and said that she would let him be responsible. Wasn't this nonsense? Just let him. Some surprise is, Han Waner, this beautiful and unrivaled Miss Qianjin, surprisingly is still complete body. On the outside, she looked like a flavorful woman, but in private, she was as good as jade.
And Lin Hanyue
Was a high and cold goddess on the outside, but in bed she was very.
It's all a contrast.
It's true that a woman can't just look at her appearance, but in her private life, she might be a different person. But think about it, Han Waner has already become the queen of the business world at a young age. I'm afraid that all the time and energy is put on the business, which have time to engage in personal problems. Of course, Yi Chuan didn't think much about this crap, including the series of consequences triggered by killing those people in Hong Kong. These things will be dealt with by the Han family. It had to be said that he had gained too much tonight. After putting in more than 3 years of hard work, with the help of that blood Ganoderma, Yi Chuan finally recovered from his injuries, and his cultivation had reached the 3rd level of Qi cultivation. In the future, he would have the power to defend himself in this secular world. However, Yi Chuan was still filled with a sense of crisis. His former enemies were many and powerful. He hadn't revealed himself in his 3 years of seclusion in the Cloud Sea, and it was only because of it that those people hadn't found him. But after tonight, I'm afraid that his name would resound through the Cloud Sea, and it would definitely reach the ears of those enemies. One day, they would come to his door. Before they arrived, Yi Chen had to cultivate desperately and do his best to raise his cultivation in order to face the upcoming shocking waves openly. Of course, he wouldn't let go of Lin Hanyue's side. He would make this woman, who had personally killed his own daughter, fall from the highest place and be left with nothing. What he had once bestowed upon her, he would take back one by one. Just as Yi Chen was immersed in his mind, Han Taosan suddenly called.
Ha, Yi old brother, you made a move to save the day. My admiration for you is like a torrential river flowing endlessly. Han Taosan laughed loudly. Old fox, I heard that you came from Jiling, halfway back again? Yi Duan said. My granddaughter is fine, was saved by you. I still go what? Han Taosan laughed. Ye dust, not a drum, destroyed the yellow family to your granddaughter to end the trouble? Han Taosan he smile. The family should be resolved, should not be tied. My granddaughter is fine. Yellow meditation, that son of the straw man was also killed by you. I then go over to destroy the yellow family. Those sprayers in the Jianghu must spray me, to spare people and spare people well. Cut. Yi Duan snorted. Han Taosan, this old fox, obviously is to keep Huang Hua, let him to clean up. Huang Hua has a lot of power in Yunhai, even if the Han family can destroy him, but also have to pay a small price. Yi Chuan could see through this point in his mind. However, that blood Ganoderma was considered to have done himself a great favor, so even if he helped the Han family exterminate Huang Hua's forces, it was still appropriate. Yi Chuan acted, always making a clear distinction between grudges. That's why he didn't bother with old man Han. Han Taosan suddenly said, Ye old brother, this child Waner is my heart. You saved her is equal to saving half of my old brother's life. This way, I'll send someone to send you 3 dragon scale grass, as a thank you for your kindness. Yi Duan smiled. Like to work with people like Han Taosan. Okay, send it. My old house address, you should know. After talking to Han Taosan, Yi Chuan returned to his old house. He had to start consolidating his realm. The next day, Lin Hanyue returned home with a brisk pace. Without seeing Yi Chen's figure, her heart was a little empty, but it was immediately filled with a huge surprise. She had already traveled to Starlight Pharmaceuticals headquarters and signed a $10 billion cooperation contract. This meant that her Hanyue Pharmaceuticals was about to take off again and move towards greater splendor. The family was also full of joy. Many relatives had come to congratulate her, and apart from Lin Xiaoming, who was in a cast and full of indignation, everyone else was smiling from ear to ear. Look, look. Lumen knocked on the table, complacent. Our family Hanyue divorced with Yi Chuan, that punk, on the first day, got the Han family's 10 billion large single. That shows what? It shows that Yi Chuan, that trash, has been dragging down Huanxue, sweeping him out of the door, and smoothing out the biggest obstacle on the road to Huanxue's success. Lin Hanyue's third uncle laughed. Humph. Lu Meiyu was furious. That little antithetical even dared to beat me, and even broke Xiaoming's arm. This revenge must be avenged. Mom. Lin Hanyue said, I've asked clearly. The one who broke Xiaoming's arm wasn't Yi Chen, it was that Hanyue's bodyguard. If he didn't hit him, he must have instructed him, and this debt must be settled on Yi Chen. Lu Meiyu said with a huff. Lin Xiaoming's face was livid. I don't need you guys to care, I'll find someone to waste him myself. Lin Hanyue frowned. Xiaoming, don't be impulsive, he is at least your former brother-in-law. This is not good. How is it not good? Lu Meiyu dissatisfied. Yi Duan, that did too much. Also, he also snatched our family's millions of dollars worth of words. This also must be back. By the way, is Yi Dust Mr. Silent Dust or not? Lin Hanyue asked. He is an ass. Lu Meiyu disdainfully said. He saw that piece of writing and came up to snatch it. If he was Mr. Silent Dust, would he be so underhanded? Moreover, if he were Mr. Silent Dust, he would have been rich long ago. Would he still be harboring in our house as a waste?
Lin Hanyu nodded. Although Lu Meiyu's words were hard to hear, they were still reasonable. Yi Chen was not Mr. Silent Dust with a word of 10,000 gold at all. And at this time Lin Xingyuan said, in 3 days it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival. At that time all prepare some gifts and go to the old man's house to celebrate the festival. Diamond Hill Villa area was the most upscale villa area in Yunhai, and the most imposing one was the mansion that Han Wan Air had purchased. At the moment, Han Wan Air had just finished her bath and was standing naked in front of a huge closet. Her jade-like body was like sheep's fat, as if it was God's most elaborate masterpiece, absolutely magnificent and beautiful. Every curve had a soul-stealing magic, and every inch of her skin exuded a fatal temptation. And the huge closet in front of her only had one piece of clothing hanging from it. It was precisely the long, snow-white dress of purple and gold-rolled silk that she wore last night, which had not been washed and was muddy on top. And the most conspicuous thing was the piece of falling red in the center. The red was dazzling, like a ball of fire that burned in Han Wan Air's line of sight. Any adult would know what this meant to a woman. Han Wan Air thought back carefully, but couldn't remember anything at the time. She had completely lost her clarity and was in a state of chaos. But there was no doubt that she had broken her body. At that time, only one man, Yi Chen, was present, so she knew what had happened with her toes. Damn it, that bastard Yi Chuan didn't even admit it, and said that she broke it herself. Han Wan Air almost fainted with anger. Chapter 21 Aged Mutai. Yi Chuan, I'm pregnant with your child. Yi Duan received a call from Han Wan Air in the morning, and his whole body exploded. He said frantically, Han Wan Air. I'll tell you again, I didn't touch you, you broke it yourself. I saved your life, but you bit me back. Are you a human being? Let me hear it again. You're ready to be a father. Han Wan Air threw down a sentence and hung up. Yi Chuan ruthlessly pressed the cell phone, almost fainted. There is such a thing. Han Wan Air is not clearly playing a scoundrel? Even if she got her yesterday, it's impossible to get pregnant today. Yi Chen took a few deep breaths before regaining his composure. He no longer thought about it. Anyway, he hadn't done such a thing and was very open inside. Feeling the dantian, the thick true qi rolled and rushed in it, rippling spectacularly like the sea. In one night's time, he finally consolidated his realm, as if he had returned to those old days of cultivation. Old buddy, you are going to embark on a journey with me again, ah? Yi Chen stroked the dragon jade pendant on his chest, his eyes filled with tenderness. He cultivated at the age of 17, and at the age of 20, he stood at the top of the martial arts path, becoming the mighty Yi Dragon Lord, the most legendary and dazzling existence in the mundane martial arts path and ancient martial arts world. The reason why Yi Chuan was able to create such a miracle was mainly attributed to this dragon-shaped jade pendant. The jade pendant was more than 2 inches long and was blood red in color. That blood red color was extremely demonic and seemed to have a spirituality. Just by staring at it, one would have more tyrannical and bloodthirsty thoughts in their heart. It was a magic treasure. In the earth, this spiritual qi depletion place, it was impossible to refine magic treasure. At most it was to refine some magic weapon with spiritual qi. The dragon jade pendant, however, was a genuine magic treasure. Moreover, it was a devilish magic treasure. This jade pendant was able to absorb people's negative emotions, fear, anxiety, tension, pain, irritability, frustration, sadness, anger, resentment, and other such intangible emotions. It then transformed these negative emotions into demonic elements for Yi Chen to absorb and refine. This cultivation method was extremely fast, but the drawbacks were also obvious. The demonic yuan contained something terrifying, which was the demonic fury. The demonic fury would cause the cultivator to lose his mind, go off the deep end, and even lose his life. In that battle 3 years ago, Yi Chuan was surrounded by 9 top experts of the hidden sect, and he was supposed to win, but the demonic fury erupted at the most critical moment, causing him to be passive. Yi Chuan almost died, and his beloved died on the spot to save him. At this time, there was a knock on the door from outside. Yi Chuan got up and looked. It turned out to be the gift from Old Man Han had arrived, 3 dragon scale grasses. When you go back, thank Old Man Han for me. Yi Chuan received the dragon scale grass and said to the 2 men in suits in front of him. Yes, I will definitely bring Mr. Ye's words. One of them had a very respectful attitude, and took out 2 bottles of wine. Mr. Yi, it's almost the Mid-Autumn Festival, the old master also brought you a gift, 2 bottles of aged Maodai, please smile. Yi Chuan nodded and accepted them all before the 2 left respectfully. In 3 days, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Mid-Autumn Festival was a reunion of loved ones, but Yi Chuan no longer had any loved ones in Yunhai. 3 days passed quickly, and Yi Chuan stayed out of the house, digesting the 3 dragon scale grasses and laying a good foundation for his next cultivation. At night, Lin Hanyu suddenly called, which was quite surprising to Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan, tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Grandpa has been thinking about you. You should come tomorrow as well, to celebrate the festival for Grandpa. Lin Hanyua's grandfather, Lin Xiaofeng, was the best person to Yi Chuan in the entire Lin family, and their marriage was also strongly facilitated by Lin Xiaofeng. Without much hesitation, Yi Chuan agreed. Yi Chuan, have you been living in the old house recently? After Lin Hanyu finished her business, she suddenly asked.
Yi Chuan was too lazy to discuss personal issues with her and directly hung up the phone.
The next day he brought the 2 bottles of aged Mutai and headed to Lin Xiaofeng's residence. The old man liked to drink, so it was just the right time to bring the Mutai that old man Han had given to the old man. This is really aged wine, at least 50 years old. For people who love wine is priceless. Just after arriving at Lin Xiaofeng's house, Yi Chen saw Lin Hanyu. She was wearing a greenish-blue Chinese classical-style blouse, which emphasized her fairer skin. With a simple white lining, it had a sense of low-key splendor.
And the high-tide coiffure added a touch of mature charm that was very charming.
Beside her stood a handsome young man in a suit, none other than Wang Peng. Seeing Yi Chuan, Lin Hanyu's heart throbbed for a moment, and she quickly walked up. Grandpa is old, his body is not good, we didn't tell him about our divorce, and it's best that you don't mention it either.
Yi Chuan nodded.
Afterwards, Lin Hanyu took a deep look at Yi Duan. She felt that Yi Duan seemed to be a little different from before. There was an additional indescribable temperament on his body. At this time, Lu Meiyu's mother and son walked out from the courtyard, and when they saw Yi Duan at the door, they immediately exploded.
We are celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival, why are you here? Lu Meiyu immediately pointed at Yi Duan with the air of a shrew.
And Lin Xiaoming, more dry, with that good hand, copied up a wooden stick on the ground. Towards the leaf dust rushed over. Grass drafting well, I get dead you. Yi dust eyes a cold, Lin Hanyu but blocked in front of him, reprimanded. Xiaoming, put down the stick. Yi dust is my call to Grandpa Holiday. Today no one is allowed to make trouble. Lin Hanyu's words were quite weighty. Lin Xiaoming hatefully put down the wooden stick and stared at Yi Chen with a sinister gaze.
Lu Meiyu came up and sneered. For the old man's festival, right? Yi Duan, where is the gift you brought?
Here it is, 2 bottles of aged Maotai.
Yi Duan lifted the gift, 2 bottles of wine tied together with a rope.
Lu Meiyu took a look and was filled with contempt. 2 bottles of broken wine, the trademarks on them are yellowed and full of dust. You picked them up from the garbage heap, didn't you? You took 2 bottles of garbage for Grandpa for the holidays. Are you trying to get Grandpa killed? Lin Xiaoming angrily rebuked.
Lin Hanyu also slightly wrinkled her willow eyebrows. These 2 bottles of wine looked too worn out. Could they still be drunk?
Yi Chuan, however, smiled. The more wine is put away, the better it gets, especially Matai. These 2 bottles of Maotai are at least over 50 years old. $1 million a bottle would be bought by someone.
What?
A bottle of 1 million? The people present were all shocked, incredibly looking at the wine in Yi Duan's hand.
It looks like you know more.
The market 90% of Maotai are fake. This is if the fake wine is worthless, and health hazards.
Wang Peng suddenly spoke out. Wang Xiao, you know wine, see if it is real Maotai. Lu Meiyu said.
Wang Peng nodded his head and took it just a sniff with his nose, and his heart was shocked.
Mutai's unique rich sauce aroma came to his nose. This is 80% real.
He had drunk 20-year-old wine, but that wine aroma is far less rich than this. These 2 bottles of wine in more than 20 years. Looking at the other characteristics, Wang Peng had decided that this was real Maotai, priceless aged wine.
Suddenly, Wang Peng's hand slipped, and the 2 bottles of wine fell to the ground, falling in pieces. Chapter 22, A Toast to Wang Xiao.
The wine bottles shattered and the orange-colored liquid scattered all over the ground, emitting a strong wine fragrance.
Wang Peng did it on purpose.
These 2 bottles of aged Matai had a long vintage and were priceless treasures that he couldn't even get. Although he didn't know where Yi Chen had gotten them, if he let him give them away, Elder Lin would definitely be overjoyed, and Yi Chen would be in the limelight.
Even Elder Lin might let him remarry Lin Hanyu. Oops, my hand was a bit slippery and I accidentally broke it.
Wang Peng rubbed his hands and smiled awkwardly. Yi Chuan's eyes were cold. This Wang Peng is a death wish. The rest of the people are also stunned. Wang Peng, how to break the wine? If it is really aged Maotai, this loss can be big.
Wang Peng, is this really Maotai? Lu Meiyu asked.
Fake. Wang Peng said without hesitation. I drink Maotai every day, smell it to know that this is fake. Yi Duan did not drink Maotai, maybe unscrupulous businessmen cheated. As soon as they heard it was fake, Lu Meiyu and the others were relieved and looked at Yi Chuan with even more contempt.
Yi Chuan, you bastard, what kind of heart do you have?
How dare you take 2 bottles of fake Maotai for the old man to drink? Are you trying to get the old man killed?
Lu Meiyu said angrily. How do you know it's fake?
Yi Chuan coldly said.
Han Taosan, the head of the Han family, would take fake Maotai and give it to him?
And this aged Maotai unique rich aroma spread around, a little understanding of wine a smell, you know it is true.
Maotai empty cup remains fragrant, not to mention this decades of aged wine flavor is too strong.
This bottle is more broken than rags, as well as this liquor has turned yellow, obviously deteriorated. What is it if it is not fake?
Lin Xiaoming snapped. Luckily, Wang Xiao saw that it was fake wine. If it was given to the old man to drink, I'm afraid the old man's life would be lost.
Lu Meiyu added more fuel to the fire.
Yi Chuan.
Lin Hanyu coldly swept a glance at Yi Chuan. You disappoint me too much. Grandpa treats you so well, you even took 2 bottles of fake wine.
Are you still a human being?
Lin Hanyu was so angry that her petite body trembled. If Grandpa drank it, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Yi Chen laughed. These people don't distinguish between black and white, reversing black and white. It would be futile for him to explain. To be a human being, it is enough to have a clear conscience.
He was about to enter the courtyard and visit Lin Xiaofeng when a few men suddenly walked out of the courtyard. Where is the aroma of wine wafting from? It is too fragrant.
This is the aroma of Mao Tai, rich and melting. It must be aged Mao Tai. These 3 or 4 men are Lin family elders, all old drunkards, originally chatting in the courtyard, attracted out by the aroma of Mao Tai wine. Among them was Lin Hanyue's father, Lin Xingyuan.
These few men came to the door, saw the broken wine bottle on the ground, and immediately couldn't take their eyes off it.
Mutai, it really was Mutai.
This packaging, at least it was Mutai of more than 50 years.
A veteran drunkard could tell at a glance. The liquor had turned orange-yellow. Oh my god, this can be said to be agar jelly, a priceless treasure. How did it break? Which asshole broke it? Lin Xingyuan looked at the shattered aged Mutai and cursed angrily.
The rest of the few people also cursed and lamented. For a drunkard, the aged brewed Mutai broken in front of his eyes was a waste. Wang Peng was immediately embarrassed, standing there at a loss for words. The Lin family still had so many people who knew about wine. This was something he had never expected.
And next, an amazing scene happened.
A middle-aged man in a shirt, that was Lin Hanyue's second uncle, Lin Zhanghua, actually ran up and got down on the ground to drink the wine that had spilled on the ground.
Beautiful wine, beautiful wine.
After only one sip, Lin Zhanghua, the old drunkard, was filled with intoxication.
Zhanghua, pay attention to your image.
Lu Meiyu looked at Lin Zhanghua, who was lying on the ground like a dog, and frowned. But immediately, the Lin family's oldest 3 also ran forward, lying on the ground, and drank. Pay attention to a hairy image. This drop of liquor is 10 times more expensive than gold. It's only a little cute if you don't drink it.
Moreover, one can only drink this once in a lifetime.
Then, Lin Hanyue's several cousins also all got down and scrambled to drink up.
Save some for me. Even Lin Xingyuan couldn't remain calm anymore and rushed up to grab a drink with a few people.
The few men looked very indecent, sprawled on the ground with no image at all, scrambling for the liquor on the ground, with a group of relatives standing beside them to observe. However, they were happier than anyone else, laughing while grabbing. Yi Chuan smiled slightly. Perhaps this is the joy of men. On the other hand, Lu Meiyu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and Lin Hanyue's face was shocked.
The wine that Yi Chuan had brought had triggered such a scene. Could it be really aged Mao Tai? Lin Xingyuan, is it a disgrace? Lu Meiyu exasperatedly shouted. Asshole, what do you women know? 50 years of aged Mao Tai, the head of the city cannot drink even if he wants to drink. Lin Xingyuan shouted. This is true? Lu Meiyu was stunned. Of course it's true. Lin Xingyuan pounded his chest, but unfortunately broken. This is who sent the wine, Wang Xiao? Brush. Wang Peng's face was instantly redder than a monkey's ass. It's not Xiao wine, it's Yi Chen who gave it to Grandpa. Lin Hanyue's gaze was complicated, and her heart wondered where Yi Chuan got the aged Mao Tai from. Yi Chuan gave it to him? Lin Xingyuan, as well as the other elders of the Lin family, looked at Yi Chen with a shocked expression. They had swept Yi Duan off his feet, and Yi Duan had even sent such a good wine to the old master. A trace of guilt arose in Lin Xingyuan's heart. Go in, see the old master, he often reads about you. Lin Xingyuan said to Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan nodded and came to the courtyard. Seeing the old master, Lin Xiaofeng came up and shook his hand, tears flashing in his old eyes. Little dust, my Lin family can't do right by you. Elder Lin held Yi Chuan's hand tightly and wouldn't let go. Yi Chuan also understood that the old man should already know about the divorce. It doesn't matter, you will always be my grandfather. Yi Chuan smiled. Lin Hanyue has risen strongly. Hanyue Pharmaceuticals is in the ascendancy. The entire Lin family has flattered their family, and the old man Lin doesn't have much say anymore. During the banquet, the Lin family was happy, and almost everyone surrounded Lin Hanyue and Wang Peng, offering great attentions. Only Yi Chuan was like an outsider, left out in the cold. Although he had brought aged Mao Tai, it didn't change anything. The Tianhai group behind Wang Peng was Lin Hanyue's biggest help. 3 days ago, Hanyue signed a $10 billion contract with the Han family. This news spread out, sensationalizing the entire Daxia business community. Lu Meiyu smiled from ear to ear. It's still thanks to Wang Xiao. Lin Xingyuan faced grateful. I heard that the Han family originally wanted to eliminate containing snow pharmaceutical industry. Is Wang Xiao used the background? Let the Han family chose to contain snow pharmaceutical industry. Yes, it's mainly due to Mr. Wang that our company has become what it is today. Lu Meiyu was also very emotional. Lin Xiaoming said cheerfully, I propose that all of us in the Lin family stand up and toast to Mr. Wang. Chapter 23, Fertilizer flows in the outsider's field. Good, good. The Lin family members got up and toasted to Wang Peng. Only Yi Chuan sat there motionless, like an alien. Yi Chuan, why don't you stand up and toast to Mr. Wang? Lu Meiyu chided. Yi Chuan glanced at Wang Peng lightly, toasting him, is he worthy? It was Yi Chuan who made it possible for containing snow pharmaceutical to cooperate with the Han family, but Wang Peng took the credit on himself. How ridiculous. Snap. Lu Meiyu slammed the table and said sternly, "What are you saying this? Mr. Wang is our Lin family's honored person. How dare you disrespect Mr. Wang?" "Forget it, Aunt Lu."
Wang Ping quickly said, "All blame me. It was me who accidentally broke Yi Chen's moutai. He must have anger in his heart, I understand." He said this is the connotation of Yi Dust small-minded.
Cut, not just 2 bottles of wine, what the hell? Look at Wang Yun take wine, the highest level of romantic, 200,000 a bottle of it, not better than you that moutai?
Lu Meiyu raised the scarlet red wine in her glass and said proudly.
"Mom, it's Romane Conti."
Lin Hanyue said awkwardly. "I don't care what he Roman, anyway, it's better than Yi Duan." Lu Meiyu held the wine glass and drank it all. Good wine, really memorable."
Lin Qingyuan frowned at the side, she knows about wine. Yi Chen's bottle of aged mutai could buy at least 5 bottles of Romane Conti. "Hanyue, I heard that you signed a contract with the Han family a few days ago. How is the company doing now?"
Lin Zhonghua asked.
"Second uncle, everything is moving in a good direction."
Lin Hanyue glanced at Yi Duan as he spoke. "We are now building a world-class production plant jointly with the Han family. I have some insufficient funds on hand, and I am ready to expand my shares to finance it." When Wang Peng heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. These days Hanyue Pharmaceuticals has been in the red on the stock market, and the share price has nearly tripled. It's very simple for you to expand your financing. I'm afraid that there will be countless people who will rush to buy Hanyue Pharmaceuticals shares. Yes, according to my estimation, after the new factory with the Han family is put into production, the share price of Hanyue Pharmaceuticals will increase at least 5 times.
Lin Hanyue proudly said. 5 times.
The Lin family's eyes all lit up. They are now rich and playing with stocks. Hanshue, 5 times is too little. In my experience, the stock of Hanshue Pharmaceuticals can grow at least 10 times.
Or even 20 times.
Wang Peng said with a smile.
Borrowing from Mr. Wang's good advice.
Lin Hanyue smiled brightly. If the stock price grew tenfold, then she would almost be a top billionaire worth tens of billions.
What she had said to Yi Chuan, she had done. 10 times.
Wang Peng's words were even more shocking to the Lin family.
What was the concept of 10 times?
If they invested 1 million, it would turn into 10 million.
Unable to help it, the Lin family's eyes all became hot. Just as Lin Hanyue to expand the financing is not a good opportunity to get rich? "Hanyue, how are you going to expand your shares?" Wang Peng asked.
"The face of the stock market to issue more shares."
Lin Hanyue said.
Wang Peng heatedly smiled. "How can fertilizer flow outside the field? We all know that Hanshue Pharmaceuticals will soar, so I suggest you choose another way, that is, the non-public issuance of shares, so that our relatives and friends to buy first. There are 2 ways to expand the shares. One is to issue the shares to everyone, the other is this kind of non-public offering that Wang Peng said, selling the shares to specific legal persons and natural persons." Once the Lin family heard Wang Peng's words, they greatly agreed and applauded.
"Hanshue, Mr. Wang is right. If we want to get rich, it's us, the Lin family, who will get rich first. Let's do a private offering, we'll buy first."
These relatives of the Lin family all want to hold more shares of Hanshue Pharmaceuticals.
Lin Hanyue nodded her head. "This is fine. Anyway, it's all about raising money, but also letting relatives get rich together. Why not?" "Hanshue, how much of a shortfall do you have?" Wang Peng asked. "About 1.2 billion. 1,200 million? The Lin family were all shocked. They are at most a few $1,000,000. How can they come up with so much?
Wang Peng was also shocked. Even if he took out all the savings, the funds are only 100 million. However, the Snow Pharmaceuticals is bound to soar tenfold. The more you invest, the more you earn. Wang Peng has talked to his father about this matter. His father is also optimistic about the snow-containing pharmaceutical industry. So Wang Peng is ready to take out his father's savings, buy shares of Hensu Pharmaceuticals, and he also has a bigger ambition to become the biggest shareholder of Hensu Pharmaceuticals and control this company with unlimited potential. Wang Peng has been attentive to Lin Hanyue, not just salivating for her beauty, but also in her company, especially Hanyue Pharmaceuticals' ace product Pediatric Clear Lung Cough Oral Solution, the best effect, beating all similar products on the market, unlimited potential. 1,200 million, so much, we cannot come up with. The Lin family is worried. Let's do it this way. Wang Peng spoke out. I put out 11 billion to buy the stock of the snow, but also to help the snow a favor. The first time I saw this, it was a very good idea to get it right. The Lin family were all shocked and dumbfounded. Young Wang is also too powerful, right? A person took out more than 90% of the funds, helped Lin Hanyu a big favor. Wang Xiao is too powerful, strong financial strength, really Hanyua's nobleman. Lin Zhonghua lamented. Not bad, not bad, young Wang made an extraordinary move. Lin Qingyuan also nodded his head. Lu Meiyu even smiled. Hanyue, I'm touched. When your new factory is built, let's get you and Mr. Wang done. Lin Hanyue was also touched and said sweetly, Mr. Wang, thank you. Faced with the Lin family's praise, Wang Peng was very flattered and waved his hand dashingly. This is nothing, as long as it helps Hanyue. The remaining $100 million, you Lin family members put together, it will be enough. Good, I'll put up 5 million. Lin Zhonghua was the first to say, taking out all of his family's old money.
After all, this is a chance to get rich. The more you invest, the more you earn. I put up 3 million.
I'll put up 9 million.
I put out all my old money.
I put out $50 million. Lu Meiyu slapped the table and shouted.
Ha!
The Lin family were all laughing. The living room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Yi Chuan also laughed. I'm afraid that in less than 2 months, Hensi Pharmaceuticals will close down, and these people are afraid that they will lose their money. Especially Wang Pang, $1,100 million, all of them are going down the drain.
At this time, everyone looked at the old man.
The old master actually didn't know anything about stocks, but he could only take a stand and put up all his money to support his granddaughter. I'll put up 6 million, this is all my savings, Elder Lin said. Yi Chuan frowned slightly. He would like to let the old man use this money to enjoy his life, but taking it out and investing in Manhwa Pharmaceuticals is almost the same as throwing it away. How will the old man live in the future? So Yi Chuan said, Grandpa, you'd better reconsider it, the stock market is risky, don't invest so much. The 24th chapter of The Child's Father. Yi Chuan said this, a bit of singing the opposite meaning. The hot atmosphere of the scene was stagnant, and the unkind gazes fell on him.
Lu Meiyu took the lead and said, Yi Duan, what do you mean? Everyone is actively raising money for Hanhua. The old man even took out his coffin money. You don't pay a penny and you're still talking sarcastically? Coffin book? Isn't this a curse that the old master is dying? Yi Chuan frowned. Lu Meiyu is too inflated now, not even respecting the old man. In the past, before the rise of the Hanhua Pharmaceuticals, their family had relied on Lin Xiaofeng to eat, and the old master's words were a promise. Meiyu's words were rough. Lin Qingyuan also said angrily, Yi Duan, don't say sour grapes when you can't eat grapes. Shut up if you don't have money to invest. What's the risk of investing in a company that's so popular? Shut up your crow's mouth, it's bad luck. The Lin family is also dissatisfied. The stock market is inherently risky. It's okay to take the extra money and invest it. If you put all your savings on it, how will it end if you lose your money? Yi Duan is saying this to Lin Xiaofeng.
After this family banquet, there might not be a chance to see each other again, and he hoped that Lin Xiaofeng would enjoy his old age peacefully instead of drinking the northwest wind. Yi Chen's words woke up Lin Xiaofeng. After all, he had been doing business all his life, he had just been brought off his rhythm by the Lin family, and only then did he lose his head. Now, once he calmed down, he made a decision to invest half of it at most. There is no 100% profitable business in the world, as long as the investment is risky. Previously, there was a brewery in Yunhai that was the hottest, but at its peak, it was closed down by an unscrupulous worker who took a piss. But Yi Duan's words fell on other people's ears but exploded. Shut up, you asshole. Lu Meiyu slammed the table and trembled with anger. What the are you talking about? What blood money? Can you talk? Get thee out of here. It's really ridiculous. Hanhua Pharmaceuticals just had a strong cooperation with the Han family. The stock price is bound to continue to rise. Yi Chuan, why are you so mean? You can't wait for something to happen to Snow Pharmaceuticals, can you? Wang Peng added fuel to the fire. Lin Hanhua is also angry, coldly said, Yi Dust, this kind of words you do not say again, can only bring humiliation. In the end, this family banquet broke up unhappily because of Yi Duan's disruption. However, Yi Dust was in a good mood. Master Lin finally did not lose his head under his reminder, and only invested $3 million. When the time comes to lose it all, the old man still has $3 million, enough to retire. This is also regarded as Yi Chuan's last bit of filial piety to the old man. Moreover, his few words had made the Lin family so angry that they were slapping the table and hitting the bench, generating a lot of negative emotions, all of which were drawn out by the jade pendant. After Yi Chuan left, he directly returned to the old house and continued to cultivate. A few days ago at Tangyun Pavilion, his dragon jade pendant had drawn on the negative emotions generated by Huang Kong and the others before they died. Together with the negative emotions he drew from today at the family banquet, the demonic energy that was converted into it would almost allow him to impact the 4th level of Qi cultivation. However, Yi Chuan's main task right now was not to raise his realm, but to first clear out the demonic fury that had been generated at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation. In the past, it was because he didn't pay attention to the problem of the demonic fury that caused him to go off the deep end at a critical moment and almost died. This time when he started cultivating from scratch, Yi Chuan naturally had to make resolving the demonic fury his number one priority. Only after removing all the demonic fury from his body would he impact the 4th level of Qi cultivation. However, at this time, Han Wan Air called. Yi Chuan didn't want to take care of her, but Han Wan Air called 3 times in a row, so he had no choice but to answer. Yi Chuan, where are you? I'll go over to find you. Han Wan Air's tone was a bit anxious. In the old house, come over. Yi Chen said. Not long after, Han Wan Air came. She was dressed very simply, white shirt with jeans. But Han Wan Air's beauty was sharp and eye-catching, just like her good figure, so material that she couldn't hide it at all. Even when such a simple white color was put on her body, she was able to wear a bone-crushing sense of seduction. Beautiful legs, waist, buttocks, every part was intoxicating. Seeing her, Yi Chuan's mind couldn't help but recall the image of Tang Yunj helping her get rid of the poison, and his heart couldn't help but heat up.
Child's father, what are you doing at home alone?
Han Weiner blinked her big curved eyes, with a hint of a young girl's spirit and cunning, perfectly blended with that sense of seduction, so that people are intoxicated. You just poor mouth, say more. I let the child's father into the truth. Glancing at Han Wanner's moving and delicate body, Yi Chuan faintly laughed.
He wasn't a kind man or an innocent boy.
Han Wan glared fiercely at Yi Chuan. She had done it and still didn't admit it. She wasn't even sure if she was pregnant with Yi Chuan's child now. She came in and sat on the sofa, her two slender legs folded together. These 3 days, the Huang family is so quiet, don't you think it's strange? I am even more strange that your Han family is even quieter than the Huang family.
Yi Dust said. Business matters all day to me, busy dead. How can I have time to take care of the Huang family?
But this trouble must be solved sooner or later. Han Wan beautiful eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness.
I can help you,
Yi Chuan faintly said. Since he had promised Han Taoshan, he wouldn't go back on his word. After thoroughly helping her solve the trouble in Yunhai, Yi Chen wouldn't tangle with her. It's still my man who cares for me.
Han Wanner smiled and was as delicate as a flower.
Still saying that right? I'll satisfy you. A wicked smile surged on Yi Chuan's face, then he directly pounced on her. In a very classic pose, he pressed Han Wan underneath his body, his hands grasping her two white jade-like ankles and lifting them high up.
Chapter 25, Using Your Body as Bait. What are you doing?
Han Wan lost her color and resisted, but her strength was insignificant in front of Yi Chen.
I'm cooperating with you,
Yi Chuan said indifferently. He clearly didn't have sex with her, but she said he was his man, so Yi Chuan had to do what she wanted.
Stop, I won't say it.
Han Wan panicked because Yi Chuan wasn't joking, and her jeans were almost peeled off.
Only then did Yi Chen let go of her.
Han Wan handed Yi Chen a big blank stare, secretly slandered. What kind of person obviously did it and still do not admit it. She straightened her clothes and said with a red face, Yi Dust, if we want to fight with Huang Hua, we first need to solve the internal problems.
Are you referring to Han Wenyuan?
Yi Dust narrowed his eyes slightly as Han Wenyuan came to mind. That was Han Wan second uncle. The last time he treated those dozen or so people who had been bewitched, Yi Chuan could tell that Han Wenyuan wasn't dealing with Han Wan.
How are you so smart?
Han Wan was a bit shocked. Yi Chen's brain turned so fast. She likes to socialize with people like this, there is no need to say so much nonsense.
It's my second uncle Han Wenyuan.
I was in danger in Tangyun Pavilion. It was the result of Han Wenyuan colluding with Huang Hua inside and out. Han Wenyuan has always been revealing my whereabouts to Huang Hua.
Yi Duan frowned. This is your Han family's business. Internal processing is not on the line. But my grandfather is not good at it.
Han Wan was helpless. It doesn't matter if the family fights internally, but colluding with outsiders to murder the clan members, this is a big taboo.
Han Taoshan wouldn't be merciful just because Han Wenyuan was his son, would he? Otherwise, how would he be in charge of the huge Han family? Yi Duan said.
Han Wenyuan has deep roots in the Han family. If my grandfather makes a move, it's bound to cause turmoil. And after all, they are father and son, Grandpa more or less can't bear to do it. Han Wan sighed, so Grandpa handed over the butcher knife to me.
Let you solve Han Wenyuan? Not bad. Are you a match for him?
Of course, because I have you, a Han Wan sweet smile. This smile reached Yi Chuan's heart. It was still very comfortable to have such a stunning beauty patting her ass. In addition to that, Grandpa also took away one of Han Wenyuan's trump cards, which is a squad of dead soldiers from our Han family, and now that squad is in my hands.
It looks like I won't be needed.
No, Han Wenyuan is cunning and has been operating in Yunhai for many years. Without your help, I'm not necessarily his opponent.
Han Wan said.
Good, I'll help you. Yi Chuan nodded his head. Because of the business in Yunhai, in recent times, second uncle hasn't had a lot of trouble with me.
Tonight, Han Wenyuan set up a banquet at his house and invited me to go, saying that he wanted to make amends to me and ease the relationship. Han Wan said. Hongmen banquet?
Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. Yes, Huang Hua lost miserably in Tangyun Pavilion, and Grandpa took away the trump card in Han Wenyuan's hand, so he knew that his end was coming.
That's why the dog is desperate and is going to make a desperate move. Han Wan coldly said. Then don't go, it's too dangerous. Yi Chuan said. Going to Han Wenyuan's territory, isn't that going to die? Han Wan looked into Yi Chuan's eyes and said, I plan to go.
Yi Chuan was a bit surprised. Han Wan closed her eyes and slowly said, I'll use my body as bait and ask Uncle Tu to die. Yi Chuan looked at the woman in front of him, and a hint of appreciation showed in his eyes. Those who dared to go to the Hongmen banquet were people with courage and knowledge. It was rare for a woman, Han Wan to have such courage. Moreover, this is the perfect opportunity to get rid of Han Wenyuan. He took the lead against me. Even if I destroy him, the Han family will have nothing to say, and can avoid family turmoil.
Han Wan said. But don't you feel like you're taking too much of a risk by doing this? Because I have you.
You think too highly of me, don't you?
I've always believed in my own vision.
Originally, at this time, Yi Chen should have agreed. After all, Han Wan-er had raised him to this point. Who could stand it, man? But Yi Chen said bluntly, I refuse, you go by yourself. Han Wan-er's silver teeth suddenly clenched. Why are you like this? Didn't you promise to help me?
A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Yi Chuan straightened up. After it's done, I'll send you 1,000-year-old ginseng. Han Wan-er was obviously prepared as well. Yi Chuan's eyes lit up. Deal.
Han Wan-er was so angry that her breasts trembled. This guy was really unprofitable. She was such a beautiful woman who had personally come to the door to ask for a favor, patted some ass, and wasted so many words, but in the end, she still needed to solve the problem with heavenly herbs and earthly treasures. In the past, she met those men, casually hooked the index finger, will be for her on the mountain of daggers under the sea of fire.
Are you sure it's 1,000-year-old ginseng?
Yi Chuan said expectantly. Han Wan-er glared. Of course unsure, this young lady spent $10 million to collect it and was going to wait for Grandpa's 70th birthday to give it to him as a birthday gift.
Yi Chuan heatedly smiled. The Earth's lack of aura, cultivation is difficult. This kind of years of heavenly treasures undoubtedly has a fatal temptation to him.
Not only the powerful medicinal power contained in it, but also the abundant spiritual qi. The longer the year, the longer it took to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon, and the more spiritual energy it contained. If it was really 1,000-year-old ginseng, Yi Chuan estimated that it would allow him to advance to the 4th level of qi cultivation without the help of the dragon jade pendant.
This would be less of a problem for the demon fiend.
Afterward, Yi Chuan followed Han Wan-er away and waited until the evening to accompany her to the Hongmen banquet that Han Wan-yuan had set up. After Lin Hanyue attended the family banquet, she rushed to the company. Because of the joint factory with the Han family, she had been very busy in recent times, and the first thing that mattered was the name of the company. Hanyue, usually the name of such a large enterprise, are looking for a famous calligrapher inscription, so that the face of the display. Lu Man said, our field is jointly built with the Han family, the wrist is too big, we must invite a calligrapher to inscribe the name. Lin Hanyue nodded. Mr. Silent Dust came to mind. The most famous calligraphy master in Yunhai is Mr. Silent Dust, a word of 10,000 gold. However, Mr. Silent Dust was more low-key, one word was hard to find, and she didn't know Mr. Silent Dust. Thinking about it, Lin Hanyue remembered Yi Duan. His words were very beautiful, not inferior to ordinary calligraphers. Find Yi Dust, he is the level of a calligrapher.
Lin Hanyue said.
Lumen nodded. Although she was very contemptuous of Yi Duan, she couldn't deny that Yi Duan had a beautiful hand of calligraphy. Lin Hanyue made a call to Yi Chen, but Yi Chen didn't answer, so she had to drive to the old house, where Yi Chen was sure to be. After arriving at the place, Lin Hanyue just got out of the car. The door of a black commercial car parked next to her pulled open. Down came 4 big men in black wearing sunglasses, blocking her way.
What are you guys doing? Lin Hanyue's face changed.
Miss Lin, Second Master Han has invited you as a guest, come with us. The black-clothed men smiled coldly, and without saying a word, forcibly pulled Lin Hanyue towards the car.
Chapter 26, Dressing Up.
Help! Lin Hanyue only cried out, and her mouth was covered. These black-clothed big men were obviously not ordinary people. They moved quickly, from getting out of the car to pulling Lin Hanyue up. It only took more than 10 seconds.
What are you guys doing? Quickly release Hanyue, otherwise I'll call the police.
Lumen hurriedly rushed up, but was pushed away by the big man in black.
You don't need to panic, Second Master Han is just inviting Miss Lin to be his guest. After saying that, the big man in black got into the car, and the black commercial car started immediately and went away. Hanyue, Hanyue.
Lumen was shocked and immediately called the police, but the other party was scared to death when they heard that it was Second Master Han, and said that they let Lumen wait for news. Lumen knew it was hopeless, and hurriedly called Wang Peng. Mr. Wang, it's not good, Hanyue has been captured by Mr. Han's men.
The first time I saw this, I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night.
This is one of the top villa areas in Yunhai, located near the beautifully landscaped Spirit Lake.
Han Wenyuan lived here.
At the moment, he was sitting on the sofa with a somber expression, looking at a stack of documents on the coffee table.
That was Yi Chen's information.
The Tangyin Pavilion matter had been planned by him and Huang Hua, and it had been a sure thing, but it had been spoiled by this Yi Chen. If it wasn't for Yi Chen, Han Wan-er would have been finished at Tangyun Pavilion. So if he wanted to deal with Han Wan-er, he had to get rid of Yi Chen first. Strangely enough, Yi Chen's information was only for these 3 years, and not a single word could be found about him 3 years ago. With Han Wenyuan's intelligence, he keenly perceived that this Yi Chen's origin was not simple.
Han Taosan, you bastard. Originally let me be the heir,
and now you support Han Wan-er and bring her such a powerful helper as Yi Duan. You are really an old bastard, going back on your word.
When I kill Han Wan-er, I'll kill you too, you old bastard. Han Wenyuan growled in his heart.
Second Master, Yi Chen's wife Lin Hanyue has been captured. 2 big men in black walked in with Lin Hanyue under pressure. At the moment, Lin Hanyue had her hands bound and her mouth sealed with black tape, so she couldn't make any sound. Those big bright eyes were filled with panic.
Han Wenyuan only took one look and was struck with a sense of amazement. He had seen all the beauty of Jiangnan, but a stunning beauty like Lin Hanyue was rare for him. Really, hands like catkins, skin like solid fat, collar like grubs, teeth like gourds, cicatrices, glory yao autumn chrysanthemums, wamao spring pines. That state of wretchedness and horror added a trace of pathetic flavor. Truly the best color on earth, send it to my bedroom, immediately I want to savor it. Han Wenyuan's face showed a fierce smile. Your husband's sins first recover some interest from you. Yes, second master. Two big men in black pressed down on Lin Hanyue and forcibly brought her up. Han Wenyuan kidnapped Lin Hanyue, naturally not coveting her beauty, but to use it against Yi Chen. Humph, Yi Chuan, you've spoiled my good deed, I'll taste your beautiful wife first. With a hideous smile, Han Wenyuan took a step towards the upstairs. His bedroom was upstairs, from the second floor to the sixth floor, and he chose a random floor to sleep on every night. Even if an assassin felt their way into the courtyard, they wouldn't be able to figure out his location in the first place. It was with this caution that Han Wenyuan was able to defeat one competitor after another and come this far. Han Wenyuan came upstairs, and after opening the bedroom door, he saw Lin Hanyue with both her hands and feet tied, lying on her side on the bed. An evil fire immediately surged in his heart, and he pounced on her like a tiger. Ah! Lin Hanyue struggled desperately, but to no avail. Her hands and feet couldn't move, only her mouth made painful sounds. In a short while, Lin Hanyue's skirt was torn, revealing two long, white, sexy legs. Han Wenyuan's blood rushed, his forehead veins bulged, and when he was about to go further, the knock on the door sounded. Damn, there is something to say later, do not know what I am doing? Han Wenyuan coldly said. Second master, third miss promised to come to the banquet tonight. The butler's voice came from outside the door. Third miss was the name the Han family called Hanwaner. What? Han Wenyuan's body trembled, immediately stopping the movement of his hands. His body flame quickly extinguished. Because of the failure of Tangyun Pavilion's action, Han Wenyuan was now in a desperate situation, and the head of the Han family had already begun to lay hands on him. He could only make a desperate attempt to kill Han Waner in order to turn the tables on the Jedi. It's like a palace coup, the most classic woman coup. Whoever wins is the king. As the saying goes, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Therefore, Han Wenyuan planned to organize a Hongmen banquet to invite Han Wan Air over under the pretext of easing relations. But with Han Wan Air's shrewdness, she will not come over 80%. Han Wenyuan did not hold much hope. But unexpectedly, Han Wan Air agreed to come to the banquet? Really? Han Wenyuan was skeptical about the authenticity of this information. It's true. Third miss personally called to let me know. Han Bo, the butler who was loyal to Han Wenyuan, said, please make early preparations, second master. Got it. Han Wenyuan excitedly waved his fist, casually tying Lin Hanyue to the bed and immediately going out to make arrangements. Han Waner, this time I'll let you come back with no return, no place to die. His face grimaced viciously. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Han Wan Air and Yi Chen accompanied each other and arrived at the lake villa as promised. Do you really want to break into this dragon's den with me? Yi Chuan looked at the grand and tall villa in front of him and faintly asked. He had already sensed a hint of a solemn aura emanating from the villa. According to his intention, he would go in and kill Han Wenyuan directly, and Han Waner would be safer waiting outside. But Han Wan Air insisted on going in with him. Of course, I'm the main character tonight, how can I not show up? Han Wan Air said with a smile. She was wearing a simple black evening gown, her seaweed-like black curly hair sliding down her chest, forming a shocking color contrast with her snow-white skin. The high-pulled black hair bun emphasized the perfect swan neck, the curved and beautifully shaped bustier made the slender waist unmanageable to hold, and the white and charming legs blossomed into a silent temptation in the black. Her shoulders half exposed, chest a pure color emerald gem emits a ghostly halo, will set off the skin as if the gelatinous general. Han Wan Air was in full dress, her beauty was astounding and overwhelming. I don't have absolute certainty that I can protect your safety. Yi Chuan looked at her crystalline jade-like earlobes and had the urge to desecrate them. You go in with me vertically, and it is possible to come out horizontally. I am a woman who likes to take risks. Han Wan Air held Yi Chuan's arm, like a princess about to attend a banquet. For some reason, the man in front of her brought her a strong sense of security, and even if she was about to enter a dragon's den, she didn't panic. She loved this feeling of dancing on the edge of a cliff. It was a deadly romance. And Yi Chuan's next sentence wiped out this romance. After this is accomplished, the 1,000-year ginseng must be given to me, or else you will suffer the consequences. Chapter 27, Yi Duan lifts the table. Wang Peng drove his car over in a hurry, and at a glance, he saw the anxious Lumen on the side of the road. Wang Xiao Lumen hurriedly greeted him. What's going on, where is Hanyue? Wang Peng asked in a hurry. Lumen quickly put things once again, worried. Hanyue was taken away by them already half an hour, now do not know how it is. Who is the second master Han Ah? The second master Han? Wang Peng is also in the upper-class circle in Yunhai, naturally heard of the name of the second master Han, that is the big man of the Han family, Han Waner's own uncle. But why would such a big shot have trouble with Lin Hanyue? Wang Peng couldn't figure it out either. Wang Xiao, you quickly think of a way Hanwha can't have any trouble Lu Man said anxiously.
Wang Ping could only say, I'll call and ask. He even made a few phone calls, all said that they are not familiar with the second Master Han, but there is a person who told Wang Peng the address of the second Master Han. I asked out, let's go to find the second Master Han. Let him look at the face of my father, let Hanwha it. Wang Peng said stiffly.
Wang Xiao, thank you, thanks to you. Lumen was very grateful. Afterwards, Wang Peng took Lumen and rushed to Han Wenyuan's residence. Han Wanner took Yi Chen's arm and walked into Han Wenyuan's villa.
The area of this villa was too big as a few soccer fields, and in front of the house was a large lawn. The path was carpeted and extended all the way to the living room.
Second Master, third Miss has already come. Han Bo reported. How many people have come? Han Wenyuan immediately stood up with a hawkish look. It seems like just two.
Han Bo was a bit incredulous.
What, just two people? Han Wenyuan was shocked. Are you sure?
Sure, third Miss and a young man. Based on the looks of that young man, it should be Yi Chen.
Han Bo said. Good, Yi Duan.
Han Wenyuan gritted his teeth and laughed. Two of them came over together, just in time to get them all in one net.
Yi Chuan, even if you have heavenly powers, you won't be able to walk out today. Han Wanner hadn't even gotten to the hall yet. Han Wenyuan warmly greeted her, and after some pleasantries, she entered the hall. A large table had already been set up here, along with a few seats. The two of them talked warmly, full of strong affection, and anyone who saw them would think that this was a pair of affectionate uncles and nieces. Yi Chuan, who was sitting on the side, was laughing coldly inwardly, not used to seeing the hypocrisy of these powerful nobles. Obviously they were going to move a knife to kill someone, but on the surface, they were cordial. Yi Chuan had already noticed that there were at least 50 people ambushed in this hall. Together with the courtyard, there were at least 100 people. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was a dragon's den. Han Wenyuan and Han Wanner were still talking, as if they had endless things to say, and while Han Wenyuan was talking, his gaze drifted towards Yi Chen's side. Not long after, steaming hot meals were brought up, all of which were delicious, more than 30 dishes, filling up a large table. Wanner, eat while it's hot, these are all your favorite dishes from your childhood. Han Wenyuan got up to greet him, but he was smiling but not laughing. There's also Yi Duan, you have to eat and drink your fill today as well. I'm not here to eat.
Yi Chuan stood up and directly overturned the table, more than 30 dishes on it scattered all over the place, a mess.
You. Yi Chen's sudden outburst caused Han Wenyuan's face to change, and Han Wanner was also taken aback.
Han Wenyuan, I'll know what's going on, don't be hypocritical here, call out all the people you ambushed.
Yi Chen opened the door. Han Wenyuan is a little confused, should not be wine after 3 rounds, food after 5 flavors after the cup is dropped for the number, ambush knife and axe hand swarmed up? Where is this, just come in and lift the table. This Yi Chuan does not follow the rules Yi Dust, what do you mean, I kindly invited one heir to the banquet, you.
Before Han Wenyuan could finish his sentence, Yi Chen already threw out a white light and passed through the curtain hanging in the hall. Miserable screams followed, only to see a big man in black covering his neck and flopping out. The white light turned out to be a piece of plate that was sticking in the aorta of his neck, blood gushing out.
Bam!
The steel knife in the big man's hand smashed to the ground with a crunch. Second uncle, you invited me to dinner surprisingly ambushed with a knife. Han Wanner pointed at the steel knife on the ground with a shocked face.
Bam!
A foot kicked flying feet under the plate dish. Han Wenyuan simply do not pretend. Face hideous roar. Han Wanner, with me fight you are still too tender. Close the door, messy knife cut to death.
Bam!
The two burly men standing at the door closed the door of the villa. And at this moment from the hall of the various rooms, corridors, corners rushed out of the black crowd, all holding bright machetes, fierce and vicious rushed out. For a time, swords and shadows were visible, and a furious aura washed over the sky. Even though Han Wanner had been psychologically prepared, she was still a little frightened at the sight of such a scene. However, she looked over at Yi Chen, the only one she could rely on in the middle of a heavy siege, who was as calm as ever, turning a blind eye to the sea of enemies around him.
Han Wanner was a bit curious, what kind of experience could cause such a man?
And as she stood at Yi Chen's side, in the most dangerous situation of her life, it seemed less scary.
Go to hell!
A bald man who rushed up first, swung the long knife in his hand high up, roaring like a downhill tiger towards Yi Chuan's head.
Yi Chen, be careful! Han Wanner exclaimed.
But immediately a white light flashed, only to hear a plop, and then look at the bald big man, half of his neck had been cut open.
With a poof, hot blood jetted out from the neck wound like a red fountain.
Another broken porcelain plate debris, and without seeing how Yi Chuan moved, he had already killed the bald big man.
Han Wenyuan's pupils shrunk slightly as he droned, together, hack him to death. Kill!
In an instant, shouts of murder rose in all directions, dozens of big men holding up their weapons like a tidal wave surging over, the long, snowy knives emitting a biting, cold light under the illumination of the lights.
Ah!
Han Wanner lost her voice and screamed, closing her eyes in fear. But when she opened her eyes again, the dozens of big men had all fallen into a pool of blood.
Only Yi Chen stood proudly, his feet stepping on the blood-covered floor like a demon king stepping on a river of blood. Han Wen-yuan's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Old 6, old 7, go up and kill him. Two youths immediately stood out from the crowd around Han Wen-yuan, looking like twins. The two had bright eyes and slightly bulging temples, they looked like internal experts. Seeing them, Han Wanner's just relieved heart lifted again. Han Wen-yuan had spent a lot of money to recruit 7 capable men and women, known as the 7 Sharp Knives. These two were Chen Long and Chen Hu, martial arts experts respectively. Before Han Wan could finish her sentence, Yi Chen moved. In the next moment, Chen Long and Chen Hu's bodies were thrown high into the air and smashed to the ground. After struggling for a bit, they stopped moving. Dead. Chapter 28, Incomprehensible. The commotion of the fight downstairs startled Lin Hanyue upstairs. She didn't know what was going on, she only heard footsteps shouting and killing, scaring her to the point of trembling. Lin Hanyue used all her strength to finally untie the ropes tied to her hands, then tore off the black tape from her mouth and untied the ropes wrapped around her legs. She got out of the trap, but did not dare to go out. Upstairs and downstairs seemed to be all people, the smell of blood floated up, only this room no one. But she was scared, and she couldn't find her cell phone. Looking around, the only place to hide in this bedroom was a large closet by the bed. It was a clear glass closet, but she hid in it, covering herself with the clothes hanging inside. When there was no movement outside, she'd escape. The closet was dark and gloomy, and with the bloody fight outside, Lin Hanyue had never experienced such a situation before, and was terrified to the core. But her mind was floating out of Yi Chuan's appearance too, do not know why. At this moment, the person she most wanted to see was Yi Chuan, even fantasized that Yi Chuan could suddenly appear and take her out of this dangerous place. However, where was Yi Chen? Even if she knew where Yi Chen was and could contact him, would he come to her rescue? After all, she was the one who had mercilessly kicked him away. In this strange and scary place, Lin Hanyue suddenly wondered if she had done wrong, and she began to think back to the days she used to spend with Yi Chen. In the middle of the night, she said she wanted to eat barbecued chicken wings. And Yi Chuan put on his clothes and ran a dozen streets to buy them for her. When she was sick, Yi Chen was able to take care of her all night without any clothes. He obviously writes a handful of good words, but willing to do a handyman in her company, diligent, hardworking, new interns can casually make him. Once she received an important customer, the customer on her hands and feet was to come to change the water Yi Duan saw. In the company has always been low-eyed, he even swung his fist, the customer hit the head bleeding. And afterward, she even blamed Yi Duan, and even made him move back to the old house for half a month. And half a month later, with a word from herself, he came back with a smile on his face. Especially when he learned that he was pregnant with his child, he was so excited that he didn't sleep for a day and a night. He made clothes for his daughter with his own hands and bought her all kinds of toys. He was all smiles and happy as a child every day, and was obedient to her and even to her whole family, expecting his daughter every day. But she told him that she had lost her daughter and aborted her. How cruel that was to him. Oh! Lin Hanyue suddenly cried, feeling so made up. Old 6 and Old 7 were lying on the ground in ambush. This scene shook Han Wen-yuan. He had 7 sharp knives, and these two were martial artists who had cultivated internal energy, his gold medal fighters, but they were not even a match for Yi Chen in a single move. Humph! At this time, 3 more people stood out. On the left was a pair of man and woman, on the right was a white man with a hawkish nose. That pair of men and women were as good as gods with their guns and worked well together. Before they defected to Han Wen-yuan, they were already famous killers in the dark world. The one on the right was called He Wen-hu, ranked 3rd among the 7 sharp knives, and was also a martial arts expert, stronger than Old 6 and Old 7. Han Wan whispered in Yi Chen's ear. Bang! The pair flung out 6 shots, 2 bullets killing them, and the other 4 sealing off Yi Chuan's space to dodge. At the same time, He Wen-hu erupted a powerful aura and lunged towards Yi Chuan. After firing the shots, a cruel smile was already on the faces of the man and woman, the usual sardonic smile they had after harvesting human lives. Poof! All 6 bullets hit. The sound of bullets piercing through flesh and blood came from the scene, but the next moment their faces changed drastically. Because the one who was shot was not Yi Chen, but He Wen-hu. No one could see how Yi Chuan subdued He Wen-hu in an instant and grabbed him back in front of him, but there was no doubt that He Wen-hu was finished. After being shot 6 times, He Wen-hu only struggled a few times before collapsing to the ground. Before he died, his eyes were still open. He could not imagine that he would die under the gun of his own people. By this time, Han Wen-yuan was already sweating. What kind of expert was Yi Chen? Plop! Yi Chuan didn't stop at all. While the people in the hall were still in shock, he struck again. 2 more white lights, broken pieces of the dinner plate sliced through the throats of the pair, and the two fell to the ground with rounded eyes. The deaths did not close their eyes. Ka! Han Wen-yuan only felt his heart break and both of his legs weaken. In a short period of time, the 7 sharp knives he was most proud of had already lost 5 of them, all of which had died in Yi Chen's hands. But Yi Chen was like a cold and merciless god of heaven, not giving him any time to react, even if he was kneeling down and begging for mercy. Once he moved his hand, the rhythm was so fast that people could not breathe. After 2 minutes had passed, this villa hall had turned into an inferno on earth, with a body laying on the ground in a horrific state of death. The blood gathered into a small river, and the strong smell of blood made people want to vomit. There were only 3 people standing in the field: Yi Chen, Han Waner, and Han Wen-yuan. Han Wen-yuan looked at Yi Chen as if he was looking at a devil who had buried all his hopes. Han Waner was also jaw-droppingly shocked. She knew that Yi Chen was powerful, but she didn't expect it to be so powerful. Originally, she thought this was a life-threatening adventure, but she didn't expect to be safe like sitting in a movie theater watching a bloody blockbuster. Han Waner was also very human and quickly calmed down, pulling out a walkie-talkie from her bag. Han family dead soldiers, remove the rebels. Her people rushed in from outside the villa and fought with the manpower ambushed in the courtyard. With the trump card of the Han family's dead soldiers, the battle took on a one-sided situation. Your turn. Han Waner touched a gun from her savage waist and looked towards Han Wen-yuan, pressing towards him step by step. The hemline of that evening gown trailed to the ground, stained with blood and dragging out a long blood trail, and with her jade hand holding the gun, she had an outstanding coldness and sexiness. Puff. Han Wen-yuan, 2 legs soft, kneeling on the ground, face white, body fast shivering into a ball. He trembling tilted his head, looking at Han Waner. Trembling voice said, "Waner, you spare my life, I am your own second uncle. Ah. When you were little, you had a bad stomach and your parents wouldn't let you eat snacks. So I secretly took you out and carried you down the street to buy your favorite candy canes. You kissed him on the forehead and said he was the best person in the world." Han Wen-yuan was in tears. Han Waner's hand was trembling slightly, and tears were slowly flowing out of her beautiful eyes. Yi Chuan narrowed his eyes. Han Waner wouldn't be merciful. He had already seen Han Wen-yuan's hand touching the handle of the gun on his waist. Bang! A gunshot rang out suddenly. The one who fell was Han Wen-yuan. A bloody hole appeared in his brow. Han Wen-yuan held the gun tightly, and a wisp of blue smoke emerged from the blackened muzzle. Chapter 29. I'll satisfy you. Bam! The gun in Han Waner's hand slid to the ground, smashing against the crimson floor. She looked at Han Wen-yuan's corpse, her hands propped up on her thighs, breathing heavily, tears rustling down her face. Yi Chen stepped forward and held her shoulders, giving her a support. Han Waner obediently flung herself into Yi Chuan's arms, losing her voice and crying. However, she wasn't a normal person after all, and she regained her composure after some crying. She looked at Yi Chuan, the man in front of her, who had twice allowed her to turn dangers in a desperate situation and turn the tide to win. From now on, Han Wen-yuan had fallen, and all of the Han family's business in Yunhai belonged to her. Han Waner's beautiful eyes blossomed with a strong luster. The fight outside had also come to an end, and Han Yushu rushed in with 2 dead soldiers, finally breathing a sigh of relief when she saw the unharmed Han Waner. She looked at the blood-soaked hall and then at Yi Chuan, and a look of awe surged in her eyes. This Yi Chen was truly like a heavenly god, single-handedly killing all of Han Wen-yuan's elite. The young lady had his help. It was truly like a god's help. She couldn't help but think of Lin Hanyue again. Her heart was grateful to her. Instead, it was Lin Hanyue who pushed Yi Duan away, and only then did the young lady have the opportunity to dig in. Clean this place up. Han Wen-yuan's body is sent back to the Han family. Let Grandpa take another look. Han Waner said indifferently. Yes, Missy. Yi Chuan, let's go up and wait for them to clean up before we leave. Han Waner said to Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan nodded and went up to the second floor with Han Waner. 1,000-year ginseng. As soon as he arrived on the second floor, Yi Chuan stretched out his hand towards Han Waner and demanded payment. What are you in such a hurry for, as if this is a deal? Han Waner looked at Yi Chen. The thick and long eyelashes, like 2 small fans fluttering, seductive eyes, revealing all kinds of flavor. Wasn't it originally a deal, agreed in advance? I'll help you solve Han Wen-yuan, you give me 1,000 years of ginseng. People do not have faith, do not stand. Yi Duan faintly said. Hey, that is to say that the gentleman's, I am with the small man alongside the woman. Isn't that saying, only women and villains are hard to raise? Han Waner's eyes were crystal clear, bright and clear, flashing with a touch of cunning. Yi Chuan frowned. What was Han Waner up to? Did she want to renege on her debt? If so, that would be teasing him, and the consequences would be severe. Yi Chen gazed at her. Don't mess with me, you can't go back on what you said in advance. The 1,000-year ginseng must be given to me, there is no room for negotiation. With the relationship between the two of us, do we still care about these things? We're not brothers, I'm a brother. But we're not blood brothers, I'm your woman, more than blood brothers. Han Waner laughed delicately. Under the slender jade neck, a piece of breasts like congealed white jade. Yi Chuan heard her say this kind of words on the 7 orifices. He obviously did not do. This woman is relying on him. In Yi Chuan's opinion, the most important thing about a woman besides her life was her chastity and innocence. This is also the reason that when he was dispelling the poison for Han Waner, he was willing to hold back his internal injuries rather than defile her innocence. But such a big black pot was held on himself. How could Yi Chen not be angry? He immediately pulled down his face. You again, nonsense, do not blame me, not polite. Before in the old house I said very clear. Thinking of the scene in the old house where Yi Chen pressed her underneath, Han Waner's pretty face slightly reddened and fiercely glared at Yi Chen.
She really wanted to renege on the bill. After all, businessmen come from a background where every penny of profit is taken, not to mention the 1,000-year ginseng kind of heavenly treasure. And as a beautiful woman, she has a way of dealing with men. Sometimes, when she pampered and winked, the men would be confused and turn into her licking dogs, and would rather suffer a big loss than to offer her up as a goddess. But this Yi Chuan seems to have not taken her seriously at all.
Han Wan Air was angry in her heart, angry that this guy couldn't see his own charm. Here you go, of course I'm true to my word.
Looking at Yi Chen's black face, Han Wan Air could only lose the battle and dial the phone number. Send me that Millennium Ginseng. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Yi Chuan. Wait for it, it's sitting in my office. Yi Duan nodded. It didn't matter how long she waited, as long as she didn't renege. Lin Hanyue, who was hiding in the closet at the moment, settled down a little in her heart. This moment she didn't hear the sounds of killing and fighting. It seemed to be over, but there were still quite a few people downstairs, as if they were cleaning up the battlefield. She still didn't dare to go out and cowered in the corner of the closet without moving. But it wasn't long before she heard someone coming up from downstairs, talking right at her door. Lin Hanyue's heart that she had managed to put down was in her throat again, her body tensed into a ball. They shouldn't have come in. What if they found her? But fortunately they didn't come in, but stood at the door talking. It seemed to be a man and a woman. Because of the closed door, she hid in the closet, can only vaguely hear the sound of their conversation, cannot hear what is being said. But as she listened, Lin Hanyue felt that the man's voice was somewhat familiar, as if it was Yi Chen's voice. She hurriedly pricked up her ears to listen, but she couldn't hear it again. Lin Hanyue then shook her head, her face full of bitter smiles. How could it be Yi Chen? How could Yi Chen appear in this place? Was she hallucinating because she missed him too much? The people under Han Waner's command moved fairly quickly, and after waiting for about 20 minutes, they delivered the item. It was in a narrow red wooden box. Yi Chuan glanced at it. The wooden box was very professional. It was made of 100 years of mahogany. Not only can it lock the medicinal chi from being lost, but it can also repel ghosts and evil spirits, lest some evil thing suck the essence of the ginseng.
I keep my promise, the stuff is for you.
Han Wan Air handed the wooden box to Yi Chen with some reluctance.
Yi Chuan smiled and opened it, and the smile on his face froze.
It was indeed a wild ginseng, but not a 1,000-year ginseng. The year was only around 100 years. 100 years and 1,000 years, the difference in medicinal power was far too great to be of much use to him. It was the same as Yi Chuan doing a job for Han Wan Air and saying that he would be paid 1,000, but she only gave 100. When Yi Chuan raised this question, Han Wan Air froze for a moment. So it's only 100 years, I thought it was 1,000-year ginseng.
Looks like I've been cheated. Sorry, Yi Chuan. Cheated? Who dares to cheat you, Miss Han?
And before, she swore that it was 1,000-year-old ginseng, and said that she spent $10 million to buy it. Obviously, it was all a lie. 100 years of ginseng cannot be sold for $10 million, in 2 million or so. Yi Chuan already understood that he had been tricked by this woman. You are playing with fire. Yi Chen looked at Han Wan Air and said word for word.
Han Wan Air whispered, Yi Duan, you won't be so calculating, the year is just a little bit worse. Besides, I'm your woman, so don't be so serious. Want to be my woman, right? Good, I'll satisfy you.
Yi Duan smiled evilly and directly picked up Han Wan Air, kicked open the bedroom door, and walked in with big strides.
Chapter 30, Kneel Down. It took Wang Peng and Lumen nearly an hour to arrive at the Lake Light Villa. What was originally only a half-hour's journey had taken a hard hour with Wang Peng's intentional delay. He figured out on the way that Second Master Han had nothing to do with Lin Hanyue, and the reason why he would send someone to capture Lin Hanyue must be because he was attracted to Lin Hanyue's beauty. It just so happened that Lin Hanyue had recently cooperated with the Han family, and probably bumped into Second Master Han and was missed by him, so that should be the reason. That's why Wang Peng purposely slowed down a bit, letting him go after Second Master Han had his fun. If he went early and disturbed Han Wenyuan's pleasure, he wouldn't be able to eat it. When Han Wenyuan finished his business and he went to take away Lin Hanyue, Han Wenyuan would instead think he knew what he was doing. It had to be said that Wang Peng was also a human savant. Lumen next to him was in a hurry, constantly urging Wang Peng, causing Wang Peng to curse this stupid woman in his heart. After rushing to the lake villa, Wang Peng deliberately looked for the wrong place and delayed for another half hour or so. He felt that with Han Wenyuan's age, 2 hours was already enough, and only then did he bring Luman to Han Wenyuan's residence. But before they could reach the door, they were stopped by 2 big men in black, saying that the place was under martial law and no one was allowed to approach. Looking at the aura of murder on the faces of the 2 men, Wang Peng was frightened and pulled Lumen away. The heart is puzzled, the second master of Han to do a job, how still martial law? Lumen, wait for the lifting of martial law, we will go in. The 2 came to the car, Wang Peng said. But what about Hanyue? Lumen is worried. Don't worry, Mr. Han is a member of the Han family, won't hurt Hanyue, should be called Hanyue over to discuss the cooperation of things. Wang Peng said. Lumen heard, then slightly put down the heart, can only with Wang Peng here anxiously waiting.
Hanwhan Air, who had instantly lost her balance, was startled but immediately felt Yi Chen's strong and powerful arms, and then she was already being held in Yi Chen's arms by his princess.
Yi Chuan, what are you doing? You quickly put me down. Hanwhan Air yelled.
Yi Chuan didn't say a word. Hanwhan was too much. He had foolishly helped her kill, only to find out that he had been tricked by her. Hanwhan got a bargain and insisted that her body was occupied by him, and that she was his woman and still counted how so and so. Since this is the case, let's simply satisfy you and let her understand the price of teasing herself.
Bang! Yi Chuan kicked open the bedroom door.
Yi Chuan, I'm wrong, I won't dare to say that again. Hanwhan Air felt Yi Chuan's immense strength, which seemed to be blending her to pieces. Hanwhan Air panicked. Yi Chuan seemed to want to come for real. With Yi Chuan's kind of strength that was more brutal than that of a wild beast, she must not be tossed to death. Moreover, looking at the cold and evil expression on Yi Chen's face, it seemed that he wouldn't be merciful at all. Hanwhan Air was really scared.
Let go of me, you bad guy.
Hanwhan Air couldn't struggle away. Lying on Yi Chuan's arm, she bit down hard. Yi Chuan was in pain. This woman dared to bite herself, really looking for a fight. With a lift of his left arm, he erected Hanwhan Air onto his shoulder. His left hand slapped down hard against her fragrant breasts. Slap! A crisp slapping sound resounded in the empty room. Yi Chuan's hand was using a trace of force. This trace of force fell on Hanwhan Air's body, instantly making her unable to withstand it. The fiery pain caused her to let out a pained grunt, and crystalline teardrops swirled in her eyes.
However, Yi Chen slapped down again with a second, heavier slap.
Tears fell from Hanwhan Air's eyes in pain, and she begged for mercy.
Yi Chuan, I'm wrong, don't hit anymore. Hanwhan Air looked at Yi Chuan pitifully. This time she was really admitting her mistake. Unfortunately, it was already too late.
When Yi Chuan initiated a seizure, the entire ancient martial world would tremble, let alone Hanwhan Air, a weak woman. 3 times putting the black pot on Yi Chuan's head and teasing him with 1,000 years of ginseng had already succeeded in provoking Yi Chuan's anger. Her grandfather, Old Man Han, didn't even dare to operate like this, saying that it was a 500-year portion of blood Ganoderma, but it turned out that what was delivered was 700 years old.
Yet you dare to play me like this? Kneel down.
Yi Chuan looked at Hanwhan Air, who had clearly become much more honest in front of him, and drank in a cold voice.
Ah? Hanwhan Air was stunned, even asking her, $1,000 lady, to kneel down? Kneel down.
Yi Chen's voice once again raised a tone, his gaze majestic. Hanwhan Air's heart trembled, her legs softened, and she involuntarily knelt in front of Yi Chen.
What do you want? Hanwhan Air had a humiliated expression on her face.
Since childhood, she had been a high and mighty young lady, and now she was the queen of the business world, but at this moment, she was kneeling in front of a man.
Did you tease me? Yi Chen asked expressionlessly.
Hanwhan Air hesitated for a moment, but still nodded her head. She did trick Yi Chen. She clearly knew that it was 100 years of wild ginseng, but said that it was 1,000 years.
Miss Han, do you know the consequences of this?
An icy stare from Yi Chuan made Hanwhan Air feel the coldness of the icy sky, and thinking about how Yi Chuan had just slaughtered a piece of it in a light manner, she was even more scared. Yi Chuan, I was wrong, spare me, okay?
After all, I'm your woman, I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do, but don't hit me.
Hanwhan Air not say so okay, a say so immediately let Yi Chuan angry.
Let you do whatever you want, right?
Yi Chuan sneered and started to undo his belt. Hidden in the closet, Lin Hanyue heard movement at the door. The man and woman seemed to be arguing. Then a bang was heard and the bedroom door was kicked open. Lin Hanyue held her breath in fear. And when she saw that the person who came in was Yi Chen, her entire body was stunned. Moreover, Yi Chen was holding a woman of 1,000 pampered women, the very same Han Yueya who had stayed by his side before, that vixen.
She didn't know why Yi Chen and Han Yueya had appeared here, but it didn't matter anymore. What mattered was the two of them. Lin Hanyue, who was hiding in the closet, could see and hear clearly.
Seeing with her own eyes that Yi Chen was cheating on her with a woman here, her head buzzed and she fell into a blank.
Heart, convulsive pain. And the next scene shocked Lin Hanyue even more. Hanwhan Air was kneeling on both knees.
Yi Chen pressed one hand on the back of her head and pushed forward.
Chapter 31, Wang Peng gets a room.
Hanwhan Air struggled a few times and realized that she couldn't break free at all, so she gave up her resistance.
That pair of eyes, humiliated and resentful, looked at Yi Chen.
She was the grand young miss of the Han family, the reigning queen of the shopping mall, and she was actually in the. And Lin Hanyue in the closet, her entire body froze. The two of them were doing this kind of thing right in front of her eyes. She saw it clearly.
She really couldn't imagine that Yi Chen would be like this. But on second thought, he was already divorced, so there was nothing wrong with making out with another woman, right?
It was just that Lin Hanyue felt that her heart hurt so much that she couldn't breathe. She is used to Yi Chen has always been around her. Even if she hurt him again and again, he will not leave her. Even if she divorced him now, Lin Hanyue still hoped that Yi Chen could stay by her side. But now it seems that Yi Chuan seems to have forgotten her. And Hanwhan Air from the beginning of the resistance, passive, to now actually active. A pair of eyes flowed with thousands of flavors, extraordinarily hard. It wasn't until half an hour later, when her knees were about to break, that Yi Chuan finally stopped.
Bad man. Han Waner blankly glanced at Yi Chuan, 3 parts shyness, 7 parts complaint.
Yi Chuan looked down at Han Waner. The delicate and pretty face, swirling with thousands of flavors, was truly evocative. Han Waner hurriedly got up and wanted to go to the bathroom to rinse her mouth. But just as she stood up, she collapsed with a pain in her knees. Yi Chen picked her up and placed her on the bed.
You, what are you doing? You won't come back, right?
Han Waner tensed up again, feeling like she was already at her limit.
Didn't it just start?
Yi Chuan faintly said.
Aha!
Han Waner felt like dying, covering her face and not moving. However, after waiting for a long time and not seeing Yi Chen pounce, Han Waner was a bit skeptical, and at this time, a soft air current suddenly surged into her knees. Instantly, the originally swollen and painful knees became comfortable. However, this feeling didn't last long, and after a few dozen seconds Yi Chen withdrew his hand. Looking at Han Waner's knees again, the swelling had disappeared, and even the bruises were gone, smooth and white. This. Han Waner sat up and looked at her knee with some surprise. Yi Chuan had pressed it a few times and it was healed? This was naturally nothing to Yi Chuan. He practiced the power of true essence, which was more advanced than internal energy. Even internal energy could revitalize the blood and remove the bruises and smooth out the injuries in a short period of time, not to mention the power of true essence.
Yi Chuan, it's amazing, my knee doesn't hurt at all anymore. Han Waner looked at him with a surprised face. It doesn't hurt anymore, so we can start, right?
Yi Chuan was a man of his word.
While Han Waner's face flew red, slowly lowered her long eyelashes, and her body tensed up. Dog, man and woman. Lin Hanyue, who was hiding in the closet, couldn't take it anymore. Was she still watching them copulate in front of her eyes? She was about to make some noise or just show up when there was a sudden knock on the door from outside. Miss, the old master wants to talk to you. It was Han Yushu. Yi Duan.
Han Waner's eyes looked pleadingly at Yi Chuan. After Han Wen Yuan died, there are a lot of things that I need to deal with. Can we wait for the next time? I'll make an appointment for you, okay? Yi Duan coldly smiled, which made him roll down. The 100-year ginseng, Yi Chuan didn't want it, but threw it to Han Waner. Afterward, Yi Chuan walked out. Han Waner sat on the bed and huffed. The pressure Yi Chen brought to her was just too much, and he was also too scary when he got angry. Originally, she thought that with her beauty and intelligence, she could utilize Yi Chen a bit, or rather make him fall under her pomegranate skirt to serve herself. But now it seemed that this kind of thinking was so wrong. Yi Chen's person is as cold as a snowy mountain, and as majestic as a heavenly god. Not to be bullied, not to be insulted.
Wang Peng and Lu Man waited by the villa for more than an hour.
Seeing a car drive into the villa, somehow there were also a few big trucks and sprinklers, and then seeing another car drive out of the villa. A faint odor of blood seemed to waft through the air. Wang Peng is very suspicious, do not know what happened in the second Master Han villa. He called and asked some friends, but couldn't find out anything. He waited until martial law was lifted before Wang Peng dared to go up, but there were still 2 big men in black guarding the entrance. These 2 men were naturally Han Waner's people. Wang Peng told them what happened, and the 2 didn't slow down. They also knew that Missy had recently cooperated with Hansnow Pharmaceuticals, and as it concerned the president of Hansnow Pharmaceuticals, they naturally had to report upwards.
Soon, Wang Peng was granted permission to enter the villa.
And at this time, the villa has been cleaned up. Everywhere is the pungent smell of alcohol, masking the original smell of blood.
Wang Peng is very strange. Is there any plague in the villa? What's even stranger is that there is no one in the villa except the people guarding the door. Han Yue, Han Yue. Wang Peng walked into the villa and shouted loudly.
Lin Hanyue, who was hiding in the closet, waited for Yi Chen and the others to leave, and then waited for a long time until the villa was completely silent, before quietly drilling out of the closet. At this time, she heard someone call out to her, as if it was Wang Peng's voice, and hurriedly ran out. Wang Peng, I'm on the 2nd floor. A few minutes later, the 2 walked out of the villa, and the guards at the door didn't stop them. Lin Hanyue was confused. She didn't know what exactly happened tonight. She clearly heard the sounds of killing, and even saw Yi Chen and that vixen. Especially when she thought about the meticulous things they did, Lin Hanyue was so angry that she was shaking. And Wang Peng was even more confused, not expecting to bring Lin Hanyue out so easily.
Han Yue.
Seeing Lin Hanyue and Wang Peng walk out together, Lumen was pleasantly surprised.
Why are you all here?
Lin Hanyue was surprised.
We were worried about you, it's Mr. Wang. It was Wang Xiao who saved you.
Lumen said excitedly, knowing that after you were captured, Wang Xiao had been calling people, and finally saved you. So it was Wang Peng who saved her. Lin Hanyue couldn't help but be touched in her heart. Wang Peng is really a stark contrast to Yi Chen. Yi Chen is cheating on her with another woman, while Wang Peng came to her rescue.
Wang Peng, thank you. Lin Hanyue's eyes are red. Hanyue, you're not being polite to me.
Don't worry, my dad and Mr. Han are friends, and Mr. Han won't hit on you anymore.
Wang Peng said in a very pretentious manner.
Although Lin Hanyue wasn't saved by him, he took the credit for it and put it on his head. Seeing that Lin Hanyue had been moved, he might be able to get her tonight. Hanyue, don't go home tonight, stay at the hotel with me.
Coming to the car, Wang Peng tentatively asked.
Lin Hanyue wanted to refuse, but when she thought of what Yi Chen had done with that vixen, a resentment arose in her heart. She clenched her teeth and said, "Good."
Chapter 32, The Wolf's Ambition. Wang Peng's eyes instantly rounded, his heart bursting with ecstasy.
Lumen was also greatly surprised. All adults, they naturally understood what it meant to not go home to a hotel. Although Lin Hanyue had been getting close to Wang Peng recently, she had always kept her distance from him. Wang Peng hadn't even held her hand. Originally, he was still planning to wait until he had Hanyue Pharmaceuticals completely in his hands, then he would show his true colors and directly force Lin Hanyue. Unexpectedly, after tonight's incident, Lin Hanyue even agreed to go to the hotel with him. This was a blessing from heaven for Wang Peng. Lu Man was even happier, hoping that Lin Hanxue and Wang Peng would get together, and with Wang Peng's background, he would definitely be a great help to Lin Hanxue.
Do you want me to prepare a set for you? Lumen, in order to facilitate this good thing, more revealing, said.
No, the hotel room has. When Wang Peng spoke, he was secretly measuring Lin Hanyue, and saw that she did not react, as if it was a general acquiescence. Wang Peng that happy glancing at Lin Hanyue that curved beautiful body, the heart is even more hot, step on the gas pedal foot is even harder. Soon, he rushed to the Reckitt Benckiser Star Hotel. Lerman left with a sense of humor, said with a big smile, "I wish you have a good night." Wang Peng couldn't stop looking forward to it, his blood was boiling. And Lin Hanyue came to the room, he could not wait to go up to embrace Lin Hanyue. Some struggle to push away Wang Peng.
Hanyue, I am sincere to you, for you I can give everything, tonight you will be my woman.
Wang Peng said with a sincere face. Lin Hanyue's willow eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, her mood at the moment was very complicated. She didn't like Wang Peng, just because Wang Peng was useful to her, or she needed such a man by her side. But after seeing Yi Chen and that vixen doing that kind of thing with her own eyes, Lin Hanyue's heart was filled with resentment and she wanted to take revenge on Yi Chen. That's why she agreed to get a room with Wang Peng. But now when she got to the room she regretted it again, her mind was full of Yi Chen, she didn't have any feelings for Wang Peng at all. Hanyue, promise me, I've been waiting for this day for a long time, be my woman. I will definitely bring Hanyue Pharmaceuticals to new heights. Wang Peng couldn't help himself, he jumped up and hugged Lin Hanyue again.
Sorry, Wang Peng, I'm not feeling well.
Lin Hanyue pushed him away again, then ran to the bathroom and dry heaved into the pool. Wang Peng was on fire at the moment and rushed into the bathroom to hug Lin Hanyue from behind. Lin Hanyue turned around, vomited, and threw up all over Wang Peng's face.
Wang Peng's entire body was dumbfounded, frozen in place. Wang Peng, I'm sorry. Lin Hanyue was very sorry and hurriedly rinsed Wang Peng with water. I'll do it myself. Wang Peng gritted his teeth and grimaced. Lin Hanyue walked out with a helpless face, she realized that what she liked in her heart was still Yi Chen, and she couldn't accept Wang Peng at all. Wang Peng cleaned up the spoils on his face, and cursed fiercely in his heart, "Stinky, pretending to be innocent, wait for me to get Hanyue Pharmaceuticals into my hands, see how I can play with you." Wang Peng's biggest purpose is to contain the Snow Pharmaceuticals, because his family's Tianhai Group engaged in real estate, has been close to mine, on the verge of bankruptcy. But as long as you get your hands on the golden chicken that lays eggs, you can save his family's business. His father is very supportive of him, sold pots and pans to get together 1.1 billion, all bought the shares of Henschel Pharmaceuticals, and now Wang Peng is quietly collecting Henschel Pharmaceuticals' loose shares. When he has taken advantage of the situation and become the largest shareholder of Hushue Pharmaceuticals, he will reveal his most hideous side to Lin Hushue. As for now, Wang Peng wanted to force Lin Hanyue, but he could only hold back. "Hanyue, I'm sorry, I'm a bit abrupt." When Wang Peng cleaned himself up and came out of the bathroom, he had already changed into a smiling face. "The one who should say sorry is me, you saved me tonight." Lin Hanyue was still grateful to Wang Peng. "Haha, Hanyue, you're welcome, as long as I can help you, I'm satisfied." Wang Peng is full of sincerity. "I've already told my dad that I'm going to come to Hanyue Pharmaceuticals to help you, and my dad has agreed." "What?" Lin Hanyue was shocked. Wang Peng is a senior student of Qingbei University, and is also the executive director of Tianhai Group, a rare talent. "Is there anything strange about helping the woman you love?" Wang Peng said with a smile, "And I invested 1.1 billion, is also considered to be the major shareholder of Hensu Pharmaceuticals. No, I am flattered." Lin Hanyue was touched that Wang Peng would give up his own career to help her. "You came to help me, what about Tianhai Group?" "Tianhai Group is my management of prosperity, has entered the right track, I have nothing to do over there, so come to help you to help Hanyue Pharmaceuticals." Wang Peng said. Lin Hanxue excited, "Good you want what position, just pick." "Hanyue, because my specialty is personnel management, so if you want to go to help, put me in the personnel." "In the appointment of personnel, I will give you the gatekeeper." Wang Peng said with a smile. "Good, Hanyue Pharmaceuticals personnel department manager position is temporarily vacant, I have always been the gatekeeper, just let you be the personnel department manager," said Lin Hanyue. Lin Hanyue said. Wang Peng heard, heart that great joy
Personnel manager, then he has mastered the power of Manhwa Pharmaceuticals. A few months' time, he will be able to Manhwa Pharmaceuticals' key departments, all replaced with his people. At that time, hey, when he forced his way into power, Lin Hanyue would be alone. This stupid woman, handing over the personnel book to herself, is digging a grave for herself. Unable to help it, Wang Peng laughed, smiling incomparably. Yi Chuan still had some lingering anger when he left from the lake villa. After a busy night, there was no harvest, and that 100-year ginseng didn't do much for him at all. Now Yi Chuan's heart was filled with a sense of crisis. Having unlocked the dragon binding seal, he had to hurry up and cultivate to regain his former strength. Currently, there were only two things for him. The first was to take revenge on Lin Hanyue to seek justice for his daughter, and the second was to cultivate, both of which were equally important. Otherwise, once those enemies from before knew about him, they would definitely come to Yunhai to exterminate him at all costs. Moreover, there were still a lot of things to do after he recovered his strength. Those who had hurt him and failed him in the past, those who had been good to him and had been kind to him, Yi Chuan could remember them all in his heart. As soon as he returned home, Yi Chuan couldn't wait to get into bed and sit down, entering a state of cultivation. But just after cultivating for a while, Yi Chuan's face changed greatly, and his body suddenly trembled as if he was electrocuted. Plop! He coughed out blood from his mouth and fell headfirst on top of the bed. Chapter 33 The First Offering. A strand of brutal black chi was like a furious dragon, rushing across Yi Chen's body. He looked quite frightening. His entire body was red, and the muscles on his body surface bulged in rows, like a small snake ambling on it. The demonic fury in Yi Chuan's body had exploded. The demonic fury was too terrifying. Even in the cultivation world, it was a heavenly problem. If this dilemma could be solved, the devil Dao would have long ago exterminated the immortal Dao. Because the way of demonic cultivation was too fast, it was fundamentally different from the immortal way's way of cultivation. There were countless ways to cultivate in the immortal Dao, but the essence was to breathe and exhale, exchanging heaven and earth's spiritual chi. This way of cultivation was slow and required years and years of accumulation, but it was very stable and would not go wrong. As for demonic cultivators, like Yi Chuan, with the help of the dragon jade pendant, he drew on negative emotions and transformed them into demonic elements. As long as he was willing, a realm a day was not a problem, and it was much faster than immortal cultivation. However, the drawbacks of demonic cultivation were also obvious. It would produce demonic fury. Devil's fury would cause the cultivator to lose his heart and go off the deep end. In the past, Yi Chuan had not dealt with this problem properly, which led to tragedy. This time, when he resumed cultivation, Yi Chuan naturally made resolving the demon fury his top priority. His strength had recovered to the third level of chi cultivation, all because of the power that was previously dormant in his body, containing many demonic fury. After killing a lot of people in Han Wenyuan's villa, he had used up a lot of his true essence, and his suppression of the demonic fury was insufficient, which led to the outbreak of the demonic fury. It boomed like water breaking the dike. Yi Chuan forced himself to endure the severe pain that tore through his body and sat on the ground, applying his energy to suppress the demonic fury. It wasn't until the next morning that the demonic fury was suppressed and Yi Chuan regained his composure. Phew! He let out a long breath and rubbed his forehead with some headache. The demonic fury had only been suppressed, it had not been dispelled. This thing was even more difficult to deal with than a maggot on a tarsus bone, invading the cultivator's flesh, blood, bones, meridians, true essence, internal organs, sea of chi, and sea of consciousness. Of course, you can use true chi to force it out, but this method does not work. The number of demonic fury is as much as the sand of the Ganges River. Using true chi to force it out is just like picking up the sand one grain at a time. How can you pick up the whole thing? Yi Dust has mastered many kinds of ways to get rid of the demon, but relying on his strength alone, it is difficult to do. For example, he has a kind of chaotic cloak whacking repellent magic. With the help of external force whacking, he runs the magic door inside and outside the combination. You can quickly get rid of the break. However, it needed a martial arts expert with profound power to help him provide the external force. The gung battle that he had encountered before, as well as those sharp knives of Han Wenyuan, were not able to do it. Just as Yi Chuan sat cross-legged on the bed in quiet contemplation, a guest arrived. Surprisingly, it was Han Taoshan, the head of the Han family. Yi Chuan hurriedly got up to greet him. This was his old friend. He was able to recover from his injuries and restart his cultivation path this time, thanks to Han Taoshan's blood Ganoderma. As the head of the Han family, Han Taoshan was dressed in an unassuming manner, similar to the old men that could be seen everywhere on the street. Of course, the temperament was not comparable to those old men. He knew how to deal with Yi Duan, and with such an honorable status, he didn't bring a single attendant and came to visit Yi Duan alone. Elder brother Yi, I came all the way to Yunhai this time to thank you. My granddaughter, that big beautiful, thanks to your help, to become the final winner, huh? Han Taoshan was all smiles. One is a son, one is a granddaughter. Who won you heart is not good, right? Yi Chen waved his hand. Don't force a smile, cry if you want to. Han Taoshan immediately cried. The oldest two died. I cried half the night yesterday. But I am not only a father, I am the head of the Han family. I look at the interests of the entire Han family. The main reason why the Han family has a long heritage and can become a 1,000-year-old family is that the family's interests are above all else, and everyone has to be sacrificed for it. I have no interest in these family struggles of yours. The only thing I'm curious about is why you chose Han Wan heir.
Letting yourself help Han Wan heir. Isn't Han Tao Shan's intention obvious? It's obvious that Han Wan heir will be the heir apparent.
Those who can do, those who are mediocre, naturally, because Wanner's overall quality is stronger than the rest of the Han family, so she was chosen.
Han Tao San said. But she is a daughter. What's wrong with a daughter's body? The child born is also the Han family bloodline.
Of course, she cannot be married, her man can only be a family member, and the child's name is Han.
Han Tao San said.
Yi Duan nodded. This is also possible. A woman in charge of the family is not common, but it is not unheard of. So, I came over to talk to you, into the Han family thing.
Han Tao San suddenly said solemnly. Yi Chen laughed. This old man likes to joke. What are you laughing at? My granddaughter is a beautiful woman. She is a beautiful woman. Do you not have feelings for her? Han Tao San was indignant.
Lin Hanhua can't compare to my granddaughter, whether it's her figure, her looks, or her ability. She's all on the sidelines.
You know, my granddaughter is the #1 beauty in Jinling. Han Tao San slapped the table and said loudly. What does it have to do with me? Yi Chen faintly said, let Han Tao Shan break defense.
Han Taosan smiled bitterly. He knows sitting in front of this is the real dragon on earth. His district Han family wants to recruit as a son-in-law, really want a fart eat. One heir, after all, the foundation is shallow, and is a daughter, to be in charge of the Han family, but also needs strong support. Han Taosan this time is considered to speak from the heart. This way, I ask you for the Han family first offerings, there is no constraint on you, you want to do what you do. But the only one requirement is to clear the obstacles for one heir when she needs it. If in the past, the unruly and high-minded Yi Chuan certainly did not hesitate to refuse Han Taoshan. But after that setback 3 years ago, Yi Chuan had already washed his hands and settled his heart. A person could not fight alone all the time even if they were more heaven-defying. What's more, Yi Chuan was now in dire need of solving the demon fury problem, and he couldn't do it alone. Therefore, Yi Chen did not refuse at first, but looked at Han Taosan and waited for his latter words. Inviting himself to become an envoy in the Han family couldn't be by virtue of a flippant sentence, could it? Ye old brother, look at what this is. Han Taosan pulled out a jade box from his sleeve, completely carved out of white jade, and when he opened it, there was a crystal clear grass lying inside. It was only 5 or 6 inches long, the leaves were heart-shaped, the body was snow-white and crystalline, and it emitted a cold aura. Ice heart grass. Yi Chuan's eyes instantly lit up. Ice heart grass was a rare spirit medicine that could be refined to make the ice clear pill, which could get rid of the demonic fury. Yi Dust had asked Han Taosan to help find the ice heart grass, and he didn't expect that he had really found it. Yi Chuan pondered slightly. This elixir is indeed very useful to me, but if there is only one plant, it won't be much of a problem. If there was only one plant, it wouldn't be of much use, and perhaps it wouldn't even be able to be practiced in an ice clear pill. One plant? Han Taosan hemmed and hawed, smiling like an old fox. Ye old brother, you underestimate me, Han Taosan. If there was only one plant, would I have made the trip myself? He looked at Yi Duan, violently closed the jade box, said heavily, I found 50 ice heart grass. Moreover, all of them are alive. Chapter 34, Dogs and Men. 50 plants, alive. Yi Chuan could completely plant them, and then he would be able to harvest more ice heart grass, which would completely satisfy his needs in the early stages of cultivation. The ice heart grass reproduced very quickly. It's just that the growing conditions of this kind of spirit grass are rather harsh, and the climate, soil, sunlight, aura, and other conditions are indispensable. I simply cannot raise ice heart grass. I wonder if you have a way. Han Taosan said. Yi Chuan did have a way. In order to raise the ice heart grass, he could just arrange an ice attribute spell formation in the medicinal field. It was just that he didn't have a medicinal field, nor did he have the materials to set up the formation. I'll take care of the pill field. The Starlight Pharmaceutical under the Han family has 10,000 acres of medicinal fields in Yunhai. I'll set aside a piece for you to plant ice heart grass, but the matter of the spell formation will need to be resolved by you. Han Taosan said. This is good, but I set up the formation. I need Snowwood Cold Stone. This special stone is the formation otherwise it cannot form a formation. Snowwood Cold Stone is it? I will help you inquire. Han Taoshan said. Yi Chuan smiled slightly. With the resources and channels of the Han family, it could save him a lot of trouble. If he looked for it on his own, even if he found it for 10 or 8 years, he might not be able to find it. Naturally, Yi Chuan also agreed to Han Taoshan's condition of becoming a Han family envoy and helping Han Wanner clear all obstacles when necessary. The Han family, on the other hand, used all channels to help him cultivate the ice heart grass. Only when Han Taosan sent all the ice heart grass, there were already 30 plants that had lost their activity, meaning that they could not be planted. Yi Chuan also understood that it wasn't that Han Taosan had lied to him, but that this kind of spiritual medicine was indeed difficult to preserve. Fortunately, the remaining 20 plants could still be planted, and Yichuan immediately sealed them with his true chi and preserved them in a jade box. This could probably be preserved for half a month, and within half a month he had to find the snowwood cold stone and set up the spell formation. Otherwise these 20 plants would have to wither as well. After Han Taosan left, Yichuan got busy. Those 30 ice heart grasses that couldn't be planted, he naturally had to use them to refine ice clear dan. After 2 full days of busyness in consuming 23 ice heart grasses, Yichuan was able to refine an ice clear dan. The success rate was frighteningly low. This cold attribute dan was indeed difficult to refine, plus Yichuan's cultivation level was too low and he did not have a good dan furnace, so he consumed so many ice heart grasses before only one dan was formed. However, Yichuan was still very happy and took this ice cleansing dan that night, and the effect was as expected. All of the demonic fury in his body was removed. Once the demonic fury was removed, Yichuan did not hesitate to impact the 4th level of chi practicing. After 2 more days, when he opened his eyes again, a thick breath emanated out, shaking the entire house with a hunting sound. The wall skins ruptured and fell off, and cracks appeared in the window glass. 4th level of chi cultivation, it's done. Yichuan stood up, a sense of power came to him, feeling the much thicker true essence power in his body. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. To him, there was nothing more worthwhile to be happy about than enhancing his strength. However, a new problem came. As he absorbed the demonic yuan from the dragon jade pendant to advance to the 4th level of chi cultivation, it was inevitable that his body was filled with demonic fury again. This way of cultivation was fast, but it was very torturous as it produced demonic fury every time he advanced. Yichuan could only pin his hopes on the ice heart grass, hoping that the Han family would find the snowwood cold stone quickly. In the next few days, Yichuan purchased some materials for refining talismans and refined some talismans at home, including fireball talismans, blasting talismans, wind control talismans and so on. These talismans were all disposable consumables, but they could be of great use. In case his demonic fury erupted at a critical moment, these talismans would come in handy. It was already the 7th day since Han Taosan left, and at night Han Waner suddenly called. The first sentence cheered Yi Duan up. Yi Duan, the snowwood cold stone has been found. Good, I'll go over right away. Big brother, it's 11 o'clock at night. That thing is in the hands of a big brother in Yunhai. Tomorrow I will take you to visit that big brother. Yi Duan could only nod his head. Good. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony of the new factory of the Han family in Hanyue Pharmaceuticals. I have to attend. You'll accompany me to the ceremony first and then take you to that big brother. Han Waner said. No problem. Han Waner's voice suddenly changed to a petite voice. I haven't seen you for a week. Did you miss me? If you miss me, you can come find me now. I'm whitewashed. Oh. Yichuan directly hung up the phone. He now only wants to snowwood cold stone. Hurry to set up the spell formation. The ice heart grass planted. The activity of the ice heart grass was preserved for half a month at most, and now a week had passed. The next morning, when Yi Chen was about to take a taxi over, Han Waner drove over in a Rolls Royce. She had a powerful aura and walked over like a queen. Wearing a printed black suit with a stylish red dress, she was beautiful and valiant, making Yichuan's eyes light up and quite stunned. A head of long black hair fluttering in the wind, beautiful features with exquisite makeup, really looks like a flower. That fair skin, long and round legs were very eye-catching, making it difficult to take one's eyes off. This was still the first time they met after the last time they parted. Han Waner came to Yichuan and threw a pink punch at his chest. Big bad guy, caused people's throats to swell for 3 days. Yichuan laughed. Who has the snowwood cold stone in their hands? Han Waner's eyes suddenly became grudging up, would like to renew an old love with him, but his heart only snowwood cold stone. I won't tell you, I'm in a hurry. Han Waner gave Yi Chen a blank stare and bent down to get into the car. When Yi Chen also drilled into the car, Han Waner suddenly leaned over, breathing like orchids, blowing a mouthful of hot air into his ear. Those bright and wonderful cherry lips gave off endless temptation. An evil fire arose within Yichuan's body, and he fatally said, Your ass is itching again, isn't it? Han Waner remembered the last time she was beaten up. She had an evil chill, she didn't dare to skin up again, and hurriedly started the car. The two of them then rushed to the new factory in the suburbs of Yunhai, where the lights were already on and people were coming and going. When Yi Chen and Han Waner got out of the car, they happened to run into Lin Hanyue and Lu Man walking inside. Wang Peng was also there. As soon as he saw Yi Chen, especially seeing the stunning beauty next to Yi Chen, Wang Peng was burning with jealousy. Yichuan, how can I see you everywhere? Are you doing this on purpose? Wherever Hanyue goes you go? Wang Peng went forward and said to Yichuan with an impatient face. Yi just turned around and saw that it was Wang Peng, also drunk. How everywhere there are you? You do not properly engage in the Tianhai group all day in this wandering. What? Tianhai group will not want to close down, right? Wang Peng's face immediately a black. Tianhai group is indeed about to close down, but has been blocking the news. Yichuan's unintentional sentence just pierced Wang Peng's sore spot. However, before Wang Peng could take offense, Lin Hanyue had already stepped forward quickly, her face as cold as ice. Wang Peng, don't pay any attention to them. Saying that, she raised the document in her hand and ruthlessly smashed it at Yi Chen and Han Waner, cursing, dog man and woman.
Chapter 35. Hey hey, who's that? Clatter. The documents smashed on Yi Chuan's chest and scattered all over the place. Next to Lu Man hurriedly picked up one by one. Hanyue, what are you doing? This is an important document for the new factory. Lin Hanyue was furious, her almond eyes containing fury. As soon as she saw them, she remembered the scene in that room. And this rather out-of-character behavior of Lin Hanyue stunned the crowd. Yi Chen was all looking at her with some surprise, not knowing why she was so angry. Dog, man and woman. Lin Hanyue clenched her silver teeth and cursed again. Yi Chuan looked at her. What does dog, man and woman mean, Ms. Lin? She's talking about us. Han Waner hugged Yi Chuan's arm and stared at Lin Hanyue without showing any weakness. Ms. Lin, you and Yi Chuan are already divorced. No, to be precise, you kicked Yi Chuan away. We are dogs and men when we are together? What's your logic? Can't Yi Chuan find a new love? You kicked him away and he still has to keep you? Han Waner's sharp teeth and series of rhetorical questions left Lin Hanyue speechless. However, Lin Hanyue was not willing to show weakness, and said coldly to Han Waner, "Little, I will clean you up." After saying that, Lin Hanyue took Lu Man and left with a high hand. I'll clean me up? Han Waner laughed. If you weren't concerned about you being Yi Chen's ex-wife, I would really welcome you to clean me up. Look, she's going to clean me up, don't blame me if I clean her up at that time. Han Waner looked towards Yi Chen. Yi Chuan glanced at her lightly. I'm married to her, there's still a bond there. Humph. Han Waner sulked, her face unhappy. In her heart, she was envious and jealous of Lin Hanyue. How was she so lucky to be a couple with Yi Chen for 3 years? How could this kind of good thing not come her way? Hanyue is right, today is the opening ceremony, what's the matter with you two? You deliberately came over to show your love in front of Hanyue, what is it if you are not dogs and men? Wang Peng snickered and walked up. Watch your words, be careful of having your tongue pulled out. Han Waner didn't bother with Lin Hanyue for Yi Chen's sake, but she wouldn't give Wang Peng face. Miss Han, you're still obsessed. Yi Chuan isn't a good person, you'll regret it one day if you're mesmerized by his flowery words. It's only wise to leave him quickly. Scram, one more word and you'll lose your tongue. Han Waner coldly swept a glance at Wang Peng, and that powerful aura made Wang Peng's heart flinch and his aura weaken. Afterwards, Han Waner took Yi Chen's arm and walked towards the ceremony hall. I'll get you sooner or later. Wang Peng looked at Han Waner's delicate and convex back and swallowed hard. He really couldn't understand why such a beautiful woman would get involved with this loser Yi Chen. Peng, why are you here? Come help me carry the flower basket. A voice came from behind him. Wang Peng took a look. It turned out to be Zhang Dishao, who was moving a large flower basket, and quickly greeted him with a smile on his face. Zhang Dishao can be great. His old son Zhang Yunfeng was the richest man in Yunhai 10 years ago. Young Zhang, it's surprising that you, a great god, have also come. This is the Han family's new company, so I naturally came to show my support. Young Master Zhang, with your status, it's really a great honor for the Han family to come to this ceremony. Wang Peng is holding up young Master Zhang's feet. Don't talk nonsense. Young Master Zhang glared at Wang Peng. Even my old man in front of Miss Han has to be polite and respectful, what am I in front of others? Egu, young Master Zhang is really too modest. Wang Peng embarrassed smile, quickly changed the topic. I heard that Miss Han is recognized as the first beauty in Jinling, the queen of the business sector. I really do not know what kind of elegance I have never seen. Zhang Dazhao face, I once saw Miss Han from afar at a banquet, really gorgeous, beautiful as heaven. The name of the first beauty of Jinling is absolutely true. I really don't know what kind of man can be worthy of Miss Han. Wang Peng was surprised. Zhang Dazhao, you have a strong family, a talent, should be worthy of Miss Han. What are you talking about? Mr. Zhang glared at Wang Peng again. I can give Miss Han shoes, is my honor. He knows more than Wang Peng, and already knows the changes in the Han family. Originally, the two giants of the Han family were in Yunhai, and now that Han Yuan has collapsed, all of his business in Yunhai has fallen into the hands of Han Waner. Han Waner's strength has risen dramatically, and the amount of resources in her hands is too much for her old man, Zhang Yunfeng, to handle. Zhang cannot afford, not to mention us little people. I really do not know what man can be worthy of Miss Han. Wang Peng sighs. Originally, he was still a little bit of Miss Han's fantasy, but now it is undoubtedly a broken dream. In fact, with Miss Han's identity, family background, and so on are not important, the key is what she likes. As long as it is what she likes, even if it is a stinky fish cellar at the bottom, it can become a mansion. Dao Xiao Zhang said. Young Master Zhang is joking, Miss Han has such a high vision, how could she look at someone from the bottom? Wang Peng shook his head. Hey, don't think like that, isn't the Samsung 1000 Gold married to a small security guard? Zhang Dishao said mysteriously, I got the gossip, Miss Han recently made a boyfriend, I heard it is a bottom. This time, Miss Han is going to push her boyfriend to the front of the stage and make him a new noble in Yunhai. What? A bottom feeder can get the favor of Miss Han? Wang Peng was shocked and filled with envy and jealousy. Why not him? After getting Miss Han's favor, he wouldn't be a bottom layer anymore, but a magnate. A nouveau riche. Who is that lucky guy? Can you introduce me to him? Wang Pang is full of anticipation. Why do you think you're so beautiful? I still need to find someone to introduce me to.
Mr. Zhang and Wang Peng carried the flower basket, not to mention walking.
Hey, Mr. Zhang, slow down, this flower basket is so heavy.
Wang Peng carried the flower basket and walked towards the hall with great effort. He also did not go to find Lin Hanhua, fantasizing about following behind young Master Zhang and getting to know the new nobleman of Yunhai. If he got acquainted, he could use the Han family's resources to help Tianhai Group solve the crisis of the thunderstorm. There's no need to follow Lin Hanhua around all day and serve him. However, this flower basket is quite heavy, weighing 100 pounds. He carried it for a few steps and his arms ached. Mr. Zhang, what is the name of that new nobleman? Wang Ping gritted his teeth and asked.
I don't know, I think I heard someone say his name is Yi. Yi what? Surname Yi? It cannot be Yi Duan, right?
Wang Peng's face changed. Yi Chuan came to mind, but was immediately dismissed by him. How could it be that trash Yi Chuan? Wang Peng walked up to the hall with great difficulty. His arm was almost unconscious, and he happened to see Yi Chen standing in the doorway, and hurriedly shouted, Hey, who is that? Come over to carry flower baskets for this young man, and reward you with 2 tips.
Chapter 36. How is she?
Yi Chuan glanced at Wang Peng, turned his head and left.
Wang Peng was disgraced, waved his fist. Fortunately you kid walked fast, otherwise I would have KU.
Don't be so crazy, those who can be invited here are all dignitaries in Yunhai. Zhang Dishao glared at Wang Peng again. As time went by, the guests were getting more and more, and the large hall was packed with people. All of them were powerful people in Yunhai, either this chief or that chief. Seeing this grand scene, Lu Meiyu was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Look, all the powerful people of Yunhai gathered at our family's factory to congratulate my daughter. Lu Meiyu is quite proud, lamented, from now on, my Lin family is also the top luxury family in Yunhai.
Mom, don't talk nonsense.
Lin Hanua's face is red. These guests are all coming for the Han family.
What am I talking about? Isn't this our family's factory?
Lin Hanua's toes are hooked together in embarrassment. Mom, this is the Han family's place. I just provide a technology.
The Han family is in charge here. What Han family? Lin family, in the future are all family.
Lu Meiyu said excitedly. Lin Xiaoming was also all smiles, looking left and right. Sis, I really didn't expect that you've made friends with so many big shots in the past few years.
Looks like you haven't made a lot of money. When will you give me a new car? I want to drive a Ferrari.
Lin Hanua stared. Open what Ferrari? Your BMW is not quite good, just bought last year.
Che, on that broken car, I do not want it.
Lin Xiaoming faced disdain. Sister, free to give me some pocket money.
Mom gives you a lot of money every month, isn't it enough? Lin Hanua frowned.
I used to give more because the money bought your stocks, now I give less, it is not enough to spend. Lin Xiaoming said. If you don't have enough to spend, then save it.
Lin Hanua was angry. She didn't want Lin Xiaoming to turn into a dude.
At this time, Yi Duan and Han Weiner walked through the passage. Lin Qingyuan saw, Yi Duan knows how to come. Huan Shui, you are divorced with him, but also let him come over for what?
It wasn't me who invited him. Lin Hanua looked at the two and said coldly. This is not that?
Seeing Han Weiner, Lu Meiyu immediately looked like she had been stepped on and said angrily, last time at the old house, this is the one who slapped me, and her men even broke Xiaoming's arm.
It's them, damn it. I'll kill them.
Lin Xiaoming was even angrier. His arm was still in plaster. He picked up a wooden stick with his other hand and went up to do it.
Sit down.
Lin Qingyuan snapped. Today is the opening ceremony of your sister's new factory. You go to make trouble, let your sister embarrassed? Lin Xiaoming then hate to sit down. For the sake of my sister's face, first forgive them, wait for the end of the ceremony and then find them to settle the score. After saying that, Lin Xiaoming took out his cell phone and started contacting people. That vixen beside her, she looks so beautiful, and I don't know what kind of luck Yi Chuan has had.
Lu Meiyu said sourly.
Hanshue, so you guys are here. I have been looking for you for half a day.
Wang Peng and Major Zhang came over.
This is Zhang Lei, Zhang Daoxiao, the son of Zhang Yunfeng, the richest man in Yunhai. Hearing that it was the son of the richest man in Zhang, Lu Meiyu's family immediately stood up in fear and greeted him with smiles on their faces. Young Zhang, this is my good friend, Lin Hanhua, the president of Hanhua Pharmaceuticals. Zhang Lei took a look at Lin Hanhua, tall and leggy, with long hair draped over her shoulders. Her jade-like skin had a stirring coldness, as if she was a fairy who didn't eat earthly fire. He was stunned and quickly said, so it's the famous beautiful president. I've heard so much about your name. After cooperating with the Han family, the share price of Hershey Pharmaceuticals has soared, and I regret buying less. Mr. Zhang, you are welcome. Hanhua Pharmaceuticals only has some small achievements, is far from being able to compare with your Yunfeng group. Lin Hanhua said modestly. I am optimistic about President Lin. I am afraid that her future achievements will not be weaker than Miss Han. Zhang Lei spoke beautifully. Mentioning Miss Han, Wang Peng hurriedly said, I heard from Mr. Zhang that Miss Han will also come to participate in the celebration today and speak on stage.
Upon hearing this, Lin Hanhua was shocked. Miss Han is going to show her face?
She had been longing for this Han Wan heir for a long time, and even idolized her. It was just that she had never seen Han Wan-er, and only knew her name but not her person. Usually, the contact with the Han family was handled by the general manager of Starlight Pharmaceutical, and Han Wan-er had never shown her face. Lin family members have naturally heard of Miss Han's name, Lin Xiaoming said. I heard that Miss Han is the first beauty in Jinling, and she is not married. Yes, Xiaoming, you are also not married, with Miss Han just make a pair.
Lu Meiyu eyes lit up. If Xiaoming married Miss Han, then their family is not a higher level?
And when Wang Peng Chenlei heard this, if he wasn't in Lin Hanyue's way, he would have just rolled his eyes.
They didn't even dare to think that Lin Xiaoming, this dog-like thing, still wanted to marry Miss Han? Mom, don't talk nonsense. How could big Miss Han look at Xiaoming?
Lin Hanyue was so embarrassed that she was on the verge of picking the stockings on her feet.
What's wrong with Xiaoming?
He's so handsome, maybe Miss Han will fall in love with him right away.
Lu Meiyu retorted. That's right, when I went to school I was still the school bully, and there are a lot of people chasing after me.
Lin Xiaoming said confidently. Lin Hanyue buried her head deeply. Chenlei was embarrassed and wanted to leave. If Miss Han could look at you, I would eat the plasterboard on your arm. That Xiaoming, don't think about it, Miss Han already has a boyfriend.
Wang Peng opened his mouth and ended this awkward conversation. Grip grass, have a boyfriend, which bastard is so lucky?
Lin Xiaoming said indignantly.
I also want to know who it is, I should be able to see it soon. Wang Peng pointed to the stage. The ceremony began. Miss Han is about to go on stage to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, welcome. Now that the ceremony has officially begun, let's give a grand round of applause and welcome Miss Han Wan-er to the stage to give her speech. Boom! Upon hearing that the colorful Miss Han, who was crowning the Golden Palace, was about to go on stage, the entire venue erupted in thunderous applause. The atmosphere boiled over all of a sudden. Coming, she's coming. Wang Peng's face was flushed with excitement, and Zhang Lei was also in high spirits. Lin Xiaoming even stretched his neck. Miss Han, is she finally going to show her true colors?
Lin Hanyue sat up straight, anticipation rising in her heart. Under the attention of all the people, a woman with a delicate figure slowly walked onto the stage. The stride under the high heels, the confidence wandering between the brows, the powerful aura enveloping the entire hall. Clang! 3 consecutive lights struck her body, causing her country beautiful face and national grace to be perfectly presented to the crowd's line of sight.
However, when looking at Miss Han's posture, the Lin family's crowd was shocked with their jaws dropping. Lin Hanyue was even struck by lightning, petrified on the spot. How is she? Chapter 37, Two Beauties of the World.
After staring at Han Wan-er on the stage for more than 10 seconds, Lin Hanyue reacted from that state of shock. Her heart instantly felt like she had overturned a bottle of 5 flavors, and a bitter smile surfaced on her cool face. It turned out that Han Yue was Han Wan-er, the great Miss Han who carried countless halos. Ridiculous that he had said he would clean her up before. I'm afraid that people could hold themselves down with a single finger. Lin Hanyue's face was full of bitterness, and a strong sense of frustration was born in his heart. Compared to the magnificent Han Wan-er, she really paled in comparison. Unable to help it, she thought of Yi Chen, the man she had abandoned, who had actually gained the favor of Miss Han. How could she not figure out what exactly Han Wan-er saw in Yi Chen? Yi Chen was a bit handsome. Could it be because of his looks? But with Miss Han's condition, what kind of handsome man could not be found? Why was it Yi Chen? This made Lin Hanyue's heart feel as if she had eaten a dead fly. In her opinion, Yi Chen was obviously a soft eater, and didn't know what methods he used to flatter Miss Han. However, remembering the scene at the villa, Yi Chen's rough and brutal appearance, Miss Han even knelt down to him. He was like a big man instead. Could it be that he was a soft rice hard eater? One by one thoughts surfaced in the mind. Lin Hanyue's heart was in turmoil. How is that Tai Fox? Just after Lu Meiyu finished speaking, she hastily covered her mouth, a look of horror on her face. If this were to reach the ears of Miss Han, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to eat. Thinking that she had scolded her before, Lu Meiyu became jittery in her heart. She's Han Wan-er, she's really pretty, why would she look at that loser Yi Chen and not me? Lin Xiaoming gritted his teeth. The one with the most wonderful expression was Wang Peng. It was almost as if a tsunami had erupted in his heart, and after the shock, he was more upset. He had spoken out against Han Wan-er twice before, and it was fine if she didn't care, but if she did, I'm afraid that a single word from Miss Han would make him disappear in Yunhai. Thinking about it, sweat broke out on Wang Peng's forehead. Next to Zhang Lei felt Wang Peng's different, surprised. Peng, what's wrong with you? No, nothing. Wang Peng cried and said with fear, Zhang, what is the character of Miss Han, heavy heart of revenge, if you offend her? I don't know. Zhang Lei, who was staring at the stage, suddenly turned his head back and looked at Wang Peng, who had a pale face, and was surprised. Wang Peng, you won't have offended Miss Han, will you? No, there were indeed words that offended Miss Han before, but I didn't know it was her. Wang Peng bitter face. You have guts, you even dared to offend Miss Han. Zhang Lei gave a thumbs up to Wang Peng, then hurriedly got up and left, keeping his distance from Wang Peng. Young Master Zhang, young master, be a middleman and help me make peace. Wang Peng is in a hurry. However, Zhang Lei walked even faster, as if he was afraid that Wang Peng would dip into him. Wang Peng sat there, as if he had lost his mother. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, today is a good day to open the new factory jointly founded by our Starlight Pharmaceuticals and Manhwa Pharmaceuticals. Han Waner had already started her speech on the stage, cool and calm, elegant and confident, her gaze slowly sweeping the whole scene as if she could penetrate the hearts of the people. From time to time, thunderous applause erupted from the scene. Being a man first establish virtue, doing business is also the same. Today we have a special guest, Ms. Zhang Xueme. This great woman, who comes from a rich family but teaches in remote mountainous areas, has plowed into the mountains for 40 years and changed the destiny of 3,789 mountain children. Poor mountains cannot change their will, rich and famous cannot move their hearts, and the reason why Ms. Zhang came to this ceremony is also for the children in the mountains. Our ace product of United Pharmaceuticals, pediatric heat and cough suppressant oral liquid, will go into the mountainous areas along with Mr. Zhang's steps to get rid of the children's illnesses.
Thank you, thank you.
A simple old woman in the front row stood up with tears in her eyes. Thank you, Ms. Han, for providing free medicines to the children in the mountains. A mountain of applause rang out at the scene, and many people were full of praise for Han Wan-er, who had actually invited Zhang Xueme, a well-known moral model, to provide free medicines for mountain children. This pattern had opened up in a flash, and it was still the best publicity for the product. This queen of the business world's wrist was really powerful. After a passionate speech, Han Wan-er's eyes fell on Lin Hanyue on the stage and said with a smile, "Now we have our partner of Starlight Pharmaceutical, Ms. Lin Hanyue, the president of Manhwa Pharmaceuticals, on stage."
Hanyue, it's your turn. Lu Meiyu poked Lin Hanyue's arm.
Lin Hanyue fixed her mind and looked at the radiant Han Wan-er on the stage, and their eyes collided in the air, with invisible sparks shooting. Her heart suddenly gave birth to a force of defiance, meeting Han Wan-er's gaze, slowly walking towards the stage. Lin Hanyue was a woman with a high and proud heart, and had already come out of her initial bitter frustration, replaced by a high fighting spirit. So what if you're Miss Han, you're still a nose and two eyes, Lin Hanyue, won't lose to you. One day, I'm going to stand on an equal footing with you, even higher than you. I'll even prove to you that you were wrong to choose Yichen. The person I abandoned, but you picked up as a treasure. I'm already stronger than you at this point. A single gaze was cast towards Lin Hanyue, and the hearts and minds of the crowd were once again stunned. Lin Hanyue is a beautiful and cool woman, a white dress is like a lotus flower in the sky. That slender soft eyebrows, is with the best ink turpentine also cannot adjust the elegant and vulgar. Eyes across the autumn water, is 1,000 mountains in the ice lake can only be dense out of the spirit of the dust. I see pity but also exceptionally cold elegant temperament, anyone who looks at the jaw, that constantly swaying white posture, as if buried deep in the heart of a white moonlight. When Lin Hanyue stood on the stage, standing side by side with Han Waner, the atmosphere in the arena immediately ignited. Two great beauties, very different styles, standing together as if two immortal flowers bloomed, that dark invisible encounter, but as if each of their own spitting stamens, fighting for beauty, fragrance through the 9 heavens.
Ms. Lin, we meet again.
Han Wan-er took the initiative to extend her palm, meaningfully.
I didn't expect, you are Miss Han.
Lin Hanyue graciously extended her hand, her gaze complex. In fact, she should have thought of it a long time ago, so beautiful, surnamed Han, saw her in both Tangyuan Pavilion and Han Wenyuan Villa, who else could it be if not Miss Han? There are many other things you didn't expect, such as Yi Chuan, one day you will regret your stupid decision.
Han Wan-er smiled. Is that so?
I've never regretted it, in your eyes he's a treasure, but in my eyes. Lin Hanyue smiled proudly and said word for word.
In my eyes, he is nothing. Chapter 38 Take a pen.
Lin Hanyue's words caused Han Waner to be slightly shocked, but then she smiled. Her obsessive look was really super cute, so she would have a chance to hopefully become a woman by Yi Chen's side. The couple had been married for 3 years, and if Lin Hanyue turned back at this moment, 80% of Yi Chen would return to her side. Based on the information Han Waner had, she knew that Yi Chen was an affectionate person. But Lin Hanyue, this stupid woman, obviously had heaven-defying chi, but she was flesh-eyed and didn't know the true dragons on earth. Oh, it seems that Ms. Lin is very confident, don't forget that bet between us.
Han Wan-er smiled bright and enchanting. Of course we'll not forget, I choose Wang Peng, you choose Yi Chen, after January we'll see the difference. Lin Hanyue's white mouth lifted a touch of mocking art. Now has been the past 10 days, Yi Chen is still nothing, you think he can still catch up with Wang Peng? In my eyes, Wang Peng is not even worthy of Yi Chen's shoes. Han Wan-er laughed. Humph.
Lin Hanyue said indifferently, that I'll let you lose, only Miss Han, I hope you abide by the rules of the game and don't secretly help Yi Chen.
Of course, how does a man like Yi Chen need my help? It's always been him helping me. Han Wan-er smiled even more broadly. It's true that the lover's eyes are the best in the world. Lin Hanyue snorted, looking at Han Waner who was smiling right in front of her, I hope you can still laugh when the time comes. After an exchange of words, Lin Hanyue began her speech. Her speech was also of a very high caliber, causing applause after applause. When she finished her speech and wanted to get off the stage, Han Wan-air stopped her. Ms. Lin, don't wait, immediately Yi Chen is going to be on the stage too. Yi Chuan? What is he doing up here? Does he have any value in this kind of occasion? Lin Hanyue faintly said. There is no immediately, do not know. Han Wan-er blinked her eyes. Lin Hanyue stood on the sidelines, but she was waiting to see what Yi Chen would perform on stage. This was the opening ceremony of their joint pharmaceutical factory. Did it have anything to do with Yi Chen? She really couldn't figure out what Yi Chen was doing up here. What role could he play? Was he performing a program to clamor for attention? Lin Hanyue was looking forward to seeing Yi Chen make a fool of himself, and more importantly, seeing Han Wan-air make a fool of herself. Therefore, she held a posture of watching a good show, waiting for Yi Chen to go on stage. Han Wan-er said in a full of emotion, exuberant tone, below, let's welcome the heavyweight guest of this ceremony, my special guest, Yi Duan, Mr. Yi, with a warm round of applause. Snap! The unknown guests immediately erupted into a huge applause, while the Lin family, who knew Yi Chuan's details, as well as Wang Ping, were all a bit confused. What was Miss Han doing inviting Yi Chuan up there? Unable to help it, their eyes drifted towards Yi Chen's side. Originally, Yi Chen was drowsy in his seat, but he didn't expect Han Wan-air to suddenly ask him to go up to the stage, instantly becoming the center of attention in the room. Yi Chen naturally didn't want to go on stage. What was the point of going up? However, Han Wan-air's eager eyes and the thunderous applause from the stage forced him to get up and walk towards the stage. He arrived on the stage and looked at Han Wan-air with a confused look on his face. Han Wan-air stepped forward, and under everyone's gaze, she instantly took Yi Chen's arm. Boom! This scene landed in the crowd like a heavy bomb, causing the entire hall to explode. Eldest Miss Han Wan-er actually took a young man's arm in public, so intimate. What kind of signal was this sending? Some people who knew the inside story, such as Zhang Lei, already understood that this Yi Chen was Han Wan-air's new boyfriend, which was widely rumored outside. Han Wan-air looks like a little girl, holding Yi Chuan's arm intimately. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce Mr. Yi Chuan to you all. He is my closest friend of the opposite sex, and he has helped me a lot. The closest friend of the opposite sex. Han Wan-er this rather ambiguous words, so that the guests in the field are already understand. The two are afraid that the relationship between men and women The radiant Miss Han, a heart was captured by this man. This is what the gods are. Unable to help it, a gaze was like a sword, sweeping back and forth on Yi Chuan's body, seemingly wanting to see through him. It was really him. Wang Ping sat on the chair with a disheveled face, his heart filled with indignation and unwillingness, as well as a strong jealousy. How could Yi Chen, this trash, become Miss Han's boyfriend? Which point was he, Wang Ping, not better than him? But this Miss Han chose a poor man like Yi Chen. Why in the world? Wang Ping's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. In recent times I have encountered many difficulties in Yunhai. Mr. Yi has provided me with great help and can be said to be my nobleman. We are all begging for food in Yunhai, so I hope that all of you can take care of Yi Duan for a while. In that case, Wan-air is grateful. Han Wan-er took Yi Chen's arm and said with deep emotion. The people sitting under the stage were all human beings. How could they not understand Han Wan-er's meaning and immediately agreed? Moreover, their gazes towards Yi Chuan changed. With Miss Han's support, no matter what Yi Chuan used to do, he would definitely be the new nobility of Yunhai in the future. Just this? Lin Hanyue standing next to her was full of disdain, pushing Yi Chen to the front stage, using her own aura to create momentum for Yi Chen. This is Han Wan-air's purpose of putting Yi Chen on stage? Even if Yi Chen becomes the newest noble in Yunhai, he is still worthless in Lin Hanyue's eyes because he is relying on Han Wan-air's aura. Men who ate soft food, she looked down on. And at this moment, Han Wan-er wrapped her arm around Yi Chen and her gaze drifted to Lin Hanyue on her side, as if she was declaring her sovereignty and showing off her treasures. And Lin Hanyue didn't show any weakness, taking a step forward and raising her chest high, she met Han Wan-er's provocative gaze with disdain in her eyes. As if to say, the man you look at is worthless in my eyes. As for Yi Chuan, he felt the invisible and intense exchange of words between the two women, exuding strong hostility towards each other. He had a bitter smile on his face. These two women are not partners. How to make it like a love rival? When Lin Hanyue felt that Han Wan-er was full of disdain for holding up Yi Chen in this way, Han Wan-er let go of Yi Chen. She said to the stage, Mr. Yi is multi-talented, and he even has a good hand at writing. At the moment of the grand opening of our united pharmaceutical factory, let's let Mr. Yi leave his ink to send his blessings, shall we? Good, good. Applause rang out from the stage. Yi Chuan was speechless. It turned out that Han Wan-air hit him with the idea of the ink treasure. Looking at Han Wan-air casting a sly gaze towards himself, Yi Chuan smiled. What a woman who can make things happen, quirky. Of course, writing well wasn't something unseemly, and since Han Wan-air was so hard on him, Yi Chen immediately nodded his head in agreement. Since Miss Han is so flattering, I'll make an offering. Yi Chen stepped forward and proudly said. Take the pen. Chapter 39, 8 Characters Crown Ancient and Modern. Han Wan-air had prepared, pen, ink, paper and inkstone were quickly arranged, a good rice paper spread on the stage. Yi Chuan went forward, lifted the brush and dipped it into the ink, pondered for 2 seconds, and then dropped the pen.
With a single stroke of his pen, 8 large, powerful, yet beautifully formed characters jumped onto the paper. Seeing Yi Chen's writing posture, Lin Hanyua's heart was slightly shaken. That look, that movement, that vigor, that confidence, it was as if a poetry immortal was stirring up the words, as if an emperor was pointing out the mountains and rivers. She had never realized that when Yi Chen put his pen to paper, it was so moving. Prosperous wealth, prosperous business. Seeing these 8 words, Han Wan-air's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Her eyes blossomed with an intense light, as if she was looking at a beautiful work of art and marveling at it, floating like a floating cloud, straight as a shocking dragon. Iron book and silver hook, the best in the ancient world. Han Wan-air's comment shocked many people. What kind of calligraphy is worthy of the 4 words, the best of all time? Please enjoy Mr. Ye's calligraphy. Han Wan-air can't wait to share it with everyone. Wait a moment, the ink is not yet dry. After Yi Duan finished writing, he was already standing with his hands folded. Okay, wait a little longer. Han Wan-air waved her hand, stopping the 2 ceremonial ladies who had already come forward. At this time, the guests under the stage couldn't wait any longer and stretched their necks towards the stage. Most of the people who came here were entrepreneurs, and they loved to dabble in elegance, especially calligraphy. Among them, there is no lack of calligraphy masters. The president of Yunhai Calligraphy Association were invited by Han Weiner, sitting on the stage. This crown of ancient and modern. If not Han Wan-air's comment, I'm afraid they would have already spoken out to ridicule. What calligraphy is worthy of these 4 words? After the ink dried, Han Wan-air couldn't wait to say, quickly, let everyone appreciate it. The 2 tall and leggy ceremonial ladies immediately unfolded the rice paper and presented the 8 characters in front of everyone. At this look, even Wang Peng was shocked. He was a member of the Calligraphy Association and naturally knew it. And the scene is not only him, then his level of many people, the eyes fell on the rice paper for a moment, is suddenly stunning. Good calligraphy, good a stroke and down, if the reins of the stallion came to the dust and go, but also like a dragon flying in the sky flow and move. A well-dressed and elegant entrepreneur excitedly commented. This painting is like a strong man pulling out a sword, the colorful and moving, and the gyrations into and out of, and not in the middle of the section. The clouds and flowing and majestic, when the 4 words of the best in the past and present. The guests in the audience commented on it one by one, and the evaluation was extremely high. Mr. Huai Su. Many people looked towards an old man with white hair in the arena. He was Mr. Huai Su, the president of the Yunhai Calligraphy Association and the greatest authority. However, Mr. Huai Su's body stood straight, not saying a word, looking at the 8 big characters on the rice paper without turning his eyes away. His eyes actually slowly left 2 lines of hot tears. Mr. Huai Su tears. Unknown guests, very surprised. What kind of calligraphy can make this master of calligraphy tears? Mr. Silent Dust. He is Mr. Silent Dust. When the crowd reacted from their amazement, there were already people shouting excitedly. Boom! These words were like a shocking thunderbolt that exploded in Lin Hanyua's mind. It caused her delicate body to tremble violently as she looked at Yi Chen incredulously. He, surprisingly, was the one word Mr. Silent Dust? But Lu Meiyu clearly said that he wasn't. It was indeed Mr. Silent Dust's word, and I didn't expect that Mr. Silent Dust, who was a godly dragon, was actually so young. That elegant middle-aged man, shocked. Mr. Silent Dust. Mr. Silent Dust. The venue resounded with enthusiastic shouts, comparable to a large star-chasing scene. Mr. Silent Dust has never appeared in the public eye, never showed up, only a few pieces of ink in the calligraphy world. I didn't expect it to be this man, surname G. Dust. Mr. Huai Su, he is the Silent Dust master that you hold in high esteem. Someone shouted. Mr. Huai Su, however, did not speak. He was still in tears. Immersed in the meaning of those 8 words for a long time. He is Mr. Silent Dust? Lu Meiyu's entire body was confused. How could G Dust, this trash, be Silent Dust? Are these entrepreneurs joining forces to play us? Lin Xiaoming was surprised. Silly X. Wang Peng gave the Lin family a hateful look. They said that Ji Chen was a waste and not Mr. Silent Dust at all, affecting his judgment. Looking at the lively stage, Yi Chen on the stage was confused. He had no idea that the few words he usually wrote casually would cause a sensation in the calligraphy world, not to mention that he had so many fans. If he had known, he wouldn't have written it, it was too high profile. Miss Han, I'll offer $2 million for these 8 characters of Mr. Silent Dust. A boss stood up and said on the spot. But he drew a burst of laughter. You want to buy Mr. Silent Dust's characters for $2 million? Boss Chen, you're dreaming. Mr. Silent Dust's ink treasures are rarely circulated in the market. There are only a handful of them. In the past, 100,000 yuan a word, but now it has risen to $1 million. That's right, Mr. Silent Dust's past ink treasures had at most 4 characters, while this one has as many as 8, which is worth more. I offer $8 million. A wealthy boss shouted. I bid $10 million. That elegant middle-aged man shouted. Many people recognized that he was Boss Shin Kushingshin, the king of stationery in Yunhai. $20 million. A big-waisted middle-aged man shouted domineeringly. He is the coal boss Lei Dafu.
Lei Dafu, you a coal digger, why do you need Mr. Silent Dust Sink treasure? Someone is dissatisfied. I send the leader cannot? Lei Dafu justified. Mr. Silent Dust Sink treasure is priceless, I offer 30 million. Another big shot spoke up, this is Zhou Quanjun, a real estate big shot from Yunhai. I offer $40 million. A man in a suit said faintly. $50 million.
Shin Kushing said through gritted teeth.
$60 million. I'll give you $65 million. $70 million. Who dares to grab it from me? Me, 80 million.
Looking at the bigwigs in the arena who were arguing with each other, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief.
Many people were shocked to death. 8 words for $80 million?
Han Wan Air was crying and laughing. This was the opening ceremony of their joint company, but right now it had turned into an auction.
I'll offer $100 million. Suddenly, a female boss stood up and said in a domineering manner, 100 million.
The crowd was shocked by the price, and the venue that was so loud just now became silent.
100 million.
Lin Hanyua's body on the stage slightly retreated 2 steps, reaching out to hold the chair next to her. She was a little unsteady.
The 8 words that Ji Chuan had casually written were actually worth hundreds of millions of dollars? Is he still a worthless piece of trash? And at this moment, Han Wan Air's eyes drifted towards Lin Hanyua, who lowered her head deeply. The face, red as blood. Chapter 40. Big Brother Lucy. Yi Chen directly retreated.
He also did not expect that he had casually written 8 words, but it caused such a big stir,
triggering many bosses to cajole, all shouting to $100 million. It was too outrageous.
He thought that his words, 100,000 a hold up, really cannot understand how these bosses think. Yi Chuan didn't like this kind of scene, and directly left. And the scene is not over. That female boss is the general manager of the famous angel investment in Yunhai, known as the investment queen, holding hundreds of billions of dollars in her hands. She offered $100 million, covering the entire field, and those bosses were dumbfounded. However, Han Waner ended the farce with just a few light words, not for sale even for $100 million. Lin Hanyua didn't know how she walked out of the venue, her spirit already in a trance. She had just said that Yi Chen was a worthless piece of trash, but in the blink of an eye, he had created hundreds of millions of dollars in value. Those 8 words, and the sky-high price of 100 million, seemed like a slap in her face. Only now did she realize how ignorant and ridiculous she was. What was even more ridiculous was that 10-year appointment she had with Han Waner. Now there was no need to compete, the winner and loser had already been decided. Yi Chuan casually wrote a few words that made Wang Peng unable to compete. How else could he compete? Defeated, Lin Hanyue felt defeated. She even felt that the fact that Hanyue Pharmaceuticals was able to cooperate with the Han family was probably Yi Chen's handiwork. The one who decided on this matter was Han Wan Air. Yi Chen had a great relationship with Han Wan Air, and Wang Peng. How could he get into Han Wan Air's eyes and force her to change her decision? Han Shui, you regret it? Lin Qingyuan looked at his disoriented daughter and sighed. Lin Hanyue slowly lifted her head, her gaze becoming firm again. Dad, I don't regret it. So what if the character is good? So what if he becomes the greatest calligrapher of all time? What I need is not a man who can write, but a capable man who can help me in my career. That's right, what's a good handwriting? It's worthless if you write too much. Lu Meiyu said disdainfully, the words are written well, but also a waste, 100 useless as a scholar. Lin Xiaoming also nodded, I think those rich people are Han Wan Air looking for actors, 8 words to sell $100 million, cheating little cutie. But, Lin Qingyuan worried, Yi Duan has the backing of a big lady like Han Wan Air, it's not good for you. If Han Wan Air trips up on you, you won't be able to hold back off. Lin Hanyue, after a brief moment of trance, had regained her composure. Dad, I'm not afraid. If Han Wan Air is really so despicable, then I will find other enterprises to cooperate. As long as I have the trump card of pediatric lung cleansing oral liquid, I will always be invincible. Han Wan Air thought that by using this method, she would be able to strike me. She was wrong. This battle has only just begun. Flames burned in Lin Hanyue's eyes. In the luxury sedan, Han Wan Air looked at the co-pilot Yi Duan. You this guy how to leave early, do not see everyone so sought after your words, why are you not enthusiastic at all? Yi Dus smiled helplessly, what he pursues is not words, but cultivation. When they recognized you as Master Silent Dust, you didn't see Lin Hanyue's shocked look, dumbstruck, expression not to mention how wonderful. She must have regretted divorcing you. How was it? Did you feel good? Anyway, I am quite cool, this proud woman, this time suffered a great blow-off. Han Wan Air said with excitement. Yi Chuan, however, shook his head and said faintly, you don't understand her, and you're underestimating her too much. She's not a woman who admits defeat easily, and this will only stir up her competitive spirit even more. Moreover, she won't regret it unless it comes to the point of no return. To Lin Hanyue, Yi Chen knew too much. Only by defeating her at her proudest place and taking away everything she possessed would she lower her lofty head. Of course Yi Chen was happy to see this scene. When she deprived her daughter of her life, she was doomed to spend her entire life in remorse. In her opinion, perhaps the battle had just begun.
You don't need to join in, this is between me and her. Yi Chen glanced at Han Wan Air.
Let's go find that big brother and get the Snowwood Cold Stone.
Han Wan Air nodded and started the car.
On the way, through Han Wan Air's narration, Yi Chuan also had a preliminary understanding of that big brother. Named LVC, Jianghu called LV4 Masters, Black Origin. Once was also a party Jianghu big brother, not very old, less than 50 years old, but the Jianghu seniority is very high, like to put up a stink. Later on, LVC successfully cleared his name, holding several listed companies in his hands, with a wide range of connections, and is recognized as a big brother in the upper echelons of Yunhai.
Arrived.
Han Waner drove Yi Chen to a manor in the eastern suburbs of Yunhai with the 3 big, gold-drawn words martial arts garden. As soon as he walked in, what met his eyes was the 18 types of weapons that stood on both sides of the gate, all of them real. Along the way, this garden is filled with elements of martial arts.
Lu Si is a martial arts practitioner? Yi Duan asked. No.
Han Waner laughed. This LVC was not a martial artist, because his daughter loved practicing martial arts and was obsessed with martial arts, so LVC specially built this martial arts garden for her daughter.
He loved his daughter very much. Yi Chuan's heart suddenly ached.
Yes, LVC had only this one precious daughter, who was regarded as the jewel in the palm of his hand. When he quit the Jianghu, it was also for his daughter.
Han Waner said.
Yi Chuan was silent. If his daughter was still there, he would rather never lift the dragon binding seal and be an ordinary person forever.
Not long after, the two met LVC in an octagonal pavilion.
Dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, his face was majestic, and he had his own big brother aura.
Fourth uncle, I've kept you waiting. Han Waner rushed forward.
LVC was very warm to Han Waner. He had business dealings with the Han family and was considered a partner. However, when he saw Yi Chen, LVC was greatly disappointed. He waited here for half a day with such a status, but he waited for a brat. The color of contempt could not help but appear on his face. When Yi Chuan explained his intention to purchase the Snowwood Cold Stone, LVC directly refused. Han Waner's words on the side were no good either. For one thing, the Snowwood Cold Stone was something that LVC cherished, and for another, she couldn't see this Yi Chen. A yellow-haired boy, still want to buy away his treasure, really ridiculous. At this time, a young woman wearing white practice clothes with a ponytail walked over, with a steady and strong pace and very bright eyes.
She was LVC's daughter, LV Gentle. Dad, there are guests at home? LV Rowan glanced at Yi Chen and Han Waner.
LVC nodded slightly and said a few words before LV Rowan got up and left. As she walked past Yi Chuan, she glanced at him and said in her heart that this man was quite handsome.
This is Miss LV?
Yi Chen waited for her to walk away and said, "It is the beloved daughter, LV Gentle." LVC had a proud face. Yi Chuan frowned and stepped forward. Uncle LVC, with all due respect, your daughter won't live for 3 days.
Chapter 41, A Great Enemy Comes to the Door.
Yi Chuan's words caused LVC's face to change. He violently picked up the teacup on the table and smashed it fiercely towards Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan dodged it with a slight sidestep. Splat! The fine celadone porcelain teacup smashed on the ground and split into pieces. Kid, are you looking for death? LVC's eyes were wide open, his eyes flashed with thick anger, like an enraged lion. And the 2 big men in black behind him actually reached into their pockets and pulled out guns, killing aura. In the face of the black holes of the guns, Yi Chuan did not change his face. Fourth uncle, what are you doing? Han Waner's face was cold. What did you say? This asshole cursed my daughter to death. LVC's gaze was like a sharp sword. He only has this one precious daughter, it's like his scales, he won't allow others to offend her. Put the gun down and listen to what Yi Chuan has to say. Han Waner raised her voice. Good, Waner, fourth uncle will give you this face. LVC waved his hand, letting his little brother put away his gun, then slammed the table, his eyes like electricity staring at Yi Chen. You better give me a convincing explanation, or else you won't be able to walk out of the martial arts garden today. Han Waner also looked at Yi Chuan with surprise. Lu Ro was young and practiced martial arts all day long. His body looked healthy. How could he not live for 3 days? If Yi Chuan hadn't said this, she would have definitely scoffed as well. Yi Chuan pointed to his chest. Has Ms. Lu suffered an injury here? Damn, where are you pointing? A big man in black with a scar on his brain snapped. Yi Chen ignored him and just looked at LVC. Unexpectedly, LVC actually nodded and looked at Yi Chen with some doubt. About 5 years ago or so, Yi Dust added. LVC was instantly nonplussed and said in surprise, Kid, how do you know? Naturally, I can see it. Yi Chuan faintly said. Han Waner's face changed slightly. What are you staring at other girls' chests for nothing? LV4 face color is also not very good to see. If it is not the heart of the fox, now certainly want to attack again. You have nothing to stare at my daughter's chest to see what? Yi Chuan smiled helplessly and had to explain in detail. I heard that Ms. Lu's breathing was not right, so I took one more look, and the problem was on the chest. What exactly is the problem? You quickly say it. LVC said impatiently. A few years ago Miss LV suffered an injury here. The injury is very serious, right? Yi Chuan pointed to his chest. Right here there was a hidden vein, which was a branch of Ren vein, one of the 8 odd meridians.
This hidden vein connects the 4 major acupoints of Milkroot Point, Yutong Point, Tanjong Point, and Naguan Point.
Ms. Lu injured this hidden vein a few years ago, damaging and destroying it, causing qi and blood to stagnate over the years. This qi and blood stagnation place, and implicated in the heart. The next do not need me to say more. Heart problems, there is no reason to live? Yi Chuan faintly said. LV4 frowned, then snapped, nonsense, a few years ago my daughter's injury is very serious, but has long been cured. She is young plus practicing martial arts regularly, her body is very strong and healthy, without any problems.
And the annual physical examination, there is no problem.
Because it was a hidden vein, ordinary people could not detect it, and instruments could not check it out, so it was easy to be ignored.
But it would be too late when it erupted. Yi Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and asserted, within 3 days, Ms. Lu's problem is bound to erupt. Humph.
What hidden vein, what life-threatening danger, it's just something you made up to try to cheat me out of the snow with cold stone.
I, LVC, have been in the Jianghu for my whole life. What kind of people have I not seen before? Like you, this kind of Jianghu cheat old me has seen a lot.
Today, if it wasn't for Wan Air's face, I would have plucked out your eyes and cut out your tongue.
See you off, you are not welcome here.
Lu Si flung his sleeve robe and said coldly.
Han Waner stepped forward. Fourth uncle, Yi Chen's medical skills are extraordinary and cannot be trusted.
Wan Air, you don't have to say anymore, I'm tired today, I won't see guests.
LVC gave the order to expel the guests.
Han Waner naturally believed Yi Chuan and was about to say something, but was stopped by Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan slightly arched his hand and said to LVC, within 3 days you will beg me, only I can cure Miss LV's illness. But at that time, you must deliver the snow with cold stone before I will make a move. Shut up, one more word and I'll blow your head off.
LVC said angrily. Farewell.
Yi Duan clasped his fists and left with Han Wan Air.
Yi Chuan, is what you said true?
After coming outside, Han Wan Air hurriedly asked.
Of course it's true, would I believe it? Yi Chen smiled. Let's see in 3 days, you can't look away and make me lose face with it. Yi Dus smiled without saying anything. Han Wan Air suddenly smiled and said, is Miss Lu big there?
Yi Chuan glanced at her and nodded.
How does it compare to mine? Han Wan Air's shoulders opened. Boring.
Yi Chuan sent Han Wan Air a blank stare.
How is this boring? Women like to compare this.
Han Wan Air said with a straight face.
Yi Chen directly waved his hand and called a cab, drilled in and left.
Han Wan Air had a depressed look on her face, this asshole. Halfway Lin Xiaoming called, Yi Chuan is quite strange, this bastard boy looking for himself to do.
He thought about it or answered it, the receiver came Lin Xiaoming's somewhat grim voice, Yi Duan, where are you? What are you looking for me for?
What do you say, the last time the old man arm broken, have not found you to settle accounts. If you are a man, hurry over, I am waiting for you in the wasteland behind the old house. Lin Xiaoming said viciously.
Not Han Wan Air bodyguard hit you, what do I care? Damn, Han Wan Air old man cannot afford to mess with, not looking for you to find who?
Lin Xiaoming said hatefully.
Okay, you wait, I'll be right back.
Yi Chuan smiled and hung up the phone. It turns out that this kid wants to find him revenge. Just now in the opening ceremony site to see Lin Xiaoming, his arm is still playing plaster it. Yi Chuan didn't take it seriously. If Lin Xiaoming was really blocking him at home, then he would educate this jerk by hand. However, when he rushed to the neighborhood, he saw 2 people, not Lin Xiaoming, but 2 youths wearing shirts.
On their chest area, there was a pattern made up of black and white double fish, that was the Bagua Taiji diagram.
Seeing that pattern, Yi Chuan's heart thumped and his face changed greatly. They were actually Xian sect disciples, and the pattern on their chests was the Xian sect symbol.
Xian sect.
These 2 words were engraved deep within Yi Chuan's heart, a giant sect in the ancient martial world, his archenemy. In the battle that surrounded him, the Xian sect Holy Lord was one of the main forces. Yi Chuan was shocked, not expecting his enemy to come to his door so soon.
A storm, it's coming ah.
Afterward, Yi Chuan coldly smiled and took big steps towards the 2 Xian sect disciples.
Chapter 42 Monster like brother-in-law. Who are you looking for? Yi Chuan arrived in front of the 2 men and asked with a smile. These 2 youths, one fat and one thin, the fat one sized up Yi Duan and said, we are looking for someone called Yi Duan, may I ask if he lives here? So you guys are looking for Yi Duan, I know where he is, take you there? Yi Chen smiled and said. Good, you lead the way.
Yi Dust brought the 2 to the grassy field behind the neighborhood.
HM? How did you bring us here?
The thin man swept a glance around and coldly said. Aren't the 2 of you looking for Yi Duan? I am Yi Duan, and I also have a name, Yi Long Master.
Yi Dust smiled and said. What, you are Yi Dragon Lord?
The 2 youths were shocked when they heard this.
Not bad, you guys see this is my jade pendant. You guys should know that Yi Dragon Lord's dragon jade pendant. Yi Chen took out the jade pendant on his chest and waved it in front of the 2.
Indeed, it is the dragon jade pendant of Dragon Lord Yi. The 2 youths fixed their eyes on it and an intense light bloomed in their eyes.
Yi Dragon Lord was the mortal enemy of the Xian sect. If anyone could find him, they would be able to directly become a Xian sect elder, a step up to heaven. Ha, our brother's luck is truly heaven-defying. The two youths burst into laughter. They had actually found the person Xian sect had been searching for 3 years. Why are the two of you so happy? Yi Chuan laughed. Of course happy. We are Xian sect disciples. My name is Wu Qian, this is my younger brother Wu Kuan. The fat youth laughed so hard that his mouth was almost grinning to the root behind his ear. You are the #1 wanted criminal of our Xian sect. Whoever can find you will be able to make a great achievement for the Xian sect and gain heavenly riches. Oh, how did you two find me? Yi Duan asked indifferently. Our brothers were originally traveling in the Sea of Clouds and overheard your name, so we inquired all the way here. Originally, we didn't hold much hope, but we didn't expect you are really Yi Dragon Lord. It turns out to be so. Yi Duan was then slightly relieved that they had bumped into each other unintentionally, not coming with premeditation. This is better, killing them will be fine. But I don't understand, why are you two so happy? Shouldn't Yi Dragon Lord make people scared? Yi Duan looked at the two who had slowly pushed their way in and asked with interest. Ha, Yi Dragon Lord, don't pretend. Who does not know that 3 years ago in a battle you were seriously injured, meridians destroyed, cultivation lost, has been reduced to an invalid? Wu Qian laughed with derision on his face. Our holy lord all deduced that you have died. I didn't expect you to be alive just to get credit for our brothers, right? The thin youth Wu Kuan was also full of complacency and recklessness. What is a tiger without its claws and teeth? Hands on. The two youths glanced at each other and were about to launch an attack on Yi Chen. However, at this time, a group of people were raging and rushed out from the wall of the neighborhood. It was Lin Xiaoming, leading 24 tattooed youths with steel pipes and machetes. Yi Chuan, you really have guts, dare to wait for me here, see how I will clean you up today. Lin Xiaoming saw Yi Chuan at a glance and said with a cold smile. What are you guys doing? Looking at the gang that suddenly rushed out, Wu Qian shouted. What are you doing? What are you saying? Don't you see the knife in my hand? Lin Xiaoming had a knife in his hand and spoke arrogantly. Hurry up and get out of my way, or I'll even cut you two together. Bold. Seeing that this youngster was carrying a knife in one hand and his other arm was in a cast, he dared to speak out against them. The Wu brothers are disciples of the Xian sect, highly skilled internal martial artists. Would they be threatened by this? Damn, you two stupid exes still won't let go. Are you looking for death? Lin Xiaoming held up his sword and flaunted it. Slap. Wu Qian moved and slapped Lin Xiaoming's face. Lin Xiaoming screamed miserably, flew out a few meters, and smashed to the ground with a thud. Looking at his face again, it swelled up like a pig's head. Ah. The sharp pain on his face caused Lin Xiaoming to let out a miserable scream, his whole body twitching and almost spasming in pain. Chop them up for me. Lin Xiaoming roared. On. More than 20 gangsters rushed up with their weapons. The Wu brothers scurried out like two fierce tigers, using their fists and feet, and in just 2 short minutes, they cleaned up these 24 punks. They lay on the ground, wailing. How is this possible? Lin Xiaoming was shocked, never having seen such a powerful person, punching out like a boulder smashing down. As long as they were smashed, they would immediately have to break their bones and tendons. Moreover, that hard steel pipe hitting them seemed to be painless and could not cause any damage at all. Big brother, spare my life. Seeing the Wu brothers' gaze drifting towards them, the bruised and swollen Lin Xiaoming shivered in fear and directly knelt on the ground. Cut. Seeing Lin Xiaoming's wimpy face, the Wu brothers immediately lost interest. What a straw man. Their gazes then drifted towards Yi Chuan. It's your turn, are we going to do it ourselves, or are you going to finish it on your own? You guys, come on. Yi Dust indifferently said. Brother, let me abuse him first. Wu Kuan walked towards Yi Duan with an excited face. This is the famous Yi Dragon Lord, beating him up will surely make him famous all over the world. Aha! Seeing that these two experts were also looking for Yi Duan's trouble, Lin Xiaoming, who had been terrified a moment ago, instead became excited at this moment. Although the people he had found did not put down Yi Duan, as long as Yi Duan was unlucky, it would be fine. The strong performance of these two youths just now made Lin Xiaoming viciously look forward to getting up and beating Yi Duan to the point of breaking his arms and legs as well, preferably killing him on the spot. Yi Duan, you're finished. These two big brothers are like wolves and tigers. You wait to die, I will collect your corpse. Lin Xiaoming had a fierce smile on his face. At this time, Wu Kuan had already launched himself, and with a stomp of his back leg, he suddenly rushed towards Yi Chuan. His arm drove the air, emitting a snapping crunch, as if a whip was lashing in the air, viciously chopping towards Yi Chuan's head. The move was powerful and unstoppable. Under this chop, even a rock would be shattered. Good, kill Yi Chuan. Lin Xiaoming gloated and was about to enjoy Yi Chuan's misery when Yi Chuan suddenly moved, with the same punch, meeting Wu Kuan's fist. Ka-ching! An ear-piercing bone-cracking sound rang out. Wu Kuan's arm directly broke. The entire arm drooped limply, as if it had no bones. Bang! Yi Chuan followed up with a kick, kicking at Wu Kuan's chest. Wu Kuan's chest directly collapsed, his sternum bone snapped, and a large amount of blood sprayed out of his mouth. Wu Kuan, who had been fierce and unstoppable just a moment ago, was currently lying on the ground like a dead pig. Lin Xiaoming was completely shocked when he saw this scene. Was this still that Yi Chuan? This youth had knocked down more than 20 of his men in 3 strikes, powerful like a monster. But in front of Yi Chuan, he was actually powerless to fight back. Then Yi Chuan, is he not the monster of monsters? Is this still the wasteful brother-in-law he used to see in his eyes? Chapter 43, Crazy Father and Son. When Yi Chuan's gaze swept towards Lin Xiaoming's body trembled, his eyes filled with fear, and he said in a trembling voice, "Sister, brother-in-law. Is brother-in-law what you call him? Take your people and hurry up and get out." Yi Chen said coldly. Yes, yes. Lin Xiaoming endured the pain and climbed up from the ground, leading the group of punks, their asses pissed, and fled from this place. Boom! Yi Chuan stepped forward and stamped his foot on Wu Kuan's head. Let go of my brother. Wu Qian looked at Yi Chuan and no longer dared to move. He had never expected that not only did Dragon Lord Yi not become an invalid, he had also regained his strength. This was simply shockingly great news for their Xian sect. He had to deliver this news to the sect so that the Sacred Lord could make preparations as early as possible. However, how to get away at the moment? Dragon Lord Yi, our brother knows he is wrong. Please, let my brother go. Wu Qian begged. Tell me the real purpose of your coming to the Sea of Clouds. Yi Duan faintly said. Our brothers just came to travel off. Wu Qian said. Humph. Yi Yan laughed coldly. One of the reasons why he chose to live in seclusion in the Cloud Sea in the first place was that the Cloud Sea was far away from the Xian sect, and the Xian sect's power had not developed to this place. This Wu brothers were so young and so strong that they were average disciples in the Xian sect. They could break away from the sect and travel so far? Ordinary disciples were governed by the rules of the sect and clearly did not have this right. For them to be able to come here, it is more likely that they are carrying out a sect mission. If you think I'm so easy to fool, then as soon as I exert myself, his head will shatter. Yi Chuan's soul stepped on Wu Kuan's head door and gradually exerted force. Don't, Yi Dragon Lord, show mercy, I'll say. In fact, the 2 of us brothers came to Yunhai to gather intelligence. Gathering intelligence? Yes, Xianmen intends to establish a branch in Yunhai. Since we 2 are good at scouting, we were sent here first to gather intelligence. Wu Qian finally told the truth. Xianmen was going to establish a branch in Yunhai? Yi Chuan's eyes became playful, and his expression became wonderful with it. He had even begun to look forward to it. Now that he was in Yunhai, Xian sect was actually going to establish a branch in Yunhai. The days in the future wouldn't be too boring. Just let them build it, and Yi Chuan would have a good time with them. Originally, Yi Chuan had planned to kill the 2 brothers, Wu Qian, but now he had changed his mind. Wouldn't it be better to control the 2 brothers and use them as his eyes and ears in the Xian sect? Wang Pang returned home a little frustrated. Today was really hard for him. That Han Yue turned out to be Miss Han, hitting it off with Yi Chan and dying for him. He was simply jealous to death. And that bastard Yi Chen was actually the famous Mr. Silent Dust, which made it even harder for Wang Pang. At the opening ceremony of Lin Hanyue's new factory, Yi Chen was in the limelight and Wang Pang was eclipsed. Originally, he was to replace Yi Duan's position and become the man beside Lin Hanyue, so naturally, he had to step on Yi Duan into the dust. But now, he found that not only did Yi Chen not go into the ground, but instead, he became radiant. Wang Pang was so depressed that he spat out blood, and his heart was 10,000% unwilling. And when he returned home, he found that his old man, Wang Feng, was even more depressed than him, and even launched into a fit of madness, smashing all the things in the living room. Dad, what's wrong? What happened? Wang Pang rushed forward and asked. Damn, these sons of ES, in the past when I was prosperous, they surrounded me all day long. Now I'm in trouble, one more than one run fast, not to mention begging them to do things, call are not answered. There is also that Chin governor, ing beauty of the old son of the song and dance troupe have sent him 3, and now his mother does not lend a penny to the old man. This group of assholes, all should go to hell, to hell. Wang Fang's eyes were crazy, his face was hideous as he roared. Wang Peng gritted his teeth, and a strong hatred emerged in his heart. Dad, is there any hope for our company? No, there is no hope at all, in less than half a month it will go bankrupt. Wang Feng squatted on the ground, his fist pounded the floor, blood dripping. He was unwilling, Wang Peng was even more unwilling. Since he was born, he has been carrying the aura of Tianhai Group's youngest son. Once Tianhai Group goes bankrupt, this layer of aura on his body is not there, who will still take him seriously? No, it's not impossible, we still have a way, the only way. Suddenly, Wang Feng stood up and looked at Wang Peng with a scarlet gaze. What other way? Wang Peng was instantly surprised. Lin Hanyue. Wang Feng's gaze was like a prisoner with nothing to lose looking at the last bargaining chip. To be precise, it was the formula of the pediatric lung-clearing and cough-suppressing oral liquid in Lin Hanyue's hand. The reason why Hanyue Pharmaceuticals was able to rise quickly, and the reason why the Han family cooperated with Hanyue Pharmaceuticals, was all because of this oral liquid. This oral liquid is really a miracle drug, the effect of hanging similar products, side effects far less than similar products, safe, fast and effective. The only drawback is that it is a bit expensive. But that's not a drawback. Even if it's twice as expensive, it's still a hot drug. As long as we get our hands on the prescription, we can turn it into money, lots and lots of money, billions, tens of billions, even hundreds of billions. Look at how much that lotus fever from the Wu family in Yanzhou has made with this medicine. Money that future generations won't be able to spend in several lifetimes. That's a chicken that lays golden eggs. And the pediatric lung clearing and cough suppressing oral liquid was even better than that lotus clearing fever. A wolf-like light erupted in Wang Feng's eyes. Wang Peng nodded his head heavily. Dad, I know, but give me a little more time. I've just been appointed as the personnel manager of Hensu Pharmaceuticals. When I fully grasp Hensu Pharmaceuticals, I'll immediately show my hand to Lin Hensu and take away her prescription. I can't wait, there's no time. Another half a month and we'll be finished with the Tianhai group. Wang Peng, we can't afford to wait. Wang Feng shook his head. Dad, what should we do? Wang Peng's heart is clenched into a ball. At an extraordinary time, extraordinary means must be used. Wang Feng gritted his teeth and said viciously. Kidnap Lin Hanyue, kidnap her entire family, and force Lin Hanyue to hand over the formula. Chapter 44 10,000 Snake Compulsion. 2 hours later, Yi Chen released the Wu brothers. He spent an hour interrogating and determined that these two could serve as insiders. For one thing, they hadn't joined the Xian sect for a long time and didn't have too much loyalty to the Xian sect. Secondly, they had a low status in the Xian sect and were not heavily utilized. Plus their origins, they were Yunhai people, not the children of the Xian sect's family, so they wouldn't have any worries about betraying the Xian sect. Combining the above factors, Yi Chuan felt that he could develop the Wu brothers into pawns. Of course, Yi Chuan would not put his hope on these factors alone. Human nature could not withstand the test. He injected the devil's fury into the Wu brothers' bodies. After a while the demonic fury would erupt. If they didn't come to him to collect the elixir, the Wu brothers would definitely die. This was the demonic fury produced by the Dragon Jade Pendant. Even the lord of the Xian sect couldn't remove it. These two brothers could only turn to themselves if they wanted to save their lives. For the next hour, Yi Chuan spent his true qi to heal Wu Kuan's injuries. Only after doing so did he let the brothers leave. When Yi Chuan sat on top of the bed, what he was considering in his heart was naturally the Xian sect's matter. Xian sect was going to establish a branch in Yunhai, which was equal to building it under his nose. Then he would have something to be busy with in the future. He. A cold smile hung on Yi Chen's face. 2 days passed quickly, and for the past 2 days Yi Chuan had stayed at home to cultivate. The main thing was to remove the demonic fury from his body, but it had little effect. Moreover, the ice heart grass, which had been preserved with true essence, had withered another plant, which made Yi Chuan's heart burn with anxiety. He had to quickly set up a spell formation to plant the remaining ice heart grass, or else it would all wither away in a few more days. But there had been no news coming from LVC's side in the past 2 days, and Yi Chuan had to marvel at the fact that he was a tough nut to crack. LV Gently's situation was already very serious, and symptoms would definitely occur in the next 2 days, and the hidden veins of the 8 channels of Qi Jing were difficult to find even for ancient martial arts experts. In other words, other people couldn't solve LV Render's problem. But this LVC has been taught without begging him. I'll see how long can you be taught? Yi Chuan was not in a hurry. If he waited for another day, LV Rowan would definitely have a big problem. On the morning of the 3rd day, Yi Chuan was dismayed to find that the ice heart grass had withered and died again, and now he only had 18 plants left. And at this time, Hanwan Air suddenly called. Yi Chuan was delighted. He thought that Lu Si was begging him through Hanwan Air, but immediately he realized that he was being self-serving. Yi Chen, you quickly come to my house. I encountered a big problem on my side. Hanwan Air's tone was grave. Yi Chuan smiled helplessly. Why do you look for me when you have a problem? Can't you solve it yourself? Don't you also look for me when you have problems? Who inquired about the Snowwood Cold Stone for you? Moreover, you are now our Han family's first offering, specializing in protecting my safety. To put it bluntly, you are my bodyguard. I let you go on vacation all day and let you come over once in a while, and you're still not happy about it? What kind of incompetent bodyguard is there like you? Hanwan Air's mouth was like a machine gun, to set a whole lot. Yi Chuan was speechless and could only say, you wait, I'll go right away. Subsequently, according to the address given by Hanwan Air, Yi Chen rushed to the Diamond Hill Villa area. Arriving at Hanwan Air's villa, the only feeling he got was that it was big, much bigger than that lake villa of Han Wenyuan's. A few minutes later, he met Hanwan Air in the villa's parking area. Hanwan Air was wearing a professional outfit, the black apparel clinging to her body lines, showing off her perfect figure and noble temperament. Her long hair fell over her shoulders like a waterfall, and the slight curls made her look even more charming and attractive. Her slender legs were wearing a pair of high heels, sexy and elegant. It was obvious that Hanwan Air was a woman who knew how to dress well, and every time he saw her, Yi Chuan had to be amazed. In addition to Hanwan Air, beside her stood a woman carrying a file bag, which was none other than Han Yushu. There were also 5 or 6 bodyguards surrounding them, looking a little nervous. Looking at their dress, they were going to work, and they didn't know why they were gathered in front of the car. What's going on? Yi Chuan quickly stepped forward. Seeing Yi Duan come over, Han Wan Air waved her hand, making those bodyguards retreat. Yi Chuan, come over and see what this is?
Han Wan Air pointed at her own car, the Rolls-Royce, with a somewhat frightened expression. Yi Chuan went forward to take a look. The driver's seat was unexpectedly crawling with small snakes, densely packed, looking disgusting and making one's scalp numb. One of them also climbed to the steering wheel, like a snake decoration. The only thing that showed that it was a living snake was the head that was raised and the red letter that was spat out. Upon closer inspection, the passenger side and the back row were all full of these little snakes as well.
It's so scary.
Han Wan Air was disgusted and had goosebumps all over her body. Then she got close to Yi Chuan and smoothly took his arm, half of her body leaning on Yi Chuan.
When did it happen? Yi Chuan asked expressionlessly.
It is this morning. Last night Miss came back. I seriously checked the vehicle. There is no these small snakes. This morning when I drove Miss to work, I found these snakes. Han Yushu was very strange. Only the car has, the car around one did not.
Yi Chuan, what kind of snake is this, so scary?
At this moment, Han Wan Air, a powerful business queen, couldn't help but shiver. After all, she was a woman and still had an innate fear of snakes, especially so many. These snakes are very small in size, just a few inches.
If I'm not wrong, then.
Yi Chuan narrowed his eyes and paused for a moment before saying, this should be the 10,000 snake compulsion, a type of compulsion. The person who releases the parasites cultivates thousands of snake eggs beforehand and seals them with a secret method. If they want to harm someone, the composter puts these snake eggs into the private space of the person being harmed, or even inside their body.
In a few hours' time, these snake eggs can take shape and grow into small snakes several inches long.
Don't look at their small size, their temperament is very ferocious and they are highly poisonous.
Ah!
Upon hearing this, cool air came out of Han Wanner's and Han Yushu's backs, their wide eyes filled with panic.
Then that Yi Chen, what now?
Han Wanner, a confident and calm woman, was also becoming disoriented at this moment. What to do, of course, is to solve these snake parasites first. Yi Chen pulled out a talisman seal from his pocket, which was a fireball talisman that he had refined. As soon as he flung his hand, the talisman burned up and flew into the car as a stream of light.
Explosion!
Yi Chuan let out a low shout, and the talisman suddenly transformed into a large ball of crimson fire. It exploded with a loud bang, like a round of divine sun exploding, bursting out with blinding fire. The fire light wrapped around the entire car.
Crackling!
The sound of burning and the flames resounded, and a burning and unpleasant odor rose from the scene.
A moment later, the flames went out.
The vehicle was intact, and the densely packed small snakes all turned into flying ash.
Yi Chuan raised his hand and shot out a ball of true qi. A gust of wind blew up, and there was no more trace on the car, clean as before.
Chapter 45, Personal Bodyguard. Yi Chuan's operation had stunned Han Wanner and Han Yushu.
To hit a ball of fire with one's hand, wasn't this the means of a god?
Even women like them, who were used to seeing the world, felt incredible. What was even more impressive was that those fireballs extinguished all the compulsion snakes, and surprisingly didn't hurt the car in the slightest.
What kind of mastery was this?
The two women looked at Yi Chuan like they were looking at a monster.
Yi Chuan, how did you do it?
Han Wanner looked at Yi Chuan, an intense light blooming in her beautiful eyes.
It's just throwing a talisman, nothing worth saying.
Yi Chuan faintly said.
Ha!
Such a shocking thing was not worth mentioning in his opinion. Han Wanner could hardly understand. This guy couldn't really be a god, right? Han Yushu, on the other hand, was excited. Having this person's help was really like divine help.
You'd better think about yourself, obviously someone wants to harm you. Yi Chen said to Han Wanner.
Only then did Han Wanner's attention return from Yi Chen to this matter, thinking carefully. This time it was a car. Next time, in case this kind of snake compulsion was placed in her food and she accidentally ate it, those little snakes crawled into her stomach.
Vomit.
Thinking about it, Han Wanner was nauseated and dry heaving. The whole person felt bad.
This kind of tactic was too evil and too terrifying. Yi Chuan, what should I do? Someone is trying to harm me with parasites.
Han Wanner was worried.
First we need to figure out who is trying to harm you. Yi Chuan said.
Obviously, it's still the same guy from last time, the bastard who put the parasites on my staff, the people from Huanghe.
Han Wanner said angrily.
She had been so busy in recent times that she had no time to take care of Huang He, but she didn't expect Huang He's heart of thievery to last, and if he didn't cower as a grandson, and still dared to make a move against her, Han Wanner was truly furious. If Huang Hua was not removed, she would not have peace for a day. Yi Duan nodded. There are not many that can use parasites, 80% is still the same parasites from last time. Han Wenyuan has already been messed with by me, it shouldn't be a problem for you to clean up Huang Hua, right?
Yi Duan said. Of course it's not a problem. If you can't even clean up Huanghua, then I, Han Wanner, can change my name to Han Weak Chicken in the future.
Han Wanner was arrogant, a powerful aura radiating from her delicate body. Seeing her domineering appearance, Yi Chuan couldn't help but smile. Just now she was still a scared little girl, but in the blink of an eye, she had turned into a cold and domineering queen.
Women are really fickle, especially in Han Wan Air's body, especially obvious. Okay, there's nothing to do, I'll go first. Yi Chuan said.
Hearing that Yi Chen wanted to leave, Han Wan Air was handsome for only a second, and her whole body collapsed like a building that had been blown up. She pulled Yi Chuan's arm, pitifully delicate and weak. Dust brother, don't go, I'm afraid. Yi Dust face speechless, this woman, simply is the queen of variety.
You are afraid of a hairline? Ah, snakes are for you to destroy. What if they are in my office, in my high heels, even in my clothes under the snake compulsion, how to do?
Han Wan Air is so worried, and if they put it in my food, I will really die.
It's not that evil.
Yi Chuan helpless smile, snake compulsion cannot just also put in the rice, that temperature has long been the snake eggs scalded to death.
And so big piece of snake compulsion, do you eat it hard?
As long as you are careful and vigilant, nothing will happen.
No, I'm still afraid, brother Dust. Han Wan Air's delicate voice gave Yi Chuan goosebumps.
She even wrapped her arms around Yi Chuan's neck and hung on his body like a wombat, rocking back and forth. Those soul-stirring, foxy eyes looked straight into Yi Chuan's eyes, and under the slightly disheveled curly hair was a delicate and pitiful goose-egg face. Yi Chuan all gave birth to a bath fire. What a female demon! His state of mind like this has to be disturbed. If it was any other man, I'm afraid that Han Wan Air surrendered with one look.
What do you want me to do? Yi Chuan helplessly said.
Follow me, close protection, where I go where you go, just like my ass kisser. Han Wan Air blossomed into a smile, letting out a copper bell like clear laughter. The face that stretched because of the blooming smile explained what was called red lips and white teeth, bright eyes and white teeth, bright and colorful. Yi Chen pondered for a moment, but still nodded his head and agreed. He realized that he was already a bit unable to resist Han Wan Air's charm. Even though he was the high and aloof Lord Yi Long, she was an absolute beauty, a 1,000-year-old demon fox, and a 10,000-year-old scourge. However, there was another reason why Yi Chen spent his time on her, and that was LVC. Today was the third day, something was bound to go wrong with LV tenderness, and at that time, LVC would definitely come to Han Wan Air. Seeing Yi Chuan promise, Han Wan Air was happy like a child who got candy, and even said to Han Yushu, the staff responsible for this young lady's security, all of them will take a day off.
Miss, all of them? Yes. He's alone, that's all.
Han Wan Air looked at the side of the man, said gently.
Dragon Tang Group. At the top of the towering building, four large house-like characters were clearly visible.
This was where Han Wan Air worked.
Let's go, hurry up. Han Wan Air looked back at Yi Chuan from time to time, in good spirits.
Yi Chuan, however, was listless, but immediately his eyes lit up, only to see a group of people walking out of the building at a fast pace. It was LVC, and his daughter, LV Wenro.
Ha, couldn't hold it in, could you, coming to find Han Wan Air?
Yi Chuan instantly became energized. After getting the Snowwood Cold Stone, he would be able to set up the spell formation and plant the Ice Heart Grass. But when Yi Chuan smiled and greeted him, LVC was the first to speak. His tone was very sarcastic. Egu, who is this? Isn't it that godly man with a big mouth?
This. Yi Chuan was immediately stuck in his throat. You are not here to find me? You're not looking for me? What are you looking for? To see your daughter's doctor? Ha, stop dreaming. We're here to sign a contract with the Dragon Group. Also, my daughter's health is very good. These days eat well, really let you this god stick big disappointment.
LVC pointed at Yi Chen and said to LV Wenro, he is the one who said that you will not live more than 3 days. LV Rowan, who was dressed in casual clothes, came in front of Yi Chen and said coldly, if it wasn't for the fact that you're Ms. Han's friend, I'd have blown your head off by now. And this tongue of yours, you'd better not talk nonsense in the future, otherwise it will be easily cut off. These threatening words from Lu Gentle made Yi Chen's face not look too good. Even Han Waner was disliked. Miss Han, I hope you'll keep your eyes open when making friends in the future. Like this kind of crook, if you treat him as a friend, he will only pit you and appear to be making careless friends.
Saying that, Lu Rowan flicked her ponytail, and with the laughing Lucy, she left. Chapter 46, Black and White Twins. Looking at the dashingly departing LV's father and daughter, Yi Chuan stood in place and messed up. I told you not to look away and make me follow you in Lu's face.
Sure enough, being mocked by others, Han Wan Air rubbed her glossy forehead. Don't talk nonsense in the future. I'll think of a way to get the Snowwood Cold Stone for you to get. Really can't let my dad step in. My dad and Lucy relationship is good.
Han Wan Air said. What are you in a hurry for? 3 days have not yet passed. Isn't there still half a day? Yi Chuan laughed. Han Wan Air rolled her eyes. Look at the way LV gentle just now. The face is red and healthy, but also to blow your head off. How can it be in half a day's time onset? And you just glanced at someone's chest, or through the clothes. How can you tell that she has a problem? Then we'll see. Yi Duan faintly said. Forget it, forget about them, take you to my office to take a look. Han Wan Air smiled and pulled Yi Chuan into the building.
LVC and LV Wenro sat in the back row of the car. The latter said, Dad, I really don't understand anymore. Miss Han is so honorable, but she even looks at a liar. I can't figure it out either. Han Wan Air is probably blind. LVC tapped his fingers on the handrail next to him. I have to give old Han a wake-up call, otherwise Han Wan Air will definitely be cheated and cheated. Yes, you hurry to give Uncle Han a phone call, that boy is quite handsome. I also don't want Han Wan Air to be cheated, after all, we have several cooperation with Longton Group.
LV Gentle said.
LVC took out his cell phone and dialed Han Wan Air's father, Han Jianyu, to make a call.
Hey, old Hana, I'm Lao Si, I'll tell you something. Wan Air is in danger, she's been tricked by a crook named Ji Chen.
As LVC was talking, next to her, LV Wenro suddenly felt a bit stuffy in her chest, and suddenly a sharp pain came up, and she couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt.
What's wrong, Gentle?
LVC, who was holding the cell phone, glanced at LV Rouge. Nothing, my chest is a bit stuffy, just rub it. Lu Roro smiled and reached out to rub it a few times. However, the feeling of suffocation did not ease, but instead was rapidly increasing. She only felt like there was a hand heavily pressing on her heart, making her breathless. Moreover, as the suffocating feeling worsened, the pain was also steeply becoming intense.
Ah! Lu Roro's hands tightly covered her chest as she let out a miserable scream. Gentle, what's going on? LVC's face changed drastically and he immediately threw away his cell phone to check on LV Render's condition.
Dad, I can't get out of breath, it hurts, my chest hurts. LV Rouge's face turned white, the intense pain caused her face to twist up viciously. Quickly go to the hospital. LVC supported LV Render and yelled at the driver. Mr. LV, right now your daughter's situation is dangerous, her life is in danger at any time. This is the critical illness notice, you sign it first.
The best hospital in Yunhai, Runkan Hospital, the doctor wearing a white coat, handed LVC a notice with a heavy face. I'll sign it.
LV4 from the jungle grabbed that critical notice and tore it to pieces, smashed in the doctor's face. Doctors have seen this kind of rude and unreasonable family members, but see LV4 behind the four big men in black also can only tolerate anger.
Ex Nima, the cause of my daughter's illness has not yet been clarified, let me sign the critical notice. Damn, if I can't save my daughter, I'll smash your hospital.
LVC was like an angry tiger. At this time, the dean came over. He is an authoritative expert in cardiovascular and cerebrovascular. Mr. LV, the human body is just like the universe, it has endless wonders. Many well-known cancers have not yet been clarified by the medical profession, not to mention those difficult cases. Ms. Louis is one of these difficult cases, with an imbalance of blood supply to the heart and blockage of airflow in the chest. We have examined Ms. Lu many times and found that everything is normal, and experts have also consulted her, but we cannot find the cause of the disease. Ms. Lu's condition is getting more and more serious, we can only do our best to save this young life. This expert, LVC, is a top authority in the whole country, and even he said so. LVC's head buzzed, and he only felt a thunderbolt hit him.
Yi Chuan stayed in Han Wan Air's office, very bored.
Han Wan Air was busy, signing a dozen documents in half an hour, meeting several sets of people, and couldn't care less about him. But immediately, Yi Chuan wasn't bored anymore, because Han Yushu let a cool and stunning woman in, the very president of Hanyue Pharmaceuticals. Lin Hanyue was also wearing a professional outfit today, but it was white, wrapped in a perfect figure. The proud curves were very eye-catching. Originally, her temperament was very cold, and then with this white suit, she appeared even more cold and holy, as if a snow lotus on the top of Tianshan Mountain, austere and inviolable.
Tall figure, long hair, shoulders, elegant and sexy, dignified atmosphere.
Standing together with Han Wan Air in a black professional outfit, it was hard for Yi Chuan to take his eyes off of her, one black and one white, simply like black and white, able to hook a man's soul away. Lin Hanyue also saw Yi Chuan, slightly surprised. The two of them were so sticky, even brought Yi Chuan to the office. However, as if she didn't see Yi Chen, she came straight to Han Weiner and said with some pride, Han Dong, the sales of the first phase of our joint pharmaceutical factory came out. The sales volume and market share are the first in the industry, and the profit margin is even higher. This is the data, please take a look. Han Wan Air nodded and took it over to look at it for a few moments. The results are indeed great. For a newly opened company, it's already considered rare. But behind these data, there is a crisis hidden. I wonder if Mr. Lin can see it? What crisis? Lin Hanyue was puzzled. Everything was superb data, where was the crisis? This Han Wan Air can't be deliberately looking for trouble, right? The product is too single, the profit is too concentrated. Han Wan Air pointed to the material and said, look, our sales as well as the main profits are concentrated on the one product, the pediatric lung clearing and cough suppressing oral liquid. There are dozens of products that we co-produce, but they all add up to less profit than this one. Dong Han, I don't understand, isn't this a good thing? It shows that clear lung oral liquid is our trump card, the benchmark, the flag that is far ahead in the industry. No, to do business should have a sense of crisis. Behind the prosperity is the crisis, a single front is the road to extinction. If you have thought about it, pediatric clear lung cough oral solution if there is a problem, is not all finished. So my suggestion is to develop more new products to form a diversified sales pattern, rather than just rely on this one trump card product. Han Wanner discussed the matter and gave Lin Hanyue her guidance. Lin Hanyue, however, disdained, what can go wrong with the oral solution for clearing lungs and relieving coughs? From the raw materials to the production and sales chain is very mature, 10 years 8 years will not be a problem.
Chapter 47, Han Wan Air's Vision and Bosom.
Believe me, Mr. Lin, with my experience in business for many years, there is no problem to follow my way of thinking.
Han Air said.
Please believe me too, an industry has to have a benchmark, a company has to have an ace in the hole, and when you get that ace right, you'll be invincible.
We are single, but we are extreme.
Lin Hanyue sneered back, showing no weakness. Especially since Yi Chen was right next to her, she was even more energized. And Han Air was obviously a bit angry, her puffy breasts trembling. Mr. Lin, I have no intention of arguing with you. The advice given to you is unadulterated with any personal feelings and is entirely from the perspective of the company's interests.
She emphasized. I am likewise.
Lin Hanyue blurted out, her eyes looking straight into Han Air's eyes, not showing any weakness at all. Yi Chen watched as these two words clashed and their eyes clashed even more fiercely, and anyone could smell the strong smell of gunpowder. They were bickering again, truly like a pair of love rivals. Although Yi Chuan didn't know anything about business, the fact that they were talking like this showed who was at a higher level. Han Wana was really powerful, her vision was too poisonous, and she could see the fatal drawback of the snow-containing pharmaceuticals with a single glance. This drawback was originally known only to Yi Chen, but Han Air, with her wisdom and experience, had actually seen it. Sure enough, this business queen's reputation was not blown out of proportion, and her eyesight was much higher than Lin Hanyue's. This was normal, after all, Han Air's starting point was higher than Lin Hanyue's, and the position she was in was even higher.
And bosom.
Whether it is tangible or intangible, Han Air is very big, every word she says to Lin Hanyue is from the perspective of the company's interests. Lin Hanyue, more or less, carried some personal emotions. Unable to help it, Yi Chuan cast an admiring glance at Han Air. This is a woman with a clear distinction between public and private interests and a broad mind, so that she can take the helm and become a marquee talent. No wonder that old man Han, that old fox, would choose this granddaughter of his as his successor. Looking at the two women like a tightly wound clockwork, who refused to step back, Yi Chen suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Don't argue, time will prove everything."
Shut up. Shut up. Han Wanner and Lin Hanyue actually spoke in unison and looked at Yi Chen. It was as if all of a sudden, he had become the target of the two women's fire. Yi Chuan was speechless, he really couldn't understand his women's thoughts, it was too scary. Han Wanner snorted a smile and took the lead to make a concession. "Mr. Lin, maybe you're right, after all, the share price of Hanyue Pharmaceuticals has risen insanely, and you're now worth $4 billion, right? $4 billion is not my goal is the stars and the sea. One day, I will realize my dream and prove myself to everyone." Lin Hanyue was like a queen, raising her swan neck high. Yi Chuan listened to this like he was saying it to himself. "Then I hope you succeed." Han Air reported with kindness. "Thanks, Dong Han, I won't let you down."
Lin Hanyue nodded, then she took the documents and turned to leave.
But when she reached the door, Han Air suddenly said, "Hanyue, don't you want to say hello to your ex-husband?"
The corner of Yi Chuan's eye twitched. Han Air, this screw-up monster.
"Ex-husband, where is it?"
Lin Hanyue disdainfully threw down a sentence, then pulled open the door and walked out with her head held high. Yi Chuan sipped his teeth as he looked at her high and disdainful appearance.
"I'm a big living person sitting here, and you say you didn't see it? It's a real pain in the ass. LOL. Looking at the depressed Yi Chen, Han Air gloated and laughed. "Is your ass itching again?" Yi Chuan stood up. "Don't mess around, this is my office," Han Air said in a hurry.
She was the chairman of the Dragon Group. If she was held down by a man on her desk and spanked, it was too shameful. Yi Chuan didn't care about this woman liked to mess things up and gloat afterward, she really owed it to him.
And he was quite bored here, might as well have some fun.
Just as Yi Chuan forced his way towards Han Air's cell phone suddenly rang, and quickly said, "Stop, LVC called." Yi Chuan immediately stood still, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. LVC's first words shocked Han Air. "Wan Air, where's Yi Chen? Quickly ask him to save my daughter."
"What? Fourth uncle, what happened to tenderness?" Han Wanner's beautiful eyes widened as she glanced at Yi Chen.
"My daughter has a problem, similar to what Yi Chuan said, her chest hurts, she can't breathe, and her heart's blood supply is out of whack. That bunch of trash doctors can't even find out the cause of the disease, they don't know how to treat it. Quickly let Yi Chuan come over and take a look. Wenwen is in a very bad situation, anytime may be possible."
Han Air hung up the phone and looked at Yi Chuan with an unbelievable expression, unable to speak for a long time. He had really hit the nail on the head, something had gone terribly wrong with LV Wenro. "It's LV Render that's in trouble, isn't it?" Yi Chuan said. "Awesome."
Han Air slowly gave a thumbs up towards Yi Duan. Afterwards, she said in a bit of a hurry, "Go to the hospital now, LV Rowan is in critical condition." At this time, Yi Chuan was instead not in a hurry, sitting on his but on the sofa and crossing his legs. That LVC had blown them out of the martial arts garden and had just met and taunted them fiercely, and that dejected strength. Now that his daughter is in trouble, he immediately ran his ass over to save her, isn't that eh? Yi Chuan? Why are you still so calm? Saving people is like putting out a fire. Han Air said eagerly. "First, let LVC apologize to me.
Second, have him come to pick me up in person.
Third, bring the Snowwood Cold Stone.
Yi Dust said faintly, 3 conditions cannot be missing, otherwise, I will not go out.
It is not just to pose, who will not since you LV4 like to give others to pose, then let you taste the taste of others to pose to you. You this guy, a tooth for a tooth save a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda, or be a good person.
Hanwhan Air helplessly said.
I never thought I was any kind of good person, whoever makes me feel bad, I'll let them suffer. Whoever slaps me, I'll punch them.
Yichuan collected the smile on his face, of course I have my principles, Yichuan, never bully the weak and never do anything that goes against my conscience.
Hanwhan Air smiled helplessly, so she relayed Yi Chen's conditions to LVC. Whoever expected LVC to hear it, he exploded on the spot, saying that Yi Duan wanted to fart and eat, and hung up the phone after cursing a few more times. Yi Dust, LV4 is a violent temper, and good face, you do so. Hanwhan Air worried.
Nothing, he will beg me.
Yichuan faintly said. Until 2 hours later, LV4 finally could not hold back, personally called Yichuan, Mr. Yi, I promise you 3 conditions, save my daughter.
LVC finally softened. Chapter 48, Hemorrhage. It was really predicted by you. Hanwhan Air smiled.
You said that Lucy only has this one daughter and favors her, in order to save his daughter, he can only put down his body.
Yichuan said.
Hey, or you cow, even LV4 such hardcore can pinch. Hanwhan Air gave another thumbs up. At this time, Han Yushu was also smiling. This LVC, when signing the contract just now, he changed the terms of the contract without authorization and took advantage of our Longteng group, and now he is really getting his comeuppance.
LV4 this kind of thing can do out?
Yi Duan was surprised.
He's an old rascal, what can't he do? Hanwhan Air slightly frowned, said to Han Yushu, the newly signed contract to bring me to see.
Han Yushu hurriedly took out a document and handed it to Hanwhan Air. Hanwhan Air looked at it for a few moments, and her eyebrows twisted into a pimple. LV4 is mainly do catering, their dragon group has a dragon vegetable trade, for LV4 large and small dozens of hotel supply. LV4 this time to even unauthorized modification of the contract, the supply price downward pressure of 2%. This is the same as the profits of the Longting vegetable trade all squeezed out, the same as their hard work every day for the delivery of LV4 hotels, a penny does not earn.
It's too ugly to eat. Hanwhan Air was very angry and said seriously, why didn't you report this to me? Who agreed to him modifying the contract?
Han Yushu said with a helpless face, Miss, Lucy called the master on the phone, and the master said to let me follow Lucy's wishes. The master gave the word, plus the matter was relatively small, so I didn't say anything. The lord in her mouth is naturally Hanwhan Air's father. LVC, this old bastard, used my father's connections to suck the blood out of my company. Hanwhan Air was even more furious, and although the matter was small, it was of a very bad nature.
At that moment, LVC called.
Mr. Yi, I apologize to you, I was blind to the fact that I bumped into you. I've already arrived downstairs to greet you personally, come down. LVC was completely abashed and changed his address.
You are capable of bending and stretching worthy of being a big brother of Yunhai, have you brought the things? Yi Duan smiled.
I brought it, a total of 2 Snowwood Cold Stone, I brought all of them.
Mr. Yi, you hurry down, save my poor daughter, she is now unconscious.
LVC's voice was filled with tears. Yichuan smiled faintly and went downstairs with Hanwhan Air. Just as he got off the elevator, he saw LVC standing at the elevator entrance with an anxious face. Mr. Yi, this is the Snowwood Cold Stone, please take a look. With a wave of LVC's hand, a big man in black behind him walked up with a password box, opening it up. Inside were 2 stones the size of a human head. Snow white in color, the surface had yearly wheel-like outlines, circle after circle. And it also emitted a strong cold aura, causing the surrounding temperature to drop a few degrees.
Sure enough, it was the Snowwood Cold Stone.
There was a joy in Yichuan's eyes.
Hurry up and give it to Mr. Yi.
LVC didn't have any temper at all and only wanted to ask Yichuan to save LV Gentle. He had tried all his tricks to no avail, Yichuan was the only hope left. Yichuan put away the Snowwood Cold Stone, and a stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Immediately, he could set up the spell formation and plant the Ice Heart Grass. With the Ice Heart Grass he would be able to refine the Ice Clearing Pill and resolve the demonic fury in his body. This was the most exhilarating thing for him. Fourth uncle, you are true to your word, let's go to the hospital now, and immediately I will return you a living and breathing baby girl.
Yi Chen smiled brightly.
When LVC, who was originally sad and bitter, heard this, his heart suddenly became ecstatic, and now he was willing to call Yi Chen his grandfather. They were about to leave, but Hanwhan Air next to them coldly said, slow down.
LVC was stunned and looked at Hanwhan Air.
Fourth uncle, you're not too decent. We originally negotiated a contract, but you even changed it without authorization and suppressed the price by 20%, making us drink the northwest wind at Longting vegetable trade. This behavior is not only unethical, but also against the law. When Hanwhan Air said this, Lucy's old face turned red. Niece, it's fourth uncle's fault, right away, when I'm cured of my tenderness, I'll change the contract back right away.
I'll change the contract right away. Forget it, Uncle 4, we're on the same page, so it's okay to let you take advantage of us. After all, you've alarmed my father.
Hanwhan Air said, and her tone changed with a twinkle in her eye.
You see, Yi Duan in the Cloud Sea also has no property. Immediately to gentle treatment is quite hard. You send 2 stones to say the past? I think you should give Sea Dragon Hotel to Yi Chen.
When Hanwhan Air said this, LVC's face immediately changed, including the several men behind him. Sea Dragon Hotel location is too good, is located in the most prosperous section of the new area of the east of the clouds, every day into the bucket of gold, is the most lucrative restaurant LV4 catering. Hanwhan Air is so ruthless, opening her mouth to ask for him, the chicken that lays golden eggs. Yi Duan's expression has also become wonderful up, Sea Dragon Hotel how he did not know, Cloud Sea famous upscale hotel, even his LV4 industry. LV4 accounted for Hanwhan Air a little bit of small advantage, but Hanwhan Air led LV4 big bloodletting, this is to take a knife to LV4 big arteries cut off.
You really can't offend a woman. Women are too ruthless in their vengeance.
What air, can you change, except for the Sea Dragon Hotel, any other hotel can be given to Mr. Yi.
LVC is on the verge of tears.
If in the past he would have flipped, but now that he took advantage of Hanwhan Air first, and he's begging for Yi Chen, he can't get hard at all.
Uncle 4, no?
You have dozens of hotels, a dozen furniture cities, so many industries, I'm just helping Yi Duan to ask for a hotel, you can't even spare it?
Is it the hotel that's important, or is it Gentle's life that's important? Hanwhan Air looked at LVC with a look of contempt.
LVC had no way out now, one more second of delay in LV1 Rose life would be in danger. Not to mention his Sea Dragon Hotel, even if all of his properties were added up, it would not compare to his daughter's life.
He could only be ruthless and said, okay, Wan Air, you are really thoughtful, I'll take the Sea Dragon Hotel as a gift to Mr. Yi. In the future, Mr. Yi will be the boss of the Sea Dragon Hotel. Mr. Yi will be the owner of the Sea Dragon Hotel from now on. If you really can't part with it, we can still discuss it. Hanwhan Air's smile is like a devil. I'm not reluctant at all, I gave it to you in good faith, hurry up and go, Gentle is already unconscious. Lu Si stomped his feet anxiously. Afterwards, their group hurried towards the hospital.
It only took half an hour for Yi Chuan to cure LV Render's illness. It was simple for him, just find that hidden vein and repair and unblock it. But for others, it was as hard as heaven, because they couldn't find the hidden vein, couldn't find the root of the problem. Seeing that his daughter had regained her health, Lucy was overjoyed, as the grievances from losing the Sea Dragon Hotel had disappeared without a trace. He called on the spot and asked his men to change the legal person of the Sea Dragon Hotel to Yi Duan's name. LVC looked at Yi Duan and said, Mr. Yi, from now on, you will be the owner of the Sea Dragon Hotel, and I will have to pay for all my meals there again.
Put. Hanwhan Air couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chapter 49 Boss Lady.
After leaving the hospital and coming to the car, Hanwhan Air looked at Yi Chen with a smile.
Looks like I'm going to have to change my name in the future, Boss Yi. Yi Dus smiled, since the debut, or the first time someone called him so, this is considered to unlock a new achievement? Ha, in the future there will be a place to go for dinner. With our relationship, isn't it necessary to give me a free bill, Boss Yi?
Hanwhan Air was smiling happily, looking in a good mood.
Free bill? How can I won't give you a free bill even if I give it to someone else.
Yi Duan joked with Hanwhan Air, she is the richest rich woman in Yunhai, how can she let her eat the king's dinner? Yi Chuan was also in a good mood, not because he got a high-grade restaurant for nothing, but because he got the Snowwood Cold Stone.
Yi Chuan, you are really a negative man, I go to eat and not even free of charge? I'm angry.
The smile on Hanwhan Air's face disappeared with a brush, and she clasped her hands to her chest and pouted with a stern face. Yi Chuan glanced at her, wondering, just now the sun was shining brightly, but in the blink of an eye, it was cloudy. A woman's heart is a needle under the sea, this is not true at all.
Humph.
Hanwhan Air hummed again, her voice louder and her mouth pouting higher. Don't hum, hurry up and drive to the medicine garden, I'm going to set up the spell formation.
Yi Chuan said. Are you serious?
Stunned for a few seconds, Hanwhan Air looked at Yi Chen with a surprised face. Seriously, I ran around not just for these 2 Snowwood Cold Stone.
Yi Duan nodded his head. Geez.
Hanwhan Air's head was full of black lines, is this guy a straight man of steel? Shouldn't a man coax a woman when she's angry? Or give her a hug? She even gave Yi Chuan a direct nod.
Oh, don't be angry.
Yi Chuan leaned on the back of the chair and said lazily, anger is not good for the body.
Put.
Yi Chen's words made Hanwhan Air almost cough up blood, this guy was really a straight man of steel, he couldn't coax a woman at all. Buzz. Hanwhan Air stepped on the gas hard, the engine made a beastly loud noise, the car whooshed out.
Yi Chuan was unprepared and his body hit the seat back heavily.
After Yi Chuan set up the spell formation and planted the ice heart grass, it was already nearing evening. Although it was a little bit worse than the expected effect, it was still okay, allowing these ice heart grasses to grow was not a problem. During this time, Hanwhan Air had been by his side, and this $1,000 lady even went down to the field herself to give him a hand.
When he was leaving, Yichuan looked at Han Wan-er, who was covered in mud and her face had turned into a small floral cat, and a ripple spread in his heart. At this time, LVC called and said that he wanted to invite Yi Duan for dinner, and by the way, he met with several managers of the Sea Dragon Hotel to hand over. Yi Chuan was also hungry after working all afternoon, so he rushed to the Sea Dragon Hotel with Han Wan-er. The Sea Dragon Hotel was located on the Pearl River that ran through the city, bordering the famous Cave River and Moon Scenic Area in Yunhai, and its location was very favorable. It was also the best hotel in the entire Yundong-nu area. The hotel is located on the top 2 floors of the Hailong building, and no matter which room you eat in, you can have a beautiful view of the Pearl River. Especially at night, when the lanterns along the Pearl River are lit up, you can look down and see a piece of fire trees and silver flowers, bright and dazzling. Coupled with the first-class service of the hotel, well-cooked delicious food, has always been the gathering place for dignitaries, celebrities, and tycoons. A membership system was in place here, and only members could enter, separating the rich from the commoners. Han Wan-er had already been here several times, and was familiar with this, opening a private room with Yi Chen and ordering a table full of dishes. What a rich place! Yi Chuan sat in the box, inside the decoration of the rich and magnificent, even the chair above are inlaid with gold. No wonder LV4 cannot afford, this decoration is a lot of money. Hey, this is your place from now on, boss Yi. Han Wan-er changed to dress, look more glamorous, and ask you once again, I eat here cannot be free ah? You don't need to get rid of the bill. Yi Duan said. Why? Yi Dus looked at her, smiled and said, because you are the boss's wife ah, but also what free bill? Boss's wife? Hearing these 3 words, Han Wan-er was instantly stunned, but soon her eyes brightened like the crescent moon in the sky. Yi Chen was the owner of the restaurant and said she was the boss's wife. What did he mean? Han Wan-er felt sweet in her heart, like she was smeared with honey. After so many days, why haven't you gotten it yet? Wang Peng's cold and stern voice came from Wang Feng's cell phone. Dad, Lin Hanyue is hot right now, with a large number of people following her in and out. And she is a workaholic, these days eat and live in the pharmaceutical factory. The security guards of the pharmaceutical factory are all the security personnel of the Han family. I have no chance at all. Wang Peng said helplessly. If you can't find a chance, our Tianhai group will be finished. Tonight, Lin Hanyue will have time tonight. I invite the family to dinner, and then they will be eliminated. Wang Peng said fiercely. No, this is too risky, kidnapping Lin Hanyue you must not show up. You have to know, now Lin Hanyue is standing behind the Han family. With the Han family's energy and channels, if we know that you did it, we will definitely lose. But, Wang Peng, remember, the more critical the moment, the more calm and collected you must be. If you're going to act, you must be 10% sure. Otherwise, wait for the next opportunity. Dad, you're being too careful, aren't you? Now that Lin Hanyue has the Han family's support, can I not be careful? We only get one chance to make a move. If we don't succeed, we'll never get another chance to turn the tables as father and son, do you understand? Dad, I know, I'll see what I can do at night. Wang Peng nodded with a heavy heart. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a black SUV stopped at the entrance of Hailong Mansion. The car door opened and from above came down the Lu Meiyu family. This Hailong Hotel is a place where rich people go. I haven't played the card yet, I've always wanted to come before but didn't have the time. Xiao Pingyu invited our family to eat here, Aunt Lu is very happy. Lu Meiyu looked at Wang Peng beside her and nodded with satisfaction. I heard that a meal in here would cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. I wonder what kind of delicacies it is. Lin Qingyuan said in anticipation. Aunt Lu, Uncle Lin, you will know soon. You guys go up first, I will call Hanyue again, she is already on her way, when she arrives, I will go up with her. Wang Peng said with a smile. Xiao Peng, you have the heart. Lu Meiyu patted Wang Peng's shoulder, now Hanyue's identity is not the same, you want to chase her into the hands of the difficulty, you must use the heart to impress her, Aunt Lu looks after you. Lin Qingyuan also said, you just wait down here, we go up first. After saying that, Lu Meiyu took her own family and strutted into the Sea Dragon Mansion. Chapter 50 This is our boss. 3 people on Lu Meiyu's side, the couple plus Lumen. As for Lin Xiaoming, he was recuperating at home. The 3 of them stepped out with the aura of 1,000 armies. Especially Lu Meiyu, like a queen on parade, her posture is very arrogant. Containing Snow Pharmaceuticals recently stock prices soared, experts predicted that Lin Hanyue's wealth will exceed 10 billion, eventually reaching about 20 billion, will be among the top 10 female tycoons in the ranks of Yunhai. The daughter is so successful, Lu Meiyu walking naturally with the wind. But just arrived at the entrance of the Sea Dragon Hotel, they were stopped by the waiter. Lu Meiyu was displeased, we are here to eat, is it possible that your hotel won't let us in? No, this lady, our Sea Dragon Hotel is on a membership system. If you want to dine in, you need to show your membership card. I don't have a membership card, I can't enter? Lu Meiyu asked. Yes, ma'am. Bold. Lu Meiyu slapped her thigh and pointed at the waiter's nose and scolded, do you know who I am? I'm the real mother of Lin Hanyue, the president of Hanyue Pharmaceuticals, and it's an honor for your Hailong Hotel that I'm here to eat. Bastard, a little waiter dares to stop me, call out your boss. Lu Meiyu shouted and ordered. The waiter still had a smile on his face. Ma'am, no matter who you are, if you don't have a membership, you can't go in. This is the rule of our hotel, please understand. Lu Meiyu was still about to have a fit, but was stopped by Lu Man. A member is a member, let's have one, it's not bad anyway. Okay, this lady, our hotel membership is divided into two kinds. One is the ordinary member, the other is the senior member. Senior members are further divided into 4 levels: silver, gold, diamond, and supreme. Lu Meiyu smiled proudly. Get me a supreme member. Yes, ma'am, if you apply for a supreme member, you need to pay a membership fee of $50 million. What, $50 million? Lu Meiyu and the three of them were all stunned, half speechless. It's too expensive, how much for a regular one? Lu Man asked. For an ordinary membership, only $1 million is needed. $1 million. It's still too expensive, it's just a meal. Who wants to spend $1 million on a card? Well, let's talk about it, we'll just go in for a meal, we won't do the membership card first. I'll give you more tips, okay? Lu Meiyu said. Sorry, ma'am, if you don't have a membership, you can't enter this restaurant to dine. The waitress spread her hands. You rash young man, why are you just deadhead? No wonder you can only be a waitress. Call your manager out, I will talk to him. Lu Meiyu exasperatedly said. Our manager is accompanying a few important guests, temporarily out of the way. Waiter Lu Meiyu, angry enough, is about to get angry. Wang Peng suddenly and Lin Hanyue came over. Still the same old room, booked for me. Wang Peng said, handing up a card. The waiter immediately bent down and took the card over. Wang Peng, what kind of membership card is that? How much did it cost? Lu Meiyu asked. Wang Peng smiled and said, it's a diamond membership, $10 million. $10 million. Lu Meiyu grinned, really rich, suddenly felt very dignified. And at this time the waiter checked the membership card. It is indeed a diamond card, immediately and respectfully welcomed them in. Dog-eyed low thing, now you know it, we are a diamond member. Lu Meiyu's heart couldn't be any happier, and she walked in with her head held high. They are diamond members, except for the supreme members, this kind of level is the highest. After going in and looking around, the one brightly dressed customers fell in the eyes of Lu Meiyu, are nothing, certainly not as high as her level. At this time, Yi Chuan suddenly walked out from the box and was about to go to the bathroom when he saw Lu Meiyu and the others. Yi Chuan? Lu Man was shocked to see him. Why are you here? Seeing Yi Duan, Lu Meiyu's face turned dark. Previously, at the opening ceremony of the new company, Yi Chen had made a big splash. She was upset in the past few days, and now that she saw Yi Duan, how could she let him off easily? She naturally wanted to get back her offense. I naturally came to eat, what a coincidence. Yi Chuan looked at the group. Lin Hanyue and Wang Peng were there. When Lin Hanyue saw him, she immediately twisted her face to the side. Eating? Yi Chuan, what kind of status do you have to come to the Sea Dragon Hotel to eat? Lu Meiyu snorted, not just a few broken words, really think you are a rich family? Yi Chuan was a bit surprised. Lu Meiyu head again? Know what, we are members, we are diamond members, spend $10 million to do. What kind of member are you? You dare to come here to eat? Lu Meiyu was full of sarcasm. I'm not a member. Yi Chuan shook his head. I'm not a member. Lu Meiyu smiled even more contemptuous. I told you that day ceremony is the actor you hired, in order to raise their own price, acting a play. Still 100 million, can't even take out the most common membership fee of 1 million, really laugh. Yi Duan also laughed. Yi Duan, those words of yours are overpriced, when this wind passes, they will definitely plummet. I'm afraid that by then no one will want 50,000 apiece, so you'd better write more words and save more money. Wang Peng said. Lin Hanxue also followed the opening, earned a few money, came to the Sea Dragon Hotel to spend, really do not like you this kind of profligate behavior. Finished? Finished, get out of the way, I go to the bathroom. Yi Dust pointed to the bathroom next to them. Lu Meiyu immediately came to anger. Hanyue are for your good, how can you not listen to it? Where is the manager? Let your manager over, this kid no member sneak in, put him to me out. Lu Meiyu had to drive Yi Duan out, threatening that she was a diamond member and had the right to do so. I'm a diamond member, and eating in a place with this kind of person lowers my status. Throw him out, immediately. The commotion on her side alarmed the restaurant manager and came over to take a look, especially when he saw Yi Duan. The manager's expression changed. This lady, if you are here to eat, we welcome you. If you are here to make trouble, then I will have to ask you guys to go out. The manager said. This Yi Chuan is not even a member, but he can come in to eat, what do you want us members to do? Isn't the money spent in vain? Lu Meiyu said unforgivingly, I am a diamond member, I have this right, right? The manager frowned and said coldly, what's wrong with being a diamond member? You are useless even if you are a supreme member. Mr. Yi Chuan Yi is the big boss of our Sea Dragon Hotel. You, a diner, are going to kick our boss out of the door, what is the decency? What, he is your boss? Lu Meiyu's face changed and she directly froze in place. Chapter 51, Wedding Anniversary. This is our boss Yi Chen.
The manager's one sentence was like an iron clamp around Lu Meiyu's throat, making her speechless. Lin Hanyue and the others were also shocked. A silence fell over the scene. After a long time, Lu Meiyu reacted and said incredulously, "How can he, this trash, be your boss?" "Shut up." The manager was furious. "This is our boss, Yi Duan. You are just a person who came to eat, arrogant and domineering, speaking out against our boss here, laughable or not?" Just now, the manager was in the private room, accompanied by Yi Chen and LVC, as well as Miss Han. LVC has already transferred the restaurant to Yi Chuan, and Yi Chuan will be the big boss of their restaurant from now on. No, Yi Chen is poor. Where is the money to open such a big hotel? Lu Man was surprised. Yi Duan lightly said, "Where I come from, the money to open the hotel is not what you should worry about. Now you only need to know, I am the boss, only I kicked you out of the share. For the sake of knowing each other, I won't bother with you guys this time. Don't blame me if you come to my restaurant again." You. Lu Meiyu stretched her hands, unable to speak. Each of them was as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a dead fly, originally wanting to use their diamond member status to step on Yi Chen. But they didn't expect that Yi Chuan was the boss of this place and had swollen their faces. "Boss, the quality of these people is too low. Do you need me to kick them out?" The manager said, wanting to show himself in front of the new owner. "No need, those who insult others will be insulted. I think they have already learned their lesson." Yi Chen waved his hand and walked towards the nearby bathroom. Is not just rely on a woman on the throne, what is the spirit? That is, a soft-eating white boy, in front of us to pretend what? Lu Meiyu and Lu Man disdain. "Forget it, you guys eat, I'm not in the mood to eat." Lin Hanyue waved her hand distractedly, took out her cell phone and made a call to someone from the company. "Come and pick me up right away, I want to go back to the company." After saying that, she left on her own. Wang Peng looked at the back of Lin Hanyue's departure, a touch of gloom emerging in his eyes. Originally, he had planned to get Lin Hanyue's family drunk tonight to carry out his plan, but to his surprise, Lin Hanyue left without even having a meal. It was all because of this Yi Chen who ruined his good deed. It would be hard to find another opportunity in the future. After Yi Chen went to the bathroom, he was ready to go home. When he arrived at the lobby on the first floor, he saw Lin Hanyue standing on the steps in front of the door, looking at the splendid Pearl River night view in front of her. Originally, Yi Chen wanted to directly walk over from one side, but Lin Hanyue suddenly called out to him. "What can I teach you, Ms. Lin?" Yi Chuan asked. "Undeniably, you have also become more and more excellent. Although you are relying on a woman and eating soft food, you are still too much better than before." Lin Hanyue said faintly. "You are always so self-righteous. Why am I relying on a woman? Can't I rely on myself?" Yi Chen said in the same faint manner. "Is that so? I don't want to argue with you about this right now." Lin Hanyue looked at the beautiful night view of the Pearl River and murmured, "Seeing this river reminds me of 3 years ago." 3 years ago. It was here that Yi Chuan met Lin Hanyue. "Yes, it is hard for me to forget too. At that time your smiling face was brighter than these lights. At that time, your thoughts were clearer than the water of the Pearl River. But now," Yi Duan murmured. "Isn't it better now? Before I was just an ordinary girl with a pretty face, now I am a female president with billions of dollars." Lin Hanyue faintly said, "The halo on me is even more dazzling than these lights. I wish you happiness." What else could Yi Chen say but to wish her well? After saying that, he turned around and walked away. And after walking a few dozen meters, Lin Hanyue's shout suddenly came from behind him. "Yi Chuan, tomorrow is our 3rd wedding anniversary." Chapter 52, 1,000 Degrees of Searching for Him. Wedding anniversary? Yi Chuan turned around, staring blankly at Lin Hanyue, and only after a long time did he barely reveal a smile that seemed to be a smile. "Ms. Lin, after you forcefully divorced a man, then you mentioned something about your wedding anniversary to that man. Don't you think you're being ridiculous?" "Ridiculous?" Lin Hanyue laughed mockingly. "Yi Chuan, do you know that feeling, when you are more and more successful, closer and closer to your goal, in addition to the joy you feel more is a kind of loneliness. That kind of loneliness makes you long to find someone to talk to. Isn't Wang Peng a good match?" "No, he's not, he's just a stepping stone on my way to success. I don't like him at all, and I won't tell him what's on my mind." "Lin Hanyue, that's not what you used to say. Now that you're getting more and more successful, your value is getting higher and higher, and you feel that Wang Peng doesn't deserve you anymore. So, you're planning to kick Wang Peng away again?" Yi Duan sneered. "Yes, I admit, people are not like this. Water flows to the lower place, people go to the higher place. The scenery you encounter on your way up the mountain, the people you meet are just passing through. If you stay for it, you can never reach the top of the mountain." Lin Hanyue raised her neck and said proudly. Yi Yun disdained her words. "You are like this, but it doesn't mean others are like this. If a person has good eyesight, even if they are standing halfway up the mountain, they can still see farther than those at the top. I don't want to argue with you today, I just want to ask you, tomorrow is our wedding anniversary, accompany me once more." Lin Hanyue stood there, behind her were the bright lights, reflecting her radiance, brilliant as the autumn moon. Yi Chuan can feel Lin Hanyue's longing and loneliness for the character of cold and arrogant. She took the initiative to put down her stature to send him an invitation. Do not know how difficult a thing. Yi Chuan was not a narrow-minded person either, and had more of the spontaneity and bravado of meeting each other and laughing off enmity. But his daughter had always been a heavenly chasm between him and Lin Hanyue, which made it impossible for Yi Chen to ever forgive Lin Hanyue. His daughter had already developed into a tiny life, and Lin Hanyue had cruelly aborted her. What was the difference between killing his own daughter with his own hands? Are you worthy? Yi Chen's indifferent voice was like a sharp sword that ruthlessly penetrated into Lin Hanyue's heart. It made her heart throb and her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. Tears welled up in her eyes, and all the thousands of lights merged into the crystalline teardrops, gently sliding down her stunning face. Hubby. She murmured softly. The loneliness and isolation within her made her involuntarily shout out this name again, as if only Yi Chen could fill the emptiness within her. Accompany me once more for our wedding anniversary. I want to tell you a secret, a heavenly secret, our daughter. Lin Hanyue murmured, looking at Yi Chen's back as he walked farther and farther away. How she wished that at this moment he would turn back. But Yi Chen took big strides and walked up the riverbank, blending into the roiling lights. Until his figure disappeared into thin air, Lin Hanyue was still holding on to a sliver of hope. After searching for him for thousands of miles, she suddenly looked back, but that person was in the end of the lights. She came to the riverside, softly chanting this poem. Looking back suddenly, her mind had reflected Yi Chen's smiling face, and her heart was in her throat. But her eyes saw the cold and lonely river, just like her heart. The beauty and romance in the poem did not appear after all. Yi Chuan wanted to take a taxi and leave, but after thinking about it, he came to Han Wan-er's car. Let's send her home first. Today she removed all the security personnel, no one but herself to protect her. When Han Wan-er came out of the restaurant and walked sullenly to her car, she saw Yi Chen at a glance. She instantly bit her lip, the joy in her heart rising like bamboo shoots going crazy after the rain. You guy, I thought you left without saying goodbye, so you were waiting for me by the car. Han Wan-er quickly stepped forward, the depression in her heart swept away, her face piled with smiles. After Yi Chuan left, she searched the entire hotel and couldn't find him, and didn't answer the phone, thinking that he had gone back without saying a word. Why are you so happy? Yi Chuan looked at jumping like a bunny in front of his own Han Wan-er, could not help but ask. How to say it? Oh, right. Han Wan-er blinked curved big eyes, softly saying, the crowd looking for him 1,000 degrees, suddenly looked back, that person but in the lights of the end of the place. This is the feeling, do you understand? After saying that, she opened her big, beautiful, soulful eyes and gazed at Yi Chen without taking her eyes off. An unspeakably wonderful flavor floated in the air around her. Yi Chuan looked at the stunning beauty in front of him, all her emotions were contained in that one line of poetry. How could he not feel it? But his heart had been sealed like cement. 3 years ago, his beloved died tragically, and 3 years later, the woman who wasn't exactly his beloved, but had been with him for 3 years, kicked him away. His heart has been sealed. Let's go, send you home. Although the urge to take her into his arms surged in his heart, Yi Chuan held back. Early the next morning, Yi Chuan went to the medicinal garden to check the growth of those 18 ice heart grasses. The growth was still very good. Under the catalyst of the array, it had matured in one night, and then the seeds would fall, take root, and give birth to more ice heart grass. When he came back from the medicinal garden, it was already 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun was setting. Yi Chuan got off the car by the Pearl River Bridge. There was a thrift market over here. He was going to buy some things for refining talismans. And at this time, Lin Hanyue, who had finished her work, drove to this place. She didn't bring her assistant or bodyguard, and came alone. She wore sunglasses and a mid-length trench coat jacket as she walked on the steel great wall like Pearl River Bridge. The strong wind from the river blew her long hair and the skirt of her trench coat, and she looked delicate under the setting sun. Today was her and Yi Chen's 3rd wedding anniversary, and every year at this time, they would come to the Pearl River Bridge and walk along the embankment for a long, long time. This was the place where they met and where they fell in love. This year Lin Hanyue came again, walking alone on the Pearl River Bridge, looking at the rushing and tumbling river, and her heart ebbed and flowed. Dad, the opportunity came. Lin Hanyue went out alone, without anyone. At this moment, she was on the Pearl River Bridge, looking like she was going towards the riverbank. On the Pearl River Bridge, there's a sedan following far behind. That's great. Send out all the men to keep an eye on Lin Hanyue. The Pearl River Bridge is crowded. Don't take action for now. The best time is to wait for her to enter the riverbank. I know Dad, this time Lin Hanyue won't be able to escape. Wang Peng, who was holding the cell phone in the sedan, had a grimace on his face. Chapter 53, Tearing Off the Disguise. Yi Chen bought a bunch of things at the thrift market and prepared to go home along the riverbank. The riverbank was less crowded, so he planned to perform a divine walking step. This was a footwork aptitude for catching up on the road, and the speed of casting it was similar to that of an automobile. He hadn't used it yet after regaining his strength. However, when Yi Chuan had just reached the bridge, he saw a woman in a trench coat and sunglasses. The beautiful curves of the body made him recognize the woman at once. Lin Hanyue. And Lin Hanyue also saw Yi Chuan, and under the four eyes, her heart couldn't help but flutter. She then walked up quickly, her slender legs under the trenchcoat took great strides, and soon came close. Lin Hanyue took off her sunglasses, a hint of a smile surfaced on her cool and stunning face. You still came, I thought you were really a desperate person.
Don't get me wrong, I just came to the thrift market to buy some things.
Yi Chen raised the things in his hand.
No matter what it is for, on this special day, we meet again.
Lin Hanyue's long hair flew in the wind, and the afterglow of the setting sun gilded a layer of dark gold. Let's take a walk together. Yi Chen glanced at her rear, the rest of his eyes glancing towards the surroundings again, nodding slightly. The two of them arrived on top of the riverbank and walked side by side. They didn't speak, the only sound around them was the sound of choppy water, and they kept walking for more than 20 minutes before stopping in front of a step. Up from here there was a Grandma Zhang's wonton, which tasted great, and they both loved it. They used to eat 2 bowls of wontons here every year on their wedding anniversary, or when they took a walk on the riverbank. Years of habit made them stop by coincidence and smile at each other, as fond memories flowed through their minds.
In the past it was always you treating me, today I'm treating you.
Lin Hanyue smiled like a flower. Still that cozy little store, the two people sat on a small wooden table at the entrance, as if they were old friends for many years. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Lin Hanyue enjoyed this feeling, she even longed for time to stop at this moment.
And Yi Chen swept a glance towards the surroundings. You came alone? Lin Hanyue nodded. You now have billions of dollars and are so beautiful, you should bring a bodyguard when you go out. Recently, Lin Hanyue Pharmaceuticals is in the ascendancy, and has been seizing the market in a big way, so there should be a lot of people hitting your idea. Yi Dust said. Today is my wedding anniversary with you, why should I bring other people?
It will only affect the mood. Lin Hanyue smiled, her delicate figure outlined beautiful curves under the setting sun. Yi Chuan also no longer say more. When the wontons came up, 3 or 2 bites finished. There is also the hot rolling soup, also drink it. And Lin Hanyue was still wiping the soup splattered on the side of the bowl.
I have to go beforehand.
Yi Chen threw down a sentence and put down $5, then got up and left.
Hey!
Lin Hanyue, who had just eaten her first wonton, looked at Yi Chen's departing back with a stunned expression.
Bastard!
Looking at the $5 that Yi Chen pressed under the bowl, Lin Hanyue grabbed it and tore it to shreds. 10 minutes later, the sky was already dark. Lin Hanyue was ready to leave. Just walked a few steps, a black commercial car appeared out of nowhere and directly crossed in front of her. Lin Hanyue was a little surprised, and the next moment, her expression became horrified. 4 black-clothed men jumped down from the car, coming up to cover her mouth and forcefully pulling her into the car. The action was so clean and sharp that Lin Hanyue didn't even let out a single cry for help. Then, her mouth was taped shut, her eyes were covered with a black cloth, and her hands and feet were tied up. With a buzzing sound, the black commercial car drove at full power and left the place at a fiery speed, raising dust in the sky on the riverbank. Behind a big tree, Yi Duan slowly walked out, looking at the black commercial car that was leaving, slightly narrowing his eyes. He witnessed the whole incident, but did not take any action to stop it. Yi Chuan liked to solve troubles in one go when doing things, and he wanted to know who was behind it. Afterward, he executed the divine walking steps, and his body transformed into a black lightning bolt as he chased after the business car. Lin Hanyue was in an endless state of fear at the moment. She knew that she had been kidnapped again. She didn't know what she would face next, and her heart was filled with regret. The Han family had equipped her with bodyguards, and she hadn't brought any. Yi Chen had also reminded her during dinner, but she hadn't taken it seriously. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Hanyue was pushed to a place, and when the black cloth in front of her eyes was removed, she saw that she was in the middle of a dilapidated warehouse. Sheet metal materials were piled up all around her, and 5 or 6 big men in black were sitting on top of it, looking at her with a sneer, one could even say a lecherous smile. Ugh! She tried to speak, but her mouth was sealed. And when a man walked in, Lin Hanyue's eyes instantly rolled up in shock. That person was dressed in a suit, handsome and dashing, and it was actually Wang Peng. Only his face didn't have the usual gentle smile, only a somber color. When the seal on Lin Hanyue's mouth was torn open, she immediately said angrily, Wang Peng, what do you want? What do I want to do? Of course I want the prescription for your kingpin product. Wang Peng gazed at Lin Hanyue. This woman who had always been high up in the world was now his prisoner. What? You actually. Lin Hanyue instantly realized that the original kidnapping of her was for the formula of the lung-cleansing oral liquid. She knew that a lot of people hit the idea of this formula, but she didn't expect this person to be Wang Peng, and to resort to such extreme means. Wang Peng, you release me immediately now, and I'll pretend this didn't happen. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand the wrath of the Han family. Lin Hanyue tried her best to calm herself down. Bang! Wang Peng kicked the bench in front of him and roared, Lin Hanyue, there's no turning back for me, look who else I tied up. 3 more people who were tied up in 5 different ways were pushed in, and when Lin Hanyue saw them, her petite body trembled violently. Her father, her mother, her brother, all of her family had been kidnapped by Wang Peng. Wang Peng, you even kidnapped Hanyue, are you being controlled?
You are so good to Hanwha, you have been helping Hanwha, I don't believe you would do such a thing. Lu Meiyu was incredulous. Stupid, you think I'm really helping Lin Hanwha? Wang Peng laughed. Of course it's true, you've been going all over the place for Hanwha's career. Even the Han family's contract, you helped Hanwha get it. You're such a fool. It has come to this point, Wang Peng naturally there is no need to hide, tore off his disguise. The Han family's contract has nothing to do with me, Lin Hanwha was able to take the Han family's contract and someone was secretly helping. But that person wasn't me, how do I have that much energy to make Hanwha Air change her mind and choose Hanwha Pharmaceuticals? Wang Peng laughed out loud, you idiots, you think too highly of me. Chapter 54, The Formula Arrives. What, not you? Lu Meiyu was shocked, I always thought that you were the one who turned the tide and allowed Hensi Pharmaceuticals to get the Han family's contract. Really stupid like a pig. Wang Peng looked at Lu Meiyu with a contemptuous face, a little thought should have made it clear that that person was Yi Chen. He was Han Wan-air's boyfriend, only he could speak in front of Han Wan-air and make her change her decision. Surprisingly, it was Yi Chen. Lu Meiyu's body trembled and immediately cried out, impossible, he's this soft-eating loser who's just Han Wan-air's plaything. How could Han Wan-air listen to him for something as big as signing a contract? Wang Peng snorted, looking at Lu Meiyu like a pig. She doesn't believe the facts in front of her, and I really don't know why she has such a deep prejudice against Yichuan. Even if the contract is not facilitated by you, but 1.1 billion? You are the real money to buy our family 1.1 billion shares off. Lu Meiyu still has illusions about Wang Peng. Oh, I was there to make money, to control Hensu Pharmaceuticals. Now I'm the second largest shareholder, when I collect the shares in your hands, I'll be the largest shareholder of Hershey Pharmaceuticals. I'll be the biggest shareholder of Hushue Pharmaceuticals. Hushue Pharmaceuticals will be my business. Wang Peng smiled grimly. You die this hard, the shares in my hand won't be handed over to you for this, Lin Xiaoming cursed. Hey, now that you have fallen into my hands, you are at my mercy. You have to hand it over even if you hand it over, and you have to hand it over even if you don't. Wang Peng said proudly. Wang Peng, last time Hanwha was kidnapped by Mr. Han, it was you who went around asking people to save Hanwha, have you forgotten? You are so good to Hanwha, how could you do such a thing? Lu Meiyu said painfully. Shut up, you stupid pig, old me is nothing in front of second Master Han, and saving Lin Hanwha? I was so scared that I hung around outside for half a day before I dared to go to second Master Han's villa. The second Master Han was destroyed by Han Wan-air, and only then did I pick up the slack and bring her out. Wang Peng broke down at the moment and shook everything out. You actually deceived us all along and took all the credit for it. Lu Meiyu froze and went cold. That's right, Lao Zi is deceiving you guys. I didn't expect you guys to be so easy to cheat, if it wasn't for Lao Zi's Tian High Group's thunderstorm, I could have kept treating you guys like little cuties. Cheat. Wang Peng was full of disdain. Lu Meiyu was so angry that she was trembling. You this, tricked us so badly at the expense of me still see you as a son-in-law, you this big liar, my mother tore you. Lu Meiyu yelled and lunged towards Wang Peng. Letting Yi Chen divorce Lin Hanwha and then setting up her daughter with Wang Peng was something she had made possible. But now she realized that she was the one who victimized her daughter and her whole family. Lu Meiyu wanted to die. It's too late to realize now, you are really the world's #1 idiot. Wang Peng kicked Lu Meiyu, who had jumped up, to the ground. Wang Peng, you ungrateful dog, I've always treated you like a brother-in-law, I didn't expect you to be so disgusting, you're not even as good as Yi Chen. Lin Xiaoming roared. Hey, you guys can only be blamed for being stupid. I really don't understand what's wrong with Yichuan, even Han Wan-air favors him, and he's a great calligrapher, quite affordable to you guys, yet you guys throw him away like trash, ha. Wang Peng let out a loud laugh. I'll kill you. Lu Meiyu and Lin Xiaoming all rushed towards Wang Peng, eager to bite off a piece of his flesh. But immediately they were knocked down by two big men in black, lying on the ground and howling miserably. The reason for this is because of your sins. Originally, Yichuan had a good life with Huanxue, but you forced Huanxue to divorce him all day long, and chose Wang Peng, this beast, and led the wolf into the house. Lin Qingyuan looked at Lu Meiyu, who was lying on the ground and rolling around, and gritted his teeth with hatred. You this. Ex Nima, Lin Qingyuan, when you let them divorce, didn't you also support it? Now instead, you're blaming me, I'll get you killed. Lu Meiyu was like a mad dog, fighting with Lin Qingyuan again. From the beginning to the end, Lin Hanwha didn't open her mouth, she regretted it. She regretted listening to her mom and the people around her, kicking away Yi Chen and recruiting Wang Peng, the jackal, to her side. Even if Yichuan was incapable, at least he wouldn't do such heartless things. I'm not in the mood to watch your family conflicts, except for Lin Hanwha, all of you hang up for me. Wang Peng waved his hand and drank. Soon, Lin Qingyuan, Lu Meiyu, and Lin Xiaoming were hung below the warehouse beams. Wang Peng, you bastard, let them go. Lin Hanwha clenched her silver teeth, and the flames spewing out from her eyes almost burned Wang Peng to death. Okay, let them go, hand over the formula for the pediatric lung cleansing and cough suppressing oral liquid, and I'll let them go right away.
Wang Peng, hand holding a special whip, said with a cold smile.
The formula?
That formula was Lin Hanyue's lifeblood, the root of Hanyue Pharmaceuticals' power. It was with that formula that she was able to make a name for herself in the huge pharmaceutical market. It was the source of all her splendor, more important than her life.
To hand it over or not?
Wang Peng suddenly shook off the whip and viciously lashed at Lu Meiyu's body. With a snort, the whip actually tore Lu Meiyu's clothes, a shocking wound appeared, the skin and flesh flared out, and blood immediately bubbled out.
Ah!
Lu Meiyu, who was hanging in mid-air, let out a miserable scream, her body violently twisted and spasmed because of the pain. This whip was specially found by Wang Peng, a weapon used by an inner-strength martial artist, covered with densely packed sharp barbs. When a whip went down, the barbs pierced into the flesh, and pulling it out was a horrible laceration, not to mention how painful it was. Even an internal strength martial artist would find it difficult to endure, let alone an ordinary person.
Give or not?
Wang Peng flung his hand, another whip towards Lu Meiyu fiercely flung down. Lu Meiyu's mouth let out a miserable scream that didn't sound like a human voice, a hideous wound more than half a foot long appeared on her back, and she almost fainted from the pain. Hanyue, it's too painful, Hanyue, give him the prescription, save mom is going to die.
Lu Meiyu was in agony to the extreme.
Lin Hanyue also closed her eyes in pain, slowly reaching into her pocket. From the inner pocket of her personal clothing, she took out a piece of yellowish vellum. Only the size of a palm, on it was written in detail the ingredients of the pediatric clear lungs and cough oral solution, processing method, purification method. This piece of paper carries all of her splendor.
See, more important than life has always been close to carry.
But now in order to save Lu Meiyu, Lin Hanyue took it out.
The formula.
Seeing the thing in Lin Hanyue's hand, Wang Peng was instantly excited to the extreme and snatched it into his hands.
Chapter 55. Who are you? Ha!
With the formula in his hands, Wang Peng let out a wild laugh. It was as if a person about to die of thirst in the desert had come across a fresh spring. It was truly a desperate situation. As long as they have this formula, Tian Hai Group won't go out of business. Even if it closes down, it can rise again with this formula. Lin Hanyue is not with this, embraced the thighs of the Han family, became a hot female president. The scenery is infinite.
Bastard, robbing my family's formula, you shall not die. Wang Peng, you should go to hell, you devil.
Lu Meiyu and Lin Xiaoming, who were beaten half to death, cursed at Wang Peng.
The more you curse, the happier I am. Wang Peng laughed.
At this time from the inside came out two people, a middle-aged man wearing a suit. It is Wang Peng's father Wang Feng. The other man was probably in his 30s. With a deep gaze, steady footsteps, and a high, hawkish nose, giving off a stern feeling. Dad, big brother, the formula has arrived.
Wang Peng raised the craft paper in his hand and said excitedly.
Wang Feng walked quickly, took the cowhide paper in one hand, looked at it carefully for a couple of moments, and excitedly burst into old tears.
Tian Hai Group, saved.
Big brother, return your whip, this whip is really powerful. A whip thrown down, the meat can be torn off a large piece. Wang Peng looked at the half-dead Lu Meiyu hanging in the air with a perverted smile on his face. This hawk-nosed man was his elder brother, Wang Jianming, who was originally an orphan and was adopted by Wang Feng as his righteous son, and was sent to a martial arts sect from a young age to learn the art. Now that their father and son were in trouble, they called Wang Jianming back to assist them. Wang Jianming smiled and did not take the whip but instead touched his waist. Big brother, your whip. Before Wang Peng could finish speaking, his face changed horribly. He actually saw Wang Jianming touch a knife from his waist. This big brother snatched the formula from Wang Feng's hand, and Wang Feng's face changed drastically and shouted, "What are you doing?" He had just finished speaking when he felt a coldness. The cold blade was already on his neck.
Wang Jianming, what are you doing? Wang Feng's face changed greatly. What are you doing?
Of course I want this prescription.
Dad, didn't you say this formula is worth $100 billion? That's a lot of money. I want it too.
Wang Jianming's face was filled with a fierce smile. With a poof, he directly cut off Wang Feng's head.
Bone thrust.
The bloody head rolled directly at Wang Peng's feet. His face turned pale with a brush.
Ah!
When Lin Hanyue saw this bloody scene, she immediately lost her voice and screamed, her beautiful eyes filled with horror.
Wang Jianming, you actually killed your father. You beast. Wang Peng pointed at Wang Jianming, horrified to the extreme.
In front of the huge benefits, I had to do this off.
Besides, he's not my real father, he's just my adoptive father who hasn't raised me yet.
From a young age, he sent me to the mountains, causing my old man to be beaten all day long and suffer for 20 years. The smile on Wang Jianming's face was even more perverted than Wang Peng. So, now it's time for me to enjoy the blessings. This flowery world is really good. Look at this big beauty, this leg, this waist, this look, it's just like a fairy from heaven.
It's mine. It's all mine. Ha!
Wang Jianming said, his eyes drifted on Lin Hanyue, revealing a lecherous smile.
I'll fight you.
Looking at his father's head at his feet, Wang Peng was enraged and frantically lunged towards Wang Jianming. But before he could run 2 steps, he felt a light in his heart, and when he looked down, the knife in Wang Jianming's hand had already stabbed into his body.
Stabbing from the front chest, the tip of the knife penetrated the back. Wang Peng's entire body was penetrated. Bastard!
Wang Peng only said 2 words before he collapsed on the ground, his body twitching a few times before he stopped moving.
The gas died. Ah!
Another one dead. This scene stimulated Lin Hanyua's scalp to the point of numbness. Scream, scream hard, the louder you scream, the more excited I am. Wang Jianming laughed, drew off the knife on Wang Peng, like a god of killing, and killed all the dozen or so big men in black next to him. This warehouse is a river of blood, all the corpses are strewn all over the place, the strong smell of blood, so that Lin Hanyua lying on the ground to dry heave.
Well done! Lu Meiyu at this time liked to see the savior, loudly shouted, "Good man, you kill the evil, really a good man. Quickly save us down, I will marry my daughter to you. I'll marry my daughter to you, I don't need you to marry me, isn't it ready?"
Wang Jianming laughed and walked towards Lin Hanyue.
"In front of you, let you watch."
He grabbed Lin Hanyue, came forward and inhaled deeply, and his nose was full of fragrance.
"It smells so good." With an intoxicated look on his face, Wang Jianming tore Lin Hanyue's blouse with a snort.
Lin Hanyue struggled and screamed, but to no avail, which only made Wang Jianming more excited.
"Good man, let my daughter go, it's not appropriate here."
"I'll make the decision to let my daughter marry you," Lu Meiyu shouted.
"Shut up."
Glancing at Lu Meiyu's mature body, Wang Jianming sneered, "You can't escape either, it's your turn after finishing her." Saying that, he extended his claws towards Lin Hanyue again. Right at this moment, there was suddenly a loud bang overhead, and the roof of the warehouse ruptured a large piece. A silhouette descended from the sky, and it was none other than Yi Chen, who had been watching from above for a long time. Wang Jianming raised his head violently, and immediately felt a powerful aura that pressed down like a titanic pressure. His face changed drastically, and in his haste, he panicked and used all of his strength to resist, and with both of his arms braced, he blasted out his fists.
Ka-ching!
Yi Chuan's palm stepped on Wang Jianming's fist, emitting a numbing bone-cracking sound, and Wang Jianming's fist was crushed like an egg under a wheel.
Who are you? Who are you?"
Wang Jianming's face was horrified, and he only had time to utter such a sentence. Then, Yi Chuan's foot stepped on his heavenly cap, and with a slight force, Wang Jianming's skull let out an even louder bone-cracking sound, and in an instant, it was in pieces. It was like a broken watermelon.
Wang Jianming didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream before he was trampled to death alive by Yi Chen.
Lin Hanyue looked at the silhouette that descended from the sky, and her entire body was stunned. Lin Qingyuan and the others were all stunned as well, staring at this blurry figure in death. Who was this? It was impossible to see his appearance at all, as the void around this person was violently distorted, as if it was separated by a layer of frosted glass. When this blurry figure landed on the ground, he bent down to pick up the prescription on the ground and put it into his arms. Yi Chuan also could not have imagined that so many people had died because of this prescription, and even staged a tragedy in which fathers and sons were killed each other. He put it away, it was originally his, and this was considered returning it to its rightful owner. Afterward, without even glancing at Lin Hanyue and the others, Yi Chen pulled himself up and rushed above the roof of the warehouse. With a flash, he disappeared from the sight of Lin Hanyue and the others.
Chapter 56, The Angry Lin Hanyue.
Looking at the blurry figure, the Lin family members' jaws dropped in shock. He had descended from the sky and stomped this Wang Jianming to death. Wang Jianming's body was so powerful that he killed a dozen or so of Wang Peng's men with a raise of his hand and a lift of his foot. But it didn't occur to him that the mantis was catching the cicada and the yellow bird was at the back, and this mysterious expert was even more powerful.
The Lin family couldn't help but have a question. Who is he? Yi Duan.
Looking at the figure that rushed up to the roof of the warehouse, Lin Hanyue suddenly shouted. But that figure didn't stop for anything, flipping out through the gap in the ruptured roof and disappearing from her sight.
Yi Chen, Yi Chen. Lin Hanyue looked at the gap and shouted loudly. But that person seemed to be gone, never moving again. Hanyue, what are you saying? How could that person be Yi Chen? Lin Qingyuan was surprised. I feel that he is Yi Chen. Although I can't see it clearly, it resembles Yi Chen's figure. Lin Hanyue's mind kept surfacing that blurry figure. Impossible, Yi Chuan is just a good writer, how could he have such a powerful figure? You must have misread it. Lin Qingyuan said. My sister probably didn't see it wrong, that person could really be Yi Chen. Lin Xiaoming remembered the last time he was at the old house, he had brought people to find trouble with Yi Duan. Those two powerful martial arts experts were beaten the hell out of by Yi Chen. Let's not worry about whether or not he's just Yi Duan, hurry up and send your mom to the hospital. Lin Qingyuan glanced at the fainting Lu Meiyu and said in a hurry.
At this time, Yi Chuan had already executed his divine walking steps and was sprinting through the night. He didn't want Lin Hanyue to know that he was the one who had come to his rescue, so his true essence was released outwardly, distorting the air around him. Touching the prescription in his arms, he sighed. It seemed like a lot of things were related to this prescription. Lin Hanyue had risen to greater and greater splendor because of this prescription until he kicked him away. And now Wang Peng tore his face off with Lin Hanyue because of the prescription and ended up dead. There is also that Wang Jianming, for the prescription to kill his father and brother. In the end, the prescription came back to him. In fact, the fault is not in the prescription, but in the greed of the human heart. After sighing, Yi Chuan also no longer think too much, stepped on the god-walking step back home. In the following days, he completely entered the state of cultivation. Every day, he went to the medicinal field to cultivate the ice heartgrass, and tried to do everything he could to enhance the effect of the spell formation. After so many days, Yi Chuan's hard work was not in vain. The ice heartgrass had a promising growth and had already spawned more than 50 plants. Yi Chuan really couldn't wait any longer, and pulled out those 18 mature ice heartgrass, added the remaining 7 from last time, and spent 2 days refining ice clear dan. Because of the experience from the last time, this time Yi Chuan refined 2 ice clear dan. He took all of them, and got rid of the demonic fury that arose from the 4th level of Qi cultivation. Yi Chuan was elated, and next he started to impact the 5th level of Qi cultivation. After reaching the 5th level of Qi cultivation, strength could reach a watershed. The 5th level of Qi cultivation could refine intermediate level talisman seals, as well as refine magic weapons, form spell seals, and so on. One could even fly briefly. Only by reaching the 5th level of Qi practicing would Yi Chuan have the power to defend himself in the face of Xian sect experts. The next natural step was to use the Dragon Jade Pendant to draw on the negative emotions generated by others and transform them into demonic elements to be used for cultivation. This way of cultivation was much faster than the other ways. However, the dragon-shaped Jade Pei could only draw on negative emotions related to Yi Chuan, and it wasn't something that could just be absorbed. That night Yi Chuan was ready to go out, and if he wanted to collect negative emotions, he felt that it would be better to find Lu Meiyu's family. Because as soon as he saw him, Lu Meiyu's family was not in a good mood. The Dragon Jade Pendant was a top-level magic treasure, powerful enough to form negative emotions into specific values. It probably needed around 70,000 negative emotion values to fulfill what he needed for promotion. And right now, there were only about 10,000 points in the dragon-shaped Jade Pendant. However, when Yi Chen was about to go out, an unexpected person appeared. It was Lin Hanyue. "Why are you here?" Yi Chuan looked at her. Her face didn't seem too good. A strand of invisible resentment was pulled over and surged into the Dragon Jade Pendant. Yi Chuan instantly realized that the resentment that Lin Hanyue had generated had something to do with herself, otherwise it wouldn't have been drawn by the Dragon Jade Pendant. I don't know why she was so resentful towards herself. Wasn't she trying to ease her relationship with herself a few days ago? However, so much negativity was drawn over, it made Yi Chuan's heart feel good. It was really true that someone sent a pillow when he wanted to sleep. Why can't I come? This is also my house. Lin Hanyue directly pushed the door and walked in on her own. She sat down on the sofa with an icy expression and a strong aura, like a big heroine in a TV series. "What's your house?" Yi Duan coldly laughed. "This is our matrimonial home, is not false, but we have already divorced. The real estate license is written in my name, now it has nothing to do with you at all. Besides, you are now a multi-billion-dollar female president, but even compete with me for this shabby little house. Do you want to be shameless, ah?" "What, are you saying I'm shameless?" Lin Hanyue was shocked and looked at Yi Chen incredulously. This was the first time that Yi Chen had said she was shameless. "It is shameless, ah, if you want to be shameless, why would you fight with me for this shabby house?" Yi Chuan continued to output, only wanting to gain more resentment. Resentment was also a type of negative emotion. After these few words, sure enough, the grievances generated by Lin Hanyue became even more ferocious. It was almost like a great river pouring into his Dragon Pei. "Bastard!" Lin Hanyue grabbed the pillow next to her and smashed it fiercely towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen easily dodged it and said lightly, "Say, what are you looking for me for? It's not to compete with me for real estate, right? Who will give you to compete for real estate? You, this broken house for nothing I do not want." Lin Hanyue's beautiful eyes flames. Hate said, "I ask you one thing, you have to answer me honestly." "You ask." Yi Dust nodded. "Is the formula for the pediatric clear lung cough suppressant oral solution in your hands? A few days ago, the last appearance of the mysterious expert is not you?" Lin Hanyue looked at Yi Chen's eyes. Yi Chuan heart secretly said, "This is all recognized by her, eyes quite good ah," but he naturally will not admit it. When Lin Hanyue saw Yi Chuan deny it, she became even more angry. At that time, she saw with her own eyes that mysterious expert took away the formula in Wang Jianming's hand. Lin Hanyue angrily said, "Yi Duan, that person is you. It's not just me who thinks so, Lin Xiaoming also thinks so. You've really let me down, even hitting on the idea of my prescription as well. It's true that the mantis catches the cicada and the yellow bird is at the back. Wang Peng is the mantis and you are the yellow bird. Even, I suspect that you and Wang Peng teamed up to harm me with the purpose of taking away my formula." Yi Duan snorted, "Although I don't know what you're talking about, I have to say that you have a really rich imagination." "Humph." Lin Hanyue stood up, aggressively walked to Yi Chen, and snapped, "Give me back my formula, give it back to me." Chapter 57 Han Yushu arrested. Yi Chen looked at the furious Lin Hanyue and only felt that it was hard to understand. It was true that he had taken away the prescription, but he had also saved Lin Hanyue and her family. At that time, that Wang Jianming was all set to force Lin Hanyue, and with his ruthlessness, he would definitely kill Lu Meiyu's family afterwards. Lin Hanyue only had the prescription in her eyes, but she didn't see who saved their lives.
I didn't take your formula, Yi Chen said indifferently.
There was nothing wrong with what he said. The prescription was originally what he had secretly given to Lin Hanyue, and what he was taking away now was something that belonged to him.
You say one more sentence.
I didn't take away your formula. Time stood still for a few seconds as Lin Hanyue raised her palm as if to slap Yi Chen. But her hand was shaking, and after raising it several times, she didn't drop it after all. You disappoint me too much. Before I only questioned your ability, but now I question your character. Lin Hanyue said, a crystal in her eyes, and left sadly.
Take your time, don't see me off, Yi Chen said with a smile. I never want to see you again.
Lin Hanyue huffed and walked out. She was really head over heels in disappointment with Yi Duan in the past. Although she disliked Yi Duan, she had never doubted Yi Duan's character. And now, in order to get her formula, he even took this approach. So this is Yi Chen's true face. I've been living with him for 3 years and I didn't realize it at all. Could it be that his previous honesty was all pretend? Lin Hanyue sat in the car in a terrible mood. Next to her sat 2 black-clothed bodyguards. Ever since that last incident, Lin Hanyue had taken bodyguards with her when she went out. These 2 bodyguards were assigned to her by Han Wan Air and were the elite of the Han family's security. Lin Hanyue suddenly felt that Han Wan Air wasn't bad, although her personal relationship was strained because Yi Chen and her were acting like love rivals. But in the company, she never gave her a hard time. Instead, she provided her with all the help she needed. I really don't understand how Han Wan Air fell for this guy, Yi Chen.
Lin Hanyue was a bit depressed and felt unworthy for Han Wan Air. Suddenly, an idea came to her mind. Yi Chen wouldn't be scheming for the Han family's fortune, right? Just like Wan Pong?
When Lin Hanyue was thinking nonsense, Lu Man, who was in charge of the medicinal garden, suddenly called, Hanyue, when I was inspecting the medicinal garden as usual today, I found that the purple heartgrass had died.
What, the purple heartgrass died? How many? Lin Hanyue was shocked. The purple heartgrass is the main medicine for the production of ACE products.
Not much, about a dozen plants. Oh, only a dozen plants, it's okay, maybe the weather is bad these days. Only then did Lin Hanyue put her heart down. Their Hanyue Pharmaceuticals' 1,000 acres of medicinal fields, planted a few hundred acres of purple heartgrass, only a dozen or so plants died is insignificant. Lumen, recently you pay more attention to the medicine field. In another month or so, this batch of purple heartgrass will be mature enough to be used in medicine.
Now that we've received billions of orders, the purple heartgrass mustn't have any problems,
Lin Hanyue urged. Hanyue, of course I know how important the purple heartgrass is. Don't worry, for the next month, I won't leave. I'll live in the medicine garden and watch over it. Absolutely nothing will go wrong.
Lumen smiled and said.
Lumen, you've worked hard. When this batch of purple heartgrass matures, complete these orders, our company's performance will be doubled several times. When the time comes to have a celebration banquet, you'll be the top contributor. Lin Hanyue also said with a smile.
Ha, that's a good feeling. I'm waiting for that day.
Yi Chuan looked at his dragon jade pendant. Just now Lin Hanyue made a trip and generated almost 10,000 negative emotional values, all of which were absorbed by the jade pendant and converted into demonic elements. Now there was still 50,000 short of being able to advance to the 5th level of Qi cultivation. This was the strong point of the Magic Dao magic treasure, cultivating thieves quickly, but the methods were generally more evil. Yi Chuan's this one was still a bit better. It only collected negative emotions, while most of the magic treasures, they had to devour other people's blood essence, souls, and even a woman's yuan yin and other kinds of evil ways. Next, Yi Chuan naturally can't be idle. Collecting negative emotions is not simple. Kicking random people on the street, eating without paying, molesting beautiful women, doing whatever is a large amount of negative emotions into the account.
However, Yi Chuan would not do this kind of unethical thing. The best way was to go to his enemies, rivals, and screw them. A person's fear, unwillingness, helplessness, resentment and all other emotions before death could be absorbed by the dragon jade pendant and transformed into demonic elements. Yi Chuan would like the Xian sex people to hurry up and come to Yunhai to build a branch. Not only would they be able to take revenge, but it would also mean a large amount of negative emotions. Only that there was no news coming from the Wu brothers yet. Xian sect did not make any next move for the time being. Thinking about it, Yi Chuan decided to go find Han Wanner and do his duty as the Han family's provider. Last time, someone had bewitched Han Wanner, so Yi Chuan planned to take that person out and collect his negative emotions. So Yi Chuan went to Diamond Hill Villa, Han Wanner's residence, did not greet, directly slipped in. Han Wanner's villa was heavily guarded, but with Yi Chuan's skills, he still easily slipped in. When he came to the villa, he didn't find Han Wanner, and only heard the sound of rushing water at the bathroom door on the 2nd floor. It turned out that she was taking a bath. Yi Chen was about to go down when the bathroom door suddenly opened and Han Wanner walked out from inside. She was ruffling her wet hair and was surprisingly naked. Yi Chuan's eyes instantly glazed over. Ah!
Han Air let out a high decibel scream when she saw a man standing in front of her. And when she saw that the man was Yi Chuan, she immediately covered her mouth, her bright big eyes filled with shock.
You actually peeped into my bath.
Han Wanner threw down a sentence and immediately ran into the bathroom and came out wrapped in a bathrobe. Wanner, you've misunderstood. I came to find you because I wanted to help you solve this trouble of Huanghua.
I really didn't know you were taking a bath,
Yi Chen hurriedly explained. Han Wanner was surprised. Big brother, even if you make it up, you have to make up a decent excuse. In the past, when I took the initiative to ask you to help me solve my troubles, you were all indifferent.
Now you're so active that you don't sleep at night to help me solve my problems?
Yi Chuan scratched his head. The truth was just like this, and he didn't know how to explain it to Han Air.
You came out of the bathroom, why don't you even wrap a towel?
My god, big brother, this is my house, I'm the only one who lives here.
I like to come out naked, what do you care? And I also like to sleep naked, how about it, is there something wrong with that? Han Air asked rhetorically. No problem, huh?
Yi Chuan laughed dryly. He really didn't think that Han Air had this kind of fetish. At this time, the smartphone hanging on the wall suddenly rang. Han Air glanced at it and said one word, pick up. The phone connected, and an anxious voice immediately rang out from inside. Missy, it's bad, Han Yushu has been arrested.
Chapter 58, Martial Artist, Lord Yilong. Fable book in the company to deal with the things Missy explained. Just to the underground parking lot came a group of masked people. Fable book hostage to a black Buick car, they have a gun in their hands. After hanging up the phone, Han Air's face instantly sank.
Han Yushu is her secretary, bodyguard, best friend, but also a sister of the tribe loyal to her, for her even life cannot. Last time in Tang Yun Pavilion, Han Yushu had risked his life to protect her. Han Yushu played a very important role in her life, and was regarded by Han Air as her own sister. As soon as she heard that she had been captured, Han Air instantly became furious.
Yi Duan, who was standing next to her, was skeptical. This time was long overdue. What did Han Yushu go to the company for?
Before I took a shower, I remembered that I had left a document in the company, so I asked Yushu to go get it.
Han Air said.
That is to say, Han Yushu was a temporary intention to go to the office. This is even more strange, as if others know her whereabouts like the back of her hand.
Yi Duan said. Maybe that group has been ambushing the parking lot all along.
This is also very strange. Your company's security work is done so well, the underground parking lot also has many security guards. How did that group of people blend in?
Yi Duan said.
No matter how good the security work, there are also negligence. Forget it, things have already happened, let's not worry about these issues first. Han Air waved her hand distractedly. What's important now is to save the Fable book, I can't let anything happen to her. Saying this, she looked towards Yi Chen with a hint of pleading in her beautiful eyes. This powerful man, to save Han Yushu, she naturally had to rely on Yi Chen. Yi Chuan smiled faintly. Don't worry, I'm here to help you with your troubles. Yi Chuan felt quite coincidental. He really came to help Han Air solve the trouble, and did not expect to really run into trouble. Han Air went forward, pink fist gently pounded Yi Chuan's chest, pouted, You're so good, husband. This husband of her delicate and beautiful, coupled with the eyes of the style, so that Yi Chuan feel tingling all over the body.
Don't scream, who is your husband? Shame on you? Yi Chuan said speechlessly.
I didn't scream, you are the boss of Sea Dragon Hotel, and said I am the boss's wife, what are you if not my husband? Han Air said with a straight face. Yi Duan scratched his head, you misunderstand my meaning, which I have the heart to manage what restaurant, let you be the boss's wife, is to help me manage.
Sea Dragon Hotel, Yi Duan gave Han Air 30% of the equity, let her be a small boss.
The main purpose is to let her team management, responsible for the daily operation of the hotel. This is the reason why Yi Chuan called her the boss's wife before, but there was no ambiguous flirting.
I don't care. You're the boss, I'm the boss's wife, I'll call you my husband, no one can pick on me. If you're not happy, I won't do this, boss lady.
Han Air said very savagely. As a young lady, this aspect of savagery has never been lacking for her. Yi Dust bitter smile, really take Han Air cannot help, she really throw hands do not do, Yi Dust can only cry. Does it let him go to run the restaurant? Well, he does not have that free time. Forget it, how you want to call, how to call, as long as you are not ashamed.
Yi Dust said. Hubby, hubby, hubby.
Han Air blinked her big curved eyes and kept calling out. The voice was so gentle and melodious that one couldn't help but want to love her fiercely. Yi Chuan was filled with black lines. You still have the heart to call your husband, shouldn't you be worried about Han Yushu? I just worried, now not worried, this does not have you help, Yushu will certainly be fine.
Han Air smiled. Then you should investigate who did it, right? Yushu doesn't have any enemies in Yunhai, so the kidnapping of her is just for me.
So, I'll just wait for that person's call.
Han Air said. You are sober.
Yi Chuan rolled his eyes, in case it's a sex robbery, I'll see what you do. If Han Yushu was singled out, she was also an extremely beautiful woman, belonging to the imperial sister type. Because of practicing martial arts, Han Yushu had a pair of tight, round and long legs, very charming. It was only because she was often accompanied around Han Wan Air that her radiance was completely overshadowed, becoming a green leaf that set off the scene. Ding! Han Wan Air's cell phone suddenly rang, and after answering it, a low voice came from inside. Miss Han, I'm Huang He. Han Yushu is having tea with me. Han Wan Air narrowed her eyes, so it was Huang He who did it. Yi Duan was a bit surprised. Han Wan Air was as good as God, the phone call came so soon. Mr. Huan, thank you for your hospitality, I also have a lot of extremely good tea on my side.
If Yushu wants to drink tea, I won't bother you. Han Wan Air said. Oh, Miss Han, I won't beat around the bush with you.
Recently, you have been targeting my Huang family's business with continuous strikes and all-round suppression, and have already compressed my Huang family's living space to the point where there is very little left. Now as long as you say a word and give me a way out, I can release Han Yushu. Huang Ming said insidiously. Han Wan Air laughed coldly. Mr. Huang, aren't you clear about what you've done yourself? Tang Yunj and Han Wen Yuan teamed up to assassinate me and put a snake in my car. I do not suppress you, do not still hold you, honor you with a yellow uncle? We can't go over old scores for 3 days and 3 nights. If you insist, I'll propose a solution. I'm a man of the world, so I'll settle it with the rules of the world. Wash your ears. It's not the old days of street hacking anymore, let's settle it through the ring. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, at my underworld villa, I'll set up a martial arts stage.
3 matches to split the difference. If I win, you let me live.
If you win, I'll let Han Yushu go.
What are the requirements and rules? Han Wan Air asked.
There aren't any requirements, as long as you find someone who can defeat me on the martial arts stage, you are the winner.
Huang He said. Good, it's a deal. Han Wan Air said without hesitation. With Yi Duan, an expert, what is she afraid of?
You'd better bring Yi Duan with you. Huang He said grimly and hung up the phone. Han Wan Air looked at Yi Duan for 2 seconds. Huang He asked you to go by name. It seems like he has an expert on his side and wants to find you to avenge the murder of his son. Well, I'll fulfill his wish. Go to Underworld Villa tomorrow and hit his martial arts fighting stage.
Yi Chuan smiled proudly. A martial arts competition?
The ancient martial arts world's biennial martial arts competition. The martial arts champion 2 years ago. His name was Yi Longzhu.
Chapter 59. I look forward to your performance. At this time, Han Wan Air dialed Huang Hua again. I need to speak to Han Yushu.
Hello, miss, it's me. Huang He didn't do anything to me, he just restricted my freedom.
Okay, you wait, I'll go rescue you tomorrow. Little miss, you better not come.
Han Yushu's voice was slightly choked, as if he was trying to suppress some kind of emotion. Han Yushu, just report peace, no need to say anything else. There rang the low voice of Huang He.
Fushu, wait for me, I will bring you back safely tomorrow. Han Wan Air said heavily. Miss. Snap.
Before Han Yushu could finish, the other side hung up the phone. Han Yushu seems to have something to say to you. Yi Duan, who was standing next to him, narrowed his eyes and said. It's just that he's worried about me and won't let me put myself in danger.
Han Wan Air laughed.
Yi Chuan did not say anything. If that was the case, the moment he answered the phone, Han Yushu should have exclaimed, Miss, don't come over.
It shouldn't be this kind of hesitant, stammering state.
Yi Duan keenly sensed that Han Yushu seemed to have some problems.
Of course, this was just a feeling he had and didn't say it out loud.
Thinking about how Han Yushu had fought so hard to save Han Wan earlier, Yi Chuan felt that he should be overthinking things. Yi Chuan stayed at Han Wan Air's villa that night. The villa had 4 floors and many rooms, so he casually found one and prepared to sleep, nurturing his energy for tomorrow's ring match. However, Han Wan said she was scared to sleep alone and asked Yi Chen to sleep with her, which Yi Chen flatly refused.
Han Wan left with a grumpy face.
Just to Yi Chuan's surprise, not long after Han Wan came back, she was also holding a quilt and actually hit the floor beside his bed.
What kind of operation is this? Yi Duan was shocked. I just want to sleep with you, sleeping on the floor is fine. Han Wan Air said happily. 2 strands of black lines surfaced on Yi Chuan's head, a grand young lady, even sleeping on the floor. Instead, she was a happy look, and after hitting the floor, she covered the quilt and said sweetly, I'm going to sleep, good night. The next morning, when Yi Chen woke up, Han Wan Air was still asleep. It could be seen that she was sleeping sweetly, breathing evenly, with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Only the sleeping posture wasn't very elegant. 2 long snow-white legs stomped the quilt to the side, and a corner of black lace was vaguely visible. Yi Chuan swept a glance and withdrew his sight, gently covering the quilt next to her body. The appointment with Huang He was at 9 o'clock, so they set off from the villa at 8:30. There's an expert coming over from Jiling, and he'll be going with us right away as well. Han Wan Air said. From your Han family?
Han Wan Air nodded. It was Han Yushu's father, Han Jinyu, who sent him. His name is Han De Kue. He's an inner strength martial artist. He's quite strong.
Han Jinyu is also your uncle? Yi Chuan asked again.
Sort of, but Han Jinyu is considered a collateral of our Han family. Han Wan Air said, like our big family, you know, the sideline is not reused. But Han Jinyu, this person is very capable, for the Han family has made a lot of credit, and now is also considered the mainstay of the family. Yushu is not his own daughter, but adopted by Han Jinyu, but Han Jinyu is very good to Yushu, almost as good as his own daughter.
Is this group of people arranged by your grandfather, or Han Jinyu? Yi Chen suddenly asked.
Han Air said, Han Jinyu arranged Han Yushu was his daughter, he knew that Yushu accident is very anxious, so arranged the experts over to help me, I naturally cannot refuse. While they were talking, they had already walked to the entrance of the villa and met Han Dekue and his group. Han Dekue was a young man in his 30s, wearing a black power suit, standing with his arms folded, his gaze arrogant. And beside him stood 4 brawny men, tall in stature and with a strong aura, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. Moreover, Yi Chuan could feel a slight murderous aura from the aura emanating from them. Obviously these people were not good, all of them had killed people.
Are we the only 2 on your side? Yi Chuan asked.
Yes, plus Han Dekue and the 5 of them, a total of 7.
Han Air said.
Yi Chuan's lips moved, but he didn't say anything else. According to the rules of the Jianghu, when 2 forces resolved their grudges by fighting, the location would definitely have to be chosen as a neutral place.
It was obviously unreasonable for Huang Hua to choose the location in his own territory. However, it didn't matter, even if the front was a dragon's den, Yi Chuan could still take Han Wanner and leave peacefully. Compared to before, he was stronger and had many talismans in his possession. Missy. When those people saw Han Wanner, they immediately bowed and saluted. Only Han Dekue only nodded slightly, the arrogant look on his face unabated. Eldest miss, what is this? Han Dekue's gaze drifted over Yi Chen. This is my boyfriend Yi Chen. Han Air said with a smile. Yi Chuan helplessly smiled. This Han Wanner was too bold, even introduced herself like this with all the Han family. Could she be serious? Boyfriend? Humph. Han Dekue sneered, his face full of disdain. Just this kind of goods, still worthy of being the Missy's boyfriend? Brother Kue, there's no need to say that, I know what's in my heart. No matter what kind of goods he is, as long as I like it, it's fine. Han Air said as she held Yi Chen's arm. Han Dekue frowned. Missy, we're going to the ring to fight, not to a movie. What's the point of bringing your boyfriend? Yi Duan will also be on stage, and he's going to fight as well. Han Air said. Just him? Han Dekue was even more disdainful, snorting, a little white boy, I can knock him into outer space with one punch. You brought him over to make us lose face in front of Huang Hua? Han Air's gaze was cold, but Yi Chen stepped forward and said, Master Han, right away on the martial arts stage, if any of us will be disgraced, it's definitely not me. Oh, what arrogance, not knowing the heights of heaven. Han Dekue coldly shouted, pointing at Yi Chuan's nose and said, Kid, see you muscle line is quite good, maybe have been fit, practiced some shallow martial arts. If you think you can fight, then you are very wrong. You've never met a master like me, and you know nothing about strength. Let's put it to you this way, if you punch me 100 times, I'm still. Whereas if I punch you once, your life is gone. Looking at Han Dekue with a lofty and arrogant look, Yi Chuan laughed and said faintly, Master Han, when we fight in the ring soon, I look forward to your performance. I'm also looking forward to it. Han Air said. Chapter 60, Pig Killing Squeals. The underworld villa was located on the White Cloud Mountain on the east side of the Sea of Clouds, and the entire mountain had been bought by Huang He. There were mountains and water, and the terrain was majestic, a treasure land surrounded by dragons and tigers. The mountain villa was built halfway up the mountain, constructed with a disc road. The commercial vehicle that Yi Chuan and the others were traveling in drove directly into the mountain villa. When they entered, they could see a large open space in front of them, and a 3 to 4 meter high ring had been set up. A few rows of chairs were placed in the north and south direction of the ring. Han Air and the others had just gotten out of the car when Huang He came forward with a front and back. Huang He was a middle-aged man around 50 years old, wearing a dark blue cloud pattern tang suit, with a majestic demeanor and a deep gaze. Miss Han, I didn't expect you to really go to the appointment, really have the guts to be a heroine. Huang Hua arched his hand in greeting, but a touch of coldness surfaced in the depths of his eyes. Isn't this followed by me? Not waiting for Han Air to open her mouth, Han Dekue said, with my skills, even if the dragon pool in Tiger's Lair, Miss will step on it like flat ground. Who is this? Huang Hua glanced at Han Dekue. I'm Han Dekue, the head of the Han family, a gold medalist. Han Dekue is also. Han Dekue is even more arrogant, his eyes are high. If you're smart, let Han Yushu go now, otherwise, I'll kill your villa without leaving a single piece of armor. Your Excellency has a big mouth. Huang Ming coldly grunted. Han Dekue still wanted to say something, but Han Wanner already glanced at him unhappily. Only then did Han Dekue stop talking. Han Air looked at Huang Hua. Mr. Huang, since I came here by appointment and am standing in your territory, shouldn't I release my sisters first? Mr. Huang waved his hand, and 2 black-clothed men brought Han Yu over. Han Yushu only had his hands tied, and everything else looked normal. Han Air then breathed a sigh of relief. Miss. Seeing Han Air, Han Yushu's tears immediately gushed out. What are you crying for? Han Air quickly stepped forward, drank back the 2 black-clothed men, and untied the rope from Han Yushu's hands. Miss, I'm sorry. Han Yushu's tears, like broken beads falling down. You're still a sister. When I was little, you coaxed me when I cried, but I won't coax you. Han Wanner made a face towards Han Yushu. Han Yushu immediately broke down and laughed. At this time, Huang He already said, Miss Han, I ask you one last sentence. If you let me off the hook, from now on no longer suppress my Huang family's business. Then you can leave now, and there is no need to fight on the martial arts stage. Han Wan'er looked at Huang He, a black trench coat hunting in the strong wind. Her two long and slender legs outlined a delicate curve, making her whole person look both beautiful and sexy, but also valiant. Mr. Huang, the shopping mall is the battlefield, only you die and I live, there is no peaceful coexistence. Han Wan'er said coldly. There is really no possibility of reconciliation? Huang Ming clenched his back teeth. Han Wan'er has too many resources in her hands, and is a business genius. In the shopping mall 10 Huang Hua tied together are not her opponent. Huang He, what nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and compete, call out your people. Better be an expert, otherwise it is not enough for me to clean up a few times. Han Dekue waved his hand impatiently. Good, the martial arts fighting stage will start now. Huang He bellowed and took out the agreement that had been prepared long ago for Han Wan'er to sign. Han Wan'er looked at it for a few moments, and it was similar to the conditions stated yesterday, so she signed her name as well. By this time, Han Dekue had already stepped into the ring. The ring was divided into two camps, north and south, with Yellow Underworld's people sitting on the north side, while Han Wan'er and the others settled on the south side. Who dares to fight me? Han Dekue stood with his arms folded, looking down at the other camp. I'll fight you. A large man walked out of the Yellow Underworld camp. This big man was nearly 1 meter 9 tall, with dark skin, wearing a stretchy undershirt, and his high, bulging muscles were as hard as granite. He walked around like a moving doorway. Under Mr. Huang's seat, Iron Mountain. Iron Mountain clasped his fists and said to Han Dekue. Iron Mountain, never heard of it? Han Dekue said contemptuously. Mr. Han should not be taken lightly. This Iron Mountain was originally the king of underground fighting in Yunhai, but later defected to Huang Hua. He is the first fierce man under Huang Hua's command, and has the impressive record of knocking over more than 80 people with his bare hands. Someone on Han Wan'er's side reminded. Oh, such a record is not worth mentioning. Han Dekue smiled blandly. Tai Shan seemed to be enraged, roared, the whole like a small mountain rushed over, raised the vinegar altar-sized fist, to Han Dekue's head is a heavy punch. Han Dekue was very good, side head and shoulders to avoid this punch, then a harrier flip came to the back of Tai Shan, not even look at it as a lightning-fast palm blast out. Splat! Tai Shan was directly knocked back 6 or 7 meters and landed on the edge of the ring. Boom! Iron Mountain was furious and pounced again like a downhill tiger. This time Han Dekue didn't dodge but clashed with him. The result was that Iron Mountain was the first to withdraw his fist in pain and looked at Han Diak with a surprised face. After 2 minutes of this, Han Diak rolled around, showing off his skills to the fullest, and looking at Tai Shan, he was already tired and panting, as if he was at the end of his rope. Kneel down! Han Dekue suddenly shouted. His figure was like a gyroscope, a dashing spin, instantly close to Tai Shan. Lifting his leg was a sweeping blow. Rumble! Iron Mountain's huge body fell to the ground in response, half kneeling in front of Han Dekue. First match, Han Dekue wins. Good, great. Beautiful, Master Han. A burst of applause rang out from Han Wan'er's side of the camp. Ha, with Master Han in charge, we'll definitely win this match. Master Han's kung fu has really improved since last year. Listening to the praises, Han Dekue was even more pleased and hooked his finger towards Huang Hua's camp, proudly saying, Who else is there? Let me do it. A voice as deep as the sea rang out, and an old man in black robes stood up in Huang He's camp. The old man is about 60 years old, hale and hearty, the action is more robust than young people, a breath is unfathomable. Who are you? Ancient martial arts cultivator, Diringu. The old man said calmly. The old man said calmly. Hearing this name, Yi Chuan, who had been resting his eyes, immediately opened his eyes. This was the martial artist he killed in Tangyun Pavilion, Gung War's master, Diringu? Never heard of it. Han Dekue snorted and took the lead, blasting at Diringu's face. Diringu's face was calm as he simultaneously threw his fists into contact, and Han Dekue's face changed as he felt the strength of his opponent's fist as if it were a train crashing into him. Bang! He was hit by Diringu's punch and his footsteps lightened, his body lost balance and flew up in the air. The moment he flew up, Diringu bullied his way up and threw another punch at Han Dekue's chest. The moment he threw his fist, his 5 fingers popped up and exploded forward, as if they had transformed into 5 iron fingers. Plop! The 5 fingers penetrated through the body, clawing out 5 bloody holes in Han Dekue's chest. Ah! Before Han Dekue even hit the ground, he let out a pig-like scream. Chapter 61, How could it be him? Iron Finger Inch Strength. Looking at Han Dekue again, crimson blood flowed out of the bloody hole in his chest, instantly staining his lapel red. Bang! Diringu raised his leg and kicked Han Dekue in the face, causing his screams to come to an abrupt end as his entire body flew backwards like a kite with its wings broken. Along with 5 or 6 bloodied teeth, they also flew out. Bang!
Han Dekue smashed heavily on the ground, struggling to get up and moaning in pain.
Useless thing. Han Wan-er glanced at him coldly. Han Dekue had just been bullish and unbeatable, but now he was beaten to a dog. What a disgrace. Master Han.
The two black-clothed men rushed forward and helped Han Dekue up, taking him to the side to heal his wounds.
In the second match, Deeringu won.
At this moment, Han Wan-er and Huang Hua each won one game. Next was the most crucial third game.
Han Wan-er looked at Yi Chen. The Deeringu was very powerful, are you sure? Just sit here and watch. Yi Chen smiled.
At this moment, Deeringu's gaze was already like a sharp sword, shooting towards Yi Chen.
Yi Chen, it's your turn.
Deeringu exhaled, his voice was like a thunderous explosion that shook the whole place. In that voice, it contained a heavenly rage. Yi Chen was about to get up when Han Dekue, who had a swollen face behind him, said, "Kid, that person is powerful and is a super expert, even I can't beat him, so you're going up there to send him to his death?"
His face is swollen, but he is still talking nonsense here. Yi Chuan looked at his appearance and couldn't help but laugh. It's not that I'm too weak, it's that the other party is too strong. Han Dekue's mouth is still hard. Next is the most crucial third game. You will definitely lose if you go up, and Missy will be victimized by you and lose this bet. Shut up and stop your bleeding. Han Wan-er drank coldly.
No, Missy, you're just giving away your head by letting him go.
Before Han Dekue could finish speaking, Yi Chen had already slowly stood up and came to the top of the ring, facing Deeringu.
My beloved disciple, Gengzhan, died at your hands. Today, I'm going to make you pay for your debt of blood, and use your dog's head to pay tribute to my disciple. Deeringu looked at Yi Chen, his eyes burning with rage. Yi Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. This Deeringu was a bit strange. Besides his thick cultivation, there was also a poisonous and evil aura. That was the unique aura that was only formed when the person raising parasites was in the company of some poisonous parasites for many years. It seems that the dozen or so employees of the dragon group who were poisoned by parasites before, as well as the 10,000 snake parasites in Han Wan-er's car, were all your work. Yi Chuan gazed at Deeringu and said coldly, "I'm not a bad person. It seems that you are the one who defused my attack twice." Deeringu's face was cold. "It's exactly me, we two are enemies, so it's a good time to take advantage of this moment to settle our grudges."
Yi Chen smiled. "Who?" Deeringu faced Yi Duan and went all out as he fiercely inhaled a breath.
This breath was inhaled with a shocking sound, and everyone in the arena heard that huge inhaling sound. It was as if a giant dragon was sprawled across the surface of the sea, opening its mouth and sucking in seawater furiously. In an instant, the sky was spinning, the sun and the moon were lost, the sky was dark, and all the air around them seemed to have been swept up into Deeringu's breath. Han Wan-er and the others' faces changed drastically. This Deeringu was so terrifying that he was able to create such a momentum just by inhaling a breath. How thick should his cultivation be? Right at this moment, Yi Chen moved. The eyes of Han Wan-er and the others couldn't capture his figure at all, and even Deeringu had trouble capturing it. He stepped out of his divine walking steps and instantly approached Deeringu. Before Deeringu could make any reaction, Yi Chen already kicked him in the chest. With this kick, Yi Chen used all his strength. Rumble! In the gazes of astonishment, Deeringu, who was just like a giant dragon swallowing water, flew out backwards in an instant, as swift as a discharged cannonball. Bang! He flew out for dozens of meters and ruthlessly hit a huge welcoming wall dozens of meters away. Deeringu's body plunged into it, creating a huge human-shaped depression. Everyone in the arena was jaw-dropped with shock, never expecting such a scene to happen. Huang Hua was so shocked that he couldn't even breathe. This was Master Deeringu, his strength was unfathomable, and he also had a handful of extraordinary compulsion techniques. In Huang Hua's eyes, he was like a god. But such a powerful Master Deer was actually kicked tens of meters by Yi Chuan, and his body smashed into the wall. How great that force was, Huang Hua knew better than anyone else. The welcoming wall was what he had gotten someone to build, and he didn't know how many layers of reinforced concrete had been poured. Deeringu had been sent flying dozens of meters, but he was still able to make such a big dent. Han Dekue was even more dumbfounded, looking at Yi Chen like he was looking at a monster. Deeringu had cleaned him up with a single move, and Deeringu was not even a one-move opponent in Yi Chen's hands.
How strong is Yi Duan then? You always bring me surprises.
Han Wan-er looked at the upright figure in the ring, and her beautiful eyes bloomed with an intense luster. She felt that Yi Chen was like an old well, unfathomably deep.
Deeringu, can you fight again? Yi Chen stood on the ring and shouted.
Deeringu, who was caught in the welcoming wall, was unresponsive and didn't move a muscle, and it looked like he was dead.
Huang He, I won this fight, right? Yi Dus looked at the crowd under the arena that seemed to be petrified. Yes, you won.
Huang He slightly closed his eyes and said with some bitterness.
Since this is the case, Mr. Huang, I can take Han Yushu and leave, right? Han Wan-er smiled.
Huang Hua didn't say anything, but waved his hand. Han Wan-er waved at Yi Chen, who leapt down from the ring. They took Han Yushu with them, and the group left in a great hurry.
Master Huang, just letting Han Wan-er go?
Next to him, a bald big man said unwillingly. A cruel color emerged in Huang Mua's eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, I won't let her go so easily, the show has just begun. The vehicle that Yi Chuan and Han Waner were in was driving on the mountain highway, more than 10 kilometers away from the foot of the mountain. And just at this time, a small truck drove up from the opposite side, surprisingly not steering and crashing straight towards their vehicle. The commercial vehicle was directly overturned and rolled over 10 meters on the ground before coming to a stop. The people inside the car were thrown around, but with Yi Chuan's protection, Han Waner was unharmed. Bang! Yi Chuan kicked open the car door and pulled Han Waner to jump out. And at this time, a group of people rushed down from that small truck, clear of pugnacious men, surging over like a tidal wave, surrounding them. At the head of the group was a black-clothed man in his 40s, and when Han Waner saw him, her face changed dramatically. How could it be him? Chapter 62, Inviting Missy to her death. Han Waner would never have imagined that this man would be Han Jinyu, Han Yushu's adoptive father. Apparently he had premeditated and ambushed in advance. Han Jinyu, why? Han Waner couldn't believe that Han Jinyu wanted to kill her. Han Jinyu, hearing this name, Yi Chen's heart trembled. He immediately looked at Han Yushu, this was Han Yushu's father. Yi Chuan was also surprised, but immediately he pulled Han Waner to his side, separating Han Yushu. Yesterday, he had felt that Han Yushu wasn't normal, and this woman really did have a problem. Missy, I don't want to do this either, Han Jinyu stared, a color of pain welling up in his eyes. Yi Chen felt Han Waner's delicate body tremble slightly as she said incredulously, Uncle Han, my Han family has treated you not too badly, right? You're only a collateral lineage, yet we treat you as a direct lineage, and have given you many of the Han family's important businesses to take care of. You are indeed very capable, but without our resources, would you have achieved what you have today? Moreover, you are the father of Yushu, with high moral character, exceptional ability, and loyalty to the family. I have always respected you. But I could never have imagined that you would betray the Han family. I didn't betray the Han family. I just wanted to kill Missy. Why kill me? Why fight hand to hand? How did I provoke you? I'm in Yunhai, you're in Jinling. We don't have a conflict of interest, do we? Ha! Han Waner roared hysterically, having some emotional breakdown. The last one was Han Wan Yuan, and this time a Han Jinyu popped up. All of them were her blood clansmen. She had had enough. Han Jinyu took a deep breath and let out a long sigh. Missy, I, Han Jinyu, have suffered a lot of stares and bullying since my parents died when I was young, and I'm from a collateral lineage. I work like crazy, paying 10 times the blood and sweat of others, just wanting to excel, so that my parents, who are buried in the chaotic graveyard, move into the middle of the Han family mausoleum. That was their greatest wish. However, no one in the Han family valued me, and I obviously had abilities far beyond the ordinary, but I couldn't get any opportunities. Until I met Second Master Han. He appreciated me, and he gave me the opportunity to show what I've learned. It was only then that I was able to make a name for myself in the Han family and move my parents' graves into the Han family mausoleum. On that day, I had no regrets in this life. Han Jinyu closed his eyes and 2 lines of tears slowly flowed from his eyes. Alas! Han Waner sighed long and hard, but she realized that it was because of Han Wan Yuan. Han Wan Yuan had died at her hands, and Han Jinyu wanted to avenge Han Wan Yuan. When Han Jinyu reopened his eyes, he was like a lion waking up, and his entire person exuded a lingering murderous aura. Missy! He bellowed and said forcefully, Second Master Han has known me well, and a warrior will die for a friend. Pounce! Han Jinyu turned towards Han Waner and knelt heavily. I, Han Jinyu, ask the young miss to die. Do you know the consequences of your actions? Han Jinyu? Han Waner gritted her teeth. Missy, I have no offspring, only the adopted daughter of Yushu. Han Jinyu coldly said, I only have this life, in order to repay the great kindness of the Second Master Han, why would I hesitate to head this? Kill! At his command, dozens of black-clothed men around him had guns in their hands, aiming at Yi Chen and Han Waner. In their hands were all AKs, the king of deadly rifles. Bang! Deafening gunshots rang out, breaking the silence of the mountains and forests, and dozens of tongues of fire spewed out deadly bullets that rained down on Han Waner like a storm. Miss! Han Yushu knelt on the ground and shouted with his heart torn out. Tears poured out as if they had broken the levee. However, the bullets all fell short because Han Waner's figure was no longer in the field. The crowd looked up, only to see that the young man with sword brows and starry eyes beside Han Waner was already holding her waist, flying up in the air. Yi Chen utilized a wind sentence talisman and rose up on the wind. He was high above, looking down at the black pressurized killers below, and his faint voice came from the sky. To kill her, did you ask me? Chapter 63, Never Owe Each Other Again. This scene shocked everyone present. It was clearly beyond common sense. A person without the aid of any tools was actually able to fly up and stand in the air. This was a tactic only immortals had. Even Han Waner, who was in the air, looked at Yi Chen in shock. A fragrant heart was like a rootless duckweed, swaying violently. But when Yi Chen said those words, she suddenly felt her entire world light up and her heart was hit hard. Kill, hit towards the sky and knock them down. Although Han Zhenyu was also horrified, he reacted quickly. Who cares how he went up to the sky, just shoot them down. But how could Yi Chuan give them a chance to fire a second shot? One hand wrapped around Han Wan-er's willow waist, and the whole person smashed down from the sky like a cannonball. Bang! Yi Chuan's feet stepped on divine walking steps, stepping over the heads of these dozens of gun-wielding dudes one by one, like stepping on a watermelon, and the scene resounded with a sound of skulls shattering. A circle down, Yi Chuan and Han Wan-er landed steadily on the ground, and then looked at those black-clothed big men. Their heads were bloody, blood-covered, and they flopped and planted on the ground. All of them died of gas. Han Zhenyu was completely shocked. 35 people, 35 rifles with powerful firepower, were all killed by this person in a light manner. He looked at Yi Chuan, and a strong shock emerged in his eyes, like he was looking at a monster. Han Zhenyu knew that the family head had found a powerful helper for Han Wan-er, and it was with the help of that helper that Han Wan-er was able to exterminate the second Master Han. But Han Zhenyu didn't expect that this helper would be so terrifying. At this moment, the situation in the field had completely changed. The original Han Zhenyu, who was outnumbered, was now left with only him as a bare-knuckle commander. Although Han Wan-er's side was still only Yi Chen alone, it gave off the feeling of 1,000 armies.
Your turn, kill Han Wan-er. Han Zhenyu looked to the 5 Han Dekue beside him. Han Wan-er's pupils contracted fiercely, not realizing that Han Dekue and the others were also traitors. If Yi Chuan hadn't followed her today, she would have died. Han Zhenyu, don't talk nonsense. I am loyal to Missy. How could I betray Missy? Seeing that the wind was blowing in the wrong direction, Han Dekue immediately defected to Han Wan-er's side. Yi Chuan was just too scary. He didn't dare to lay his hands on him. Damn, you backtracking villain.
Han Zhenyu raised his hand and fired a shot, hitting Han Dekue squarely in the center of his eyebrows. If Han Dekue might have dodged before, but now that he was seriously injured and slowed down, he was killed by Han Zhenyu's shot. The other 4 black-clothed dudes' faces flinched, then roared as they rushed towards Han Wan-er. But immediately the 4 flew back, everyone coughing up blood, their internal organs shattered, and they ambled to the ground. At this moment, Han Zhenyu had truly become a bare-knuckle commander.
Han Zhenyu, surrender. I don't want to kill you and send you back to the family for the head of the family to deal with.
Han Wan-er closed her eyes. She couldn't bear to see the scene of clansmen killing each other anymore, and this person was still her eldest miss. There's no turning back for me, either I die or you die. Han Zhenyu gritted his teeth. Why are you so obsessed? Han Wan-yuan has known you well, you've repaid the favor now, perhaps the family head can be lenient and spare your life.
Han Wan-er said painfully. Even if the family master spares me, I still don't want to live. Plotting against the eldest miss, plotting against the future heir of the Han family, I no longer have the face to live in the world. Han Zhenyu held the heart of certain death. Han Wan-er wanted to say something else, but suddenly she felt a coldness on her forehead, and when she looked back, it was Han Yushu. She was holding a gun in her hand, pressed against her forehead. Even you want to betray me? Han Wan-er said faintly.
I'm sorry, Missy, he's my adoptive father, he's raised me. Han Yushu's body trembled, tears wetting his face. Yesterday was your setup, right, Han Yushu? You were not kidnapped, but actively cooperated with them to come to the underworld villa.
Han Wan-er said.
Han Yushu cried and nodded, his heart filled with guilt and remorse. Yi Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. As expected, he guessed correctly, this matter was a setup. From Han Zhenyu to Han Yushu to Huang Hades, a seamless setup. Unfortunately, Yi Chuan, was the one who broke the set. I really don't understand, Han Yushu, you've been following me around all day, even my tea is made by you. If you wanted to kill me, it wouldn't be easy. Why do you have to go through so much trouble and make such a big circle? Wouldn't you just poison me directly? Han Wan-er looked at Han Yushu in disbelief. It's not because she's soft-hearted. Han Zhenyu angrily said, I prepared poison for her the day Han Ershi died, but I waited for more than 10 days, but she didn't poison Missy. I had no choice but to come and kill you myself. Oh, so that's how it is, Han Yushu. Should I thank you for not killing me or hold a grudge against you for your act of betrayal? Han Wan-er coldly said. Miss, I'm sorry. Han Yushu, who had never cried before, seemed to have shed all the tears of his life, and the gun in his hand was unsteady. Yi Chuan sighed sadly. On one side was his father, on the other side was his own miss. Han Yushu was also in a dilemma. Yushu, kill her. As long as you pull the trigger, you can kill Han Wan-er and fulfill my father's wish. Han Zhenyu shouted in a stern voice as his eyes widened in anger. Han Yushu's delicate body trembled violently. The distance from her finger to the trigger was so close, but to her it was so far. Kill her, ah! Han Zhenyu's harsh and loud voice was like thunder exploding in the air. I'm sorry, father, I can't do it. After a painful struggle, Han Yushu slowly lowered his pistol. Han Zhenyu stormed, angry to the extreme, you bastard, although I am not your real father, but raised you for 23 years. 23 years of nurturing grace, is it still no match for a Han Wan-er? Father! Han Yushu gritted his teeth and looked at Han Zhenyu, his gaze firm. Missy is to me as second Master Han is to you. You can sacrifice your life for Mr. Han, and I can break my bones for Missy. I cooperated with your layout, lured Missy to the underworld villa, and have already repaid you for your kindness.
From now on, my life belongs to Missy alone. Waste, you waste. Han Zhenyu growled with a grimace, raising his pistol at Hanwaner. If you don't kill, I'll kill Missy. Bang! A gunshot sounded. Yichuan slowly closed his eyes, even his hardened heart couldn't bear to look at it. The one who fell was Han Zhenyu, and the one who shot was Han Yushu. She, who had killed her own adoptive father. When Han Zhenyu slowly fell to the ground, the moment death came, there was no pain on his face, instead a smile surfaced. Daughter, to be able to die in your hands, my father likes it very much, I am finally relieved. Han second master's great kindness, I will repay you with my death, and then I will never owe you again. Chapter 64 Terrifying Snake Venom. Father. Han Yushu rushed over and hugged Han Zhenyu's corpse, losing his voice and crying. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, the blood all over the ground, all of them were their Han family members. Looking at Han Yushu, who was hugging his father's body and crying bitterly, Han Wan-er's heart was like a knife. Her eyes went black, and she fell down softly. Yi Chen wrapped his arms around Han Wan-er. Feeling those powerful arms, Han Wan-er fell into Yi Chuan's arms and cried out in pain. Her emotions were on the verge of collapse. Yi Chuan held her tightly in his arms and was silent, knowing that this was a bout of pain one had to go through to become strong. This was especially true for an heir like Han Wan-er. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear the weight. After crying for a long time and ruthlessly venting her raging inner emotions, Han Wan-er gradually calmed down. And Han Yushu was still holding his father's corpse, his face pressed against Han Zhenyu's pale face, like a walking corpse. Let's go. Yi Chuan wiped the tears from Han Wan-er's face, and there was still a vague uneasiness in his heart. Since this bureau was laid by Han Zhenyu and Huanghua jointly, Huanghua let them leave so easily, there might still be a backhand. Moreover, after such a fight, Yi Chuan had gathered enough negative emotions that he could impact the 5th level of Qi cultivation. Han Wan-er nodded and glanced at Han Yushu with incomparably complicated eyes. There was reluctance and disappointment, pity and resentment. She wanted to walk away, but still said, Han Yushu, will you stay here or leave with me? Han Yushu gently put down Han Zhenyu's body and slowly stood up, his wooden eyes gradually regaining their luster. Eldest miss. She knelt in front of Han Wan-er, her hands hanging down at the base of her thighs. Like a sinner, I betrayed Missy, I shall die in thanks for my sins. Han Wan-er said with a heartbreaking voice, don't die, I forgive you, the blood of our Han family has been shed enough. But before she finished speaking, she sensed something was wrong. Han Yushu's body trembled, and 2 bloody holes appeared on her thighs, with blood spreading out. Looking at her right hand again, she was actually holding a small purple snake. That small snake was covered in purple patterns, and it was even born with 2 snake heads, hideous and incomparable. Purple flower 2-headed snake. Yi Chuan's face changed greatly when he saw the small snake in Han Yushu's hand, and he immediately struck out a true element, crushing that small snake. Yi Chuan. Seeing that Han Yushu's body had begun to tremble, Han Wan-er had a look of panic on her face. Trouble, the purple flower 2-headed snake possessed intense poison, and among all the snake parasites, the toxicity could be ranked in the top 5, so it could be said that it could see blood and seal the throat. Yi Chuan's eyebrows twisted into a lump. He then immediately punched out a few spell seals, sealing the blood vessels near Han Wan-er's thighs, so that the snake venom wouldn't spread all over her body. Fortunately, he had cultivated to the 4th level of Qi practicing and was able to strike some simple FA seals. Otherwise, Han Yushu would have died for sure. The poison of the purple flower 2-headed snake had a characteristic that both internal energy and true Qi had a catalyzing effect on this toxin. That is to say, when one was infected with this poison, one could not use true Qi to force it out, otherwise it would only cause the snake venom to spread faster and more violently. This kind of snake venom was famous in the ancient martial arts world and was known as the martial artist's nemesis. A martial artist who had cultivated internal energy, if he was bitten, he would only die faster if he was lucky enough to force out the poison. That was why Yi Chuan could only make hand seals instead of sealing it with his true essence. Miss, that snake was given to me by Huanghua, it contains a high level of poison and asked me to deal with you, You stupid woman, you have betrayed me and haven't even made up for your sins yet, and you want to die so easily? Yi Chuan, quickly save her. Han Wan-er coldly swept a glance at Han Yushu. Yi Chuan frowned slightly and was thinking about how to force out the snake venom when suddenly, a strong sense of crisis rose in his heart. Brush! He immediately sacrificed a wind-saving talisman, lifted Han Yushu and Han Wan-er with both hands, and immediately rose into the air. Just a few seconds after they took off into the air, the place where they were just now exploded with a loud landslide. The explosions were continuous and deafening, the fire and smoke rose to the sky, and a suffocating pungent smell filled the air. After a few seconds, the mountains and forests were leveled to the ground. The 3 of them, Yi-dust, who were high in the air, stared dumbfounded at the tragic scene below. All of them were shocked. Even Yi Chen was stunned. What a terrifying explosion. If they had moved a tiny bit slower just now, they would have definitely been pulverized by now. Even Yi Chuan was afraid that it would be difficult to be spared. This. Han Wan-er was too shocked to speak. This is probably Huanghua's backhand, damn it, using so many explosives to blow us up. Yi Chuan said with hatred. Get out of here first, Yi Chuan, it's important to save the fabled book. Han Wan Air had an anxious face. Go!
Yi Chuan's figure flashed, carrying a woman in one hand, urging the royal wind talisman, and leaving this place at a fiery speed.
And on the open ground in front of the underworld villa, Huang Hua and more than a dozen people stood there, looking at this horrifying scene below. The explosion was so loud that we, being so far away, felt the ground shake.
Look, the mushroom clouds are rising. Han Waner, as well as that Yi Duan, are bound to be pulverized. Congratulations, King of the Underworld, from now on, no one will go against you in the sea of clouds.
Huang Hua's men were all overjoyed.
And the face of the yellow underworld, there is a cold smile, hideous. I buried 5,000 kilograms of explosives. The gods can be blown up, even if Yi Chen is more powerful, but also inevitably smoke. At this time, Yi Chuan and the others were already on the Han family caravan that had come to meet them. Although there was Yi Chuan's magic seal sealing it, Han Yushu's situation was also very dangerous. If the poison wasn't detoxified as soon as possible, she wouldn't be able to keep this leg. But it was impossible to use true essence to get rid of the poison, which gave Yi Chuan a headache. Yi Chuan, think of a way. The part of Yushu's leg that was bitten by the snake has turned black.
Han Wan Air anxiously said.
Yi Chuan said helplessly, we can only use the most primitive method, use the mouth to suck out the snake venom.
Suck out the snake venom with your mouth? Wouldn't the person who sucked it in also be poisoned? Han Wan Air said. Yes, so only I can come.
Yi Chuan said, none of you cannot carry the two-headed purple flower snake poison.
Can you do it?
Han Wan Air frowned, her face full of worry. Don't worry, I won't be in danger, at most it will be difficult for a day or two.
Yi Chuan said.
This snake venom was a blood-seeing poison for ordinary people, even for martial artists.
But he practiced the immortal Tao and could still resist it.
There is no time to lose, let's start now. Yi Chuan said after preparing for a moment.
Han Wan Air could only nod her head out of trust in Yi Chen.
You take off her pants first. Yi Chen pointed at Han Yushu and said.
Brush.
Han Yushu's face suddenly turned red.
Chapter 65, The Elder is seriously ill. I refuse. Han Yushu said through clenched teeth.
The part of her that was bitten was too embarrassing, and having a man suck out the snake venom was difficult for her to accept.
Refusal is ineffective, take off your pants yourself. Han Wan Air said in a deep voice. Miss.
Han Yushu had a tangled face, I'd rather die than let him take advantage of me.
Take advantage? Yi Chuan was shocked. Lao Zi worked hard to help you get rid of the poison, but he was so understanding?
Forget it, let her die, I don't want to be cured yet. Yi Chuan couldn't wait, even if he sucked out the snake venom, it would still be hard for 2 days. Seeing Yi Chuan quit, Han Wana hurriedly begged, Yi Chuan, save Fableshoe, I beg you, Brother Dust. When she pampered herself in front of him, Yi Chuan got goosebumps, and hurriedly said, stop, I'll give her another chance for your sake. Han Wan Air was delighted, then coldly looked at Han Yushu.
Miss Han Yushu was still torn. Snap.
Han Wan Air slapped Han Yushu in the face and said without question, pants off.
Han Yushu could only obey. 10 minutes later, Yi Chen finally finished sucking the snake venom.
Han Yushu was already blushing like a burning cloud in the sky, feeling that he would never be able to look at Yi Chen again. Even Han Wan Air, who was at the side, was blushing as she watched. Yi Chuan didn't have any other thoughts, because he was also inevitably tainted with some purple flower snake venom, and his body was having a hard time. However, he still forced himself to prescribe a prescription. Follow this prescription to get the medicine, boil it into medicinal soup, drink it once a day, and you will be fine in a week. What he prescribed was the formula for the poison cleansing Dan. Last time in the hospital that Dr. Huashan was bitten by a parasite. Yi Chuan prescribed this formula and saved Dr. Hua's life. This was actually an elixir formula that was used to refine an antidote to poison. However, except for Yi Chuan, they all don't know how to refine Dan. Directly boiling it into soup is also effective. After saying that, Yi Chuan's head tilted and he leaned on the back of the chair and fell asleep. This two-headed purple flower snake venom was still very powerful, and his head was groggy. When Yi Chuan woke up again, it was already mid-afternoon, and found that he was lying on a large, soft bed. The bedding was made of fine silk, and it smelled good. This seemed to be the big bed in Han Wan Air's villa. He was woken up by the phone and took it out to see that it was actually Lin Hanyue calling. Yi Chuan couldn't help but laugh. Women were really mouthy creatures. Only last night Lin Hanyue had gone to the old house and had a big fight with him, saying that she would never care about him again. As a result, the phone call came the next day. Hello, Ms. Lin, what's the matter? Yi Chuan asked. Yi Chuan, you quickly come to Grandpa's place, Grandpa is seriously ill. Lin Hanyue said anxiously. Yi Chuan frowned slightly. How did Lin Xiaofeng suddenly become seriously ill? The last time I saw him he looked quite good. Good, I will go right away. Yi Chuan immediately got out of bed. Lin Xiaofeng was the only one in the entire Lin family who treated him well. No matter what, Yi Chen had to go over and take a look. When he arrived at Lin Xiaofeng's residence, the Lin family had already gathered. Yi Chuan, why did you come? Who told you to come?
As soon as Lu Meiyu saw Yi Duan, she immediately jumped out of her skin. Last time at the Sea Dragon Hotel, she had lost her adult and held a grudge against Yi Chuan even more. I let him come. Lin Hanyue said. On what grounds did you let him come? This punk has already been swept away by us and has no relationship with our Lin family. What qualifications does he have to visit the old master? Lu Meiyu was furious and conspiratorial. Embracing Miss Han's thighs and transforming into a hotel owner, you don't even put me in your eyes anymore. It is not just a soft rice loser, the hotel owner counts as an asshole. Ah. Yi Duan smiled faintly. The hotel boss is nothing, but in the future you cannot go there to eat again, forgive me. You asshole. Lu Meiyu still want to curse, but was pulled to the side by Lin Xiaoming. Mom, you do not say. Since the last time he saw Yi Chuan's hands, Lin Xiaoming's heart has already produced a trace of awe for Yi Chuan. What's going on with Grandpa? Yi Chen looked at Lin Hanyue. Yesterday was fine, but today he suddenly couldn't get out of bed, and he said that he had pains all over his body, and after only one morning, he fell into a semi-comatose state. Lin Hanyue led Yi Duan, said as he walked, I invited Hua Divine Doctor's close disciple Wu Qi, just gave Grandpa a look. Wu Qi said he was not sure, said to ask his master Hua Divine Doctor to personally come to look at Grandpa's situation. Saying that, they had already walked to the inner room. Yi Chuan saw Lin Xiaofeng lying on the hospital bed, his breathing was weak, his face was pale and bloodless, and his face was filled with pain. Although he was in a coma, he still let out weak moans from time to time. Yi Chuan went forward and probed his pulse, and in his heart, he already understood, Grandpa was poisoned, and it was an old poison. The toxin had accumulated in his body for a long time, and now it exploded out. At least a few decades. What did Grandpa do in the past? When Grandpa was young, he picked medicine in the mountains. Lin Hanyue said. Yi Chuan nodded slightly and said, it might be because of frequent contact with some herbs that have a slight toxicity that caused this situation. But it doesn't matter, later I'll write a prescription for detoxification. You go and grab the medicine and boil it into a soup, let Grandpa drink it for half a month and he'll be fine. Lin Hanyue looked at Yi Chen with surprise, and said suspiciously, you can still see a doctor? This. Yi Chuan didn't know how to explain, he used to live with Lin Hanyue incognito and had never shown any ability in this area. Just follow what I said, Grandpa will definitely be fine. Yi Chuan said. Lin Hanyue was skeptical. And at this time, a tall, thin young guy walked in, glanced at Yi Duan, and snorted, you said that Master Lin was poisoned, what a bunch of nonsense. You are? He is Divine Dr. Hua's close disciple, Wu Qi. Lin Hanyue said. Divine Dr. Hua? Yi Chuan smiled. Last time, Divine Dr. Hua even knelt in front of him and begged him to save his life. This Divine Dr. Hua's disciple looked very proud, simply carved out of the same mold as his master. What do you say about the old master? Yi Chuan looked at Wu Qi. Wu Qi glanced at Lin Xiaofeng and faintly said, Master Lin, this is organ failure. What caused it? There are many causes of organ failure, I still need my master to come and take a look. Anyway, it's not poisoning. Wu Qi pointed at Lin Xiaofeng and snorted, there isn't a single reaction of poisoning on Master Lin's body, and you're saying that he's poisoned, it's really ridiculous. Shut up if you can't see it. Yi Chuan was ready to write a prescription and hurry to catch medicine for the old man to drink. Bold, how dare you talk to me like that? Wu Qi slapped the table and said loudly, I am a master's degree student of Yunhai University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. I have been studying at Runkong Hospital for 5 years, and now I am studying under the #1 famous doctor in Yunhai, Hua Chunfeng, to continue my education. You, which hospital's doctor are you, dare to call my bluff? Yi Chuan said with a smile, and Wu Qi's face immediately changed drastically. Chapter 66 Stealing Fong Thief. Yi Dus said, I am a graduate of the home squatting hospital. Which hospital is Garradon? Wu Qi was surprised. Yi Dus looked at him with a smile. When Wu Qi reacted, he was full of disdain. So it's not a doctor, not a doctor. What kind of big-tail wolf are you pretending to be? Lin Hanyue also said, Yi Duan, I asked you to come over to visit Grandpa. The matter of seeing the doctor is left to the doctor, you just wait here for Grandpa to wake up. Yi Duan still wanted to say something else. Lin Xiaofeng on the hospital bed was already coughing dramatically. Lin Hanyue rushed forward and is patting the back and pouring water, hands and feet. It took a while for Lin Xiaofeng to settle down, but his state was even worse, his breath was like a swimmer. Cannot wait any longer. Yi Chuan frowned, if he waited any longer, Lin Xiaofeng would be even more dangerous. So he called Han Yushu to send medicine. The prescription given to Han Yushu was also a prescription for a poison-clearing elixir, and she had boiled the medicine long ago, just in time to send it to Lin Xiaofeng. Han Yushu acted very quickly and had the medicinal soup delivered in a short while. When Yi Chuan was about to feed it to Lin Xiaofeng, Lu Meiyu rushed up. Yi Chuan, what are you doing? Want to kill the old man? Don't talk nonsense, I'm treating the old master. Do you know what kind of disease the old master has? Besides, are you a doctor? If you drink the old master bad, you have to pay for your life. Lu Meiyu shouted angrily. Wu Qi also walked over and coldly said, put down the medicine in your hand, you are not even a doctor, you are practicing medicine illegally, it is a crime.
Yi Chuan didn't even bother with them, he directly broke open Lin Xiaofeng's mouth and poured down the poison-clearing soup. Seeing this scene, Lu Meiyu's face changed drastically, immediately rushing up to grab the medicine bowl. But it was already too late. Yi Chuan moved quickly, and the small half-bowl of medicinal soup had already been poured into Lin Xiaofeng's stomach. Snap! Lu Meiyu overturned the medicine bowl and shattered it. Yi Chuan, you bastard, what did you give the old master to drink? Hearing the commotion in the house, the Lin family ran in. Upon hearing Lu Meiyu, their faces all changed. Even Lin Xingyuan was pointing at Yi Duan's nose and cursed, "You're not even a doctor, so you gave my father medicine indiscriminately, whose fault is it if something happens to the old master? It's really nonsense, the old man was already in a bad state, and then so indiscriminately take medicine, the consequences are unimaginable." Yi Chuan, what are you thinking? If something happens to the old man, I'm not finished with you. The Lin family members were clamoring, looking like they wanted to rush up and tear Yi Chen into pieces. Lin Hanyue also said angrily, "Yi Duan, Grandpa usually loves you very much, is this how you repay Grandpa? Making a bowl of medicine of unknown origin and feeding it to Grandpa, do you know what will happen?" Next to Wu Qi even snorted and said, "I suggest calling the police, he can already be sentenced." Call the police, I will report it now." Lu Meiyu had already pulled out her cell phone. Just as Yi Chen was facing 1,000 fingers, Lin Xiaofeng on the hospital bed suddenly coughed, and the Lin family rushed to surround him. Finished, the old man was spoiled by Yi Chuan's medicine, I'm afraid he's going to swallow his breath. Lu Meiyu said. Right at this moment, Lin Xiaofeng coughed up a large mouthful of black phlegm, and after gasping for breath for a few moments, he slowly opened his eyes. Subsequently, in the crowd's shocked gaze, the old man, who was unconscious just a moment ago, slowly sat up. "You, what are you doing? Why are you all here?" I am fine, you all go and get busy." Elder Lin said. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, the old master as well? Looking at Lin Xiaofeng's breathing that gradually became steady, his face that had already regained its rosy color, they were even more shocked. The old master seems to have really gotten better. "Dr. Wu!" Lin Hanyue hurriedly shouted. Wu Qi immediately stepped forward and took the old master's pulse, very surprised. "The old master's pulse has stabilized, how is that possible?" "What, you don't want the old master to be well?" Yi Chen, who was standing next to him, said lightly. "You." Wu Qi turned his head to look at Yi Duan. "What medicine did you give the old master to drink?" "Detoxification medicine, the old master is poisoned, get rid of the poison, not good?" Yi Dust said indifferently. The crowd looked at Yi Chuan, all of them had a look of disbelief, the old master was really cured by Yi Chuan? Lin Hanyue was even more surprised, feeling that Yi Chen was a stranger. This man who had been living with her for 3 years, she realized that she could not see through him more and more. Not only did he have a powerful body, but he even had a handful of medical skills, more powerful than even divine Dr. Hua's close disciple. What kind of disease would Yi Chuan see? The old man don't be a flashback, right? Lu Meiyu suddenly said. Damn, what are you talking about? It's your father who's having a flashback. Hearing this, Lin Xingyuan was furious and went up to give Lu Meiyu a big mouth. Bastard, you dare to hit me? Lu Meiyu was also furious. Seeing that the two were about to tear each other up in person, Lin Hanyue coldly said, Enough, stop it. Then she came next to Yi Chen and gave him a deep look. It seems that I underestimated you before, your medicinal soup saved Grandpa, I apologize to you. There is no need to be like this. Yi Chuan smiled faintly, it wasn't for Lin Hanyue's face that he stepped in to save Elder Lin. I'll give you the prescription for clearing the poison, you follow this and grab the medicine, give it to the old man 3 times a day, and in half a month, you'll be able to get all the poison out of the old man's body. Lin Hanyue nodded her head obediently. Yi Chuan put pen to paper and wrote down the formula for the poison cleansing dan. Wu Qi came up to take a look and immediately changed his face, pointing at Yi Chuan and shouting, You even stole my master's formula? Are you sick? Yi Chuan glanced at him. You are the one who is sick. Wu Qi was so angry that his eyes turned red, pointing at Yi Chuan's formula, he said to the Lin family. This formula is one of my master's top 10 divine formulas, worth 10,000 gold, never spread out, called the 10 complete poison cleansing formula. I have the honor of having seen this formula because I am a close disciple of divine Dr. Hua. And this formula Yi Chuan prescribed is exactly the same as my master's 10 complete poison clearing formula. What is he if not stealing my master's formula? Wu Qi said angrily. You thief. When the Lin family heard this, they were also enraged. They didn't expect Yi Chuan to be a thief, stealing divine Dr. Hua's formula. This was too bad in nature, it was a complete crime. After all, it was divine Dr. Hua's untold secret, a valuable prescription, put it on the market that was worth hundreds of millions of dollars. You even stole divine Dr. Hua's prescription. Lin Hanyue looked at Yi Chuan with a surprised face, before Yi Chuan snatched her prescription and refused to admit it, now he even stole divine Dr. Hua's and was caught on the spot by Wu Qi. Yi Chuan laughed, this was originally his formula, given to Hua Chunfeng to save his life, but it turned out to be Hua Chunfeng's formula? That's ridiculous. Formula thief, you wait for me, soon my master will be here.
Wu Qi is full of cold smiles. Immediately Hua Chunfeng comes?
That's really great. Immediately let Hua Chunfeng himself say whose formula it really is.
Chapter 67, A Wide Range of Connections.
Lin Hanyue was disappointed in Yi Chen, so he was a repeat offender. Not only did he steal his own formula, he also stole divine Dr. Hua's prescription. A gaze of contempt was thrown towards Yi Chen. He was actually a thief.
Who doesn't despise a thief? Yi Chuan, it's really unexpected, you are actually a thief.
Lu Meiyu instantly became furious, pointing at Yi Chen, raising her eyebrows and saying, "Look, did I do the right thing by kicking him out of the Lin family? If it wasn't for me, I'm afraid our Lin family would have been stolen by him."
Yi Chuan looked at Lu Meiyu and only felt ridiculous. What does your Lin family have that is worth stealing from me?
Yi Chuan, what else do you have to say now? If not, I will directly send you to the police station.
Wu Qi coldly said. What you say is what you say the sun in the sky is your master's, Yi dust disdain. Oh, still not dead heart, do not see the coffin not tears is it, then good I call the master, reveal your true colors.
Said Wu Qi and called Hua Chunfeng. He said the matter. Hua Chunfeng immediately burst into a rage. 10 full clear poison Dan ranked in the old man 10 divine formula first is a world outside the high man taught to the master, but even by a yellow hair child stole.
Really bold, wait for me to go, clean up that kid.
Wu Qi's cell phone was playing an external voice, and everyone heard Hua Chunfeng's angry words. Yi Chuan smiled disdainfully. A formula that he casually threw out was actually regarded by Hua Chunfeng as the top 10 divine formulas.
It was truly laughable. Moreover, this Hua Chunfeng was too arrogant and his medical ethics were questionable.
In Yi Chuan's opinion, all good prescriptions shouldn't be kept secret, they should be publicized to save the world. And should not be like Hua Chunfeng, as a private forbidden domain, tightly covered in their own hands.
However, after hearing Hua Chunfeng's words, the Lin family already understood that what Wu Qi had said was not false.
It was indeed Hua Chunfeng's prescription that had been stolen by Yi Chuan. Yi dust, you thief, your ugly face has been dismantled by my master on the spot, what else do you have to say? Wu Qi had a scornful sneer on his face.
I have nothing to say to you.
Yi Chuan was too lazy to bother with this Wu Qi. Seeing that Yi Duan had nothing to say, Wu Qi was even more energized, pointing at Yi Duan indignantly. My master's 10 divine formulas are his old man spent countless efforts, accumulated countless experience, and refined into 1,000. Let's just say that this 10 complete antidote soup, with just a little bit, any poison can be solved, and is regarded by my master as the first of the 10 divine formulas. Such a valuable treasure has been stolen by you, you scumbag.
Are you trying to destroy this divine formula and ruin my daxia traditional Chinese medicine?
Yi Chen looked at Wu Qi with a stunned expression. Even if it was Laozi who stole the formula and saved Lin Xiaofeng's life, that was still a good thing.
How did it become ruining the divine formula and Chinese medicine, this big hat? This Wu Qi, his heart can be killed off.
Ye dust, you really despicable and shameless, not to mention our Lin family, the whole Yunhai cannot tolerate you.
Lu Biyu said sternly.
Truly a shame for my Lin family. The Lin family people shook their heads and scoffed at Yi Chen. Ye dust, just now I was high on you, after half a day, this formula is stolen.
Lin Hanyue looked at Yi Chen, disappointed.
If you still have a little conscience, return divine Dr. Hua's formula. She lowered her voice, there is also my formula, you also return it to me. Yi Duan is too lazy to explain, explaining is also in vain, simply said, want the formula is it, let Hua Chunfeng personally come to ask for it. You see him stealing things, but also justified, really live a long time to see the formula back to me.
Wu Qi shouted and came up to grab Yi Chen's arm. Snap!
Yi Chuan wasn't used to it at all and slapped Wu Qi's face. Wu Qi was directly smacked and spun in place, half of his face instantly red and swollen.
You, how dare you hit me?
Wu Qi covered his fiery face and gritted his teeth.
What's wrong with hitting you?
Yi Chuan coldly said. Good, you wait for me, my master hangs the pot and doesn't know how many powerful people he has saved.
In terms of connections, who can compare to my master? When my master comes over, he can press you to death by moving his finger.
Wu Qi's face was sinister, and a murderous gaze erupted in his eyes. Yi Chuan's eyes were cold. This bull divine doctor finally understood why he was so proud, so he had saved many powerful people and had a wide network. With this, can he deserve the title of divine doctor? Which shameless thief stole my prescription? A voice full of majesty suddenly sounded at the door. The crowd looked, only to see an old man in a black robe with white hair, striding in with his head held high. It was Hua Chunfeng. Seeing him, the hearts of the Lin family's crowd immediately trembled. This was Hua Chunfeng, the famous Dr. Hua of Yunhai, the guest of countless dignitaries and friends all over the world. Dr. Hua's presence here makes the Lin family's presence shine. Dr. Hua is truly a living god. There's nothing in this world you can't cure. I've heard so much about Dr. Hua, it's a great honor to see him today. The Lin family came forward and kissed their asses. Wu Qi immediately looked smug and resentful at Yi Chuan, stealing my master's prescription, you kid will die today. Dare to hit my old man, I'll let you know what regret means. Yi Chuan quickly apologized to Divine Dr. Hua and admit your mistake. Divine Dr. Hua is broad-minded and will surely forgive you.
Lin Hanyue hurriedly gave Yi Chuan a wink, wanting to save Yi Chuan's life.
If Divine Dr. Hua's connections really wanted to deal with Yi Chen, no one would be able to protect him. However, in the face of Lin Hanyue's reminder, Yi Chen was indifferent, making Lin Hanyue anxious and stomping her feet. At this time, Wu Qi had already pointed at Yi Chen and said, "Master, it's this kid who stole your 10 complete poison clearing formula." Bold, the evil thieves who stole the formula, even the old man's prescription dared to steal, this Yun Hai is no longer tolerated. Hua Chunfeng words have not yet spoken, the voice came to an abrupt end, once again fixed his eyes, his face suddenly changed, his body is also trembling with it.
This is not the Yi Chuan who gave him the prescription? Chapter 68, Are you serving?
For Yi Chuan, Hua Chunfeng respected like a heavenly god.
Yi Chuan casually gave him a prescription that was a divine prescription.
From this formula, Hua Chunfeng read out a lot of information. It wasn't a medicinal formula, it was a Dan formula. In other words, Yi Chuan could refine pills.
How many Chinese medicine practitioners who could refine pills were there in the world? Anyway, Hua Chunfeng could not refine it.
What's even more amazing is that the effects of this formula are counterintuitive. Although it's not made into a pill, but boiled down into a soup, it can cure any poison.
If it was refined into a medicinal pill, wouldn't the antidote effect be even more heaven-defying?
Such an amazing formula, Yi Chen even discarded it and casually gifted it to him.
What does that mean?
Yi Chuan is a true man of the world, and immortal. He, Hua Chunfeng, is far from being able to compare.
Moreover, Yi Chuan even saved his life.
Hua Chunfeng naturally respected Yi Chuan like a god. Originally, he wanted to make friends with Yi Chuan through Second Master Han, and even worship him as his teacher. But the second master died inexplicably. Hua Chunfeng was contacting Han Wanner through his own contacts, wanting to make friends with Yi Chuan through Han Wanner. This has not been done yet. I did not expect to see Yi Chuan here, but also by his own disciple Wu Qi falsely accused of stealing the formula thief. This formula was originally someone else's. Thinking about it, Hua Chunfeng's forehead broke out in a big sweat. Divine Dr. Hua, you really taught a good disciple. Since the antidote pill is your formula, I'll just return it to you. Yi Chuan took the prescription and threw it to Hua Chunfeng. Hua Chunfeng was trembling, a thin piece of paper that he couldn't catch at all, as if it was a ball of fire.
Right now, he wanted to kneel down for Yi Chuan.
However, Wu Qi didn't have the slightest bit of eyesight, seeing that his master had come instantly had a bottom.
Yi Chuan, are you scared now? What did you do earlier?
Wu Qi pointed at Yi Duan's nose. It is too late to think of returning the prescription now. Let me tell you, stealing my master's prescription is a capital offense.
Your life is over. You were so cocky just now. You hit me. Try it again.
I'll scare you to death. Wu Qi is shaking his head, so proud of himself.
Shut up. Shut up.
Hua Chunfeng exploded and slapped Wu Qi's face with all his strength.
Slap.
A clear slap sounded, causing the crowd to be stunned. Wu Qi was even more confused, his smile stiffening on his face as he looked at Hua Chunfeng in amazement. Master, did you hit the wrong person?
The one who hit was you dog, blind your dog's eyes.
Hua Chunfeng was furious to the extreme, grabbed Wu Qi's collar, opened his arms left and right, and slapped his big ears furiously.
Splat.
In front of everyone, Hua Chunfeng slapped Wu Qi more than 20 times in a row, all of his slaps containing great force. Wu Qi was slapped into a pig's head, his whole face was red and swollen, the corners of his eyes, mouth, and nose were bleeding.
Hua Chunfeng became more and more angry and even jumped up to fight.
Watching an old man with gray hair jumping up to hit someone, everyone present was stunned.
So violent.
Don't look at Hua Chunfeng 70 years old. If he really wanted to fight, Wu Qi, a young man, would not be his match. Hua Chunfeng, as a famous doctor, strengthens his body, practicing the 5-animal play every day. Coupled with good rest and maintenance, he can climb to the top of Mount Tai in one breath.
You bastard, you have eyes but can't recognize Mount Tai. This is Master Yi Chuan Yi.
He saved Master's life. The 10 perfect antidotes pill was given to Master by Yi Chuan.
You went so far as to slander him for stealing my master's formula, attacking and insulting Master Yi. What is your crime?
Hua Chunfeng shouted angrily as he fought. He was both venting his anger and making a statement to Yi Chen, hoping to obtain his forgiveness. As for the Lin family, they were all dumbfounded when they heard Hua Chunfeng's words. That formula was really Yi Chuan's, he had given it to Divine Dr. Hua. It turned out that he didn't steal it, everyone had misunderstood him. Thinking about how Yi Chuan came all the way here and saved the old man's life, instead of being grateful, they falsely accused Yi Chuan of being a thief and attacked and abused him. Thinking about it, the Lin family lowered their heads, their faces full of shame. Especially Lin Hanyue, biting her lips fiercely, her face reddened to the roots behind her ears, she couldn't even stand up.
Shame on you, shame on the Lin family.
Lin Xingyuan even hated himself so much that he slapped himself. And at this time, Hua Chunfeng still didn't stop and was still scolding Wu Qi. Wu Qi had already been beaten to the point where his head was bleeding and he fell to the ground wailing.
Hua Chunfeng was waiting for Yi Chen to speak. Even if he beat Wu Qi to death today, he would still ask for Yi Chen's forgiveness. It's done. Finally, Yi Chuan spoke. Only then did Hua Chunfeng stop and hurriedly walk to Yi Duan, bowing and apologizing. Alright, you don't have to sympathize, it's not just your disciple's fault. I'll send you a sentence: the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam is crooked. Yi Chuan coldly looked at Hua Chunfeng. Hua Chunfeng's old face reddened and was filled with shame. Master Yi's lesson is right. The opportunity was right in front of him. After this village, there would be no more store. Hua Chunfeng clenched his teeth and flung himself on his knees in front of Yi Chuan. Master Yi, Chunfeng wants to listen to your teachings, please accept me as your disciple. Wow! Seeing this scene, the entire audience was in an uproar. The famous Hua Divine Doctor, the titan of Chinese medicine, was actually kneeling in front of Yi Chuan at this moment, worshipping him as his master? Yi Chuan glanced at Hua Chunfeng and said indifferently, Hua Chunfeng, I heard that your consultation fee is not low. How much is it for one visit? 200,000. 200,000. Spare Yi Duan's heart, are greatly shocked, really outrageous. This is specialized for the rich and powerful to see the doctor, ordinary people who can afford to pay 200,000 diagnosis fee? Yi Chuan's face suddenly cooled down. To kneel on the ground, Hua Chunfeng coldly said, worship me as a teacher, you are also worthy? Divine Dr. Hua had a solemn face and said in awe, Master Yi, please teach me. In the crowd's shocked gaze, Yi Chun stepped forward and drank. There are fools in the world who read a prescription for 3 years and then say that there is no disease in the world that can be cured. I say you are a foolish doctor, is it convincing? Serves. Dr. Hua trembled. Previously at Runkan Hospital, he used the needle incorrectly and almost killed 13 employees of the Dragon Group. Yi Chuan took a step further and drank. Whenever a great doctor treats a disease, he must tranquilize the mind and have no desires. If a sick person to seek, shall not ask his noble, poor, rich and poor, long and young, beautiful and ugly. Your consultation fee of 200,000, traveling between the powerful and the rich, back and forth and the rich, regardless of the death of the poor. I say you have lost your medical ethics, you don't deserve to be a doctor, do you agree? Convinced. Dr. Hua kneeled on the ground, full of shame. But all the apricot forest doctor, not bright, not obscure, the heart of the world's living, but would like the world people are not sick, rather than the shelf medicine raw dust. But you are arrogant and complacent, will be the world's best prescription for themselves, hidden for personal belongings. I say you're arrogant, you've lost all sense of compassion, are you convinced? Yes, I'm convinced. Divine Dr. Hua cowed out as if he were pounding garlic, he was groundless. Yi Chuan took a step out and shouted angrily, today, I will abolish your name of Divine Doctor. I'll strip you of your position as the great physician. Are you convinced? Rumble. Yi Chuan's words were like 9 heavenly thunderbolts exploding in Divine Dr. Hua's mind, and his body went limp, as if he were a ball of mud and collapsed on the ground. Chapter 69, Lu Meiyu Society Death. Convinced, I'm convinced, woo. Hua Chunfeng fell to his knees and cried bitterly. Yi Chuan's head but made him come to his senses. I don't know when, but he lost his original heart, and he lost his heart as a healer. Yi Chuan abolished his name as a divine doctor and stripped him of his position as a titan, causing Hua Chunfeng to come to his senses. Instead of having the slightest bit of resentment, he was filled with gratitude and more reverence for Yi Chuan. Master Yi, from now on, I, Hua Chunfeng, will hang a pot to help the world and see the world free of charge, and I will not charge a single penny for the consultation. Hua Chunfeng tilted his head, an intense light flashing in his eyes. It was as if he saw himself 50 years ago when he first entered the apricot grove, making a vow in front of his master to save the world. You are not hopeless. Yi Dust said indifferently. Thank you, sir, for teaching me. Hua Chunfeng bowed deeply towards Yi Chuan and retreated with the bruised and swollen Wu Qi. After they left, the entire Lin family exploded. Yi Chuan, who had always been a waste in their eyes, was actually held in high esteem by Divine Dr. Hua. He even knelt down in public and worshipped him as his master. And Yi Chuan reprimanded Divine Dr. Hua, but it was like disciplining a child, and Divine Dr. Hua didn't even dare to let out a fart. Was this still the trashy Duan in their eyes? Yi Dust, could you be a deep hidden master, to make Divine Dr. Hua bow down and kneel? Lin Qingyuan said in a shocked voice. The rest of them looked at each other with indescribable shock in their eyes. What high person, I'm just a waste. Yi Dust smiled to himself and looked towards the ground. The prescription for the poison cleansing pill was already gone. Lin Hanhua stepped forward. Yi Duan, where did your prescription come from, to make the Hua Divine Doctor listed as one of the top 10 divine formulas? She had a complicated gaze and only felt that after the divorce, Yi Duan was becoming more and more inscrutable. A mysterious old man gave it to me, and I don't recognize it. Yi Duan made up a random excuse. Is it that simple? How much more complicated do you want it to be? So it was someone else who gave you the formula, I thought. Lin Hanhua didn't say the following words. When the rest of the Lin family heard this, their faces changed slightly, and they breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts.
Obviously, Divine Dr. Hua was the one who held Yi Chen in high esteem mainly because of his formula. However, the formula was also not something Yi Chuan had researched on his own, but was given to him by someone else. One could only say that he had gotten lucky. It's not just a stroke of luck, getting a prescription from a worldly master. Those who don't know would think that you are more powerful than Divine Dr. Hua.
Lu Meiyu said at once.
That's right, how much of a favor can a prescription be? Divine Dr. Hua's performance is already very good, enough to return your favor.
The next time we meet again, Divine Dr. Hua won't be so polite.
This person still have to rely on their own skills, only with a small prescription, only a moment of popularity, in the end, not for a long time. The Lin family members were all shady. In their eyes, Yi Chen was a useless waste, which had already formed a solidified thinking. Subconsciously, they did not want Yi Chen to turn over and step on their heads. However, Lin Hanyue was the one who stepped forward and said, Yi Chen, no matter what, it was you who saved Grandpa. Our Lin family expresses our gratitude to you.
There is no need.
Yi Chuan hurriedly waved his hand. I saved Grandpa, it has nothing to do with your Lin family. When he said that, it made Lin Hanyue frown. She had apologized to Yi Chen in public, but Yi Chen was so insensitive. What else do I have to do? Do I have to kneel and kowtow to you like Hua Chunfeng did?
How can a big man be so narrow-minded?
Egu, just picking up a prescription, see what you can do. Those who do not know think you are a great Chinese medicine practitioner, but it is a small white man who relies on women to eat.
Lu Meiyu immediately sneered back. Yes, I rely on Miss Han to eat. You want to rely on it? If Miss Han looks at you one more time, I will lose.
Yi Chuan said with a smirk. You. Lu Meiyu was so angry that she was smoking. She dreamed of hugging Han Wan-er's thigh, but she couldn't even touch her toes. You bastard, aren't you not related to my Lin family in any way? Get out of our Lin family, you're not welcome here. Lu Meiyu crossed her waist with one hand and pointed at Yi Chen with one finger, like a fuming tigress. I don't want to stay here either, but I have to take my prescription and go.
Yi Chuan smiled. Where is my prescription?
Lu Meiyu's face changed slightly, on the surface is still overbearing, said, your prescription is not thrown to Dr. Hua, who has seen your prescription. Yi Dust just now indeed threw the prescription to the Hua Divine Doctor, but the Hua Divine Doctor did not dare to pick it up. He did see that Lu Meiyu took advantage of the lack of attention and secretly picked up the prescription. Roll, hurry up and roll, don't step on our Lin family's door. Lu Meiyu was a thief and only wanted to hurry and blow Yi Chen away.
Come on, Shangren, blow this asshole out. Look at you in a hurry.
Yi Chuan looked at Lu Meiyu ridiculously. I'll leave if you give me back the formula.
Who took your formula? Don't spit on me.
Lu Meiyu immediately jumped up as if her tail was stepped on. The faces of the crowd changed as they all looked at Yi Chen and Lu Meiyu.
Yi Dust, that's enough, don't be irrational. How could my mom take your formula?
Lin Hanyue said in annoyance.
What kind of goods does your mom have that you don't know? Yi Chuan asked rhetorically.
You. Lin Hanyue was suddenly speechless.
Hear that? This is how to talk about me, Lin family men. Do you still have any blood? Beat him out of me.
Lu Meiyu pointed at Yi Chen, her eyes widened in anger and she stormed out.
If you don't give it, I'll take it myself. Saying that, Yi Chuan took an arrow step forward and slapped hard against Lu Meiyu's plump buttocks. Ah! Lu Meiyu suffered pain and let out a miserable scream.
And the Lin family were all shocked, their eyes dropped. Yi Chuan even made such an indecent move in public.
And it was still to Lu Meiyu. Beast! Yi Chuan, you bastard!
Lin Hanyue was shaking with anger.
However, after slapping Lu Meiyu, a slip of paper fell out from under the hem of her black hip-hugging dress.
The crowd fixed their eyes on it, and it was the very same prescription that Yi Chen had prescribed to clear the poison. Now, everyone suddenly realized that Lu Meiyu really stole the prescription and hid it in her hip skirt.
My God, this operation. A gaze of disdain was immediately cast towards Lu Meiyu.
Lu Meiyu's face turned red, redder than a monkey's butt. She coveted Yi Chuan's formula, which was listed as one of the top 10 divine formulas by Divine Dr. Hua, so she secretly picked it up when no one was looking. She was afraid that Yi Chuan would see it, so she hid it in her skirt. Even if Yi Chuan saw it, he couldn't do anything about it.
Can't pick open her skirt to find it? Therefore, this formula could be obscured by her.
It had to be said that Lu Meiyu was very smart, but never would have imagined that Yi Chuan would slap the formula. In full view of the public, Yi Chuan not only made her a formula thief, but also took advantage of her slap. This made Lu Meiyu die on the spot socially.
Chapter 70. Is it impossible to give up that Yi Chuan?
Yi Chuan sat in the cab and rushed towards the old house.
Thinking of Lu Meiyu's stolen chicken, her face was lost to her grandmother's house. Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. He was in a great mood. From the underworld villa all the way to the Lin family's old house, the negative emotion value collected by Long Pei had reached 100,000. Promoting from the 4th to the 5th level of Qi cultivation would probably require around 70,000, which meant that the earned negative emotions had exceeded 30,000 in these 2 trips. There were too many people who had contributed negative emotions, from Handakue, Diringu, Hanjenyu, and the others at the beginning, to Uchi, Wachunfeng, and Lu Meiyu just now, all of whom had generated a lot of negative emotions. Especially Lu Meiyu, who had contributed the most and had really helped herself. Lu Meiyu, you are truly a great help on my cultivation path. Yi Chuan was secretly pleased that this secret was known only to him. Instead, he was looking forward to dealing with Lu Meiyu more in the future so that she could generate negative emotions for the Dragon Pei to draw on and transform into his own cultivation. Not long after Yi Chen returned home, Lin Hanyue called. Right now, Lin Hanyue was very regretful. That poison clearing formula was listed as the top 10 divine formulas by Divine Dr. Hua, which showed its value. If she got it and put it into mass production by Hanyue Pharmaceuticals, the profit would be simply unimaginable. Originally, Lin Hanyue had relied on that formula to clear the lungs and stop coughing, making it the trump card of Hanyue Pharmaceuticals. If there is another poison-clearing formula, it can definitely become the second trump card. Originally, Yi Chuan had already given her the formula and asked her to follow it to decoct medicine for her grandfather every day. However, the people in her family, especially Lu Meiyu and that Wu Qi, were too manipulative and had to jump out and cause trouble, losing the fat meat that had reached the edge of their mouths. Lin Hanyue didn't know the preciousness of the prescription at first, but now with hindsight, after hesitating for a long time, she still called Yi Chen. Ms. Lin, hello, is there anything else? Yi Chuan was a bit puzzled. How divorced then not divorced when also contacted diligently Lin Hanyue today to give him a few phone calls? That Yi Chuan, I want to discuss one thing with you. Lin Hanyue said carefully. The tone of voice is weak, completely without the previous strong and cold. Say. Yi Chuan only spat out one word. That formula, can you take it back? After all, you have to decoct medicine for grandpa every day. Lin Hanyue said. Oh, you don't have to worry about it. Every day I will let someone decoct it to send it to the old man. Yi Chuan said. Lin Hanyue clenched her teeth, swallowed and said, that. Don't that this, now that you know the preciousness of the poison clearing formula, you want to go, right? Yi Chuan snorted. Lin Hanyue's pretty face reddened and said, yes, at first I thought it was an ordinary prescription. Yi Chuan, give me the prescription, count me as begging you. Why should I give it to you? Yi Dus sneered, I won't give it to you even if I throw the prescription away. The ugly faces of the Lin family were on full display just now. Yi Chuan would not give them the prescription no matter what he said. Yi Chuan, why are you like this? Lin Hanyue's tone contained a hint of anger. I take the formula and mass produce it through Hanyue Pharmaceuticals and put it on the market. I don't know how many people I can get rid of their illnesses. This is a good thing to benefit the world, isn't it also your wish? Why are you so narrow-minded, for your own selfishness, to make this divine formula pearl in the dust? Started moral abduction. Yi Chuan even snorted with laughter and quickly said, oh, Miss Lin, when you reminded me of this, I realized my mistake. Immediately, I will give the prescription to Han Wan Air so that her Starlight Pharmaceutical can mass produce it and put it on the market for the benefit of all the people in the world. Snap. Yi Chen hung up the phone after saying that. Lin Hanyue on the other end froze for half a day with her cell phone. She never thought that Yi Chen would say something like this. She had been busy and ended up doing Han Wan Air's dowry for her? In an instant, Lin Hanyue felt so uncomfortable that she wanted to cry. She was already regretting it now, regretting divorcing Yi Chen. If she hadn't gotten divorced, Yi Chen's prescription would have been hers, and no one would have been able to snatch it away. Then, Huanxue Pharmaceuticals would have created another brilliant future with 2 trump card products. Her fortune would reach tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. And now, she could only think about it. When she had kicked out Yi Chen and chose Wang Peng instead, now it seemed how stupid and ridiculous the decision was. Oh. Lin Hanyue finally couldn't help herself and lost her voice. But reality was always so merciless and liked to add insult to injury. At this time, Lu Man called and said in a panic, Hanyue, it's bad, our purple heartgrass is withering more and more, it has already died a few hundred plants. What? Lin Hanyue was so shocked that she didn't even care about crying, and immediately rushed towards the medicinal field. After Yi Chuan returned home, he immediately entered a state of cultivation while holding the dragon pendant. He had collected enough negative emotions, and he was going to impact the 5th level of Qi cultivation. Yunhai Jianghu had recently been in turmoil, especially the shocking explosion at Baiyun Mountain, which had set off monstrous waves, with all sorts of gossip flying around. After all, the location of the explosion was very sensitive, in the vicinity of underground bigwig Huang Hei's mountain villa. Many people speculated that this might involve a new round of power struggle in Yunhai Jianghu, and the fight was too vicious, causing such a violent big explosion. However, the official news given was that a gas pipe had exploded and no one had been killed or injured. What the truth really was, only a few people knew. For example, Lu Yuran, Han Waner's mom, who comes from a first-class family in Shangjing, got the news and rushed to Yunhai from Jinling at the first time. It was really too dangerous. Lu Yuran was already 42 years old, yet she looked like a 17 or 18-year-old girl.
When she stood with Han Waner, no one would think they were mother and daughter, more like a pair of sisters. First it was Han Wan Yuan, you almost perished in Tang Yun Pavilion. Then there was that traitor Han Zhenyu, and that scum Huang He, and you nearly lost your life again. When the big explosion happened, you don't know how worried Mom was about you.
Han Wan was unimpressed. I'm fine and safe.
Those two experiences were just two thrill-filled adventures for me. Unable to help it, she thought of Yi Chen, by his side no matter what the danger, she felt at ease. Lu Yuran pressed her hands on Han Wan shoulders, gazing into her eyes as a powerful aura radiated from her petite body. With an unquestionable tone, he said, Wan you can no longer stay in Yunhai, you must return to Jinling with me.
Fine, when I'm done with the matter at hand, I'll go back to Jinling to accompany you for a day.
Han Wan said with a smile.
I don't mean that.
Lu Yuran shook his head, word by word, I want you to give up everything in Yunhai and return to Jinling with me. I can't let my daughter stay in this dangerous place any longer.
I won't.
Han Wana refused without hesitation, her attitude even stronger, I will never leave Yunhai.
Lu Yu glanced at her and said meaningfully, you don't want to leave, is it because you can't let go of that man Yi Chen? Chapter 71, Tantrums.
This time, when he impacted the 5th level of Qi cultivation, Yi Chen attached great importance to it.
This is the first watershed of transcendence.
Reaching the 5th level of Qi cultivation could generate the prototype of a Yin and Yang rune mark at the place where the Rin and Duke veins in the Dantian combined. With a Yin and Yang rune mark, one could open the light and enchant the artifact, giving it special effects such as warding off evil, attacking, and defending. Naturally, one could also refine magic weapons. Secondly, cultivators at the 5th level of Qi cultivation were able to form preliminary heavenly eyes, or Yin and Yang magic eyes, to see things in this world that others could not see. For example, ghosts, Yin Qi, Fury Qi, Fortune Qi, etc., and reading Feng Shui are all trivial, one look is accurate.
In addition, there are all kinds of powerful abilities.
So Yi Chuan attached great importance to it, simply packed up his things and headed to the depths of Baiyun Mountain,
cultivating in the deep forest to avoid being disturbed.
It was still very risky for him to rely on his demonic yuan to break through, after all, the demonic yuan contained a strong demonic fury. In case he was disturbed at a critical moment, it would be easy to go off the deep end.
Was it because of that Yi Chen?
Lu Yuran's narrow and bright phoenix eyes stared at Han Wan.
Han Wan froze. Mom, you're investigating me?
Lu Yuran sneered and said, do you still need to investigate? When the United Pharmaceutical Factory opened, you publicly introduced Yi Chen as your best friend of the opposite sex, and held hands with him in public, intimately. Even, you stayed him for the night.
You still said that you didn't investigate me, and you knew all about leaving him overnight. Han Wan was furious. Gosh, you really stayed with him overnight?
Lu Yuran was shocked, her beautiful eyes wide.
When she got the news, she originally didn't believe it. This daughter of hers was just as high-minded and arrogant as she was. What man in Yunhai would be able to catch her eye?
What's wrong with leaving him for the night? This villa is so big, and we didn't sleep together.
Han Wan said.
This is good. Lu Yuran patted her full chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her daughter did not do anything out of the ordinary. Wan the most valuable thing for us women, besides our lives, is our chastity. Only when you meet the beloved person who can grow old together, you can entrust your body and mind.
Lu Yuran educated Han Wan
Han Wan nodded her head, although her chastity is gone, but gave to her beloved, but not against the words of her mother. Right now, she still thinks she lost her virginity to Yi Chen, but that Yi Chen guy just won't admit it. In that case, come back to Jinling with me. Lu Yuran took her daughter's hand and spoke with a serious tone, if you don't want to go back to Jinling, it's okay to go to Xingjing with me.
Mom, you are really joking.
Now the Han family has a $100 billion project in Yunhai, all of which I am in charge of.
Han Wan was surprised. You let me go, can I go away?
If you leave, the old man will naturally send someone else to take over, so don't worry about it. The Han family will continue to turn without you, Lu Yuran said.
Lu Yuran said.
Han Waner was speechless, her mom is so old, she's even more capricious than her.
Mom, I'm the heir to the Han family, this is my responsibility.
Han Waner tried her best to convince Lu Yuran. Lu Yuran laughed coldly, the heir to the Han family is nothing.
Wan have you ever wondered why that old man Han Taoshan made you the heir? Is it really because of your ability? Bull, it's because of my mother's background. Your father's a deadbeat, he couldn't keep me.
The old man was afraid I'd leave the Han family, so he used you to tie me down.
He used you as the heir to the Han family to tie you down. There's no doubt he succeeded. I'm really worried about you. Otherwise, I'd have left the Han family long ago.
You. Lu Yuran's mouthful of dead old men made Han Wan roll her eyes, that was her grandfather.
But she couldn't refute it, her mom's background was indeed very big, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, one of Xingjing's top families. Back then, she was completely married off to the Han family.
The Han family is also dipped in the light of the Lu family, originally only a first-class family in Jinling, and now has become a first-class family in the entire Jiangnan. In the Han family, her mother's status is supreme, even if the grandfather speaks to her or polite, holding coaxing.
Lu Yuran, I'm not as dashing as you are.
This stall in Yunhai is my heart and soul, but also my responsibility. Grandpa entrusted me with the heavy responsibility of the family, I can't let him down. Seeing his daughter's dead heart, Lu Yuran simply opened the window to tell the truth. One heir, to tell you the truth, I have found you an object in Xingjing, Qin Haoyang. Xingjing's first ancient martial arts family, Qin family's young master, noble status, and our Lu family door to door.
Mom, you're so worried. Who asked you to find me a date? Even if you engaged me, I wouldn't recognize it.
Han Wanner huffed and puffed. Lu Yuran said seriously, the most important thing for us women is not to fight outside, but to marry a good husband.
Don't look at you in the clouds see scenery, but in the eyes of the Qin family is nothing? People casually move their fingers, can let everything you have gone up in smoke.
Therefore, if you marry into the Qin family, it's better than fighting for your whole life in Yunhai.
The Qin family is just an ancient martial arts family, what is it? Han Wanner said disdainfully. Lu Yuran glared, Wan heir, you really know nothing about power. Do you know what the words ancient martial arts family mean? No matter how powerful you are, how noble you are, if I kill you with a single punch, what will you do? Are you still not a piece of yellow earth falling into mud? Lu Yuran proudly said. Mom, you're so devilish. Han Wan'er scoffed. Devilish? Then I'll show you what power is, Jin Meng. Lu Yuran gave a low shout. A tall, well-built man who exuded an aura of bravery walked in from outside. He had a leopard's head and ringed eyes, his gaze was like a torch, and his dark face was as resolute as black iron, standing there as if he were an ancient fierce general who could not be defeated by 10,000 men. Madam, what are your orders? The man named Qin Mang, earned voice's muffled thunder roll. Yun Hai Huang He, almost killed my daughter, now you go to get his head. Lu Yuran said indifferently. Yes, ma'am. Qin Mang led the order to go. Half an hour later, Qin Mang carried a bloody head, threw it on the floor, and rolled down at Lu Yuran's feet. Madam, the head of Huang Hua has been brought here. Qin Mang said expressionlessly. Han Wanner lowered her head and was shocked, it was none other than Huang Hua's head, which was still steaming not long after it was taken off. See, Wan heir? This is power. Lu Yuran pointed at the human head on the ground and said coldly, this Huang Hua is the underground king of Yunhai, with countless minions under his command, repeatedly striking out at you, causing you immense headaches. And Qin Mang is alone, taking the head of Huang Hua as if it were a bag. Awesome, big brother Qin Mang is indeed awesome. Han Wanner couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Lu Yuran let out a faint smile. Wan heir, this Qin Mang is a martial artist trained by the Qin family. Now you should understand the weight of the 4 words ancient martial family. That is why, for my mother to let you marry into the Qin family, looking at the whole of Daxia, who would dare to oppose the Qin family? Chapter 72 Bet between mother and daughter. Han Wan'er sighed in her heart. Ancient martial arts practitioners were truly terrifying because they could control your life and death. Wasn't Huang Haley powerful, the underground king of Yunhai, who had pushed her to the brink of extinction several times, and as a result, Qin Mang had killed him when he said so? Wan heir, now you see it. Come with me to Xingjing, so that you can see the elegance of Qin Haoyang. Lu Yuran said. I'm not going. Han Wan'er still shook her head. Lu Yuran frowned and said, Qin Mang is just a martial artist trained by the Qin family, and he easily took off Huang Hua's head. The Qin family's strength is evident, is that not enough to convince you? What does the Qin family being powerful have to do with me? Han Wan'er said. You. Lu Yuran was so angry that her petite body trembled, feeling that she had spoken for nothing for half a day. Qin Mang's hard run to remove Huang Hua's head was also for nothing? With her daughter's intelligence, how could she not understand what she meant? Lu Yuran took a deep breath. You still can't let go of Yi Chen. Han Wanner nodded. I just can't let go of Yi Chen. The reason why you look at the Qin family is because the Qin family is an ancient martial arts family, and they wield great power. This is what makes you proud, but let me tell you, Yi Chuan is also a cultivator, and he also masters powerful forces. Cut. Lu Yuran disdained, a yellow-haired brat who popped out of nowhere is worthy of being compared to the Qin family? Today, if you don't comply, I'll tie you up. Lu Yuran's temper also came up, even more savage than Han Wan'er. Lu Yuran, are you a bandit? Han Wan'er said angrily. Whatever you say about me, Qin Mang, take the lady away. Lu Yuran coldly said. Qin Mang immediately stepped forward, and Han Wan'er instantly picked up the fruit knife on the table and pointed it at her neck. Qin Mang, if you dare to take another step forward, I'll stab it in. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuran lost her color, and hurriedly said, Baby, hurry up and put the knife down, you're skinny and tender, don't hurt yourself. Lu Yuran, you can't force me. If you want to take me away, unless you take my body. Do you think that I, Han Wan'er, am just like the rest of the Han family, obsequious to you? The tip of the knife in Han Wan'er's hand was passed forward, and a bit of crimson immediately appeared on that white neck. Lu Yuran was scared out of her wits and quickly said, Wan'er, quickly put it down, don't scare Mom. My own happiness, I grasp myself, do not need you to arrange. Han Air threw her voice. Well, Mom will not take you away, quickly put down the knife. Lu Yuran was so scared that her face turned pale. Only then did Han Air put down the knife. Lu Yuran rushed up, put Han Air in her arms and cried, Wan Air I only have you as a baby, you can't do anything stupid Scared to death for my mother, don't be like this in the future. As long as you don't take me away and don't interfere with my happiness, I definitely don't want to die. Han Air said. Lu Yuran's beautiful eyes turned and said, I can promise you, but you also have to promise me a condition. What condition, you say? Lu Yuran said, who do you think is stronger, Yi Chen or Qin Mang? Yi Duan. Han Air said without hesitation. I say it is Qin Mang, then let's make a bet. Lu Yuran narrowed her eyes, this bet is Yi Chen and Qin Mang competing and dividing the winners and losers. If Yi Chen wins, you can do whatever you want. But if Qin Mang wins, you must listen to me and leave Yun Hai with me. Good. Han Air agreed after thinking for a moment, she had absolute confidence in Yi Chen. Alright then, you go and call Yi Duan here. Lu Yuran also had absolute confidence in Qin Mang. Deep in the White Cloud Mountain, the moon and stars were sparse, and the mountain breeze was pleasant. Yi Chen was sitting in a cave, which was a cave that he had created on the cliff face by utilizing the wind-saving talisman. Sitting inside and practicing, even the wild beasts in the mountains couldn't disturb him. He turned his cell phone off as well to avoid disturbances from the outside world. Of course there was no signal in this deep forest, even if he didn't turn off his cell phone others couldn't contact him. With the help of the dragon pendant, Yi Chuan also successfully impacted to the 5th level of Qi cultivation. This made Yi Chuan greatly elated. Reaching the 5th level of Qi practicing, his strength could be increased too much. Cultivators in this realm had sharp perceptions and were truly as light as a swallow. The most crucial thing was that the prototype of the Yin Yang rune seal was formed in the Dantian. This is the foundation for later cultivation. I have already practiced the 5th level of Qi, Xuanmen sons of Es, hurry up and come to the Sea of Clouds. Yi Chuan was already a little impatient. When he calmed down, he continued to cultivate to stabilize his realm and polish the runic seals in his Qi. Strange, where did this guy Yi Chen go? Han Air put down her cell phone and was surprised. She had already searched for a day and couldn't find Yi Chen, the phone hadn't been able to get through. The old house had also been there, no one was there. She even asked Lin Hanyue, and Lin Hanyue didn't see it either. Wan Air, what's going on, that Yi Chen is hiding and doesn't dare to see me? He's cowering? Lu Yuran frowned and said, she had also waited for a day and was impatient. Yi Chen wouldn't be cowering, he must have gone on an errand somewhere. You wait, you'll be able to contact him tomorrow. Han Air said. My time is precious, Han Air, I'll give you 3 days at most. Today is the first day. If Yi Chen doesn't dare to show up after 3 days, you must come with me. Lu Yuran said heavily. Good. Han Air gritted her teeth, she could definitely find Yi Chen in 2 days. As long as she found him, Han Air believed that Yi Chen would be able to defeat Qin Mang. The next day, Han Air made hundreds of calls to Yi Chen, but she still couldn't get through. She even sent out the security personnel of the dragon group to look for Yi Duan, and after searching for a day, she couldn't find him. This bastard, where did he run off to, as if he had evaporated? Han Air was already getting anxious. Immediately Lu Yuran's phone call came, still have not found Yi Duan the shrinking turtle? I think he got the news and hid it. He must have been scared out of his wits by Qin Mang, and I'm really disappointed in Yi Chuan. Even if he's no match for Qin Mang, he should have the courage to come out and face him, what's the point of hiding all the time? Yi Chen is really a coward, Han Air, I didn't expect you to fall for such a man. Han Air said angrily, Lu Yuran, stop it, Yi Chen is not a coward. He must be on some errand and can't be reached at the moment. Isn't there still a day left? Yi Chen will definitely come back, defeat Qin Mang, and shock your jaw off. Well then, I'll be waiting, ha. Lu Yuran coldly snorted with disdain. However, when the 3rd day came, Han Air's entire being was dumbfounded, Yi Chen was still nowhere to be found. Yi Chen, where the hell are you? And by this time, Yi Chen had already finished practicing and was ready to go down the mountain. Chapter 73 Yi Chuan vs Qin Mang. 3 days had passed and Yi Chen was still nowhere to be found. Han Air was disappointed. This had never happened before, and she had been able to contact Yi Chen every time. But this time, Lu Yuran brought over the Qin family's martial artists, and Yi Chen even played missing. Could it be that he was really afraid? Han Air could only think so. It was also true that Qin Mang was too powerful, and it only took him half an hour to remove Huang Mo's head. I'm afraid Yi Chuan couldn't do it either. Yi Chuan most likely got the news and hid it. Wan Air, shouldn't you thank me now? Lu Yuran came in front of Han Air. Han Air raised her head and looked at her in a daze. I let you see the true face of this man, Yi Chen. When it comes to trouble that can't be solved, instead of choosing to face it with you, he chooses to run away. Can such a man be trusted for life? Lu Yuran said with a disdainful face. Han Air was silent, she wanted to retort but couldn't find a reason. Yi Chen's performance this time had disappointed her too much. Understandable. Shin Mang opened his mouth. Once I make a move, I will either die or be injured. There are many people in this world who are afraid of me. Han Weiner smiled bitterly and dialed Yi Chuan's phone again, and still couldn't get through. Go with mom, your traveling has been packed. Don't hang out in this big-ass place in Yunhai, mom will take you to Shengjing to see better people and a broader world. Lu Yuran pulled Han Waner's hand and said with a smile. Han Waner followed along woodenly. This bet between her and Lu Yuran ended with her failure. Lu Yuran held Han Waner's arm, and the servants and bodyguards behind her pulled the luggage and boarded the car together. You don't have to worry too much about the Yunhai side. I've already greeted the old undead and asked him to send someone over to take over. You just feel free to follow me. Yunhai, this place, never come back again. Saying that, the car started and drove away from the Diamond Hill Villa, heading towards the highway exit of Baiyun Mountain. Yi Chuan spent a full 3 days before he completely stabilized his realm. It felt so good to be at the 5th level of Qi practicing, forming the Yin Yang rune seal, and improving his strength in all aspects. It was just that the demonic fury produced by the 5th level of Qi cultivation, but there was also more of it. It was all over the body, inside and outside, just like an ocean. The stronger the strength, the stronger the demon fury. Every time I raised my strength, it was always painful and joyful. The next most important top priority was naturally to get rid of the demon fury in his body. Yi Chuan went down the mountain while calculating. The most reliable way to get rid of the demonic break was still to refine the ice clearing pill, which had the best effect in removing the demonic break. Unfortunately, those mature ice heart grasses were all used by Yi Chuan, and the newly issued 50 or so ice heart grasses were still seedlings and had not matured to bear seeds, so if they were used, they would be gone. This path didn't seem to work. Unable to help it, Yi Dust remembered another method, chaotic cloak whacking to drive away magic. If he can now come across a martial arts expert to whack him and provide him with external force, he is also able to get rid of the fury. Unfortunately, such an expert is hard to find. In the Cloud Sea simply cannot be found. Alas! Yi Chuan let out a long sigh. If he couldn't solve the problem of the demonic fury, the pace of his cultivation would have to come to a temporary halt. As he walked out of the deep mountains and came to the highway at the foot of the mountains, his cell phone was restoring the signal. He had been in the deep forest for the past 3 days, and his cell phone had no signal at all. Yi Chuan planned to contact the Wu brothers to find out about the Xian sect. If there were Xian sect experts, he wanted to find them. However, Yi Chuan was shocked when he just picked up his cell phone and took a look. Han Waner had called him over 700 times and sent hundreds of messages. My god, is she crazy? What's the matter looking for me? Yi Chen was surprised. On top of that, Lin Hanyue had also called a dozen times. Yi Chuan immediately looked through Han Waner's messages and understood after reading a few. In fact, he didn't want Han Waner to leave. After spending time together these days and experiencing so many things, Yi Chuan wasn't a robot, so how could he not have feelings for Han Waner? But this was their family matter. Yi Chuan was not in a good position to intervene. Only when he saw that Qin Mang, the one Han Waner said, could take Huang Hua's head on his own, Yi Chuan's eyes immediately lit up. Wasn't this someone sending a pillow when he wanted to sleep, a ready-made martial arts expert? Yi Duan was worried about where to find a martial arts expert to help him get rid of the demon. Thus, Yi Chuan hurriedly dialed Han Waner. Han Waner and Lu Yuran were riding in a medium-sized commercial vehicle and had already arrived at the highway exit of Baiyun Mountain. Tick-tock. The ETC scan on the vehicle passed, and the pull to get onto the highway was already raised, and the driver was about to step on the gas and rush onto the highway. At this time, Han Waner's cell phone suddenly rang. Originally listless, she picked it up and looked at it. Her delicate body suddenly trembled, and then she was fiercely excited. Her beautiful eyes blossomed with intense luster, and she shouted loudly, "Stop, stop, don't get on the highway, quickly return to go, return to go." Because on the caller ID, 2 words flashed, Yi Duan. 20 minutes later, Yi Duan stood beside the highway at the foot of the mountain, waiting for Han Waner. He had just gotten through to Han Waner and told him to wait right by the roadside. Not long after, a black business car sped over and stopped in front of Yi Duan. More than a dozen people came down from the car. Han Waner was among them, and beside her stood a stunningly beautiful woman who looked a bit similar to Han Waner. Yi Chuan secretly said in his heart, this should be Han Waner's mom. Lu Yuran, surprisingly so young, looking like Han Waner's sister. Yi Chuan. Han Waner saw Yi Duan on the roadside and immediately ran over with the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Where did this guy run off to? Do you know how hard I've been looking for you these past 3 days? Han Waner was surprised and happy, and there was a hint of complaint. I've been cultivating in the deep mountains and old forests, and my cell phone didn't have a signal. Yi Dust said. Originally, I thought you were in hiding. Before Han Waner could finish her sentence, Lu Yuran stepped on her high heels and walked over in a high and mighty manner. Her posture was haughty, and a powerful aura emanated from her petite body, as if she was a stunning queen looking down on her subjects. You are Yi Duan? Lu Yuran glanced at Yi Chen. Yes, Aunt Lu. Yi Chuan nodded his head. Don't call me aunt, I'm not familiar with you. Lu Yuran was not kind to Yi Chen, waved her hand and said, Xin Mang, come over, defeat him in 1 minute's time, after all, we still have to rush. It won't take more than a minute.
Xin Mang came forward with a smile, his tall stature, deep as an abyss, giving people a sense of suffocating oppression. It was as if he could hold up the sky when it collapsed. He looked at Yi Chuan, and Yi Chuan was also looking at him.
Xingjing, Xin Mang. Yunhai, Yi Duan. Please instruct. Chapter 74, The 72 Fists of the Open Mountain.
As soon as Yi Chuan felt Xin Mang's aura, he knew that this was the exact martial artist he was looking for.
Xin Mang's cultivation level was very deep.
According to the ancient martial arts world's set of ways of dividing realms, Xin Mang should be at the Huanjing Di Chang, and was considered the strongest martial artist that Yi Chuan had encountered in Yunhai.
Boom!
The entire ground seemed to shake when Xin Mang, a tiger-backed, tall man, took a step forward. The branches of the trees next to the highway jumped about and the leaves clattered down like it was snowing. They drifted everywhere. The hearts of those watching the battle from the side were shaken. Powerful chi flourished and falling leaves flew. This was the strength of Xin Mang. How could Yi Chen, this brat, compete with him?
Li Yuran smiled faintly and looked toward Han Wan. Wanner, do you think there's still a need for this match to go on? You have to know that one punch from Xin Mang could maim or even kill Yi Chen.
Han Wan didn't pay any attention to her, but just clenched her fists and shouted, Brother Dust, go for it.
Brother Dust?
Li Yuran sniffed and her petite body trembled with anger.
Bang! Xin Mang moved and struck a palm towards Yi Dust.
With this palm's force, the tendons and bones of his entire body emitted a dull roar, like muffled thunder rolling in the sky. This caused everyone present to sweat for Yi Chen, fearing that he would be killed by Xin Mang's palm. On the other hand, Yi Chen was overjoyed. This power of Xin Mang was enough to help him get rid of the demon.
Yi Chuan immediately stepped forward and exchanged palms with Xin Mang.
Under the clash of the two palms, Yi Chuan's entire body seemed to be transformed into a piece of solid iron, with the exterior forcefully forged and the interior airflow violently shaken.
Puff! A large mass of demonic fury was slapped out and dissipated into the heavens and earth.
This was the chaotic cloak-pounding exorcism, external force slapping, internal force transferring, combining the internal and external forces to get rid of the demonic fury. It was like beating iron, 1,000 hammers to beat out the impurities, and this impurity was the demonic fury in Yi Chuan's body. Xin Mang was quite surprised inwardly when he saw Yi Chen blocking his palm.
The opponent's hard body and strength aura showed him something.
It turns out that you are practicing the horizontal external martial art of the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Cloth Shirt. Then well, let's see how I break your turtle shield.
Xin Mang shouted and lunged even more fiercely towards Yi Chen. Bang!
The scene resounded with the sound of beating iron, that was Xin Mang striking Yi Chen's body. The scene looked like Yi Chen was in an absolute disadvantageous position, only being passively beaten, while Xin Mang was as fierce as a tiger, always attacking. See, Wan, this Yi Chen is powerless in front of Xin Mang.
Lu Yuran laughed.
Han Wanner's willow brows were frowning, her heart was even more clenched. The scene was indeed one-sided, and Yi Chen had been taking a beating the entire time. However, this Yi Chen was also considered to have a few skills, and was actually able to support a few moves.
Lu Yuran skimmed her sexy red lips and voiced out, Xin Mang, settle the fight within a minute. Good.
Xin Mang gritted his teeth, his heart was already in shock. He felt that Yi Chen was like an adamantine ball that could not be broken by any means.
Hi! Xin Mang shouted, lifting up all his vigor, and the tendons and bones of his entire body emitted even louder bursts, crackling like firecrackers exploding.
An invisible strong wind blew up so wildly that the people watching the battle from the side had difficulty standing still. He lunged even more ferociously towards Yi Chen, using his own master skill, the Open Mountain 72 Fists. This set of punches was so fierce that all the punches had the power to open mountains and break rocks, and when it hit a person, one punch could break his bones and internal organs. However, Yi Chuan was not the least bit afraid, and even said good come.
Bang!
Xin Mang's attacks were like a raging storm, and they all landed on Yi Chen's body.
Yi Chen was smiling happily. Under Xin Mang's fierce attack, the demonic fury in his body was rapidly melting like snow. Phew!
After a set of 72 punches, Xin Mang was tired and panting heavily, his body was soft. When he looked at Yi Chen, he was still alive and glowing. Xin Mang was shocked, never having seen such a monster. Of all the enemies he had encountered, there were not many people who could force him to use the 72 fists of the Open Mountain, and there was even none who could hold up to 10 of his punches. This Yi Chen had actually carried his 72 punches, how could Xin Mang not be shocked? But the strange thing was that Yi Chen was only defending, not attacking at all. Xin Mang was puzzled. The first time he encountered such a strange situation, could it be that he only practiced the Golden Bell Shroud to the extreme, and his offensive ability is not good? Otherwise, why has he been on the defense? At this time, Lu Yuran was obviously anxious, because they had already fought for more than 2 minutes, Yi Chen still did not fall. This made her a bit ashamed and had told Xin Mang to take it down in a minute. Xin Mang, what's wrong with you? I'll give you 1 more minute to take down Yi Duan, Lu Yuran said in a cold voice.
Yes, ma'am.
Qin Mang immediately led the order, fiercely gritted his teeth, and angrily shouted, "I don't believe that I can't break your golden bell mask."
Saying that, Qin Mang once again lunged towards Yi Chen.
He punched the mighty and unrivaled set of 72 open mountain fists again, and all his punches landed on Yi Duan's body. However, Yi Chen was still alive and kicking, and the more he fought, the more energized he became. On the other hand, Qin Mang was already exhausted, and his white eyelids rolled out. After throwing 2 sets of 72 open mountain punches and punching with all his might, Qin Mang was already exhausted. It must be realized that the 72 open mountain fists are extremely fierce, and the physical strength and energy consumed is also enormous.
The physical exertion of throwing a punch at full strength was equivalent to running 20 kilometers.
And Qin Mang threw out 72 punches in a row, and 2 rounds of them, so it was obvious how powerful his physical body and vital energy were.
Spare me, but he failed to defeat Yi Chen. How could Qin Mang not be shocked? Qin Mang, what's your situation?
Seeing the situation in the field, Lu Yuran finally changed color.
I'll give you one last chance to defeat Yi Duan, otherwise don't blame me for not being polite.
Lu Yuran shouted sternly.
Ma'am.
Qin Mang had bitterness in his heart. In fact, he already wanted to admit defeat. He really couldn't fight a little. Right now, Yi Chuan only needed to step forward and could knock him out with one punch. But Yi Chuan just did not come forward, stood there waiting for him to attack, but also said with a provocative face, "You did not say that you want to break my golden bell shield, come over ah."
Ah.
Qin Mang felt insulted, the dignity of the martial artist was trampled. He roared violently, not knowing where a force erupted from, once again rushing towards Yi Chuan.
Bang!
After a dozen moves, Qin Mang suddenly fell to the ground head first.
He couldn't get up.
Qin Mang was lying on the ground, his body was twitching non-stop, his eyelids were rolling out, and he was foaming at the mouth.
This was completely exhaustion.
He had been attacking Yi Chen like a storm, and while Yi Chen didn't fall, he had exhausted himself. It could even be said that he was exhausted, and Qin Mang fell into a semi-conscious state. Hiss. Looking at this scene in the arena, Lu Yuran sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and an expression of incomparable shock came over her stunning face.
Wasn't Qin Mang always superior, always attacking? How was it that he collapsed?
And next to her, Han Wanner was already cheering with excitement. "Win, my brother Dust won."
Chapter 75, Downhill Fierce Tiger.
Lu Yuran's face became ugly as she looked at Qin Mang, who fell to the ground and kept convulsing. She didn't expect that Yi Chen would be so powerful that even Qin Mang was no match. She had lost this bet with Han Wanner, naturally.
"Mom, you don't have anything to say now, right? Willing to lose the bet?"
Han Wanner said with a smile. "Oof." Lu Yuran snorted coldly and said proudly, "This Yi Chen does have some ability, but it's not enough to get my approval."
"Why do you need to get your approval? He gets my approval is not enough." Han Wanner said. "Han Wanner, I am your mom."
Lu Yuran's jade face was frosty. "You're my mom, but you can't interfere with my freedom, especially when it comes to my feelings."
Han Wanner showed no weakness.
While their mother and daughter were having an argument, Yi Chen was stimulating Qin Mang. Just now, even though he had been passively beaten, the beating was just too good. The demonic fury that was created by advancing to the 5th level of Qi practicing had been beaten away by a small half by this Qin Mang. But what made him a bit speechless was that while he was carrying on soundly, Qin Mang unexpectedly collapsed to the ground.
"Qin Mang, get up, let's continue to fight."
Yi Duan squatted next to Qin Mang and said with an expectant face.
"I'm not going to fight anymore, I'm not going to fight anymore."
Qin Mang was exhausted, his eyes were black, and he was constantly foaming at the mouth. This was the result of his physical strength and energy consumption being too drastic, he was almost drained. "This is where we are, let's fight for another hour."
"No, half an hour. Yi Duan is not relentless."
"Big brother, I really can't fight anymore, you go find someone else." Qin Mang is on the verge of tears, did not see him like this. This person still keeps calling for battle, is he blind?
"You rest first, I will wait for you, then we continue," Yi Chuan said.
Ah,
Qin Mang was about to vomit blood. Never seen such a strange martial artist. Is he sick in the head?
"Big brother, I admit defeat is not okay?" Qin Mang said in tears. "No, we have not yet divided into winners and losers, must be this duel to the end," Yi Chuan said, and then injected true qi into Qin Mang's body.
"I will help you recover, immediately get up and continue to fight." Qin Mang's jaw dropped in shock.
My god, what kind of operation is this, ferrying qi to his opponent and letting him beat himself up? He looked at Yi Chen like he was looking at a psychopath. But immediately, Qin Mang's shock turned into shock, because the quality of the vigor qi that Yi Chen had input into his body was frighteningly high. If Yi Chen's strength qi quality was a piece of white jade, then his strength qi was a broken brick compared to it, there was no comparison at all. How did he cultivate, to have practiced such a pure, superior quality of Jin qi? Qin Mang was shocked beyond words. In a short while, under Yi Chen's powerful true essence delivery, Qin Mang completely recovered. You. Qin Mang was numb with shock, feeling that the person in front of him was a living god.
"Come on, continue to fight."
Yi Chen was in high spirits. He still has a large portion of the demonic fury left in his body, so naturally, he is incredibly eager for Qin Mang to continue to help him get rid of the fury.
But Qin Mang said nothing, and then fight with Yi Duan, that is not purely looking for abuse?
No matter what Yi Chen said, Qin Mang shook his head, completely afraid of Yi Chen, even the courage to fight.
Yi Duan was annoyed. You don't fight right, I will beat you.
Yi Chuan blasted out with a fist. Qin Mang's body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, and fell heavily to the ground with a bang.
Then he rolled his eyes and lay on the ground pretending to be dead.
Yi Chuan was speechless. This Qin Mang blasted him 100 or 200 more punches, and he would have been able to remove almost all of the demonic fury from his body. But this guy was completely swinging, not even moving his fingers a bit. Faced with this situation, Yi Chuan could do nothing. The mother and daughter who were arguing in the distance were both shocked by this scene. Especially Lu Yuran, seeing Qin Mang standing up again with vigor, she was expecting him to put Yi Chen down. As a result, he was sent flying by Yi Chen with a single punch. Lu Yuran clenched her silver teeth, and her beautiful eyes surged with a strong fire.
It was really humiliating.
She had praised the Qin family and Qin Mang for a while, and she ended up being beaten by Yi Chuan into this bearish state. Alright mom, don't sulk, according to our agreement, you take the people and leave. I'll continue to stay in Yunhai to develop my career.
Han Wan said with a smile.
Looking at Lu Yuran's ironclad face, her heart couldn't be more refreshed. There is also the matter of me and the Qin family's great young man, you also die this heart.
Han Wan said.
Lu Yuran raised his eyebrows and said lightly, I've already talked to the elders of the Qin family about this matter, and the Qin family elders all agreed and set a marriage contract.
What, you even set a marriage contract? Han Wan's jaw dropped in shock.
Yes, or else I would be so determined to take you out of Yunhai?
Lu Yuran said. Mom, are you crazy to make a marriage contract without informing me? Han Wan froze and couldn't react.
What do you know, this is high-level gaming. Lu Yuran's gaze suddenly became deep. Wan let me reveal some secrets to you. Recently, there will be a downhill tiger breaking into Yunhai, and even the entire Jiangnan are going to set off a wild storm. This downhill tiger is the Yang Changli family. The Li family is nothing, but they have giant support behind them.
Do you know who it is? It's Xianmen, the #1 sect in the entire ancient martial arts world, Xianmen.
With the support of the Xianmen, the entire Yunhai, and even the entire Jiangnan families, will have to submit to the Li family's tyranny.
The Han family, the leading family in Jiangnan, is their first target.
Your grandfather was so worried about this that he couldn't sleep all day. That's why I went north to the capital to finalize the marriage contract between you and Qin Haoyang. If we want to fight against the Li family and the Xian sect, we have to pull in the Qin family, a powerful lineage, for us to be able to do so.
Otherwise, the entire Han family will be swallowed without a single bone left.
Lu Yuran's words were like a sledgehammer, hammering at Han Wan's heart, causing his delicate body to tremble violently.
Do you think that my mother is the kind of shallow person who interferes with your freedom at will?
Not really, this involves a complex power struggle, high-level games. Only the Lu family and the Qin family tied together to support the Han family. The Han family can have the power to protect themselves.
Do you understand? Han Wan understood. As a child of a family, she understood more than anyone else.
When a family encounters a crisis, it's only natural to hold together, and the best way to do so is through marriage.
It wasn't just a family, it was the same for a country, a dynasty.
In the face of the Li family, an overgrown dragon backed by the Xian sect, it made sense for the Han family to make these decisions.
Someone has to sacrifice for the family, but why is that person me? Han Waner said in a somewhat frantic manner. Because Qin Haoyang can't look at the other women in the Han family, and only has eyes for you. I don't think it's a big deal. You and Qin Haoyang are a match made in heaven. What's wrong with marrying him? It's not good. Han Waner said without hesitation, I want to marry Yi Chen. Chapter 76, The Li Family Twins. Lu Yuran realized that she couldn't convince Han Waner at all. Yi Chen's hands were good, but he didn't have much power. There is a fundamental difference with Qin Haoyang. You've decided on Yi Chen, right? Lu Yuran looked at Han Waner. Then, I'll set 3 tests for Yi Chen. If he can complete them, I won't oppose you. What tests? Recently, the Li clan's duo, Li Hailong and Li Linhu's 2 brothers will be ascending to the Sea of Clouds. If Yi Chuan can defeat the Li brothers, he will be considered to have completed my first test. Han Waner frowned. This test of yours is too difficult. The Li family has the Xian sect's support behind them. How could Yi Chen be a match for the Li brothers? Lu Yuran laughed coldly. If he can't even deal with the Li family duo, what makes him qualified to marry you? What qualifications does he have to let you marry him? This is the only chance I'm giving you. If Yi Chen can't do it, you'll go to Shengjing to finish your marriage with Qin Haoyang. Lu Yuran finished speaking, turned around and left. Only Yi Chen and Han Waner were left in the scene. Yi Chuan was still regretting that wimp Qin Mang for not helping him get rid of the demonic fury and wasting his true essence for nothing. Han Waner's mood was very complicated. Lu Yuran's words were too powerful for her. Unless Yi Chen could complete the test and fight against the Li family, she was bound to marry Qin Haoyang.
Even if she was capricious, she had to consider the interests of her family.
Thinking about it, Han Waner couldn't help but weep.
Her beloved was right in front of her, but she was far away, as if separated by a huge chasm.
Wan-er, what's wrong with you?
Yi Chen walked quickly and saw Han Waner in a depressed mood, watering with tears.
I defeated Qin Mang and won the bet, shouldn't you be happy? Yi Chuan.
Han Waner screamed, as if she had a lump in her throat. She should have been happy, but she couldn't be. The Xin sect as well as the Li family's matter, as well as the test Lu Yuran had given Yi Chuan, she had wanted to talk about it, but she couldn't. It was too unfair to Yi Chen, making him fight against the Li family alone.
I won't let you fight alone, I'll fight side by side with you.
Han Waner was ruthless in her heart. She was a strong woman and quickly regained her composure.
What's wrong with you, did something happen?
Yi Chuan saw that Han Waner was not in the right state.
Han Waner smiled faintly and looked at him with a look Yi Chuan had never seen before, saying softly, Yi Chuan, if I had a 10,000-foot mountain in front of me, would you accompany me over it?
Yi Duan froze, then nodded, yes, I am now the envoy of your Han family, it is my duty to clear all obstacles for you.
Just because of duty? This answer made Han Waner slightly disappointed, but she was still happy to receive Yi Chen's affirmative answer. And then, Han Waner still couldn't help but ask, if you weren't an envoy of the Han family, and there was a sea of fire in front of you, would you accompany me through it? This. Yi Chen didn't know what was wrong with Han Waner, why was she asking such an inexplicable question? Answer me.
Han Waner looked at Yi Chen with a burning gaze, her eyes full of anticipation.
After a few seconds of silence, Yi Chen nodded, will.
If anything, the two successive emotional traumas had frozen Yi Chuan inside. But Han Waner is like an ice chiseler, bit by bit, chiseling the thick ice into his heart.
Yi Chuan.
Han Waner stood on her tiptoes and wrapped her hands around Yi Chen's neck in a tight embrace,
exhausting her entire body. Only after a long time did she let go.
Yi Chuan was all strangled and gasping for breath, not knowing what Lu Yuran had said to Han Waner that made her so emotional.
How are we going to get back? Yi Chuan looked at the empty highway. Just walk back like this.
Han Waner held Yi Chuan's hand, a bright smile on her face. They were holding hands like this, and Han Waner was bouncing around, happy like a little kid. By the way, this antidote formula is for you, so you can put it into mass production. Yi Chuan took out the formula for the antidote to poison pill. Han Waner took over and looked at it. This is not the formula to detoxify Han Yushu. Yes, the detoxification effect is very good, and it can be made into your Starlight Pharmaceuticals trump card product. Yi Chuan, I really didn't expect that you are still a warm man, will take the initiative to care about my things. Han Waner held the formula, a pair of big eyes full of smiles. Yi Chuan was a little lost in thought. Han Waner's eyes were very beautiful, especially when she smiled, curved like a crescent moon.
No wonder her nickname was Han Lunar.
This formula you can put away. Lin Hanyue asked me for it, I did not even give it to her.
Yi Chuan reminded.
He is telling Han Waner, do not produce in the joint pharmaceutical factory, through their Han family's own pharmaceutical factory production.
Right now Yi Chuan didn't want the Lin family to take any advantage of him. Wow, your ex-wife didn't even give it to you, but gave it to me instead. Yi Chuan, have you moved on?
Han Waner stopped her steps, meaningfully, her eyes ambiguous and colorful.
Maybe it is. Yi Chuan laughed.
Han Waner's heart was suddenly filled with a sweet flavor, feeling like the entire world had brightened up. She stood under the orange-red sunrise. Her clothes and skirt were flying, and her face was delicate.
It seemed like a painting.
The highway was long, and they walked for more than an hour before they reached the entrance to the city. Yi Chen was tired of walking, but Han Waner was energized, as if she wasn't tired at all. He was about to open his mouth when a black Bentley suddenly drove over and stopped in front of them. The car door opened, and two fat-headed monks actually walked down.
A young one, probably in his 20s.
The other older one, in his 50s, with a calm and steady demeanor, a majestic face, and an air of old age. Yi Chuan lamented, when did monks become so rich, driving a Bentley? And Han Waner was slightly shocked when she saw the older monk. Wasn't this Master Yuanju, the abbot of the Thousand Buddha Temple on White Cloud Mountain? Thousand Buddha Temple was the #1 temple in the Sea of Clouds, and its abbot, Master Yuanju, was an accomplished monk with a high reputation. Han Waner often goes to the Thousand Buddha Temple to burn incense, so she's familiar with Master Yuanju.
Miss Han, it's really a pleasure to meet you. We just went to your residence to look for you, but we couldn't find you.
I didn't expect to run into you here,
Master Yuanju said as he stepped forward. Han Waner was slightly stunned. Master Yuanju, what are you looking for me for? The young monk next to her said, Miss Han, we're here to deliver the invitation.
3 days from now, the Li family duo from Young City will parachute into Yunhai to integrate the Yunhai business community and establish the Dragon Tiger Business Alliance. As the queen of Yunhai's business community, Miss Han is the first honored guest invited by the Li family's twin males, so please show your face, Miss Han.
Han Waner's heart was shaken. Was the Li clan's twin males going to descend on Yunhai in 3 days?
As soon as they arrived, they were going to integrate the Yunhai business community and establish the Dragon Tiger Business Alliance.
What does that mean?
It means that those who are willing to be my little brother will join the Dragon Tiger Business Alliance, and those who are unwilling will be the ones to be integrated. They sent out invitations to themselves with ill intent. What shocked Hanwhan Air even more was that the highly respected Master Yuan Ju was running errands for the Li family duo. It seems like a big storm is coming to this sea of clouds.
Chapter 77 Delusional. Written at the head of the invitation were 3 large, dragon-flying characters, Dragon Tiger Feast.
Hanwhan Air held the light invitation, but it felt so heavy. As the premier figure in the Yunhai business world, Hanwhan Air was naturally the primary target for the Li clan's duo to deal with. Even the abbot of the Thousand Buddha Temple, Master Yuan Ju, had already defected to him.
Hanwhan Air took a deep breath and said to Grandmaster Yuan Ju, 3 days later, I will definitely be there.
Grandmaster Yuan Ju smiled faintly. Miss Han is a visitor to my temple, so it's necessary for the poor monk to kindly remind her.
Master, please speak.
Li's double male, dragon brother, and tiger brother.
This time to Yunhai, as if the blistering wind through the post, the grass is competing for folding, the only way to survive is to bow down said, the 2 monks into the Bentley car, long gone. Bow your head to survive?
Hanwhan Air face full of cold smile, the Li family want me to bow down, dream on.
Business? Yi Duan asked.
Yes, but this time is a little different, the other side has an ancient martial arts background.
Hanwhan Air said.
Yi Duan smiled, ancient martial arts, I am familiar with this. 3 years ago, he was like Neza, stirring up the ancient martial arts world. If it wasn't for the outbreak of the demon fury at the critical moment, the Shenmen sect, which is now in charge of the ancient martial arts, would already be ancient. Compared to the sharp-witted Yi Longju of 3 years ago, he had become the low-key and introverted Yi Chen.
He had also become more calm and terrifying.
Things involving ancient martial arts, I'll take care of them for you.
Things in the business world, I don't understand. Yi Chuan said.
Hanwhan Air's beautiful eyes suddenly brightened, and she slowly said, in the business world, I can beat the Li clan's 2 males to death.
Aha! Yi Duan nodded. 3 days later, I will accompany you to participate in what Dragon Tiger banquet.
After Yi Chen and Hanwhan Air parted ways, he returned to the old house and planned his next cultivation. The number 1 priority was naturally to remove the demonic fury from his body.
Now there were 2 paths. First, cultivate the ice heartgrass.
Second, find a martial arts expert and use the chaotic cloak to whack away the magic. After deep thought, Yi Chuan took his cell phone and flipped through it. It seemed that quite a lot had happened in the past 3 days since he had entered the deep mountains to cultivate. Not only did Han Air and Lin Hanhua look for him, even the Wu brothers called him 3 times. It seemed that they had news from the Xian sect. Yi Chuan dialed the phone over. Boss, Xian sect has made a move. Wu Qian opened his mouth and said in the first sentence.
Said. Shenmen supported the Yangcheng Li family and wanted to borrow the Li family's hand to integrate the Jiangnan's families and sects for their use.
Yi Chuan nodded. Ancient martial forces generally operate this way, controlling some lineages and then seizing resources and wealth through these lineages.
Yangcheng Li family, isn't there a dragon brother and tiger brother, Li Hailong and Li Linhu? Yi Duan asked.
Yes, these 2 brothers have joined the Xian sect and are considered Xian sect disciples. Wu Qian said. 3 days later these 2 will enter the Yunhai, organize the Dragon and Tiger banquet, and pull together the major families in the Yunhai to establish the Dragon and Tiger Merchant Alliance. This Dragon Tiger Merchant Alliance is the prototype of the Xianmen branch.
Understood.
Yi Chuan smiled faintly, so it turned out that he and Hanwhan Air shared a common enemy.
Boss, that's all the news for now. Wu Qian said. Good, if there is any more important news, report to me immediately. Yi Chuan said.
Yes. After talking to Wu Qian, Yi Duan hesitated to contact Lin Hanhua. She had made over a dozen phone calls in the past few days, so there should be something going on. And at this time the knock on the door sounded. He opened the door and saw that it was Lin Hanhua. After not seeing her for 3 days, she seemed to have changed greatly. Before, she was a high and mighty icy female president, but now she was full of haggardness, and the arrogance in her body had disappeared without a trace. Yi Chuan, I'm in trouble. Lin Hanhua opened her mouth and said in the first sentence.
What happened?
The purple heartgrass in my medicine garden withered by tens of thousands. The purple heartgrass is the main medicine that produces clearing the lungs and relieving coughs, you should know that. Yi Chuan nodded. Everything was as he expected. Without him to maintain the spell formation, the purple heartgrass would definitely wither.
Didn't your medicinal garden grow 500 acres of purple heartgrass, with around 2 million plants? What's a few tens of thousands of plants withering away? How do you know so much about my medicinal garden?
Lin Hanhua was a bit surprised.
Because you don't know how much I used to care about you.
Yi Chuan laughed at himself. In the past, he had vomited his heart and soul for months in order to set up that large spell formation. With regards to Lin Hanhua's medicinal field, he was even more familiar with it than Lin Hanhua. Lin Hanyue glanced at him and continued, although only a few tens of thousands of plants have died, the remaining purple heartgrass is not growing well.
In the past, when you looked around, it was green and lush. Now, it is yellow and withered.
It is estimated that in less than half a month, most of the purple heartgrass will die.
Yichuan nodded slightly.
He was a bit confused as to what Lin Hanyue was doing running to tell himself about this.
Why are you so calm? Lin Hanyue looked at Yichuan. Shouldn't you be anxious? Ah, why should I be anxious? Yi Duan was stunned. Why? Do you know what the withering of the purple heartgrass means to me?
It means that Hushue Pharmaceuticals won't be able to fulfill those orders. It means that we're in breach of contract. It means 10 times the compensation.
It means that I will lose my family's money and even go to jail.
Lin Hanyue said, tears rustling down her face. Yichuan looked at her like this and felt no pity in his heart. Isn't this exactly what you did yourself?
Yichuan, I abandoned you. I know you hate me.
But we have 3 years of feelings. I now encountered a crisis, the biggest crisis in life.
You should put aside your hatred and help me. Do you understand?
Lin Hanyue tightened her red lips and looked at Yi Chen.
I don't have such a big heart. I'm very qualified if I don't laugh at you. Yichuan said. You. Lin Hanyue choked, the body slightly trembling, tears cannot stop flowing down.
Yichuan turned a blind eye.
Yichuan, no matter what, I hold the last trace of hope for you, otherwise I wouldn't have come to you. Lin Hanyue took a deep breath and gazed at Yi Chen without looking away. Oh, thank you for your love, but what can I do if your purple heartgrass withers? Yichuan asked in disbelief. You can help me.
Lin Hanyue's eyes suddenly surged with vigor. Before all the purple heartgrass withers, I'll harvest a batch first and fulfill those big orders.
Those remaining orders will at most make me lose all my fortune.
However, my company is still here, the equipment in my factory is still here, and as long as you give me the formula for the poison cleansing Dan, I can still produce the poison cleansing oral liquid to create the second trump card of Hanwha Pharmaceuticals. Replacing the lung and cough clearing oral liquid with the poison clearing oral liquid, in this way, my company will be able to get through the crisis.
Well, what you are planning is good, and it is indeed a good way to solve the crisis.
Yi Dus nodded, then stood up and smiled.
However, if you want the formula for the poison cleansing Dan, I'll send you 4 words delusional. Chapter 78 Ice Phoenix Mountain Granny. Delusional.
These 4 words were like a sledgehammer, hammering hard on Lin Hanyue's chest, causing her delicate body to tremble violently. She looked at Yichuan for a long time before she spoke out. Yichuan, I didn't expect you to be so resentful towards me. Yichuan lost his smile, wanting to peel open Lin Hanyue's head to see what she was thinking. She had killed her daughter. Even if another 100 years passed, even if she turned into ashes, Yichuan's resentment towards her would not dissipate. There was a time when his unborn daughter was all he had, all his support. Even he put aside his previous grudges and became the silent Yi Duan, waiting for his daughter's arrival. Since then, he only wanted to be a good father, not the Yi Dragon Lord that the 8 parties respected. But Lin Hanyue ruined all this for him.
Yi Chen, I hate you, I will always hate you.
Lin Hanyue shouted hoarsely. Yi Chen, I don't need your help to survive this crisis. I'll make you regret this, just wait and see.
Lin Hanyue cried out and ran out.
Yichuan looked at her grief-filled, despairing cry, and felt little pleasure of revenge in his heart.
However, his will did not waver in the slightest, and he was bound to take away everything from Lin Hanyue and seek justice for his daughter.
After a few minutes, Yi Chen's mood calmed down.
He arrived at the Han family's medicinal garden to check the growth of the ice heartgrass.
The 50 or so ice heartgrasses were growing well, but these were all new seedlings, and it would take at least a month or 2 for them to fully mature. If one wanted to shorten this time, one could only increase the concentration of spiritual qi in the medicinal field, which would prompt the ice heartgrass to grow faster. But the spiritual qi on Earth was really too thin. Even if a spirit-gathering formation was placed here, it wouldn't have much effect. The only way was to feed the medicine with the medicine. It was to deprive other medicinal herbs of their aura and essence through the spell formation, allowing the ice heartgrass to absorb it and speed up its growth. This method wasn't difficult, but the materials were hard to find. The materials used to nourish the medicine had to be heavenly materials and earthly treasures as well in order for it to work. The so-called heavenly materials and earthly treasures had to be at least 100 years old and contain abundant spiritual qi in heaven and earth essence.
It was hard to find.
Yichuan could only call Old Man Han and ask him if he still had any heavenly treasures. Yes, we still have a dozen or so plants in the Han family treasury, but we can't give them to you. Old Man Han said. Recently, the Yang Chengli family wanted to dominate Jiangnan. The first one to deal with is our Han family. Those heavenly treasures, I want to leave them to the cultivators of the Han family. Yichuan, your strength has been restored. Don't think about scraping oil from me all day long. I'm half buried in the ground, and you're still knocking on my bones and sucking on my marrow.
Are you a human being? Instead of asking for it, Yichuan was lectured by Old Man Han in a split second.
He smiled helplessly. Naturally he wouldn't bother with Old Man Han. Alright, you keep those treasures, I'll think of another way.
Ye old brother, Lu Yuran didn't bring Hanwan Air back, it's your masterpiece, right? Old man Han suddenly said. Yes. Yi Duan nodded his head. Actually, I also wanted one heir to come back. 3 days later, the Li family's dragon and tiger brothers will be traveling to Yunhai. Those are two ruthless people, with even more powerful people behind them. One heir is in danger in Yunhai. Since you left her in Yunhai, you have to be responsible for her safety. Old man Han said. Don't worry, with me here, no one can touch one heir. Yi Chen proudly said. Okay, I'm relieved to have your words. Old man Han still recognized Yi Chen's ability. However, he only knew that Yi Chuan was an excellent doctor and martial artist, but he didn't know that he was the famous Yi Dragon Lord. When Old Man Han's side was out of the question, Yi Chuan then thought of Hua Chunfeng. He had practiced medicine all his life and had dealt with medicinal herbs all his life, so he must have come into contact with heavenly herbs and earthly treasures. When Yi Chuan contacted Hua Chunfeng and explained his purpose, Hua Chunfeng pondered for a moment and said, Master Yi, I don't have any heavenly materia medica, but I know who does, and he has many, many of them. When Yi Dust heard this, his eyes lit up. Ice Phoenix Mountain was a mountain range located more than 100 miles southwest of the Sea of Clouds. There was a beautiful legend about this mountain range, saying that there was an ice phoenix living in the north that flew all the way south in search of its lover. The ice phoenix simply couldn't tolerate the hot and humid climate of the south, and couldn't find the right food, so she was tired and thirsty. But she still insisted on flying south for 7 days and 7 nights. When she flew to this place in the southwestern part of the Sea of Clouds, the ice phoenix died of exhaustion, and her body was transformed into a mountain, with the phoenix's head pointing to the south, as if she was looking at her lover. In order to commemorate the ice phoenix's fidelity to love, the descendants named this mountain Ice Phoenix Mountain. On the main peak of the Ice Phoenix Mountain, there is a huge mural of an ice phoenix carved, so lifelike that even every plume is clearly visible, as if it is about to take off at any time. At the moment, below the Ice Phoenix mural, there stood a tall and cold woman who was looking up at the ice phoenix. Grandma, Grandma. The cold-colored woman tilted her head and shouted loudly. Child, are you in any trouble? A kind and relatable voice suddenly came from behind her. At an unknown time, a granny with a phoenix crutch appeared behind her. She turned back, looked at the granny, and said with tearful eyes, Yes, Granny, I have encountered troubles that are difficult to resolve. After listening to the woman's account, the granny gently stroked her shoulder and said gently, It's all right, child, darkness is temporary, light is eternal. Granny's words, eyes, seems to have a kind of magic power to make people's hearts at ease. The mood of the cold woman soon settled down. When you go back, go to this person, he will help you solve the trouble. The granny handed the cold and colorful woman a strangely shaped black wooden plaque with a person's name and information written on it. Thank you, Granny, you have already helped me twice, how can I repay you? The cold and colorful woman said in a touched manner. Child, we will have a long time to come. Granny's face was covered with a gentle smile, her figure slowly disappeared in the cold-colored woman's eyes. The cold-colored woman was in a trance, and the granny had already disappeared. Afterwards, she carefully held the black wooden plaque, put it into her bag, and walked towards the bottom of the mountain. This cold-colored woman was none other than Lin Hanyue. Chapter 79, The Four Beauties of Gusu. After waiting for more than 2 hours, it was almost dark before Hua Chunfeng arrived. Hua Chunfeng was carrying a medicine box, dusty and much more tan than a few days ago. Sorry, Master Yi, I was at a remote mountain village in Jinling for a charity clinic. I rushed back late and made you wait for a long time. Hua Chunfeng said apologetically. Looking at his dusty appearance, a trace of displeasure in Yi Chuan's heart disappeared. Why did you run so far? Hua Chunfeng immediately said solemnly, Since Master Yi you head after the baton. Chunfeng came to his senses. These days have been in the following villages and towns charity clinics. Free diagnosis and free treatment for the people. Yi Chuan nodded slightly. This is what a great doctor should look like. Healer's benevolence. Tell me about the heavenly treasures. Yi Duan said. Master Yi, that heavenly material treasure was discovered by me in the Shin family in Gusu. 2 years ago, Shin Beiwang, the head of the Shin family, suffered a stroke and asked me to come and treat him. I cured Shin Beiwang's illness and was invited by him to enjoy the Shin garden. In the mountains behind the Shin garden, I found many heavenly treasures. Spring Breeze eyes are clumsy, cannot see the specific year, but can be sure that those old medicines are more than 100 years. The Gusu Shin family, is it that 1,000-year-old family? Their family has a Shin Manchu, known as one of the four beauties of Gusu? Yi Duan asked. All in the Jiangnan territory, not far from each other. Yi Duan has been to Gusu more than once. He has heard of the Shin family. It is exactly that 1,000-year-old family. Hua Chunfeng smiled slightly. As for that what the four beauties of Gusu, I don't know. Yi Chuan nodded slightly. It seems to be that Gusu Shin family. He had accompanied Lin Hanyue once a year ago, and had cooperated with the Shin family's Pingting pharmaceutical. At that time, the person responsible for negotiating with Lin Hanyue was none other than Shin Manchu of the Shin family. Yi Chuan's impression of her was still quite deep, because Shin Manchu was too beautiful. Whether it was her looks, or her temperament and demeanor, she was stunning. It was a bit like that most temperamental actress Lu Shishir in the entertainment industry.
And there were some ambiguous things that happened at that time, which made him accidentally take advantage of Shin Manchu, and the business almost didn't work out.
Tomorrow morning, we will go to Gusu and visit the Shin family,
Yi Chuan said to Hua Chunfeng. He wanted to go to the back of the Shin family's mountain to see if there was really a large area of heavenly treasures.
Who expected? Hua Chunfeng shook his head and said, Master Yi, we don't need to go tomorrow. Shin Beiwan contacted me the day before yesterday. His eldest son is sick, and he can't see many doctors in Gusu. So he intends to ask me to help take a look at it. Early tomorrow morning, people from the Shin family will come to my spring wind hall.
Well, I will also go tomorrow.
Yi Duan smiled faintly.
Early the next morning, Yi Dust rushed to spring wind hall. The heavenly materials were important to him. If he could get them from the Shin family without any problems, then he could use them to ripen the ice heart grass. He didn't sit in spring wind hall for long before a caravan drove over. It was the Shin family that had arrived.
Hua Chunfeng immediately got up and said.
Yi Chuan went out along with Hua Chunfeng, and the caravan was already coming down with 5 or 6 people. Seeing a tall woman standing among them, Yi Chuan immediately felt stunning. When he saw this woman, he understood the meaning of Jiangnan women showing the world. She exuded classical beauty all over her body, and when he saw her, he saw the picturesque smoky and rainy Jiangnan. Especially that pair of autumn water-like eyes, clear and bright, beautiful and touching. Only at the moment, this pair of eyes was filled with sorrow. It was none other than Shin Manchu, one of the 4 beauties of Gusu, who had a meeting a year ago. Yi Chuan narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect her to come as well. It seemed that the patient from the Shin family might be her father. It didn't take long for them to carry the patient down from the caravan with 7 hands. A well-dressed young man carried it on his back, with 2 people supporting him at the back, and walked towards Spring Breeze Hall. Yi Chuan looked towards the patient, and with a glance at his neck, his face changed. There was actually a large black spot there. Yi Chuan's heart shook. Why did that black spot look somewhat familiar, as if it was the black scorch poison? While Yi Chuan was gazing and pondering, Shin Manchu, who had walked to his side, suddenly stopped and carefully looked at Yi Chuan. Then she said in a shocked voice, Yi Dust, how come it's you?
Chapter 80, Prepare for the Aftermath. 1 year ago, Gusu, Newberry Hotel.
Yi Duan, who was soaked to the skin, used his room card to open the door of his room, put down the specialties he bought in his hand, and went directly to the bathroom. Hanwha, the weather in Gusu was really strange. Just now it was sunny and clear, but suddenly it rained heavily, drenching me all over. I'll take a shower first for a change. The latter words he did not finish, the whole person dumbfounded, open mouth motionless. Yi Chen clearly saw that Shin Manchu was sitting on the toilet. Shin Manchu was caught off guard and was also stunned when she saw Yi Chuan suddenly barge in. The 4 eyes were facing each other, and for a moment it seemed that everything was frozen still. That's how it happened. That day Lin Hanwha and Shin Manchu had already talked business and were ready to return to Yunhai at noon that day. Lin Hanwha said that the Suzhou-style preserves and pastries in Gusu were very good, and asked Yi Chuan to buy some to bring back to Yunhai. Yi Duan went there, and on the way back it rained heavily and he was soaked to the skin. Each room in the Newberry Hotel comes standard with 3 room cards, and Yi Chuan naturally had one. He then used the room card to open the door and went in, ready to rinse off and change clothes. He didn't expect Shin Manchu to go to the toilet in the bathroom. Yi Duan was never expected. The contract had been booked, they were leaving. How could Shin Manchu appear in this place? Later he realized that there were some contract details that Shin Manchu felt were not right, so she came to the hotel to find Lin Hanwha and revised it again. That's why there was that awkward scene at the beginning. Shin Manchu was naturally angry that her privacy had been looked at by a strange man. Besides, this kind of thing shouldn't have happened in the first place. Yi Chuan was just a driver for Mr. Lin. Why could he have Mr. Lin's room card and swipe the door in without saying hello? Shin Manchu, however, did not know that this driver who drove for Mr. Lin was actually Mr. Lin's husband. Shin Manchu was so angry that she almost tore up the contract. And this incident has been over a year. Yi Chuan has never seen Shin Manchu since then. This one-sided woman gradually disappeared from his memory. If it wasn't because of the search for the elixir and found the head of the Gusashin family, he wouldn't have thought of Shin Manchu again. But he didn't expect that Shin Manchu would remember him and recognize him at a glance.
Yi Chuan, how come it's you?
At this moment, Shin Manchu was looking at him with a surprised face.
Yi Chuan said with a hefty smile, Miss Shin, nice to see you.
Shin Manchu was elegant and elegant, her skin was better than snow, and she had a light spirit. Her eyes were bright and beautiful, just like a vast expanse of clear water, and between her glances, she caused millions of moving ripples. Coupled with that tall figure, plump breasts, and long legs, one had to marvel at the wonders of the Creator. However, her expression at the moment was not too friendly. With a hint of sarcasm, she said, I am not too happy to see an adult who does not know how to be polite. Hearing her conspiratorial accent, Yi Chuan smiled helplessly, knowing that she was still holding a grudge for what happened a year ago. Women were indeed creatures that held grudges.
Miss Shun, that incident was just a misunderstanding. Yi Chuan said. Don't you mention it again, I have already forgotten about that matter.
Shin Manchu blared at him fiercely.
Manchu, what are you saying? You know this person?
The young man carrying the patient Shin Dancheng is Shin Manchu's cousin Shin Shihui, who is currently struggling to get up the steps, with some wobbly footsteps.
Well, he is the driver of one of my partners.
What is there to say to a driver? Uncle's medical records fell on the car, you go get it down. Shin Shihui said with some impatience. Shin Manchu answered and then hurriedly turned around and walked towards the caravan. Yi Chuan stood there, slightly squinting his eyes as he surveyed Shin Manchu's constantly twisting curves. The standard peach shape, coupled with the slender willow waist, the curves between the walks, as if a water snake was winding, really made people unable to take their eyes off of it. Shin Shihui, already carrying Shin Dancheng hard to walk up the steps, saw Yi Chuan stood there in the old spirit, immediately said in a bad mood, "Do not know to take a hand?"
Yi Duan froze. "You a big man, even a skinny patient cannot carry?"
Behind there are two people are dragging it. This guy is still tired and panting, really too weak.
Obviously emptied his body by alcohol and sex.
However, Yi Chuan didn't see eye to eye with him, but instead looked at the black spots on the patient's neck, and there were some on his hands as well. He released a wisp of spiritual energy and carefully sensed the scent of the black spots. Sure enough, it was the black scorch poison.
Yi Chuan's gaze became deeper, and a touch of suspicion surfaced on his face.
Black scorched stone was a rare ore in the ancient martial world, and this ore could be used to make formations, refine weapons, alchemy, and also be used to make talismans. However, this ore was poisonous, and the black coke poison contained within it could poison cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. If a mortal without cultivation was contaminated with it, and there was no one to help them force the toxin out, they would surely die. Yi Chuan was a bit surprised. This person was not a cultivator. How could he have contracted the black scorch poison?
With a hint of curiosity, Yi Chuan followed him in.
At this moment, Shin's family had already arrived at the consultation room. The patient was in a coma, his face was full of pain, lying on top of the bed. Hua Chunfeng was taking his pulse.
"Who let you in? Don't you see that we are looking at the patient? Hurry up and get out, you're next."
Seeing Yi Chuan come in, Shin Shihui immediately spoke out and scolded. "I'm not here to see the doctor, I'm following Dr. Hua to learn." Yi Duan said he cannot say that Hua Shin doctor followed him to learn it.
"Intern? You're not a driver, how did you become a trainee of Dr. Hua?"
Shin Shihui looked at Yi Duan with suspicion.
"Okay, Shihui, don't affect divine Dr. Hua's diagnosis."
Next to her, a middle-aged beautiful woman opened her mouth. Her eyebrows were somewhat similar to Shin Manchu's, but her face was haggard. She was Shin Manchu's mom, Lan Rong. Shin Manchu carefully walked in, not daring to make a sound for fear of disturbing divine Dr. Hua. Hua Chunfeng took his pulse for a long time, probed his left hand and right hand, and his face gradually became grave. The Shin family members next to him, their hearts were also clenched, getting more and more nervous. As if waiting for a century, Dr. Hua finally ended his pulse.
"Hua, divine Dr. Hua, how is my father's condition?"
Shin Manchu stepped forward and asked in a small voice. Hua Chunfeng didn't say a word, but instead got up and looked over Shin Dancheng's eyelids, his face tensing up more and more. Shin family members' hearts were in their throats when they saw this expression of divine Dr. Hua.
Alas!
Hua Chunfeng stopped his examination, let out a long sigh, and turned to the Shin family. "Mr. Shin is not going to make it. Hua Tua can't save him even if he is alive. You guys prepare for the aftermath."
Boom!
Divine Dr. Hua's words were like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, hitting the Shin family members hard, leaving them stunned on the spot.
Chapter 81: Fast and Casual Needling.
The Shin family members were dumbfounded. Especially Shin Manchu, shocked, head blank, simply do not believe this is the truth. A week ago, her dad was still fine. And now, they were actually asked to prepare for the aftermath. Her mood was heavy as if a huge stone was pressed against her chest, making it difficult for her to breathe, and her heart was filled with unspeakable grief and shock.
"Divine Dr. Hua, are you kidding?"
Shin Shihui shouted. "My uncle is only 50 years old this year. He has never been sick. My Shin family is a wealthy family. My uncle's body is very well maintained." Hua Chunfeng interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "Old age, sickness and death are the laws of nature. I am only making a judgment based on the patient's condition.
For Mr. Shin's disease, I cannot do anything. If you think it can be cured, you can find another doctor to look at it."
Hua Chunfeng did not want to say more. Shin Dancheng's organs and bowels were severely damaged. The medicine could no longer be used, and it could not be absorbed even if it was eaten. "Hua divine doctor, the entire Jiangnan realm counts on your medical skills are the most skillful, with the ability to live and die in flesh and bones. You will be able to cure Dancheng, no matter what conditions you put forward, our Shin family will agree." Lan Rong said with forced grief. "Ms. Lan, Mr. Shin's condition should be suffering from a kind of severe poison.
This poison is very violent and there is no way for the old man to pull it out."
Hua Chunfeng closed his eyes.
"Even if it can be removed, it is already too late.
Because the toxin has penetrated deep into the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, Mr. Shin's internal organs are all bad. I am an old friend of your Shin family's old man, so I suggest that you should stop tossing and bring Mr. Shin home to prepare for the aftermath, so that he can also suffer a little less." Lan Rong's eyes went black and she almost fainted. The Shin family members next to her hurriedly supported her. Shen Manchu was also unable to withstand this sudden blow. The whole person was shrouded by the cloud of sadness. Endless pain surged to her heart.
Dr. Hua, please save my father, save my father.
Shen Manchu flung herself onto Hua Chuanfeng's knees, tears pouring out of her eyes.
The pear blossoms brought rain, breaking people's hearts. It's not that I don't save, it's that I can't save him.
Hua Chunfeng said helplessly.
Manchu, don't beg him, let's take uncle to Shangjing and find a more powerful and famous doctor.
Shin Shihui said through gritted teeth.
Forget it.
Lan Rong was grief-stricken.
Since even divine Dr. Hua said it's not possible, don't toss it, let's go back to Gusu.
Danqing is to die, but let him die in Gusu and return to his roots.
Auntie. Stop it, let's take Danqing home.
Lan Rong tears came out of her eyes, and in an instant it was as if she had aged a dozen years. Shin's family members were sad and went forward to carry Shin Danqing. When they were about to leave, a voice suddenly floated over from the side.
Slow down, maybe I can save Shin Danqing.
The one who opened his mouth was Yi Duan.
Brush.
A line of sight was cast towards him. Shin Shihui took a look and immediately became furious. Damn, you bastard, I've long been looking at you.
Are you making fun of us?
The rest of the Shin family members all furrowed their brows and looked at Yi Chen with the same anger. Shin Danqing had been declared dead by divine Dr. Hua, and then a brat popped out and said he could save.
Wasn't this a joke?
They were grieving and there was someone making jokes about them. Shin family members were naturally angry.
Shin Shihui held a bellyful of fire and pointed at Yi Chuan and said viciously, "Come on, kid, let's both go out and practice. If I don't break your mouth, I'll take your name. I really haven't seen such a low-quality person like you, joking around when others are sad."
Shen Manchu also clenched her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes spewing out fire. Yi Chuan was speechless as he watched them look like they wanted to eat themselves. If it was in normal times, Yi Chuan wouldn't bother with them. However, now that he had a request from the Shin family, he could only harden his heart.
I'm not joking, maybe I can really save his life. Yi Chuan said.
Shin Shihui was furious, and was about to rush up to clean up Yi Duan, but Lan Rong said, "Let him look at it."
Auntie, didn't you hear Manchu say, he is a driver, not a doctor at all? Shin Shihui pointed to Yi Duan. Hua Shinshir doctor cannot cure, what can he do?
Yes, Mom, he is not a doctor at all, why let him toss my father?
Shin Manchu frowned.
Lan Rong said with tears in her eyes, "Because I don't want your father to die, even if there is one hope in a million, I don't want to give up." At this time, Hua Chunfeng came in front of Yi Chuan and whispered in his ear, reminding, "Master Yi, this person's poison has entered his 5 organs and 6 bowels, and he can't be saved." Yi Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Whether he can be saved or not, we have to try before we know. Hua Chuanfeng's heart was shaken. Although he respected Yi Chuan like a god, he didn't think he could save Shin Danqing. And at this time, Yi Chuan had already walked forward and checked Shin Danqing's pulse, and his heart was happy. This Shin Danqing was still saved. For one thing, he was young, only 50 years old, and his maintenance was similar to that of a 40-year-old. Although his internal organs had been invaded by the poison of Black Scorch, he still had vitality. Secondly, the Black Coke poison invasion time is not long. Shin family treatment in time did not let the disease out of control. Divine Dr. Hua, prepare a box of silver needles for me.
Yi Chun said.
Hua Chunfeng was stunned, then hurriedly fetched the silver needles. Yi Chuan held Shin Danqing with one hand, pinched the silver needle with one hand, and without the slightest hesitation, directly inserted it into Shin Danqing's back.
Heart point. Hua Chuanfeng's eyelids jumped. The heart point on the back is a key point in the human body. If you don't have a good grasp of it, the person who was stabbed may die on the spot, and I never imagined that Yi Chun would be so violent in one stroke. And his needle is too fast, also too casual. Your name is Yi Chuan, right? Do you know acupuncture? Just give my uncle a needle? Whose fault is it if it's broken?
Shen Shihui was already shouting. Lan Rong willow eyebrows also wrinkled together, feeling that Yi Chuan is too unprofessional. How can there be one hand holding the patient, one hand under the needle? It looked too casual.
Manchu, you go and hold your father. Lan Rong said.
Shen Manchu hurriedly went forward.
Yi Chuan, if anything happens to my uncle, I will kill you.
Shen Shihui was still roaring. However, Yi Chuan ignored him. One needle went down, and in the blink of an eye the second needle stabbed down again. The speed was unbelievable. This needle application speed, it was just a little too fast. Hua Chunfeng was secretly surprised. And the needle technique that was being performed, he had never seen before. Yi Chun went down in one breath and had already stuck dozens of needles. The speed of the technique was dazzling. At this moment, on Shin Danqing's back, an obscure and strange pattern was vaguely formed. Then, Yi Chuan flexed his fingers and flicked them onto the long needles, and all of a sudden the room was full of buzzing and crunching, piercing the eardrums of the crowd. Shin Danqing's entire person, actually involuntarily shook. Yi Dust, what happened to my father? Shen Manchu's face changed greatly. Yi Dust, I'll kill you, you stabbed my uncle to death. Shin Shihui was furious and pounced on him. Give me out. Yi Chuan let out a loud shout, flexed his finger and flicked it with force. The sound of tremors exploded. Plop.
Shin Danqing suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of black blood. Chapter 82, 100 Years of Purple Dan Ginseng. The crowd was dumbfounded because as that mouthful of black blood was spat out, Shin Danqing actually slowly opened his eyes. He woke up. Hua Chunfeng rubbed his eyes. His first reaction was like he had seen a ghost. How could it be? Shin Danqing is obviously a dying man. How could he wake up? Hua Chunfeng had accumulated more than 50 years of medical experience, and at the moment, it felt insufficient. Dad. After a short period of shock, Shin Manchu's excitement and thrill was like a flood that had broken the levee, pouring out from her heart in a vast manner. She hugged her father tightly, as if she had snatched him back from the hands of the king of hell. Manchu. Shin Danqing opened his mouth and called out his daughter's name. Lan Rong was also overjoyed. Her husband really woke up and was saved by Yi Chen. His brain was not confused, and he still recognized his daughter. Who saved me? When Shin Danqing knew that it was Yi Chuan who saved him, he immediately struggled to get out of bed to thank him. Yi Duan quickly held him. Mr. Shin, don't toss and turn, now your body is still weak, you must stay in bed to recuperate. Afterwards, he looked at Shin family members and pointed at Shin Shihui and said, except you, everyone else come with me for a moment. Shin Shihui was puzzled. Why except me? Because I don't see you in a favorable light. Yi Chen threw down a sentence and walked out on his own. Shin family members hurriedly followed. Only Shin Shihui stood in place, embarrassed to the extreme, feeling his face hot and painful. Mr. Yi, thank you for saving my husband's life. Yi Chuan came to the lounge before he even sat down. Lan Rong grabbed his hand with incomparable gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Yi. 5 or 6 Shin family members all bowed in gratitude. Don't thank me first. Yi Chuan quickly said, I am only temporarily saving Mr. Shin's life. The poison in his body has not been completely removed. There is still a danger to his life. Blue Rong immediately tensed up. Mr. Yi, then how to treat the next? The next treatment is not difficult. I will help Mr. Shin with acupuncture twice more. Yi Chuan smiled. Hearing Yi Chuan say this, Lan Rong and the others were relieved and smiled. Then please ask Mr. Yi to give old Shin acupuncture twice more, and I'll give Mr. 1 million diagnosis fee for 1 acupuncture session. If Mr. Yi thinks it's too little, we can add more. To the Shin family, if money could be used to solve a problem, it was all a small problem. But to her surprise, Yi Chen shook his head. Cure Mr. Shin, I do not take a penny. I won't take a penny? Then what do you want? Lan Rong and the others were all puzzled. Looking at the beautiful Shin Manchu beside him, Lan Rong's heart tightened. It couldn't be her daughter, right? Yi Chuan said slowly, your Shin family is a 1,000-year-old family? Lan Rong nodded. Her heart became more nervous. Yi Chen had already started to inquire about her family. 80% was looking at Manchu. Yi Chuan pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, has Miss Manchu ever been married? Can she date a boyfriend? Lan Rong's face changed. It was really hitting Shin Manchu's idea off. Her willow eyebrows immediately tightly frowned. Even if Yi Chuan saved Shin Danqing, he couldn't use this as blackmail to lay hands on her daughter, right? And at this moment, next to her, Shin Manchu's pretty face was slightly red, and she glared at Yi Chuan with some shyness. Mr. Yi. Lan Rong smiled dryly. Manchu is more career-oriented. She has been taking care of our Shin family's business, and will not consider personal issues for the time being. You are interested in Manchu, you can only thank Mr. Yi for his love. Lan Rong said politely. Yi Dust, I do not want to fall in love now, you'd better put away this heart. Shin Manchu said directly. I didn't expect this guy to covet her beauty, and even said it in front of her mom, which made Shin Manchu very embarrassed. Eh? Yi Chuan smiled helplessly and said, you guys misunderstood my meaning, I haven't finished my words yet. What I mean is that Miss Shin is not married and it is not appropriate to use such a valuable Chinese herb as purple danshin on a regular basis. As soon as he smelled it, he knew that the aura Shin Manchu gave off had the aura of purple danshin. Purple ginseng was a valuable variety of ginseng, and if it grew for more than 100 years, it could be included in the list of heavenly treasures. The purple ginseng that Shin Manchu ate, Yi Chuan deduced that it was over 200 years old, which was a very good spiritual medicine. It would have a good effect when used to raise the ice heart grass. Shin Manchu is not a cultivator. Eating this kind of purple ginseng can be said to be a waste, and it is harmful to the body, which is why Yi Chuan spoke out to remind. How can you tell that I often eat purple ginseng? Shin Manchu was surprised. I am well versed in Chinese medicine, naturally I know how to look and smell. I smelled the ginseng scent on Miss Shin's body. Yi Chuan said. Shin Manchu pretty face red, the original Yi Duan is smelled out, this guy nothing to smell their own body scent for what? Lan Rong was surprised and said, Yi Shinshu, Manchu often eat ginseng, what is the relationship with the marriage or not? This. Yi Chuan is not wanting to explain, I'd better not explain, you guys just listen to me. Yi Divine Doctor, you'd better explain, Manchu and I often eat purple ginseng. Lan Rong said. Yi Duan smiled helplessly and let the others go out, leaving only Lan Rong and Shin Manchu behind. He said, Salvia divinorum is a kind of traditional Chinese medicine that has the ability to enhance the elasticity of blood vessels and promote blood circulation, and it has a certain tranquilizing and hypnotic effect.
If women take it, it can soothe the body and mind, regulate the endocrine system, and also has a slight shui erotic effect. As soon as Yi Chuan's words came out, Shin Manchu's pretty face turned red. Lan Rong's face also turned red, no wonder. It turned out to be this reason. Looking at the two of them blushing like the evening sun in the sky, Yi Chuan's face was expressionless, but inwardly, he was secretly laughing. Dan ginseng all had this effect, and the effect of the even more powerful purple Dan ginseng was even greater, not to mention the purple Dan ginseng that was more than 200 years old.
I don't know how they can stand it.
Lan Rong was better off having Shin Dancheng.
But Shin Manchu didn't even have a boyfriend.
At the moment, facing this unfamiliar man, Lan Rong and especially Shin Manchu felt a room full of embarrassment and charm. But on the contrary, Yi Chen was right again, and she felt it deeply. Cluck! Shin Manchu bit her silver teeth, and in her heart, she secretly said that she would never eat purple Dan ginseng again. Lan Rong was ultimately a person who had been there before, and quickly regained her composure and smiled graciously, thanks to divine Dr. Ye's reminder that purple Dan ginseng won't be eaten again in the future.
Well, since you won't eat it, then give me the remaining purple ginseng. Yi Chuan finally stated his purpose. Ah! Lan Rong was stunned, not expecting Yi Chen to be waiting for her here. That purple danshin ginseng was their Shin family's precious medicinal herb, which had been growing in the back of the mountain for 100 or 200 years, so it was reasonable to say that it could not be circulated. But Yi Chuan was Shin Danqing's savior, and he would have to rely on Yi Chuan to save his life next. So Lan Rong nodded and said, I still have 2 purple Dan ginseng in my car, bring them to divine Dr. Yi. Manchu. Ah?
Shin Manchu froze for a moment, then hurriedly got up and walked towards the outside. Her face was still scarlet.
Chapter 83, Envy and Revenge. Half an hour later.
Yi Chuan appeared in the medicinal garden, still holding 2 huge purple Dan ginseng in his hands. It was exactly what Lan Rong had given him. Yi Chuan was satisfied that both of these 2 purple Dan ginsengs were around 230 years old.
He was quite curious, how could the Shin family cultivate such good spiritual medicines?
Planting and cultivating spirit medicines in a place like Earth where the spiritual qi was thin was a major problem. The Shin family must have some secret. If there was a chance, it would be possible to go to the back of the Shin family's mountain to take a look. Yi Chuan secretly said in his heart. He had already made an appointment with Lan Rong to go to Gusu tomorrow and help Shin Danqing heal once more. After that, Yi Chuan started to get busy and set up the ripening spell formation. The medicinal power and essence of these 2 purple Dan ginseng plants were stripped out through the spell formation to nourish the ice heart grass, thus achieving the purpose of ripening. By the time the evening came, the medicinal power of the purple Dan ginseng had been completely absorbed by the ice heart grass. Those 50-odd ice heart grasses had grown quite a bit taller with the naked eye. Probably if he got 10 more of these purple Dan ginseng, he would be able to fully ripen the ice heart grass. Yi Chuan muttered. This greatly energized him. Shin Manchu and their mother and daughter ate purple Dan ginseng as a tonic. There must be a lot of purple Dan ginseng in the back of the Shin family's mountain. The next day Yi Chuan traveled to Gusu, and under the introduction of Lan Rong, he met Shin Beiwan, the head of the Shin family. Shin Beiwan looked to be in his 70s, with a head full of silver hair, wearing a vintage dragon print tang suit. He was hale and hearty, with the calmness and equanimity precipitated by years of wind and rain between his brows. Thank you, divine Dr. Yi, for saving my dog's son, Dansheng.
Shen Beiwan thanked Yi Duan profusely.
After some pleasantries, Yi Duan opened the door and told Shin Beiwan that he didn't want a penny, he only needed 10 purple Dan ginseng. Shin Beiwan frowned slightly, 10 purple ginseng, or more than 200 years old.
Dr. Yi, you're being a bit hard on people.
100-year-old purple ginseng is worth more than $1 million. For a 200-year-old, it is around $5 million.
Shin Beiwan felt that Yi Duan was asking for too much.
Oh, even according to this calculation, 10 plants is only $50 million.
To your Shin family, what is it worth? Yi Duan faintly said.
Before he came, he had already understood that Shin Danqing was the eldest son of the Shin family, and the main business of the Shin family was taken care of by him. If he is gone, the loss of the Shin family is not $50 million. Shin Beiwang murmured slightly, seemingly thinking. Dr. Yi, are 5 purple ginsengs okay?
Shin Beiwang asked.
No, at least 10 plants.
Yi Duan shook his head.
I'm on this condition, and it's not necessary for the Shin family head to agree. If it works, you will take 10 purple ginseng, and I will completely cure Shin Danqing.
If it doesn't work, then forget it. Divine Dr. Yi, I'll reconsider. Shin Beiwang said with a smile. Yi Chen nodded, then got up to leave.
In his heart, he was secretly slandering. This Shin family head was quite stingy. He didn't even spare 10 purple Dan ginseng. He heard divine Dr. Hua say that there was a large area of heavenly treasures in the back of the Shin family's mountain, at least 100 of them, or else Lan Rong mother and daughter wouldn't have eaten the purple Dan ginseng as a tonic. After Yi Chuan left, Shin Beiwang immediately found a famous doctor in Gusu to treat Shin Danqing. After all, now that Shin Danqing had gotten better, he might be able to be cured without going through Yi Chuan.
But to Shin Beiwan's disappointment, the famous doctors looked for a whole bunch of them, but still could not do anything about Shin Danqing's illness. That afternoon, Yi Chuan was a little depressed that Shin Beiwang had not contacted him. It seemed that the old man was not ready to agree to his conditions, but Shin Danqing's disease could only be cured by him, other doctors could not cure it. The poison of black coke is not something that medicine can solve. What a stingy he would rather watch his son die than take out the purple dan ginseng. Yi Chuan snorted and prepared to return to Yunhai. This trip to Gusu was considered a wasted trip. The day after tomorrow was the Dragon Tiger banquet, and he was going to attend the banquet along with Han Wanner. However, just as Yi Chuan was about to leave, Shin Beiwan called, "Dr. Yi, come here, I'm willing to take out 10 purple ginsengs." Shin Beiwan really had no choice, he had searched all the famous doctors in Gusu and no one could cure Shin Danqing. He could only turn to Yi Chuan for help. Yi Chuan immediately rushed to the Shin family and treated Shin Danqing. The treatment was still quite troublesome, forcing out the black coke poison in his body was not difficult, what was difficult was repairing his body. Shin Danqing's body had already been corroded by the black scorch poison and his bones, meridians and internal organs were severely traumatized. Yi Chuan had to use his true qi to warm and repair these wounds bit by bit. He started in the afternoon and was busy until 11 o'clock in the middle of the night before he completely repaired Shin Danqing's body. Now, Shin Danqing didn't have any problems at all, and his body was even stronger than when he wasn't poisoned. While Yi Chuan was tired and panting, the true essence in his body was greatly depleted, and there was a feeling of vertigo in his head. Seeing Shin Danqing in high spirits and regaining his health, Shin Beiwan was very grateful and held Yi Duan's hand. "Divine Dr. Yi, thank you so much for saving Danqing's life. Tonight is too late, wait for tomorrow morning, I will arrange for someone to go to the back of the mountain to pick purple dan ginseng, and offer it with both hands." Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, in fact, he wanted to take the purple dan ginseng and leave now. However, since Shin Beiwang had said so, he had no choice but to come back tomorrow. After treating for so long, Yi Chuan was quite tired, and it was good to rest for a night. Yi Chuan woke up the next day looking radiant, and immediately prepared to go to the Shin family to get his payment back. But just as he went out, he was surrounded by 5 or 6 police officers. The leader was a middle-aged man with a fierce face, and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Yi Duan, you are suspected of a fraud case, please come with us." "Fraud? Are you guys mistaken?" Yi Duan glanced at the uniforms they were wearing and was surprised. "Whether Mr. Yi is involved in fraud or not, we will know when we get to the station," the middle-aged man said. Yi Chuan nodded and got into the car with them. But he just found that their car is not driving to the city, but to the outside of the city. The place is more and more remote. Finally, the vehicle stopped in the middle of nowhere. "Mr. Yi, get out of the car." The middle-aged man was full of horizontal meat and said with a cold smile, "You are not police officers." When the middle-aged man leaned down to get out of the car, Yi Chuan glanced at the tattoo on his chest. How could a police officer have a tattoo? Damn, what's the point of getting out of the car? A few other people shouted fiercely. "Oh, Yi Chuan, you still have some eyesight, we really are not police officers." The middle-aged man saw Yi Chuan out of the car, said with a cold smile on his face. At some point, he had a gun in his hand, and the black hole of the gun was pointing at Yi Chuan. "Who sent you guys?" Yi Chuan asked calmly. "Anyway, you're going to die soon, so it's good to let you be a ghost who understands." The middle-aged man put his finger on the trigger and said word by word, "Shin family head, Shin Beiwang." "Shen Beiwang?" Yi Chuan was shocked and angry when he heard this name, and immediately became furious. He had gone to great lengths to cure Shin Danqing, and Shin Beiwang was afraid that he didn't want to take out the purple dan ginseng, and even sent someone to kill him. It was really a case of enmity and revenge. Chapter 84, Big Deal. "Kid, Elder Shin asked me to bring you a message." The middle-aged man held the gun and picked up a huazi in his mouth. The little brother next to him rushed forward to light it. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, exhaled a large cloud of smoke, and slowly said, "This being a man cannot be too greedy." Yi Chuan was full of cold smiles. "What do you mean by greedy?" Before he gave Shin Danqing treatment, he had already put forward this condition: the right to choose is Shin Beiwang. It was equal to the explicit price. In the end, it was Shin Beiwang who personally called and agreed to his conditions. He cured Shin Danqing, but Shin Beiwang ended up sending someone to harm his life. It's not that he's greedy, it's that Shin Beiwang went back on his word, broke the bridge, and returned the favor. "Kid, I'll send you on your way." After the middle-aged man finished smoking a cigarette, his finger was on the trigger. He was a little surprised why this dying man was so calm, and he couldn't see the slightest bit of panic from Yi Chen's face. Instead, he was laughing, even saying, "Shin Beiwang, you want to play, then I will play with you. What else to play? Immediately you will die." Yi Duan smiled lightly. "Friend, I bet you don't have bullets in your gun. The middle-aged man froze for a moment, then coldly said, "Do you think you're Yen Xuanying? Pretending to be someone else before you die? Die." Click. The middle-aged man pulled the trigger with all his strength, ready to watch Yi Chen's brain matter spray everywhere. But his expression froze instantly, because no bullet had been fired from the gun, and Yi Chen was still standing there unscathed. Ha! I clearly loaded the bullets. The middle-aged man looked puzzled, about to check the magazine, when his hand suddenly went limp and the gun ended up in Yi Chen's hands. That's how you use a gun. Yi Chen fired all the bullets in the gun in one breath. The 5 henchmen surrounding the middle-aged man all collapsed to the ground. All of them were hit in the forehead, killed with a single shot. You? How could you shoot? The middle-aged man felt as though someone had suddenly grabbed him by the throat, his voice hoarse, his features contorted, and his eyes bulging out of their sockets. Because in front of me, you didn't have the chance to shoot. Yi Chen gave a cold smile, exerting force from his palm, and the gun in his hand was crushed into a pile of fragments, scattering to the ground. You? The middle-aged man's expression turned terrified, his face ashen white. He managed to utter a single word before collapsing to his knees before Yi Chen. Spare my life, spare my life. I was just taking someone's money to eliminate a threat. I can spare your life, but you must return and deliver a message to Shin Beiwang. Yi Chen looked at him and said indifferently. Shin Beiwang, you've succeeded in enraging me. I'll send you to your grave immediately. Shin Garden. This is the Shin family's old mansion, with a history of hundreds of years. Normally, only Shin Beiwang resides here, leaving the place cold and desolate. However, at this moment, Shin Garden is bustling with activity. The Shin family is hosting a grand banquet, and the children from Shin Beiwang's other branches have all gathered here. The entire garden is adorned with lanterns and decorations, filled with joy and celebration. Today, our Shin family has 2 major celebrations. Shin Beiwang, dressed in a bright red wedding robe, stood in the most prestigious position, his face radiant with joy, and said, First, Danqing's illness has been cured. This is a tremendous blessing. Danqing's miraculous recovery is a sign that heaven is blessing our Shin family. Come, let's raise our first cup of wine to Danqing and to the prosperity of the Shin family. Excellent. That such a terminal illness could be cured can only be attributed to divine intervention. Heaven has blessed the Shin family. How could we ever fail to thrive? Drink up. The Shin family clinked their cups, overjoyed. The Shin Danqing family sitting there, however, looked somewhat uneasy. It was clearly Yi Chen who had saved Shin Danqing's life, yet the old man didn't mention it once, instead saying that heaven had blessed the Shin family? Manchu, where is Yi Chen? Shin Danqing looked around and asked. I don't know either. Shin Manchu furrowed her brows slightly. Yesterday, Yi Chen worked until midnight to save you. Today, grandfather hosted a celebratory banquet, and Yi Chen should have been the first one invited. This old man Shin, I wonder what he's up to. He's being so rude. Lan Rong also said, I'll call Yi Chen. But she couldn't get through. Shin Danqing felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, considering whether to leave the banquet to find Yi Chen, when Shin Laoyi spoke again. Compared to earlier, his expression had grown much more serious. This second piece of good news. Shin Beiwang paused and said, 2 distinguished guests will soon be arriving at our Shin family. Distinguished guests? The Shin family members looked at each other, none of them knowing who the old master was referring to. Shin Beiwang stroked his beard and smiled, saying, You should have heard of the Li family from Yangcheng, right? The Li family of Yangcheng? Upon hearing those 4 words, everyone's expressions grew solemn. Recently, the Li family of Yangcheng has risen to prominence, shaking the entire region. Who doesn't know about them? Originally, the Li family was merely the strongest clan in Yangcheng, but in the past few months, they had emerged as a new power, consolidating various factions and rising to become the strongest clan in the entire Lingnan region. Recently, the Li family has aggressively expanded into the Jiangnan region, claiming to dominate the area, and many prominent families have rushed to align themselves with them. The Li family has become a colossal force. Even the Han family, the strongest clan in the Jiangnan region, finds it difficult to match them. Observing the stunned reactions of everyone, Shin Beiwang nodded satisfactorily, then spoke in an even more enthusiastic tone. The distinguished guests who are about to arrive at our Shin family are 2 young prodigies from the Li family, Li Haolong and Li Lin Tiger. These 2 are known as the Dragon Brother and Tiger Brother, and even within the talent-rich Li family, they are standout figures. If our Shin family can seize this opportunity, cultivate a good relationship with them, and gain the Li family's support, then our Shin family will surely rise again. Even replacing the Han family and becoming the first family of Jiangnan is no longer a dream. Shen Beiwang's eyes blazed with ambition. Upon hearing this, everyone from the Shin family grew excited and thrilled. The old master has played a brilliant move. By aligning ourselves with the Li family of Yangcheng, our Shin family truly has a chance to become the first family of Jiangnan. Manchu, when the 2 young masters of the Li family arrive later, you must make a good impression. Shin Beiwang looked at Shin Manchu and spoke with a meaningful expression. Grandfather, what do you mean? Shen Manchu furrowed her brows. Both young masters have mentioned your name, especially Li Lin Tiger, who said he has long admired your reputation and longs to meet you. Shin Beiwang didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. The expressions of everyone in the Shin family grew lively, and some had already begun to congratulate Shin Danqing. If Shin Manju could marry Li Lihua, their relationship with the Li family would become even stronger. However, Shin Manchu's expression suddenly changed.
She had no feelings for Li Linhu at all, and had even heard that he was a womanizer who enjoyed toying with women.
Grandfather.
Just as Shin Manju was about to refuse, a man suddenly burst in, looking panicked and terrified. It was the middle-aged man who had previously attempted to kill Yi Chen, the assassin Shin Kai.
Old Master Shin, something terrible has happened. Chapter 85. Whoever kills me, I will kill them. What's going on? Speak softly. Shin Beiwang shot Shin Kai a cold, piercing glance. Old man, the mission failed. Yi Chen is too powerful, I couldn't kill him.
Shin Kai steadied his nerves and said again, Yi Chen told me to pass on a message to you, Shin Beiwang, you've successfully enraged me. I'll send you to your grave soon.
Damn it. Shen Beiwang's expression changed.
On such a joyous day, he dared to speak such unlucky words. This Chen Kai is such a straight shooter.
Can't he be more tactful?
Chen Kai, come closer.
I have something to tell you. Shin Beiwang waved his hand at Chen Kai. Chen Kai leaned in closer, but Shin Beiwang's expression suddenly turned fierce.
A dagger slid out from his sleeve and plunged deeply into Chen Kai's chest. A loud thud echoed through the room.
You! Chen Kai suddenly stood up, pointing at Shin Beiwang with an expression of disbelief.
He never expected Shin Beiwang to attempt to kill him. Looking down, he saw his chest drenched in blood, his strength rapidly draining away.
Chen Kai collapsed to the ground. The old man.
This sudden turn of events left the Shin family members below in shock, rushing forward to the stage.
Stay calm. After killing Chen Kai, Shin Beiwang wiped the blood off his dagger and said calmly, This man tried to assassinate me. I killed him in self-defense. Drag his body away.
Upon hearing this, the Shin family members finally understood the gravity of the situation. Fortunately, the old master reacted quickly and killed him. However, Shin Danqing furrowed his brows.
As the second in command of the clan, how could he not recognize Chen Kai?
He was one of the elite assassins trained by his father, using unconventional methods to resolve his father's troubles.
Chen Kai was utterly loyal to my father. How could he possibly attempt assassination?
4 young men from the Shin family stepped forward to drag Chen Kai's body away, but suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the courtyard. This was followed by shouts of battle, screams, and chaos.
What was happening? Shin Beiwang furrowed his brows.
At that moment, Shin Gaoqiang, the captain in charge of security at Shin Garden, rushed in with a panicked expression, Master, something's wrong.
Someone's broken in. Shen Beiwang's expression changed. Who dares to kill their way into our Shin Garden? A young man. It's too dark to see his face clearly. What? One person? Shin Beiwang shouted angrily, You have 50 security guards and can't stop one person? Are you all useless? Shin Gaoqiang looked embarrassed. Master, it's not that we're useless, but that person is too powerful. The brothers couldn't stop him. That person was like a ghost, utterly terrifying. The Shin family's well-trained security guards fell like wheat before him. Even if you brought another 50 men, they wouldn't be enough to fight him. Master, the man who came is likely an internal martial artist. For your safety, I should take you away first. Shin Gaoqiang said. Leave? Shin Beiwang scoffed. If a single person could scare him into fleeing in disarray, what face would the Shin family have left to stand on? What of an internal martial artist? The Shin family is a 1,000-year-old clan, how could we fear a single internal martial artist? Shin Beiwang roared, then immediately summoned a squad of Shin family elite warriors to surround and kill the intruder. At that moment, outside the garden on the square, Yi Chen, clad in black like a demon, strode forward, unstoppable. The Shin family had even deployed their elite warriors, all of them internal energy martial artists. Yet as soon as they approached Yi Chen, they were all sent flying. The lighter ones broke bones and tore tendons, while the heavier ones coughed up blood and died horribly. The ground was littered with bodies, a sight too gruesome to behold. Yi Chen charges forward like a bulldozer, crushing everything in his path into dust. By the end, the Han family's henchmen either feigned death or scattered in all directions, dared not block Yi Chen's path. In their eyes, this man was as powerful as a monster. Yi Chen made his way unimpeded to the entrance of the banquet courtyard, his voice booming like thunder as he shouted, Shin Beiwang, come out and face your death. The shout echoed like thunder, reverberating throughout the entire courtyard. The Shin family members turned pale. They had already sent out their elite warriors, could they really not stop this man? Under the gaze of those filled with fear, Yi Chen walked into the courtyard. Yi Chen? It's actually Yi Chen. Shen Manchu was utterly shocked upon seeing him. Shin Danqing and Lan Rong were also speechless. They never imagined that the man who had single-handedly stormed into their Shin family was their savior. They never imagined that Yi Chen was not only a master of medicine but also a martial arts expert. Yi Shini, why have you stormed into the Shin garden? Shin Danqing asked in confusion. Yi Chen did not answer him but instead turned his gaze toward Shin Beiwang on the stage. His piercing gaze, like 2 sharp swords, cut through the crowd and pierced Shin Beiwang's body. Shin Beiwang's body trembled, and fear gripped his heart. He never imagined that this man's skills were so extraordinary. If he had known, he would have used 10 roots of purple ginseng to send him away.
Shin Wang, I saved Shin Danqing's life, yet you not only refused to reward me but also sent men to kill me. Yi Chen sneered, I've seen shameless people before, but never someone as shameless as you. His voice echoed out, like rolling thunder, clearly reaching every ear.
Shin Danqing's face turned pale. The old man actually sent men to kill Yi Chen, his savior? Nonsense.
Shin Wang stood on the stage, pointing at Yi Chen from afar, his face flushed with anger.
We agreed on a reward of 10 purple ginseng roots. I've already given them to you. Yet you're still greedy, wanting all the spiritual herbs of the Shin family. Unable to get what you wanted, you grew furious and stormed into the Shin garden. You wicked villain. Yi Chen was stunned.
He never expected the head of the Shin family, an old man in his 70s, to fabricate lies and twist the truth. Looking at his righteous expression, he seemed almost convincing.
How utterly hypocritical. Upon hearing Shin Wang's words, the Shin family members grew furious. They undoubtedly believed Shin Wang and would never trust this sudden intruder, Yi Chen.
Only Shin Danqing furrowed his brows slightly, sensing that something was amiss.
Yi Chen didn't bother to explain and walked directly toward Shin Wang on the stage. Whoever tried to kill him, he would kill them, it was that simple. How dare you, you dog of a traitor! Do you think the Shin family has no one to stand up for us?
With a loud shout, over a dozen young men from the Shin family stepped forward and charged at Yi Chen.
But they came quickly and retreated just as fast, flying away before they could even reach Yi Chen. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen had reached the stage, glaring at Shin Wang with a cold smile. You, don't come any closer. The Shin family is a 1,000-year-old clan with deep roots. If you touch me, you'll bring endless trouble upon yourself. Shin Wang retreated while speaking. Moreover, the Li family of Yangchen, the Dragon and Tiger brothers, are my honored guests and will arrive shortly. The Li family of Yangchen, the Dragon and Tiger brothers? Yi Chen paused for a moment. Aren't those the two brothers who were supposed to host the Dragon and Tiger banquet in Yunhai?
Two disciples of the Xianmen sect are supposed to establish a branch in Yunhai.
Why have they come to the Shin family?
Yi Chen's lips curled into a meaningful smile.
If it really is them, then things are going to get interesting. Chapter 86. Finally, you've arrived.
Since his injuries had healed, Yi Chen had been training relentlessly, never stopping for a moment.
For what? Isn't it to seek revenge on the Xianmen?
He is now at the 5th level of qi cultivation, possessing immense power. He has been eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Xianmen masters. Little did he know that he would encounter them at the Shin family estate.
Let us kill them. Moreover, the Li family's twin heroes are also enemies of Han Wanner.
Tomorrow, the Dragon and Tiger banquet will be held in Yunhai to consolidate the business world of Yunhai.
This puts immense pressure on Han Wanyu.
This could also help her resolve her troubles. Yi Chen felt filled with anticipation. Seeing Yi Chen fall silent upon hearing the name of the Li family's twin heroes, he stood there in deep thought.
Shin Wang sneered coldly, Yi Chen, the reputation of the Li family's two prodigies has made you afraid, hasn't it?
Unfortunately, you caused a commotion at my Shin family, which is a capital offense.
Once the Li family's twin heroes arrive, it will be your doom.
Upon hearing this, the Shin family members below began to shout in unison.
Yi Chen, you're finally scared. In front of the Li family's twin heroes, what's your little bit of cultivation worth?
Indeed, I have heard that the Li family's twin heroes are both ancient martial arts practitioners, with immense power, even capable of defeating seasoned martial arts masters.
You, Yi Chen, are nothing before them. They can suppress you with ease.
Yi Chen, kneel down now, confess your sins, and beg the old master to spare your life. With the Li family's two heroes backing them, the Shin family members gained confidence and began to speak harshly to Yi Chen.
Are you afraid?
Yi Chen smiled faintly, suddenly darting forward, grabbing Shin Wang's arm, and twisting it with all his strength.
Crack! Shin Wang's arm snapped cleanly. Ah! The intense pain caused Shin Wang to scream in agony. Boom!
Seeing this, the Shin family members were horrified.
Yi Chen actually broke the old man's arm. Yi Chen, I'll kill you.
The enraged young members of the Shin family rushed toward the stage. However, Yi Chen merely stomped his foot, and a violent surge of energy erupted like a tornado, sending them flying one after another. They crashed to the ground, unable to get back up.
Yi Sheni.
Shin Danqing, seeing his father's arm twisted off, couldn't bear it either. He spoke up, there must be some misunderstanding here.
You have been so kind to the Shin family. We can sit down and talk. I promise to give you an explanation. Please let the old man go first. There is no misunderstanding. This old traitor betrayed me and this is his fate.
As he spoke, Yi Chen moved his palm, and another crack echoed.
Shin Wang's other arm was also broken. Ah!
Shin Wang fell to the ground, writhing in pain and letting out a scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered.
Yi Chen, you.
Shin Danqing clenched her teeth.
Shin Manchu was so enraged that her entire body trembled, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury, her chest heaving violently. Yi Chen, let my grandfather go. You just want the elixir, don't you? I know where it is. I'll take you to the back mountain.
Yi Chen's eyes lit up, and he looked at Shin Manchu deeply. He hadn't come here just for revenge, the most important thing was the spiritual medicine. Shin Manchu knew the location of the spiritual medicine and immediately led her there. However, at that moment, Yichen caught sight of another person lying on the ground, their body drenched in blood. Vaguely recognizable, this was Chin Kai, the one who had tried to kill him earlier. He never expected him to meet such a tragic end. Yichen didn't need to think twice to know it was Shin Beiwan, that ruthless hypocrite, who had done this. Killing him and silencing him would allow him to frame Yichen for the crime. Chen Kai was on the brink of death, but not yet dead. However, he had lost too much blood and probably wouldn't last another 2 minutes. Whoosh! Yichen discreetly released a thread of true energy, protecting Chen Kai's heart meridian and sealing his wounds to stop the bleeding. It was a mercy to save Chen Kai's life. After all, he had been wronged by Shin Beiwang. Then, Yichen's cold gaze fell on Shin Beiwang, who was writhing on the ground. First, break his limbs, let him die in endless agony. That's the fate of those who plot against me. Stop! Just then, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Everyone looked up to see 3 people entering the Shin garden. At the front were 2 young men, dressed elegantly and exuding an air of distinction, each with a prominent hooked nose. Behind them followed a middle-aged man with a calm expression and deep, piercing eyes. He wore a buttoned-up robe, his right hand playing with 2 smooth, round iron balls, his aura deep and unfathomable. The Li family's twin heroes have arrived. I'm saved. I'm saved. Ha! Upon seeing the arrivals, Shin Beiwang, who was writhing in agony on the stage, let out a hideous scream. Everyone present was startled by his words. Yi Chen's gaze grew intense as he looked at the newcomers. These must be the disciples of the Xianmen, the Li family's twin heroes? Ha, you've come at the perfect time. I, Yi Longju, have been waiting for you for a long time. What's going on? Seeing the scene before him, the tall, imposing, and cold-eyed Li Haolong spoke up. Master Li, please avenge our Shin family. Upon seeing the Li brothers, the Shin family members immediately rushed forward, as if they had seen a savior, and began to list Yi Chen's crimes. How dare you! Li Hailong and Li Lin Tiger looked furious. The Shin family is a 1,000-year-old clan. They have successfully aligned themselves with Shin Beiwang, and in their plans for Jiangnan, the Shin family is a crucial component. Moreover, the Shin family cultivates numerous rare herbs and possesses the breathtakingly beautiful Shin Manchu. The Li brothers hold the Shin family in very high regard. Tomorrow, the Dragon and Tiger banquet will be held in Yunhai. Tonight, they will still accept Shin Beiwan's invitation to visit Shin Garden. This clearly demonstrates the level of importance they place on the Shin family. The reckless Yi Chen dares to target the head of the Shin family. Today, you are as good as dead. Even the Heavenly King himself couldn't save you. Come here and face your doom. The hot-tempered Li Lin Tiger immediately stepped forward, glaring at Yi Chen with murderous intent. Who are you? The Li family's twin heroes, Li Lihua, were here to take your life. Li Lihua said coldly. If you've got the guts, come at me. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. So this was Li Linhu. He would kill him first. Li Linhu's toes touched the ground, and he leaped into the air, landing on the banquet platform in the next instant. Boom! His tiger-like body trembled as his inner energy erupted, like a giant rock shattering, causing his bones and muscles to resonate with an explosive sound. An invisible gust of wind swirled around him. Such overwhelming might and immense explosive power left everyone present pale with shock. This Li Linhu is truly a master among masters. Yi Chen is in for a world of pain. Swish! Yi Chen moved, faster than a ghost, so swift that even Li Linhu couldn't see him clearly. And by the time he sensed the danger, it was already too late. Bang! Li Linhu felt as though he had been struck by a speeding train. A force powerful enough to tear him apart slammed into his chest. Next, he lost all control of his body, which was flung high into the air. His bones and internal organs shattered instantly, and blood gushed from his mouth like a fountain. Finally, he crashed heavily to the ground, his body twisted unnaturally, motionless. Dead. In an instant, the entire scene fell deathly silent. Not even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chapter 87, Once the sword is in hand, slay all the dogs of the Shenmen. Everyone in the courtyard was stunned. Their minds seemed to have lost all control, standing there like wooden statues, staring blankly at Li Lin Tiger lying on the ground. This was Li Linhu, one of the Li family's twin heroes, a martial arts master who had just demonstrated his unmatched strength. Yet in the blink of an eye, this couldn't be real. Everyone was in disbelief, their expressions identical. Lin Hu. Li Haolong was the first to react, letting out an agonizing scream as he lunged toward Li Linhu. But his body had already gone limp, his pupils dilated, and he had no pulse. Li Haolong's eyes bulged in horror. The others finally snapped out of their shock, a chill running through their bodies as they stared in horror at the figure on the stage, who looked like a god of death. Their eyes were filled with intense fear. Heaven forbid! This Yi Chen had actually killed the Li family's twin heroes, Li Lintian and Li Lintian. This was no different from piercing a hole in the sky. He dared to do it. He's completely reckless, he even dared to kill Li Lihua. Heaven forbid, something terrible has happened. Shin Danqing trembled all over, his face ashen. As for Shin Beiwang, his entire body had stiffened, staring at Yi Chen with utter terror.
What kind of being have I provoked?
Yi Chen, however, was in high spirits.
After all these days of arduous cultivation, wasn't it all for this moment? Wasn't it all to brandish his blade before the Xianmen?
Li Lin, who was a legitimate disciple of the Xianmen sect, tasked with establishing a branch of the sect, indicating his high status within the sect. Such a person, Yi Chen would kill without hesitation. 3 years ago, his beloved had been brutally murdered. This blood debt, this heinous crime, must be avenged by destroying the entire Xianmen sect to ease the hatred in his heart and comfort the spirit of Fenger in heaven.
Yi Chen's beloved was named Fenger. With a sword in hand, he will slaughter every last member of the Xianmen sect.
Yi Chen muttered, his body radiating a murderous aura that shook the heavens. Li Haolong suddenly raised his head, glaring at Yi Chen with uncontrollable rage.
Dog traitor! Evil villain! I will kill you, grind every bone in your body to dust, and make you endure the most excruciating pain in the world, so that you may never find peace in the afterlife. Is that so? Then come and try. Yi Chen smiled faintly, gazing at Li Haolong. You won't escape either. Boom! Li Haolong's aura surged, ready to charge forward. Wait, little dragon, you're no match for him. Let me handle this. A middle-aged man holding 2 large iron balls suddenly spoke. Uncle Feng?
Li Haolong furrowed his brows slightly. He naturally wanted to take revenge himself. The middle-aged man named Uncle Feng shook his head, and Li Haolong stepped aside, clearly showing great respect for this man. Uncle Feng slowly walked onto the stage, facing Yi Chen, exuding the majestic aura of a master.
Yi Chen narrowed his eyes.
This man was indeed a master, a realm-transcending master, even more powerful than Xin Meng.
My name is Xian Feng. May I ask who you are and who your master is?
Xian Feng bowed slightly.
Xian Feng? Yi Chen's heart stirred.
This was a master from the Xian sect, a member of the Xian generation. In the Xian sect, anyone who reaches the Xian generation is at least a 1-star elder. Of course, this only made Yi Chen more excited. Another big fish had arrived. However, this Xian Feng clearly did not recognize him as the renowned Yi Longzhu from 3 years ago.
No wonder.
There are hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Xianmen sect.
How many of them had ever seen Yi Longzhu's true form? My name is Yi Chen.
I have no master, I cultivate on my own, Yi Chen said calmly.
Xian Feng was startled. Without a master, he had managed to cultivate to such a level through self-discovery?
This man was a martial arts prodigy.
To be honest, I am a first-rank elder of the Bing Hall of the Xianmen sect. There are 2 paths before you now.
Xian Feng said while spinning an iron ball.
First, be killed by me. Second, join the Xianmen sect. Ha ha.
Yi Chen laughed, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world.
Clearly, he wouldn't choose either option. I'll give you 2 options too. First, commit suicide. Second, be killed by me. Choose. Yi Chen said arrogantly. You're asking for death, you arrogant fool.
Xian Feng gave a cold smile, and a powerful aura erupted from him, like a furious dragon emerging from the depths, its roar shaking the heavens. He assumed a fighting stance, seemingly ready to charge at Yi Chen, but suddenly his sleeve twitched, and a silver light shot out. The silver light was as fast as lightning, instantly piercing Yi Chen's chest.
Ha! Xian Feng burst into laughter.
You may be powerful, but you lack experience in the martial arts world. I am from the Bingzi Hall, where we specialize in using hidden weapons.
You didn't even prepare for it, leaving yourself wide open.
Now your Shanzhong acupoint has been struck by my pear blossom silver needle. Within a minute, your heart will rupture, and you will die on the spot. Xian Feng's eyes were filled with mockery, and his face was adorned with the smile of a victor.
The Shanzhong acupoint is a vital point near the heart.
Hit by his hidden weapon, there was no chance of survival.
Is that so? Yi Chen sneered disdainfully. Having dealt with the Xianmen so many times, how could he not know that the Bingzi Hall specializes in hidden weapons? But he was Yi Longzhu. If the Bingzi Hall's hidden weapons could kill him, he would have died 100 times over. Suddenly, true qi surged through Yi Chen's body, causing one acupoint after another to swell up, moving swiftly like small hills.
Ha!
Changing acupoints?
Seeing this, Xian Feng's smile froze on his face.
Whoosh!
A silver needle suddenly shot out from Yi Chen's arm, heading straight for Xian Feng's forehead.
So it was indeed acupoint shifting. You actually possess such a shocking ability?
Xian Feng was utterly shocked. He had clearly struck the chest, yet the silver needle forced its way out from the arm. What else could it be but shifting acupoints and changing positions?
You dare to use my silver needle to kill me? You're delusional.
Xian Feng suddenly darted out 2 fingers, like a snake emerging from its hole, and instantly clamped down on the silver needle heading toward his forehead.
But this wasn't Yi Chen's killing move.
Yi Chen's fatal move was the kick that followed the silver needle, striking almost simultaneously with Xian Feng catching the needle, slamming into his chest with brutal force.
Bang! Xian Feng, a first-rank elder of the Xian sect, flew backward as if he had wings, soaring through the air for dozens of meters.
Finally, he crashed into the thick, towering wall of the courtyard, causing it to collapse with a thunderous crash. He had no chance of survival. His body was nearly shattered, and he didn't even manage to take a breath before he died. Boom! This even more shocking scene left everyone present utterly horrified. Uncle Feng. Li Haolong's pupils suddenly contracted. Even Uncle Feng wasn't a match for Yi Chen, who had killed him with ease. All his anger vanished without a trace, leaving only fear and panic. Without hesitation, Li Haolong turned and fled. He gave it his all, and in just a few breaths, he was out of the courtyard, feeling as though he had escaped death. He felt a surge of joy and ran even harder. But a cold voice drifted from behind him. Think you can escape? It was Yi Chen's voice. Li Haolong was terrified, turning around to look, but saw nothing. As he turned to flee again, he suddenly saw Yi Chen's figure had appeared directly in front of him. That towering figure loomed like a demon god, growing larger and larger in his pupils. Chapter 88, The Yin-Yang Master. Li Haolong was so terrified that his entire body trembled. Facing Yi Chen, he had lost all courage to act. However, he still had a sliver of confidence. You can't kill me. Why? Let me tell you the truth. My family background in Yangcheng is nothing to speak of. My true identity is a disciple of the Zhanzi Hall of the Xianmen sect, and Zhan Wudi, the hall master of the Zhanzi Hall, is my mentor. Zhan Wudi. Upon hearing those 3 words, Yi Chen's body trembled. 3 years ago, among the 9 top-tier experts who surrounded and attacked him, there was this Zhan Wudi. He clearly remembered the palm strike Zhan Wudi had aimed at Fenger, striking her vital point in the back. Yi Chen slowly closed his eyes, and the scene that had caused him unbearable pain flashed through his mind. 3 years had passed, and he had refused to recall that moment, burying it deep within his heart, a wound that could never be healed. But now, the word Zhan Wudi had once again ripped open that wound. Zhan Wudi. Yi Chen clenched his teeth, grinding the 3 words as if he wanted to crush them. Seeing Yi Chen's reaction, his body trembling uncontrollably, Li Haolong grew even more confident. Yi Chen, it seems you've heard of my master's fame. My master is one of the top martial artists in the ancient martial arts world. You're no match for him. Since you know you're afraid, kneel down and beg for mercy, then destroy your own cultivation. I'll spare your life. Otherwise, when my master arrives, not only will you die, but your entire family will be wiped out. Li Haolong clenched his teeth and spoke with a hideous expression. When will your master arrive? Yi Chen asked. Within 3 months, my master will arrive at Yunhai. He is not only the leader of the war hall but also the leader of the Jiangnan branch of the Xianmen sect. Li Haolong said arrogantly. When my master arrives, the entire Jiangnan region will tremble. Is that so? Yi Chen sneered coldly, his body moving like lightning, instantly closing the distance to Li Haolong and grabbing his neck, lifting him off the ground. You dare touch me? My master. Before he could finish, there was a crack, and Yi Chen had already snapped his neck. Within 3 months, right? Zhan Wudi, I'm waiting for you. I'll avenge Fenger's death, and you're the first on my list. Yi Chen tossed Li Haolong's body aside. His pitch-black eyes resembled a bottomless abyss, surging with wildness and ferocity. Swish! When Yi Chen returned to the garden and stood on the stage once more, all the Shen family members trembled in fear. Not even the courage to meet his gaze. The Li family's 2 heroes had both been killed. This demonic tyrant dared to kill even the Li family's 2 heroes. What was there left for him to fear? I was wrong. Shen Beiwang knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. He regretted his actions so deeply that he felt like his intestines were turning green. He never could have imagined that he had provoked someone as formidable as Yi Chen. It was my foolishness, my momentary lapse of judgment. Yi Demon King, please spare my life. Yi Chen's expression was as cold as ice, like a ruthless deity looking down on Shen Beiwang from above. Yi Demon King, I will give you all the spiritual herbs from my family. I will take you to the back mountain. The terrain there is unique, with countless traps. Without a guide, you won't be able to get in. And there's my younger sister, Manchu, the most beautiful woman in Gusu, renowned throughout Jiangnan. I can give her to Yi the Demon King. Yi Chen's gaze grew even colder. Even offering his daughter was something he could say, clearly showing that Shen Beiwang had completely degenerated into a hypocrite with no moral boundaries. Such a person is nothing but a menace to society. Shen Beiwang, there's no such thing as a regret pill in this world. Yi Chen left a single sentence, and a streak of true energy sliced through Shen Beiwang's throat. Instantly, blood gushed out. Shen Beiwang's eyes widened, his body twitched a few times, then he stopped moving. The head of the Shen family is dead. Old master. Dad. Grandfather. The Shen family members let out heart-wrenching screams. Swish! Overcome with grief, Shen Manchu felt a dark shadow flash before her eyes, her waist tightened, and she involuntarily lifted off the ground, moving forward swiftly. Take me to the back mountain to fetch the spiritual herb. Yi Chen's voice echoed in her ears. Shen Manchu was startled. Looking at the scenery rushing backward on either side, she finally realized she had been abducted by Yi Chen. Yi Chen wrapped one arm around her waist, moving at lightning speed, like a bolt of lightning. You're dreaming.
You killed my grandfather, I'll never forgive you.
Shin Manchu clenched her teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with hatred. Your grandfather's death was well deserved. I saved your father's life, so the reward promised to me is naturally mine.
Yi Chen tried to reason with her.
Shin Manchu's eyes were filled with rage, and her beautiful face twisted slightly. Yi Chen, even if I feed the spiritual medicine from my family to a dog, I won't give it to you.
You're not being reasonable?
Yi Chen suddenly stopped, gazing at the breathtaking beauty before him, his eyes brimming with wildness and danger. I'll go back and kill Shin Danchang. His life was mine to give, and I have every right to take it back.
You.
Shin Manchu's pearly white teeth bit deeply into her red lips, her eyes bloodshot, and her fingers curled into claws. Her 3,000 strands of black hair danced wildly in the wind, as if possessed by a demon. Finally, she regained her composure and nodded, I'll take you to find the elixir. Yi Chen threatened Shin Danchang's life, and despite her burning hatred, Shin Manchu had no choice but to comply.
Half an hour later, guided by Shin Manchu, Yi Chen arrived at the back mountain of the Shin family. As soon as he entered, Yi Chen was utterly amazed. The spiritual energy here is so dense.
It was truly a hidden paradise, a completely different world from the outside.
No wonder the Shin family could cultivate spiritual herbs here, this was a true paradise.
Yi Chen's heart filled with joy. The spiritual energy on Earth is so sparse, like water in a desert.
But just as deserts have oases, Earth also has places where spiritual energy is extremely abundant.
Such places are called heavenly realms. However, such places are extremely rare. Even in the entire Jiangnan region, there are probably only a few such places. Yi Chen walked while observing his surroundings. The trees and plants here were much taller than those outside, thanks to the abundant spiritual energy. He even spotted a dandelion over a meter tall. This is a precious land, a place ideal for cultivating spiritual herbs. He wondered if his ice heartgrass could be transplanted here. What shocked Yi Chen the most was that the entire rear mountain of the Shin family was shrouded in numerous magical arrays. These arrays blocked the spiritual energy from the rear mountain, preventing even the slightest bit from escaping. The intricate design and vast scale of these arrays left Yi Chen in awe. If it weren't for Shin Manchu guiding him, he might not have been able to reach this place.
Miss Shin, your Shin family must have had extraordinary ancestors.
Yi Chen looked at Shin Manchu beside him. Shin Manchu had already regained her composure, her expression unchanged. Our Shin family has produced several yin-yang masters. Shin Manchu said indifferently.
Yin-yang masters?
Yi Chen was slightly startled. There were many types of Taoist masters, but yin-yang Taoist masters were extremely rare. To become a yin-yang master, one must be born with the yin-yang eye, also known as the heavenly eye. The Shin family has produced several yin-yang masters in its lineage. No wonder they could set up such a powerful array. Yi Chen was secretly amazed. He then gave Shin Manchu a meaningful look. We've arrived. That must be the Shin family's medicinal garden. Shin Manchu suddenly pointed ahead and said.
Chapter 89, The Illusory Cliff.
Yi Chen looked up and saw a field shrouded in white mist ahead. Amidst the haze, he could faintly make out some vibrant, multicolored flowers and plants swaying gently in the mountain breeze, emitting a strong, aromatic scent. Among them was the purple ginseng he needed. Yi Chen smiled slightly and walked toward the medicinal field ahead. Shin Manchu stood motionless, gazing intently at Yi Chen's back. Her narrow, luminous phoenix-like eyes flickered with an eerie red glow. The corners of her lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smile. Yi Chen took a few steps forward before suddenly turning back. Miss Shin, shall we go together? Shin Manchu hesitated for a moment before following him forward. She wore a dignified and elegant cheongsam, her hair elegantly pinned up, and her eyebrows as delicate as a painting. The high collar stood erect, highlighting her slender, snow-white swan-like neck. The high slits on either side of the skirt revealed glimpses of her fair legs.
The woman's countless charms were fully displayed as her slender waist swayed gently.
Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, sizing her up with a half-smile.
Go pick it.
He pointed to the medicinal herb field ahead. Shin Manchu furrowed her delicate brows but made no move.
Dare not, is that it?
Yi Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile. Just as Shin Manchu was about to speak, Yi Chen suddenly stepped forward, his aura erupting with the force of an avalanche. Instantly, a powerful stream of true energy swirled around him, like a venomous dragon drilling forward.
Everything in its path was reduced to dust.
Shin Manchu's expression changed. The next moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. The mist-shrouded landscape vanished. When she looked again, it was no longer a medicinal herb field but a sheer cliff, its depths unfathomable. They were standing right beside the cliff's edge. Another step forward, and they would plunge into the abyss below. This was the path Shin Manchu had led them on.
Did she intend to kill me?
Yi Chen's face was already twisted into a cold smile.
He stepped forward and grabbed Shin Manchu's slender swan-like neck.
Ugh! Shin Manchu winced in pain, her slender body tensing up, making it difficult for her to breathe. But there was no trace of fear or panic in her eyes, only hatred and regret. How did you find out? Shin Manchu asked with a voice filled with regret. Just one step more, and this demon would have fallen into the abyss.
Just one step. A mere illusionary array dares to blind my eyes? You are truly laughable and underestimate me greatly. Yi Chen smiled arrogantly, pointing upward with his finger. The sky itself cannot hide my eyes.
At that moment, Shin Manchu was stunned. She sensed the overwhelming ambition of this man, his confidence as bright as the sun, and his indomitable spirit that would endure for eternity. Such a magnificent man was precisely the peerless hero she had envisioned time and again in her heart.
Alas, he was her enemy. An irreconcilable blood feud. I told you not to play games with me.
You really never change.
Your grandfather lost his life because he played games with me.
Yi Chen's gaze was as cold as a 1,000-year-old glacier.
Shin Manchu's delicate body trembled, knowing she was utterly defeated.
She glared at Yi Chen with a mix of pain and hatred.
Kill me.
Shin Manchu slowly closed her eyes.
Kill you?
Yi Chen gave a sinister smile, his body radiating a wild, unrestrained aura like a furious dragon ascending to the heavens, recreating the former glory of Yi Longzhu. Such a beauty, captivating and enchanting, even I find her pitiable.
It would be a shame to kill you.
Yi Chen buried his head in Shin Manchu's flowing hair, inhaling her intoxicating fragrance. His hands slowly slid down, feeling the softness of her waist, sinking deeply into her. Shin Manchu's throat convulsed, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably, and a hint of fear finally flickered in her eyes.
This is a demon. If he truly intends to torment her, she might as well beg for death. A sharp sound echoed.
Yi Chen's hand suddenly pulled, tearing the cheongsam apart, revealing her smooth, jade-like back.
Ah!
Shin Manchu screamed, her eyes filled with terror as she stared at Yi Chen.
Let me go! You monster! You'll never find peace. You're not human. Shin Manchu closed her eyes, struggling desperately and screaming, her legs kicking wildly.
But after struggling for a while, she realized she was fighting against thin air. She suddenly opened her eyes and saw Yi Chen standing 2 meters away, staring at her with a mocking expression.
Ha!
Shin Manchu was momentarily stunned.
Why didn't he attack her?
Instead, he stood there, watching her as if he were watching a play.
This was just a warning. Don't try any tricks with me again. Otherwise, you know what will happen.
Yi Chen glanced at Shin Manchu and turned to walk away. Shin Manchu stared at his retreating figure, frozen in place. A mountain breeze blew, sending a chill down her back, and she suddenly snapped out of her daze, standing up awkwardly. Lead the way and retrieve what is rightfully mine. Yi Chen's voice drifted from ahead. Half an hour later, Yi Chen obtained 10 roots of purple ginseng and departed from the Shin family. Although the process was arduous, his gains were substantial. First, he obtained 10 purple ginseng roots, and second, he had slain the Li family's twin heroes, effectively reclaiming some of what was owed to the Shenmen.
Tomorrow was the Dragon and Tiger banquet. With the Li family's twin heroes dead, how could the banquet proceed?
Additionally, Yi Chen discovered a secret on the back mountain of the Shin family, a hidden paradise. Yi Chen naturally wanted to claim it for himself, as it was the ideal place for cultivation or growing spiritual herbs. Furthermore, he uncovered the secret of Shin Manchu. This woman actually possesses the heavenly eye, as evidenced by her ability to manipulate the illusory array on the back mountain.
She has no cultivation at all, it's simply a natural ability. After all, the Shin family had produced several yin-yang masters in their ancestral lineage. A heavenly eye cultivated through cultivation is far inferior to one born naturally.
If Shin Manchu were to embark on the path of cultivation, she would undoubtedly be a prodigious genius.
As for Shin Danqing, how did he contract the black ash toxin? Did he come into contact with black minerals?
If so, Yi Chen would like to visit Shin Danqing, as black minerals are of great use to him. It can be used for forging weapons, setting up arrays, and creating talismans. No wonder they're a 1,000-year-old clan with such deep roots.
I'm filled with curiosity.
Yi Chen murmured to himself. Just then, Han Waner suddenly called, her voice sounding urgent. Yi Chen, come over immediately.
Something serious has happened. Chapter 90, The Second Trial. What's wrong? Yi Chen asked.
Han Wanyu said with a worried expression, the Li family's 2 powerful figures are acting with unchecked arrogance. Even before they arrived at Yunhai, half of the prominent families and noble clans in Yunhai have already sided with them. I just received word that Huang Yuan, the son of Huang Ming, with the support of the Li family, has consolidated the forces under Huang Ming's command and is using the banner of avenging his father to prepare to confront me at the Dragon and Tiger banquet tomorrow. Moreover, all our business rivals, both open and covert, have also emerged to target me. And that scoundrel Lu Si has also defected to the Li family. Han Waner grew increasingly helpless as she spoke, her voice trembling with tears.
Yi Chen, I can't take it anymore. It feels like the whole world is against me. Why don't we elope?
Yi Chen looked speechless and replied with just 4 words, proceed as usual. Then he hung up the phone and returned to the Shin family, taking the heads of the Li family's 2 brothers. Only then did he rush toward Yunhai. At tomorrow's Dragon and Tiger banquet, when they hear the news that the Li family's twin heroes are dead, I wonder what expressions they'll have on their faces.
The next day, Han Wanyu personally drove to pick up Yi Chen. Yi Chen stepped out and was startled. Goodness gracious, there were over 10 cars, and at a glance, they were all packed with people. Han Wanyu was the center of attention, surrounded by a crowd of people, with layers upon layers of people surrounding her. It looked like a state visit by a head of state. What are you doing? Why did you call so many people? Are you planning a fight? Yi Chen asked Han Wanyu in astonishment. Isn't that what a brawl is? Han Wanyu, the queen of the business world, now had a terrified expression on her face. If I hadn't called so many people over, they would have torn me apart. It's not that I'm scared, there are just too many of them. Han Wanyu looked like she was about to cry, feeling more helpless than ever before. Yi Chen was speechless. In front of so many people, he couldn't bring himself to mention the news of the Li family's 2 heroes being killed. He could only comfort her. With me here, what are you afraid of? Yi Chen, do you know how many people have joined the Dragon Tiger Business Alliance? It's half of Yunhai's forces. Han Wan'er said frantically, among them are many top-tier factions, all planning to take me down today. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't dare to participate. Oh, my mother is here too. Your mother just left, didn't she? Yes, she just returned to Jinling a couple of days ago and came back again. She must be worried about me. She even brought a group of Lu family's elite warriors with her. I envy you for having such a mother. Yi Chen laughed. What's there to envy? She brought the Lu family's elite troops not to fight those scoundrels from Yunhai, but to take me away. Han Wan'er sighed. Don't I know her well enough? Just as they were talking, a group of people suddenly walked over. Leading the way was a young woman in her 20s, but her figure was as ripe as a peach. She exuded an air of wealth and privilege. It was none other than Lu Yuran. Han Wan'er, the Dragon and Tiger banquet is about to begin. Why aren't you leaving? Lu Yuran asked with a frown. Why should I leave? Are you stupid? Lu Yuran rolled her eyes and said, half of Yunhai's forces have gathered here under the leadership of the Li family to confront you. Among them are many martial arts experts. How can a lone woman like you possibly stand against them? What about Yi Chen? Han Wan'er moved closer to Yi Chen, whether intentionally or not, and wrapped her arm around his. Let go. Lu Yuran was so angry her chest trembled, and she shouted again, let go. Han Wan'er stuck out her tongue and quickly let go of Yi Chen's arm. Han Wan'er, you don't think just because Yi Chen is here, everything will be fine, do you? He may be skilled, but even if he's made of iron, how many nails can he crush? Lu Yuran tapped Han Wan'er on the head. Forget about the Cloud Sea factions, even the Li Clan's twin heroes are all martial arts masters, genuine practitioners of ancient martial arts with immense power. Moreover, they have a Xianmen master assisting them, named Xian Feng. He is a Xianmen elder, with strength that is unimaginable. Even if Yi Chen is as skilled as he is, how could he possibly be a match for Xian Feng? Lu Yuran shot Yi Chen another disdainful glance. Xian Feng could probably pin you down with just one finger. Don't think you can act so arrogant just because you defeated Qin Meng. A Xianmen elder dealing with you would be a complete mismatch. Dimension-lowering strike? Yi Chen smiled faintly. You're right, but the target of the dimension-lowering strike needs to be changed. Not only the Li family's twin heroes, but also the Xian Feng, have all become his fallen souls. But the news hasn't spread yet, it's been sealed off by the Xin family. Oh my god, even Xianmen experts have arrived. Han Wan'er was even more terrified. If it weren't for Yi Chen here, she would have fled long ago. Are you scared? I'm scared too. Let's go back to Jinling with me. Lu Yuran held Han Wan'er's hand and said with a smile. Han Wan'er looked at Yi Chen for help. Yi Chen merely smiled faintly. With me here, there's nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Han Wanyu suddenly felt reassured. Did you hear that, Lu Yuran? My man said it's fine, so it's fine. What do you mean, my man? Are you ashamed? You're not even married yet. Lu Yuran pinched Han Wan'er's face, then immediately vented her anger on Yi Chen. You young upstart, stop causing trouble for my daughter. Do you even know what the term Xianmen master means? You're so ignorant. You probably don't even know what the Xianmen is. Lu Yuran looked down on him. Of course, you're just sitting in this tiny Cloud Sea region, looking at the sky through a well. How could you possibly know about the vast and powerful Xianmen? Yi Chen smiled without responding. The Xianmen? He knew it better than anyone else. Aunt Lu, don't worry. I'll protect Wan'er and ensure her safety. Yi Chen said. Seeing Yi Chen's confident expression, Lu Yuran was so angry she could barely breathe. She was about to point at Yi Chen and scold him, but was stopped by Han Wan'er. Fine, the two of you are in cahoots. I'm the one who's making a fool of myself. Lu Yuran wasn't someone to be easily provoked. She pointed at Han Wan'er and said. Since that's the case, this Dragon and Tiger banquet will be the second test I've set for Yi Chen. If he can get you through it unscathed, he will have passed the test. Otherwise, Han Wan'er, you must sever all ties with Yi Chen. Mom, this test is way too hard. You're making Yi Chen face half of the Yunhai faction, plus the Li family's twin heroes and Xianmen masters. It's like a hell-level difficulty. Han Wanner said angrily. Fine, if you think it's too difficult, you can refuse. But don't ever expect to gain my approval.
Lu Yuran crossed her arms, standing high and mighty.
Lu Yuran, you're just being unreasonable. Han Wanner said angrily and impatiently.
Lu Yuran grew even angrier. Shut up, you ungrateful daughter.
How dare you say I'm being unreasonable?
Seeing the mother and daughter about to argue in front of him, Yi Chen immediately spoke up. Alright, Aunt Lu, I accept this challenge.
Chapter 89, Peaceful Grand Hotel. Chapter 91, Peace Grand Hotel. Accept my test? Lu Yuran took a deep breath and sneered. Do you know how dangerous today's dragon and tiger banquet really is? Well, I'll tell you a little bit. Lu Yuran's expression grew unusually solemn.
According to the intelligence I've obtained, the Li family has made 2 preparations. Inside the hotel, various factions are pressuring them, while outside, Huang Yuan leads the Blood Ming Society's 300 elite troops, and Li Changfeng, a martial arts master from the Li family, leads 3 teams of elite assassins. Even if I were to deploy all of the Lu family's elite warriors, it might not be enough to protect Wanner. You, Yi Chen, what qualifications do you have to stand against such overwhelming forces? If you accept this challenge, can you handle it? Han Wanner's expression changed. The Li family had actually mobilized such a massive force. Yi Chen is alone, how can he possibly handle this? Han Wanner also lost heart. Enough, enough. Let our Han family withdraw from the Cloud Sea. But Yi Chen stepped forward confidently and said, Aunt Lu, I can handle it. Peace Grand Hotel. This was one of the most famous hotels in Yunhai, with a history of over 100 years. When major figures in the underworld have disputes or conflicts, they often choose the Peace Grand Hotel for negotiations. As a result, the hotel holds a high status in the underworld and is regarded as a place for resolving disputes. The Li brothers chose this place for the Dragon and Tiger banquet. It's too steeped in underworld atmosphere. At that moment, in a large private room on the 2nd floor of the hotel, Lu Yuran sat upright, with 20 burly men standing before him. Their eyes were cold and lifeless, devoid of any human emotion, resembling nothing more than cold, mechanical machines. These were the elite warriors of the Lu family, all internal energy martial artists. Today, your mission is simple: escort Han Wanner to safety. Even if it costs you your lives, you must ensure that Han Wanner emerges unscathed. Lu Yuran's stern gaze swept over each of them in turn. Yes, madam. The mercenaries shouted in unison, their voices deafening. Madam, the Li family is too well prepared. We can't possibly win. Why not just take the young lady away directly? Why put her in danger? Do you really trust Yi Chen? A black-clad old man spoke up from the side. Master Hua, I certainly don't trust Yi Chen. But we must show the people of Jiangnan that even if the Han family withdraws from Yunhai, we will do so after a bloody battle, not by fleeing in disgrace. Let us end this with a bloody battle, so that everyone can see the integrity of the Han family. Even if we are defeated, we will never surrender. Hua Lao bowed deeply. Madam's vision is truly admirable. Lu Yuran waved her hand, looking at the black-clad elder. Master Hua, wait until the final moment of the banquet. When the Li family reveals their true intentions, we will rely on you to act. Rest assured, madam. With me and Qin Meng leading 20 elite warriors of the Lu family, we will definitely carve out a bloody path and ensure the safe retreat of the young miss. Master Hua spoke solemnly. Please, everyone. Today is her birthday. Lu Yuran's eyes brimmed with tears. When Yi Chen and Han Wanner arrived, they found the hotel entrance already packed with vehicles, with no space left even on the road. There are really a lot of people here. Yi Chen glanced around. Han Wanner looked at the dense rows of cars, as dark as a cloud, and felt a chill run down her spine. Yi Chen, did you see that? How many people have sided with the Li family to oppose me? Are you really confident? Just follow me. Yi Chen nodded. He was now at the 5th level of Qi cultivation. What was there to fear? During the banquet, he planned to present the Li family camp with a grand gift. With that, they walked side by side, slowly making their way toward the banquet hall. Han Wanner's heart was in turmoil, each step feeling like she was walking onto a battlefield filled with thousands of soldiers. At that moment, there were still only the 2 of them. Yi Chen and I. She murmured to herself, feeling no panic or fear. Han Wanner found it strange herself. It seemed that as long as she was by Yi Chen's side, no danger was insurmountable. Yi Chen, I forgot to tell you today is my birthday, Han Wanner said with a smile. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. What a special day. Good thing he had prepared a gift. As they approached the entrance, a group of people had already come to greet them. At the front was a man in his 50s with gray temples, but his eyes were sharp and piercing. The man laughed heartily, bowed his hands, and said, Miss Han, as the queen of the business world, you have taken time out of your busy schedule to attend the Dragon and Tiger banquet. I am truly honored. After a string of polite remarks, he finally introduced himself. Miss Han, my name is Li Dai. I am a servant who accompanies young Master Long. Han Wanner furrowed her brows slightly. The Li family's 2 eldest sons had sent a mere servant to greet her. This was truly lacking in etiquette. As the leading figure in the Yunhai business world, she should have been greeted personally by the Lee brothers.
However, Han Wanner didn't take it to heart. She smiled and said, "Mr. Lee, you're too kind. It's my honor to attend the Dragon and Tiger banquet."
Ha, Miss Han is not only beautiful but also eloquent.
Li Dae made an inviting gesture. "Miss Han, please come in. Everyone else has arrived, we're just waiting for you." As he spoke, Li Da's gaze flickered over Yi Chen.
He knew that Yi Chen was a martial arts master who had once kicked to death Luingu on the martial arts platform of the Mingwang mansion.
But what did that matter?
Today, the Li family had gathered 3 teams of elite warriors, 2 highly skilled dragon and tiger young masters, and even a senior elder from the Shenmen sect to back them up. If Yi Chen dared to resist, he would surely meet his end.
Hotel lobby.
50 tables were set up, all filled with people, creating a sea of heads as far as the eye could see. All of them are prominent figures in the Yunhai business world. The most prominent high platform also had a table set up, the main table.
As Li Da led her toward the main table, hundreds of gazes turned toward them in unison.
Their gazes were all hostile. Han Wanner, who had seen it all before, remained calm on the surface. Beside her, Yi Chen was even more composed, walking slowly and casually. At the main table, besides the Li family members, there was also the abbot of Qianfo Temple and a familiar face Lu Si, who had given Yi Chen the Hai Long restaurant. However, this man had defected to the Li family and was seated across from them. After taking their seats, the sides were clearly divided. On one side were only Yi Chen and Han Wanner, while the other side had over 10 people. Seeing Li Da seated at the head of the opposite side, Han Wanner asked in surprise, "Mr. Li, where are the main figures of the Li family, the Dragon brother and Tiger brother?"
The Dragon Young Master and Tiger Young Master are currently handling affairs in Suzhou and cannot return in time.
Therefore, I am here to represent them and discuss the future commercial landscape of Yunhai.
Li Da replied with a smile.
Han Wanner rolled her eyes. The Dragon and Tiger brothers sure know how to put on airs. They won't even show their faces.
Yi Chen chuckled inwardly. They've already met their maker. How could they show their faces? This was what happened last night.
The Shin family had sealed off the news, so the Li family naturally didn't know the details. However, they will soon find out.
When the heads of the Li family's 2 leaders are delivered to the hotel, I wonder what expressions they will have on their faces. Yi Chen was eagerly anticipating it. Chapter 92, The Target of 1,000 Fingers.
Li Da wore a confident smile, but his heart was racing. Since last night, he had been unable to contact the 2 young masters.
However, Li Da didn't think much of it.
The 2 young masters were both practitioners of ancient martial arts, and they were unreachable during their training. This was a common occurrence. However, since the 2 young masters were originally supposed to host the event, he would have to take charge instead.
It didn't matter. The Li family had made thorough preparations. It didn't matter who presided.
When the banquet began, Li Da raised his cup first and looked at Han Wanner. "I hear today is Miss Han's birthday.
I'll toast Miss Han to a happy birthday."
Li Da spoke, then raised his cup and drank it in one gulp.
"Thank you, Mr. Li." Han Wanner returned the toast with tea. "Today will definitely be a memorable birthday for Miss Han."
Li Da smiled, but his smile was enigmatic. "Indeed, I'm sure it won't just be me who remembers this day. Everyone here will find it unforgettable." Han Wanner was equally profound in her words, holding her own in the verbal exchange.
"Ha, let's wait and see."
Amidst Mr. Li Da's laughter, the banquet began.
The guests chatted and laughed, clinking glasses, creating a harmonious atmosphere.
However, after 3 rounds of dishes and 5 courses of wine, the atmosphere began to change.
"Miss Han, you are a leader in the Yunhai business world.
Now that the Li family has entered the scene with such force, as the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot share the same mountain." Li Da fixed his gaze on Han Wanner and said with a smile, "Miss Han, you must offer a solution. After all, there's only so much room to survive."
Han Wanner replied indifferently, "Mr. Li, what do you suggest we do?" Li Da's smile grew broader. "Cooperation benefits both parties. Division leads to mutual destruction.
We have already devised a plan, which is why we established the Dragon and Tiger Business Alliance.
If we all work together and pull in the same direction, won't the Yunhai business world be ours for the taking?"
Li Da stood up and pointed his finger at the entire crowd. "Miss Han, look, all the prominent figures in the Yunhai business world have joined the Dragon Tiger Business Alliance.
Now, everyone is eagerly awaiting your joining."
Han Wanner smiled slightly and said, "Everyone is uniting and forming an alliance, so I am naturally very willing to join.
However, after joining the Dragon Tiger Business Alliance, who will be in charge?"
"Of course, it will be the Li family who makes the decisions.
All alliance members must unconditionally obey the Li family's orders," Li Da said firmly.
Upon hearing this, Han Wanner gasped in shock, not expecting the Li family to be so ruthless.
Unconditional obedience. This isn't about forming an alliance, it's about finding slaves. If that's the case, then I won't join. You all can go ahead and play. Han Wanner refused outright. "Miss Han, you must think this through." Li Da's smile vanished. "Those who don't join us will be swallowed up. I've thought it through. I will never join the Dragon Tiger Merchants Alliance. Han Wanyu said firmly. Li Di said nothing more. Lu Si, standing nearby, slammed his fist on the table and shouted at Han Waner, Han Waner, don't be ungrateful. Your Han family may be wealthy and powerful, but in front of the Li family, what are you? Mr. Li has been generous to you, giving you face, but you refuse to accept it. Do you want to bring about your own destruction? Han Waner glanced at him indifferently. Lu Si, I never expected you to be such a fickle person. You used to cling to our Han family, but now that the Li family has come, you've turned your back on us and thrown yourself into their arms. Don't speak so harshly. How have I wronged you, Han Waner? You threatened my daughter's life, seized my Hai Long restaurant, and resorted to any means necessary. You're utterly greedy. Lu Si shouted angrily. Humph. Han Waner laughed in anger, never expecting Lu Si to be so despicable and shameless, spewing nothing but lies. How ungrateful. What happened back then? Doesn't he remember? If it weren't for Yi Chen intervening, his daughter would be dead. Han Waner didn't want to argue with him anymore. She stood up and said, since we can't come to an agreement, Mr. Li, I'll take my leave. With that, she turned to leave. However, Lucy suddenly stood up, grabbed a chair, and slammed it hard at Han Waner's feet, shouting, Han Waner, you think you can just leave? Han Waner nearly got hit, and Yi Chen, standing beside her, frowned slightly and glanced at Lucy. This ungrateful traitor was the most enthusiastic of them all, having become the most loyal traitor to the Li family. What? Do you dare to restrict my personal freedom? Han Waner said coldly. Miss Han, don't speak such childish words. In the face of a struggle for interests, what does personal freedom amount to? What you should be more concerned about now is your own safety. Li Di said coldly. This is your last chance. Will you join the Dragon Tiger Business Alliance? I absolutely refuse. Han Waner replied without hesitation. Han Wanyu, you're asking for trouble. Lu Si slammed the table again. Han Waner, your Han family has been causing trouble in Yunhai resources everywhere, turning the Yunhai business world upside down, with complaints everywhere. A wealthy merchant stepped forward from below and accused Han Waner. A storm of accusations and insults erupted. The Han family is being too greedy, they want everything and leave us nothing. The Han family has become a cancer in the business world. As long as they remain, the Yunhai business community will never know peace. Capture Han Waner, destroy the Han family, and crush the Longteng group. Restore peace and order to the Yunhai business world. The crowd's voices grew louder and louder. Han Waner and the Han family had become pariahs, everyone wanted to attack them, and they were in a situation where everyone pointed fingers at them. Han Waner was so angry she was trembling all over. You can't beat me in the business world, so you call me a cancer. Typical can't beat me, so you slander me. Kill her. Kill Han Waner, this scourge. Some extremists shouted even louder, escalating the situation to personal attacks. The crowd below was in an uproar, ready to charge forward and tear Han Waner to pieces. Seeing this scene, Li Det and Lu Si exchanged glances, both wearing smug expressions. But the silent Yuan Jue master spoke with compassion. I have already advised Han Waner, but she refused to listen. Now she has met this fate. She has no one to blame but herself. Han Waner, today you will use your blood to pay tribute to my deceased father. Huang Ming's son, Huang Yuan, appeared, accompanied by dozens of burly men, all wielding gleaming swords, charging toward the stage with overwhelming force. Everyone, step aside. They're avenging their father's death. Let's make some room. Li Di said with a smile. Understand. A father's murder is an unforgivable crime. Ha! Lu Si laughed as he stood up. Watching the scene below, Lu Yuran, trapped in the crowd and pointed at by thousands, felt her heart tighten. However, Han Waner did not take a single step back, standing firmly by Yi Chen's side, as if leaning against a mountain. Her face, as beautiful as ever, showed no sign of tension. Waner, can Yi Chen really make you feel so at ease, even in such a dangerous place, without even furrowing your brow? Lu Yuran took a deep breath. At that moment, Yi Chen stepped forward, facing the dark crowd, and pointed at Han Waner, saying, I dare anyone to touch her. Chapter 93, Dead Silence. Kill them all. Huang Yuan brandished his knife, his face twisted in a ferocious expression. Over 30 burly men charged forward like wolves and tigers. They were agile and skilled, handpicked from the Blood Demon Society. Unfortunately, they couldn't reach the stage. Yi Chen's true energy surged, causing the air around him to roar and gusts of wind to swirl. The men wielding their swords immediately felt a wave of air pressure crashing over them, sending their bodies flying backward involuntarily. They crashed into the crowd, their bodies torn apart by excruciating pain, coughing up blood. The crowd that had been shouting moments ago was now in complete chaos, with people falling everywhere. Li Di saw this scene and his pupils contracted sharply. Though he knew Yi Chen was a master, this was simply too powerful. Without moving a muscle, he had used nothing but the force of his chi to send dozens of skilled fighters flying. However, Li Di remained calm despite his shock. He had prepared numerous tactics for today, and these few dozen men were merely an appetizer. First squad of elite warriors, advance. Li Da spoke into the earpiece hidden under his clothes in a low voice. From the side corridors emerged a group of young men in tight-fitting armor, numbering over 20. Their aura was even more overwhelming, moving like a steel torrent, with the sound of their footsteps echoing like thunder. These were the Li family's elite warriors, all internal martial artists. Kill without mercy. These Li family elite warriors exuded a thick aura of murderous intent, each as agile as a leopard, charging toward the stage. Boom! Yi Chen moved in that instant, as if he had transformed into a ferocious beast erupting suddenly. He raised his knee and charged directly at the first loyal warrior to step onto the stage. His knee struck like an iron shield, accompanied by a fierce wind, causing a loud rumbling sound. Yi Chen's clothes immediately fluttered in the wind, resembling a large banner flapping on a mountain peak. Bang! The assassin's chest was struck directly, with a crack, and his entire chest caved in. His ribs shattered, and he spat out a torrent of blood, flying dozens of meters before crashing into a stone pillar and coming to a stop. Looking at him now, his body was limp, as if he had no bones left. Yi Chen's knee strike was so powerful that it had such a devastating effect. Yi Chen's body flickered, and he launched into a brutal, merciless slaughter. Within a dozen breaths, every single member of the Li family's elite warriors was brutally killed on the spot, not a single survivor remained. The entire crowd was stunned. Gazing at Yi Chen standing on the stage, who looked like a god of death, everyone felt a deep chill in their hearts. Most of them had never seen Yi Chen fight before and could never have imagined that his personal combat prowess could be so overwhelming. At that moment, the smiles on the faces of Lu Si and Li Da had vanished completely. Especially Li Da, who knew better than anyone else the true strength of the Li family's elite warriors. Yet in front of Yi Chen, they were like toys, easily defeated. This man is truly formidable, but... Li Da clenched his teeth and growled, "It won't change the outcome." The second squad of elite warriors charged forward. The second squad of loyal warriors arrived, even stronger than the first. Unfortunately, the outcome was the same. Within a dozen breaths, the second squad of elite warriors was completely annihilated. Yi Chen struck ruthlessly, leaving no survivors. This. Li Da rubbed his forehead, which was already beginning to sweat. Lu Si was also drenched in sweat, trembling slightly as he said, "Mr. Li, the situation seems to be getting out of control. We've lost 2 teams of elite warriors already." Out of control? Li Da's face twisted into a ferocious grimace. Elite warriors are meant to be sacrificed. Even if we drain some of Yi Chen's strength, it's still a gain. I still have the third squad of elite warriors, the even more powerful dragon and tiger young masters, and the Shen Men elders. Yi Chen is as good as dead. Li Rufan, lead the third squad of elite warriors forward. Even if you have to bite him with your teeth, bring me a piece of Yi Chen's flesh. The third team of elite warriors from the Li family charged forward. At the forefront was Li Rufan, the renowned martial arts expert of the Li family. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a black tracksuit. His shoulders were exceptionally broad, unlike those of ordinary people, clearly the result of highly developed back muscles that bulged beneath his clothing, as if 2 fleshy wings were hidden on his back. Mastery of the Hua Jin technique. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile curling the corners of his mouth. This man's cultivation was even deeper than Qin Meng's. Come on then, this will be a good opportunity to purge the demonic energy from my body. Li Rufan strode swiftly toward the stage, casually grabbing 2 plates from the table as he moved, and hurled them toward Yi Chen on the stage. With a swift motion, the plates flew toward Yi Chen like spinning wheels, cutting through the air with 2 sharp whistles, clearly demonstrating their incredible speed and force. Domineering, arrogant, and with a mountain-like presence. That was the impression Li Rufan gave off. Impressive. Excellent. The people in the hall erupted into loud cheers. However, the 2 plates only flew to half a meter in front of Yi Chen before they could go any further, shattering into pieces with a loud crack. In the next instant, Li Changfeng's figure plummeted toward Yi Chen on the stage like a meteorite falling at breakneck speed. Bang! The 2 collided. Yi Chen was as excited as a thirsty person who had found a spring. Of course, he only defended and did not attack. Using the powerful punches and palm strikes of his opponent, he treated his own body like a piece of iron, forging it to expel the demonic energy. With each brutal strike, a ball of demonic energy was forced out of Yi Chen's body. He felt a surge of satisfaction. Once all the demonic energy was expelled, he could break through to the 6th layer of Qi cultivation. To others watching, it was clear that Yi Chen was constantly on the defensive, being overwhelmed by Li Rufan to the point of struggling to breathe. Ha! Lu Si, who had been suppressed for so long, finally burst into laughter. Yi Chen, I thought you were so powerful. But look at you now, you've met Li Changfeng and can only take blows without a chance to fight back. Listen to that sound, it's like the clanging of iron. That's Li Changfeng beating up Yi Chen. The Li family is indeed formidable. Even a random martial arts expert can handle Yi Chen. Ha! Go get him. Kill Yi Chen. The others also began to shout in unison. Li Da's face lit up with a smile, even Li Changfeng can't beat him. This Yi Chen isn't all that. It seems the young master doesn't need to get involved after all.
In their eyes, Yi Chen's defeat was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, Lu Yuran, watching from the second floor, looked disappointed. Yi Chen's performance earlier gave me a glimmer of hope, but I never expected it to fade so quickly.
Entrusting Wanner to him was a mistake. He's just not strong enough. Bang!
Suddenly, Yi Chen launched his attack. With the demonic energy on his body completely purged with Li Rufan's help, he no longer needed to defend himself and was left to take the blows passively.
Slap!
As Yi Chen was retreating steadily and struggling to defend himself, he suddenly struck out, slapping Li Rufan across the face.
The sound was like a thunderclap.
Li Rufan's body flew backward like a, and as he hung in the air, blood began to spurt from his mouth and nose. His entire face was mangled.
This unexpected scene left the entire hall in complete silence. Dead silent. Chapter 94, The First Gift. This was a complete 180-degree twist. Who could have seen it coming? Originally, Li Changfeng had the upper hand over Yi Chen, beating him so badly he couldn't even fight back. Just as it seemed like he was about to lose, Yi Chen suddenly slapped Li Rufan, sending him flying like a wolf or a tiger. Looking at Li Rufan, his face was a bloody mess, clearly beyond salvation. How could this be possible? Both Lu Si and Li De stared in disbelief at the scene. Even Lu Yuran was stunned, her red lips parted wide enough to fit a fist inside. The old Manhwa beside him looked solemn. Madam, Yi Chen is a man of unimaginable depth. Though he has been at a disadvantage the entire time, there are two unusual phenomena. First, when he was fighting Li Changfeng, some of the Li family's elite warriors tried to take advantage of the situation to sneak onto the stage and attack the young miss. Yet each time, Yi Chen appeared just in time to block them. This indicates that while fighting Li Changfeng, Yi Chen was still able to spare his attention to protect the young miss. Old Master Hua's gaze grew even deeper. Second, although Yi Chen has been steadily retreating, he has not shown any signs of weakness. Neither his footsteps nor his breathing rhythm have been disrupted. He appears to be struggling, but in reality, he is not at all. Are you saying he's playing the fool to catch the wise? Lu Yuran's long eyelashes trembled. That must be it. Hua Lao nodded. Lu Yuran's large eyes sparkled, and the elegant curve of her face revealed a smile. Interesting. I've started to take an interest in this Yi Chen. Perhaps he might actually pass my test. It's difficult. Although Li Changfeng is powerful, he's just a mundane martial artist. The Dragon and Tiger brothers are ancient martial arts practitioners, far stronger than Li Changfeng. Old Master Hua furrowed his brows. Don't forget there's also a Xianmen elder. Yi Chen's age speaks for itself in terms of cultivation time. He wouldn't stand a chance against a Xianmen elder. Lu Yuran nodded. That's right, Hua Lao. In the end, you'll have to step in personally to settle the matter. It is my duty, Hua Lao said. The entire hall remained silent as everyone was still in a daze. Yi Chen moved again, charging toward the third squad of elite assassins from the Li family. It was a one-sided slaughter. Under the horrified stares of the onlookers, Yi Chen snapped the neck of the last elite soldier. When he turned to face Li Di and the others, Li Da's legs gave way. His face was pale, and the muscles beneath his skin twitched convulsively. As for Lu Si, who had been bragging about being Li's henchman, he was even worse off. His eyes were wide and blank, his face ashen, and his legs trembled uncontrollably like a sieve. Yi Chen, clad in black like a demon, walked toward them. The pressure emanating from him was like a mountain, completely crushing Lu Si. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, sobbing uncontrollably. Yi Chen, I've made a mistake. Spare my life. Don't kill me. I'm Wanner's uncle. As for this fickle traitor, Yi Chen found him repulsive even at a glance and didn't bother to acknowledge him. As he moved, his indifferent gaze fixed on Li De. I have two conditions. First, the Dragon Tiger Merchants Alliance must be dissolved. Second, the Li family must withdraw from Yunhai. Yi Chen approached Li De. If you agree, you may spare your life. Li De clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes suddenly turning fierce, and, I haven't lost yet. The Dragon Tiger Masters are all martial arts experts, you're no match for them. Moreover, the elders of the Xianmen sect are here to protect the Li family. Their cultivation is profound and unfathomable. Killing you would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Even if you kill me, the young master will avenge me, and the entire business world of Yunhai will fall into the Li family's hands. Han Wanner will still be defeated, and the tide cannot be turned. Yi Chen, you're defying heaven. With just your strength, you can't change the outcome. When the Dragon and Tiger young masters return, that will be the day of your death. Li Di adopted a defiant posture, even bursting into laughter. Kill me if you dare. I'll wait for the young master to avenge me, and for the Xianmen elders to slaughter the Han family. Ha! The other members of the Li family were also filled with passion, shouting wildly. The Li family has not lost. Wait for the Li family's twin heroes to arrive, and you will surely die. The Li clan's twin heroes are unmatched in talent and brilliance, you can't compare to them, Yi Chen. You have killed so many of our Li family warriors, the Li family's twin heroes will grind your bones to dust. The Dragon and Tiger Merchants Alliance is as solid as a rock. With the Li clan's twin heroes here, the Li family will still drive out the Han family and dominate the Yunhai business world. Who dares to defy us? These words, shouted out loud, undoubtedly stabilized the hearts of the crowd. The people in the hall gradually calmed down. Indeed, as long as the Lee family's twin prodigies haven't shown themselves, the Lee family hasn't lost. Don't underestimate Yi Chen's current arrogance. Once the Lee family's twin heroes arrive, he will meet a most miserable end. And Manhwa or her Longting group will be devoured by the Lee family's twin heroes. Seeing the Lee family's morale rising once again, Yi Chen smiled faintly. They won't cry until they see the coffin. At that moment, he dialed a number and said calmly, "You may come in now." Then, Yi Chen strode onto the stage, his cold gaze sweeping across the crowd. No one is to leave. Today is Wanner's birthday, and I'm here to celebrate it for her. Yi Chen's voice echoed throughout the hall. Everyone was stunned. What birthday were they celebrating in this situation? What is Yi Chen up to? Why not finish off Li Di and the others while they're down, and instead suddenly celebrate Wanner's birthday? Lu Yuran was also puzzled. Hua Lao shook his head and said, "Celebrating the young Mrs. birthday in such a place? I don't understand the romance of the young." Even Han Wanner looked puzzled. She tugged at Yi Chen's sleeve and said, "Yi Chen, celebrating my birthday at a time like this isn't appropriate, is it? Don't ask. Just watch." Yi Chen said. Han Wanner was about to say something else, but the group had already filed into the hall through the entrance. The leader was a tall, muscular man holding a red wooden box about a foot square. Han Shi-Quan? Han Wanner recognized him immediately as Han Shi-Cheong, the head of security for the Longtung group. Under everyone's gaze, Han Shi-Quan walked up to Han Wanyu with the wooden box and announced loudly, "Han Shi-Quan, acting on Mr. Yi's orders, brings the first gift to celebrate the young Miss S' birthday." "You actually prepared a birthday gift for me?" Han Wanner looked at Yi Chen with a surprised expression. Though she felt the occasion was inappropriate, her heart warmed nonetheless. "What is it? Just open it and see for yourself." Han Wanner stepped forward, opened the box, and immediately turned pale with horror, letting out a shriek. Because inside the box was a blood-soaked human head. "Yi Chen? You?" Han Wanner looked at Yi Chen in utter confusion. Was this the birthday gift he had prepared? This isn't a surprise, it's a scare. At that moment, Han Shi-Quan grabbed the blood-soaked human head and held it high in the air. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, he shouted loudly, "The first gift Mr. Yi has presented to the young miss is the head of Li Haolong, one of the Li family's twin heroes." Boom! The entire hall erupted in chaos. Chapter 95, You Are My Divine Eagle Hero. Li Haolong. Han Shi-Quan was holding up Li Haolong's head? The scene caused a sensation that spread like a nuclear explosion in everyone's hearts. Not only the Li family faction, but also Han Wanner and Lu Yuran were left speechless in shock. Li Haolong, the powerful duo of the Li clan who had forcefully entered the Cloud Sea, the rulers of the Dragon and Tiger Business Alliance, who were about to unleash a tidal wave of chaos in the Cloud Sea and crush the Han family under their feet. Had he been beheaded by Yi Chen and presented as a birthday gift to Han Wanner? This was simply too fantastical, too absurd. No one in the crowd believed it, all staring wide-eyed at the blood-soaked head. Most people had never seen Li Haolong before, but the Li family members recognized him instantly. Though covered in blood and difficult to see clearly, his eyebrows, hairstyle, and especially the black mole between his eyebrows were unmistakable markers of Li Haolong. Li De felt a chill run down his spine, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. However, he still refused to believe it. Dragon Young Master was a legitimate disciple of the Xianmen sect and a peerless warrior. How could Yi Chen, no matter how powerful he was, possibly kill him? Impossible. Yi Chen. My Li family's Dragon Young Master is a godlike figure who could wipe you out in an instant. You dare to kill my Dragon Young Master? You're dreaming. Everyone, don't be fooled by Yi Chen. This is his illusion technique. Li De shouted loudly. He then pulled out his phone and dialed Li Haolong's number again, but it remained unanswered. Li Da's heart raced, far from the calm he projected on the surface. He then called Tiger Young Master. "Yi Chen, what is going on? How could Li Haolong have his head cut off by you?" Han Wanner looked at Yi Chen in astonishment. Yi Chen smiled faintly, but before he could speak, the second group of people stormed in. They were still members of the Han family security team, led by the deputy captain, Zhang Jin, who was also holding a red wooden box. Everyone's pupils contracted sharply. What was inside that box? Could it be another severed head? Zhang Jin, acting on Mr. Ye's orders, has brought the second gift to celebrate the young Mrs. birthday. As he spoke, Zhang Jin opened the wooden box and grabbed the object. Inside it was another severed head. The second gift Mr. Yi had sent to the eldest miss was the head of Li Lintian, one of the Li family's twin heroes. Boom! This caused an even greater commotion, with some people collapsing to the ground on the spot. Is that Li Linhu's head? Both of the Li family's twin heroes, Li Haolong and Li Linhu, had been beheaded by Yi Chen? Earlier, they had built up such a formidable presence, like gods descending from heaven, crushing the major clans of the Yunhai region until they could barely breathe, causing them to flee and join the Dragon Tiger Merchants Alliance. But before they even arrived, their heads were already gone? And it was a complete annihilation. Both of the twin heroes are finished? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Li family's twin heroes, the dragons among men, how could they die before achieving victory?
Leader roared wildly, his voice filled with madness. This is Yi Chen's treacherous plot to divide and conquer our Dragon Tiger Merchants Alliance.
Let him see clearly. Yi Chen said calmly. Yes, Mr. Yi.
Zhang Jin held up the severed head, wiped the blood from his face, and raised it high once more. Now, Li Lintager's face was clearly visible to everyone.
Boom! That dead man's face, like a malevolent spirit, tore apart Li Da's mind. Master Tiger, Master Tiger.
He murmured with a deathly pale face.
Who else could it be but Li Lihong? Master Tiger, ah!
A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the Li family camp.
Dragon young master, Tiger young master. W. More people screamed and even burst into tears, their cries echoing across the sky. Representatives from all major factions in the Cloud Sea were utterly shocked, their eyes wide with disbelief.
Especially Lu Si, who could barely stand on his feet.
Could these really be the heads of the Li family's twin heroes?
There was no doubt that this was the ultimate torment for the Li family at that moment. However, the torment was far from over.
As the third group entered the arena, the one leading them was none other than Han Yushu.
This woman with short hair and a cold expression still held a wooden box in her hands. Han Yushu, acting on Mr. Ye's orders, was presenting the third gift to the eldest miss, the severed head of Xianfeng, the elder of the Xian sect. When Han Yushu also produced Xianfeng's head, the Li family's ranks completely collapsed. Their strongest allies, the Li family's twin heroes and the Xianmen elder, had all been beheaded by Yi Chen. The scene could only be described as chaotic. Li Di collapsed on the spot, his eyes rolled back, his body convulsing, and he even lost control of his bladder.
The remaining Li family members were no better off, some fainting, others wailing, in utter disarray.
This was truly a disaster.
In contrast, Han Wanner was so excited she couldn't contain herself.
Standing on the stage, her eyes were red, and her delicate body trembled violently. She seemed to see Guo Xiang from the world of Jin Yong, on her birthday, when the Divine Eagle hero beheaded 2,000 Tartars to celebrate her birthday. She had averted the crisis of the advancing army. At that moment, Guo Xiang became the happiest woman in the world, never marrying again and remaining devoted solely to the Divine Eagle hero.
And in that moment, she too felt like Guo Xiang.
She too had her own hero, and in this moment, the most brutal romance. Drawing her sword with a swift stroke, she severed the heads of the two heroes.
Chapter 96, The Bet. Madam.
On the second floor, Hua Lao's throat was dry, and his voice was hoarse. His usually calm demeanor was now filled with shock.
Ah!
Lu Yuran snapped out of her daze, her right hand trembling as she picked up the teacup and took a large sip.
This Yi Chen is beyond my expectations.
Lu Yuran murmured, took a deep breath, and exclaimed in admiration, impressive, truly impressive. He actually beheaded the Li family's twin heroes and the Xianmen elder.
Do you believe it? Hua Lao shook his head. Whether you believe it or not, I don't. Not Yi Chen?
Lu Yuran raised her eyes and asked.
Definitely not. The Xianmen elder has been cultivating for decades. Yi Chen is so young. Even if he's a martial arts prodigy, how could he possibly be a match for the Xianmen elder?
Old Hua said, however, Yi Chen must have a top-tier master behind him who helped him do these things.
Lu Yuran nodded in agreement, that must be it. Otherwise, it's hard to make sense of it. Even a young genius wouldn't be that talented. Regardless, the Li family's twin heroes and the Xianmen elder are indeed dead. Yi Chen has completed my second trial and also helped the Han family.
But this method is no different from declaring war on the Li family and the Xianmen in the most aggressive way possible.
Hua Lao looked worried.
Whether it's the Li family or the Xianmen, they will definitely launch a bloody retaliation. Lu Yuran narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, Old Hua, the war has already begun, hasn't it?
If you don't declare war, will they spare you? If you hide, will they not come looking for you? If you yield, will they hold back?
Actually, I quite admire Yi Chen's approach.
Since we can't avoid it, why not confront them head-on with even greater intensity?
Old Hua sighed bitterly, speechless. However, there was no doubt that Yi Chen's actions would enrage the Li family and provoke the Xuanmen's retaliation. What lies ahead is an even more violent storm. At this moment, the situation on the field was completely under Yi Chen's control.
With the momentum of having beheaded the two leaders of the Li family, he spoke with authority. I, Yi Chen, hereby declare.
The Dragon Tiger Business Alliance is dissolved. Within a day, the Li family must withdraw from Yunhai. From tomorrow onward, if I see a single member of the Li family in Yunhai, I will kill them. Yi Chen's gaze was intimidating as he looked down at the crowd, exuding an air of unmatched dominance. Wherever his gaze fell and his voice reached, everyone bowed their heads, trembling in fear, dared not even breathe.
Yi Chen had the entire crowd in awe. He wasn't the type to make a big show of himself, but this matter involved the Xianmen, so he would go all out. All this hard training, what was it for, if not to avenge the Xianmen? Good, Mr. Yi is truly domineering. At that moment, a slightly gloomy voice rang out. Though not very loud, it rolled like thunder, echoing throughout the entire hall. Yi Chen's expression changed slightly. This person had such profound cultivation. Soon, his vision was filled with a young man dressed in white, with a fair and clean complexion, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes, extremely handsome, looking sunny and charming. Li Lianen. Upon seeing the white-clad youth, the Li family members looked as though they had seen a ghost, their expressions turning terrified. The white-robed youth walked straight to Yi Chen's side, smiled, and said, "Mr. Yi, you're truly amazing. You beheaded the dragon brother and tiger brother, doing something I've always wanted to do but dared not. I really have to give you a thumbs up." Li Nianan raised his thumb toward Yi Chen. "Who are you?" Yi Chen furrowed his brows slightly. "My name is Li Nianan, from the Li family of Yangcheng." Li Nianan smiled and said, "Since the dragon and tiger brothers are dead, the Li family sent me here to take charge of the situation." "So you're the enemy." The Li family sure moves quickly. However, this Li Nianan seems like a lunatic. He killed the dragon and tiger brothers, yet Li Nianan is clapping in approval. Those dragon brother and tiger brother relied on violence to solve problems. They were truly lacking in class. Business matters should be resolved through business means. Li Nianan looked at the blood and corpses scattered on the ground with a disgusted expression. "Mr. Li, what do you intend to do?" Yi Chen asked. "This guy is quite unusual. Although he was sent by the Li family, he seems to have a deep-seated grudge against the Li family's two brothers. Mr. Yi, I am here in Yunhai to expand the Li family's territory." Li Nianan said with a smile, "Why don't we make a bet?" "What kind of bet?" "Within 2 months, using only legitimate business competition, I will completely eliminate the Han family's operations in Yunhai and force them to leave in disgrace." Li Nianan smiled even more brightly, his eyes brimming with confidence. "If you fail, the Li family will never set foot in Yunhai again." Yi Chen knew nothing about business, so he turned to Han Wanner. "Alright, I'll take you up on that bet." Han Wanner stepped forward and said. Chapter 97, Shin Danqing's Request. A few hours later, at the Diamond Mountain Villa, Han Wanner was making a call nearby, while Yi Chen sat on the sofa, deep in thought. He never expected the dragon and tiger banquet to end this way. He had killed the dragon and tiger brothers and had already prepared himself for the Li family's bloody revenge. But he never imagined that the Li family would send Li Nianan to challenge Han Wanner in the business world and set a 2-month deadline. If they won't come with force, they'll come with strategy. Unexpected. Yi Chen wasn't afraid of the Li family resorting to close combat, he would simply draw his sword. But since they chose not to fight, he had no choice but to sheath his sword. This Li family is no ordinary clan. As a martial arts family, they lost 2 outstanding disciples yet managed to endure the loss and switch tactics, demonstrating both flexibility and resilience. Yi Chen murmured to himself. Just then, Han Wanner approached with a serious expression and said, "The Li family has sent Li Nianan, that's their greatest act of revenge." "What does that mean?" Yi Chen was taken aback. "Li Nianan is a madman." Han Wanner pushed her phone over and said, "Take a look at his background." Yi Chen took it and glanced at it, furrowing his brows slightly. Li Nianan was an orphan adopted by the Li family, with extraordinary martial arts talent. No one in the younger generation of the Li family could match him. However, he's a madman, a psychopath who killed his adoptive parents and his mentor. The Li family usually kept Li Nianan locked up in the dungeon. Now the Li family has released him to deal with Han Wanner. Facing such a madman, Han Wanner's pressure was unimaginable. "It doesn't matter much. He said he'll compete using legitimate business methods. You're not afraid of him, are you?" Yi Chen said. Han Wanyu nodded. Yi Chen laughed, "If he breaks the agreement, I'll kill him and eliminate this trouble once and for all." Han Wanner heard this and her pressure vanished instantly. However, she immediately added with a wry smile, "Li Nianan isn't just a prodigy in martial arts, he's also highly talented in business. Even if it's fair competition, he'll still be a formidable opponent for me. If you can't match him in business and end up losing to Li Nianan, you'd better pack up and get out of Yunhai with the Han family as soon as possible." Yi Chen said. Han Wanner shot Yi Chen a disdainful glance, then stepped forward and sat down on Yi Chen's lap. Her arms wrapped around Yi Chen's neck, and she said in a sweet voice, "Yi Chen, you helped me celebrate such a memorable birthday and eliminated the 2 major enemies of the Li family. How can I ever repay you?" "There's no need to repay me. As a retainer of the Han family, this is my duty." Yi Chen's expression grew slightly uneasy. "Go away. Don't provoke him. How can I not repay you? I'll dance the social shake for you first, hee hee." Han Wanner boldly twisted her slender body, like a beautiful snake. Just then, a sharp voice rang out from the door, "Han Wanner, what are you doing? You shameless woman." Han Wanner looked up and saw it was Lu Yuran. Her face flushed red, and she hurriedly stepped down and stood properly. "Why didn't you say hello before coming in?" Han Wanner glared at her and said. "Do I need to announce my arrival when I come to see you?" Lu Yuran glared back. Yi Chen stood by awkwardly. This mother and daughter were like sworn enemies, always at each other's throats whenever they met. "You two talk first. I have something to do." Yi Chen hurriedly stood up, ready to leave. Sit down. I need to talk to you right away. Lu Yuran shot Yi Chen a glance and said in a hostile tone. Seeing her expression, Yi Chen knew something was up. So he said, alright, I'll go use the restroom. As soon as he stepped out the door, Yi Chen rushed straight toward the main gate, walking with a purpose, while the sound of Lu Yuran and her mother arguing echoed behind him. Yi Chen hurried even faster, disappearing quickly from Han Wanner's villa. He then headed to the herb garden. The 10 purple ginseng plants were already in his possession, enough to fully ripen the ice heart grass. The demonic energy generated from Yi Chen's advancement to the 5th layer of qi cultivation had been completely purged with the help of Qin Meng and Li Changfeng. The negative emotions collected in the dragon pendant were also abundant. Whether from his trip to Gusu or the dragon and tiger banquet, he had gathered a vast amount of negative emotions. This was more than enough for him to break through to the 6th layer of qi cultivation. In the coming days, Yi Chen planned to focus solely on enhancing his strength. He knew that a storm was approaching. The Li family is temporarily refraining from retaliation, instead preparing to confront Han Wanner in the business world. However, the Xianmen will seek revenge. He had killed Xian Feng and publicly announced it. Given the Xuanmen's modus operandi, they would certainly launch a bloody retaliation. Additionally, Li Haolong was a disciple of Zhang Wudi, so the expert the Xianmen sexant might be Zhang Wudi himself. Yi Chen must spare no effort to enhance his strength, slay Zhang Wudi, and avenge Fenger. 3 days had passed. Yi Chen successfully broke through to the 6th layer of the qi cultivation realm, greatly enhancing his strength. With this level of strength, he had an 80% chance of defeating Zhang Wudi. However, Yi Chen plans to elevate his cultivation to the 7th layer of qi cultivation. At that point, he would have a 100% chance of defeating Zhang Wudi. Next, he must deal with the demonic energy generated by the 6th layer of qi cultivation, then collect enough negative emotions to break through to the 7th layer. Yi Chen's hopes naturally rested on the ice pure pill. After 3 days of cultivation, the over 50 ice heart grass plants had fully matured. After maturation, the seeds fell off, giving rise to new ice heart grass, totaling over 200 plants. Next, Yi Chen uprooted the 50+ mature ice heart grass plants and began refining the ice heart pills. He successfully refined 3 pills, all of which he consumed, but he failed to completely eliminate the demonic energy. Firstly, the demonic energy generated at the 6th layer of qi cultivation was more abundant and powerful. Secondly, because he had been continuously taking ice clear pills, their demon eliminating effects were not as effective as before. All medications develop resistance over time, and elixirs are no exception. As a result, Yi Chen was once again troubled, and his cultivation had hit a dead end. After much deliberation, he realized there was a way to resolve this dilemma. That solution lay in the secluded mountain retreat behind the Shin family's estate. Whether it was harvesting spiritual herbs from their rear mountain, accelerating the maturation of ice heartgrass, or transplanting the ice heartgrass there, any of these options could resolve the current issue. However, the Shin family would likely refuse. After all, he had publicly killed Shin Beiwan, the head of the Shin family, and the Shin family harbored deep hatred toward him. Just then, an unexpected person called Yi Chen. It was Shin Danqing from the Shin family. Mr. Yi, please make time to come to Gusu in the next few days. I have something I need to discuss with you. Shin Danqing said. What's the matter? Yi Chen asked. Shin Danqing sighed and said, Mr. Yi, you know what happened earlier? The Li family's 2 brothers were killed in our Shin garden. The Li family is furious and intends to hold our Shin family accountable. In 2 days, they will send people over. Shin Danqing said with a worried expression. The Li family has ambitious plans. They likely intend to use this opportunity to completely take over our Shin family. Yi Chen nodded slightly. This is indeed a good opportunity to swallow up the Shin family. The Li family naturally won't let it slip away. Why did you summon me? Yi Chen asked. Please come and help our Shin family manage the situation. Shin Danqing said solemnly. Chapter 98, My Yin-Yang eyes have opened. To take charge of the Shin family? Yi Chen was taken aback. Shin Danqing's words caught him off guard. Mr. Shin, why do you say that? I am your sworn enemy who killed your father. Yi Chen said. Mr. Yi is not only my father's murderer but also my savior. Shin Danqing spoke calmly, as if he had completely let go of his hatred. Mr. Yi, actually, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that I have now become the head of the Shin family. I bear the heavy responsibility of the family. The Shin family has been a prominent clan for 1,000 years. As he spoke, Shin Danqing's voice grew passionate. Mr. Yi, you cannot imagine what it takes for a family to endure for 1,000 years. It is not just courage and wisdom, but the blood and lives of generation after generation of Shin family members. For the continuity of the Shin family, I wouldn't just let go of hatred even if it meant sacrificing my own life. I would do so without hesitation. Brave sons, unite to face the clan's crisis. This is the first principle of our Shin family's ancestral teachings. Shin Danqing's words left Yi Chen deeply impressed. In terms of vision, and even wisdom, Shin Beiwan pales in comparison to his son. Because Shin Danqing had indeed chosen the right person to approach. Besides him, Yi Chen, who dares to challenge the Li family? Who dares to defy the Xianmen? Mr. Shin, the Li family of Yangcheng is backed by the Xianmen. If you were to align yourselves with them, it would be a wise choice. It might even come to pass, as Shin Beiwang said, that the Shin family would replace the Han family and become the first family of Jiangnan. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Shin Danqing shook his head. Mr. Yi, I have seen through the Li family and the Xuanmen's wolfish ambitions. If we truly align ourselves with them, the Shin family will be devoured until not even a bone remains. Far-sighted. Yi Chen sighed inwardly, growing even more impressed with Shin Danqing. By placing your trust in me, you are choosing to oppose the Li family and the Xianmen. That is a sure path to self-destruction. Yi Chen said again. Ha, Mr. Yi, please don't be so modest. Shin Danqing said. You displayed extraordinary prowess at the Shin Garden, decisively defeating the Li family's twin heroes and the Xianmen elder, earning my utmost respect. Although the Han and Li families have sealed off the news, I know that at the Dragon and Tiger banquet, Mr. Yi presented a human head as a gift to celebrate the birthday of Miss Han. In the midst of bloodshed and romance lies an unwavering will to defy authority and a majestic demeanor that towers above the world. Mr. Yi, such an extraordinary man, a true dragon of the human realm, to have met you is the greatest fortune of my life. If Mr. Yi is willing to humble himself to lead my Shin family, Danqing will gladly serve as his stable hand, even if it means dying 1,000 deaths. I will repay his great kindness with the utmost devotion. All the resources of the Shin family are at Mr. Yi's disposal. Excellent. Yi Chen silently applauded. Shin Danqing's words had truly spoken to him. This is true skill, not only flattering him to the skies, but also hitting the mark straight to Yi Chen's heart. Especially the last line, all the resources of the Shin family are at his disposal. Yi Chen was just thinking about the hidden paradise on the back mountain of the Shin family, and now the opportunity had presented itself. Mr. Shin, since you hold me in such high regard, I will depart for Suzhou within 2 days. Yi Chen said boldly. If the Li family dares to touch a single hair on your family, I will make them pay tenfold in blood. Thank you, Mr. Yi. With your words, I can rest assured. On the other end of the phone, Shin Danqing was so excited he was trembling all over. Yi Chen also couldn't hide his joy. He was already filled with anticipation for the upcoming trip to Gusu. The secluded mountain retreat behind the Shin family's estate could help him break through his current cultivation impasse. Additionally, he wanted to explore the secrets within. He sensed that the place was not ordinary and seemed to hide a great mystery. In Gusu, Shin Danqing finally sat down leisurely, picked up his teacup, and savored the delicate aroma of the tea. In recent days, he had been so troubled that he couldn't sleep or eat properly, but now he was completely relaxed. Sitting across from Shin Danqing was a woman of unparalleled beauty, grace, and figure, none other than his daughter, Shin Manchu. Dad, are you really planning to invite Yi Chen over? Shin Manchu furrowed her delicate brows. Yes. Shin Danqing nodded. Shin Manju clenched her fists tightly. Dad, have you thought about it? He killed my grandfather. Setting aside personal grudges, if we let such a person come to oversee our Shin family, how would the Shin family members feel? Emotionally, who could accept that? Not only will we be mocked by outsiders, but it will also cause our own family members to grow apart. Manchu, you're still too naive. You don't understand human nature. What binds a family together is always self-interest. Hatred is temporary, self-interest is eternal. Are you saying that Yi Chen can bring eternal benefits to the Shin family? Shin Manchu scoffed. His martial arts prowess is impressive, but alone, what can he possibly achieve? Foolish daughter, you've been blinded by hatred. Shin Danqing glanced at Shin Manchu. Yi Chen isn't alone, he has the Han family backing him. But the Li family has the Xianmen behind them. And the Han family is backed by the Lu family of Xingjing. Shin Danqing said meaningfully. Shen Manju was speechless. Moreover, the Xuanmen's influence is growing increasingly vast, and their actions are becoming more and more outrageous. Their domineering and brutal style has already aroused the dissatisfaction of numerous factions in the ancient martial arts world. A major upheaval is imminent. Shin Danqing's gaze grew deep as he murmured, our Shin family must find a powerful ally in time. If Lord Yilong were still alive, the Xianmen would dare not act so brazenly. Yilong Zhu. At the mention of that name, Shen Manchu's heart trembled. He was the person she had long admired and the one she most looked up to. Her greatest wish in life was to meet Yilong Zhu and catch a glimpse of his unparalleled charm. Alas, Yilong Zhu had faded into obscurity 3 years ago. Manchu, you can handle the family business a bit less lately and focus more on Yi Chen. Shin Danqing said meaningfully. Dad, what do you mean? Shin Manchu's eyebrows, which had just relaxed, furrowed again. Ha, do you think Yi Chen isn't good enough? In every aspect, he's worthy of you, isn't he? Shin Danqing laughed. You're the one who admires Yilong Zhu the most, right? Maybe he'll become the next Yilong Zhu. Put. Him? Shin Manchu sneered disdainfully. He's not even worth a single strand of Yilong Zhu's hair. Regardless, when Yi Chen takes charge of the Shin family, you must do your best to impress him.
Shin Danqing fixed his gaze on Shun Manchu, his tone tinged with authority.
This is a family duty.
Shin Manju's delicate body trembled, and she clenched her teeth tightly. Dad, you. Immediately, she broke into a cold smile and said indifferently, relying on this or that will never compare to relying on oneself.
Father, my yin-yang eyes have opened. What?
Shin Danqing, who had just lifted his teacup, turned pale with shock, his hand trembling so violently that the teacup fell to the ground.
Clang! The fine blue and white porcelain bowl shattered into pieces. Chapter 99, The Master of Hidden Arrays.
Recently, rumors about our company's flagship product, the children's clear lung and cough relief oral liquid, have been circulating widely. Yi Chen watched the livestream on his phone, which was the official livestream of Manhwa Pharmaceutical. Lin Manhwa, seated in the center, wore a white dress, looking as beautiful as a fairy, with an elegant demeanor. Her brows were arched with a radiant glow, and her smile exuded confidence. The most widely circulated rumor was that there had been issues with our raw material supply, with herbs in the medicinal fields withering, forcing us to halt production of the clear lung and cough relief oral liquid.
We have breached all contracts and are facing astronomical compensation claims, with Manhwa Pharmaceutical on the brink of bankruptcy.
In the livestream, Lin Manhwa smiled, waved her arms confidently, and stated firmly, I can assure everyone that these are all rumors. The supply of raw materials for our flagship product is completely unaffected, and all orders will be fulfilled as scheduled. Watching Lin Manhwa speak confidently in the livestream, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel skeptical. Days earlier, Lin Manhwa had sought his help, claiming that over 10,000 purple heartgrass plants had withered. Given the growth habits of the purple heartgrass and the maintenance of the magical array, it was likely that over half of the plants would wither by now. Lin Manhwa should be in a state of chaos right now, but in the livestream, she looked energetic and even addressed the issue head-on. This suggested that the issue of the purple heartgrass withering had been resolved.
That shouldn't be possible.
The array in Lin Manhwa's medicinal field was set up by Yi Chen, and without his maintenance, the array's power would gradually fade.
The withering of the purple heartgrass is inevitable. With a hint of doubt, Yi Chen headed straight for the medicinal fields of Manhwa Pharmaceutical. He was very familiar with the place and easily blended in. However, to be safe, Yi Chen used a talisman, an invisibility talisman. The invisibility talisman could temporarily conceal one's form.
Upon arriving at Lin Manhwa's medicinal herb field, Yi Chen was slightly surprised. The issue with the purple heartgrass withering had indeed been resolved. As far as the eye could see, the field was lush and green, not the withered yellow he had imagined. He then carefully inspected the array and quickly identified the cause. Sure enough, the array had been repaired by someone, allowing it to continue functioning and preventing the purple heartgrass from withering.
Even my array could be repaired. Lin Manhwa must have a powerful ally behind her. Yi Chen thought to himself.
He examined it again carefully and found that the method used to repair the array was not particularly sophisticated. To put it another way, the array was like a car that frequently broke down.
Yi Chen had repaired it using genuine, high-quality parts.
The mysterious expert, however, used substandard parts. Their techniques were also inferior to his.
It could only solve the problem temporarily and wouldn't last very long.
However, being able to identify the array's flaws and repair them demonstrates the other party's skill. He must be a master of magical arrays.
Yi Chen was curious.
Having lived with Lin Manhwa for 3 years, she didn't know any array masters and had no connection to the ancient martial arts world. The only thing unusual about her was that her physique seemed somewhat special. Her physique was slightly cold, and at times, she even emitted a chill. Yi Chen had studied it for a while but couldn't figure it out, so he didn't think much of it.
This situation was not what Yi Chen wanted to see.
Now, Yi Chen could easily destroy the array with a single move, causing all the purple heartgrass to wither and die. If he were to destroy the array's focal point, even if the array master were to arrive, they wouldn't be able to repair it.
However, Yi Chen wasn't that malicious. He turned around and prepared to leave the medicinal field.
The fact that Lin Manhwa had a master of arrays behind her piqued Yi Chen's curiosity. He was eager to see who this mysterious figure was.
Just then, his phone rang.
He took it out and saw that it was Lin Manhwa calling.
Hello, Manhwa, what's the matter? Yi Chen asked.
Yi Chen, I'd like you to come to my herb garden.
Lin Manhwa said. Your herb garden?
Yi Chen's expression grew peculiar. He was already in Lin Manhwa's herb garden. Lin Manhwa laughed. Come see my purple heartgrass. It's lush and vibrant, one patch after another.
Do you remember?
A few days ago, I was at my wit's end and begged you for help, but you ignored me. Lin Manhwa said with a sense of vindication. And now, without your help, I've solved the problem and escaped the predicament.
What a relief. You must be disappointed, right?
You wanted to see me fail, but unfortunately, I, Lin Manhwa, have risen again.
Ha! The sound of Lin Manhwa's unrestrained laughter echoed from the phone.
Chapter 100, I must slap Yi Chen in the face.
Lin Manhwa's unrestrained laughter didn't sting Yi Chen's nerves. What piqued his curiosity now was the master of the magical array. The array he had personally set up had been repaired by the other party. Yi Chen smiled faintly. I am well aware of the purple heartgrass. Once it withers, isn't it impossible to revive it? How did you manage to bring it back to life? There were experts who assisted me.
Lin Hanxue said proudly, with that master's help, the purple heartgrass will never wither again.
A master? You've piqued my curiosity. When can I meet this master you speak of? Yi Chen asked. Right now.
Lin Huanxue said indifferently, I will soon accompany Master Wen Yuan to the medicinal herb field. You should come too, it will be a chance for you to admire the magnificent sight of 10,000 acres of purple heartgrass in full bloom. Yi Chen nodded in agreement upon hearing this, eager to meet this Wen Yuan master. His mind flickered slightly as he released a thread of spiritual energy into the array. After reaching the 6th layer of Qi cultivation, Yi Chen's spiritual energy could now be projected outward. Mental energy, also known as divine perception, was even more effective than a cultivator's eyes. However, Yi Chen's spiritual energy was still weak, and he could only release a single thread, as thin as a strand of hair. After probing for a moment, Yi Chen located a crucial yet hidden hub within the array. He released a strand of true essence and destroyed it. Instantly, the array's operation slowed down. After about half an hour, the array would come to a complete halt. He did this to test the skill of Master Wen Yuan, to see if he could identify the issue and repair the array again. After all, the array was his masterpiece, and having it deciphered by someone else had sparked a competitive spirit in Yi Chen, prompting him to challenge Wen Yuan to a showdown. The critical hub he had destroyed was extremely well hidden, barely noticeable within the entire array. Finding it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. If Master Wen Yuan could indeed find it and repair it, Yi Chen would truly concede defeat. He then vanished from the medicinal field and waited for Lin Huanxue and the others to arrive before returning. A few minutes later, a black SUV pulled up at the entrance of the herb garden. The door opened, and Lin Hanxue stepped out first. She wore a simple knee-length chiffon dress, her face as beautiful as a flower, her eyes as bright as stars, exuding a faint chill. Her porcelain white, smooth skin was as flawless as jade, and her cherry red, delicate lips curved into a proud smile. Her flowing hair cascaded down her shoulders, complementing her tall, slender figure, giving her an otherworldly, unapproachable aura. However, at that moment, Lin Hanxue bent down slightly to help an elderly man dressed in white casual attire out of the car, her attitude extremely respectful. This elderly gentleman was Mr. Wen Yuan, once the foremost feng shui master in Jiangnan. Though he no longer appeared in public, legends about him abounded throughout the feng shui community. And this Mr. Wen Yuan was the helper introduced to her by the old woman of Bingfang Mountain, who had helped Lin Huanxue solve the problem of the withering purple heartgrass. Clatter! The door on the other side opened, and two people stepped out, Lu Meiyu and Lu Man. Compared to their previous dejected and defeated appearance, the two women now walked with their heads held high, exuding arrogance and confidence. After all, the purple heartgrass had improved, and Hanxue Pharmaceutical had successfully weathered the crisis. They naturally felt very proud. Where is Yi Chen? Lu Meiyu looked around and said displeasedly. He probably doesn't dare to come. Lu Man laughed. No, we must make him come. Lu Meiyu waved her hands angrily and said, a few days ago, the Hanxue medicine fields faced a crisis, and we sought help from Yi Chen. He, the ungrateful wretch, refused to lend a helping hand. Now that Hanxue has safely weathered the crisis, I want to see his expression. And I must humiliate him, beat him until his face is swollen. Mentioning Yi Chen filled Lu Meiyu with intense hatred. It wasn't just because of this incident, but also because of what happened last time at the old master's house, when Yi Chen had publicly slapped her buttocks. He exposed her for stealing the formula, shaming her and making her unable to hold her head up in front of the Lin family. This grudge, Lu Meiyu had never avenged. Hanxue, call that boy and tell him to come here immediately. Cough. Before Lu Meiyu could finish speaking, she began coughing violently, her pale face turning bright red. Lin Hanxue hurried forward and said, Mom, you should go to the hospital. You've been coughing since yesterday, and you said you felt short of breath. It's nothing. I'll go to the hospital after I humiliate Yi Chen first. Lu Meiyu insisted. Just then, a taxi pulled up, and Yi Chen got out. As soon as they saw Yi Chen, the three women's eyes lit up. Especially Lu Meiyu, whose face already bore a cold smile. Hey, Hanxue, you're all waiting here for me? I'm truly flattered. Yi Chen smiled as he walked over. Yi Chen, you dare to come here? Get down on your knees and apologize to Hanxue. Lu Meiyu couldn't hold back any longer and rushed forward, pointing at Yi Chen's nose and shouting. Seeing Lu Meiyu raging like a madwoman, Yi Chen was taken aback. Ms. Lu, what's wrong with you? What's wrong? Lu Meiyu placed one hand on her hip and pointed at Yi Chen. You ungrateful wretch. The Lin family raised you for 3 years. When Hanxue was in trouble, you didn't help her, but stood by and laughed. Are you even human? Yi Chen smiled, feeling the surging negative emotions from Lu Meiyu, all of which were absorbed by the dragon pendant. He felt a secret delight.
Lu Meiyu had contributed so much negative emotion to him. She was truly a tax-paying giant, the donkey of the production team. It had made a tremendous contribution to his cultivation. Yi Chen even considered saying thank you. Ms. Lu, I advise you to keep your temper in check these days. Otherwise, Yi Chen glanced at her chest and could see that her pent-up anger had already accumulated there. The situation was already quite serious. But Lu Meiyu didn't listen at all. She looked down on Yi Chen and said, now, we don't need your help anymore. We've invited Master Wen Yuan, who solved the problem with the medicinal fields. Han Shui has successfully overcome the crisis. Is that so? Yi Chen smiled. I must congratulate you all. As he spoke, Yi Chen's gaze drifted to the white-robed old man beside him. It seemed he was Master Wen Yuan. Yi Chen, I invite you to tour the medicinal field and inspect the growth of the 10,000 acres of purple heartgrass. Lin Hanxue also stepped forward, her gaze carrying a hint of challenge and amusement. All right. Yi Chen nodded and followed them into the medicinal garden. When they reached the purple heartgrass fields, the sight before them was a sea of vibrant green, brimming with vitality and thriving growth. This is the future of Hanxue Pharmaceutical, just like these purple heartgrasses teeming with vitality and thriving. Lin Hanxue smiled, her words betraying her unhidden pride. Yi Chen, once we complete this series of large orders, the market value of Hanxue Pharmaceutical will multiply several times over. At that point, I will become a female billionaire worth over 100 billion. Everything I tell you will come true. Lin Hanxue looked down with pride. I still don't regret that decision I made back then. Chapter 101, Shocking News. Yi Chen looked at Lin Hanxue. Her words didn't faze him in the slightest. Even if she became a billionaire, Yi Chen wouldn't give her a second glance. The only thing that weighed heavily on Yi Chen's heart was his daughter, the daughter who had not yet been born. Don't speak so definitively, anything could happen. Yi Chen said indifferently. Seeing Yi Chen's expression, Lin Hanshue's beautiful eyes flashed with anger. She just wanted Yi Chen to bow his head, admit his mistake, and return to her side. Even if not as her husband, she wanted him to return to her side, to protect her, to be the man behind her. But he simply couldn't understand. He was like a stone in a latrine, stubborn and unyielding. Just then, Lu Meiyu stepped forward, glaring at Yi Chen. The facts are right in front of you. What are you still saying such cold words? Look at how well the purple heartgrass is growing. The leaves are so green. In another 10 days or so, it will be ready for harvest. Then it will be a fortune beyond measure, and it has nothing to do with you. Lu Man also mocked from the side. Yi Chen, do you regret it now? If you had helped Han Shui back then, you wouldn't have ended up like this. In a few months when we divide the profits, you'll just have to watch enviously. Ha! Lu Man laughed triumphantly. Lin Hanxue also said, if you had helped me back then, I would have shared the profits with you. But now, you're out of the picture. Yi Chen laughed. Do I care about your share of the profits? That little bit? Lu Meiyu sneered. Yi Chen, you're so ignorant. That's not just a little. Once Hanxue Pharmaceuticals' market value multiplies several times over, the stocks I hold will be worth hundreds of millions. I'll be a billionaire. My net worth will also exceed 10 million. Lu Man said triumphantly. Haha, the entire Lin family will be wealthy. Lu Meiyu smiled brightly, full of pride. Just then, Wen Yuan, the master who was inspecting the array nearby, furrowed his brows and suddenly said, the array is malfunctioning again. It has stopped functioning. What? Lin Hanxue was utterly shocked. Lu Meiyu and Lu Man's smiles froze on their faces. What could be wrong again? However, Lu Meiyu quickly said, don't worry, Master Wen Yuan can fix it in no time. Lu Man added, that's right. Master Wen Yuan is so skilled he'll have it fixed in no time. Hearing this, Lin Hanxue's tense heart gradually relaxed. Master Wen Yuan was indeed someone you could rely on. With him handling it, the formation would be repaired in no time. Unconsciously, Lin Huanxue glanced at Yi Chen, feeling a bit awkward. She had intended to show off to Yi Chen, but now this had happened. Wasn't she just making a fool of herself? She only hoped that Master Wen Yuan would fix it quickly. However, half an hour had passed, and Master Wen Yuan was still examining the array, his face tense the entire time. Without the array's support, the delicate purple heartgrass had already begun to wither and curl its leaves. Lin Hanxue grew impatient and couldn't help but step forward and ask, Master Wen Yuan, how is it going? Master Wen Yuan didn't even look up and said, I'm still checking. I haven't found the problem yet. Don't worry, just wait. Lin Hanxue sighed in frustration and went to wait nearby. Time ticked by slowly, and 2 hours later, Master Wen Yuan was still investigating. By now, not only Lin Hanxue, but also Liu Meiyu and Lu Man could no longer sit still. The three of them were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, pacing back and forth and glancing at Master Wen Yuan from time to time. Many of the purple heartgrass leaves had already curled and dried up, and some had even turned yellow. What should we do, Hanxue? Lu Man clasped her hands together, already panicking. What can we do? We can only wait for Master Wen Yuan to find the problem. Lin Hanxue said helplessly.
But he's been searching for hours. If this continues, more and more purple heart grass will wither.
Lu Man's brows furrowed deeply. This time, the problem seemed far more serious than last time.
In just a few hours, the purple heart grass was already failing.
Lin Hanxue could see it too.
At this rate, the purple heart grass would likely die within a day.
Then she discovered an even more serious problem. The purple heart grass was turning yellow over a large area.
This situation had spread across the entire planting area, covering thousands of acres of medicinal fields. Unlike last time, when it was only scattered small patches.
This time, the situation was serious. Master Wen Yuan approached, his expression solemn.
Last time, the magical array was still functioning, albeit slowly. But this time, it had completely ceased to function. This meant that if the problem wasn't resolved, all 10,000 acres of purple heartgrass would wither and die.
All of it will die.
Those 4 words felt like a massive boulder crashing down on Lin Huanxue, causing her delicate body to tremble violently, nearly causing her to collapse to the ground. Lu Meiyu and Lu Man's faces turned deathly pale, their eyes filled with terror.
This was nothing short of a devastating blow to them.
If all the purple heartgrass withers, they won't just lose their fortune, they'll lose everything they have now, becoming penniless beggars, and even burdened with debt.
Master Wen Yuan, I beg you, please repair the array.
Lin Hanxue's eyes were red, and tears welled up in her eyes.
Miss Lin, rest assured, I will do my best.
Master Wen Yuan said.
Master Wen Yuan.
A shrill scream startled Master Wen Yuan. Lu Meiyu suddenly knelt before Master Wen Yuan, clutching his robe, sobbing, "It's not just trying your best, it must be done. You must repair the magical array.
My family depends on this patch of purple heartgrass for survival.
If they all wither and die, I won't be able to live either."
Whoa! Lu Meiyu cried and pulled at Master Wen Yuan, making him feel very awkward. The scene was quite embarrassing.
Lin Huanxue felt a bit embarrassed, especially since Yi Chen was standing nearby. She quickly helped Lu Meiyu to her feet.
Mom, please stop crying. Trust Master Wen Yuan.
Wah, if Master Wen Yuan can't repair the array, I'll cry myself to death in this medicinal field, wah.
Lu Meiyu cried even harder, completely inconsolable.
Yi Chen watched the scene with his hair standing on end, goosebumps covering his body.
He decided to turn around and walk away.
He could tell that Master Wen Yuan was indeed highly skilled, but to solve the problem, he probably wasn't capable enough. Even if he could find a solution, it would take a long time, and by then the purple heartgrass would all wither away. Half an hour later, Master Wen Yuan, drenched in sweat, approached Lin Hanxue and said, "Miss Lin, this isn't a viable solution. This magical array is vast, covering 10,000 acres of medicinal fields.
The problem that has arisen is critical and subtle. Finding it is like searching for a needle in a haystack.
It might take 3 days and 3 nights, and by then, the purple heartgrass will have withered completely and be beyond saving."
Lin Hanxue nearly fainted upon hearing this. She forced herself to ask, "What should we do then?" "The only solution is to find the person who set up the array." Master Wen Yuan's expression grew serious.
Only this person can quickly identify and resolve the issue, saving these purple heartgrasses.
Chapter 102, The Master Grows Angry. The one who set up the array?
Lin Huanxue was stunned. She had no idea who had set up the formation. Even before Master Wen Yuan arrived, she had no idea there was such an array in the medicinal garden. "Master Wen Yuan, I truly have no idea who set it up."
"I already told you before," Lin Hanxue said.
Master Wen Yuan narrowed his eyes. "This is strange. Such a large formation couldn't have been completed in just a few days."
"This is your medicinal garden, yet you know nothing about it?" "I don't know." Lin Hanxue shook her head. "Someone must have helped you in secret. Think about it carefully." Master Wen Yuan emphasized.
"If we can find the person who set up the array, the problem will be solved."
"Someone who helped me in secret and also understands array formations?"
Lin Hanxue pondered for a long time but still couldn't figure out who this person might be. She sighed helplessly. "Master Wen Yuan, I have no connection whatsoever with such people. The only reason I found you was through the old woman from Bingfeng Mountain." Just as she finished speaking, a flash of insight crossed her mind. She suddenly recalled that when she had planted these purple-hearted grasses, it was Yi Chen who had recommended this location.
Could it be that the one who set up the formation was Yi Chen?
Lin Huanxue's gaze drifted toward Yi Chen, but she immediately dismissed the thought.
How could it be him? He knows nothing about feng shui.
At that moment, Master Wen Yuan sighed. "Well, since this array is useless, I'll just set up another one." Lin Hanxue heard this and was overjoyed. "Master Wen Yuan, that's wonderful." Meanwhile, Yi Chen, who had walked over to the side, heard Master Wen Yuan mention setting up a new array and immediately became interested. He approached quietly.
"Master Wen Yuan, is your new array reliable?
After all, these purple heartgrasses are delicate.
Don't mess them up," Lu Meiyu said.
Master Wen Yuan heard this and was so angry that his beard stood on end. If anyone else had said that, he would have turned and left immediately.
"If you don't trust me, why did you call me here?"
As the former top feng shui master of Jiangnan, he naturally had his pride.
However, he couldn't act on his anger.
After all, he had been instructed by the old woman of Bingfang Mountain, and he revered her like a goddess.
Lin Hanxue hurriedly said, "Mom, how could you say that? If Master Wen Yuan doesn't intervene, these purple heart grasses will all wither and die. If it succeeds, that's best. If it doesn't, it's fate."
Lu Meiyu also realized she had spoken out of turn and hurriedly apologized. "Master Wen Yuan, I didn't mean it that way.
Please go ahead with the array. I believe in you."
Master Wen Yuan smiled and said, "Actually, your concerns are valid. Even if I set up a new formation, I only have a 50% chance of success. Miss Lin, I should explain the situation to you in advance so that you can make the final decision."
Lin Hanxue nodded and said, "Master, please speak."
Master Wen Yuan said, "Based on my recent observations, the purple heartgrass prefers to grow in areas with very high temperatures."
"Have you noticed that the temperature in this area is quite high?"
Lin Hanxue paused for a moment before nodding quickly. "Indeed, every time I come to this medicinal field, I feel a warm, cozy sensation."
"Yes, I feel it too." Master Wen Yuan said, "I noticed that when the array was still active, the yang energy here was abundant and harmonious. However, after the array failed, the yang energy became chaotic and restless, surging in all directions. Therefore, I plan to first construct a yang locking array to contain the yang energy here. Then, I will set up a small yin gathering array to collect some yin energy, which will be used to neutralize the yang energy, making it peaceful, and thus achieving a balance between yin and yang. In this way, perhaps we can revive these purple heart grasses." Upon hearing Master Wen Yuan's explanation, Lin Huanxue was deeply impressed. "Master, you are absolutely right. Let's proceed as you suggest." Master Wen Yuan's words made perfect sense.
"Let's do it this way, these purple-hearted grasses can be saved."
"Haha," Lu Meiyu exclaimed excitedly. Lu Man, though only partially understanding, also found it reasonable and agreed. "Alright, since none of you have any objections, I'll begin setting up the array."
Master Wen Yuan smiled.
"Nonsense." Just as everyone was filled with excitement and anticipation, a discordant voice suddenly rang out.
Lin Huanxue and the others startled, looking up to see it was Yi Chen.
"Yi Chen, what nonsense are you spouting?"
Lin Huanxue said angrily. Lu Meiyu shouted angrily, "Yi Chen, get out of here and cool off.
Don't cause trouble." "What do you mean? How dare you question Master Wen Yuan?"
"What I mean is, following Master Wen Yuan's instructions will ruin these purple heart grasses," Yi Chen said calmly. Master Wen Yuan immediately furrowed his brows. He wasn't a narrow-minded person, but having a young upstart question him naturally annoyed him.
"Young man, what is your opinion?" Wen Yuan asked politely. Yi Chen replied, "The only solution is to repair the original array. This isn't about yang or yin energy. Following your instructions will only cause the purple heartgrass to wither completely." Master Wen Yuan's face darkened.
This young man had effectively rejected his entire plan.
"Are you just talking nonsense? If we could repair the original array, why would I bother setting up a new one?"
Yi Chen smiled faintly, "Then just do nothing, and someone will naturally come to revive these purple heart grasses."
"Nonsense. I think you're the one talking nonsense. Besides Master Wen Yuan, who else could revive these purple heart grasses?" Lu Meiyu shouted angrily.
Yi Chen smiled without a word. Naturally, he was the one who would save them. Originally, he had intended to make Lin Huanxue suffer a major setback. But now he had changed his mind. This batch of purple heartgrass was being used by the United Pharmaceutical Factory to produce medicinal agents, and Han Wanner also had a share in it. She had also signed numerous orders with other companies. Although it could harm Lin Huanxue, it would also harm Han Wanyu. This was not what Yi Chen wanted to see. Once the United Pharmaceutical Factory completes the orders, Yi Chen plans to give the formula for the medication to Han Wanyu, allowing her to produce it independently without involving Lin Huanxue's pharmaceutical company. Lin Hanxue and the Lin family shouldn't even think about getting a single advantage from him. Even if Lin Hanxue manages to survive this crisis, what about next time? Without Yi Chen's help to repair the array, she would still face the same situation and might even lose more completely. "You're young, but you sure talk big." Master Wen Yuan's face flashed a cold smile. "I'd like to ask you, where did I go wrong?" Yi Chen replied seriously, "It's not that you're wrong in any one thing, it's that you're completely wrong. Every word you've spoken is incorrect. How dare you?" Faced with Yi Chen's repeated provocation, Master Wen Yuan grew furious. He was once the top feng shui master in Jiangnan. Though he had retired to seclusion for cultivation, no one could match him in feng shui. Even the wealthiest and most powerful nobles, no matter how much money they offered or how many people they sent, could not persuade him to come. If it weren't for the old woman of Bingfang Mountain, Master Wen Yuan would never have come to help Lin Huanxue. And here he was, a revered master whom everyone looked up to, being repeatedly dismissed by a mere upstart. How could he possibly tolerate it? Master Wen Yuan coldly stared at Yi Chen and said arrogantly, "Very well, I'll show you what true feng shui is all about." Chapter 103, The God of Spring.
Master Wen Yuan stepped forward and suddenly pulled up a purple-hearted grass. He formed a seal with his hands and muttered incantations. Instantly, streams of primordial energy from the heavens and earth were drawn toward Master Wen Yuan, gathering at the tips of his fingers. Spin the heavens and transform the cosmos. Move the stars and shift the constellations. Obey my command. Let the withered tree bloom anew. Master Wen Yuan's face grew stern as he shouted loudly. Lin Hanxue and the others were all startled. Master Wen Yuan looked incredibly powerful, just like the scenes of immortals casting spells in movies and TV shows. As Master Wen Yuan moved, vast amounts of primordial energy gathered around the withered purple heart grass. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the purple-hearted grass gradually turned from yellow to green, its curled leaves unfurling, lush and vibrant. It exuded a vibrant aura of life. Lu Meiyu and the others were speechless with astonishment. The most astonishing sight then unfolded. The bud at the tip of the purple heart grass blossomed into two beautiful purple flowers. A miracle! It's a miracle! Lin Huanxue exclaimed. The blooming of the purple flowers signaled the maturity of the purple-hearted grass, meaning it could now be harvested for medicinal use. Moreover, the seeds within had also ripened and could be planted to grow new shoots. Master Wen Yuan is truly a divine being. To revive a withered plant and bring it to maturity, this is the work of a divine being. Lu Man exclaimed excitedly. Lu Meiyu trembled with excitement, exclaiming, a living deity. I've seen a living deity today. Huff. Master Wen Yuan took a few deep breaths. The reactions of the crowd were quite satisfying to him. However, this technique of reviving a withered plant was extremely taxing, leaving him feeling dizzy and disoriented. It took him a while to recover. Then, Master Wen Yuan's stern gaze fell upon Yi Chen, and he said in a deep voice, Boy, did you see that? I saw it. Yi Chen nodded, speaking lightly. His casual attitude annoyed Master Wen Yuan, who lowered his voice again. Are you truly convinced? Yi Chen smiled and said, Master Wen Yuan, you do have some skills, but this doesn't solve the problem, does it? Yi Chen, you dare to speak so boldly. Lin Huanxue was furious. Master Wen Yuan's technique of reviving dead wood is a miracle we all admire, yet you dare to ignore it? He's just being stubborn. The facts are right before his eyes, yet he refuses to acknowledge them. Lu Man looked down on him with disdain. A stubborn old dog, he muttered under his breath, referring to Yi Chen. Lu Meiyu was even more blunt, pointing at Yi Chen and shouting, You little brat, Master Wen Yuan was able to cure the purple heart grass. Are you just jealous? Compared to Master Wen Yuan, you're not even worthy of tying his shoes. Now, apologize to Master Wen Yuan immediately. Apologize? Yi Chen sneered, Why should I apologize? Because you're wrong. You've insulted Master Wen Yuan's dignity. Lu Meiyu glared angrily. Is that so? Yi Chen smiled indifferently. If he can solve the problem of the purple heart grass withering, I will admit my mistake to him. Isn't it already solved? Lu Man said. Yi Chen looked at her as if she were a child. Reviving one plant solves the problem? Lu Man was immediately speechless. Lu Meiyu, however, spoke arrogantly, Master Wen Yuan, continue your spell and revive all 10,000 acres of purple heart grass. Give Yi Chen a taste of his own medicine. Master Wen Yuan heard this and his body trembled. With his current abilities, casting the revived deadwood technique again would likely drain him completely, causing him to faint on the spot. This technique is a supreme art and cannot be used on a large scale. Master Wen Yuan explained awkwardly. As time passed, more purple heart grass withered and turned yellow. Looking out across the vast medicinal field, it was a sea of withered yellow. Master Wen Yuan, we can't delay any longer. Hurry up and set up the array to save these purple heart grasses. Lin Huanxue said anxiously. Hurry up and use your divine abilities, Master Wen Yuan. These precious medicinal herbs can't wait. Lu Meiyu was also pacing anxiously. Alright, I will begin setting up the array immediately. Master Wen Yuan knew the situation was urgent and was about to act. Wait! Yi Chen stepped forward to block Master Wen Yuan. You can't do this, you're heading in the wrong direction. Boom! Yi Chen's repeated obstructions had already infuriated everyone. Now that the situation was so urgent, he was still blocking the way. Even Master Wen Yuan, with his excellent self-control, felt a surge of anger rising within him. Get out of the way! Master Wen Yuan roared. Yi Chen, you! Are you looking for death? Lu Meiyu was furious to the extreme and pushed Yi Chen aside with all her strength. If you dare to block me again, I'll fight you to the death. Get out of here, Yi Chen! Leave immediately! Lin Huanxue was also furious, pointing at Yi Chen. You're not welcome here. Please leave and stop causing trouble. Seeing their stubborn refusal to back down, Yi Chen just wanted to turn and leave. However, he wasn't the type to act on impulse. For Han Wanner's sake, he had to save these purple heart grasses. I'm done with this. If you think you can do it, go ahead. Master Wen Yuan was so angry he threw down his tools, pointing at Yi Chen, you set up the array and save these purple heart grasses.
Lin Huanxue saw this and hurriedly said, Master Wen Yuan, please don't get angry.
Don't take Yi Chen seriously. He's just arrogant and ignorant. Master Wen Yuan, please calm down. Lu Meiyu also stepped forward too.
At that moment, Yi Chen stepped forward and said calmly, alright, I'll handle this.
Master Wen Yuan, open your eyes and watch closely. Yi Chen, what are you spouting nonsense for? You can't solve a single problem.
Before Lu Meiyu could finish speaking, Yi Chen had already strided swiftly into the medicinal herb field, squatting down and beginning to dig around.
Yi Chen, what are you doing? Digging sweet potatoes? Lu Meiyu exclaimed angrily. Get out of here immediately. Don't embarrass yourself here. Enough. Can you stop causing trouble?
Lin Huanxue is about to lose her mind. By then, Yi Chen had already repaired the damaged array hub. He slowly stood up, stomped his foot, and a powerful surge of true energy erupted, instantly activating the entire array. The massive array began to operate like a gigantic machine. With Yi Chen's powerful true energy enhancing it, it spun at a speed hundreds of times faster than usual.
Open!
As the array reached its peak, Yi Chen roared. In an instant, it was as though the god of spring had issued a decree. Centered around Yi Chen, the purple-hearted grass within a radius of 10,000 acres seemed to have received instructions, turning green in vast patches. The withered yellow color faded away at a speed visible to the naked eye, like dominoes collapsing in sequence. Countless purple blossoms bloomed simultaneously, filling the air with a fragrant aroma that rose to the heavens, transforming the entire landscape into a vast sea of flowers.
What is this?
Everyone was utterly stunned, gazing at the sea of flowers before them, too amazed to speak. Amidst the sea of flowers, Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back, resembling the Eastern Emperor, the god of spring who controls all flowers and trees under heaven.
Chapter 104, The Li family arrives. Cousin, hurry and go check if all the purple heartgrass has bloomed.
It took Lin Huanxue a long time to finally snap out of her shock. Lu Man was still staring blankly at the sea of flowers in front of her. It wasn't until Lin Huanxue spoke again that she snapped out of her daze and hurried over to check.
Huanxue, am I dreaming? Lu Meiyu had been watching all along, surrounded by lush green purple heartgrass and dazzling flowers.
Just a short while ago, this place was a desolate, barren wasteland. Lin Huanxue steadied her nerves, pinched her arm, and said, Mom, we're not dreaming.
This is real. Oh my goodness. Lu Meiyu looked at Yi Chen, feeling as though everything had been turned upside down. Was this really the same worthless person she had once known?
Lin Huanxue's gaze also fell on Yi Chen, feeling so unfamiliar, as if she had never met him before.
How had he managed to do this?
As for Master Wen Yuan, he was completely baffled, unable to make sense of it. Even the most skilled feng shui master in the Great Xia dynasty couldn't have done that to make countless flowers bloom with a single thought. At that moment, Lu Man ran over, thrilled beyond words, and said, Huanxue, all the purple heartgrass is ready, and it's all in bloom. We can harvest it tomorrow for medicine.
Lin Huanxue heard this and burst into tears of joy.
Lu Meiyu burst into tears. Heaven has opened its eyes.
Thank heaven. You saved our Lin family.
Mom, this has nothing to do with heaven.
It's all thanks to Yi Chen.
Lin Huanxue's gaze toward Yi Chen changed, filled with gratitude.
Oh, it's Yi Chen. He finally did something worthwhile. Lu Meiyu said.
Yi Chen heard this and nearly burst a blood vessel in his nose.
So everything I've done before wasn't humanly done, was it? Yi Chen.
Lin Huanxue stepped forward and said, I'm sorry, we all misunderstood you before. Seeing Lin Huanxue's apologetic expression, Yi Chen hurriedly said, no need to apologize.
I don't deserve it. Lin Huanxue gave an awkward smile and then asked curiously, Yi Chen, how did you manage to do that?
It wasn't just her, everyone else was also staring intently at Yi Chen, especially Master Wen Yuan. Earlier, Master Wen Yuan had demonstrated his skills, leaving everyone in awe.
But compared to Yi Chen, it was utterly insignificant.
Master Wen Yuan had only revived a single purple heartgrass, while Yi Chen had revived all of them. In comparison, Yi Chen's techniques were infinitely superior to Master Wen Yuan's. At this point, Master Wen Yuan had no trace of arrogance left. He had been completely defeated by Yi Chen's skill and was thoroughly convinced. He stepped forward and bowed deeply to Yi Chen. Please enlighten me, sir. Master Wen Yuan adopted a humble and eager-to-learn demeanor. Yi Chen had no intention of showing off in front of them. He had done this solely to save the purple heartgrass, and it was all because of Hanwaner. There was nothing praising about it. I merely stumbled upon the issue with the array and repaired it. The purple heartgrass would naturally recover on its own.
So you're saying this isn't your achievement, but the arrays? Lu Meiyu immediately asked. You can interpret it that way.
Yi Chen smiled faintly.
Put.
Lu Meiyu snorted disdainfully, saying with a look of contempt, I told you, you good for nothing, how could you possibly have such great abilities? It was just pure luck that you fixed the array, it has nothing to do with you.
Huanxue, you're thanking the wrong person. You should be thanking the array, not this Yi Chen.
Lin Huanxue furrowed her brows and said, Mom, you're wrong.
Even if it's the array's merit, it was Yi Chen who repaired it.
The fact that the purple heartgrass was saved means Yi Chen deserves at least half the credit.
Lu Meiyu snorted but didn't argue. However, Wen Yuan, the master beside them, found it odd. How could this family act this way?
Clearly, all the credit belonged to Yi Chen.
If he hadn't repaired the array, all the purple heartgrass would have withered and died. Yi Chen, I am clear about my debts and grievances.
Lin Hanxue approached Yi Chen and said earnestly, "You've been a great help to me, and I'm deeply grateful.
And when it comes time to divide the profits, I'll give you half."
Before Yi Chen could finish speaking, Lu Meiyu jumped up as if her tail had been stepped on.
"Hanxue, what are you saying? Why give him half? That's billions, even tens of billions. He just dug a few holes in the ground and gets tens of billions? I won't agree to that. $10,000 is more than enough for him."
"Mom, I, Lin Hanxue, am clear about right and wrong.
What belongs to Yi Chen, I won't be stingy about."
Seeing the mother and daughter about to argue, Yi Chen waved his hand, "Stop arguing.
It's pointless. I didn't step in to help you, it's because of Han Wanner.
If the purple heartgrass withers, her joint pharmaceutical factory will suffer massive losses. You're just riding on Han Wanner's coattails."
With that, Yi Chen turned and left without pausing for a second.
Lin Hanxue, upon hearing his words, felt as though she had swallowed a bunch of dead flies, unable to bear the pain. Originally, she had felt a glimmer of hope, thinking that Yi Chen still cared about her and couldn't bear to see her in such a desperate situation, so he had intervened to help her. But she never expected that he had done it for Han Wanner, who had no connection to her whatsoever.
"Yi Chen, you bastard."
Lin Hanxue glared at Yi Chen's departing figure, trembling with anger.
"Hanxue, you only now realize he's a bastard? Yi Chen isn't just a bastard, he's an ungrateful, heartless traitor.
I saw through him long ago."
Lu Meiyu sneered.
At that moment, Mr. Wen Yuan hurriedly caught up. He bowed deeply to Yi Chen, his face filled with shame, and said, "Earlier, the master said I was talking nonsense, but now it seems the master was right."
"Please enlighten me, master. Why was my assumption incorrect? Why was it wrong? The purple heartgrass has nothing to do with yin or yang energy.
The high temperature here is because there is a flame essence stone beneath this area.
That array requires the power of the flame essence stone to function. It's the array that needs it, not the purple heartgrass." Following Wen Yuan's reasoning, it was naturally incorrect. After Yi Chen explained, Wen Yuan suddenly understood and became even more respectful toward Yi Chen. "Master Yi, you are the true master. I was rude earlier. Please forgive me. You're too kind. I was actually curious about one thing. How did you meet Lin Huanxue, and why did you help her repair the array?" This was the only thing that piqued Yi Chen's curiosity. "This." Master Wen Yuan sighed helplessly and said, "This involves a reclusive sage. Master Yi, I cannot speak of it directly." Yi Chen nodded and did not press further.
The fact that Lin Huanxue knew some reclusive sage was quite puzzling to him.
However, Yi Chen didn't think much of it.
Just as he stepped out of the herb garden, Yi Chen hadn't returned to his residence yet when Shin Danqing called. His tone was solemn. "Mr. Yi, the Li family will arrive tomorrow." Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. "I'll head to Suzhou tonight." He was curious to see what tricks the Li family had up their sleeves.
Chapter 105, Midnight Assassination.
Yi Chen made preparations that very night to head to the Shin family in Gusu. In his plans, the Shin family was a crucial piece. It wasn't just because of the divine land. Yi Chen also intended to cultivate the Shin family into his own faction. In the past, he had fought alone, relying on the dragon amulet, a cultivation artifact that made him exceptionally powerful, overwhelming the entire ancient martial arts world.
But in the end, it all ended in disappointment.
Yi Chen had matured significantly compared to 3 years ago. He realized that going it alone was not the way forward. He must cultivate his own faction. The Shin family is undoubtedly the perfect candidate. That's why Yi Chen is taking this so seriously and rushing to Gusu overnight. He first returned to the old house to retrieve the talismans he had crafted. Among them were golden armor talismans, flying talismans, fireball talismans, and invisibility talismans, totaling dozens of pieces. Then, Yi Chen planned to take a taxi to Suzhou. Yunhai was over 600 li away from Gusu, with 2 or 3 cities in between, so the journey was not exactly short. Yi Chen hailed 5 or 6 taxis in a row, but due to the long distance and the late hour, none were willing to take him. He decided to try one last time. If that didn't work, he would simply use his divine speed technique to rush to Gusu. With his cultivation at the 6th layer of Qi cultivation, covering a few hundred miles was manageable, though it would be tiring. This time, the driver was a middle-aged man wearing a black t-shirt with a crew cut. "Young man, where are you heading?" the middle-aged driver asked. After Yi Chen mentioned Suzhou, the middle-aged driver thought for a moment and said, "Flat rate, 2,000. 2,000 is a bit expensive. If you go to the station and buy a ticket, it should only cost a few $dozen." However, Yi Chen wasn't particularly concerned about money. He owned the Hai Long restaurant, which brought in a substantial income every day. So Yi Chen didn't haggle and got into the car.
Young man, it's a long night drive, and it's such a distance. You should pay first, he said, turning to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was taken aback. Taxi drivers never ask for payment upfront. Was this driver being cautious or greedy? However, Yi Chen wasn't worried he'd renege on the payment, so he paid first. The middle-aged driver looked at the extra 2,000 yuan on his phone, his mouth stretching wide, and immediately started the car, heading toward Gusu. The driver, likely blinded by the money, kept finding topics to chat with Yi Chen throughout the journey, showing great enthusiasm. Yi Chen leaned back in the seat, closing his eyes to rest, responding half-heartedly. After more than an hour, they had passed Huaxi City and arrived at the outskirts of the city. The middle-aged driver suddenly pulled over to the side of the road and said, "Young man, why don't you get out and have a smoke while I go fill up the tank and use the restroom?" Yi Chen furrowed his brows slightly. It was the middle of the night in the suburbs, the location was remote, and there was no one else on the road. Could the driver be planning to run off? Yi Chen nodded and said, "Go ahead. I'll wait here for you." He then got out of the car and stood by the roadside waiting. If the driver dared to abandon him here, Yi Chen would make him regret that decision for the rest of his life. However, Yi Chen's attention was soon drawn elsewhere. He saw a man and a woman being chased by a group of men wielding knives, about 100 meters across the road. The two being chased seemed to be a couple. The woman had a good figure but was clearly a liability. However, the blood-soaked man refused to give up, continuing to drag her forward as they ran desperately. Glancing at the pursuers behind them, they were agile and ran with a fierce, imposing aura. Yi Chen thought to himself, these guys don't seem like ordinary thugs. Soon, the couple was caught up by the men, who surrounded them and began hacking at them with their machetes. What surprised Yi Chen was that the man was quite skilled, fighting bare-handed against the dozen or so men armed with knives. However, he had been stabbed twice, one of which he had taken for the woman. This guy was pretty tough. Yi Chen thought to himself. At that moment, the man and woman had already run across the street, directly in front of Yi Chen. Their faces were unclear, but the man was covered in blood. The woman had her hair disheveled, but her figure was striking curvy and alluring, making it hard to look away. "Changgu, leave me behind. We can't escape together." At that moment, the woman with the stunning figure cried out in despair. "Lan Yan, even if I die here, I won't abandon you. That Huang Hu, even if I become a ghost, I won't let him off the hook," the man said through gritted teeth. "Run! They're coming after us again." The man glanced back, then grabbed the woman's hand and started running again. There was a dead-end alley ahead, so they had no choice but to run toward the opposite side. The woman named Lan Yan, tears streaming down her face, kept saying, "Changgu, you've been stabbed over a dozen times. You're bleeding to death. Let me go. I'd rather die than let Huang Hu get away with this." The man named Wang Chang said nothing, only clenching his teeth and pulling the woman as he ran for his life. "Young man, get in the car." As Yi Chen watched the scene across the street, the middle-aged driver pulled up in his car. Yi Chen nodded, opened the door, and got in. The driver was about to start the car when he was startled by a pair of blood-soaked men and women suddenly appearing in front of the vehicle. "Driver, please give us a ride. We're in trouble." The woman bowed and pleaded. The middle-aged driver glanced at the woman. Her voluptuous figure caught his eye, but seeing their condition, he could only refuse. He turned the steering wheel and was about to turn left. "Help them." Yi Chen, sitting in the back seat, suddenly spoke up. "What? Young man, they're covered in blood. Maybe they just killed someone. You want me to take them? Are you looking for trouble?" The middle-aged driver sneered. "I'll pay you extra, 5,000. Yi Chen said. He did admire this man, he was skilled and loyal. "This isn't about the money," the middle-aged driver said, already turning the steering wheel sharply. 2,000. Yi Chen named another figure. "You better keep your word." The middle-aged driver turned back to Yi Chen and said, then immediately rolled down the window and shouted at the bloodied couple in front, "Damn it, get in the car. I'll take you." The couple was overjoyed, thanked him, and quickly opened the door and got in. Their movements were swift, as the pursuers behind them were less than 30 meters away. Oh no! The well-built woman had just opened the door when she plopped down onto Yi Chen's lap. She had been too focused on the pursuers behind them and hadn't noticed there was someone else in the car. Yi Chen was also embarrassed. How could she not see him, a grown man? "Get out, I'll sit in the front." Yi Chen patted the woman on the back and said, "Hurry up and drive. Hurry." The man beside him, covered in blood, shouted urgently. "Hum." The driver suddenly stepped on the gas pedal, and the car shot forward like an arrow leaving the bow. The force of inertia caused the woman to jerk backward, her smooth back slamming hard against Yi Chen's face. Chapter 106, The Fierce Man of Huaxi. Yi Chen felt a ripple of emotion in his heart. Just as the vehicle had traveled a dozen meters, a group of men wielding long knives arrived. If they had been a few seconds later, they wouldn't have been able to escape. That was close. I risked my life for those 2,000 yuan. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror and turned pale with fear. Meanwhile, Yi Chen felt awkward. The woman was still sitting on his lap. The taxi was too cramped he couldn't even move an inch. The vehicle was speeding along, and even the slightest bump caused violent jolts. Especially since the woman was wearing a water-soluble lace skirt, the fabric was so thin. Beautiful lady, please sit in the middle. Yi Chen felt very uncomfortable. Ah, Chang-gu. The voluptuous woman screamed, and Yi Chen turned his head to see that the man covered in blood couldn't sit anymore and had collapsed onto the seat. With him lying there was no room left in the back seat. The woman was sitting on Yi Chen's lap, unable to sit or stand. Stop the car, I'll sit up front. Yi Chen felt very awkward. Stop the damn car? There's someone chasing us. The driver had the gas pedal to the floor, speeding forward desperately. Yi Chen was speechless. The voluptuous woman was worried about her companion's injuries and bent over to check on him. Bending over made Yi Chen even more uncomfortable. Chang-gu, don't scare me. The voluptuous woman looked at the man, whose breath was faint and his eyes barely open, and cried out in fear. Clang! A jolt caused the bent-over woman to stumble, colliding with Yi Chen. Ouch! Chang-gu, wake up, wake up! The voluptuous woman shook her companion and shouted loudly. Beautiful lady, if you keep shaking him, his blood will flow faster, and you might shake him to death. Yi Chen said calmly. Hearing Yi Chen's voice, the woman turned to look at him. Earlier, all her attention had been on Wang Chang. Only then did she realize that this position was inappropriate, as her back was facing the man's face. The woman hurriedly shifted her body and anxiously asked, Young man, do you know any medicine? Can you save Chang? Yi Chen finally got a clear look at the woman's face. She was quite attractive, though not as stunning as Han Wan or Lin Huanxue, but still a very beautiful woman. Her appearance was rather alluring, and combined with her provocative figure, she was undoubtedly a true beauty. Move aside. I can save his life, Yi Chen said. The voluptuous woman heard this and was overjoyed, hurriedly thanking him before struggling to kneel in the narrow space in front of the car seat. Yi Chen immediately channeled several streams of true energy, sealing the man's wounds and stopping the bleeding instantly. That's enough. Is that all? The voluptuous woman looked skeptical, watching Yi Chen move his hands a few times. Look, is the wound still bleeding? Yi Chen asked. The woman examined them carefully and found that the wounds had indeed stopped bleeding, leaving her deeply astonished. She hurriedly thanked Yi Chen, exchanged names with him, and promised to repay him in the future. Mr. Yi, but why hasn't Chang-gu woken up yet? The voluptuous woman named Lan Yan asked worriedly. He lost too much blood, he must be unconscious. But don't worry, your husband is in good physical condition with strong vital energy, he won't be in any danger. Yi Chen said. Hearing this, Lan Yan finally relaxed. She looked at Yi Chen seriously and said, Mr. Yi, once my husband and I get through this crisis, we will definitely repay you. Her eyes were tearful, radiating a mesmerizing gaze. Yi Chen sighed inwardly. This woman's eyes seemed to speak, radiating a dazzling beauty with a mesmerizing charm. And it was the kind of charm that was effortlessly emitted. Not to mention other men, even Yi Chen felt himself drawn in. Without needing to ask what had happened, Yi Chen could guess the general situation. The danger they had faced was undoubtedly connected to this woman. Most likely, another man had set his sights on her. Yi Chen didn't bother to ask, he just thought the man seemed decent and decided to lend a helping hand. Once he had brought them out of Huaxi, they parted ways. However, the driver driving at that moment said, Your man's name is Wang Chang? There's a guy named Wang Chang in Huaxi who is very powerful. He is the second in command of the Xinhong gang. His nickname is Big Golden Fist, and he is the top gangster in Huaxi. He is famous throughout the underworld. Lan Yan sighed, hesitated for a moment, and said, Brother, you saved our lives. I won't hide anything from you. My husband is the Wang Chang you mentioned, Big Golden Fist. What? The driver was startled, his hand trembled, and he nearly hit the flower bed by the roadside. How could that be? The driver turned around, his face filled with astonishment as he glanced back. We've fallen to this state, why would we lie to you? Lan Yan sighed helplessly. Huaxi Xin Hong? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He had also heard of this organization. It was the most powerful underground gang in Huaxi City. If this Wang Chang is really the second in command, he's a major player in this area. The driver glanced back again, strange. He's the second in command of Xinhong. How could he be beaten so badly? Who did this? Lan Yan clenched her teeth, her voice filled with hatred. It was Huang Hu, the boss of Xinhong. That bastard set his sights on my beauty and has been trying to force himself on me. Holy crap, seducing the second wife is a major taboo in the underworld. The leader of the Xin Hong gang doesn't care about such things. The driver said. Yi Chen smiled. It's not that the boss of the new Hong gang doesn't care about such things, it's just that the second wife is too alluring. Lan Yan's teeth clenched so hard they ground against each other. Huang Hu is a. Over the years, my husband risked his life for him, fighting battles across the land to build the Xinhong Empire. That old bastard sat back and reaped the rewards, yet he still harbored ill intentions toward me. That old scoundrel lured us to a gathering tonight under the pretense of a meal, then suddenly attacked.
Strong brother and I, along with several loyal brothers, fought our way out with our lives on the line.
We escaped here and encountered you. Thank you for saving our lives. Lan Yan briefly recounted the events. Yi Chen sighed helplessly. He had guessed correctly, it was indeed because of this woman. Big brother, it's only 30 more miles to Xitong town below Huaxi. Just drop us off there.
Before Lan Yan could finish speaking, two blinding beams of light suddenly shone from across the road. The driver cursed, "Damn it, turn off your high beams." Before he could finish, two more beams of light shot over, accompanied by the roar of a car engine. The driver stuck his head out and was so scared he nearly lost his mind. All he could see was a line of cars coming down the road, so many that he couldn't count them, blocking the entire wide road. The car doors swung open, and wave after wave of burly men in black clothing poured out. Each of them was holding a machete. The cold steel glinted menacingly, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. It's over. Lan Yan's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Chapter 107, From now on, work for me. The driver immediately reversed, but just as he shifted into reverse, he saw four more sedans approaching from behind, completely blocking their escape route. 6 or 7 burly men in black, wielding machetes, closed in. We're done for, Changgu. We're at the end of the road. Lan Yan's tears welled up. Wang Chang struggled to sit up, gasping for breath, and said, "Xia Yan, I'm sorry. I'll go out and distract Huang Hu. You guys find a chance to escape." "No, I won't leave you. I'll die with you." Lan Yan cried out. Yi Chen spoke calmly, "Don't be foolish. In your condition, no one can hold them back. I can save your lives, but you must serve me from now on." Wang Chang and Lan Yan looked at Yi Chen in astonishment. How will you handle it? Just kill them all and it'll be over." Hearing this, the two were even more astonished, and even the driver said, "At this point, you're still bragging about how powerful you are? They have dozens of people with knives. You're going to be chopped into mincemeat by yourself?" Yi Chen ignored him and asked, "Which one is Huang Hu? He's not one of us. This doesn't concern you. I'll risk my life to hold them off." "Which one is Huang Hu?" Yi Chen asked again. Lan Yan instinctively pointed out the window. Yi Chen looked and saw dozens of black-clad men standing in front of him, with one man in the center sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, a cigar in his mouth, and a cold smile on his face, staring at them. "That guy with the slicked-back hair?" Yi Chen asked. Lan Yan nodded, clenching her teeth, and said, "He's that bastard Huang Hu." At that moment, Huang Hu boasted arrogantly, "Wang Chang, Lan Yan, you two traitors have nowhere to run. Come down immediately, surrender yourselves, and accept the punishment of our family law." The 6 or 7 black-clad men had already approached. The leader, wielding a Nepalese curved knife, glared with wide eyes and shouted, "What the hell, Wang Chang, get down here." As he spoke, he swung the knife in his hand toward the car door. Bang! Yi Chen suddenly pushed open the door, kicked out with his leg, and the man's body flew through the air like a cannonball, letting out a pitiful scream. The other men, seeing this, immediately cursed and charged forward, raising their knives toward Yi Chen. But the next moment, all 5 or 6 of them were sent flying through the air like soccer balls, bleeding profusely as they fell. What's going on? Everyone inside and outside the car was stunned by the scene. But Yi Chen's movements were too fast. His body flickered like a ghost as he charged toward the crowd ahead. When he grabbed Huang Hu's neck and lifted him up, his men hadn't even reacted yet. Who are you? Let go." Huang Hu didn't even have time to utter a word before Yi Chen snapped his neck. Yi Chen let go, and Huang Hu's body collapsed lifelessly to the ground, motionless, his eyes wide open. The first-generation leader of Xinhong was dead. Huang Hu's henchmen all froze in place, staring in disbelief at their boss's lifeless body. One tattooed thug reacted quickly, raising his machete and roaring, "Kill him! Avenge our boss! He killed Tiger Brother! Behead him! Kill!" 7 or 8 burly men charged forward, like tigers descending from the mountains. But in front of Yi Chen, they were as fragile as paper. In just 2 breaths, they all fell to the ground. Those who were slightly better off had broken bones and torn muscles, while the severely injured died instantly, coughing up blood. Who else dares to come forward to die? Yi Chen glanced at the remaining crowd, which still numbered over 20 black-clad men. The scene was filled with nothing but the sounds of agonized screams. The silence was terrifying. Everyone stared at Yi Chen as if he were a ghost, and the overwhelming fear felt like ghostly hands choking their throats. Is this even human? In the blink of an eye, he had killed Huang Hu and disabled over a dozen elite fighters with ease. Those were all Huang Hu's elite troops. Among them were 3 double flower red sticks, yet in front of this man, they were as weak as blades of grass. The remaining men were all terrified, dropping their weapons and crouching on the ground, even move an inch. When Lan Yan helped Wang Chang step out, they witnessed this scene. The two were so shocked they couldn't find words to describe it, especially when they saw Huang Hu's body. They looked at Yi Chen once more, their eyes filled with awe. As Yi Chen walked toward them, Wang Chang and Lan Yan immediately knelt down. "Mr. Yi, you are truly a divine being. From now on, our lives are yours to command.
Yi Chen waved his hand to stop them, then looked at Wang Chang and said, "From now on, you will be in charge of handling the situation at Xinhong. Is that understood?" Wang Chang hesitated for a moment before hurriedly replying, "No problem, Mr. Yi. I will clean house and ensure that Xinhong is under my control." Yi Chen nodded. Huang Hu had already been killed by him, and if Wang Chang, the second in command, couldn't control the situation, he would be useless. "Since that's the case, don't forget what I said. Will you serve me from now on?" Yi Chen asked. "No objections." Wang Chang replied immediately. "From now on, whether it's me or Xa and Hong, we will serve Mr. Yi at any time, even if it means breaking our bodies or dying 1,000 deaths." Yi Chen nodded, exchanged contact information with Wang Chang, and said, "You handle the situation from here. I need to head to Gusu." "What? Mr. Yi, you're leaving now?" Lan Yen panicked. "Mr. Yi, please stay in Huaxi. I'll take good care of you along with Strong Brother to repay your kindness." "There's no need. Just follow my orders from now on." Yi Chen left a parting remark and drove off stylishly. Wang Chang and his wife watched Yi Chen depart, both of them dazed, feeling as though they were in a dream. Originally, they were at the end of their rope, chased to the brink of death by Huang Hu. But then they encountered a divine figure who not only saved their lives but also killed Huang Hu, turning their fortunes around in the nick of time. Such a fantastical event could only happen in a dream. They couldn't shake off the shock for a long time. But for Yi Chen, it was just a minor favor. With a casual gesture, he had recruited Wang Chang into his ranks, along with a large organization. This was naturally a welcome development for Yi Chen, who was eager to build his power base. "Big brother, you're so amazing." The driver, who was behind the wheel, couldn't stay calm anymore. His hands gripping the steering wheel were trembling slightly. "Just drive carefully. The reward I promised you earlier will not be a single penny less," Yi Chen said indifferently. "No, big brother, I wouldn't dare take your money. It's an honor to have driven you," the driver exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 107, Please marry Miss Shen. Chapter 108, Please marry Miss Shen. "This is the reward you deserve." Yi Chen still gave the driver 5,000 yuan as payment. "Mr. Yi, you deserve it for being so powerful. People in society with a little power bully the weak and oppress the powerless. Someone like me, from the lower class, has been bullied by so many people." The driver was deeply moved. He never imagined that someone with such immense power would still show respect to someone like him from the lower classes. A tear glistened in his eye. Yi Chen spoke calmly, "I always keep my word and act decisively. There's no need for you to dwell on it." With that, Yi Chen drifted away. The middle-aged driver watched his departing figure and slowly knelt down. When Yi Chen arrived at Shin Garden, Shin Danqing and the others were already waiting at the entrance. The entire family was present, including Shin Manchu. She was tall and slender, with delicate features and graceful demeanor, standing out prominently in the crowd. Yi Chen gave her a lingering glance, and his heart stirred slightly. It wasn't because of her striking presence or graceful demeanor, but because of her ability, the heavenly eye. Those with the heavenly eye were truly gifted. Earth's spiritual energy is too sparse for cultivation, so yin-yang eyes are typically used for feng shui, communicating with spirits, and capturing yin energy and evil spirits, these low-frequency negative energies. These are minor applications. Yin-yang eyes are most powerful when used for cultivation. With Yi Chen's abilities, he could certainly guide Shen Manchu onto the path of cultivation. However, this woman has no interest in cultivation and harbors deep hatred toward him, so Yi Chen can only put those thoughts aside. "Mr. Yi, the journey must have been tiring. I have prepared a banquet to welcome you." Shin Danqing spoke with great respect. "There is no need for a banquet. Just arrange a room for me to rest," Yi Chen said. Shin Danqing sighed helplessly and could only follow Yi Chen's instructions. After arriving at his room, Shin Danqing soon came to pay him a visit. They naturally began discussing the Li family. What puzzled Yi Chen was that the Li family had only mentioned holding the Shin family accountable, without revealing any further information. The unknown is what truly frightens people. "The Li family is so composed, which makes me uneasy," Shin Danqing said. "Don't worry. Since I'm here, we'll handle whatever comes our way," Yi Chen said casually. "Haha, with Mr. Yi here, I can rest assured." After paying his respects, Shin Danqing continued to chat with Yi Chen for a long time, and they got along very well. He had already made up his mind, as long as Yi Chen could help the Shin family through this crisis, he would stick with Yi Chen no matter what. The next day, around 7 or 8 o'clock, Shin Danqing found Yi Chen and said that the Li family had already contacted him. At 9 o'clock in the morning, they arrived at the Shin family residence on time. Shin Danqing planned to receive them in the purple bamboo courtyard of Shin Garden, as the main hall was adjacent to several side rooms. These side rooms were built with great attention to detail, and the voices from the main hall could be heard clearly in the side rooms. "Mr. Yi, once I begin negotiations with the Li family, please remain in the side rooms so you can monitor the situation at all times," Shin Danqing said. Yi Chen smiled and nodded. The Shin family really knew how to handle things.
By 9 o'clock, Yi-chan finally made his way to the side room, which was decorated in a classical style. Against the wall stood a large guest couch, with two redwood tables placed in the center, separated by elegant beaded curtains.
Mr. Yi, please sit here and have some tea.
After speaking, Shin Danqing clapped his hands. From behind the screen emerged a woman in a cheongsam, her hair elegantly pinned up, her eyebrows as delicate as painted brows, and her breath fragrant like orchids. She walked with graceful, light steps, as elegant as a swan, her demeanor and poise leaving everyone in awe.
Yi-chan was completely mesmerized, utterly captivated by her beauty. However, he quickly regained his composure, though he couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise. How did Shin Danqing manage to bring Shin Manchu here as well?
Mr. Yi, my daughter's tea-making skills are unmatched. I begged her to come and serve you tea and chat. I'm sure you won't find it boring.
With that, Shin Danqing smiled and walked out the door to greet the Li family. Your father is truly a master at entertaining guests' fragrant tea and beautiful women.
Just thinking about it is enough to make one intoxicated.
Yi-chan chuckled. Let's begin, Miss Shin. Let me taste the tea you brewed. Shin Manchu's expression turned cold instantly, and she said impatiently, what's there to taste? If you want to drink it, brew it yourself.
If it weren't for Shin Danqing's strict orders, she wouldn't have stayed in the same room with Yi-chan. She then sat down on the soft couch, lifted the beaded curtain, leaned against the side, closed her eyes, and ignored Yi-chan completely.
Yi-chan sighed helplessly.
This young lady still harbored deep hatred toward him. Soon, Shin Danqing ushered the Li family members inside. This time, the Li family had brought quite a large entourage, numbering over 30 people. At the forefront was a prominent figure from the Li family, Li Yuxing, the third son of Li Changqing, the head of the Li family. Though the dragon brother and tiger brother were renowned, they were not direct descendants and held far lower status within the Li family compared to Li Yuxing's branch.
After some polite small talk, Shin Danqing got straight to the point. Brother Yuxing, I must apologize. Your family's young talents, Li Haolong and Li Lin Tiger. No one wanted this to happen, and I have blamed myself for many days. However, since the incident occurred in the Shin family must take responsibility for the deaths of the Li family's two young heroes.
Shin Danqing adopted a contrite posture.
Whatever demands you make, I will do my utmost to fulfill them.
Originally, Shin Danqing thought Li Yuxing would be angry, but to his surprise, Li Yuxing remained calm and said with a smile, Danqing, you're being too hard on yourself.
I am not a fool.
The deaths of the Li brothers were caused by Yi-chan. They have little to do with your Shin family.
I will not hold the Shin family accountable for this.
Moreover, our Li family has always sought to maintain good relations with the Shin family, and I have long admired Shin brother from afar.
Li Yuxing's friendly attitude caught Shin Danqing off guard. How could he be so easygoing? However, he did not let his guard down. Instead, he became even more cautious.
When dealing with the young masters of prominent families, the brighter they smile, the more dangerous they may be. To help our two families resolve misunderstandings and put an end to hostilities, I do have a good idea. After some preliminary remarks, Li Yuxing finally revealed his true intentions. He looked at Shin Danqing. The solution is an alliance through marriage.
Marriage alliance?
Shin Danqing was stunned. They had killed the Li family members, yet the Li family not only did not hold them accountable but also wanted to form an alliance with them?
What was going on here? What were they up to?
Even Yi-chan and Shin Manchu, the concubines, were taken aback. I wonder which of our Shin family's young ladies has caught the eye of Yu Shang?
Shin Danqing asked. Li Yuxing chuckled and said, of course, it's Danqing's beloved daughter, Miss Shin Manchu, one of the four beauties of Gusu.
My son Li Shikai has been infatuated with Miss Manchu for a long time, so I'm taking this rare opportunity to propose marriage to the Shin family.
Li Yuxing narrowed his eyes, fixating on Shin Danqing, and spoke in a tone that left no room for refusal.
Please let Miss Shin marry into our Li family.
Chapter 109, The Lowly Conspiracy is Exposed.
In the side chamber, Shin Manchu's expression changed slightly. Yi-chan chuckled beside her, saying, this is quite a fortunate turn of events. Not only have you turned danger into safety, but you can also form an alliance with the Li family.
This way, your Shin family's power will grow even stronger, and dominating Jiangnan will be within reach.
It seems I came here unnecessarily.
You fool, can't you see the trick behind this?
Shin Manchu glared at Yi-chan and said, this is the Li family's clever strategy, a very clever one.
Oh? Yi-chan smiled and said, I'd like to hear more.
Shin Manchu frowned and said, first, it makes the Li family appear magnanimous. Despite losing someone to the Shin family, they not only refrain from holding a grudge but instead form an alliance through marriage. Outsiders will only praise the Li family for their broad-mindedness and for repaying kindness with kindness, reaping a wave of good reputation. If I marry into the Li family, they can use this in-law relationship to gradually take over the Shin family. This is like cutting flesh with a soft knife. Our Shin family would be powerless to resist, as they have the support of the Shin men behind them.
What if I don't marry them? Yi-chan asked. If we don't marry into them, won't they have even more reason to use the most brutal methods to swallow up our Shin family? Shin Manchu worried.
Yi-chan smiled slightly. Shin Manchu isn't just a pretty face, she's a clever woman.
The Li family's move is indeed cunning. People died in your Shin family.
We came with sincerity, hoping to resolve the issue through marriage, but you refused our goodwill.
You killed our people and then rejected our goodwill.
When the time comes, the Li family will simply send martial arts experts to annihilate the Shin family, and no one will be able to interfere.
Yi Chen couldn't help but praise sincerely. The Li family is indeed formidable. No wonder they were chosen by the Shin men.
This is trouble.
Shin Manchu felt uneasy, her eyebrows furrowed.
Yi Chen gazed at her delicate and graceful figure, and a plan formed in his mind. At that moment, Shin Danqing was clearly caught off guard by Li Yuxing. No wonder the Li family didn't leak any information beforehand, they were saving their biggest move for now.
This was indeed a major move.
Now that it was suddenly unleashed, Shin Danqing had no time to prepare and was at a loss for how to respond.
With his intelligence, he could clearly see that the Li family's move was a blatant ploy. No matter what choice he made, it wouldn't be good. Brother Yuxing, Shin Danqing looks utterly perplexed.
At that moment, Li Yuxing had complete control of the situation, leading Shin Danqing by the nose. He waved his hand and said, "Bring in the Li family's dowry." Immediately, over a dozen burly young men carried in a large pile of dowry, looking imposing and majestic. Beside them was a man who seemed to be in charge, holding a red gift list.
He cleared his throat and announced, "The Li family's dowry, 1 top-quality South Sea night pearl, a pair of white jade butterflies, 2 century-old ginseng roots,
a century-old tree of eternal harmony, crafted from pure gold,
a pair of jade scepter ornaments, a wedding gift of 30 million. As the matchmaker finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent.
The Shin family was completely stunned. They never expected the Li family to be so well prepared, presenting such an enormous dowry. It not only demonstrated the Li family's wealth and power but also showed how seriously they took this marriage.
It was also a strategic move. Whether you accept it or not, you must accept it.
Shin Danqing remained expressionless, but his hands, hidden in his sleeves, trembled slightly. The Li family was putting him in a difficult position. Such an enormous dowry, if he refused, it would mean completely severing ties.
The Li family could resort to any means to deal with the Shin family. What should they do?
Shin Danqing was at a loss for a moment. At that moment, Shin Manchu in the side chamber was also at a loss, unsure of what to do.
Yi Chen, however, said, "I have an idea."
"What plan? Hurry up and tell us." Shin Manchu suddenly peeked out from behind the beaded curtain, revealing her stunningly beautiful face. If the people in the hall, especially those from the Li family, discover that the bride they intended to marry is here with another man.
Yi Chen smiled faintly. Would they still marry her then? Shin Manchu froze for a moment, then realized what he meant, and immediately shouted angrily, "Yi Chen, you bastard, what are you thinking? I'm trying to find a way. Since the proper methods won't work, I have to resort to underhanded tactics to thwart their scheme." Yi Chen's gaze remained clear.
Shin Manchu was furious, but she had to admit it was a good plan. Not only would it solve the problem perfectly, but it would also humiliate the Li family and make them a laughingstock.
The only downside is that it will tarnish your reputation.
Yi Chen thought about it and decided it wasn't that bad.
After all, you're not yet the Li family's daughter-in-law. Being intimate with your boyfriend is perfectly normal, right? Get lost, you're not my boyfriend.
Shin Manchu's delicate face flushed with a hint of red.
This is just acting, not really making you my girlfriend. Yi Chen said.
This. Shin Manchu was tempted.
This plan was getting better the more she thought about it.
They were engaged in the main hall, and she could sneak off with Yi Chen in the side room. The marriage would be cancelled immediately.
With the Li family present, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Yi Chen reminded her, saying, "If you don't agree, then forget it."
"I don't care."
At that moment, Li Yuxing in the hall had already begun to pressure them. "Shin brother, our Li family not only does not hold your Shin family's mistakes against you, but we have come with the utmost sincerity, eager to establish a good relationship with your Shin family."
Li Yuxing's smile vanished, and he said coldly, "Shin Xiong, your Shin family wouldn't be so ungrateful, would you?" "Yuxing, it's not like that."
"You're being so sudden, I didn't have time to prepare," Shin Danqing said helplessly.
"Prepare? What preparation?"
"Our Li family has already made all the preparations.
All you need to do is nod your head." Li Yuxing pressed forward, standing up and sneering. "Could it be that your Shin family looks down on our Li family? No, no. The Li family is a prominent and influential clan. How could the Shin family look down on you? You're overestimating us, Yu Shang."
Shin Danqing hurriedly said. Li Yuxing slammed the table, his tone clearly filled with anger. "Then why have you been evading and delaying, refusing to agree?
Are you going to make us come all this way for nothing and then send all these dowry gifts back? Shin Danqing, don't push your luck." As Li Yuxing finished speaking, hostile glances shot toward Shin Danqing.
Shin Danqing was cornered to the point of desperation. He gritted his teeth and prepared to refuse.
"Even if it means completely severing ties with the Li family, I cannot allow Shin Manchu to marry into their family.
Just then, Shin Manju, who was in the side room, suddenly leaned back and lay half reclined.
She glanced at Yi Chen, clenched her teeth, and said, "Go ahead." "What for?" Yi Chen was taken aback. "Me."
Shin Manju was filled with shame and anger.
Chapter 110, The Fake Act Becomes Real.
Yi Chen saw her actions and was startled. "Are you serious?
Do you think I wanted to come?"
A flash of hatred crossed Shin Manchu's eyes. She had heard every word of the conversation in the hall. Shin Danqing had been cornered by the Li family and had no room to retreat. There was no time for her to hesitate any longer.
"Come on!"
Shin Manchu shouted angrily.
Yi Chen immediately stepped forward. "Shin Danqing, you're not grateful for the face I gave you, are you?"
In the hall, the Li family members had already started slamming the tables. A stern-faced man pointed at Shin Danqing and shouted, "The two heroes of the Li family died at the hands of the Shin family. You should have come to apologize, but you didn't even bother.
Our Li family is magnanimous. To resolve the conflict, we allied with your Shin family and even offered an exorbitant dowry. You should be filled with fear and gratitude. Do you still dare to refuse? Such ingratitude. Where does that leave the Li family's reputation?"
Shin Danqing frowned and said, "Sir, that's not what I meant. It's just that this matter came as a complete surprise, and I need some time to think it over."
"There is no room for delay.
You must agree to marry Shin Manchu into the Li family to resolve this dispute."
Li Yuxing glared at him, his eyes wide with anger, and said, "Otherwise, the warriors of the Li family will flatten the Shin family. You Shang, don't push your luck too far." Shin Danqing's face turned grim. "Who's bullying you? We're doing you a favor. I'll give you 1 more minute. 1 minute, and then you must answer yes or no." Li Yuxing spoke with unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, in the side chamber, another intense confrontation was taking place. Yi Chen was stunned. He never expected that Shin Manchu, who appeared so elegant, dignified, and refined, could have such a side to her. "Won't you put in a little effort?"
Shin Manchu's beautiful eyes were filled with anger.
Li Yuxing was no one special, he could see right through his act. Yi Chen nodded.
When putting on a show, it must be convincing. Even if it's a fake performance, as long as it can deceive the Li family's eyes. Shin Manchu had completely thrown caution to the wind. She didn't want to join the Li family at all, and she certainly didn't want to see the Shin family swallowed up by the Li family. Even if she harbored hatred toward Yi Chen, she had to put it aside.
Yi Chen sighed inwardly.
This woman was truly someone capable of great deeds. She was too decisive. Once she decided on something, she threw herself into it wholeheartedly. She even took off her own pants. Yi Chen couldn't help but start exerting himself, shifting from a passive to an active stance.
"You bastard, are you acting while still wearing clothes?"
Shin Manchu's voice trembled.
Yi Chen immediately shed his shirt. "Shin Danqing, a minute has already passed." Li Yuxing stood up again, walked directly to Shin Danqing, and coldly said, "Answer me, will you marry him or not? Will you marry me? Will you marry me?"
The Li family members shouted in unison, their voices deafening, pressuring Shin Danqing.
Shin Danqing clenched his teeth, sweat trickling down his forehead.
He steeled his resolve and said, "If you want Shin Manchu to join your Li family, you can only call yourselves delusional." However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a strange sound coming from the side room. Everyone's expressions changed instantly, their eyes growing strange. Everyone present was experienced and knew exactly what that sound meant. "Shin Danqing, you're entertaining guests in the hall, yet someone is engaging in immoral acts in the side chamber.
The Shin family's family values are truly commendable, aren't they? Ha!"
The Li family members burst into laughter, their expressions filled with mockery. Shin Danqing's expression changed slightly, and the voice was coming from the room where Yi Chen and Shin Manchu were staying.
He couldn't react in time and had no idea what they were doing.
However, he quickly rushed to the side room, pushed open the door, and peered inside. He saw Yi Chen's back and Shin Manchu's feet, swaying like reeds in water. "You." Shin Danqing looked at Shin Manchu, whose face was flushed red and completely absorbed in the moment, and his expression changed drastically. However, a sudden flash of insight crossed his mind, and he suddenly understood everything. Let us enjoy this as well, the scandalous affairs of the Shin family." Li Yuxing walked forward with a playful smile, glancing inside and immediately seeing the chaotic scene. He did not recognize her as Shin Manchu, and his smile grew even broader. "Ha, I've really seen something today." However, before Li Yuxing could finish speaking, Shin Danqing had already extended his trembling arm, furious, and shouted angrily, "Shin Manchu, you shameless woman." After shouting that, Shin Danqing immediately slammed the door shut.
"Shin Manju?" Those 3 words echoed like 3 thunderclaps in the minds of everyone in the Li family, leaving them speechless.
Especially Li Yuxing, whose face, which had been filled with smiles, froze into a stone-like expression.
"Shin Danqing, what did you say? That Shin Manchu?"
Li Yuxing's face had turned as dark as coal. Shin Danqing's face was even darker than the bottom of a pot, and he said shamefully, "What a disgrace to our family. What a disgrace."
"You Shang, please don't say anymore.
On the surface, his teeth were grinding so hard they made a grinding sound, and his anger was boiling over, but deep down, he was laughing to himself. Yi Chen and Shin Manchu's move was truly a stroke of genius. At this point, it was Li Yuxing's turn to panic. Because the person they had specifically named as their intended bride, the one who had sent an exorbitant dowry, was now engaged in an illicit affair with another man. If this were to get out, the Li family would be mocked for 100 years. Speaking of which, Yu Shang, let's talk about the marriage again. Shin Danqing spoke up eagerly. After a lot of internal struggle, I've decided to agree to your request and marry my daughter into your Li family, making her your daughter-in-law. Wait. Li Yuxing's face turned pale. If that really was Shin Manchu, bringing her back to the Li family would likely result in the old patriarch beating him to death in public. Who would dare to take such a daughter-in-law? Was that woman earlier really Shin Manchu? Li Yuxing's gaze was like two sharp swords, piercing Shin Danqing. No, I must have seen wrong. That couldn't possibly be my daughter Manchu. Shin Danqing hurriedly denied it, his eyes darting nervously. Shin Danqing's words made Li Yuxing's anger boil over. He clenched his teeth and said, whether it's her or not, let them come out and see for themselves. It really isn't. Shut up. Let them come out. At that moment, Yi Chen's rationality had become somewhat blurred, and the charade was growing increasingly convincing. Enough, Yi Chen, it's over. Shin Manchu was completely disoriented. But Yi Chen wasn't a machine, he couldn't just stop on command. Ah! Shin Manchu suddenly let out a pained cry, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Yi Chen. Yi Chen was also startled and glanced over. This is getting out of hand, the fake act has turned real. Chapter 111, Did I Let You Go? Yi Chen had entered the forbidden zone. A tearing sensation swept over her, and Shin Manchu's flawlessly beautiful face was contorted with pain. She was completely dazed, clenching her teeth tightly to endure the pain, as if she were suffocating, staring blankly at Yi Chen. Yi Chen was also stunned. Outside, someone was banging on the door, shouting for them to come out. Shin Manchu looked at Yi Chen with an extremely complex expression and said, "You, get out." Yi Chen nodded. Shin Manchu's delicate body trembled slightly before she turned her back to Yi Chen and began to tidy herself up. 2 minutes later, Shin Manchu emerged first from the side room. Although her clothes were already tidied up, the flush on her face had not yet faded. She blushed, glanced awkwardly at the crowd in front of her, and bowed her head deeply. "Manchu, it really is you." Shin Danqing's vision went black, and he nearly fainted. "It's really Shin Manchu." The expressions on the Li family members' faces turned as dark as liver. "What a disgrace to our family. What a disgrace. How can I, Shin Danqing, ever show my face in public again?" Shin Danqing wailed to the heavens, clutching a feather blanket as if to strike Shin Manchu. "I'll beat you to death, you disgraceful thing." "Dad, how did I disgrace myself?" Shin Manchu suddenly raised her head and said confidently, "The purple bamboo courtyard has always been my residence. What's wrong with me being intimate with my boyfriend inside? It's you who barged in without even knocking. Do you have any manners? Boyfriend?" Li Yuxing's eye twitched violently. Shin Manchu already has a boyfriend? They had already investigated before coming here. Shin Manchu had always been single. When did she suddenly come up with a boyfriend? Could this be a scheme orchestrated by the Shin family? That doesn't make sense. They kept the news tightly under wraps before coming here, and only revealed their intentions to marry after presenting the dowry to Shin Danqing's face. The Shin family couldn't have planned this in advance. This can only be called a coincidence. However, there is no doubt that Li Yuxing and his entire Li family have suffered a great humiliation. "Shin Danqing, you must give me an explanation today." Li Yuxing's eyebrows were furrowed, and the veins on his forehead were clearly visible. "An explanation?" Shin Danqing sat down and spoke slowly. "What kind of explanation does Brother Yuxing want?" At this moment, he was completely unfazed. Li Yuxing, however, was in a bind. With everyone watching, Shin Manchu had done such a thing the Li family could no longer marry her. If they didn't marry her, the dowry had already been presented. Could they just take it back and leave in disgrace? A woman from the Shin family had committed such a scandalous act, stealing a man in broad daylight. Li Yuxing clenched his teeth and said viciously, "According to ancient custom, this pair of adulterers must be beaten to death with sticks." Shin Danqing heard this and his expression changed slightly. This Li Yuxing was so ruthless, actually harboring such a vicious thought. "Li Yuxing, when you were intimate with your wife, was that also immoral and deserving of being beaten to death with sticks?" Shin Manchu sneered. "How dare you insult me?" Li Yuxing flew into a rage and shouted, "Drag that wild man out and beat him to death along with her." Before the Li family members could act, the side room door swung open, and Yi Chen walked out with the grace of a tiger. He approached Shin Manchu, scanned the crowd with a calm expression, and said, "Who will step forward to beat me and Manchu to death with clubs?" Upon seeing Yi Chen, Li Yuxing's heart skipped a beat. It was him, Yi Chen, the mastermind behind the murder of the Li family's two heroes and the Shin men envoy. He was actually Shin Manchu's man. In an instant, Li Yuxing understood everything. The Shin family had completely sided with Yi Chen.
Who will step forward to kill me? Yi Chen asked again. The entire hall fell silent, not a sound to be heard. Not a single person dared to step forward. Now his name was as famous as thunder in the Li family, a super powerful figure who had even killed a messenger from the Shenmen sect. Li Yuxing's eyes blazed with fury, his hatred boiling over. He longed to charge forward and tear Yi Chen to pieces. Unfortunately, he could only fantasize about it. You brat, what are you so arrogant about? I, Li Chuang, will make you kneel and call me master. A towering, muscular man with a dark face, standing at 1.9 meters tall, with arms as thick as an ordinary person's thighs. He charged forward, swinging a punch toward Yi Chen's face. Bang! The dark-faced brute was sent flying across the room, crashing heavily onto the steps in front of the hall. Looking at him, he was coughing up blood, his massive body twitching unnaturally, and he let out a hoarse, agonizing scream. The Li family members all sucked in a cold breath. Li Chuang, this mighty warrior, couldn't even last a single round against Yi Chen. Too weak. Bring someone stronger. Yi Chen said indifferently. Yi Chen, don't you dare be so arrogant. Li Yuxing roared. Am I the one being arrogant, or are you? What business is it of yours if I'm with my girlfriend? You barged in here and tried to beat us to death with sticks. Yi Chen sneered, do you think I'm easy to bully? Shen Manchu furrowed her brows. Li Yuxing clenched his teeth, took a few deep breaths, and though he was filled with resentment, reason eventually prevailed. Today has already been embarrassing enough. If we keep this up, it'll be even more humiliating. Yi Chen, you wait. Someone will deal with you. Li Yuxing pointed at Yi Chen and spat out a threat. Then he waved his hand. Let's go. The Li family members glared at Yi Chen before following Li Yuxing out. Did I say you could leave? Yi Chen sneered, how dare you act so freely? You come and go as you please? Li Yuxing suddenly turned around and asked angrily, Yi Chen, what do you want? You tell me. Yi Chen pointed at Shen Manchu, you Li family members gave my girlfriend a dowry. If I kill all of you, isn't that justified? You. Li Yuxing's face turned pale. He never expected Yi Chen to be so ruthless, wanting to kill them all. Old Master Mo, do you have any confidence? He immediately turned to an elderly man beside him. This was his personal bodyguard, Mo Yin. Mo Yin was a martial artist with a martial rank, a late-stage yellow rank expert. The martial arts ranks are titles granted only after mastering the Hua Jin technique. Such martial artists are rarely seen in the secular world, but there are many in the ancient martial arts world. We can give it a try. Perhaps I am not his match, but if he thinks he can kill me, that is nothing but a pipe dream. As he spoke, Mo Yin stepped forward, emanating a powerful aura that caused the air to crackle. Yi Chen, I am Mo Yin of the yellow rank. Be wise and let us leave. Otherwise, I will make you taste the might of my iron sand palm. Before Mo Yin could finish speaking, Yi Chen had already approached him and delivered a fierce slap to his face. Quick, simple, brutal. With a loud crack, Mo Yin was sent flying backward as if hit by a speeding truck. By the time he hit the ground, he was already dead. A martial artist of the martial rank, the pinnacle of martial arts in the mortal world, had been killed with a single slap by Yi Chen. Li Yuxing's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Chapter 112, Manchu, I'll take responsibility. Li Yuxing collapsed completely. Even Mo Lao, the most powerful person by his side and the peak of martial arts in the mortal world, couldn't block the other's single slap. Just how powerful was Yi Chen? As he thought about it, Li Yuxing's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. And when he saw Yi Chen's eyes filled with murderous intent, Li Yuxing felt as though he had fallen into an endless abyss, as if Yi Chen could take his life away with just a blink of an eye. I was wrong. Li Yuxing shouted loudly, and to the astonishment of everyone present, he suddenly knelt down before Yi Chen. I, Li Yuxing, did not know how many eyes the Horse King has. I dared to offend Mr. Ye's divine might. I am truly foolish beyond measure and deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Now I sincerely admit my mistake and beg Mr. Yi to spare my life. From this day forward, the Li family will never again be enemies with Mr. Yi, nor will we ever be enemies with the Shen family. To compensate for Mr. Ye's mental anguish, these exorbitant dowry gifts shall all be presented as gifts to Mr. Yi. Li Yuxing spoke extremely quickly, as if fearing that even a single word spoken too slowly would cost him his life. Moreover, as he spoke, he kept bowing his head. Prostrate on the ground, this humiliating posture made even Shen Danqing feel ashamed. Yi Chen watched Li Yuxing bowing his head like a garlic clove being pounded, and was slightly taken aback. What a man of great flexibility and resilience. Kneel down. What are you still standing there for? Quickly kneel before Mr. Yi and beg for his mercy. Li Yuxing turned his head and shouted at the Li family members behind him. In an instant, like wheat being cut down, dozens of Li family members knelt on the ground. They wept bitterly and pleaded for mercy. At that moment, they had lost all dignity, all pride of the Li family of Yancheng, and were nothing but ants clinging to life. Seeing this scene, Shen Danqing felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. In recent days, the Li family had caused him immense pressure, leaving him unable to sleep or eat.
And now, those once powerful enemies, who had once looked down on him from above, were kneeling before him, like broken-backed dogs. This sense of vindication swept away all the pent-up frustration in Shin Danqing's chest, leaving him feeling refreshed and clear-headed. And all of this was thanks to Yi Chen, who had brought this about for the Shin family. Even Shin Manchu, who harbored deep hatred for Yi Chen, had a look of astonishment on her beautiful face.
Is this the might of Yi Chen? To make the once arrogantly family bow down, kneel, and beg for mercy. Now it was clear that his father had made the right decision in inviting Yi Chen to take charge of the Shin family. But that bastard had invaded the sacred place she had guarded for over 2 decades. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen's killing intent dissipated. In fact, he actually admired Li Yuxing for being able to recognize the situation, adapt to it, and remain a true hero.
You may go now. Remember what you said today.
Yi Chen waved his hand and said, "Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you, Mr. Yi."
Li Yuxing said gratefully, then scrambled to his feet, dragging the 2 severely injured men with him, and fled in a hurry, looking disheveled and embarrassed.
Ha!
The Shin family members in the hall burst into loud laughter. Today's showdown had been a complete victory for the Shin family. Of course, this victory was brought to them by Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, you have guided our Shin family through this crisis and helped us overcome this crisis. I, Shin Ruhai, am deeply grateful to you. An elderly man, his face radiant with joy, bowed deeply to Yi Chen in gratitude. Mr. Yi is truly a divine being, standing at the pinnacle of martial arts, causing the prestigious ancient martial arts Li family to bow down in submission. Not to mention the ancient martial arts Li family, even if we look across the entire Great Xia Empire, who could possibly stand against Mr. Yi when he steps forward? Mr. Yi's martial arts prowess is unmatched, truly the best of his time. Mr. Yi's appearance is also unmatched, handsome as Pan and graceful as Songyu, truly a rare beauty in this world. By the end, it had completely turned into flattery. Yi Chen listened with furrowed brows, his skin prickling with goosebumps. Shin Manchu looked at the crowd showering him with praise. These were her relatives, her grandfather, uncles, cousins, and brothers, all blood-related family members. At that moment, they had undoubtedly forgotten that Yi Chen was not only the great benefactor of the Shin family but also the murderer of Shin Bei Wang. If she were to suggest avenging her grandfather now, she would likely be drowned in their spit. Her father had been right after all. In the face of self-interest, even the murder of one's own father could be forgotten. Shin Manchu closed her eyes slightly, feeling a sense of disgust toward the Shin family for the first time. She had already opened her third eye. Perhaps embarking on the path of cultivation might not be a bad choice. Haha, on this joyous occasion, Danqing, why not arrange the marriage between Mr. Yi and Manchu?
That would be a double celebration.
Shin Ruhai said with a radiant expression.
Excellent.
Mr. Yi and Manchu are already in a relationship. Taking it further is a blessing for the Shin family. Manchu was one of the 4 beauties of Gusu, renowned throughout the Qinhuai River. Mr. Yi is a true dragon among men, renowned throughout Jiangnan. The 2 of them are truly a match made in heaven.
I approve of the marriage. I agree as well. Danqing, make up your mind quickly.
Shin Danqing looked at the enthusiastic crowd before him and smiled helplessly.
These people, are they truly oblivious, or are they pretending to be? Can't they see that Yi Chen and Shin Manchu are just putting on a show?
However, Shin Danqing was naturally delighted by this, and his gaze couldn't help but linger on Yi Chen and Shin Manchu. Shin Manchu looked displeased and said, "I'm tired," before turning and walking out the door. Yi Chen also disliked this scene and followed her out.
The people left in the hall looked at each other in confusion.
Yi Chen watched Shin Manchu walking quickly ahead and hurried after her. Though it was awkward to say, some things needed to be said. He was a man of responsibility. "Manchu, I'm truly sorry for what happened earlier.
If you can't get over it, I'll take full responsibility."
Yi Chen made his intentions clear. After all, he had taken away the most precious thing in her life.
"I don't want to talk about this.
What happened earlier was just a performance, and the show is over."
"But it's already happened."
"Then forget about it. You don't need to take responsibility for me, and I don't need it either."
Shin Manchu turned around and stared at Yi Chen. "From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. You go your way, and I'll go mine."
With that, Shin Manchu turned and walked away, almost running.
"Don't follow me."
Yi Chen watched her retreating figure, narrowing his eyes slightly. Since she didn't want him, he saw no reason to take responsibility.
Then, Yi Chen pulled out a wooden box from his robe, containing 3 young seedlings of ice heartgrass.
He planned to head to the back mountain of the Shin family and plant these seedlings there. He would also take the opportunity to investigate the secrets of the Shin family's rear mountain.
Chapter 113, The Secret of the Back Mountain.
In a secluded cottage, Yi Chen and Shin Danqing sat cross-legged on the ground. This time, Yi Chen had helped the Shin family through a crisis, and Shin Danqing had already decided to stick with Yi Chen no matter what. Therefore, Yi Chen proposed entering the Shin family's back mountain, and Shin Danqing agreed without hesitation. This was the Shin family's greatest secret, known only to the core members of the family. However, Shin Danqing made an exception for Yi Chen. "Mr. Yi, the back mountain of the Shin family indeed holds a great secret. There are many absurd and bizarre legends about its origins.
The entire mountain is divided into two areas, the safe zone and the restricted zone. Members of the Shin family are only allowed to move within the safe zone.
The restricted zone has only been entered by the Shin family's Taoist master.
Yi Chen curiously asked, "What is in the restricted zone?"
Shin Danqing shook his head, "I don't know either. It is a terrifying place. The Shin family has produced 10 Taoist masters in total, 8 of whom entered the restricted zone, but only 3 returned. These 3 Taoist masters all met with misfortune shortly afterward and died tragically."
Misfortune?
Yes, there is a great terror within the forbidden zone.
Once you enter, it is almost certain death.
Even if you manage to escape by sheer luck, you will inevitably face a terrible fate. Mr. Yi, the 8 celestial masters from our Shin family were all cultivators, and 2 of them even attained the Taoist Golden, yet they still met their tragic ends within the forbidden zone.
Yi Chen heard this and felt a chill run down his spine.
The cultivation system on Earth differs from that of the immortal realm. While the Taoist golden elixirs of Earth are far inferior to those of the immortal realm, the power of a golden elixir master still far surpasses that of ordinary cultivators. If even such figures met such a tragic end in the forbidden zone, Yi Chen naturally dared not set foot there.
What could possibly be so terrifying inside the forbidden zone? Yi Chen was still curious. Since 3 Taoist masters had emerged from there must be some documents or notes left behind, right? There were none.
Shin Danqing replied without hesitation. The 3 celestial masters left no written records of the conditions within the forbidden zone. They only left some family precepts and admonitions, warning the descendants of the Shin family never to enter it.
Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and no longer discussed this taboo topic. "Mr. Shin, why don't you tell us about the safe zone?" Yi Chen said.
He had changed his address from Mr. Shin to Shin Bo, which naturally sounded more intimate. Since Shin Danqing had shared the family's greatest secret with him, it was only proper for Yi Chen to address him as Shin Bo. Upon hearing this title, Shin Danqing felt deeply pleased. The closer his relationship with Yi Chen, the better it would be for the Shin family.
Yi Chen.
Shin Danqing's title also changed from Mr. Yi to Yi Chen, which is how elders address their juniors by their given name. Since Yi Chen referred to him as Uncle Shin, Shin Danqing naturally regarded Yi Chen as a junior and sought to strengthen their relationship.
The safety zone is divided into 2 areas, Area A and Area B. Our Shin family usually operates in Area A and rarely enters Area B, as it is also dangerous.
I have only been to Zone B once in my life, when I was 18. I didn't go deep inside, I just stayed on the outskirts of Zone B. I remember there were many wild beasts there, and I even saw ghosts, not just one, but a group of them. At the time, the dozen or so young men were all terrified. After returning from Zone B, I fell seriously ill and have never set foot there again. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, his interest in the Shin family's back mountain growing even stronger. According to Shin Danqing's description, Zone B was clearly a supernatural area where many things invisible to the ordinary world existed. He couldn't go to the restricted zone, but he felt he should be able to enter Zone B.
Of course, Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry. He planned to thoroughly explore Area A first before venturing into Area B. Zone A was no easy feat either.
It contained the magical arrays set up by the Shin family's Taoist masters, as well as naturally formed arrays in perilous terrains, all meticulously recorded by our ancestors and referred to as the 100 array diagram. Shin Danqing carefully took out a wooden box from his robe, opened it, and found a thick ancient text inside. Though it was ancient, it was well preserved.
Yi Chen, this is the 100 arrays diagram.
All the magical arrays in Area A are detailed within its pages. Shin Danqing spoke, then took out another thin ancient text.
This is the route map. There are 3 safe routes in total. As long as you follow these 3 routes, you will not encounter any danger in Section A. Shin Danqing handed over the Shin family's heirloom, which could even be considered the family's foundation, to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded and accepted everything.
He then began studying the 100 array diagram, slightly surprised to find that there were 327 magical arrays within the Section A of the rear mountain. Each formation was meticulously documented, from its layout to its activation and control, with detailed explanations provided for each step.
The more Yi Chen looked, the more astonished he became.
This book was truly a legendary treasure trove. Mastering even 1/10 of it would make one a master of arrays. He discovered that some of the arrays were extremely powerful. Even if he were trapped within them, he would likely be suppressed.
Impressive. Impressive. Yi Chen couldn't help but praise it repeatedly.
After all, these were the culmination of the efforts of the 10 celestial masters of the Shin family, so they were naturally extraordinary. Yi Chen became completely engrossed in the 100 array diagram, spending 3 entire days studying it. For those 3 days, he didn't even step outside, dedicating all his time to studying the arrays. When the morning light finally shone into the room on the 4th day, Yi Chen finally closed the 100 array diagram and exhaled deeply. This 100 array diagram had been thoroughly studied by Yi Chen. As a master of array formations, he had only needed 3 short days to accomplish this. Yi Chen had gained a great deal from this experience. Next, he prepared to head to the back mountain of the Shin family to verify the array formations there one by one. This was called practice. However, just as Yi Chen was about to leave, his front door was kicked open. He looked up and saw a graceful figure standing at the door. It was Shin Manchu. Her almond-shaped eyes were wide open, her eyebrows furrowed, and her heaving chest revealed the intense anger brewing within her.
Miss Shin, are you looking for me? Yi Chen asked in surprise. Hand over my family's heirloom.
Shin Manchu said coldly.
What family heirloom? The 100 battle diagram, the route map.
Shin Manchu clenched her teeth.
These are the Shin family's closely guarded secrets.
They must never be shown to outsiders. How could my father have been so foolish as to give them to Yi Chen? Upon hearing the news, Shin Manchu rushed over immediately.
Why did you give it to him? Yi Chen asked. Because this is the Shin family's closely guarded secret. You, an outsider, have no right to see it. Shin Manchu said. But I've already seen it. Yi Chen smiled. Then go die.
Shin Manchu hesitated for a moment, then suddenly drew a dagger from her waist and stabbed toward Yi Chen's chest. According to the ancestral teachings of the Shin family, if an outsider views these two texts, it is a capital offense, and the offender must be killed. Yi Chen was taken aback, never expecting Shin Manchu to act so rashly.
You want to kill him?
Yi Chen reached out and grabbed Shin Manchu's wrist, twisting it gently, causing the dagger to fall to the ground. Then, Yi Chen pulled her toward him and pressed her against the table.
You want to kill me? Are you looking for trouble?
Yi Chen raised his hand and slapped her hard across the face.
Chapter 114, The Earth Dragon 7 Kill Array. A crisp slap echoed through the air.
Shin Manchu was instantly stunned. When she finally realized what Yi Chen had done, she was filled with shame and anger, immediately turning around and pushing him away.
You bastard, what are you doing?
Shin Manchu was furious.
Of course, I'm giving you a lesson so you'll understand the consequences of your actions. Yi Chen said. You.
Shin Manchu clenched her teeth tightly. She was one of the 4 beauties of Gusu, a goddess in the eyes of countless people, yet she had been pinned to the table and spanked.
You bastard, I won't let you off the hook. I can't kill you now, but one day I will.
Shin Manchu said hatefully.
You hate me so much? It seems I didn't hit you hard enough.
Yi Chen grabbed Shin Manchu and pulled her back, pressing her down on the table once more.
Smack!
He slapped her 3 times in a row, this time with more force. Shin Manchu was like a delicate flower in a storm. Her face was contorted with pain, her features twisted into a grimace. Besides the pain, feelings of injustice, shame, and humiliation surged forth, making her feel utterly humiliated. She, the eldest daughter of the Shin family, was being treated like a child by Yi Chen.
Have you learned your lesson?
Yi Chen did not stop, delivering several more slaps. Shin Manchu lay face down on the table, clenching her teeth tightly, tears welling up in her eyes, but she did not utter a sound.
There are no tough nuts to crack in front of me.
Yi Chen gave a cold smile and grabbed the lace hem of her skirt.
Stop. Shin Manchu couldn't take it anymore. Admit your mistake.
Yi Chen's movements didn't stop. After struggling for 2 seconds, Shin Manchu finally spoke in a reluctant tone, I was wrong. As she uttered those words, she felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation.
Admitting your mistake is good. Yi Chen stopped.
Shin Manchu hurriedly stood up, but this simple movement caused her excruciating pain. Her body went limp and she nearly collapsed, but she managed to steady herself by grabbing the table. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she glared fiercely at Yi Chen. If looks could kill, she would have killed Yi Chen thousands of times over.
I need to go to the back mountain right away. Come with me and help me out. Yi Chen said.
Shin Manchu initially wanted to refuse, but upon second thought, she agreed. The back mountain was filled with dangers, and she secretly hoped Yi Chen would die there. Soon, Yi Chen set off, and Shin Manchu limped along behind him. She was surprised that Yi Chen had gone empty-handed.
He didn't even bring a map. After all, the back mountain was filled with magical arrays, killing formations, and traps.
If he took a wrong step, he could lose his life. Last time, Yi Chen had been able to enter because she had guided him along a safe route.
But this time, if you still want me to guide you, I can only say you're being delusional. Shin Manchu said. Don't worry, you don't need to guide me this time. You just need to assist me.
Yi Chen smiled faintly.
Oomph, arrogant fool.
Shin Manchu snorted coldly. Without her leading the way or a map, Yi Chen going to the back mountain was asking for trouble. Upon arriving at the back mountain, seeing the direction Yi Chen was heading, Shin Manchu's eyes lit up. There were 3 safe routes in total, but Yi Chen hadn't chosen any of them. So he didn't memorize the safe routes after all.
You're asking for it. Don't blame others.
Shin Manchu muttered to herself, you bastard, you'll be buried in my family's back mountain. To her disappointment, Yi Chen had already walked a considerable distance without triggering a single magical array. Seeing Shin Manchu still standing dumbfounded at the entrance, Yi Chen turned around and shouted from a distance, Shin Manchu, follow me.
Shin Manchu naturally didn't want to follow Yi Chen. She wanted to take the safe route.
However, under Yi Chen's coercion, she had no choice but to follow him. Along the way, though she was filled with fear and suspicion, she still hoped that Yi Chen would trigger the magical array and kill him there. Unfortunately, Shin Manchu's wish did not come true. The arrays seemed to have lost their effect in front of Yi Chen.
Yi Chen, however, was unaware of Shin Manchu's intricate thoughts.
His mind was elsewhere. He had already mastered the 100-array diagram and was thoroughly familiar with the arrays here. He passed through more than a dozen arrays with ease. The array ahead, however, piqued Yi Chen's interest. It was called the Earth Dragon 7-kill array. This was an extremely powerful killing array that harnessed the power of the Earth's terrain to form 7 massive Earth Dragons, unleashing terrifying destructive force. Yi Chen wanted to experience the array's power firsthand, so he deliberately triggered it.
In an instant, the earth shook and mountains trembled.
Seeing this, Shin Manchu was overjoyed. This arrogant fool had finally triggered a major killing array. He was doomed.
Soon, the first Earth Vein Dragon took shape, roaring ferociously as it charged toward Yi Chen. Boom!
Yi Chen gathered his true energy and struck out with a punch, shattering the Earth Vein Dragon. However, he was also forced to retreat 3 steps. The power was indeed formidable, and that was just a single Earth Dragon.
Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction.
2 more Earth Vein Dragons appeared, charging toward Yi Chen together. By the time 6 Earth Vein Dragons appeared, Yi Chen could no longer withstand the attack. This killing array tapped into the immense power of the Earth Veins. The fact that he had managed to hold on this long was already a miracle. Puff! Under the relentless assault of the 6 Earth Vein Dragons, Yi Chen's body was flung high into the air before crashing heavily back to the ground. He was severely injured, coughing up blood repeatedly. His clothes were torn to shreds, and his body was covered in bloody wounds, looking utterly disheveled.
However, Yi Chen managed to survive. It seems my limit is 6 great dragons. Yi Chen thought to himself, immediately channeling his energy to stabilize his condition.
At that moment, the killing array erupted once more, unleashing surges of colossal Earth Vein energy that converged like a raging river.
7 massive Earth Dragon forms coalesced into one.
In an instant, the sky darkened, and the killing array was filled with terrifying power, shaking and tearing the space until it twisted and deformed, almost shattering into pieces. Roar! As the 7 Earth Dragons moved in unison, they erupted with a piercing dragon's roar, swallowing the heavens and earth, shattering mountains and rivers, and overturning the heavens and earth. Yi Chen is doomed. Shin Manchu, standing outside the formation, witnessed this scene and her eyes filled with wild joy. 6 dragons had already severely wounded Yi Chen, and now 7 had appeared, unleashing the full might of the Earth Dragon 7-kill formation. Yi Chen was certain to be killed on the spot. As the 7 Earth Dragons roared toward him, ready to tear Yi Chen to pieces. Suddenly, everything came to an abrupt halt. It was as if a bustling factory had suddenly lost power.
In an instant, complete silence descended. The killing array vanished, the Earth Dragons disappeared, yet Yi Chen stood there unscathed.
Shin Manchu, who had been so excited she was about to jump up and celebrate, was left speechless. What was going on? This was naturally due to Yi Chen manipulating the formation array to abruptly halt it. At that moment, Yi Chen was pleasantly surprised. The Earth Dragon 7-kill formation was truly formidable, with unparalleled power. Even he couldn't withstand it. It's perfect for ambushing and eliminating powerful enemies. Yi Chen murmured to himself, marking the location. This could become his trump card, to bury the experts of the Shenmen sect.
Chapter 115, Lin Honshua's bold move. See that I'm not dead? Are you disappointed?
Yi Chen looked at Shin Manchu, who was as stunned as a wooden statue, and asked with a smile.
Yes. Shin Manchu nodded. What is coming next will disappoint you even more. Yi Chen said with a smile and continued forward. As expected. Shin Manchu grew increasingly disappointed as Yi Chen completely ignored the safe route, wandering aimlessly like a headless fly.
He triggered one magical array after another, yet emerged unscathed each time. The magical arrays in the back mountain, which had long been feared by all the Shin family members, were now in Yi Chen's hands like toys, being manipulated and played with at will. Shin Manchu was stunned, and by the end, she had completely fallen into a numb state. It took him an entire week to explore every corner of Zone A, experiencing all 327 magical arrays before finally stopping.
The gains were immense.
In addition to gaining several trump cards, Yi Chen discovered dozens of rare treasures. All of them could be put to use in his hands, but Yi Chen only picked a portion, leaving the rest for future use. The greatest surprise was finding a suitable location to plant the 3 ice heartgrasses. It took only 7 days for the ice heartgrass to fully mature. The mature seeds took root and sprouted, giving rise to dozens of tender seedlings. This was far superior to growing them in the Han family's medicinal garden. Truly a blessed land. Additionally, he obtained a rare artifact, a spatial crystal. Yi Chen left the Shin family with satisfaction and prepared to return to the Cloud Sea. He had been here for many days, it was time to go back. Recently, the pharmaceutical industry across the entire Great Xia Empire had been in turmoil, with intense competition raging. Among them, Honshu Pharmaceutical was the most prominent. With the maturation of the 10,000 acres of purple heartgrass, Manhwa Pharmaceuticals' flagship products are being produced in large quantities, fulfilling one order after another. Manhwa Pharmaceuticals' market value has multiplied several times over, and Lin Manhwa's net worth has skyrocketed to over 60 billion, propelling her into the ranks of the top female billionaires in Yunhai.
Both online and offline, praise for Lin Manhwa has been pouring in.
She was adorned with layer upon layer of glory, hailed as the queen of pharmaceuticals.
The joint pharmaceutical factory founded by Han Wanner and Lin Manhwa also reaped enormous economic benefits. In terms of performance and profits, they ranked among the top in the entire Longtan Group.
Han Wanyu was in a good mood, dressed up beautifully, and arrived at the company early in the morning. At the previous Dragon and Tiger banquet, she had engaged in a business battle with the Li family and even entered into a 2-month-long wager with Li Nianen. The loser would have to withdraw from Yunhai. Half a month has passed, and although Li Nianen possesses exceptional business acumen and numerous connections, he remains firmly outmatched by Han Wannier. Especially in the pharmaceutical sector, which was Li Nianen's main focus, she was completely outclassed by Han Wanyu, with her affiliated United Pharmaceutical Factory playing a crucial role. If this trend continues, she is certain to win the bet. Therefore, Han Wanyu arrived at the company early in the morning, waiting for Lin Manhwa. All orders have been completed, and her first phase of collaboration with Lin Manhwa has concluded. The next step is to sign a new contract and move on to the second phase of more in-depth cooperation. Once the contract is signed, her battle with Li Nianen, though without any visible conflict, will essentially be decided in her favor.
Yu Shu, what time is it now?
Han Wanyu had been waiting in the office for half an hour but hadn't seen Lin Manhwa come over.
It's already 9:30 a.m. Han Yushu said.
Han Wanyu furrowed her brows slightly. She had arranged to sign the contract with Lin Manhwa at 9 a.m., and it had already been half an hour, yet Lin Manhwa still hadn't arrived. Mr. Lin just said he is in a meeting at the company and will come over shortly.
Should I call him again to remind him? Han Yushu asked. Never mind, I'll go find her myself. Han Wanyu stood up. She felt a bit annoyed.
Since the large orders had been completed and Lin Manhwa had gained both fame and fortune, she had been ignoring her. After all, she was Lin Manhwa's nominal superior.
The huge success of Manhwa Pharmaceutical this time was at least half her contribution.
Without the strong production capacity of the United Pharmaceutical Factory, Lin Manhwa would never have been able to produce so many products in such a short time and complete the orders quickly. Additionally, the popularity of the children's cough syrup was largely due to the Han family's extensive distribution channels. It was clearly Han Wanner who put in the most effort, yet Lin Manhwa emerged as the biggest winner. Not only does Lin Manhwa show no gratitude, but she also treats her, the one who deserves the most credit, with disdain.
How could Han Wanyu feel good about that?
When Han Wanner rushed to Lin Manhwa's office, she found Lin Manhwa leaning back in a comfortable executive chair, eyes closed, listening to music, looking relaxed and content.
Lin Manhwa, is this what you call a meeting? Han Wanner said angrily upon seeing Lin Manhwa's demeanor. Lin Manhwa didn't seem fazed by Han Wanyu's arrival.
She didn't even stand up, just gave her a brief glance.
Ms. Han, why are you so angry? Sit down and have some tea to calm down.
Lin Manhwa said with a smile. Han Wanner, seeing her expression, grew even angrier, slamming the contract onto the table and coldly said, Lin Manhwa, we agreed to sign the contract at 9 o'clock today in my office. You didn't show up on time, saying you were in a meeting, yet you were just sitting in your office doing nothing but drinking tea and listening to music.
Are you playing with me? Lin Manhwa finally straightened her posture and said calmly, Mr. Han, how did I play you?
Han Wanner laughed angrily, now wanting nothing more than to slap Lin Manhwa and ask, how did I slap you?
Lin Manhwa, what do you mean by that? Tell me clearly. Stop pulling these disgusting tricks. It's tacky, embarrassing, and low class. You've cast a shadow over your character.
Han Wanner spoke without holding back, her words sharp and cutting. Lin Manhwa furrowed her brows, stood up, and exuded a powerful aura from her slender frame. Han Wanner, don't speak so harshly. The reason I didn't sign the contract is because I have no intention of continuing to cooperate with your Manhwa Pharmaceutical Company.
If we're not going to cooperate, why did you ask me to sign the contract? What? We're not continuing the cooperation? Han Wanyu was completely taken aback. Yes, we're not continuing the cooperation. That's exactly what I mean.
Lin Manhwa said arrogantly. Now, our company, Manhwa Pharmaceuticals, is the most renowned and sought after in the industry. There are countless companies eager to collaborate with us, such as Mr. Li's Nianen Pharmaceuticals. As he spoke, a well-dressed, handsome man emerged from the adjacent room with impeccable manners, his face adorned with a bright smile. When Han Wanner saw him, her mind went blank, as if a thunderclap had struck, leaving her frozen in place.
Li Nianen. In an instant, she realized that Lin Manhwa had abandoned her and thrown herself into Li Nianen's arms. Lin Manhwa's bold move dealt Han Wanyu a crushing blow. Chapter 116, Must Take Her Down.
Han Wanyu felt as though she had swallowed a bunch of dead flies.
Betrayal? Crossing the river and dismantling the bridge? Ingratitude? A fatal stab in the back?
No words could possibly describe Lin Huanshue's actions. Lin Huanshue only needed to provide the technology and raw materials, while Han Wanier provided the venue, machinery, personnel, and helped Lin Huanshue resolve all issues. She even utilized the Han family's powerful connections to package, promote, and market Lin Huanshue's products.
Now that she's achieved great success, Lin Huanshue has kicked her to the curb.
What's even more despicable is that she has thrown herself into Lin Yan's arms.
Han Wanyu stood there in shock for over 10 seconds before taking a deep breath and saying, Lin Huanshue, why? Why? Lin Huanshue was satisfied with Han Wanyu's reaction. She was completely dumbfounded.
Of course, Mr. Li's reward for me is more generous.
Business people pursue profit. Miss Han won't blame me, will she? How much did he give you? 60%. I can also give you 60%. Why didn't you negotiate with me? Why didn't you bring it up?
If I refuse you, and you choose to collaborate with Lin Yan, I have no right to say anything.
Han Wanyu was furious.
But you didn't even say a word and chose Lin Yan instead.
Isn't this just toying with me? Lin Huanshue sneered. Do you really think it's because of the profit share? If it's not about the split, then what is it about? Han Wanyu frowned. Because of Yi Chen? You understand now.
Lin Huanshue said coldly.
Isn't he the man you discarded like trash? Han Wanyu exclaimed in surprise. Don't you even let others pick him up? How can you be so domineering? Domineering? I'm just being domineering.
Yi Chen is someone I discarded, and no one else can pick him up. Lin Huanshue clenched her teeth and said, maybe I'll pick him up again someday, but you've taken that choice away from me.
Han Wanyu, I will never forgive you.
Lin Huanshue pressed her fists against the table, glaring at Han Wanyu with a fierce expression.
Hypocrite. Shameless.
Han Wanner sneered, if you had dared to confront me like this before the order was completed, I might have respected you a little.
Now that you've used me and turned your back on me, it only makes me look down on you.
Whether you look down on me or not has nothing to do with me.
On the path to success, those who resort to any means will always get ahead of others.
Lin Huanshue lifted her snow-white chin, adopting a proud posture. When you stand at the pinnacle and look down, people will only cast envious and admiring glances your way, not bothering to notice the means you used to reach the top. Watching the two women argue fiercely, Lin Yan stood by, rubbing his hands, unable to get a word in. Full of nonsense. Han Wanner looked down on her, tapped the table, and said, according to our agreement, the joint pharmaceutical factory is supposed to undergo 3 phases of cooperation. If you withdraw now, you're breaching the agreement and will have to pay a hefty breach of contract fee. Lin Huanshue, you'd better think this through carefully. At that moment, Lin Yan finally found an opportunity to speak up. He smiled and said, Miss Han, I'll cover the breach of contract fee for Han Shui.
I think it's 1 billion, right?
Saying this, he took out a check, wrote down a string of numbers on it, and handed it to Han Wanyu. Han Weiner took the check, gave Lin Yan a meaningful look, and finally fixed her gaze on Lin Huanshue. Someone like you, who lacks contractual integrity and breaks promises, won't go far in the business world.
With those words, Han Wanyu turned and left.
As she reached the door, Lin Yan's voice drifted from behind.
Miss Han, don't forget our bet.
Now that Han Shui is collaborating with me, the scales of victory are already tilting in my favor. Sitting in the car, Han Wanyu was so angry that she slammed her fists on the steering wheel. Han Yuan looks serious, miss, at this critical moment when you're clashing with Lin Yan. Lin Huanshue siding with Lin Yan is a fatal blow to us.
Exactly.
Han Wanyu clenched her teeth and said, under our vigorous promotion, Hanshu Pharmaceutical has achieved tremendous success, becoming highly sought after and generating astonishing profits. We were once firmly ahead of Lin Yan, but now the situation has changed. If Lin Yan leverages the Li family's connections to fully support Lin Huanshue,
we might end up losing in the end.
Han Yushu heard this and felt utterly powerless.
There's nothing we can do.
Hanshu Pharmaceutical's flagship product is too powerful, we can't find anything to compete with it.
However, we're not without hope.
Yi Chen's detoxifying oral solution is also highly effective and could be developed into our company's flagship product.
Han Wanyu clenched her fists and said, the detoxifying oral solution and the lung cleansing oral solution are capable of competing.
But miss, you must understand that the lung cleansing oral solution was launched earlier, has already captured the market, built a reputation, and has a very solid position with higher brand recognition. Our detoxifying oral solution, no matter how effective it is, still needs market validation and time to establish itself before it can become a flagship product.
And the time you agreed upon with Lin Yan is less than a month away. It might be too late. Han Wanyu frowned, there's no other way. We have to do this. It's the only option. Why don't you call Yi Chen? Maybe he has a solution? Han Yushu whispered. Yi Chen. Han Wanyu muttered the name, instantly calming down.
But she quickly snapped, that jerk. He hasn't shown up in over 10 days.
If I don't contact him, does he even know to contact me?
As soon as Yi Chen returned to Yunhai, Han Waner called him, telling him to hurry over because something serious had happened.
When Yi Chen rushed over, Han Waner was sipping tea in her office. Seeing her relaxed demeanor, Yi Chen said irritably, "There's an emergency, and you still have the nerve to drink tea here? I'm not lying to you.
Something serious has indeed happened." Han Wanyu stood up, walked over to Yi Chen, and said with a smile, "It's related to your ex-wife."
What's Lin Huanxue up to now?
Yi Chen asked, sitting on the sofa beside her.
You know she's up to something?
This time she's really caused a big stir.
So Han Waner told Yi Chen all about Lin Huanxue's shenanigans.
After hearing this, Yi Chen was also shocked. Lin Huanxue actually played such a trick, pulling a big fast one on Han Wanyu. This once again shattered his perception she had no limits.
She abandoned you first, and now she's abandoned me. We're truly in the same boat.
Han Wanyu, with a sorrowful expression, took 2 steps forward, lifted her beautiful leg, and sat down on Yi Chen's thigh. She wrapped her arms around his neck, facing him directly, and said pitifully, "We're both outcasts in this world.
Shouldn't we team up to take her down?
Take her down, we must take her down,"
Yi Chen said without hesitation. You're amazing.
Han Waner wrapped her arms around Yi Chen's neck and pressed forward.
You're so good. Chapter 117, Magic Defeats Magic.
Yi Chen was instantly buried in a sea of tenderness. He thought Han Waner was just acting on impulse out of excitement, but to his surprise, she hadn't let go even after seconds.
The pressure on his wrist actually grew stronger. Are you hungry? If you want to eat, just go ahead, Han Waner said.
Yi Chen blushed, but his actions were swift and decisive. A few minutes later, when the sound of knocking came from outside, the two finally parted. It was Han Yushu who entered, sensing an odd atmosphere. He quickly glanced at Han Wanyu and Yi Chen before walking over to the desk with a blank expression. "Miss, Lin Huanxue has already withdrawn her people and office supplies from the United Pharmaceutical Factory." Han Yushu glanced at Han Wanyu, who was adjusting her shoulder strap. Additionally, she has partnered with Lin Yan'an to establish Inxue Pharmaceutical, which has already been registered with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. According to intelligence from commercial spies, their newly opened pharmaceutical factory is 10 times the size of our United Pharmaceutical Factory.
Han Wanyu, while tidying her clothes, coldly laughed and said, "What a grand scheme, aiming to completely destroy our Xinghue Pharmaceutical. The outlook is bleak."
In recent years, many traditional pillar industries such as real estate and finance have declined, while the pharmaceutical industry has thrived.
On a single street, there is a pharmacy every 50 meters, and that's no exaggeration.
If Inxue Pharmaceutical's production scale becomes a reality, our Xinghue Pharmaceutical will suffer a fatal blow, especially since we have lost our flagship product, the children's fever-reducing and cough-relieving oral liquid.
Han Yushu was deeply pessimistic. Facing the overwhelming force of Inxue Pharmaceutical, we may not stand a chance. Han Wanyu's slender eyebrows furrowed slightly as she said, "Yushu, help me fasten the buttons at the back." Yi Chen felt slightly awkward and looked out the window.
Han Yushu walked behind Han Wanyu and fastened the buttons for her.
"Miss, we need to plan ahead. If we don't have a strategy, we're likely to lose," Han Yushu said. Han Wanyu sighed helplessly, "I have no choice."
Lin Yan'an's move was too ruthless. He struck at the heart of our strategy, leaving us completely unprepared.
With only 1.5 months left, even if I were a god, I couldn't create a product to rival Hanxue Pharmaceutical. Mr. Yi, do you have any insights?
Han Yushu turned to Yi Chen beside him, his expression and tone both strained. It was even tinged with emotion. That pervert dared to do such a thing in the young Mrs. office. Ever since the young lady met him, she's been spacing out from time to time, showing more of her girlish side, and she's become less like the sharp, decisive business queen she used to be.
What insights could I possibly have?
Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively.
Business matters are completely beyond my understanding.
Hearing Yi Chen's words, Han Yushu deflated like a burst balloon. She had been counting on Yi Chen to step in and save the day, but it turned out he couldn't help at all. Han Yushu immediately began to mock him. "Yi Chen, the young lady said you always bring surprises and can create miracles in dire situations. It seems she overestimated you. I also thought highly of you, believing you had some solution.
But look at you now, you can't even fart. That's Lin Huanxue, the woman who personally abandoned you.
Now she's stepping on us, and you can't do a thing.
Are you even a man?" Han Yushu grew angrier with each word.
"You can't even help, yet you come here to cause trouble."
"How am I causing trouble?" Yi Chen said helplessly.
"This woman is like she's eaten gunpowder, so sharp-tongued.
It was just last time when I sucked the snake venom out of your thigh. That was saving your life. You're not grateful, but instead holding a grudge against me?" Han Yushu pointed at Yi Chen, fuming, "Who pulled off my mistress's shoulder strap? What did you do to the mistress just now? You know exactly what you did. This is an office, not a place for you to act like a hooligan." Han Yushu.
Han Wanyu finally couldn't hold back and spoke up, giving her a cold glance and saying, "I was the one acting like a hooligan.
What about it? Are you going to fire me? Miss, I didn't mean it that way. Han Yushu's momentum immediately weakened.
Han Wanyu gave a cold smile and said sternly, everything you just said was nonsense.
Everything has to be done by Yichen. When we're in danger, we find him. When we're poisoned, we find him. Has he ever let us down? Now that our business is in crisis, you're still counting on Yichen? Do you think he's a miracle worker? Yichen knows nothing about business. When he can't help us, you turn to him. Do you think you're doing the right thing?
Han Yushu, scolded by Han Wanyu, lowered his head and said with a red face, Miss, I was wrong.
Apologize to Yichen. Yichen, I. Stop, Yushu, you don't need to apologize. We're all family, and I know you're worried. It's okay, I don't mind. Yichen hurriedly said. Sigh. Han Wanner sighed and said, Yichen, go back first. I'll think of another way. Don't worry about it. I've already figured out a solution. Yichen suddenly said. What? Han Wanner and Han Yushu both looked at Yichen in astonishment. You really have a solution? Han Yushu hurriedly asked again. Yichen nodded. What method? Han Wanyu asked eagerly. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Use magic to defeat magic. Yichen said slowly. The two women looked completely confused. I'll give you the formula for my son's cough-relieving oral liquid. You can produce this flagship product too, right? Yichen smiled. What did you say? Han Wanner and Han Yushu stepped forward simultaneously, each grabbing one of Yichen's shoulders, their eyes wide with shock. Seeing their intense reaction, Yichen was surprised. Is that not possible? Of course it can. It's absolutely perfect. Han Wanner asked excitedly, Are you sure you have the formula for the children's lung-clearing and cough-relieving oral liquid? Hanshue Pharmaceutical rose to prominence thanks to this formula. All of Lin Hanshue's achievements are built on this mysterious formula. Just like KFC's core recipe, it's subject to extremely strict confidentiality measures. It is said that the original handwritten formula by KFC's founder was stored in a safe weighing over 300 pounds, with an additional layer of thick cement around it, and the building where the formula was kept was under 34-hour surveillance. This ensured that KFC's formula remained undisclosed and uncracked for over 80 years. The formula for the children's fever-reducing and cough-relieving oral liquid is only kept by Lin Huanxue, and only she knows the secret of the formula. If they could obtain her formula, all problems would be solved. When Yichen said he had it, one can imagine how excited Han Wanner must have been. It must be true. This formula was originally given to Lin Huanxue by me. Yichen said. Han Wanner's body trembled, feeling as though she had been struck by a stroke of luck, overwhelmed by happiness. It turned out that Yichen was the true owner of the formula. This overwhelming fortune was all bestowed upon Lin Huanxue by him. Chapter 118, The learning atmosphere is excellent. In fact, Han Wanner had already deduced that Yichen was the mastermind behind Hanshue Pharmaceuticals' rise to glory. Now it seemed she was right, even the formula was given by Yichen. Han Wanyu rubbed her chest excitedly and said, Yichen, are you willing to give me the formula? Yes. You're so kind. Han Wanyu looked at Yichen, her eyes sparkling with admiration. If Han Yushu hadn't been there, she would have definitely hugged him and kissed him passionately. At that moment, even Han Yushu wanted to hug Yichen and kiss him passionately. This was truly a lifesaver in a time of need. Yichen, where's the formula? It's in the old house. I'll go get it right away. I'll go with you. Han Wanyu said. Then, she excitedly took Yichen out of the office building and got into the car. Han Wanyu rubbed her chest and prepared to start the car. That. Yichen in the passenger seat hesitated and said, Did I hurt you just now? He noticed that Han Wanyu had been making that gesture repeatedly along the way. What do you think? Han Weiner shot Yichen a disapproving glance. Your mouth is like a 26,000 pa vacuum cleaner. Yichen scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Han Weiner started the car, it's probably already swollen. I'll apply some ointment later. Yichen wanted to say he could just press it a few times, but he didn't say anything. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the old house, and Han Wanner successfully obtained the formula. Yichen headed to the medicinal fields of Xinghue Pharmaceutical to set up another massive magical array for cultivating purple heartgrass. When he had set up the array for Lin Huanxue earlier, he hadn't had any cultivation base, so it had taken him 3 months to complete it. Now, at the 6th layer of qi cultivation, he was countless times stronger than before. It only took him a day to complete the array. This array was far superior to Lin Huanxue's, with a difference as great as heaven and earth. No repairs are needed, the array can operate continuously. Planting purple heartgrass within it will reduce the growth cycle by at least 3 times, and the medicinal properties will be significantly enhanced. If Lin Hanshue's array is an old Nokia phone, then Han Wanner's is the latest Apple iPhone 15. There's no comparison at all. Han Wanner then got to work, searching everywhere for purple heartgrass to plant in the array. Purple heartgrass has extremely stringent growth conditions and is quite rare, though not exactly rare.
It is neither a spiritual herb nor a heavenly treasure. With sufficient manpower and resources, a significant quantity can be obtained. However, since Han Wanyu had planted so many, it wasn't realistic to find that many purple heartgrass in such a short time. It was Yi Chun who helped her solve this problem. That solution was to steal it from Lin Huanshua's medicinal herb field. She had just harvested a large quantity of purple heartgrass, collecting over 1,000 pounds of seeds alone. Yi Chun stole several dozen pounds of seeds and planted them in Han Wanner's herb field. Technically, it wasn't really stealing, as the seeds originally belonged to Yi Chen. If he hadn't intervened to save those purple heartgrass plants last time, there wouldn't be any seeds to begin with. After helping Han Wanner resolve these issues, Yi Chen returned to the old house to continue his cultivation. Just as he arrived home, an unexpected call came in. It was Wang Chang, the Flower Brook Golden Monk. The person Yi Chen had helped on the way to Gusu last time. If Wang Chang hadn't called, Yi Chen would have almost forgotten about him. The only thing he remembered was that his wife, Lan Yen, had an amazing figure that was unforgettable.
Mr. Yi, I have not let you down. I have already taken control of Xinhong.
Now, I am the boss of Huaxi Xinhong.
Wang Chang's voice was filled with excitement. Congratulations, you haven't disappointed me. Yi Chen said with a smile. All of this is thanks to Mr. Yi. Without him, my wife and I wouldn't even be in control of Xinhong. We'd have been chopped into mincemeat by Huang Hua's men. At this point, Wang Chang was extremely emotional.
A melodious voice rang out from the side. Mr. Yi, the great kindness you have shown to our couple is something we will never forget. Now that the situation has stabilized, we would like to invite Mr. Yi to visit Huaxi.
We must repay Mr. Yi's kindness in some way. Haha, that's easy to arrange. If I have the time, I will definitely pay a visit. Yi Chen said.
Of course, he wouldn't go now. He had just returned to Yunhai, and cultivation was his top priority.
Wang Chang and his wife exchanged a few more polite words before hanging up the phone. Yi Chen immediately immersed himself in his cultivation.
With the dragon pendant, he didn't need to practice breathing exercises to exchange energy with the heavens and earth, such time-consuming, laborious, and tedious tasks.
However, he still had plenty to do, such as refining talismans, studying array formations, and crafting magical artifacts.
In fact, once he reached the 5th layer of Qi cultivation and the yin-yang symbols formed in his Qi, he could already begin refining magical artifacts. But Yi Chen had never found the time to do so. He now planned to devote a significant amount of time to refining magical artifacts. Additionally, Yi Chen is now at the 6th layer of Qi cultivation, and his spiritual energy can now be projected outward. He also needed to cultivate his spiritual power, which was no easy task. Yi Chen felt that practicing in this old house was no longer feasible. The space was too small, and it was located in a residential area. Even the slightest disturbance would disturb the neighbors above and below, and possibly the entire building. Therefore, after practicing for a day, Yi Chen left the house and set out to find a quiet courtyard to stay in. If he were to rent a place, the university town in the northern suburbs of Yunhai would be a good option. First, there are many rental properties available, and second, they are affordable. Yi Chen headed there and found countless rental ads in the narrow alleys. Yi Chen found a phone number for a small courtyard for rent and called it. Soon he met the landlord, a woman in her 40s named Su Yen. She was dressed quite provocatively, with a certain charm, a typical middle-aged woman. Yi Chen explained his requirements, emphasizing the need for a quiet location, as he didn't want to be disturbed. Young man, don't worry. My little courtyard is absolutely secluded, no one will disturb you. 8 graduate students have already moved out of my courtyard, all from top-tier universities. The courtyard is beautifully landscaped with flowers and is very charming. The location is convenient, and you'll fall in love with it at first sight. Su Yan was a smooth talker, chatting non-stop. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed like the landlord had mistaken him for a college student preparing for the graduate entrance exam. This is the place, it's absolutely quiet. Su Yan led Yi Chen to a small courtyard. Yi Chen looked around and furrowed his brows slightly. It didn't quite match what the landlord had described. Takeout boxes were scattered everywhere, attracting swarms of flies. And the flowers she mentioned were only 2, and they were almost dead. Su Jia, is there anyone else living in this courtyard? Yi Chen asked, looking at the takeout boxes. Su Yan replied, there's also a couple here. They're very hardworking and dedicated, studying for their graduate exams day and night without rest. The study atmosphere here is excellent. As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, moaning sounds suddenly came from the room next door. And it grew louder and louder. Yi Chen's expression changed, and he looked at Su Yan suspiciously. Is this what you meant by a great study atmosphere? Chapter 119, Holding Hands in Public. Su Yan's face also turned red, and she spat out, shame on you. In broad daylight, instead of studying, you're doing such things. She turned around and saw that Yi Chen had already left. Su Yan hurried after him and said, don't go, young man. Let me show you a few more courtyards. Seeing her enthusiasm, Yi Chen nodded and followed Su Yan to look at 5 or 6 more courtyards, but none of them were satisfactory. However, Yi Chen was quite surprised. Su Yan was actually a wealthy woman. Those 5 or 6 courtyards were all hers, and the land alone was worth tens of millions.
Su Jia, thank you.
I'll keep looking, Yi Chen said politely.
Su Yan looked at Yi Chen, suddenly stepped forward, and took his hand, saying, "You don't like any of these courtyards? Just stay in my big villa. There's only me there, and I get pretty lonely at night."
As she spoke, she gently scratched Yi Chen's palm, her expression growing increasingly suggestive.
Yi Chen's skin prickled. Could this wealthy woman be interested in him? He quickly pulled his hand away. "Never mind, Sister Su. I'll look around some more," Yi Chen hurriedly said. "Don't go. Such a handsome young man. I really like you and care about you. Stay in my big villa and drive my Mercedes-Benz."
Su Yan grabbed Yi Chen's hand again, like a tigress, pulling him into her arms.
Yi Chen was stunned. How could Su Jia be so bold?
He struggled slightly and broke free from Su Yan. Then he took off running. Yi Chen was truly scared.
Su Yan looked like she was going to devour him. "You little cutie.
Come with me, and I'll make you 30 years younger."
"Hey, stop." Su Yan chased after him.
She had never seen such a handsome young man before, and her heart was racing.
But Yi Chen was already gone in a flash. Su Yan was panting heavily and couldn't run anymore. "What a little cutie."
Su Yan panted, complaining, "When you're young, you don't know how good a wealthy woman is. You mistake a young girl for a treasure. When you're young, you don't know how sweet it is to live off someone else.
You waste your youth on the wrong person. You don't even understand that. Others would kill to eat from my bowl, but they can't even get a taste. You, on the other hand, I fed it to you right at your mouth, and you wouldn't even eat it."
Yi Chen had already run far away, his face flushed red. If the Li family found out that Yi Chen, whom they regarded as a god of war, had been reduced to a blushing mess by a middle-aged beauty, they would be speechless with shock. Yi Chen then looked at a few more courtyards, but none of them were satisfactory. Either there were other tenants or the location was poor. Just as he was sighing about how hard it was to find a place, Lin Huanxue suddenly called.
Yi Chen was a bit surprised. With Hanxue Pharmaceutical at its peak and Lin Hanxue at the height of her success, why would she be calling him? "Yi Chen, I've moved into a new home. Today is the housewarming celebration, and I'd like to invite you over to take a look," Lin Hanxue said.
Yi Chen was about to refuse when Lin Hanxue's words made him change his mind.
"It's in the new upscale villa district near the university town. Come take a look." "All right."
Yi Chen agreed, as he was also near the university town and could drop by on his way. The upscale villa district is one of the most prestigious villa areas in Yunhai, on par with Han Wanner's Diamond Mountain Villa District. The location was excellent, backed by Baiyun Mountain and near Yuhu Lake, with stunning scenery.
It is also a prime feng shui location. The villas here are all worth over 100 million. Yi Chen fell in love with the place at first sight. The environment was simply too beautiful, and the spiritual energy felt more abundant than other areas. What's more, it's incredibly peaceful. It's an ideal place for cultivation. If only he could live here. But Yi Chen could only dream about it, as such an expensive villa was beyond his means. Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel at how wealthy Lin Hanxue had become, able to afford such an expensive villa. When he arrived at the address Lin Huanxue had given him, he saw the villa's entrance decorated with lanterns and fireworks lit up the ground. A large crowd had gathered at the entrance, all of them relatives of Lin Huanxue, many of whom Yi Chen didn't recognize. Everyone was chatting and laughing, creating a joyful and festive atmosphere. However, Yi Chen's arrival was like a discordant note, instantly disrupting the joyful and harmonious atmosphere. "Yi Chen, what are you doing here?" Lu Meiyu saw Yi Chen and immediately screamed. The relatives of the Lin family looked at him with a playful expression. This man, who had been kicked out of the Lin family, what was he doing here now? "Yi Chen, you were kicked out of the house by Han Shui. What are you doing here?" Lin Hanxue's aunt, Lu Meixin, said. "I was invited, of course." Yi Chen replied. "Invited?" Lu Meiyu snorted derisively. "Don't you know your own worth? Even if the Lin family were to invite a dog, we wouldn't invite you." "Exactly. On such a joyous occasion, what are you, a worthless, doing here? What bad luck." "I don't know why, but seeing Yi Chen makes me feel unlucky." "Thank goodness Han Shui kicked him out," Lin's eldest uncle also said. Everyone knew that the Lu family despised Yi Chen, so they naturally banded together to trample him. After all, the Lu family was currently in a position of power, and everyone wanted to curry favor with them. Yi Chen glanced at them and said, "It wasn't you who invited me here. I'm not going to bother with you. Get out of the way. I'm going inside to take a look." Lu Meiyu immediately puffed out her chest and blocked Yi Chen's path. "I won't let you in. No one invited you here." Glancing at her chest, Yi Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Lu Meiyu's chi was severely blocked. If she didn't seek treatment soon, it could lead to serious problems. "Lu Meiyu, I advise you to go to the hospital immediately. If you wait any longer, it will be too late, Yichen said. You bastard. What did you say? Are you cursing me? Lu Meiyu flew into a rage. Get out of my sight immediately. Get out.
As she spoke, she waved her hand, and the Lin family members surrounded her, rolling up their sleeves and looking ready to fight.
Yichen, get out of here. You're not welcome here.
You were kicked out yourself, yet you're still licking your wounds and coming back, using such a flimsy excuse.
Who would invite you here? No one invited you. How thick-skinned are you? I invited him.
A clear voice rang out from the doorway. Everyone turned to look and saw it was Lin Hanxue. Their faces turned awkward. Yichen had been invited after all.
But the Lin family couldn't understand it.
Lin Hanxue hated Yichen so much, why would she invite him to her new home?
At that moment, Lin Hanxue, dressed in a red cheongsam, walked over.
The crowd quickly made way for her. Yichen saw Lin Hanxue and his eyes lit up. It was the first time he had seen her wearing a red cheongsam. Her slender, graceful figure was perfectly accentuated, and the fiery red color made Lin Hanxue look stunningly beautiful, with a breathtaking beauty that took one's breath away.
Yichen was utterly captivated. Come on, Yichen, let's go to my new home.
Lin Hanxue said, then made a sudden move that left the Lin family speechless and also startled Yichen. In full view of everyone, she took Yichen's hand and slowly walked toward the villa.
Chapter 120, Mirror Flowers and Water Moon.
The Lin family was speechless.
This simple action sent shockwaves through their minds.
Lin Hanxue actually took Yichen's hand. When the Lin family came to their senses, they felt as though they had swallowed a dead fly, a bitter taste lingering in their mouths. But they dared not say a word. Now that Lin Hanxue had achieved such great success, with a net worth of over 60 billion, even if she said the sun was square, the Lin family wouldn't dare to utter a single word of dissent. Meanwhile, Yichen was also surprised. Walking side by side with Lin Hanxue, holding her hand, the feeling was both familiar and. Lin Hanxue, however, remained expressionless, holding Yichen's hand as they entered the villa. However, her slightly trembling body revealed that her heart was far from as calm as her expression suggested. This is the scene I once dreamed of, holding your hand and walking into a magnificent palace.
Lin Hanxue murmured.
She suddenly turned around, looked at Yichen, and smiled. Her radiant smile seemed to steal all the color from the world. Though this wasn't a palace, it was a beautiful villa, and it had finally fulfilled her dream.
Yichen nodded.
The villa was indeed impressive, both spacious and beautiful. There were vast lawns, pavilions and towers, bridges over flowing streams, artificial hills and oddly shaped rocks, gardens, and a perfect blend of modern craftsmanship and classical elegance. At first glance, it was a place one could never tire of.
Let's go, I'll show you around.
Lin Hanxue finally let go of Yichen's hand and began to introduce as they walked. This villa is divided into two courtyards, connected by a white marble arch bridge.
The front courtyard has 6 scenic spots. As Lin Hanxue spoke endlessly about the villa, Yichen couldn't help but wonder what her motives were. Was she showing off her success?
Yichen thought so, but it wasn't entirely clear. He could sense a hint of regret in Lin Hanxue's expression and tone.
He didn't know why Lin Hanxue was feeling this way.
The Lin family members followed behind them, each glaring at Yichen with hostile expressions, but no one dared to say anything.
Because they couldn't figure out what Lin Hanxue was thinking. Auntie, what's going on with my cousin? Did Yichen put something in her drink?
Lin Hanxue's cousin Wang Qing asked.
I don't know either. Hanxue has been acting unusually today.
Lu Meiyu thought for a moment, maybe she was deceived by Yichen's sweet talk.
That can't be.
Lu Meixin slapped her thigh.
Hanxue is no longer the same person.
She's worth over 60 billion now, one of the top 10 female billionaires in Yunhai.
If she's been deceived by Yichen, that's a loss of over 1 billion.
The Lin family members all felt distressed upon hearing this. Now that Hanxue has made it big, Yichen is fawning over her, he must have ulterior motives. They were all lining up to flatter Lin Hanxue. Naturally, they didn't want Yichen to beat them to it. They were waiting for an opportunity to teach Yichen, that scoundrel, a lesson.
He dared to try to deceive my daughter? It was impossible. Lu Meiyu said angrily.
At that moment, Lin Hanxue had already brought Yichen to a beautiful garden.
This is the third scene in the front yard, mirrored flowers and moonlight. Lin Hanxue smiled and said, do you know why it's called that? Yichen shook his head.
Lin Hanxue explained, there are only flowers here, and at night there's also the moon, but there's no mirror and no water. However, there's a well, and the delicate blossoms are reflected in it, just like a mirror. This way, both the mirror and the water elements of mirrored flowers and water moon are present.
The person who named it must have been a genius. It's so poetic, isn't it?
Lin Hanxue smiled, her fair, oval face, delicate skin, long, arched eyebrows, and sparkling eyes like stars. Yichen nodded, marveling at the depth of the great Xia culture and the ingenuity of its craftsmen, who solved the problem of mirrors and water with just a well.
Yichen, look, that's the well.
Lin Hanxue led Yichen to the center of the garden, where there was a square white stone railing, with a well at its center. Yi Chen smiled as he walked forward, but as soon as he reached the well, his expression suddenly changed. A chill crept up his spine. There's something wrong with this well.
The was overwhelming, cold and piercing.
Yi Chen carefully sensed the area, narrowing his eyes slightly.
There was indeed a group of restless spirits inside, their attachments and resentment running deep.
He could sense it clearly. This well had claimed a life a woman since she had died a tragic and unjust death, leaving behind such intense resentment that even in broad daylight, the air was filled with a bone-chilling chill.
Of course, ordinary people couldn't feel it.
As a cultivator who had attained the yin-yang heavenly eyes, Yi Chen could perceive, see with his eyes, or probe with his spiritual energy, all with crystal clarity. Upon examining the well structure, Yi Chen immediately understood. A well sealing stone, an octagonal lock, and a lotus platform.
All of these are items used to suppress ghosts.
However, the sorcerer who set up these items was of average skill. Additionally, the deep-seated of the yin soul within the well had combined with the yin sha energy of the deep well, making it seem impossible to suppress. During the day, it's still manageable, as the yang energy is strong, and it might dare not emerge to cause trouble.
But at night, that's when it would stir up trouble. Yi Chen, what's wrong? Why are you spacing out? Lin Huanxue noticed Yi Chen's unusual expression and asked in surprise. Nothing, I was just spacing out.
Yi Chen furrowed his brows, unsure how to explain it to Lin Huanxue.
This is her new home, and today is her housewarming celebration.
How could he tell her it's a haunted house?
How unlucky.
Actually, with Yi Chen's abilities, he could easily eliminate the lingering spirit in the well.
But he wouldn't do that.
Because this ghostly spirit harbored deep resentment, its resentment reaching the heavens. It had clearly suffered a great injustice.
If Yi Chen eliminated it, wouldn't that be aiding the wicked? Humans have needs, and so do ghosts.
Those who truly deserve punishment are those who have done wicked deeds and harmed heaven and earth.
Yi Chen, what's wrong with you? Are you even listening to me?
You're so distracted.
Lin Huanxue gave Yi Chen a disapproving glance. Yi Chen hurriedly asked, is this villa brand new or second-hand? How much did you pay for it? Why are you asking that?
Lin Huanxue asked suspiciously.
Tell me.
Yi Chen said in a tone that brooked no argument.
Second-hand.
Lin Huanxue explained, the previous owner was a wealthy businessman from the south who had been doing business in Yunhai. Due to business failures, he sold the house at a discount, and I got a good deal.
Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. There's definitely something wrong with this place. Otherwise, that wealthy businessman from the south wouldn't have sold it so cheaply.
Lin Huanxue thought she had gotten a great deal, unaware that she was about to invite trouble.
Have you paid yet? Yi Chen asked again. Not yet. I only paid a deposit of 100,000 yuan. The property transaction requires a lot of paperwork. I'll go with the merchant tomorrow to complete the transaction and pay the remaining balance. It's better that the transaction hasn't been finalized yet.
Yi Chen nodded, then said seriously to Lin Huanxue, listen to me, return this house.
What? You want me to cancel the house? Lin Huanxue was completely shocked. Chapter 121, Escalating Conflict. Yes, return the house. Yi Chen said. Why? Lin Huanxue was puzzled. Yi Chen couldn't say it directly, so he spoke indirectly. How much is this villa worth? Around 120 million. How much did the wealthy businessman sell it to you for? 800 million. Yi Chen took a deep breath and muttered, that's a full 40 million discount. Such a significant price reduction, don't you find that suspicious?
Lin Huanxue furrowed her brows slightly. I also felt something was off at first, but after talking to the wealthy businessman, I learned he had suffered a major business failure and lost everything. He said he needed to sell the villa urgently to recover funds, so there's nothing unusual about that.
Yi Chen said, he's from the south, which means he has businesses there.
He can afford a villa worth over 100 million, he's not just some unknown person. You should investigate further to confirm if he really lost everything and desperately needs to recover funds.
Lin Huanxue frowned even more deeply. Yi Chen, what do you really mean? Just say it plainly. Yi Chen sighed helplessly.
Even if he were to speak out of turn, Lin Huanxue probably wouldn't believe him.
She has always been an atheist.
Yi Chen could only say, Huanxue, trust me.
There's something wrong with this house. You should terminate the transaction. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Lin Huanxue's expression darkened instantly.
On such a joyous occasion, moving into a new home, Yi Chen dared to say there was something wrong with her new house.
What was Yi Chen thinking?
Before Lin Huanxue could speak, the Lin family members angrily rushed forward. They had been following them the whole time and had overheard their conversation.
Lu Meiyu was furious. She pushed Yi Chen hard and shouted angrily, Yi Chen, you. I knew you came here today to cause trouble.
Seeing that Huanxue is living in such a nice house, you're jealous.
You're so cruel. You actually said there's something wrong with Huanxue's new house. You're a scum of a human being. You, Yi family, Huanxue moved into a new home and still thinks of you, inviting you to visit.
Not only do you not know how to be grateful, but you slander her with harsh words, ruining the mood.
Both the Lin family and the Lu family looked at him with disdain and anger. Sigh. Yi Chen sighed helplessly. He had already spoken very diplomatically, yet he had still provoked everyone's anger. If he had just said it was a haunted house, the two families might have come after him. I truly spoke words of wisdom. I don't wish to say more. Time will prove everything. Yi Chen said indifferently. Shut up. Lin Xingyuan couldn't hold back anymore, pointing at Yi Chen and shouting angrily. Yi Chen, stop spouting nonsense. I used to think you were just incompetent, but now I see your character is also flawed. Han Shui divorced you, but does that really warrant such deep hatred? When Han Shui moved into her new home, you actually said such cruel words. Are you even human? Mr. Lin, my words weren't malicious at all. Yi Chen said. Yi Chen. Enough is enough. Stop humiliating yourself. Lin Hanxue couldn't help but shout. Alright, since you don't believe me, forget it. I'll take my leave. Yi Chen shook his head. There was no point in explaining. He could only turn and leave. In truth, he had already been kind enough to Lin Hanxue. From start to finish, his revenge against her was merely to reclaim what belonged to him. When she faced personal danger or situations like this, Yi Chen still thought about protecting her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such a thing to ruin the mood. Stop. Lu Meiyu snapped coldly, Yi Chen, you have evil intentions. On the happiest day of our family, you ruined the celebration, spoke harsh words, and didn't even apologize. You just want to leave like this? That's too easy for you, isn't it? Apologize? Yi Chen said indifferently, do you even deserve it? Those 3 words nearly choked Lu Meiyu, and she stomped her foot angrily, shouting, you won't leave this door today unless you apologize. Xiaoming, stop this dog from leaving. Lin Xiaoming cowered at the back of the crowd, dared not step forward. He had witnessed Yi Chen's terrifying martial arts skills stopping him was suicide. Auntie, let me handle this. A muscular young man stepped forward. This was Lu Meixin's younger son, Chen Yang, the captain of the basketball team at Yunhai University. He was tall and muscular, standing at 1.9 meters, towering over Yi Chen by a full head. He had also trained in martial arts, earning him the nickname Monk. No one dared to provoke him, not just on the basketball court, but throughout the entire Yunhai University. My dear nephew, take care of this Yi Chen. Just like on the basketball court, where you knocked someone out with a single foul. Lin Meiyu shouted. Auntie, this is no big deal. I can handle him like a chicken. I've taken out several people on the basketball court. Chen Yang boasted proudly. He then grabbed Yi Chen's shoulders and tried to lift him up with all his strength, aiming for a shoulder throw. But he couldn't lift him. Yi Chen stood there, his feet rooted to the ground. Chen Yang strained with all his might but still couldn't lift him. You dare to lay a hand on me? Yi Chen gave a cold smile, raised his hand, and slapped Chen Yang across the face. The immense force sent him flying backward in a somersault. Chen Yang landed face first on the ground, and when he looked up, he spat out 2 blood-stained teeth. You dare to hit my nephew? Lu Meiyu was startled. The others were also shocked. How could Yi Chen be so strong? A single slap sent the 1.9-meter-tall Chen Yang flying? Oh, you even dare to harm a child. Yi Chen, are you even human? Chen Yang is just a student. You actually knocked out his teeth. As soon as he acted, everyone pointed at Yi Chen and started cursing him. Yi Chen, have you lost your mind? You actually hit my cousin? Lin Huanxue was so angry her body trembled. Didn't you see that he started it first? Yi Chen said calmly. He only pushed you lightly, yet you struck him so hard. Lin Hanxue's face turned pale. This is ridiculous. He hits me, and it's justified, but when I defend myself, I become the target of everyone's anger? Yi Chen sneered, of course, you're all on his side. Goodbye. You can't leave. You must apologize to Chen Yang. Lin Hanxue clenched her teeth. He was really too much. Today, she had kindly invited Yi Chen over and even wanted to let him stay in the backyard of the villa. But what did Yi Chen do? He first accused her house of having issues, then hit Chen Yang in front of all the relatives. This was unbearable for Lin Huanxue. I won't apologize. Yi Chen said without hesitation. I'm telling you to apologize. Lin Huanxue was completely enraged and slapped Yi Chen hard across the face. But she only felt her wrist grow heavy, and she couldn't bring her hand down, as if it were restrained by an iron band. Yi Chen grabbed Lin Huanxue's hand and pushed her forward. Lin Hanxue stumbled backward, her butt hitting the sharp edge of the steps, causing a searing pain. Yi Chen didn't even glance back, striding away swiftly. Lin Hanxue stared at his retreating back, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 122, The Story of the 13 Villas. Today, Lin Huanxue had invited Yi Chen over with the sincere intention of sharing her joy with him, even going so far as to offer him the backyard of the villa to live in. For some reason, the more successful she became, the lonelier and more isolated she felt. But Yi Chen acted so rudely, pushing her down. Since they had known each other, Yi Chen had never behaved like this before.
Moreover, she had bumped into sharp edges, causing her buttocks to burn with pain, and her tailbone might even be injured. The pain combined with the sense of injustice caused Lin Hanxue to shed tears uncontrollably. Hanxue, Hanxue. The Lin family saw Lin Hanxue fall to the ground, tears streaming down her face, and were all terrified. They rushed over and helped her up.
No one paid any attention to Yi Chen.
After leaving the villa, Yi Chen was also furious. His kind warning had been met with insults from the Lin family, and they even attacked him. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Yi Chen decided not to dwell on it anymore and began to admire the scenery around him as he walked.
This place was indeed nice and suitable for cultivation.
Yi Chen decided to contact the hotel manager to have him calculate the monthly profits of the Hailong Hotel for him. He couldn't afford to buy it, so he planned to rent a place. The restaurant had only been under his name for a month or so, and he was splitting the profits with Han Wanner in a 60-40 split.
He wasn't sure if the money would even cover the rent.
Just then, a Mercedes-Benz suddenly drove past, then reversed and stopped beside Yi Chen. The window rolled down, revealing a stunning face, which exclaimed in surprise, "Yi Chen, it really is you."
Yi Chen was startled.
It was Su Yan, the wealthy woman who had made advances toward him.
How did I run into her again?
Before Yi Chen could react, Su Yan got out of the car and ran over. "Haha, I thought I'd never see you again, but here we are so soon."
What a coincidence. Su Yan smiled happily, her voluptuous figure swaying seductively. Su Jia, what are you doing here? This is my house.
Su Yan pointed to the large villa next to her.
Yi Chen was stunned. Su Yan's villa was actually here, not far from Lin Huanshua's villa, just a few hundred meters away.
He knew she was a wealthy woman, but he had no idea she was this wealthy. Not only did she have 5 or 6 courtyards, drive a Mercedes-Benz, but she also owned a villa worth over 100 million.
This truly left Yi Chen speechless. Come on, let's go home and take a look at my big villa, Su Yan said, reaching out to take Yi Chen's hand.
This young man had left her spellbound after just one meeting. Not only was he handsome and charming, but he also had a clean, ethereal aura that left Su Yan unable to stop thinking about him.
Su Jia, don't touch me. We can still be friends, Yi Chen said. Alright, I won't touch you.
Su Yan quickly restrained herself, but the way she looked at Yi Chen was like a tigress staring at a piece of fresh meat, drooling with desire.
Before long, they entered the villa.
Yi Chen looked around and noticed that the villa was even larger than Lin Huanshue's.
Curious, he asked, Su Jia, how much did you pay for this villa? Not much, just 200 million.
Su Yan said with a smile. Her eyes fluttered, emitting a seductive glow. Although Su Yan was already in her 40s, she was well preserved, with fair, smooth skin, looking like a woman in her 30s.
200 million? How did you get so rich? Yi Chen exclaimed.
Su Yan sighed and said, my late husband left me an inheritance of 200 or 300 million. Over the past few years, I kept investing and made several hundred million. But the market has been bad lately, so I stopped investing.
Now I just rent out the properties and live comfortably as a landlady. After all, I'll never spend all that money. Deadbeat husband? So Miss Su is a widow? No wonder she's so desperate. Su Jia, you have good taste. Investing and making several billion, that's impressive. Yi Chen said sincerely. Su Yan raised her round chin and said, of course. Besides being good looking, I have good taste. I could tell right away that you're different from other men, so I took a liking to you.
As she spoke, Su Yan sat down on the nearby bench and made a gesture. Immediately, a maid came over and brought 2 drinks. Yi Chen followed suit and sat down, casually asking, Su Jia, how long have you lived here? This villa area was just completed, and I moved in right away. It's been 5 or 6 years now. Su Yan's 2 full legs, wrapped in black stockings, were crossed together, with her elegant high heels pointing toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. So Su Jia was a long-time resident here. He could ask her about Lin Huanshue's villa. Yi Chen, what are you doing here? Su Yan asked. Whether intentionally or not, she spread her legs. Yi Chen caught a glimpse by accident and quickly looked away. I heard that the 13th villa here had a paranormal incident, so I came to check it out of curiosity. The 13 villas are the ones Lin Huanshue bought. Su Yan's expression changed. Yi Chen, that villa is indeed not peaceful. It's very eerie. All the long-time residents here know that even during broad daylight, no one dares to pass by there. As she spoke, she shivered and moved closer to Yi Chen.
Oh? How exactly is it so strange? Tell me more, Su Jia. Yi Chen looked genuinely curious.
Su Yan looked around cautiously and lowered her voice. Every night, that villa is filled with chilling winds, and sometimes you can even hear the sound of a woman crying.
There's a well in the courtyard.
After midnight, it makes a constant splashing sound, which is really unsettling.
There's nothing in the well at all.
What's even more terrifying is that every month on the 15th day of the lunar calendar, a female ghost crawls out of that well.
The 15th day of the lunar month? Yi Chen pondered for a moment. Every month on this night, the Yin energy is at its peak. A female ghost seemed a bit exaggerated.
The spiritual energy on Earth was too weak to form ghosts more accurately, it should be something like a lingering spirit. As he was thinking this, he suddenly felt something soft. Looking up, he saw Su Yan sitting sideways on his legs. You scared me to death, Yi Chen. Hold me tight. Su Yan said, hugging Yi Chen's face tightly against her chest. Ugh. Yi Chen was speechless, his face squashed out of shape. After struggling to push Su Yan away, Yi Chen asked again, Su Jia, there must be a story here.
Do you know? Of course I do. Although Su Yan was telling a ghost story, her fox-like eyes were radiating a seductive glow.
Her legs, wrapped in black stockings, were hooked around the tips of her high heels, swaying back and forth like a swing.
Back then, the villa was occupied by a wealthy businessman from the south named Ma Weisheng.
This businessman kept a mistress, whom he housed in one of the 13 villas.
Last July, Ma Weisheng's wife from the south suddenly arrived and caught him in the act with his mistress. Su Yan frowned. That night, there was a huge commotion. I could hear it from the courtyard. It lasted for about an hour before it finally quieted down.
Then, the next day, news spread that Ma Weisheng's wife had committed suicide by jumping into a well.
Chapter 123, Lin Huanxue, terrified beyond belief. Jumping into a well to commit suicide? In modern society, when a wife catches her husband cheating, has the wife ever committed suicide?
It is certain that Ma Weisheng's wife died in that well, otherwise, the well wouldn't have such a heavy aura of resentment.
However, whether it was suicide is uncertain.
The next day, the police arrived and concluded that the wife had committed suicide, and the case was closed.
Su Yan said.
Money can make the devil grind the mill.
Yi Chen said indifferently.
Su Yan looked at him in surprise. Yi Chen, you're so smart.
You actually noticed something suspicious here. There is indeed something fishy.
My cousin is involved in the case, so I know a lot of the details.
Do you know that Ma Weisheng spent 10 million on this, bribing officials at all levels? Moreover, his first wife is pregnant, already 4 months along. Boom!
Yi Chen jumped to his feet, his chest burning with rage.
This is a tragic human tragedy.
It must be Ma Weisheng who threw his first wife into the well and killed her, otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much money on bribes. What was most unbearable was that his first wife was still pregnant. Yi Chen had experienced such pain, etched into his bones, never to be forgotten. And that first wife had suffered a similar fate, 100 times more tragic than his own.
No wonder the well is filled with such intense. Ma Weisheng, you bastard.
Yi Chen clenched his teeth so hard they ground together, feeling the same pain as his first wife.
He truly has no conscience. Su Yan also cursed. Su Jia, do you want that Ma Weisheng to get his just desserts? Yi Chen suddenly asked. Of course I do.
Such a heartless man deserves to be struck by lightning.
Su Yan said. Being struck by lightning is too lenient for him. Yi Chen sneered. Help me take down that Ma Weisheng. What? Yi Chen, Ma Weisheng is a wealthy tycoon from the south. His fortune is even greater than mine. How can we possibly match him? Su Yan exclaimed in surprise. I have my own plan.
Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and said, Su Jia, you have many connections.
Help me find something. What item? Dark wood.
Dark wood is ebony buried deep underground, absorbing yin energy to form a spirit, making it the ultimate yin object. It can gather yin energy and nurture ghosts. At night, after the festivities had ended, the relatives of the Lin and Lu families had all departed, leaving the vast villa desolate and empty. Mom was invited away by the Lu family, and Dad was also invited out for social engagements. As for Lin Xiaoming, he had already fled, no one knew where he had gone to enjoy himself. Only Lin Hanxue remained alone in the villa. Lately, her business had been thriving, her wealth had been growing, and she was getting closer to her goal. More and more people were gathering around her. However, Lin Hanxue felt increasingly lonely. Though she didn't want to think about it, the image of Yi Chen kept flashing through her mind. What Lin Hanxue desires most now is for Yi Chen to appear by her side and accompany her through these lonely nights. But that bastard had been so rude to her today, and her butt still ached faintly. Moreover, her tailbone hurt whenever it was touched, clearly injured. She could only sit on one side of the sofa. Since she had just started collaborating with Lin Yan'an, she was busy with factory construction projects, leaving her with a few days of free time. Not thinking about work made her feel even more empty. She couldn't resist and called Yi Chen. I've been waiting all day, Lin Huanxue said. Yi Chen was puzzled by her words. Wait for what? Waiting for you to apologize to me. Pfft, I didn't do anything wrong. Yi Chen scoffed. You didn't do anything wrong? Lin Hanxue stood up angrily. Today is my housewarming celebration. I spent 80 million on this new house, and you dare to say there's something wrong with it and make me return it? When I asked you what the problem was, you wouldn't even tell me. Aren't you just trying to be mean? Everything that happened afterward was all because of your rudeness. Yes, it's all my fault. But you'll soon realize who's right. Yi Chen said indifferently. Seeing that Yi Chen remained stubborn, Lin Hanxue clenched her teeth in anger, yet she still hoped he would come over to accompany her.
If you apologize to me, I'll forgive you, and you can come live with me. Lin Hanxue had made her intentions clear. But Yi Chen replied, I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize? Lin Hanxue was so angry she almost dropped her phone. You bastard. You pushed me down. My butt still hurts, and it might even be broken. I hate you so much. You're never coming over again. Slap. Lin Hanxue hung up the phone immediately.
Looking around the empty room, she decided to hire a few maids after tomorrow's transaction to add some liveliness. She then went to her bedroom to sleep.
For some reason, she couldn't fall asleep, tossing and turning. She felt a chill in the air.
Suddenly, a strange sound came from outside, sounding rather piercing. Lin Hanxue thought it might be a wild cat and didn't pay it much mind.
However, the eerie cries continued intermittently, and Lin Hanxue grew suspicious. She got out of bed in her nightgown and decided to go outside to investigate. As soon as she opened the door and stepped into the living room to turn on the light, a cold breeze swept toward her, and a loud bang suddenly echoed from behind. Lin Hanxue jumped in fright, her hair standing on end. She turned around abruptly to see that the bedroom door had suddenly slammed shut. She patted her full chest and exhaled deeply. Suddenly, a clear, tinkling sound rang out, causing Lin Huanshue's heart, which had just settled, to race again. She looked toward the source of the sound with a sense of unease. It was the sound of a wind chime hanging on the right wall. Lin Hanxue was puzzled. The front door and windows of the living room were all tightly closed. How could there be wind? She instinctively looked at the electronic calendar next to the wind chimes.
The time was exactly midnight, September 29, the 15th day of the 8th lunar month. For no apparent reason, Lin Hanxue recalled a horror film she had watched earlier, also set in a large villa where ghosts appeared every midnight. Lin Hanxue's face turned pale, and she felt a chill run down her spine.
Woo woo.
Just then, a piercing scream shattered the silent night, echoing clearly inside.
Ah!
Lin Hanxue screamed in terror, her body trembling as if electrocuted, her heart racing wildly, and her face turning deathly pale. Her mind went blank, her ears rang, and her legs gave way, causing her to collapse to the ground. She then screamed, crawling and rolling her way to the bedroom, climbing onto the bed, and burrowing under the blankets, trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Lin Hanxue was terrified beyond words. The piercing scream she had just heard wasn't from a cat, it was a woman's voice.
Yi Chen, come quickly. I've seen a ghost. I'm so scared. Yi Chen, my husband, come quickly.
Lin Hanxue trembled all over as she called Yi Chen, terrified beyond words.
Chapter 124, Will you stay with me for just one night? Don't be afraid, I'll be right there.
Yi Chen's calm and firm voice slightly calmed Lin Hanxue.
Yi Chen, don't hang up the phone, I beg you. It's calling again outside. Ah! It's so terrifying. Lin Hanxue was surrounded by endless fear, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yi Chen.
She could only keep calling out Yi Chen's name, hoping for a shred of comfort. A few minutes later, Lin Hanxue suddenly felt someone pull back her blanket. She let out a terrified scream, thinking the female ghost from outside had come, and collapsed completely. She was so scared she almost lost control of her bladder, and her pants were damp.
It's me, Yi Chen.
Yi Chen looked at the trembling Lin Hanxue and reached out to place his hand on her shoulder. Lin Hanxue suddenly looked up, saw it was Yi Chen, froze for a moment, then threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. She clung to Yi Chen like an octopus, wrapping her arms and legs around him, crying like a frightened child.
She was completely different from her usual aloof and cold-hearted CEO persona. I'm here. It'll be okay.
Yi Chen patted Lin Hanxue's shoulder and whispered comfortingly. Under Yi Chen's comforting words, Lin Hanxue's emotions gradually stabilized, though she still clung tightly to him.
Sniffling, she said, Yi Chen, I was wrong. I'm sorry. We all misunderstood you.
Now she realized that Yi Chen's words were words of wisdom.
The villa was indeed haunted.
Thinking back to her actions earlier that day and the insults the Lin family had hurled at Yi Chen, Lin Hanxue felt overwhelmed with regret and guilt toward Yi Chen.
Yi Chen, how did you get here so fast?
Lin Hanxue quietly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Yi Chen.
Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. He had been at Su Yan's villa the whole time, so he arrived quickly. Ah! The agonized screams of a woman echoed outside once more.
Lin Hanxue was so scared that she buried her head in Yi Chen's chest, but she wasn't as afraid as before.
She whispered, Yi Chen, what's out there? Is it really a ghost? Yi Chen didn't answer her but said, stay here and don't move. I'll go out and take a look. No, Yi Chen, don't go out.
Yi Chen still walked out into the courtyard and headed toward the well. After taking a few steps, he saw a dark figure. The chilling wind and the piercing screams were coming from the dark figure. This dark figure was indeed a restless spirit, heavy with energy and filled with intense resentment, circling around the well. To be precise, it was colliding with it. Because whether it was the well ceiling stone, the bagua lock, or the lotus platform, all of them had a suppressing effect on it. Like three chains, they firmly bound the dark spirit, preventing it from leaving the well opening. However, the soul carried boundless resentment, like a mad beast, violently colliding with the three chains. It wanted to break free, to seek revenge, emitting piercing, heart-wrenching screams. Yi Chen approached closer and examined it carefully, realizing that there were actually two souls, one large and one small. He suddenly recalled Su Yan's words: Ma Weisheng's first wife was pregnant. The smaller soul was her child. Yi Chen's heart ached suddenly. He thought of his own daughter, whom he had never met, and how much she resembled this tiny soul. Just as pitiful. A surge of hatred welled up from the depths of his heart, directed at Lin Huanxue. This hatred cannot be erased in this lifetime. Upon seeing Yi Chen arrive, especially sensing the overwhelming blood energy and vibrant yang energy emanating from his body, the larger shadow soul grew visibly fearful, immediately ceasing its attacks and falling silent. Its first instinct was to shield the smaller soul behind it. Yi Chen burst into tears. She had been killed by her own husband, drowned in this icy well, and then subjected to various tortures, turning her into a vengeful spirit filled with hatred. Yet, it was still protecting its own child. Yi Chen released her divine consciousness and spoke to the soul. Master, I am willing to submit to justice and be reduced to ashes. But please spare my child. She had not even come into this world yet before being killed by that beast. She is truly pitiful. It was pleading, knowing that before it stood a powerful sorcerer as bright as the sun, capable of destroying them with a single wave of his hand. Yi Chen sighed deeply and transmitted his divine consciousness: do not panic. I am not here to capture you, but to help you. First, tell me about your grievances. A few minutes later, Yi Chen sighed again. The truth was more or less as he had suspected. This wandering spirit had been Chen Sherpei in life, the daughter of a wealthy family in Hong Kong. She fell in love with the ambitious young man Ma Weisheng and married him despite her family's opposition. With the help of the Chen family, Ma Weisheng's career took off, and he became a renowned tycoon. He once promised to cherish me forever and love only me in this lifetime. I always believed him, but he had another woman and threw me into this well. Yi Chen shattered the well stone, broke Thelic, and smashed the lotus platform, releasing the two ghostly souls. Mom, this uncle is so kind. From now on, I won't have to endure this torment anymore. The tiny soul spoke timidly. Xiao Chou quickly thanked the uncle. Thank you, uncle. Yi Chen smiled and transmitted his thoughts. I built you a house. From now on, you'll live in this house. He took out a piece of wood, which was ancient wood. For ghosts, this was the best place to dwell. Two Yin souls immediately attached themselves to it. Tomorrow, I'll take you to Ma Weisheng and give you a chance to avenge yourselves, Yi Chen said calmly. When Yi Chen returned to the villa, Lin Hanxue was still huddled on the bed, trembling with fear. It's okay now. The problem has been resolved. This villa will be peaceful from now on. Yi Chen patted Lin Hanxue's thigh and said. Lin Hanxue froze for a moment, then gathered her courage to get out of bed and looked around. Sure enough, all the commotion had ceased. There was no longer that chilling sensation. The fear in her heart slowly dissipated. I'm leaving. When you meet Ma Weisheng tomorrow, make sure to bring me along, Yi Chen said before turning and walking away. Yi Chen, don't go. Lin Hanxue suddenly shouted. Yi Chen didn't stop and had already reached the door. Husband. Lin Huanxue shouted loudly. Yi Chen's heart trembled, and he froze in place before turning around. He looked at Lin Hanxue with a complex expression. Lin Hanxue rushed forward and threw herself into his arms. Husband, husband, husband. She screamed wildly, tears streaming down her face. Don't leave, please. Stay with me for just one night. I'm really scared. Lin Huanxue pleaded earnestly with pleading eyes. No. Yi Chen coldly replied, then turned and walked away. Chapter 125, Come out and find him at midnight. Facing Lin Hanxue's desperate pleas, Yi Chen left without hesitation. He had already seen through Lin Hanxue's true nature, cold-hearted and ruthless to the core. Now she was simply feeling lonely and had been startled, so she needed him by her side. But once that emotional need faded and she no longer needed him, Lin Hanxue would turn on him in an instant, kicking him away without a second thought. Oh no. Lin Hanxue ran forward to stop Yi Chen, but suddenly let out a pained groan and fell to the ground. What's wrong? Yi Chen turned around and frowned. My butt hurts badly, I must have injured the bone. It's all your fault for pushing me, I hit the steps. Lin Huanxue's fair, coldly beautiful face was filled with intense pain. Yi Chen, you're the one who hurt me. Shouldn't you come and check on me? Yi Chen turned around and helped Lin Hanxue to her feet. Lin Hanxue's slender eyebrows arched slightly. She knew Yi Chen would come back. After living together for 3 years, how could she not know that Yi Chen was a man of honor and loyalty? Did you hurt your tailbone? Yi Chen glanced at her back. Lin Hanxue nodded. Yes, it hurts even when I touch it. It's been hurting for a whole day. You're skilled in medicine, aren't you? Help me treat it. Yi Chen hesitated slightly. You caused the injury. You won't just ignore it, will you? I know you're a responsible man. Lin Huanxue's black lace nightgown contrasted sharply with her pale, luminous skin, which glowed brightly.
How should I treat it? Yi Chen asked. You shouldn't be asking me. You're the doctor, just tell me what to do, and I'll follow your instructions. Lin Hanxue said. Massage and acupressure would be best, but. Yi Chen frowned and said, this area is a bit sensitive, and we're already divorced. It wouldn't be appropriate. Why don't I prescribe some herbal medicine for you to boil and drink? Where am I supposed to buy herbal medicine at this hour? I don't care what you do, but you must cure me as soon as possible because the pain is unbearable. Lin Huanxue raised her white swan-like neck, her commanding tone making her look like a queen standing high above everyone else. Yi Chen felt a surge of anger rise within him and said, get on the bed. Lin Huanxue obeyed and obediently lay down on the bed. Her swan-like back, butterfly-shaped collarbones, slender waist, and pert buttocks outlined a captivating curve, exuding a fatal allure. Add to that her long, slender, fair legs, and no man could remain composed. Yi Chen was no exception, his heart burning with desire. Seeing Yi Chen remain motionless for a long time, Lin Hanxue took the initiative to lift her skirt and whispered, come on, didn't you say you'd help me heal? Yi Chen steadied his mind, then wrapped his hands around the fiery true qi and pressed them down. The warm qi flowed over the painful areas, causing Lin Hanxue to moan in pleasure, completely unable to control herself. I didn't expect your massage technique to be so good. Even the top massage therapists at those high-end spas can't make me feel this good. Lin Hanxue lay there contentedly, her face radiating pleasure. You've become much more open lately. Yi Chen said indifferently. Even though they were once married, whenever he touched her sensitive areas, Lin Hanxue would instinctively resist. But now she was fully cooperative, completely letting go. A woman who doesn't let go of herself can't keep a man, Lin Huanxue said, her voice tinged with a hint of seduction. Yi Chen doubted his own ears. The Ice Queen Lin Hanxue had actually spoken such suggestive words. This was extremely rare for her. A few minutes later, Yi Chen stopped, having finished massaging Lin Hanxue. However, she seemed reluctant to stop, lifting her head slightly. Her silky smooth hair fell across her cheeks. Why did you stop? It's already done. Feel it shouldn't hurt anymore. Yi Chen said. I still feel a little pain. Could you do it again? Lin Hanxue said. Yi Chen looked at her with a half smile. This woman was lying. Even if it were a tailbone injury, under the nurturing of his true qi, even broken bones could be healed. What are you trying to do? Yi Chen asked indifferently. Lin Hanxue gazed at Yi Chen with a loving expression, her teeth gently biting her red lips. Her eyes spoke volumes. Alright, I'll satisfy you. Yi Chen charged forward like a ferocious beast. All the pent-up frustration, pain, and hatred he felt toward Lin Hanxue were released in an explosive outburst. Over an hour later, Lin Hanxue fainted. Yi Chen lay beside her, his eyes devoid of any warmth, only coldness. When the next morning dawned, Yi Chen slowly awoke to find Lin Hanxue clinging tightly to him, sleeping soundly. Her beautiful face was radiant and glowing, with a hint of pain lingering between her brows. Isn't today the day we're supposed to make the deal with Ma Weisheng? Yi Chen muttered under his breath, forcing Lin Hanxue awake. Lin Hanxue continued to whine like a spoiled child, refusing to open her eyes. Get up, we have things to do today. Yi Chen slapped her hard. Lin Hanxue finally opened her eyes, glaring at Yi Chen with a resentful expression, her beautiful eyes red. What are you looking at? Yi Chen brought over some clothes. Lin Hanxue suddenly stood up, climbed onto Yi Chen's arm, and bit down hard. With all her strength. That bastard Yi Chen didn't treat her like a human being at all. No matter how much she begged, he wouldn't let her go until she finally fainted. Over an hour later, Yi Chen followed Lin Hanxue to confront the heartless Ma Weisheng. Dressed in a sharp suit, he appeared polite and gentlemanly on the surface. Who could have guessed that he was nothing but a monster on the inside? Yi Chen sensed the restless spirit of Chen Shipei lurking in the shadows, stirring with intense agitation. No doubt she had sensed the aura of this scoundrel, Ma Weisheng. By Ma Weisheng's side was a stunningly beautiful and seductive woman named Wang Linfeng. She was the mistress. This adulterous couple was here, no wonder Chen Shipei's restless spirit was so agitated, eager to escape at once. Chen Shipei, don't be impatient. It's broad daylight now. A spirit like yours will disintegrate into dust if exposed to sunlight. Yi Chen's divine consciousness entered the Yinshen wood. I'll follow them and find their residence. Place the Yinshen wood in their room. By nightfall, you'll be able to take your revenge to your heart's content. Over an hour later, the transaction was completed. Yi Chen immediately activated his divine movement technique and followed Ma Weisheng's car all the way to his home. It was also a large villa. Yi Chen activated an invisibility charm and walked into Ma Weisheng's villa with a confident stride, placing the piece of dark wood under Ma Weisheng's bed. When Ma Weisheng goes to sleep tonight, you should bring the child out to find him. Yi Chen said to Chen Shipei's spirit. Chapter 126, I'll prove it to you. This small piece of gloomy wood had already been refined by Yi Chen. It has been imbued with his magical power and marked with defensive arrays. It fears neither sun nor rain, nor lightning, nor fire.
It was because Yi Chen felt sympathy for this wronged mother and daughter that he went to such great lengths to create such a sturdy home for them. Yi Chen left Ma Weisheng's mansion and sighed in relief, finally putting an end to a lingering concern. I wonder what expression Ma Weisheng will have on his face tonight when the vengeful spirits of his wife and child, whom he had killed, appear before him.
It must be quite a sight. Yi Chen gave a sinister smile.
Although this matter had nothing to do with him, Yi Chen had taken it upon himself to resolve it. There was still a sense of chivalry in his heart, a desire to eliminate evil and uphold justice. Unconsciously, a scene from deep within Yi Chen's memory surfaced. We 7 brothers and sisters gathered today at the peak of the sacred mountain's heavenly pool to swear an oath of brotherhood, vowing to uphold justice, eliminate evil, and bring peace to the land. We did not seek to be born on the same day, month, or year. 5 years ago, 7 young people filled with a sense of justice gathered at the heavenly pool to swear brotherhood. They sought to use their own strength to pierce the darkness of the world and bring light and hope to all living beings. Looking back now, how laughable and naive we were.
Yi Chen, where did you go? I can't find you. Lin Huanxue called. She had just left the real estate transaction center and couldn't find Yi Chen.
I'll go home after the transaction is done, Yi Chen said.
You bastard. You left without a word. Come here immediately, I need to talk to you. Lin Huanxue said. What else do you want? You tell me?
Lin Huanxue said angrily, you beast, you've tortured me until my bones are shattered. Yesterday it was just my butt that hurt, but today my whole body aches.
You think you can just eat and run? Yi Chen gave an awkward smile. Last night, he hadn't treated Lin Huanxue like a human being and had been a bit too rough. Where are you?
Still in the trading hall.
Alright, wait there. I'll come find you.
Yi Chen activated his divine movement technique and headed toward Lin Huanxue. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the trading hall, Yi Chen spotted Lin Huanxue's vehicle, a brand new Maserati Quattroporte.
Why did you call me back? Yi Chen asked as he sat in the passenger seat. What do you think?
Lin Huanxue slumped in her seat, her voice filled with resentment.
I was holding back the whole time while we were handling the transaction paperwork. I'm sorry. I was a bit too much last night.
Yi Chen scratched his head. Lin Huanxue's tears immediately flowed down her cheeks as she cried, you beast, you're not human. The events of yesterday made her feel increasingly ashamed, angry, and wronged.
I was wrong. Don't cry. I'll take responsibility, okay? You're free these days. Let me take you home and treat you right away. Yi Chen hurriedly said. How will you treat it?
My waist hurt so much you might have broken it. Lin Huanxue closed the car window, and her tears fell even harder. Yi Chen felt ashamed. A fracture was a bit exaggerated, it was probably just a bruise.
Seeing Lin Huanxue crying uncontrollably, Yi Chen looked helpless.
In the eyes of the world, the cold and arrogant female CEO, the rising star of the pharmaceutical industry, also had such a vulnerable side.
Go buy some first aid ointment for me, something like Anloxu to stop the bleeding, and some anti-inflammatory medication.
Lin Huanxue said while wiping away her tears.
No need. I'll treat you when we get home. Yi Chen said. With true qi, it's better than any medicine. How are we going to get home? I'm in too much pain to drive. Lin Huanxue said angrily. Then I'll drive.
Yi Chen didn't wait for her to respond, picked up Lin Huanxue, and placed her in the passenger seat.
Then he drove the car toward the new noble villa. This car is pretty nice. It's brand new, just bought? Yi Chen said while stepping on the gas pedal.
Lin Huanxue narrowed her eyes. A handsome guy gave it to me.
Who? Lin Yan'an? Yi Chen asked. Lin Huanxue immediately grew angry. You're such a jerk. You have no sense of mystery. I was trying to keep it a secret to make you jealous.
We're already divorced.
I wouldn't be jealous. Yi Chen laughed. Yeah, you've got Han Wan'er now. She's so beautiful and loves you so much.
Lin Huanxue, who had intended to make Yi Chen jealous, ended up feeling jealous herself. On the surface, she was a high-class, privileged young lady, but behind closed doors, she was so vulgar, actually helping you in Han Wenyuan's villa. Yi Chen, who was driving, jerked his hand, nearly hitting the guardrail beside him. He was deeply shocked.
How did she know? Could it be that Han Wanyu told her? That doesn't make sense. Han Wanyu wouldn't be so trivial, and besides, who would talk about such things? However, although Yi Chen was surprised, she pretended not to understand and remained expressionless. Yi Chen, have you already done that with Han Wanyu? Lin Huanxue suddenly asked. Even if we have, it's none of your business. Yi Chen said. You bastard, you must have slept with her. Han Wanyu is such a beautiful woman, how could you resist her?
Lin Huanxue was so angry that she kicked the car door hard, breaking her high heel.
Is this why you betrayed her, breaking your promise to abandon Han Wanyu, your business partner? Yi Chen said calmly. Yes, that's exactly why. It's all because of you. It's that simple.
I hate her to death. Lin Huanxue said through gritted teeth. Yi Chen took a deep breath, looking at Lin Huanshua's expression filled with deep hatred and bitterness, feeling a chill in his heart. Although Han Wanyu and her were like rivals in private, as hostile as water and fire, they never let personal grudges interfere with their professional relationship, and she had provided immense assistance to Han Shui Pharmaceutical.
Lin Hanshua's success today was largely due to Han Weiner.
Yet she hated Han Wanyu with a passion, hating this person who had done her such a great favor. Lin Hanshua's callousness and ingratitude were fully exposed at that moment. I won't judge whether you're right or wrong in this matter, but I must tell you that collaborating with Lin Yan'an is a huge mistake.
Yi Chen said. What? Are you here to speak on Han Wanyu's behalf? You can't bear to see the woman you love being soundly defeated by me and Lin Yan'an, leaving Yunhai in disgrace?
Lin Huanshua said with a mocking expression.
Your perspective is too narrow. Yi Chen said meaningfully. You probably don't know Lin Yan'an.
Let me tell you this, if you collaborate with him, you'll end up being devoured by him until there's not a single bone left. Lin Yan'an is a monster who even killed his own mentor and foster parents.
Calling him a beast is an understatement. Is that so? Thanks for the warning, but I don't need it.
Lin Huanshua said coldly. Faced with Lin Huanshua's stubbornness, Yi Chen had nothing more to say.
Yi Chen, I'll prove it to you. I'll defeat Han Wan.
I'll make her fall from her high and mighty position.
Lin Hanshua clenched her teeth and said fiercely. Chapter 127, The Divine Refining Pill. You've already been corrupted by darkness.
Yi Chen sighed helplessly. It took half an hour to return to the villa, where Yi Chen finally managed to heal Lin Huanshua's injuries. However, after her injuries were healed, Lin Hanshua became restless again, actively pushing Yi Chen onto the bed and repeatedly declaring her intention to beat him senseless to avenge yesterday's insult.
Yi Chen didn't indulge her.
After a fierce struggle, Lin Hanshua finally begged for mercy.
You bastard, how did you get so strong? Lin Hanshua took a long time to catch her breath.
She was filled with astonishment. Since divorcing Yi Chen, she had noticed that he seemed like a completely different person. He had grown stronger in every aspect, and even in this area, he was far more skilled than before.
Yi Chen didn't bother to respond. He was already at the 6th level of weapon forging, how could he not be powerful? Yi Chen, can we talk about something?
Lin Huanshui leaned against Yi Chen's chest and whispered, from now on, you'll live in the villa with me.
Don't go looking for that Han Wanner anymore. I can support you financially, and even.
She paused and said, I can even remarry you. Yi Chen didn't believe a single word Lin Hanshua said.
All I can say is, you're dreaming. Yi Chen said indifferently. Please, I'm begging you.
Lin Huanshua actually started to act spoiled, begging Yi Chen. She was a woman after all, and this exhilarating pleasure left her unable to resist.
Moreover, what was even more important was that Yi Chen's presence brought her psychological comfort.
After much persuasion, Yi Chen finally agreed reluctantly, keeping me as your mistress is out of the question, and remarriage is even more impossible. However, I could stay here for a while, but it will be purely a rental arrangement.
Is that okay? Lin Hanshue could only agree having Yi Chen stay here was already a blessing.
Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, at least the immediate problem was resolved. He had already inspected the backyard of the villa, it was spacious and quiet, perfect for cultivation. Plus, there was only Lin Hanshue here, so he didn't have to worry about being disturbed. After that, Yi Chen got out of bed and headed to the backyard of the villa, immediately beginning his cultivation.
The upcoming cultivation tasks would be arduous.
He had already reached the 6th layer of Qi cultivation. Besides eliminating evil spirits, he also needed to cultivate his spiritual power. For cultivators, mental power is just as important as cultivation level. During his recent trip to Gusu, Yi Chen had explored the A zone of the Shin family's rear mountain and gained quite a bit. He had brought back several spiritual herbs known as Xianhan grass. Using this spiritual herb as the main ingredient, one can refine the Shindan. This pill can enhance spiritual power. In the days that followed, Yi Chen devoted himself to his daily cultivation and visited various herbal shops to gather the ingredients needed for refining the Shindan. In fact, all the materials required for refining the Shindan are spiritual herbs. However, finding spiritual herbs on Earth was a very difficult task, so Yi Chen could only use other herbs as substitutes. The effects would undoubtedly be significantly reduced, but with the Xianhan grass as the main ingredient, it was still possible to refine the pill. Additionally, Yi Chen obtained a spatial crystal stone from the rear mountain of the Shin family. Once his spiritual power grows stronger, he can use this crystal to create a simple storage artifact.
Yi Chen has a clear and complete cultivation plan.
After 3 days of relentless effort, Yi Chen had almost gathered all the herbs needed to refine the Shindan, except for one called Yun Xianhua. However, Yi Chen had already made arrangements with the owner of the largest herbal medicine shop in Yunhai to retrieve it today. The new shipment arriving today would include the cloudy mortal flower. As Yi Chen hurried to the herbal medicine shop, he heard some shocking news.
Chapter 128, The Hidden Dragon List.
The shop was called Hanshui Liangfeng Herbal Medicine Shop, known for its extensive selection of herbs, including many rare and hard-to-find varieties. It was backed by the Medicine God sect, a major power in the ancient martial arts world specializing in the herbal medicine trade.
With its ancient martial arts background and extensive selection, the shop attracts many customers who are practitioners of martial arts.
The Yunxian flower that Yi Chen needed hadn't arrived yet, and the shop owner said it would be delivered in about half an hour. While Yi Chen waited in the hall, 7 or 8 people gathered nearby, engaged in lively conversation. They all had fluctuations of inner energy, clearly martial artists, though their cultivation levels were not high. The only one who stood out was a martial artist with mastered internal energy, wearing a black, front-opening jacket, sitting there with an arrogant posture. The Shenmen sect had been making waves recently, not only establishing branches across the country but also creating a Dragon's Lair ranking to invite martial artists from all over the Great Xia Empire to compete. Anyone who made it onto the list would be awarded a bone-washing pill by the Shenmen. Additionally, there were other generous rewards. A man with a horse-like face spoke with a flushed face. Upon hearing about the bone-washing pill, the other's eyes lit up with greed. This pill could purify one's marrow and enhance one's innate potential. For ordinary martial artists like them, it was a highly coveted item.
How does one qualify for the Dragon's Lair ranking? The Qianlong rankings are divided into the heavenly rankings and the earthly rankings.
Only young martial artists under the age of 30 are eligible to be listed, with each ranking list containing 100 rankings. The heavenly rankings are out of our reach, and we're far from even the earthly rankings. I've heard that the last person on the earthly rankings has already mastered internal energy. The man with the horse-like face spoke, glancing at the person seated in the center, and flattered, among us, only Yu Xiao has a chance of making the list.
The hidden dragon rankings?
Yi Chen, who was drinking tea beside him, narrowed his eyes. The purpose of the Shenmen sect creating this list was obvious: to recruit young geniuses. This might be related to their expansion of branches across the regions. The Shenmen is ambitious, constantly consolidating the ancient martial arts world, and now they're reaching into the secular world.
Yi Chen set down his teacup and continued listening.
At that moment, the others were all flattering the person in the center. Yu Xiao, from the ancient martial arts family of the Yu clan in the Cloud Sea, had already achieved great mastery of internal energy at such a young age, which was truly astonishing. Whether it be his family background or his cultivation, Yu Xiao is a prodigy, deserving a spot on the hidden dragon list. If Yu Xiao can make it onto the list, we'll all benefit by association. The young man in the mandarin collared jacket smiled arrogantly. I've already secured a spot on the Earth rankings. When the time comes, I'll be a martial artist on the Earth rankings of the Xianmen.
Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Yu Xiao is so impressive. He actually managed to secure a spot.
Don't forget that Yu Xiao's sister is married to an elder of the war hall of the Xianmen sect. With such connections, securing a spot is a piece of cake. Yu Xiao smiled faintly. My brother-in-law said he'll secure a spot on the Earth list for me first, give me some prestige, and then let me join the war hall of the Xianmen as a core disciple. The path is already paved. Everyone began to flatter him again, praising him to the heavens. Yi Chen furrowed his brows slightly, glancing at Yu Xiao.
So he's just a lackey of the Xianmen.
Watching 6 or 7 people fawn over Yu Xiao, Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to listen anymore. He decided to go inside to see if the Yunxian flowers he had ordered had arrived. However, the shop owner arrived at that moment, holding a small wooden box. He said, "Sorry, Mr. Yi, I kept you waiting. The cloudy mortal flowers you ordered have just arrived." Upon opening the box, he found 2 flowers inside. Their petals were pure white and crystal clear, resembling pieces of white jade, emitting a faintly cool fragrance. These were indeed the cloud fairy flowers, still emitting a floral fragrance, clearly picked just moments ago.
Yi Chen was satisfied, but there were only 2 plants. There's nothing we can do.
Yunxian flowers are already very rare, and since this type of flower has a wide range of uses, they've always been in short supply. Getting these 2 plants was already the best I could do,
the shop owner said.
Yi Chen smiled. The boss was a straightforward person, so he said, "Mr. Yu, 2 plants are fine. As per our previous agreement, 5,000 per plant. I'll pay you 10,000.
All right. After that, Yi Chen went to the front desk to pay.
When he turned around, he saw that the group of martial artists had already gathered around his table. The man with the horse-like face opened the wooden box and exclaimed in surprise, "It really is the Yunxian flower. This thing has the effect of strengthening the mind and enhancing perception. This cloudy mortal flower is quite good. Though it only solidifies the mind and enhances mental clarity, our martial artists have powerful thoughts. Whether it's mastering techniques or meditating, it will make our efforts twice as effective with half the effort."
Yu Xiao, weren't you looking for cloudy mortal flowers earlier? There are 2 here.
Yu Xiao stood up and also moved closer. Watching the others appraise the cloudy mortal flowers, Yi Chen stepped forward to close the wooden box and prepare to leave.
However, he was stopped by the others. What's going on? Young man, are those cloud fairy flowers yours? Asked the man with the horse-like face. Yi Chen nodded. Perfect. Our young master also needs some Yunxian flowers.
Why don't you sell them to him? The man with the horse-like face said.
No, I won't sell it. Yi Chen said bluntly.
Seeing Yi Chen's firm refusal, the expressions of the others changed.
Kid, do you know who Yu Xiao is?
Yu Xiao is the man about to be listed on the Xianmen Qianlong chart, and his brother-in-law is an elder of the Zhanzi Hall of the Xianmen. Selling the Yunxian flower to Yu Xiao would be an honor for you.
Don't be ungrateful.
With Yu Xiao's status, even a casual mention from him could change your fate. Yu Xiao also said, Friend, I hope you know what's good for you and sell the water lily to me.
What if I don't know my place? Yi Chen laughed.
Yu Xiao's face darkened instantly, and he coldly said, If you don't know your place, your fate will be extremely miserable. Not only will you not get the Yunxian flower, but you'll also lose your arms and legs, and spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair or on a hospital bed.
Is that how it works?
Yi Chen's smile turned into a cold one. He refuses to sell his own things to him, so he wants to cripple him. I have the power to be domineering, and I've been domineering in the Cloud Sea for years. Yu Xiao's face was stern, and he spoke with arrogance. Then he pointed, Teach him a lesson.
You're really asking for trouble, kid.
The man with the horse-like face and another young man rushed forward and grabbed Yi Chen's shoulders. Yi Chen's shoulders trembled, and he flung both of them away.
The others looked shocked.
Yu Xiao shouted harshly, Dare to touch my men?
Do you want to die? Step aside.
I'll cripple him today. Yu Xiao leaped to his feet, his body surging with energy, causing the air to crackle. Yu Xiao is so powerful. His qi is shaking the air like fireworks. With his cultivation, he could enter the top 10 of the hidden dragon rankings.
Ha, this blind fool is in for a world of pain.
Amidst the mocking laughter of the crowd, Yi Chen raised his palm and slapped it toward Yu Xiao's face. Yu Xiao watched helplessly as Yi Chen's palm descended toward him.
Though it seemed slow, strangely, he couldn't dodge it. Ah!
When the palm struck him, Yu Xiao felt as though he had been hit by a speeding train. He let out an agonizing scream as his body was sent flying sideways.
Chapter 129, The Happiest Times of My Life.
Seeing this, the crowd that had been cheering for Yu Xiao fell silent in shock. The scene was utterly unimaginable. Yu Xiao, a martial artist with mastered internal energy, had been knocked flying with a single slap. Looking at Yu Xiao, half of his face was swollen high, resembling a balloon filled with air.
Ah!
He screamed in agony, his face contorted in rage.
You dog! How dare you hit me? I'll kill your entire family.
I'll grind your bones to dust and scatter them to the winds.
I mean every word I say.
Yi Chen's expression turned cold. Though he had no family, this man's threat had already stirred a murderous intent within him.
You dog! I won't just kill your family, I'll exterminate your entire clan.
My brother-in-law is a senior elder of the Xianmen sect. Even the heavenly king himself couldn't save you. Yu Xiao shouted with unbearable hatred.
He had never endured such humiliation in his entire life.
Being slapped across the face by Yi Chen and sent flying had pushed him over the edge, causing him to scream and shout like a madman.
You're asking for death.
Yi Chen moved swiftly, and in the next moment he was already standing on Yu Xiao's chest. His shoe sole crushed down without hesitation, and with the bone-chilling sound of shattered bones, Yu Xiao's screams abruptly ceased. His chest was completely crushed by Yi Chen, bones and flesh mingling together in a horrifying sight.
Boom! This terrifying scene left everyone present utterly horrified.
Yu Xiao's men, his brothers, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets.
This man had actually killed Yu Xiao. Heaven forbid. This is bad.
Yu Xiao's men trembled in fear, staring at Yi Chen with utter terror.
Take his body away.
Yi Chen coldly glanced at them and said slowly, The murderer is Yi Chen.
Follow me quickly.
Yu, the owner of the herbal medicine shop, hurriedly pulled Yi Chen into the inner room.
Mr. Yu, I've caused you trouble. Don't worry, this has nothing to do with you. I'll explain everything to the Yu family. Yi Chen said. Young man, you underestimate me. I'm not afraid of the Yu family. Mr. Yu shook his head. Yi Chen smiled.
This shop is backed by the medicine god sect. We truly have nothing to fear from the Yu family.
Young man, I have a question for you. Mr. Yu looked at Yi Chen, his expression somewhat excited. Ask away. You're the Yi Chen who killed the Li family's twin heroes and the Xianmen elder at the Dragon Tiger banquet, aren't you?
Mr. Yu's eyes widened with anticipation as he asked.
Yi Chen nodded. It really is you.
Mr. Yu grew even more excited. Mr. Yi, I have long admired you.
Today, I finally get to meet the real person. His reaction surprised Yi Chen. Could it be that you have a grudge against the Li family of Yangcheng? It's not the Li family of Yangcheng, but the Xianmen.
Our Yaoshan sect has been at odds with the Xianmen, and moreover, my only son was killed by the Xianmen. Mr. Yu's eyes were filled with hatred.
Yi Chen understood.
So he had an irreconcilable grudge against the Xianmen. No wonder he was so excited to see him. The Xianmen, in their quest to unify the ancient martial arts world, had killed countless people, naturally earning themselves many enemies.
This Mr. Yu was one of them. Mr. Yi, your cultivation is profound, and you dare to defy the Xuanmen's tyranny. You are truly a man of integrity. Yu boss said with admiration. Yi Chen sighed bitterly. If it weren't for this deep-seated grudge, who would dare to provoke the Xianmen, such a colossal force? Mr. Yi, according to the information I have, you have already been placed on the Xuanmen's hit list. In the coming days, the Xianmen will dispatch their top experts to the Cloud Sea to deal with you. Mr. Yu said with concern. Yi Chen smiled. After killing one of their elders and 2 disciples, the Xianmen will certainly seek revenge. He had already made preparations and was waiting for the Xianmen experts to arrive. Mr. Yi, I've arranged for you to leave. You can go to our medicine god sect to hide for a while. Once the dust settles, you can come out. Mr. Yu said earnestly. No need. I'm waiting for them. 1 comes, I'll kill 1. 2 come, I'll kill both. Yi Chen said indifferently. You. Mr. Yu was stunned. He never expected Yi Chen to be so bold, willing to go all out against the Xianmen. Where did he get the confidence? The Xianmen is the largest power in the ancient martial arts world, a colossal force. Seeing Yi Chen's resolute attitude, Mr. Yu couldn't bring himself to persuade him further. Mr. Yi, facing the Xianmen alone is far too dangerous. If there's anything I can do to help, just say the word. I'll risk my life and everything I have to assist you. Mr. Yu also wanted to take revenge on the Xianmen, and now that he had finally found someone like Yi Chen who shared his ambitions, he naturally wanted to support him wholeheartedly. Thank you, Mr. Yu. If I ever need your help, I will ask you. Yi Chen smiled. Having such a friend is indeed fortunate. If I ever need any medicinal herbs in the future, I can always ask him for help. Mr. Yi, have you ever heard of the 7 swords of Tianqi? Mr. Yu suddenly asked. The 7 swords of Tianqi. Those 4 words sent a shockwave through Yi Chen's heart. How could he not know? He knew better than anyone else. Because Yi Chen was one of the 7 swords of Tianqi, the 5th-ranked Yi Longzhu. And with those words from Mr. Yu, memories buried deep within his heart erupted like spring bamboo shoots after rain. That year, on the banks of Tianqi Lake, as peach blossoms bloomed, 7 martial arts prodigies with shared aspirations burned incense and swore an oath of brotherhood. They called themselves the 7 Swords of Tianqi, vowing to transform into swords to pierce the darkness of the heavens and earth and uphold justice and righteousness in the world. According to their ages, Yi Chen was the 5th, and Fenger was the youngest, nicknamed Little 7. The 7 of them were like the 7 freaks of Jiangnan from Jin Yong's novels, roaming the land, upholding justice, and fighting for the weak. In this world of chivalry, Yi Chen never admired the 5 absolutes, who stood high above everyone else, but instead looked up to Kuzhini, who, though not particularly skilled, was filled with righteousness. If someone is being bullied on the street, the 5 absolutes might turn a blind eye, but the great hero would definitely step forward without hesitation. Drinking and singing freely, roaming the martial arts world with reckless abandon, punishing the wicked and aiding the righteous, those were the happiest days of Yi Chen's life. Until later, when they faced the most powerful force in the ancient martial arts world. The 7 swords of Tianqi were either dead or injured, and the battle ended in defeat. Scene after scene from the past flashed through Yi Chen's mind like a movie. I have confirmed information that the 3rd of the Tianqi 7 swords is in seclusion somewhere in Huaxi City. Mr. Yi, they were all heroes who fought against the Xianmen back then, especially Yi Longzhu, who single-handedly caused chaos in the Xianmen, killing countless of their elite warriors. As soon as he heard the first words from Mr. Yu, Yi Chen could no longer make out the rest of what was said. 3rd sister, is she hiding in Huaxi? It's not far from Yunhai, is it? Yi Chen closed his eyes, holding back the tears that threatened to spill over. Chapter 130, 4th Sister Chen Bing. For the first time, Yi Chen felt a sense of anticipation toward the city of Huaxi. Because of one person, he anticipated a city. 3rd Sister Chen Bing, clad in white as pure as snow, cold as ice. But her coldness was different from Lin Huanshue's. Chen Bing's heart was fiery. 3rd sister, I will definitely find you. Yi Chen murmured to himself. Huaxi City is so vast, finding a reclusive person there is like searching for a needle in a haystack. However, Wang Chang and Lan Yan are locals of Huaxi and control the largest underground organization in the city, Xin Hong. It would be perfect to entrust this matter to them. Yi Chen immediately called Wang Chang and briefed him on the matter. Wang Chang agreed without hesitation. After that, Yi Chen returned to the new noble villa and began his cultivation. Yunhai, the Yu family. The Yu family was a moderately renowned ancient martial arts clan, considered a second-rate power in Yunhai. In the ancient martial arts world, that wouldn't amount to much. However, the Yu family had a fortunate connection. They married into the Xianmen sect, where one of their elders held the position of executive elder. Although he was only an elder, he was still connected to the Xianmen. With the Xianmen as their backing, the Yu family gained a sense of confidence, boasting of being a first-rate clan in Yunhai. The members of the Yu family now walk with their heads held high, believing themselves to be unstoppable in Yunhai, filled with pride. However, the Yu family can no longer afford to be arrogant, for before them lies a corpse, the body of Yu Jun, the eldest son of the Yu family. Cries filled the air. Father, what are you hesitating for? It was Yi Chen who killed Xiao Jun. Order the men now. I'll lead the troops to raid Yi Chen's house and slaughter his entire family, leaving no one alive. Yu Jun's older brother shouted angrily. The head of the Yu family clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth, saying, Jun has bitten off more than he can chew this time. We can't afford to provoke that Yi Chen. What? We can't afford to provoke him? With our sister's connection, is there any power in Yunhai that we can't handle? Yu Jun's older brother asked in astonishment. You fool, what do you know? The head of the Yu family said coldly. This Yi Chen is extremely terrifying. Before he killed Jun, the Li family's twin heroes had already fallen to him. The Li family of Yangcheng dares not even utter a word. What are we, the Yu family, to go and trouble Yi Chen? What? Even the Li family of Yangcheng can't take on Yi Chen? Yu Jun was stunned. The Li family of Yangcheng is the dominant power in the Lingnan region, a renowned ancient martial arts clan. They're far stronger than our Yu family. So you're saying we can't avenge my brother's death? How can it not be avenged? The head of the Yu family sneered. Yi Chen is just relying on his martial arts skills to act recklessly. He even dared to kill an elder of the Xianmen sect. I have confirmed that the leader of the Zhanzi Hall of the Xianmen sect is about to arrive at the Yunhai region. The head of the Yu family paused, then said with a vicious expression, what Zhan Wudi intends to do is to kill Yi Chen. Zhan Wudi. That name made Yu Jun tremble all over. He is the top expert of the Xianmen sect, the top expert of the ancient martial arts world Zhan Wudi. That Yi Chen is as good as dead. Yi Chen spent an entire day refining 2 Shindan pills. According to his plan, he needed at least 3 pills to succeed. However, alchemy is always prone to unexpected complications. If I had a proper, the success rate would be greatly improved. Yi Chen sighed helplessly and decided to look for an opportunity to obtain A in the future. He then spent another 2 days taking the refining divine Dan pills, using their potency to gradually forge his spiritual energy. His spiritual energy had improved significantly. Previously, his spiritual energy could only be released within a range of about 2 meters, but now it could reach 10 meters. Moreover, the intensity and refinement of his spiritual energy were now several times greater than before. Next, Yi Chen took out the spatial crystal stone. This rare stone contained a spatial void and could be refined into a storage artifact. Just as Yi Chen was about to begin the refinement process, Su Yan suddenly called. Yi Chen, I just received word that Ma Weisheng jumped to his death last night. His mistress also met her karma. She ran out onto the street in the middle of the night and was hit by a truck. Yi Chen smiled. These two must have been driven mad by Chen Shipei's vengeful spirit. Chen Shipei has finally avenged herself. Yi Chen, come to my villa immediately. I have something important to tell you. Su Yan said anxiously. Chapter 131, from now on, I'm Little Chao's dad. What's so important? Just tell me over the phone, Su Jia. Yi Chen said. I can't say it over the phone. Su Yan gasped twice and said, if you don't come soon, I'm going to die. Yi Chen was startled. Is it that serious? He had no choice but to go check. Although Su Yan liked to be physical, she was still a decent person. She was generous, righteous, and full of justice. She had been a great help in the matter involving Chen Shipei, and Yin Shinmu was someone she had asked others to find. Lin Huanshua's villa was only a few hundred meters away from Su Yan's villa, so Yi Chen arrived quickly. Su Jia was wearing very little, just a plain t-shirt that couldn't hide her voluptuous figure. Below that was a short skirt, revealing a pair of round, white legs exposed to the air. Unlike the slender, delicate legs of a young girl, Su Yan's legs were fuller and more curvaceous. Su Jia, what happened? Yi Chen looked at her in surprise. Apart from her face being a bit red, she looked pretty normal. I'm not feeling well, Su Yan said, her face as red as the Spring Festival couplets pasted on doors during the New Year. What's wrong? Yi Chen asked suspiciously. Earlier, when I was eating, something got stuck. Su Yan's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Oh, it's nothing serious. Let me take a look. Yi Chen laughed. It was just food stuck in her throat. What's there to be embarrassed about? I wonder why Su Jia's face is so red. Su Jia, open your mouth so I can take a look. Yi Chen said. Su Yan gave Yi Chen a playful glance, hesitated for a moment, then said, you idiot, it's not here. Yi Chen froze, confused. What does that mean? Su Yan looked at Yi Chen, who was still confused, and said shyly, you're such a cutie. It's stuck here. Looking in the direction of her finger, Yi Chen's eyes widened in shock. Several minutes later, Yi Chen left Su Yan's villa. Recalling the scene from earlier, he couldn't bring himself to look directly at himself. His clothes were dirty, so after removing the foreign object, he went to the bathroom to take a shower and changed into clean clothes before coming out. Yi Chen, I'm sorry, I got your clothes dirty. Su Yan sent a voice message, feeling extremely embarrassed. It's okay. Yi Chen was also embarrassed. That sister really embarrassed me. You won't laugh at me, will you? Su Yan felt ashamed. No, it's only human. Yi Chen said earnestly, Su Jia, you should find yourself a boyfriend. I dated 2 college students before, but they were only after my money. Those 2 jerks took my money and went after other women, Su Yan said angrily. What? Su Jia, you're so beautiful. Would your boyfriend really cheat on you? Yi Chen laughed. I was so busy back then that I didn't have time to spend with them, so they went off with other women. What do you think of me, Yi Chen? Su Yan suddenly said excitedly. Yes, Su Jia. Su Yan is the type who grows on you. The more you look at her, the more beautiful she becomes. Her appearance doesn't compare to Lin Huanxue or Han Waner, and she doesn't even hold a candle to Han Yushu. However, Su Yan exudes a mature charm that is quite alluring, and her skin is well maintained, with a curvy figure. Men over 30 should probably find her appealing. But the most important thing is that she knows how to take care of people. Yi Chen's words made Su Yan laugh happily. She said, Yi Chen, you think I'm pretty too? Then why don't you be my boyfriend? I'm free now. I'll take care of you every day and spend all my money on you. Yi Chen felt awkward and said, Su Jia, I only see you as an older sister. Don't misinterpret my words. Sister is sister. I just like the age gap. Su Yan didn't hear a word Yi Chen said. Yi Chen could only pretend not to hear and ended the conversation with Su Yan. He then used his divine footwork to rush to Ma Weisheng's villa, used another invisibility charm, and retrieved the dark wood from under Ma Weisheng's bed. Chen Shipei and Xiao Chao's restless spirits were both dwelling on this piece of Yin Chen wood. Master Taoist, thank you. Xiao Chou and I have avenged our deaths. Chen Shipei was deeply grateful to Yi Chen and revered him like a god. Yi Chen nodded slightly. However, he was now at a loss about what to do next. Since Chen Shipei was already dead and had avenged her death, her spirit should naturally dissipate into the heavens and earth. This aligns with the natural order of the universe. However, Yi Chen had a way to keep them around permanently, as they had already formed into spirits. Generally speaking, after a person dies, their soul becomes a rootless drifting spirit, like a wisp of smoke that quickly dissipates into the heavens and earth. However, if the deceased harbors intense resentment or strong attachments, like Chen Shipei, their souls find it difficult to dissipate. Additionally, the villa where Lin Huanxue lived had an old well, which harbored heavy yin evil energies. Chen Shipei and Xiao Chao's souls fused with the yin-yang energy in the well, thus forming this unique existence known as yin souls. They now reside within the yin-tainted wood, enabling them to survive for much longer periods. 3 to 5 years is no issue. But the question is, what is the meaning of such an existence? Without life, they are merely a mass of consciousness. According to the natural order of the universe, they are destined to vanish into the void. Yi Chen discussed this with Chen Shipei and sought her opinion. I have already fulfilled my vow, so I have no attachments left. I should naturally perish. But I feel sorry for Xiao Chou. She never got to see the beauty of this world before she vanished like me. I just can't bring myself to let her go. Chen Shipei said. Her words struck a chord with Yi Chen, as his unborn daughter had also never come into this world. Tian Shi, since Xiao Chou became a spirit, she has been with me at the bottom of a cold well. The only thing she feels is coldness. She believes the world is like this. But I told her that the world isn't cold. There's warm sunlight that feels comfortable on your skin. Chen Shipei's spirit remains silent for a long time. Xiao Chao's greatest wish is to feel the warmth of the sun. Huff. Yi Chen closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and spoke slowly. Chen Shipei, you and Xiao Chou don't have to disappear. I will do everything in my power to protect you both. And I promise you, I will make Xiao Chao's wish come true. Master, you. Chen Shipei was moved. She never expected Yi Chen to be so kind to them. This was against the laws of nature. Yi Chen made this decision not out of sympathy for Chen Shipei and the others, but because of the regret he felt for his daughter who never made it to this world. Xiao Chou, who shared a similar fate with his daughter, might be able to fill the void in his heart. From now on, I will be Xiao Chao's father. Yi Chen smiled, his face filled with tenderness. Chapter 132, You're his brother-in-law. Yi Chen returned to the backyard of Lin Huanxue's villa. He had been practicing here for the past few days and felt at ease. Because Lin Huanxue had already given the backyard to him. After all, it was a haunted house, and without Yi Chen stepping in to handle it, Lin Huanxue wouldn't have been able to claim it. She had saved 4 million, so giving the backyard to him was only fair. Besides that, Yi Chen's performance in the past few days had left Lin Huanxue very satisfied, especially in bed. No matter how cold-hearted Lin Huanxue was, she was still a woman. That exhilarating sensation left her craving more, and she would send him invitations every night. However, Yi Chen had been busy with his cultivation and hadn't responded. Yi Chen plans to refine that spatial crystal into a simple storage artifact. The spatial crystal stone had its own internal space, and he only needed to engrave a teleportation array on it. The spatial crystal stone was only the size of a baby's fist, and engraving a teleportation array on such a small object was a highly challenging task. First, one's spiritual energy must be powerful enough to be projected outward and condensed to a certain level. Yi Chen had been busy refining the spirit forging pill in the past few days to enhance his spiritual energy, which was also part of the reason. For cultivators, having a storage artifact is highly beneficial for cultivation. Just as Yi Chen was about to begin the refinement, Lin Huanxue suddenly called. Seeing her call, Yi Chen was startled. She had always bothered him at night. Could she be calling during the day? Yi Chen hung up immediately, but Lin Huanchue called again right away. What do you want now? Don't tell me you want another beating? Yi Chen said helplessly. Spit. What do you think I am? You beast. Lin Huanchue cursed and said, I'm at the villa entrance. There's a big box that's too heavy. Can you help me carry it? Yi Chen arrived at the villa entrance and saw Lin Huanchue standing by the car. She was wearing a professional outfit, her curves were accentuated, and her long, slender legs were wrapped in a thin layer of black stockings, making her legs look mysterious and sexy. Paired with a pair of expensive CL high heels, she was utterly captivating. Yi Chen was taken aback. It was the first time he had seen Lin Huanchue wearing such sexy black stockings. Could you help me carry this large box from the trunk into the villa? Lin Huanchue said. Yi Chen effortlessly lifted it and walked alongside Lin Huanchue toward the villa. Lin Huanchue sighed, it's still nice to have a man at home. You're such a big CEO, a billionaire woman, why don't you bring a few assistants? Yi Chen asked. You know I don't like being too close to men. The company provides me with bodyguards and assistants, but I don't want to bring any of them. Yi Chen, why don't you be my assistant? I'll pay you 10,000 a month. Lin Huanchue took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of narrow, beautiful eyes. No way. Yi Chen refused outright. Sigh. Lin Huanchue sighed and said with a sigh, back then, I could make you run yourself ragged with just one word, but now I can't even get you to help me. I really regret divorcing you. She seemed to be joking, but her gaze was fixed on Yi Chen's reaction. But Yi Chen seemed completely unmoved. Lin Huanchue put on her sunglasses to hide her downcast eyes. Crossing the long path, she entered the living room. Yi Chen set down the box and asked, what's in there? It's so heavy? Money. Yi Chen opened it and was slightly startled. It was filled with money, thick stacks upon thick stacks. How much money is that? 5 million. What are you going to do with all this cash? Yi Chen asked in astonishment. To buy jade. Lin Huanchue smiled. I've recently developed a fondness for jade. I plan to go to the jade market in Yunnan with some friends in a few days to look around and buy some interesting stones. That place only accepts cash, so I prepared in advance. Jade? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. This business is deep, and I didn't expect her to develop an interest in it. My life has been too boring lately. I need to cultivate a hobby, don't I? Lin Huanchue said. Yi Chen nodded and didn't say anything else. Yi Chen, put the box in a secure place. If Lin Xiaoming sees it, he'll definitely hassle me. That guy has been getting more and more out of hand lately, always asking me for money. Lin Huanchue rubbed her temples in frustration. Put it under your bed? Yi Chen carried the box toward the bedroom. Don't put it there. I'm planning to change the bed today. Lin Huanchue suddenly said. Why change the bed? It's comfortable to sleep on. Yi Chen asked in surprise. The night the ghost appeared, he slept here for one night. The bed leg is a bit broken. Lin Huanchue said. This bed is new, right? It's a big brand. How could the leg be broken? Yi Chen looked puzzled. Lin Huanchue grabbed the pillow next to her and threw it at Yi Chen, shouting angrily, Don't ask. It's all your fault, you beast. Yi Chen's head was filled with black lines. He forced a laugh and looked up at the oval-shaped ceiling in the living room. He jumped up, grabbed the edge of the ceiling with one hand, and pulled it down slightly. The ceiling was well made. So he placed the box directly on the ceiling. Lin Huanchue jumped in surprise. Yi Chen had jumped so high, clinging to the ceiling like a monkey. This was great. Even if they searched everywhere, they wouldn't find Lin Xiaoming now. Yi Chen jumped down, clapped his hands, and said, It won't collapse, will it? Lin Huanchue glanced up, worried. I've tested it. This ceiling is of excellent quality. It can easily support 1,000 pounds. It won't collapse. Yi Chen laughed. Lin Huanchue nodded, looking at Yi Chen in astonishment. Carrying such a heavy box, you can jump that high? You're better than an Olympic champion. Yi Chen, ever since we divorced, you've been acting like you're on steroids. You've become so skilled in every aspect, it's unbelievable. I've always been this capable, you just never noticed before. Yi Chen said casually. Lin Huanchue sighed and fell silent, feeling that Yi Chen was right. She had indeed never paid much attention to Yi Chen before. Sigh, Lin Xiaoming is such a worry. Lin Huanchue changed the subject. Now that his family circumstances had improved, he spent his days drinking and carousing, lingering in bars and among women, mingling with unsavory characters in society, and wouldn't listen to reason. If this continues, he'll get into trouble sooner or later. She looked at Yi Chen and said seriously, Please help me keep an eye on him. I've noticed that Lin Xiaoming seems to have changed toward you. He's starting to fear you. What does Lin Xiaoming have to do with me? Why should I bother with him? Yi Chen laughed. You should definitely help him. Lin Huanchue said without hesitation, You're his brother-in-law. Chapter 133, Lin Huanchue's cousin. Brother-in-law? Yi Chen sneered disdainfully, Don't even mention it. Even if I were, I wouldn't acknowledge such a good-for-nothing brother-in-law. Lin Hanxue furrowed her delicate brows. Lin Xiaoming was indeed a good-for-nothing, but he was still her brother. Yi Chen. Lin Hanxue walked toward Yi Yun, her delicate high heels tapping against the floor, producing a crisp sound that echoed in the man's heart. Her rounded ankles were lifted high, her arched soles curving upward, forming a sensual curve with her full, fair forefeet and toes. Irresistibly sensual, enough to make one lose oneself at first glance. Lin Hanxue's white, slender hands gently caressed Yi Chen's shoulders as she spoke softly. No matter how the whole family tried to discipline him, he wouldn't listen. Only when you were brought out could Xiao Ming behave himself a little. Once, when Xiao Ming was drunk, he confided in me. He said our family was wrong for kicking you out. He also said, if you were still his brother-in-law, that would be so much better. At the time, I felt really upset. Alright, you said it well. Don't mention it again. Yi Chen laughed. You. Lin Huanxue was a bit annoyed. This Yi Chen is so stubborn. She really wanted Yi Chen to discipline Lin Xiaoming properly. If this continued, Lin Xiaoming would be ruined. Yi Chen, please, I'm begging you. Please discipline Xiaoming, will you? Lin Hanxue said, her delicate hands gently massaging Yi Chen's shoulders. Her legs, wrapped in black stockings, lifted up, and her toes, painted with bright red nail polish, tapped against Yi Chen's chest, drawing circles. As she moved, the alluring scenery beneath her skirt was filled with a deadly temptation. Gulp! Yi Chen swallowed hard, feeling his mouth go dry. Come on, Yi Chen? Lin Huanxue's voice was filled with a playful, teasing tone. She bit her red lips slightly, exuding a charm that could captivate the soul. Seeing that Yi Chen's breathing had become rapid, his eyes fixed intently on her, and his entire body seemed to be ablaze with passion. Lin Hanxue's lips curled into a smug smile. Even a man as cold-hearted as Yi Chen couldn't resist her charm, could he? Suddenly, Yi Chen's eyes flashed brightly, like two torches, piercing Lin Hanxue's eyes. His demeanor changed completely as he pointed at Lin Hanxue and shouted, I don't care who you are, get out of Lin Hanxue's body. Lin Hanxue's expression changed, and her hands and feet froze in mid-motion. Yi Chen, what do you mean? What has possessed you? How else could you have become so vulgar? Yi Chen said seriously. Lin Hanxue's face flushed red with shame and anger. You're the one who's possessed, you bastard. Lin Hanxue kicked Yi Chen hard and turned to leave, not even bothering to put her shoe back on. She limped into the bedroom and slammed the door shut with a loud bang. She looked utterly disheveled. Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, his last words were sincere. Lin Huanxue, who was as cold and indifferent as a fairy from the Moon Palace, actually had such a side to her. They had lived together for 3 years, yet he had never seen her like this before. It was truly perplexing. However, Yi Chen didn't dwell on it. He returned directly to his room in the villa's backyard and began refining the spatial crystal stone. Lu Meiyu and the others arrived at the villa, bringing with them a fashionably dressed young woman. This woman was named Qin Bei, the daughter of Lu Meiyu's older sister, Lu Meixin. She had just graduated from university and was looking for a job elsewhere. She had just returned today. Han Shui, where are you? Come out quickly. Look who's here. Lu Meiyu said excitedly, as she had always doted on her niece Qin Bei since she was a child. My cousin has really made it big. She actually lives in such a nice villa. If only I had such a luxurious villa too. Chen Bei looked around enviously. Haha, Xiao Bei, this will also be your villa someday. We're all family, no need to be so formal. Lu Meiyu said with a smile. What? Really? Auntie, you're so kind. Chen Bei was overjoyed and immediately called Lu Meixin, Mom, bring my luggage over. I'll be staying at my cousin's villa from now on. The Lin family was taken aback. How could she be so forward? Never mind, Mom, don't bother packing. My cousin's villa has everything. If I need anything, just ask her to buy it for me. Chen Bei held her phone and said, I'll hang up now. Chapter 134, The Men and Women in the Living Room. Chen Bei's words left the Lin family speechless. What did she mean? If you need anything, just ask your cousin to buy it for you. Lin Xiaoming chimed in from the side. Chen Bei, you're really dreaming. When I want something, my sister never buys it for me. Can we be the same? You're a man, and I'm a woman. If you get money, you'll just waste it and fall into decadence. I need money to invest in myself, to dress beautifully, and to enter the upper circles. It's only a matter of time. Chen Bei said arrogantly. What did you say? Lin Xiaoming got angry, glaring at Chen Bei. What does that mean, that he'll waste money and ruin himself just because he has it? Can't you speak properly? Auntie, look at him, he's going to eat me alive. Chen Bei immediately turned to Lu Meiyu for help. Lu Meiyu glared at Lin Xiaoming. Chen Bei is right. What do you have to be upset about? Apologize to Chen Bei right now. If you dare to glare at her again, I won't forgive you. Mom, you. Lin Xiaoming clenched his teeth in anger. His mother doted on this niece, saying she was just like her when she was young, the most like her. Ha! Chen Bei saw Lin Hanxue toss her high heels in the living room, her eyes lit up, and she walked over. She picked them up and exclaimed in delight, Christian Louboutin. They're CL high heels. That's a top-tier brand. Lu Meiyu hurried over and said, these are the shoes Hanshue just bought. Why did she leave one here?
By this time, Shenbei had already taken off her own shoes and slipped into the high heels, exclaiming happily, Auntie, look, they fit perfectly.
They're CL.
A woman can't live without a pair of CLs. Lu Meiyu looked at them and nodded with a smile, yes, Xiaobei looks good in them. At that moment, Lin Hanshue came out of the bedroom, still sulking at Yi Chen.
Seeing Chenbei, she immediately smiled, Xiaobei, why are you back? Aren't you working in Zhangcheng? Well, I didn't like that job, so I quit.
I heard you've made it big, so I came to rely on you. Chenbei said, pointing to the high heels on her feet.
Cousin, are these your shoes?
Yes, they are.
Where's the other one?
They're in the bedroom.
Cousin, bring them here.
Lin Hanshue looked at her in surprise before bringing the other shoe over. Chenbei put it on and loved it so much, this is perfect. It's like it was made just for my feet, and it's brand new.
Cousin, can you give me this shoe?
I'll wear it from now on.
What? Lin Hanshue was taken aback.
These shoes were brand new, and she had just bought them yesterday for over 50,000 yuan.
It's okay, cousin. I don't mind. It's just you.
If it were any other woman, no matter how beautiful or wealthy she is, I wouldn't wear shoes someone else has worn.
Chenbei said proudly. Lin Xiaoming was shocked.
These shoes cost tens of thousands of yuan, and he had accompanied Lin Hanshue to buy them yesterday.
This Chenbei, just asking for it? What's wrong, cousin? You don't want to give them to me? Chenbei's smile vanished. No way, cousin, you're worth billions now and you can't even spare a pair of shoes?
Two black lines appeared on Lin Hanyue's snow-white forehead.
Lu Meiyu hurriedly said, it's just a pair of shoes.
If Xiaobei likes them, give them to her.
Hanshue, you can buy another pair. All right.
Lin Hanshue could only nod with a bitter smile.
At that moment, Lin Qingyuan led a young woman dressed simply over, this is the top-rated nanny I found at the childcare agency.
She charges 5,000 a month and will be dedicated to taking care of Hanshue. The young woman hurriedly greeted everyone.
Chenbei immediately looked down on her, what kind of nanny is that? 5,000 a month?
A top-tier nanny, she is the cream of the crop in the nanny industry.
Lin Qingyuan said, she is worth every penny. Chenbei scoffed, what top-rated nanny? The price is way too inflated. Lu Meiyu nodded, Xiaobei is right. It's indeed too expensive. 5,000 a month is more than most people can afford.
The young woman's face flushed red. They had already agreed on the price, why were they suddenly complaining it was too high?
Chenbei said, Uncle, fire her.
I'll be the nanny and take care of my cousin. I'll take the salary. After all, I'll be living here anyway, so I might as well help out my cousin.
Why let the money go to an outsider? What? Lin Qingyuan looked embarrassed. Lu Meiyu's eyes lit up, right. Why didn't I think of that? Xiaobei is looking for a job.
We can solve her employment issue and not let outsiders take advantage of us.
It's a win-win situation.
Lin Hanshue and the others were all speechless. Making Chenbei a maid to take care of someone, does she even know how?
Auntie, you really understand me. Chenbei looked at Lu Meiyu with gratitude.
Lu Meiyu looked at her, as if seeing herself in her youth, with a radiant smile. It's settled then. But Xiaobei, you're being put out by having to be a maid.
What's there to be inconvenienced?
Others would kill for the chance to serve their cousin, Chenbei said. That little mouth of yours, you're so good with words.
Lu Meiyu couldn't stop laughing. Although Lin Hanshue and the others weren't very willing, under Liu Meiyu's insistence, they could only reluctantly accept it.
Chenbei thus settled into the Lin household. In the days that followed, Yi Chen didn't step foot outside the house, spending all his time refining spatial crystals. After 3 days of effort, the object capturing array was finally engraved, leaving Yi Chen nearly exhausted. The mental energy required to engrave this telekinesis array was simply too immense. He didn't even have time to test the functionality of the storage artifact before collapsing onto the bed and falling into a deep sleep. It wasn't until around 4 or 5 in the afternoon that Yi Chen finally woke up, stretched lazily, and felt somewhat recovered. He then took out the piece of dark wood in the storage crystal, communicated with the array within using his spiritual energy, and with a flick of his mind, the object manipulation array opened. Looking at the piece of dark wood, it had already been stored within the crystal's spatial realm. After all the hard work over the past few days, he had finally succeeded. Yi Chen's face broke into a smile. From now on, carrying important items would be much more convenient, and it would also greatly aid his cultivation. The only downside was that the space inside the crystal stone was too small, only about 1 cubic meter in size, so it couldn't hold much. He then placed all the talismans he had crafted into the spatial crystal stone before heading downstairs to visit Han Wanner's medicinal garden. So many days had passed, the ice heart grass he had planted should be mature and ready for harvesting. However, as soon as he reached the staircase, Yi Chen heard an odd sound. Yi Chen furrowed his brows. A man and a woman were engaged in intimate activities downstairs. The voice wasn't Lin Huanshue's.
Who could it be? And why were they in the living room downstairs?
Curious, Yi Chen went downstairs and saw a young woman wearing a body-hugging skirt sitting on a man's lap. The woman was facing Yi Chen, and he had never seen her before.
How could she be in Lin Huanshue's villa? Cough.
Yi Chen cleared his throat, startling the couple below who were lost in their passion.
Chapter 135, Press Conference.
Seeing a man coming down from upstairs, the man and woman on the sofa, who had been completely lost in their passion, turned pale with shock. The woman in the body-hugging skirt screamed in shock, quickly pulling down her skirt to cover herself, and angrily demanded, "Who are you?
What are you doing in my house? I was about to ask you who you are." Yi Chen glanced at the young woman, who was quite attractive, with a nose resembling Lin Huanxue and Lu Meiyu's. Both had high, straight noses.
"I'm Chen Bei, Lin Huanshue's cousin.
This villa belongs to me and my cousin. Who are you?"
The young woman got off the man, pulled down her own shirt, and stormed over to Yi Chen.
"Chen Bei?"
Yi Chen froze, then remembered that he had seen this Chen Bei once before when he married Lin Huanxue. Back then, she was still a student, but now she was dressed so maturely, openly having an affair with a man in broad daylight and in Lin Huanshue's villa, no less. "Yi Chen, you worthless piece of trash." At that moment, Chen Bei also recognized Yi Chen, her anger boiling over. "You worthless piece of trash.
Didn't my sister kick you out? How dare you come into my sister's villa? Are you here to steal something? I've always lived here."
Yi Chen smiled mockingly.
"The one stealing should be you, or more accurately, stealing someone else's boyfriend."
Chen Bei's face turned red with anger, her eyes wide with fury. "Who stole your sister?"
"This is my boyfriend, Zhang Can."
"Oh, go ahead."
Yi Chen ignored Chen Bei and walked downstairs.
At that moment, Chen Bei grabbed his clothes and gritted her teeth, saying, "Yi Chen, you pervert, you looked at me. You must apologize to me and compensate me for my mental distress.
You're being unreasonable."
"No wonder Lu Meiyu said you're just like her."
Yi Chen sneered. "How dare you insult my aunt?
If you don't apologize and compensate me today, I won't let this go." Chen Bei pointed at Yi Chen's nose and shouted.
Yi Chen narrowed his eyes.
The dragon pendant on his chest emitted a faint red glow, absorbing the negative emotions Chen Bei was emitting. To be honest, this woman is just like Lu Meiyu. She generates an extremely high level of negative emotions. Next, Yi Chen planned to refine the ice pure pill to eliminate the evil energies within his body. Once the evil energies were completely purged, he would absorb the negative emotions and continue his cultivation to break through to the 7th layer of Qi cultivation. The amount of negative emotions required for the 7th layer of Qi cultivation was approximately 150,000, and there were already 30,000 in the dragon pendant. Most of it was generated by Lin Huanxue.
This Chen Bei is a decent target for collection.
Looking at her furious expression, Yi Chen smiled. "This villa in the backyard was given to me by Lin Huanxue.
It's essentially my home. You're doing this with your boyfriend in my house, and you want me to apologize to you? You should be the one apologizing."
Yi Chen walked down, looking at the wet sofa, frowned, and said, "You also dirted my sofa.
You have to compensate me. This sofa is imported from abroad."
"What?
Yi Chen, you bastard, what are you saying?" Chen Bei was so angry that her veins bulged, her eyes like volcanoes erupting with intense fury. Boom! Her anger was off the charts, surging toward Yi Chen's dragon pendant like a raging river.
Yi Chen secretly reveled in his triumph, having stumbled upon another donkey from the production team just like Lu Meiyu, another valuable ally on his cultivation path. At that moment, her boyfriend Zhang Can said, "Chen Bei, the fastest and most effective way to solve a problem is with your fists." This 6-foot-tall young man stood up, wearing a carefree smile, and spoke slowly. "You call him Yi Chen, huh?
Maybe you don't know who you've provoked.
Remember, the person standing before you is Zhang Can, a 3rd-degree black belt in Taekwondo and the 8th-place winner of the Youth Taekwondo Championship in Yunhai City."
"Wow, Zhang Can, you're so handsome and manly." Chen Bei immediately wore an adoring expression.
At that moment, Zhang Can struck a cool pose and beckoned to Yi Chen with his finger. "Kid, I'll grant you a death.
Are you sure you want to fight me?
If you do, you might end up in bed for 3 months.
Yi Chen said.
"Kid, I'll make you lie in bed for 3 years. Zhang Can barked coldly, delivering a left spinning kick straight at Yi Chen's face. It was powerful and fierce. Crack! Yi Chen slapped him back, and with a crack, Zhang Can flew through the air. Chen Bei, who had been cheering on her boyfriend, was left speechless.
Ah!
Zhang Can fell to the ground, letting out a pitiful scream.
"Zhang Can, what's wrong?"
Chen Bei rushed over to help her boyfriend up.
"Don't move, it's broken." Ah! Zhang Can's screams were so loud that Yi Chen's eardrums ached. "Yi Chen, you bastard! You broke my boyfriend's leg."
Chen Bei turned her head and shouted angrily.
"Yeah, I know. Let's hurry to the hospital," Yi Chen said with a worried expression. "You." Chen Bei was so angry she nearly fainted.
Yi Chen left the house amid Chen Bei's curses, but he felt quite good. In just a short while, the jade pendant had absorbed over 10,000 negative emotions.
Once it could no longer absorb anymore, he left. Yi Chen was already well versed in the jade pendant's characteristics.
After absorbing around 10,000 negative emotions from a single person in a short period, it became difficult to absorb any more. It was necessary to wait for some time before continuing to absorb from that person.
This was the jade pendant's limitation.
If there were no such limitation, he could collect endlessly, and he would already be invincible. Afterward, Yi Chen headed to the Han family's medicinal herb field to inspect the growth of the ice heart grass. As he had anticipated, the ice heart grass was growing well, with over 70 mature plants. If all were harvested and refined into ice heart pills, it should yield 5 or 6 pills, enough to purge the demonic energy from his body. Yi Chen picked the mature ice heart grass, sealed them with his true essence, and stored them in his storage crystal. Just as he finished, Han Wanner called, saying, "Yi Chen, come over.
I need you to accompany me to a press conference." A press conference? What am I supposed to do there? Yi Chen asked in surprise.
Lin Huanxue and Lin Yan'an, that pair of dogs, are causing trouble again.
Han Wanner said angrily. What's going on? Yi Chen was taken aback.
Han Wanyu explained, originally, our Xinghue pharmaceutical company was planning to hold a new product launch at the Hongsheng Grand Hotel at 10 a.m. in the 18th meeting room.
But guess what?
Han Wanyu said with a cold smile. Lin Huanxue and Lin Yan'an suddenly decided to hold a press conference today, and the location is the same as mine. Also at the Hongsheng Grand Hotel, room 18.
Yi Chen narrowed his eyes.
Lin Huanxue and her group could have chosen any of the many hotels in Yunhai, but they chose to clash with Han Wanyu.
What's the meaning behind this?
It's clearly a declaration of war, coming right to your doorstep to declare war.
Yi Chen's face broke into a smile. This press conference was going to be quite interesting. He wanted to go and take a look. Chapter 136, Meeting Room 18.
Yi Chen met Han Wanner in a room at the Hongsheng Grand Hotel. Han Wanner was dressed very formally today, even wearing a necklace and earrings, looking like the powerful, elegant, and beautiful female lead in a Korean drama.
These two dogs are really causing trouble, they're driving me crazy.
Han Wanner felt a bit relieved when she saw Yi Chen arrive, but she was still furious.
The time and location of our press conference were announced last night.
Lin Huanxue's side decided at the last minute and deliberately chose the same place.
Yi Chen smiled. If the location is the same, so be it. What's there to get upset about?
If they want to declare war, we'll just accept the challenge.
Han Wanyu took a deep breath. That's not the worst part.
The worst part is that they chose to start their press conference at 9:30, half an hour earlier than us. It's already 9:20, and the meeting room is filled with my partners, distributors, suppliers, and even the equipment is mine. They're essentially holding their press conference on my turf, in front of my people.
Isn't that like stepping on my face and bullying me?
Yi Chen furrowed his brows slightly. This was indeed a very malicious move, too brazen. Their intentions were despicable.
Hotels have strict rules. How could they agree to such chaos, cutting in front of you like this? Yi Chen asked.
Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. They must have bribed the hotel manager to force their way in front of me. Han Wanner said, they have documents stamped by the hotel to hold the press conference.
There's nothing I can do. These two are really troublemakers. Yi Chen laughed.
Holding press conferences back to back in the same place, and the two groups are even competitors.
This would be a major scandal anywhere.
Lin Yan'an and I were already evenly matched, and now with Lin Huanxue, the traitor, joining them, I'm at an absolute disadvantage today.
Han Wanner said with a bitter smile. She looked at Yi Chen with a loving gaze. Thank goodness you're here. Otherwise, I would have been bullied to pieces today. Don't count on me. I know nothing about business, I can't help you. Yi Chen hurriedly said. He. Han Wanyu gave a mischievous smile. I wasn't talking about that. I meant emotional support.
With you here, I feel more confident.
Even if we're outnumbered, we can still hold our own. Oh, so I'm your cheerleader? That's actually pretty nice. Yi Chen smiled. I keep discovering that having you around is truly wonderful. Whenever I need you most, you always show up.
Han Wanyu said, her eyes already starting to glaze over, her gaze Yi Chen. She couldn't help but lean in closer, her sensual red lips as red as roses, her breath fragrant like orchids, growing closer and closer to Yi Chen's lips. Just then, Han Yushu suddenly pushed open the door. Miss Han, their press conference is about to begin.
That pair of dogs are already there. Should we go?
I'll kiss you later.
Han Wanyu gave Yi Chen a seductive glance, then instantly transformed into a powerful businesswoman, saying proudly, of course we should go. If they want to declare war,
I'll turn this place into a battlefield.
With that, Han Wanyu headed toward the 18th conference room.
Conference room 18 was spacious, with over 1,000 seats, yet it had never been fully occupied before.
At that moment, the large conference room was completely packed, with almost every seat occupied.
However, the crowd was clearly divided into two distinct camps. On the left were those loyal to Lin Huanxue and Lin Yan'an, while on the right were those loyal to Han Wanner. On the podium sat over 10 people, with Lin Huanxue occupying the central seat position. Below the stage, numerous media outlets had already gathered, wielding cameras and lenses, snapping photos of Lin Huanxue on the podium. This was Lin Huanxue, the CEO of Huanxue Pharmaceuticals, the most prominent figure in the Yunhai business world. Her stunning beauty, graceful demeanor, and impressive achievements made her the object of all media attention. Her current popularity even overshadowed that of the business queen, Han Wanyu. The media, always eager for a good story, naturally loved to compare these two stunningly beautiful women. Some unscrupulous media outlets even fabricated sensationalist plots to create buzz and wildly hype up these two equally dazzling women. And today, the media has descended like it's New Year's Day, swarming in droves. Naturally, this is because the two business queens are set to meet here, promising to spark some exciting fireworks. Chapter 137, The Highly Anticipated Press Conference. Today's two press conferences have caught the attention of the Yunhai media, sensing something out of the ordinary. The press conferences were held by Lin Huanxue and Han Weiner, and they had both chosen the same location. Lin Huanxue even scheduled hers half an hour before Han Weiner's. The media's noses were sharper than a dog's, sensing the tension in the air and anticipating that something big was about to happen. Previously, the two had jointly established a factory, but rumors had swirled about their strained relationship, allegedly due to a man caught between them. Just a few days ago, rumors surfaced that Lin Huanxue and Han Weiner had fallen out, with Huanxue Pharmaceutical withdrawing from the joint venture. Unconfirmed reports were swirling, but no official announcement had been made. With only 10 minutes left before the press conference, today's main protagonist, Lin Huanxue, arrived. When everyone saw her accompanied by Lin Yan'an and seated on the podium, the media went into a frenzy. Sure enough, Lin Huanxue and Han Wanyu had indeed fallen out. Who is Lin Yan'an? He is Han Wanyu's arch-rival in the business world. And he was walking alongside Lin Huanxue, effectively confirming the recent rumors. Compared to the media, the business partners sitting below were equally stunned. They knew better than the media that the success of United Pharmaceutical was largely due to the flagship product of Huanxue Pharmaceutical. Now that Lin Huanxue has switched allegiance to Lin Yan'an, it is a devastating blow to Han Weiner. Sitting confidently on the podium, Lin Yan'an and Lin Huanxue wore expressions of certain victory, their faces glowing with the smile of winners. Just then, Han Weiner and her entourage arrived, causing an even greater commotion. Miss Han, what are you doing here? This is our Huanxue Pharmaceutical Company's press conference. A senior executive from Huanxue Pharmaceutical Company spoke with a mocking smile. Looking at Han Wanyu, it was as if they were looking at yesterday's flowers. There's only half an hour left before our Xinhue Pharmaceutical press conference. I naturally need to go inside and prepare. Han Wanyu smiled. Hee, that's true, but Miss Han going in now might just be asking for trouble. The executive's smile was almost overflowing. That's not your concern. Han Wanyu walked straight ahead, accompanied only by Yi Chen and Han Yushu, yet she exuded the aura of 1,000 soldiers marching forward. When she arrived at the venue, everyone in the hall stared at her in astonishment, unable to look away. Han Wanner's face radiated confidence and elegance, and her slender figure exuded a powerful aura. Many people couldn't help but praise her silently. Despite her difficult situation, she didn't lose any of her presence. Boom! Lin Huanxue's gaze locked with Han Wanner's in mid-air, immediately sparking a fierce clash. Lin Huanxue was confident and naturally dominant, but when she saw the man following Han Wanyu, her smile froze. It was Yi Chen. Yi Chen, that scoundrel, was standing behind Han Wanyu, and this completely shattered Lin Huanxue's composure. There was no doubt about it, Yi Chen was her Achilles heel. The man she regarded as off-limits was following her greatest rival. And at this most crucial moment, Lin Huanxue's face turned dark. She had intended to say a few mocking words to Han Wanner, but by the time Han Wanner walked past her with such grace and poise, she couldn't utter a single word. When Yi Chen passed by, Lin Huanxue glared at him and said in a low, angry voice, Yi Chen, which side are you on? Yi Chen paused for a moment, pointed at Han Wanner ahead, and quickly followed after her. Lin Huanxue was so angry she wanted to curse. Was this such a clear statement? These past few days, Yi Chen had been eating her food, using her belongings, staying at her place, and even slept with her twice. Yet this bastard had actually sided with Han Wanner. If the circumstances were different, Lin Huanxue would have smashed the mineral water bottle in front of her right onto Yi Chen's head. You two dogs, I'll beat you both to a pulp and make you beg me on your knees. Lin Huanxue seethed inwardly. Soon, when the press conference began, Lin Huanxue announced publicly, from this day forward, Huanxue Pharmaceuticals will terminate its partnership with Xinhue Pharmaceuticals and choose a new partner. The gentleman standing beside me, Mr. Lin Yan'an. Boom! Although everyone had already guessed the outcome with near certainty, when Lin Huanxue announced the news herself, they were still deeply shocked. All eyes immediately turned to Han Wanner. Han Wanyu sat composedly, smiling as she looked at the podium, seemingly unfazed. Her calm and composed demeanor eased the minds of Xinhue Pharmaceuticals' business partners. Lin Huanxue shot Han Wanyu a cold glance, thinking to herself, Han Wanyu, I'll see how long you can stay calm. Unable to help herself, she shifted her gaze to Yi Chen.
Lin Hanxue was so furious she could spit fire. She saw Yi Chen's hand tightly intertwined with Han Weiner's, as if offering her support and encouragement. The dog couple.
Lin Huanxue ground her teeth so hard they made a grinding sound. At that moment, Lin Yan'an spoke under the spotlight. Distinguished guests, the newly established Inxue Pharmaceutical, co-founded by myself and Mr. Lin, will be 10 times the size of the United Pharmaceutical Factory.
We have adopted the most advanced OLCP production system internationally.
After his boastful speech, Lin Yan'an continued, additionally, we are actively expanding our international channels and have already reached cooperation agreements with dozens of countries.
Lin Yan'an continued his praise, leaving the Inxue Pharmaceutical partners below the stage as excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline. In contrast, the partners of Xinghua Pharmaceutical looked as dejected as wilted eggplants.
Even the journalists could see that Lin Huanxue's collaboration with Lin Yan'an was a disaster for Han Wanner and a fatal blow to Xinghua Pharmaceutical.
If Han Wanyu doesn't come up with a countermeasure, she is certain to lose this pharmaceutical war.
Half an hour later, Inxue Pharmaceutical's press conference concluded, achieving the expected outcome.
The analysis articles from the news media were almost unanimously in favor of Inxue Pharmaceutical. Next up was Han Wanyu's press conference.
Not only everyone in the hall, but even many people from Yunhai were watching. Everyone was eager to see what countermeasures this business queen could come up with to face the powerful and aggressive Inxue duo. What excited the media was that Lin Huanxue and Lin Yan'an did not leave after their press conference but remained seated below. It was clear they intended to attend Han Wanyu's press conference. The media kept switching between Han Wanyu on stage and Lin Hanxue in the audience, transmitting the footage online and on TV. Han Wanyu sat in the center of the podium, smiling as she said, as you all know, my former partner, Ms. Lin Hanxue, has parted ways with our Xinghua Pharmaceutical and chosen to collaborate with Mr. Li.
For Star Glory Pharmaceuticals, this is indeed a significant blow.
However, I would still like to extend my best wishes to Ms. Lin for a bright future and for Inxue Pharmaceuticals to achieve great success.
Chapter 138, National Treasure.
As soon as Han Wanyu spoke, she immediately demonstrated a much broader perspective, clearly outclassing Lin Huanxue and her group by several levels. Lin Hanxue and Lin Yan'an's remarks were filled with a confrontational tone, with every word implying their intention to trample Star Glory Pharmaceuticals underfoot.
Yi Chen couldn't help but admire her in his heart.
She was indeed the daughter of a wealthy family. Her words were so grand and confident. Although the departure of Hanxue Pharmaceutical has dealt a severe blow to our Xinghua Pharmaceutical, I can assure you here that Xinghua Pharmaceutical remains the leading enterprise in Yunhai, Jiangnan, and indeed the entire Great Xia Empire. This will never change. Han Wanner raised her voice by 2 pitches, speaking with unwavering conviction, exuding a powerful sense of dominance. Our company has many excellent established products with stable markets and leading sales. Building on this foundation, we have developed several new products.
Han Wanner also gave a brief sales pitch, which was essential to stabilize our partners and instill confidence in them.
Next, I would like to introduce a new product with great fanfare, one that could even be called the flagship product of Xinghua Pharmaceutical, capable of rivaling Hanxue Pharmaceutical's children's clear lung and cough relief oral liquid.
Han Wanner's words immediately sparked great interest among the crowd. Can it really be compared to Hanxue Pharmaceutical's flagship product? Is that just bragging?
After all, Hanxue Pharmaceutical's children's clear lung and cough relief oral solution has the highest market share and customer satisfaction ratings in the industry, and is affectionately referred to by the public as the children's miracle drug. Such an excellent product is rare even after decades.
Is Han Weiner just trying to create a buzz? What medicine could possibly compare to a miracle drug? Lin Yan'an scoffed.
No matter what medicine she develops, it can't compare to my clear lung oral liquid.
This is the divine medicine bestowed upon me by heaven,
Lin Hanxue said confidently. At that moment, amid the anticipation of countless people, Han Wanyu finally revealed her trump card.
This is the medicine, its name is Dust and Destiny Detoxifying Oral Liquid.
As Han Wanyu spoke, she gazed at Yi Chen below the stage with a loving expression.
Boom!
Lin Hanxue felt a deafening roar in her mind. Dust and Destiny.
Detoxification.
These words might be unclear to others, but she understood them better than anyone else.
That was Yi Chen's detoxification pill.
Earlier, when she faced the purple heart grass crisis, she had begged Yi Chen to give her the formula for the antidote to help her through the crisis. But Yi Chen refused, saying he would give it to Han Wanner, which enraged Lin Hanxue so much that she ran out crying. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Chen had indeed given the formula for the antidote pill to Han Wanner, who had developed a new oral solution. At that moment, Lin Huanxue felt so miserable she couldn't bear it, as if she had swallowed 10,000 dead flies.
A mere detoxifying oral solution? How dare it be compared to our divine medicine? Lin Yan'an sneered.
Lin Huanxue said, don't underestimate that oral solution.
It was given by Yi Chen.
The formula is regarded by Huashini of Yunhai as the top of the 10 divine formulas, with excellent detoxifying effects.
It's definitely on the same level as the children's lung clearing and cough stopping oral solution. That powerful? Li Nianan furrowed his brows. And it was given by Yi Chen? Yes. This Yi Chen made Li Nianan feel a headache, as if he were a bottomless pit. But it doesn't matter much. Even if this is a miracle drug, it still needs to be tested by the market, and it will take at least several months, if not years. His bet with Han Wanyu only has 1 month left. In such a short time, Han Wanyu simply can't create a product that can rival the Qingfei oral liquid. She will still lose and retreat from Yunhai. The only unpredictable factor that makes Li Nianan feel out of control is Yi Chen, this man who even he finds terrifying. But it didn't matter. The invincible warrior of the Xianmen sect was coming to deal with him personally, and it would only be a matter of days. Moreover, he had Lin Huanxue as his trump card. When the Li family and the Xianmen sect launched their retaliation, they would act with lightning speed and crush Yi Chen once and for all. Li Nianan thought to himself. Then, he spoke to Lin Huanxue with a serious expression. Huanxue, you should understand that Yi Chen is the biggest support behind Han Wan'er. The battle against Han Wanyu is easy for us to win, we just need to remove Yi Chen from her side. You are Yi Chen's ex-wife and once his most beloved woman. You have the perfect conditions. Just flick your fingers, and he'll come running back to you. Lin Huanxue sighed bitterly. Don't even mention a finger snap. He slept with me twice, yet he still stands by Han Wan'er's side. Moreover, she doesn't want to use Yi Chen to go against Han Wan'er. Nianan, although I abandoned Yi Chen, there is still some feeling between us. This feeling is pure, and I don't want to mix it with anything else, especially not interests. Lin Huanxue spoke earnestly, I hope you understand. Don't ever say such things to me again. Li Nianan smiled and nodded, but inside she was cursing. Didn't you just kick Yi Chen out for your own interests back then? She has no idea how powerful her ex-husband is. Whether it was at Xinyuan or the Dragon Tiger banquet, Yi Chen stole the spotlight and humiliated the Li family to the ground. This pitiful woman just doesn't know. Moreover, Li Nianan had heard that a few days ago, Li Yuxing, the third son of the Li family, had set up another scheme to target the Shen family, only to be thwarted by Yi Chen once again. In the end, Li Yuxing and his men were forced to kneel on the ground begging for mercy, bringing shame upon the Li family of Yangchang. Li Nianan understood that without a master from the Xianmen sect, no one could handle Yi Chen. The 2 press conferences ended like that. There were too many topics, and all of them were explosive. Lin Huanxue's betrayal, Han Wan'er's predicament, and Li Nianan's victory held firmly in his hands. However, Han Wanyu added an unexpected twist to what seemed like a foregone conclusion. She unveiled a countermeasure that could rival the children's clear lung and cough relief oral liquid in effectiveness. After the press conference, Yi Chen returned to the Longtung Group office with Han Wanyu. He had originally refused to go, but Han Wanyu insisted on dragging him along, claiming she wanted to show him a national treasure. Yi Chen did feel a hint of curiosity. Anything referred to as a national treasure by Miss Han must be extraordinary. Upon arriving at the office, Han Wanyu immediately locked the door. She pulled Yi Chen to sit on the sofa and pointed to the tea set beside him, saying, "Have a cup of tea first. I'll go get the national treasure. Don't be impatient." With that, Han Wanyu smiled mischievously and walked into the inner room, closing the door behind her. Yi Chen watched her mysterious demeanor, wondering what she was up to, but he was sure it wasn't poison. So Yi Chen sat there and drank the tea obediently. However, by the time he had finished the entire pot of tea, Han Wan'er still hadn't come out. Yi Chen couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing in there? Where's the national treasure?" At that moment, Han Wanyu's voice came from inside, "The national treasure is ready. Come in and take a look." Yi Chen rose with a skeptical expression, gently pushed open the door, and peered inside. Chapter 139, let you see something amazing. As soon as Yi Chen looked inside, he was instantly amazed, his breath catching in his throat. The room was spacious, and it was entirely decorated in an ancient and elegant style. The floor was completely covered with a red carpet, and in the corners stood several tall brass incense burners, burning precious spices, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. In the center of the room stood a screen adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings, with a large brocaded bed in front of it. Crystal clear pearl curtains hung from the canopy, allowing a faint glimpse of a woman lying gracefully on the bed. She propped her cheek with one hand, and her graceful curves immediately caught Yi Chen's attention, making it difficult for him to look away. The woman lying on the brocaded couch was none other than Han Wan'er. At that moment, the pearl curtains slowly parted from the center, like 2 gentle hands, opening the curtains and accelerating Yi Chen's heartbeat. The scene on the brocaded bed gradually came into focus in Yi Chen's vision. Her jet black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, her jade-like hands resting on her cheeks, her waist and hips forming an astonishing curve. Her eyes sparkled with a seductive glow, and the corners of her lips curved upward in a teasing smile. Yi Chen felt that words like thousand charms, national beauty, unparalleled beauty, and endless allure combined together still seemed inadequate to describe the woman before him. For she was dressed in a beautiful and vibrant ancient-style long gown, with sheer, lightweight fabric that hinted at her figure, exuding a deadly allure. Yi Chen was instantly captivated. Han Wan'er in her ancient attire looked like a noble and beautiful empress or a concubine of the emperor. "Where's the national treasure?" Yi Chen closed the door and walked forward. I'm the national treasure, aren't I?
What do you think? She asked playfully. Han Wanner giggled playfully, her beautiful eyes sparkling with deep affection.
You really are a national treasure. Yi Chen nodded. Only you can appreciate it.
Han Wanner's voice carried a hint of shyness, her cheeks flushed with a delicate blush, exuding endless charm. She gently stretched out her long, slender legs. Yi Chen nearly spat blood, for Han Wanner's legs were wrapped in a layer of black stockings as thin as a moth's wing. The combination of the ancient-style long dress and black stockings, blending modern and classical elements, created a mesmerizing allure that drove men wild on Han Wanner's body.
Yi Chen could no longer endure it and couldn't resist wanting to admire this national treasure.
You're really something, creating such a scene. Your uniform pales in comparison.
Yi Chen approached the bed.
Oh, I didn't have the time to do all this, Han Wanner said with a bright smile.
Yi Chen sat on the bed, caressing her delicate feet, and asked, What's this? We're filming a promotional video for the new product in the office.
I'm the spokesperson myself.
Han Wanyu laughed.
The theme is ancient times, with national treasures and magical medicines, so we set up these props.
The props haven't been taken down yet, so I thought I'd let you take a look.
Han Wanner winked at Yi Chen, her mature charm mingled with a touch of youthful mischief.
So it's for the new product promotional video. Yi Chen smiled awkwardly, thinking they had prepared it for him. He had overthought it. This idea is great, it really hits the mark.
Yi Chen gripped her hand tightly and pulled Han Wanner toward him. Just as things were getting intense, the door was suddenly kicked open. Yi Chen and Han Wanner both startled and turned to look.
Yi Chen's expression changed drastically, and his entire body collapsed.
There stood Lu Yuran, dressed in a black long dress, standing at the door, looking at them in astonishment.
Chapter 140, Lu Yuran's third trial. This. Yi Chen felt extremely embarrassed. He felt like an old man pushing a cart, walking down the street, surrounded by onlookers. And the onlookers were none other than Han Wanner's mother. You're actually in the office with Lu Yuran?
She looked shocked, her fair face flushing red.
Mom, go out first. Han Wanyu said angrily.
Lu Yuran snorted coldly, turned around angrily, and walked to the sofa in front, plopping down with a thud. The scene from earlier flashed through her mind. Han Wanyu knelt on the ground, looking back at her. Her beautiful face, the more she thought about it, the more despicable she found it. If she hadn't arrived in time, Han Wanner would have been taken by Yi Chen.
This was something Lu Yuran couldn't accept.
Although Yi Chen was a very powerful man, he had no background.
Moreover, he wouldn't survive.
Lu Yuran grew increasingly furious, her mature, beautiful face flushing redder by the second. Though she was already middle-aged, her skin was well maintained, resembling that of a young woman in her 20s, soft and white, with a complexion as fair as jade, and the flush on her cheeks only added to her allure. Especially when she thought of Yi Chen, who was so hideous and terrifying. Old Shin pales in comparison to him.
Lu Yuran couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine.
At that moment, Yi Chen, who had tidied himself up, stepped out of the house first. Looking at the beautiful woman sitting on the sofa, Yi Chen felt a surge of anger. He had arrived just in time.
In such a fiery state, did Lu Yuran, this breathtakingly beautiful woman, not fear drawing fire upon herself by barging in? Yi Chen couldn't help but harbor a wicked thought.
However, such thoughts were fleeting, as Yi Chen still had a moral compass. Lu Yuran coldly glanced at Yi Chen before her gaze immediately shifted to Han Wanner, who had followed behind. Seeing her disheveled hair, disheveled clothes, and especially the ancient-style long dress she was wearing, with black stockings on her legs, she really knows how to play. Lu Yuran was furious and scolded, Han Wanner, as the eldest daughter of the Han family, how dare you do such a thing?
Do you have any shame?
Han Wanner also resented Lu Yuran for ruining her plans with Yi Chen, and retorted, if being intimate with your own man is shameless, then what about you, Lu Yuran?
How else would you have me? Yi Chen was startled.
He hadn't expected Han Wanner to be so bold, saying such shocking words.
Lu Yuran was probably about to explode. Sure enough, Lu Yuran's anger flared up instantly. Han Wanyu, are you asking for a beating?
Lu Yuran walked straight up to Han Wanner and raised her hand.
Hit me. I don't know what I did wrong.
Han Wanner pointed at her own face, her beautiful eyes wide open. She had finally managed to get this far with Yi Chen, gradually warming this cold-hearted man, but Lu Yuran had been obstructing them all along. She hated Lu Yuran with every fiber of her being.
Lu Yuran couldn't bring himself to strike her.
After all, she was his only daughter, and he had never even touched her once in her entire life.
Never mind. Lu Yuran sighed and said, let's talk about the important matter. I heard that Lin Huanxue betrayed you and sided with Li Nianan? Han Wanner nodded.
She has taken away your pharmaceutical company as flagship product, the child's miracle medicine.
What's the point of continuing to fight Li Nianan? You're bound to lose.
Even if you have that so-called dust-binding detoxifying oral solution, even if its effects are better than the children's miracle medicine, it still needs market validation, time to prove itself, and a reputation and brand that take years to build.
And your bet with Lin Yinan only has 1 month left. Do you still have any hope of turning the tables? Lu Yuran stared intently at Han Wanner. Han Wanner exchanged a glance with Yi Chen and smiled. They, of course, had a trump card. The dust-clearing detoxifying oral solution is just a visible card. They have a hidden card, Lin Huanshua's flagship product, the children's lung-clearing and cough-relieving oral solution. This formula originally belonged to Yi Chen, who had already given it to Han Wanner. They had been busy these past few days, planting the purple heartgrass, which was growing much better than Lin Huanshua's. The miracle medicine for children they would produce would be even better and more abundant than Lin Huanshua's. This is their true trump card, their winning hand, and also a hidden card that no one knows about. You should ask Yi Chen about this. Han Wanner said. Yi Chen said, and Lu, rest assured. I can guarantee that the ultimate victor will be Wanner. You guarantee it? What gives you the right to guarantee it? Lu Yuran asked angrily. Because I am Yi Chen, and I am Han Wanner's man. At this moment, Yi Chen finally spoke up with the strongest voice in front of Lu Yuran. For this woman who had repeatedly obstructed him and Han Wanner, Yi Chen would not remain silent or continue to back down. Seeing the woman he loved speak so boldly in front of her mother, Han Wanner's face immediately turned into a blush, like a young girl gazing at her hero. Yi Chen's words directly hit her with a sweet blow. Lu Yuran, however, was so angry she couldn't help but laugh. She said, all right. Since that's the case, I'll announce my third test. She looked at Han Wanyu and said, in this business battle between you and Lin Yinan, if Yi Chen can turn the tide and make you win, then you will have completed my third trial. After that, the two of you can do as you please, and I won't interfere anymore. If you lose, the two of you must part ways. All right. Han Wanyu agreed without hesitation, her heart racing with excitement. Earlier, Lu Yuran had said she would set 3 trials for Yi Chen. Now he had completed 2. Once the third test is completed, she can remove Lu Yuran as the obstacle in her way, and she and Yi Chen will have no more obstacles. Seeing Han Wanner's excited expression, Lu Yuran poured cold water on her enthusiasm. I've received confirmed information that the great master of the Xianmen, Zheng Wudi, is coming to Yunhai. It's just a matter of days. When he arrives, the first person he'll deal with is Yi Chen. Han Wanner, be careful, don't end up a widow. Han Wanner's smile froze on her face, and her mood grew heavy. Yi Chen left Han Wanner's office and carefully planned his next moves. The top priority now was, of course, to confront Zheng Wudi, the man who had killed Fenger and bore a deep grudge against Yi Chen. Yi Chen had been waiting for him for 3 years. Only by killing him first could he somewhat ease Fenger's spirit in heaven. However, with his current cultivation at the 6th layer of Qi cultivation, taking down Zheng Wudi was far from certain. The Xianmen was not a lone individual but a group, and Yi Chen felt somewhat outnumbered. Yi Chen believes that only by advancing to the 7th layer of Qi cultivation will he have a solid chance of defeating Zheng Wudi and avenging Fenger. Therefore, the next steps were clear. First, refine the ice pure pill to purge the demonic energy from his body. Second, absorb negative emotional energy to break through to the 7th layer of Qi cultivation. After that, Yi Chen set off for the Han family herb garden to harvest the mature ice heartgrass. Chapter 141, Lan Yan apologizes. Yi Chen hadn't forgotten about his third sister, Chen Bing. She was in seclusion in Huaxi City, and he had previously asked Wang Chang to inquire about her. It had been many days since then. On his way to the herb fields, Yi Chen dialed Wang Chang's phone. Mr. Yi, this is Wang Chang. Wang Chang's attitude remained as enthusiastic as ever. Yi Chen smiled and said, Wang Chang, how is the investigation you were asked to conduct a few days ago? A few days ago? What matter? Wang Chang was taken aback. Yi Chen froze instantly. He had specifically called Wang Chang a few days ago and instructed him to find Shen Bing. Did he not know? Help me find a woman named Shen Bing. Yi Chen said. Slap. Wang Chang slapped his head and apologized earnestly. Mr. Yi, I deserve to die. I've been busy these days and completely forgot about this matter. I'm truly sorry, Mr. Yi. I'll handle it immediately. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's smile vanished completely. The matter he had specifically instructed Wang Chang to handle had been forgotten? It felt like he had swallowed a dead fly. Earlier, he and his wife Lan Yan had been chased by Huang Hu and were cornered with no way out. If it weren't for him stepping in to help them escape and kill Huang Hu, how could Wang Chang have achieved anything today? Be in charge of such a large organization like Xin Hong? He would have been dead long ago. Moreover, when Yi Chen intervened back then, he had already made it clear that Wang Chang would work for him in the future. They both agreed wholeheartedly. In reality, Wang Chang is just a puppet supported by Yi Chen, not even a proper subordinate. The matters I entrusted to him should have been treated as top priorities, yet he dared to forget them? Wang Chang, this is your first mistake, and I hope it's your last. Yi Chen said indifferently. On the other end of the phone, Wang Chang was sweating profusely and hurriedly said, Mr. Yi, I know I was wrong. I'll immediately arrange for people to go find Shen Bing. Yi Chen said nothing more and hung up the phone. He had warned Wang Chang, but didn't think much of it. Previously, he had seen him as a man of honor, so perhaps he had simply forgotten due to being too busy. Soon after, Lan Yan called. Mr. Yi, I just found out about this. Wang Chang made such a huge mistake and forgot the task you assigned him. I already scolded him thoroughly. Lan Yan's voice was pleasant, with a slightly husky, sensual tone. Mr. Yi, everything we have as a couple is thanks to you. We are deeply aware of that. The task you entrusted to us should naturally be treated as the most important matter. I've already instructed Wang Chang to stop everything he is doing and go find Miss Chen Bing. Yi Chen nodded satisfactorily. Clearly, Lan Yan was more sensible than Wang Chang. He was truly fortunate to have married such a woman. Lan Yan continued, Mr. Yi, we will personally travel to Yunhai immediately to apologize and make amends, and report on recent events. Yi Chen had originally intended to refuse. He wasn't the kind of person to hold a grudge once things were spoken openly. There was no need for a special trip. However, upon hearing the latter part, they did indeed need to report on the current situation at Xin Hong. After all, Yi Chen intended to take control of Xin Hong and cultivate it into his own power base. How could he afford to know nothing about Xin Hong? Alright, come over. Contact me once you arrive in Yunhai. Yi Chen said. Alright, Mr. Yi, we'll depart immediately. Lan Yan said respectfully. This was just a minor setback. As Yi Chen rushed to the Han family's medicinal fields, he put the matter out of his mind. He inspected the growth of the ice heartgrass, finding a total of 76 plants, most of which had already matured in set seeds, with 7 or 8 still not fully matured. However, this was no challenge for Yi Chen. He immediately retrieved 2 spiritual herbs from the spatial crystal stone he carried with him, which he had uprooted from the back mountain of the Shin family. He directly dissolved the medicinal properties in his palm, formed a void array, and precisely infused the medicinal properties of the 2 spiritual herbs into the unripe ice heartgrass. This technique of forming an array in the void would astonish even a master of arrays, truly a divine technique. Yi Chen was already a master of array formations, and with his mastery of the Shin family's 100 array diagram, his array formation skills had reached an otherworldly level. In this manner, the 6 or 7 immature ice heartgrass plants matured at a visible speed and began to produce seeds. Half an hour later, after harvesting all the ice heartgrass and scattering the seeds, Yi Chen did not leave but headed toward the nearby purple heartgrass area. This purple heartgrass area was much larger than the one where Lin Hanxue had been, and the plants were growing much more vigorously. After all, this was a carefully arranged magical array set up by Yi Chen. In a few more days, these purple heartgrasses would mature. Meanwhile, at Lin Hanxue's location, the seeds had likely just sprouted, making them incomparable to those here. Currently, the entire pharmaceutical industry believes that with the withdrawal of Hanxue Pharmaceutical, which took away the technology and formulas, Xinghue Pharmaceutical can no longer produce the children's miracle medicine, losing its cash cow. Little do they know that Star Glory Pharmaceutical has expanded its production facilities, holds the formula, and has an ample supply of purple heartgrass, enabling it to produce even more and better children's miracle medicine. When they release the miracle drug into the market, it will be interesting to see how the pharmaceutical industry reacts, especially in Xue Pharmaceutical, which will likely be stunned. Yi Chen couldn't help but find it amusing to think about Lin Hanxue and Lin Yinen's confident expressions. He then began refining the ice clear pill in the medicinal garden. After 4 or 5 hours of refinement, by around 4 p.m., Yi Chen had consumed half of the ice heartgrass and successfully refined 3 pills. This success rate was still a bit low, but Yi Chen couldn't help it after all. He didn't have a pill refining furnace. If he had a dedicated alchemy furnace, his success rate would at least increase by 20%, possibly even more. He decided to look around for a better alchemy furnace in the future. Yi Chen murmured to himself. Just then, his phone rang. It was Lan Yan calling. Mr. Yi, I've arrived at Yunhai. Come straight over here. Yi Chen gave Lan Yan the location and told her to wait in the room next to the entrance of the herb garden. Soon, Yi Chen saw a black SUV pull up in front of the gate. 3 people got out of the car. One was Lan Yan, and the other 2 men in suits appeared to be her bodyguards. Yi Chen did not see Wang Chang. He stepped out of the room and approached her. Lan Yan was walking toward him with a seductive air, catching Yi Chen's attention. She was wearing a fitted lace cheongsam dress, the slit of the cheongsam opening just right at her thighs, revealing her smooth, jade-like legs, as white as milk. Her face was adorned with meticulous makeup, and her jet-black hair, as smooth as waves, was casually draped over her fragrant shoulders. Every inch of her seemed perfectly right, exuding a strong aura of maturity and sensuality. She looked radiant and irresistibly alluring. Yi Chen couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The last time he saw her was during a chaotic escape, and he could only notice her excellent figure, with curves in all the right places. He never expected her to be so stunningly beautiful and full of allure. No wonder Huang Hu had set his sights on her. Mr. Yi. Upon seeing Yi Chen, Lan Yan hurriedly walked up to him in her high heels. Chapter 142, She's Lying. Lan Yan approached Yi Chen, bending her waist gracefully and bowing deeply.
The exquisite curves of her body, accentuated by her cheongsam, caused the workers tending the medicinal fields in the distance to glance over in admiration. Meanwhile, Yi-chan couldn't help but marvel at the clever designs of the fashion designers. The originally elegant and dignified cheongsam had been redesigned to be sexy and provocative, with the front opening at the chest now cut into a bold slit. Even more seductive and alluring. Especially when Lan Yen bent over, Yi-chan's angle was truly a feast for the eyes. She remained bent over without standing up, as if intentionally allowing him to admire her. Yi-chen merely glanced at her with an appreciative expression and said, "Lan Yen, there's no need to be so formal. Come inside and have a cup of tea first." Lan Yen straightened her waist, smiled broadly at Yi-chen, and gave him a careful once-over. They had only met once before, and last time it was in the chaos of the night. Lan Yen didn't even know what Yi-chen looked like, only remembering his general outline. Upon closer inspection, Lan Yen was filled with astonishment. She never imagined that this master with such terrifying martial arts skills could be so young. He looked to be around 25 or 26, several years younger than her. Moreover, he was so handsome, with an ethereal and pure aura about him. Upon entering the room, they encountered an awkward situation. It was a simple tin-roofed shack, usually used by workers for rest. Besides a bed and a table, there were only a few small square stools. The stools were a bit low, but Yi-chen, dressed in loose clothing, could sit comfortably. However, Lan Yen was wearing a tight-fitting cheongsam, and with her curvy figure, she couldn't sit down properly. She could only sit halfway, and the fabric was stretched taut in several places, almost ready to tear. Yi-chen smiled helplessly, stacked the two square stools together, and cleverly resolved the issue. Lan Yen hurriedly said thank you and sat down gently, her fair, oval face flushing with a hint of red, making her even more charming. "Mr. Yi, I'm truly sorry." Lan Yen spoke apologetically. "A few days ago, when you were on the phone with Wang Chang, he was drunk and forgot about it after sleeping. He didn't tell me either. I promise it won't happen again. It's okay, everyone makes mistakes sometimes." Yi-chen smiled magnanimously and casually asked, why didn't Wang Chang come? He had clearly remembered that Lan Yen had said she was coming with Wang Chang. And since this visit was to report on the New Hong matter, Wang Chang should have come in person. Lan Yen was clearly a smart woman. Yi-chen's casual question immediately made her tense, her heart racing. Mr. Yi, Wang Chang's knife wound from last time hasn't healed yet. He was planning to come. However, when he got into the car, he accidentally pulled on the wound on his leg, causing it to bleed, so we didn't let him come." Lan Yen said cautiously. "Oh, tell him to rest more." Yi-chen said indifferently, his slightly narrowed eyes flashing with a sharp gleam. Lan Yen was lying. This woman is cunning, her eyes betray her when she lies, and there's nothing to be read in her expression. But while her eyes can deceive, her mind cannot. Yi-chen had cultivated mental energy and keenly sensed the extreme panic in Lan Yan's mental fluctuations. Only liars exhibit such mental fluctuations. However, Yi-chen didn't dwell on the matter. Lan Yen could handle it herself, it was just a report after all. "Talk about the situation at Xinhong." Yi-chen spoke up. Upon hearing Yi-chen ask about this, Lan Yen secretly sighed in relief before hurriedly saying, "Mr. Yi, after you decisively killed Huang Hu and his loyal brothers, Wang Chang took control of the situation that night. After all, he was the second in command of Xinhong and had a high standing. Over the past few days, we've been clearing out Huang Hu's remaining forces, and we've almost finished. It can be said that Xinhong is now completely under our control, and we haven't disappointed Mr. Yi's expectations." Well done. Give me a detailed overview of Xinhong. Yi-chen said. Lan Yen hurriedly said, "Mr. Yi, Xinhong is a well-established gang that has been entrenched in Huaxi for over 20 years. It has 4 branches, namely." Lan Yen spoke eloquently, providing a detailed account of Xinhong's operations. Yi-chen nodded frequently. Xinhong's strength is indeed quite formidable, with thousands of subordinates and involvement in numerous fields. In Huaxi, they are deeply rooted. Could Wang Chang and Lan Yen, a married couple, really take full control of such a complex and well-established gang in just a few days? Chapter 143, The Gift from Lan Yen. After Lan Yen finished explaining the situation at Xinhong, Yi-chen nodded in satisfaction. Xinhong's strength was even stronger than he had imagined, making it worth nurturing. However, the first priority was to ensure that Wang Chang and his wife secured their positions as the top leaders. Thus, Yi-chen said, "At present, your most important task is to gain the support of the elders. Do not underestimate their influence." Yi-chen's words caused Lan Yan's eyes to light up, her views were in perfect alignment with his. "Mr. Yi, you're absolutely right. I agree with you completely." Lan Yan moved her chair forward slightly. Xinhong is an established organization with many elders within its ranks. Some of these elders do indeed intend to ally with Brother Chang, but Brother Chang is a representative of the younger generation and has always looked down on those old-fashioned elders, so when it comes to the olive branches extended by a few elders, Changgu has always dismissed them with disdain, which has left me with lingering concerns. Yi Chen furrowed his brows slightly, feeling that Wang Chang didn't have as much foresight as this woman, Lan Yan. Now that he has just taken control of Xin Hong and his foundation is unstable, he desperately needs the support of the senior members. Even if you look down on the elders, you should at least pretend to flatter them. Once your position is secure, you can eliminate them later. Yet now that they are reaching out to him, Wang Chang is dismissive. This made Yi Chen doubt his capabilities. Perhaps he was a fierce warrior on the battlefield, but he was certainly not a strategist capable of controlling the entire situation. If Wang Chang continues down this path, not only will he lose his position, but he may also risk his life and fortune. Yi Chen merely reminded Lan Yan of this, but he wasn't overly concerned. If Wang Chang were to die, he could simply find another person to support. However, Lan Yan's heart was far from calm. She had already felt uneasy, and after Yi Chen's words, her worries only grew. Unconsciously, she recalled the nightmare she had last night, where Wang Chang was framed by the elders and hacked to death with swords. Her mind was even more unsettled. Mr. Yi. Lan Yan's slender body leaned forward, losing her balance. The two chairs she was sitting on were stacked together and already unstable. She fell sideways onto the ground. This wasn't exactly embarrassing, just a bit awkward. But what was truly embarrassing was the sound of fabric tearing as she fell. The fabric covering her hips, which were wider than her shoulders, tore open. Her delicate face flushed instantly. Yi Chen couldn't help but glance over in surprise. The tear was on her left hip, a several-inch-long slit. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Yi, I've been so rude." Lan Yan's face turned crimson with shame. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, "Don't wear such tight-fitting clothes. I really don't know why someone with such a curvy figure would wear something so tight it's bound to lead to such embarrassing situations. Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. I'll go change into something else in the car." Lan Yan said quickly and rushed out of the house, covering the tear with one hand. In a fleeting glance, Yi Chen caught a glimpse of a black lace trim, and his expression grew slightly peculiar. A few minutes later, when Lan Yan returned, she was wearing a loose, casual outfit, though the flush on her face had not yet faded. She felt both ashamed and angry, having made such a fool of herself in front of Mr. Yi. It was utterly humiliating. However, at that moment, Yi Chen's gaze wasn't on Lan Yan, but on the bodyguard behind her. He was holding a furnace over a foot tall. The furnace had a simple, ancient design, with 3 legs and 2 handles, its surface intricately carved with complex patterns and designs. Below the lid were several small, open holes. Yi Chen's eyes lit up instantly. He immediately recognized it as a medicinal furnace. A genuine alchemy furnace, not a model. Because it emitted a faint medicinal energy and fluctuations of magical power, it was a magical artifact-level alchemy furnace. Someone as skilled as Yi Chen could tell at a glance. A fiery glow flashed in his eyes. He had been looking for a medicinal alchemy furnace. "Mr. Yi, I found this in the warehouse at Xin Hong." The warehouse guard said it was something used by cultivators. The previous boss didn't know where it came from, so he just left it in the warehouse. Lan Yan looked at Yi Chen cautiously and said, "I know you're a reclusive master like Mr. Yi, so you must be a cultivator. I wonder if this item is useful to you." "Useful? It's incredibly useful." Yi Chen's face was filled with a smile, his mood greatly improved. He couldn't help but want to hug Lan Yan and kiss her twice. Now, he dreamed of having an alchemy furnace. He had just refined the ice-clear pill, using half of his materials to produce only 3 pills, leaving him deeply discouraged. If he had an alchemy furnace, the success rate would be greatly improved. He never expected Lan Yan to give him such a huge surprise. This alchemy furnace was a magical artifact-grade item, far superior to ordinary ones. Yi Chen immediately took it and examined it carefully. Seeing how much Yi Chen loved it, Lan Yan was overjoyed. When visiting Mr. Yi, one must bring gifts. Wang Chang suggested preparing 5 million to give to Yi Chen. However, Lan Yan felt that while everyone loves money, for someone like Yi Chen, a cultivator, money isn't the most important thing. She suddenly remembered this item in the warehouse and brought it along, never expecting it would actually catch Yi Chen's fancy. The alchemy furnace grew more and more appealing to Yi Chen with each glance. Both the materials and craftsmanship were top-notch, making it a true masterpiece among alchemy furnaces. Moreover, its internal structure and magical array were intact and could be used immediately. The only drawback was that it was too small. However, since Yi Chen was currently only at the qi cultivation stage, it didn't make much of a difference. "That's great, Lan Yan. I really like the gift you gave me, so I'll take it. Now, what reward do you want?" Yi Chen accepted the alchemy furnace and felt much better. "Mr. Yi," Lan Yan said earnestly, "everything we have now is what Mr. Yi has bestowed upon us. As long as Mr. Yi likes this gift, we dare not ask for any reward." Yi Chen burst into laughter. The more he looked at Lan Yan, the more he liked her. She was truly a clever woman. So Yi Chen said, "Since you gave me this alchemy furnace, if you two ever find yourselves in danger in the future, I will come to your aid once more." Upon hearing Yi Chen's promise, Lan Yan was overjoyed. This was like a get-out-of-jail-free card. She immediately bowed her head and thanked him enthusiastically.
Yi Chen waved his hand and said a few more words before sending Lan Yin on her way.
Next, he couldn't wait to use the alchemy furnace to refine medicine.
Half an hour later, there were 6 ice-clear pills in the jade flask before Yi Chen.
This was the advantage of the alchemy furnace. Before, without the alchemy furnace, he could only refine 3 pills from half the materials.
Now, using the furnace, he could refine 6. Moreover, the quality of these ice-clear pills was far superior to the previous 3. Lan Yan is truly a master. This alchemy furnace is of great help to my cultivation. Yi Chen was overjoyed.
He then sat cross-legged on the bed, took the ice-clear pills, and began to expel the demonic energy from his body.
Chapter 144, Lin Xiaoming acts like a thug. Yi Chen took 5 ice-clear pills before completely purging all the demonic energy from his body.
He then stored the precious alchemy furnace in the spatial crystal stone. Fortunately, it was a small alchemy furnace, only a foot in size, so it could fit inside. With the demonic energy of the 6th layer of Qi cultivation completely purged, the next step was to collect negative emotions, accumulate enough to reach 150,000, and then break through to the 7th layer of Qi cultivation. By now, it had grown dark, and Yi Chen decided to return to the new elite villa. As soon as he arrived at the villa's entrance, he saw a person standing there, graceful and elegant, like a delicate flower. However, this flower was a bit cold. It was Lin Huanxue, standing there with her arms crossed, gazing at him with a cold expression.
So late at night, why are you still standing at the door? Yi Chen walked up and smiled.
Lin Huanxue was like a block of ice, emanating a chill from every pore, her voice as cold as ice. I thought Mr. Yi wouldn't be returning tonight.
This is my residence, why wouldn't I come back?
Yi Chen said, intending to walk past her, but Lin Huanxue shifted her feet and blocked his path.
Aren't you supposed to be spending the night with Miss Han?
Lin Huanxue said in a sarcastic tone. She was furious, naturally because of today's press conference. She had been confident of victory, outshining Han Wanner, but Yi Chen's appearance had disrupted her plans. Especially when she thought about how they had been seen together, so close and intimate, Lin Huanxue was boiling with anger. It wasn't just jealousy, it was also because of Yi Chen's help to Han Wanner. If it weren't for that scoundrel Yi Chen giving Han Wanner the formula for the antidote, Han Wanner would have been soundly defeated today and trampled into the dust by her and Lin Yenin.
Forget it, I don't want to talk about this.
Yi Chen tried to pass by from the side. But Lin Huanxue reached out and blocked him.
What are you doing? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said, it's because of today's press conference, isn't it? You think I shouldn't have helped Han Wanner and should have helped you instead? Lin Huanxue replied coldly, isn't that what you should have done? Even if you hadn't sided with either of us, I wouldn't have said anything.
Yi Chen, even though I abandoned you, we were still married for 3 years.
There must be some feelings left, right? You actually helped an outsider and teamed up against me. What about you? Han Weiner provided you with immense help, yet you broke the agreement and sided with her rival. Isn't that even more despicable? It's all because of you. If she hadn't taken you away from me, would I hate her this much? Did she take me away?
You were the one who abandoned me.
Now that you think I'm useful again, you want to take me back? Do you think I'm trash? You can pick me up and throw me away whenever you want? You.
Yi Chen's words left Lin Huanxue speechless.
Now she truly regretted divorcing Yi Chen.
She realized that no other man could ever enter her heart, the only one she cared about was Yi Chen. The feeling Yi Chen gave her was something no other man could provide.
Yi Chen, is it all my fault?
Lin Huanxue's body trembled, and tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. 3 years have passed, and you've achieved nothing. My mother, my father, my younger brother, my cousins, all my relatives, and my closest friends all say you're good for nothing, that you've dragged me down. I hear these words countless times every day. They brainwash me every day.
Yi Chen, do you know how that feels?
They're all my family, constantly repeating it in my ears. I've managed to stay married to you for 3 years, that's already very difficult for me.
Do you understand? Even 3 people can form a tiger, let alone this situation.
I naturally think you're a good for nothing, which is why I made the decision to divorce.
Yi Chen remained silent. Lin Huanxue had a point.
All her relatives had been brainwashing her every day, and it was truly no easy feat for her to endure 3 years.
You've been through a lot. Yi Chen patted her shoulder.
Lin Huanxue suddenly pushed his hand away, tears welling up in her eyes as she said, Yi Chen, I'm your ex-wife.
You're still living here, eating my food, using my things, and even sleeping with me, yet you're helping Han Wanner? That's too much. Wait. Yi Chen interrupted her. Don't speak nonsense. That night, I was about to leave, but you insisted I stay. Now you're blaming me for sleeping with you? Ha, you're being unreasonable. Was that sleeping?
You were just toying with me. You've caused immense harm to both my body and mind.
Lin Huanxue said angrily. That night was utterly unforgettable. Yi Chen is truly a beast. She couldn't even stand up straight thinking about it now. That.
Yi Chen saw Lin Huanxue looking like she was about to faint from anger and made a concession. Alright, I'll agree to your previous request and help you discipline Lin Xiaoming.
Let's not argue anymore, Yi Chen said. That's more like it.
Lin Hanxue glared at Yi Chen angrily, but her anger subsided somewhat. I really can't control Lin Xiaoming anymore. He stays out all night and hangs out with some shady characters at bars. This can't go on, something bad will happen sooner or later.
Now she can only try letting Yi Chen handle it. However, Lin Hanxue wasn't sure if Yi Chen could handle Lin Xiaoming, that troublemaker. Red Romance Bar.
This was where Lin Xiaoming frequently hung out with his friends. Now that his sister was getting richer and richer, with a fortune of billions, Lin Xiaoming had more friends around him, all of whom respected him and addressed him as Mr. Lin.
Mr. Lin, there are a few Russian girls at the bar tonight. They're all really hot, with bodies that are one better than the next. True exotic beauty, huh?
A guy with blonde hair whispered in Lin Xiaoming's ear. Lin Xiaoming heard this and his eyes lit up. Hurry up and bring those Russian girls out so we can check them out.
I'll cover the bill for everyone tonight. Let's have a good time, huh? He was really excited. Lately, his sister had been watching him all the time, and Lin Xiaoming had been cooped up at home for days, nearly going stir-crazy. Today, it was because Lin Hanxue was holding a press conference and had no time for him, so he sneaked out of the house, stole Lu Meiyu's credit card, and came here to live it up. Now, under the influence of alcohol and the thumping music, he was extremely excited. Lin Xiao, the Russian girl, is the headliner at midnight.
Just wait a bit longer, don't rush. The guy with the blonde hair grinned mischievously.
Lin Xiaoming was disappointed. He downed a large glass of wine and said, I'm really angry right now.
At that moment, 5 people entered the adjacent room, 3 men and 2 women, all dressed elegantly. The 2 women were dressed more provocatively than the others, with great figures. Soon, they began to move their bodies wildly to the pulsating music. Their provocative poses caught Lin Xiaoming's eye, and the wild movements of their slender waists and curvy hips made his eyes burn with desire. He couldn't help but walk over and give one of the women a hard slap on the butt.
Chapter 145, Hit a Brick Wall.
5 parts drunk, 5 parts bold, Lin Xiaoming made such an indecent move.
Smack!
The loud sound, though drowned out by the deafening music, was still noticed by the 3 men drinking nearby. The provocatively dancing woman suddenly stopped, staring at Lin Xiaoming in shock.
What the hell are you doing? Hee hee, miss, let's get acquainted. My name is Lin Xiaoming. Want to grab a room?
Lin Xiaoming slurred drunkenly.
Get lost, you bastard! The woman shouted angrily.
The man who was with the hot girl's face turned dark. The hawk-nosed young man in the middle remained seated, but a burly man in black stood up beside him, grabbed Lin Xiaoming by the collar, and pulled him forward, slapping him 3 times across the face.
Smack!
The black-clad man's grip was strong, sending Lin Xiaoming reeling with stars in his eyes and his head spinning.
You dare hit me?
Lin Xiaoming flew into a rage. He hadn't missed the 3 companions of the hot girl, but there were over 10 people on his side, so he wasn't afraid.
I'm hitting you.
The black-clad man aimed at Lin Xiaoming's face and slapped him 3 more times, causing blood to flow from his mouth.
Damn it, you're asking for trouble. Da Huang, Ah Bin, come over here. Someone's causing trouble.
Lin Xiaoming shouted, summoning his group of friends.
Damn it, you dare to hit Lin Xiao?
You must be tired of living. The group of men with yellow hair cursed angrily and charged forward. But within a minute, they were all lying on the ground, moaning in pain, knocked out by the tall, dark-clothed man alone. The commotion attracted the attention of the bar, the music stopped, and other customers gathered around to watch the spectacle. The bar owner came over to mediate but was slapped twice and walked away holding his face. Lin Xiaoming saw the other side's arrogant attitude and knew he had bitten off more than he could chew today. But he wasn't afraid.
Just because you're good at fighting, you think you can do whatever you want? Do you know who I am? I'm Lin Xiaoming.
You wait, I'll call some people to deal with you. Lin Xiaoming shouted. The burly man in black was about to slap him again, but the young man with the hooked nose, sitting elegantly at the booth, waved his hand and said calmly, let him talk. Lin Xiaoming immediately pulled out his phone and called Snake Brother over. Snake Brother was the biggest gangster on the street. Lin Xiaoming had hung out with him before and had given him 4 cases of flying heaven Moutai, so Snake Brother naturally looked out for him. Soon, Snake Brother arrived with 2 henchmen, looking menacing.
Who hit my brother? Come here and apologize.
Snake Brother was a towering man of 1.8 meters, with a slicked-back hairstyle, a cigar in his mouth, and the air of a gangster boss. On this street, he was the one who called the shots at night.
Smack!
The black-clad man grabbed Snake Brother by the neck and landed 2 hard slaps, completely shattering his tough guy aura. Lin Xiaoming was startled.
These guys dare to hit Snake Brother? Damn it, you dare hit me?
Snake Brother hadn't finished speaking when he saw the hawk-nosed youth sitting at the booth, and his expression changed drastically. Then, under Lin Xiaoming's shocked gaze, Snake Brother's legs gave way, and he knelt before the eagle-nosed youth, trembling in fear.
Bright brother, I didn't know it was you. I was wrong.
Snake Brother slapped himself across the face repeatedly, the sound echoing loudly. The young man sitting there was none other than Yu Liang, the eldest son of the Yu family from Yunhai.
The Yu family was a renowned ancient martial arts clan in Yunhai. Not only him, but even his older brother's older brother wouldn't dare to provoke them. Moreover, it was rumored that the second young master of the Yu family, Yu Jun, had been killed a few days ago, and Yu Liang was already in a bad mood. Now he had accidentally stumbled into his path. Snake Brother wanted to beat Lin Xiaoming to death. This bastard had really ruined him. Snake Brother's actions left Lin Xiaoming speechless. The other party's background was so formidable that he had scared Snake Brother into submission. Liang go, I was wrong. Lin Xiaoming knelt down in front of Yu Liang with a thud, terrified and pale as a ghost, completely sober. I hear your family is very wealthy. I'll give you two options. 1. Have your family bring 5 million yuan to apologize. 2. I'll cut off your hands, castrate you, and send you to the hospital. Choose. Yu Liang said calmly. Lin Xiaoming was so scared he wet himself, trembling and begging, Lianga, I'll get my sister to bring the money right now. 5 million isn't a big deal, just don't hurt me. After saying that, he immediately called Lin Huanshui and cried, Sister, hurry up and prepare 5 million yuan to come to the Red Romance Bar. Someone wants to castrate me. Chapter 146, Can you settle this? Lin Huanshui received Lin Xiaoming's call and nearly fainted from anger. 5 million. What kind of trouble has this good-for-nothing gotten into? Before she could ask any further, Lin Xiaoming had already hung up. Did that kid get into trouble? Yi Chen asked. Yes, the other party demanded 5 million yuan outright. Lin Huanshui clenched her fist and said, I'll call the bar owner first to find out. After making the call, her expression grew even more grim. Lin Xiaoming had really stepped on a landmine this time. The bar owner didn't know who the other party was, but they were clearly someone with a lot of connections. Even Snake Brother, the toughest guy on that street, went to plead for mercy and was slapped several times, ending up on his knees begging for mercy. Lin Huanshui was both angry and worried. This was a tough situation. If all else failed, she would have to use the 5 million to rescue Xiaoming. You're still enabling him? Yi Chen furrowed his brows. 5 million yuan? You just say it and take it? What will happen to Lin Xiaoming in the future? What should we do then? Lin Huanshui stamped her feet in frustration. Let's go to the bar and check it out first. Yi Chen said. Just the two of us? Should we call the police first, or hire a mediator? Lin Huanshui asked cautiously. No need. Yi Chen had already reached the car. Lin Huanshui hurried after him, worriedly saying, Yi Chen, the other guy is really aggressive. Anyone who goes over there will get slapped. Just the two of us going over there is like sending a lamb to the wolves. I'm not a sheep, I'm a tiger. Yi Chen laughed, pulling on the car door but failing to open it. Seeing that Lin Huanshui hadn't moved, he sighed, Are you going or not? If you're not going, I'm going back to sleep. Let's go, let's go. Lin Huanshui hurriedly opened the car door, got inside, but didn't start the engine. She still felt uneasy and said, Yi Chen, why don't I call Li Nianen and ask him to come out? That would be safer. If you want him to come, that's fine. I'm not going. Yi Chen said, then turned and walked away. Come back. Lin Huanshui called him back, fuming, Look at you, acting so arrogant. As if you can handle it alone. If you can't, I'll be the one to suffer. Yi Chen sighed helplessly, Don't worry, Ms. Lin. I'll make sure you're safe. Lin Huanshui was about to say something else when Lin Xiaoming called again, Sis, have you arrived yet? They're about to beat me to death. Wait there, I'm on my way. Lin Huanshui was frantic with worry and didn't have time to think about anything else. She stepped on the gas pedal and rushed toward the Red Romance Bar. A few minutes later, they arrived at the bar's entrance. As she got out of the car, Lin Huanshui called the bank and said, Mr. Chen, prepare 5 million yuan for me. I might need it immediately. Are you really planning to use 5 million to ransom someone? Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry. What kind of trouble could Lin Xiaoming get into at a bar? It's probably because of a woman. The other party demanded 5 million yuan outright, it's clearly extortion. No, just prepare the money first. Yi Chen, it's not that I don't trust you, but the two of us going there probably won't solve the problem. We might end up having to ask Li Nianen for help. Lin Huanshui said. You just look down on me and think I can't handle it, don't you? Yi Chen was speechless. That's why I agreed to help you discipline Lin Xiaoming in the first place. Otherwise, I'd have left already. Alright, I'll see how capable you are. If you can save Xiaoming, I'll serve you tea and do whatever you ask. Lin Huanshui said, grinding her teeth. Alright, that's what you said. I'll remember it. Yi Chen smiled and walked straight toward the bar entrance. Lin Huanshui thought Yi Chen was too reckless. She stomped her feet in frustration but had no choice but to follow him inside once they reached the entrance. As soon as Yi Chen and Lin Huanshui entered the bar, they immediately caught everyone's attention. Lin Huanshui was simply stunning. Her figure, demeanor, and beauty were all top-notch, a true one in a million beauty. These regulars who frequented the bar had never seen such an exquisite beauty there before. Sis, help me. I'm about to be beaten to death.
A man with a swollen face suddenly got up from the ground and screamed in agony. This man was none other than Lin Xiaoming, his eyes swollen shut like a panda's, blood seeping from his nostrils, eye sockets, and mouth. Lin Huanxue didn't even recognize her own brother at first glance.
Damn it!
Lin Huanxue's delicate body trembled with anger and hatred, mixed with a touch of pity.
What's going on?
She hurried to the center of the area and asked the cold-faced black-clad man. The black-clad man explained the situation, and Lin Huanxue wanted to strangle Lin Xiaoming. It was his fault for provoking the situation and slapping the other man's girlfriend on the buttocks.
Lin Huanxue immediately apologized to the other party.
The black-clad man pointed to Yu Liang, who was seated on the sofa. Miss Lin, talking to me is useless.
This is Yu Xiao. You should speak to him.
Lin Huanxue turned to Yu Xiao, meeting his bright and intense gaze, causing her heart to skip a beat. Yu Liang's gaze was intense. He had been captivated by Lin Huanxue at first sight. A man of his status had undoubtedly encountered countless women, but none could compare to Lin Huanxue.
Yu Xiao.
Lin Huanxue said to Yu Liang, I'm sorry, this was all because of my younger brother.
He has already been punished. Please forgive him and let him go.
Yu Liang extended 5 fingers and said casually, I can release him, but it will cost you 50 million.
Lin Huanxue furrowed her brows. Yu Xiao, 5 million for a slap on the butt? Isn't that too much? If you don't want it, that's fine. I won't force you.
But your brother's hand is as good as gone.
I'll cut it off and feed it to the dogs.
And his, well, you know what I mean. Yu Liang spoke the harshest words in a calm tone.
I'm not joking with you. This is the price for flirting with my girlfriend. You.
Lin Huanxue bit her silver teeth, not expecting the other party to be so ruthless. She was helpless now, secretly blaming Yi Chen for boasting earlier about how capable he was, claiming they could handle it alone. But when she arrived here, she talked for ages, while Yi Chen hid behind her, not uttering a word. At the crucial moment, he let her down. This has really ruined her.
She should have asked Lin Yan'an for help earlier. Yi Chen is truly unreliable. Miss Lin, you have 1 minute to decide.
Yu Liang said with a cold smile.
Mr. Yu, 500 million is way too much, and it's completely unreasonable. If you think you can take advantage of me, I can only say you've chosen the wrong person.
Lin Huanxue said angrily.
Half a minute left.
Yu Liang, don't push your luck.
Do you really think we're just a pair of siblings you can push around?
Lin Huanxue said coldly.
Time's up.
Take care of Lin Xiaoming. Yu Liang said in a deep voice. The burly man in black grabbed Lin Xiaoming's arm, roughly pressing him onto the table, and drew a short knife from his waist.
Help me, sister.
Lin Xiaoming let out a blood-curdling scream.
Yi Chen.
Lin Huanxue screamed frantically. Her brother was about to have his hands chopped off, yet Yi Chen still hadn't intervened.
Yi Chen.
When Yu Liang heard those 2 words, his expression suddenly changed, and his body trembled involuntarily.
Chapter 147, Admit your mistakes and stand firm when you're beaten. The name Yi Chen was a nightmare for Yu Liang and the entire Yu family. Just a few days ago, the second young master of the Yu family, Yu Jun, was killed by Yi Chen. The Yu family dared not utter a single word. Why? Not to mention the Yu family, even the Li family of Yangcheng, who were so powerful, had their 2 eldest sons killed by Yi Chen, yet the Li family of Yangcheng also dared not utter a word. Even the elders of the Xianmen sect were killed by Yi Chen. This lawless madman dares to kill even the elders of the Xianmen. Who among these secular ancient martial arts clans dares to provoke him? Yi Chen stepped forward at this moment, his cold yet handsome face clearly coming into Yu Liang's line of sight. It was indeed him. Yu Liang had seen Yi Chen's photo, and the man before him was identical. His attention had been entirely on Lin Huanxue, and he hadn't noticed Yi Chen at all. At that moment, Yu Liang's body began to tremble, and sweat started to form on his forehead. He couldn't even sit still. He naturally hated Yi Chen deeply, but his fear and dread were even greater. Yi Chen dared to kill a senior member of the Xianmen sect. Killing him would be as easy as killing a chicken. Yi Chen, you're such a coward. You just boasted so much earlier, but now you're hiding behind me and dare not show your face. I'm so disappointed in you. You'll never be as good as Lin Yan'an. Lin Huanxue glared at Yi Chen with hatred, her heart filled with resentment. Yi Chen sighed helplessly. He hadn't spoken earlier because he was trying to understand what had happened. He couldn't just rush over and beat someone up without knowing anything, could he? Today's incident. Yi Chen had only mentioned the beginning when Yu Liang, who had been sitting there all along, suddenly stood up and knelt before Yi Chen with a thud. This unexpected scene left everyone speechless. What was going on? This Yu Xiao had an impressive background. Anyone who spoke to him would get slapped twice. Even the bar owner and Snake Brother had been beaten like dogs. And now, he was kneeling before Yi Chen? Lin Huanxue, who had been seething with anger, was instantly dumbfounded. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I didn't recognize your true worth. I didn't know that Lin Xiaoming was your man. Yu Liang knelt on the ground, confessing his mistakes while kowtowing, looking even more humiliated than Snake Brother. What's going on? Snake Brother, still kneeling on the ground, looked as confused as a monk in a fog. When Yu Liang knelt down earlier, he had assumed Yu Liang had simply lost his balance. But he was really kneeling, bowing his head in apology. He had been so frightened by this young man that he had become as meek as a puppy. Snake Brother was completely baffled. This was Yu Liang, the eldest son of the Yu family, a renowned martial arts clan. Who dared to provoke him in Yunhai? Yet in front of this young man, he was bowing his head like a garlic press. Unconsciously, he turned his head slightly toward Yi Chen, his eyes filled with intense fear. Even Yi Chen was stunned. He had originally planned to intervene to intimidate him, but the other party had knelt down immediately. He had never seen this Yu Liang before. Could it be that he had heard of his reputation and was so terrified? Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoming, who had been trembling in fear while being pressed against the table, saw this scene and his mood shot from the depths to the heights. He felt utterly exhilarated. It turned out Yi Chen was this powerful. Even this arrogant Yu Liang had to kneel before him. He had known Yi Chen was powerful before, but he had no idea he was this powerful. In an instant, the situation changed completely, and Lin Xiaoming perked up, jumping around like he'd been injected with adrenaline. "Haha, brother-in-law, Yi Chen is my brother-in-law," he shouted, as if trying to vent all the frustration he had been holding in. "Yu Liang, you blind dog. You dare to hit me? My brother-in-law is right here. He could take your life with a single move. You still dare to act so brazenly in front of me?" Lin Xiaoming shouted triumphantly. Looking at his smug expression, Yu Liang, who was kneeling on the ground, furrowed his brows but dared not utter a word. He knew that if Yi Chen wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. That's why he had knelt down in front of Yi Chen and begged for mercy in public to save his own life. "Damn it, Yu Liang, you bastard. What did I do to you by touching your girlfriend's butt? You beat me like this." Looking at Lin Xiaoming, who was still shouting, Yi Chen coldly snapped, "Shut up." Lin Xiaoming, who was still in a frenzy, immediately shut his mouth. Yi Chen glanced at him with disgust. Standing up for such scum was truly embarrassing. If it weren't for his prior promise to Lin Huanxue, he wouldn't have bothered to intervene at all. Now, Yi Chen just wanted to resolve this matter quickly and leave the bar. He stepped forward and said, "Today's incident was started by Lin Xiaoming. He was at fault first." Yi Chen coldly glanced at Lin Xiaoming. "When you come out to play, you have to admit your mistakes. If you get hit, you have to stand your ground." Without waiting for Lin Xiaoming's response, he grabbed a beer bottle nearby and swung it directly at Lin Xiaoming's head. Crack! The beer bottle shattered into pieces, and Lin Xiaoming was hit hard on the head, bleeding profusely, and collapsed weakly to the ground. "Xiaoming." Lin Huanxue rushed forward and helped Lin Xiaoming to his feet. "Sis, why did my brother-in-law hit me on the head?" Lin Xiaoming asked dazedly. "Because you made a mistake." Lin Huanxue furrowed her brows, feeling some resentment toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen was right to do that, but he should have just given him a warning. Instead, he went all out and split Lin Xiaoming's head open. What if he had really hurt him? Yi Chen's move caused everyone else in the room to widen their eyes in shock. They all began to respect him deeply. This man knew how to handle things properly. He really went all out, showing no mercy. If he was wrong, he admitted it. Then, under the admiring glances of everyone present, Yi Chen turned to Yu Liang and said with a cold smile, "You want 50 million for touching your butt? Even if your girlfriend's but were made of diamonds, it wouldn't be worth that much, would it? You're extorting money from me. Do you know what the consequences will be?" "Yi. Mr. Yi, I was wrong." Yu Liang trembled all over, fearing that Yi Chen would slap him so hard he'd crack his skull. "You know you're wrong, don't you? The same goes for you admit your mistakes." Yi Chen picked up a beer bottle and smashed it on Yu Liang's head. With the same force, the beer bottle shattered into pieces, but Yu Liang's head was clearly tougher than Lin Xiaoming's, as it didn't bleed. Yi Chen frowned, grabbed another beer bottle, and smashed it down again. Yu Liang dared not dodge or look up, kneeling on the ground and letting Yi Chen strike him. But even after the second bottle hit him, he still didn't break the skin or bleed. Has he practiced iron head training? Yi Chen smiled, grabbed a third beer bottle, and swung it down toward Yu Liang's head. This time he used some force, and Yu Liang was struck so hard that his head was bleeding profusely, looking almost as bad as Lin Xiaoming. "Alright, that's enough. Let us wrap this up." Yi Chen clapped his hands and turned to leave. Chapter 148. Who is the real man? After stepping outside, Yi Chen hailed a taxi and headed back. He didn't want to associate with someone like Lin Xiaoming. Standing up for him today had made Yi Chen feel humiliated. Anyway, he had already fulfilled his promise to Lin Huanxue. Even if Lin Xiaoming were to be killed on the street, he wouldn't care. When Lin Huanxue helped Lin Xiaoming out of the bar, Yi Chen was already nowhere to be seen. She called Yi Chen, who told her he had already left. Lin Huanxue was so angry she clenched her teeth. As a woman, it was inconvenient for her to take care of Lin Xiaoming, who was injured. Why couldn't that bastard help out? "Xiaoming, I'll take you to the hospital first." Yi Chen, that heartless bastard, actually left on his own. Lin Hanxue said hatefully. Sis, you can't talk about my brother-in-law like that. Lin Xiaoming looked on the verge of death, extremely weak.
But his eyes were firm, as if a flame were burning within him.
From now on, my brother-in-law is my idol,
Lin Xiaoming said. Lin Hanxue's head was filled with 2 black lines. He had been beaten by Yi Chen, yet he still regarded Yi Chen as his idol.
Has this guy lost his mind?
However, the slight curve of her lips couldn't be suppressed.
This lawless scoundrel finally has someone who can keep him in check.
Her greatest hope was that Lin Xiaoming would abandon all his bad habits and become a decent person. It seemed that this wish would now have to be fulfilled by Yi Chen.
Yi Chen returned to the villa's backyard.
As soon as he entered and turned on the light, he was startled. There were 4 people sitting on the sofa. From left to right, they were Chen Bei, Lu Meixin, Lu Meiyu, and Lin Xingyuan. The 4 of them sat there like ghosts, their faces ashen, and they didn't turn on the lights.
What are you all doing here? Waiting for me?
Seeing their stern expressions, Yi Chen knew that something was about to happen.
Glancing at Chen Bei, Yi Chen seemed to understand.
This little vixen must have gone and tattled on him. Auntie, it's Yi Chen who broke my boyfriend Zhang Can's leg. Chen Bei jumped to her feet and pointed at Yi Chen, shouting.
Little sister, you handle this. First he knocked out my son Chen Yang's teeth, now he's broken Xiao Bei's boyfriend's leg.
This villain Yi Chen won't stop until he drives our entire family to ruin,
Lu Meixin said angrily.
Lu Meiyu didn't hesitate, grabbed the teacup on the table and threw it at Yi Chen, shouting, get down on your knees. Yi Chen dodged easily, and the teacup shattered on the ground. Yi Chen glanced at Chen Bei and smiled, saying, you were having an affair with your boyfriend in my house, and when I caught you, you tried to kill me.
Breaking Zhang Can's leg was only fair. Auntie, look, he's still unrepentant.
Chen Bei was both ashamed and angry. Lu Meiyu was furious and shouted, I'll kill him today. The 3 women were all furious, their anger surging toward Yi Chen's dragon pendant like a raging river.
Yi Chen was secretly thrilled.
His 6th layer demonic energy had been completely purged, and he was now ready to absorb the negative emotions to break through to the 7th layer.
Enough!
At that moment, Lin Xingyuan slammed the table and said, all of you shut up.
I'll talk to Yi Chen. He stood up, walked over to Yi Chen, and frowned, saying, Yi Chen, is this Han Shue's villa? You dared to sneak in here and live here? What gives you the right? Uncle, he's still shamelessly claiming this is his house. How dare he call my cousin's villa his own?
Chen Bei mocked him from the side.
This is my house. Lin Hanxue gave it to me.
Yi Chen walked over to the sofa, sat down boldly, and acted like the master of the house.
Not to mention Lu Meiyu and the others, Lin Xingyuan was so angry his nose was almost crooked. Yi Chen, do you have any shame? This villa was bought with Hanxue's fortune. How did it become your house? Are you a bandit? Are you starting to rob people openly? Lin Xingyuan demanded angrily.
Mr. Lin, if you don't believe me, call Han Shui and ask her whose house this is.
Yi Chen said with a smile. All right, I'll call.
You just wait, I'll have Han Shui expose you herself. Lu Meiyu took out her phone and immediately called Lin Hanxue.
Hanxue, Yi Chen is a robber trying to take our family's house.
He claims the backyard of the villa is his.
Tell Yi Chen to give up this idea.
If he keeps causing trouble, call the police and have him arrested. Before Lu Meiyu could finish, Lin Hanxue's voice came through the phone. Mom, Yi Chen is right. I did give him the backyard of the villa.
What? Lu Meiyu clutched the phone, stunned into silence. Chapter 149, Bullied to Tears. Han Shui, are you joking? How could you give our family's villa backyard to Yi Chen? Lu Meiyu couldn't believe it. Don't worry about it.
The backyard of the villa is now Yi Chen's.
Lin Hanxue's tone was clear.
Yi Chen saved the purple heartgrass, helping it survive a crisis and boosting his net worth to over 60 billion.
Giving him the entire villa wouldn't be too much.
Moreover, Yi Chen resolved the haunting issue in the villa and saved Lin Xiaoming.
What do you mean, don't worry about it? How can we give our family's house to an outsider, especially not to Yi Chen? Do you know what he did?
He broke Chen Bei's boyfriend's legs.
How could you give him the villa? What were you thinking? Lu Meiyu said angrily.
Lu Meiyu, say one more word and I'll give the entire villa to Yi Chen.
I'll go to the real estate office tomorrow to transfer the property.
Lin Huanshui said firmly.
Lu Meiyu nearly fainted from anger. What kind of spell has Yi Chen cast on Lin Huanshui? Enough, stop arguing. Everyone come to the hospital.
Something happened to Xiaoming, Lin Huanshui said.
What? Xiaoming is in trouble? Lu Meiyu's face turned pale. She didn't even bother with Yi Chen anymore.
She immediately called Lin Qingyuan and the others to leave and rushed to the hospital. Poof. Yi Chen poured himself a cup of tea, sipping it while smiling. In just a moment, he had collected another 30,000 negative emotion points. Lu Meiyu alone contributed over 10,000. She was truly invaluable. Now he only needed a little more to gather enough negative emotion points to convert into demonic energy and help him advance to the 7th layer of Qi cultivation.
Once he reached the 7th layer of chi cultivation, he would be able to easily defeat Zhang Wudi. Shortly after finishing the pot of tea, Lin Huanchua suddenly appeared at the door, surprising Yi Chen. Aren't you at the hospital? Why did you come back? My parents have gone. Why would I stay at the hospital? There's a lot of work to do at the company tomorrow.
Lin Huanchua said as she walked in.
If there's work at the company, go rest. Why come to my house? Yi Chen looked unwelcoming.
Lin Huanchua glared at Yi Chen but said nothing. She walked over and sat down next to Yi Chen, her narrow, bright eyes fixed intently on him.
What are you looking at? Did I grow flowers on my face?
Yi Chen felt uncomfortable under her gaze.
Lin Huanchua finally spoke. Yi Chen, I've already investigated Yu Liang's background. His family is indeed very influential. He's the eldest son of the Yu family, a prominent ancient martial arts clan from Yunhai. Such ancient martial arts clans usually keep a low profile and are even unknown to ordinary people.
But the more low-key they are, the more powerful they are.
They're like those hidden billionaires.
The billionaires on the Forbes list pale in comparison to them. 10 years ago, when the top person on the Forbes list was still in the hundreds of billions, those invisible billionaires already had assets in the trillions.
Why are you telling me all this? Yi Chen, why is Yu Liang so afraid of you?
Lin Huanchua stared at Yi Chen with burning eyes, eager to know the reason.
I don't know either. Yi Chen shook his head. Yi Chen, I hope you'll tell me the truth.
Lin Huanchua felt that Yi Chen was hiding something, and she was growing increasingly unable to read him.
I really don't know. Yi Chen said innocently.
He had only met Yu Liang for the first time, and yet Yu Liang had immediately knelt before him, leaving him completely baffled.
What do you have to hide from me?
Lin Huanchua said frustratedly.
Yi Chen looked at her and chuckled. I remember now.
You said that if I could save Lin Xiaoming, you'd serve me tea and water and do whatever I asked.
Lin Huanchua's expression changed, and she avoided his gaze. What? Did I say that?
You can pretend not to remember, and then you won't have to bother me about Lin Xiaoming's affairs anymore.
Yi Chen said. Lin Huanchua was furious, stomping her foot and said, Fine, I admit I said it. Admitting it is good.
Yi Chen pointed to the teapot in front of him. Go pour a cup of tea and bring it to me.
Lin Huanchua was surprised. Are you serious? Is there a fake version? All right. Lin Huanchua gritted her teeth angrily and went to pour the tea.
Yi Chen watched her pouting expression and felt a secret satisfaction. It had been over 3 years, and this was the first time Lin Huanchua had ever served him. Of course, what made him even happier was that Lin Huanchua was currently experiencing intense negative emotions. After brewing the tea, Lin Huanchua placed it beside Yi Chen and said stiffly, Drink it.
What kind of attitude is that? I won't drink this cup. Pour another one. Yi Chen put on an air of superiority. You. What are you talking about? Hurry up. Yi Chen glared at her. You bastard.
Lin Huanchua muttered under her breath, suppressing her anger, and poured another cup.
She forced a smile on her face. Yi Chen, please drink the tea. That's more like it. Yi Chen nodded expressionlessly, feeling even more satisfied, as Lin Huanchua was now experiencing even more intense negative emotions than Lu Biyu. Yi Chen took the cup and took a sip, then spit it out all over Lin Huanchua's face. Lin Huanchua flew into a rage. Yi Chen, what are you doing?
Yi Chen slammed the table and shouted, I was about to ask you the same thing.
It's so hot, do you want to scald me to death? Lin Huanchua wanted to strangle Yi Chen to death. Apologize to me.
Yi Chen slapped the table again, startling Lin Huanchua.
I'm sorry. Lin Huanchua said pitifully, Yi Chen is really too much. You can't even pour tea properly. What else can you do?
Yi Chen gave her a cold glance, leaned back, and placed his foot directly on Lin Huanchua's thigh, speaking in a commanding tone, Take off your shoes and bring me a basin of hot water to soak my feet.
Yi Chen. Lin Huanchua was stunned.
She was a CEO, the medical queen adored by countless people, and this jerk was making her fetch water to soak his feet.
Go! Yi Chen barked. Yi Chen, you're being so mean.
Lin Huanchua was on the verge of tears, nearly crying from Yi Chen's bullying.
Are you deaf? Hurry up!
Yi Chen raised his hand and slapped Lin Huanchua's butt.
Smack!
A look of pain flashed across Lin Huanchua's fair face.
Yi Chen actually hit her? Are you going or not? Yi Chen raised his hand again.
Lin Huanchua bit back her tears, clenched her teeth, and stood up with a look of humiliation on her face to fetch water to wash Yi Chen's feet. Yi Chen watched her back, his face filled with a smile. He wasn't intentionally bullying Lin Huanchua, he was merely collecting her negative emotions. After such torment, Lin Huanchua had generated 2,000 negative emotions, even more intense than Lu Meiyu.
No wonder she was always the high and mighty CEO, never having endured such humiliation before. Being treated like a maid. Soon, Lin Huanchua came over with a basin of foot washing water, looking dejected and said, Yi Chen, wash your feet? Her expression was like that of a wronged young wife. What? You want me to wash them myself? Yi Chen said sternly, speaking with an air of superiority. Get down on your knees.
Wash them yourself. Lin Huanxue stood there motionless, staring at Yi Chen, her delicate body trembling slightly. After a few seconds, she burst into tears.
Chapter 150, Lan Yan coughs up blood.
Lin Huanxue ran out crying, and Yi Chen watched her retreating figure, even wanting to chase after her and tease her some more. Because Lin Huanxue had already accumulated over 30,000 negative emotion points, which were being continuously absorbed by the dragon pendant.
Yi Chen was stunned. How could she have accumulated so much?
For others, 10,000 negative emotion points were already the limit, but Lin Huanxue had reached 30,000 and could still continue. Yi Chen realized that the deeper someone was entangled with him, the more negative emotion points they could absorb. He did consider chasing after her to make Lin Huanxue contribute more, but upon second thought, he decided against it. He already bullied her to tears.
Yi Chen wasn't that cruel.
Huaxi, Xinhong headquarters. Two pale, naked bodies were writhing on the sofa when the office door was suddenly kicked open. Lan Yan strode in swiftly, and upon seeing the scene before her, she was completely stunned. The man was Wang Chang, and the seductively beautiful woman was Xinhong's younger sister, who had just become Wang Chang's secretary the day before. Originally, she had gone to Yunhai to meet Yi Chen and planned to stay the night there before returning to Huaxi early the next morning. However, her confidant reported that Wang Chang was having an affair with his secretary. Lan Yan immediately changed her plans and rushed back that night.
Even when she reached the door of Wang Chang's office, she still couldn't believe it.
But the scene before her eyes left her completely speechless.
Shock, confusion, and anger swirled in her heart. Wang Chang looked up and saw Lan Yan, startled. Yan Zi, why are you back? I came back to confirm something, and now it's confirmed.
Lan Yan stared at Wang Chang. Wang Chang gave an awkward smile. The seductive female secretary, upon seeing Lan Yan, was so frightened that she trembled uncontrollably and cowered into Wang Chang's arms.
I never thought this would happen to me.
I thought we were a couple whose love was as strong as gold, and we would never betray each other. Lan Yan looked at Wang Chang, her eyes filled with disappointment.
Yanzi, I was wrong.
Wang Chang hung his head in shame. Tears welled up in Lan Yan's eyes. You risked your life to protect me before, refusing to abandon me even when surrounded by enemies.
How long has it been? Not even half a month, right? Enough, Lan Yan, don't say anything now. Go home and wait for me. I'll explain everything to you.
Wang Chang said with a frown.
Why go home to explain? Just tell me now. Lan Yan, are you annoying me? Can't you just listen to me? You caught me in bed with another woman, and you still think I'm annoying?
Wang Chang, you've really changed. Lan Yan shook her head, tears streaming down her face.
I haven't changed. I'm still the same person.
Wang Chang glared at her with a fierce expression.
The only thing that's changed is my status.
I'm now the boss of Xinhong, and my position is higher than before.
So, now that you're in a higher position, you do this kind of thing?
Lan Yan's face was filled with a cold smile.
What's the big deal? I just found a woman to have some fun with.
Look at the brothers in our gang. Anyone with a little status keeps 3 or 4 women on the side. Wang Chang pointed to the woman in his arms.
I only have her.
Seeing Lan Yan say nothing, Wang Chang continued, Yan Zi, the only person I've ever loved in my life is you. My relationship with her is purely physical. I have no feelings for her at all.
Do you really think I'd fall for that nonsense? Lan Yan was even more disappointed.
If Wang Chang had genuinely confessed his mistakes to her, she would have forgiven him.
After all, men are naturally unfaithful. But he didn't seem to realize his mistake at all. Lan Yan, stop being unreasonable. I've fought all my life. What's wrong with enjoying myself a little? Wang Chang shouted angrily. I'll let you enjoy it. Lan Yan was furious to the extreme.
She pulled out a handgun from her waist and fired 3 shots at the seductive secretary. The secretary was killed instantly, blood splattering everywhere.
Lan Yan didn't even flinch. Damn it, what are you doing? How dare you draw a gun in front of me? Wang Chang erupted in anger. Clatter!
Hearing the gunshots, a group of black-clad thugs burst into the room.
Seeing the scene before them, they all froze in shock. Lan Yan clenched her teeth and said, Secretary Zhang disobeyed the rules and seduced the gang leader. I have already enforced the family law. Drag her body out and bury her.
In front of the brothers, she still spared Wang Chang some face by saying the secretary had seduced him.
The henchman quickly dragged the secretary's naked body out. The office was left with only Wang Chang and Lan Yan, the couple.
Wang Chang's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he didn't utter a word.
Lan Yan sighed and said, Brother Chang, we've just risen to power, and the situation at Xinhong is so complicated. Our foundation is unstable.
What's most important right now isn't enjoying ourselves, but building good relations with the elders and solidifying our position.
The elders? Wang Chang sneered, you know I hate those elders the most. Those decrepit old men rely on their age to boss others around, are outdated and intolerable. They are the biggest cancer in the organization. I've wanted to eliminate them for a long time. And you want me to build good relations with them? Lan Yan, are you deliberately trying to disgust me? This isn't just my opinion, it's also Mr. Ye's opinion. Mr. Yi! Mr. Yi! Upon hearing Lan Yan utter those 3 words, Wang Chang erupted in anger.
Lan Yan, you keep mentioning Mr. Yi all the time.
Who is he to you? Is he your man?
Otherwise, why are you so obsessed with him?
You're always talking about Mr. Yi in front of me. Are the 2 of you already together? Slap!
Lan Yan's anger, which had just calmed down, flared up again, and she slapped Wang Chang across the face. She was furious beyond belief, never expecting Wang Chang to say such a thing.
Mr. Yi is our savior.
My husband and I were almost killed, and it was Mr. Yi who saved our lives. He also killed Huang Hu and his elite troops, and helped us secure the position of leader of the Xin Hong organization. Everything we have now is given to us by Mr. Yi. You bastard, you can insult me, but you dare to insult Mr. Yi as well. You ungrateful wretch, you traitor, you're no better than an animal.
Are you even human? Lan Yan's slender body trembled, her beautiful eyes filled with rage. Lan Yan, why are you so angry? You beat and scolded me for Mr. Yi. Are you furious because I exposed you?
Wang Chang sneered coldly, speaking in a sarcastic tone.
You went to see him today dressed so provocatively, wasn't it to seduce him?
You see him young, handsome, and skilled, so you can't resist and can't wait to jump into his bed, right?
You.
Lan Yan clutched her chest tightly, feeling as though a heavy stone was pressing down on her, making it hard to breathe and her blood to flow. She never imagined that Wang Chang was this kind of person.
Wang Chang, I'm so disappointed in you. I regret marrying you. Forget it, I won. Explain. Go ahead.
Lan Yan covered her chest and slowly walked out. She felt dizzy, her body swaying, and her heart ached as if it were being torn apart. As soon as she stepped outside, she leaned against the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered on the wall, bright red and startling.
Chapter 151, I'll cooperate with you. Wang Chang watched Lan Yan's departing figure, his expression fluctuating between anger and determination, his gaze growing increasingly intense. Splash!
A figure suddenly appeared behind him without a sound, like a ghost. He wore a black long robe, and his face was covered by a ghostly mask, making his true features unrecognizable.
Mr. Ghost, when did you arrive? Wang Chang's expression changed instantly upon seeing the masked figure. I've been here all along.
The ghostly figure spoke, his voice hoarse and unpleasant.
Did you see everything that just happened?
Wang Chang furrowed his brows. The masked man nodded and said indifferently, your wife was slept with by someone else.
Don't you want to take revenge? Wang Chang took a deep breath and said, I know Xiaoyan well. She wouldn't betray me. For women, they only love strong men.
If given a choice between 2 strong men, a woman will definitely choose the stronger one.
The masked man said. Perhaps she hasn't betrayed you yet, but who knows what the future holds.
Especially after what happened today, she'll only grow more distant from you.
The masked man patted Wang Chang on the shoulder.
If He Chen were to flick his fingers now, Lan Yan would definitely climb into his bed and crawl between his legs.
Stop it! Wang Chang roared angrily.
Lan Yan's mouth was filled with Mr. Yi, treating his words as gospel. At Yi Chen's command, Lan Yan immediately ran to Yunhai, wearing a tight, sexy cheongsam. It was like 1,000 needles piercing Wang Chang's heart.
Add the ghost-faced man's words to that, and Wang Chang couldn't take it anymore. I'm giving you one last chance. I'm leaving tomorrow.
The masked man said indifferently. Wang Chang pondered for a few seconds, then suddenly slammed the table and said through gritted teeth, Mr. Ghostface, I'll cooperate with you.
Yi Chen woke up the next morning and immediately received a call from Wang Chang.
Mr. Yi, I'm sorry to disturb you so early. I have some good news to share with you. I found a lead on Miss Chen Bing. Wang Chang said excitedly.
Oh? Where is she? Yi Chen was very excited. We've traced her to an ancient town called Gudong below Huaxi.
My men are currently conducting a thorough search of the area, and we should find Miss Chen Bing today. Wang Chang said confidently. Yi Chen was overjoyed and said, once you find Chen Bing, contact me immediately.
Mr. Yi, we'll find her today. Won't you come over? Wang Chang asked. Yi Chen paused for a moment, a hint of doubt flashing across his mind. How can you be so sure? Gudong town is such a small place.
I've dispatched over 100 men and mobilized the local gang leaders. Don't even mention a person. Even if a mosquito were to fly there, I could track it down.
Wang Chang said. Yi Chen didn't agree. With his older sister's skills, if she really wanted to hide, there were probably few people in the world who could find her. However, Yi Chen had nothing better to do, so he decided to go take a look. If Wang Chang found her, he could meet his third sister. So Yi Chen set off for Huaxi. On the way, he called Lan Yan, and to his surprise, Lan Yan had no idea about this matter. Mr. Yi, I wasn't with Wang Chang. We had a fight yesterday. A fight? What happened? Yi Chen asked suspiciously. Sigh, Mr. Yi, I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me, but that bastard Wang Chang was cheating on me with his secretary, and I caught them red-handed. Lan Yan said with a bitter smile. Yi Chen grimaced upon hearing this.
To have a woman like Lan Yan, who was trouble waiting to happen, and still cheat on her, what was Wang Chang thinking?
Alright, I'll go find Wang Chang directly. Yi Chen said. Mr. Yi, I'll go pick you up. Our little marital spat isn't a big deal.
Helping Mr. Yi is the most important thing,
Lan Yan hurriedly said.
A few hours later, Yi Chen arrived at Huaxi.
Chapter 152, Sudden Assassination. Lan Yan personally went to the station to greet Yi Chen.
She wore a lotus white cheongsam, perfectly highlighting her graceful figure. A peach-colored shawl draped over her shoulders, the pure white contrasting beautifully with the peach hue, serving as the perfect finishing touch. Her mature beauty exuded the aura of a sophisticated woman. After all, she was the female leader, and she exuded an intimidating coldness and sharpness that inspired awe and prevented anyone from daring to harbor impure thoughts. The glances drawn to her voluptuous figure were all shy and evasive. Yi Chen spotted Lan Yan in the crowd immediately, standing out like a crane among chickens.
Mr. Yi.
Lan Yan approached Yi Chen, her waist gracefully curved, and greeted him respectfully.
Those around them looked at Yi Chen in astonishment. Who was this young man?
Yi Chen got into the car, and Lan Yan sat beside him in the back seat. Naturally, she recalled the scene from their last ride together, when she had plopped down onto Yi Chen's lap.
The atmosphere inside the car grew increasingly intimate.
Mr. Yi, Gadong Town is a large town under Song County, about 200 miles away, which will take roughly 2 hours to reach.
Lan Yan said. Yi Chen nodded. Did Wang Chang not inform you?
Lan Yan sighed helplessly and said softly, we argued last night and haven't spoken to each other since. Yi Chen hummed in response and fell silent, tapping his fingers lightly against the car door as if deep in thought. Lan Yan's red lips trembled slightly. Seeing Yi Chen deep in thought, she swallowed her words.
Has Wang Chang changed? Yi Chen suddenly asked. This. Lan Yan didn't know how to respond. Last time, he was stabbed over a dozen times to protect you and didn't abandon you, yet now he's involved with his own secretary. From my perspective, this isn't the same person. Yi Chen said.
Lan Yan sighed and said, ever since Chang Go became the new boss of Xinhong, he has indeed changed, becoming somewhat unfamiliar.
Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said nothing more. Just then, Wang Chang called, Mr. Yi, where are you?
I've already arrived at Huaxi and am heading toward Gadong Town.
Yi Chen said. Great. Mr. Yi, it's almost noon. Just drive straight to the largest Sihai restaurant in Gadong Town. I've already reserved a banquet there to welcome you. Wang Chang said enthusiastically. We haven't even found the person yet, and you're already throwing a banquet? Finding the person is more important. Lunch can be something simple. Yi Chen said with a smile. Mr. Yi, that's not right. Without you, where would I be today? This is the first time I've met Mr. Yi since taking over Xinhong. Of course, I must host a grand banquet to properly thank Mr. Yi.
Wang Chang said excitedly. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly.
If you want to throw a grand banquet, why not do it at Huaxi?
However, he didn't insist further and nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll head straight to the restaurant.
Alright, Mr. Yi, I'll be waiting for you at the Sihai restaurant.
Wang Chang said excitedly. Just as Yi Chen was about to hang up, he suddenly mentioned, oh, by the way, I'm with Lan Yan. We'll head over together.
What? Yanzi is with Mr. Yi? Wang Chang's tone seemed surprised.
I contacted her before coming to Huaxi.
Is that so strange? Yi Chen laughed. It's not strange. It's good that Yanzi is here. We can all have a good time together.
Wang Chang said with a smile.
Over an hour later, Yi Chen and Lan Yan arrived at the restaurant.
Wang Chang was standing at the entrance with a dozen or so burly men in black. Upon seeing Lan Yan's car, Wang Chang's expression flickered slightly, but he quickly waved his hand and led the others forward to greet them. Lan Yan and Yi Chen got out of the car and saw Wang Chang and his men, looking slightly surprised. Especially when they noticed the 8 men standing among the crowd. Yi Chen didn't recognize the 8 men, but Lan Yan did. They were Wang Chang's 8 most trusted henchmen, highly skilled fighters with expert marksmanship, known as the 8 Golden Warriors. Since Wang Chang had risen to power, the 8 Golden Warriors had been responsible for many of the gang's affairs. Why were they all here today? Wang Chang had already approached enthusiastically, saying excitedly, Mr. Yi, I'm finally able to see you again. After some polite exchanges, Wang Chang respectfully escorted Yi Chen into the restaurant. As they passed through the corridor, he lagged behind Yi Chen by a few steps, turned around, and whispered to Lan Yan, why are you here?
Get out of here. Lan Yan snorted coldly and ignored Wang Chang completely. Wang Chang clenched his teeth and followed after them.
Once they entered the private room, the food was quickly served, all delicious dishes. Yi Chen was also hungry and began to eat heartily while chatting with Wang Chang. Just as he was halfway through his meal, Lan Yan, sitting beside him, clutched her stomach, her beautiful face contorted with pain.
What's wrong?
Yi Chen, sitting beside her, asked without expression.
I'm fine, just a stomachache. I'll feel better after resting for a while.
Lan Yan furrowed her brows, feeling the pain in her stomach growing more intense, as if her insides were churning. Her face turned pale, cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and her entire body tensed up, trembling slightly.
The food is poison.
Yi Chen furrowed his brows slightly, channeling a burst of true qi to seal Lan Yan's heart meridians.
He then raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Wang Chang across from him.
Wang Chang was now grinning coldly, his eyes filled with a murderous intent, completely different from his earlier demeanor.
Wang Chang, you poisoned me?
Yi Chen's expression changed, and he immediately stood up, but his body swayed a few times before he sat back down. A trickle of blood had already seeped from the corner of his mouth.
Wang Chang, you dared to harm Mr. Yi.
Lan Yan was furious to the extreme, but before she could finish her words, she spat out blood and collapsed on the ground in agony.
You even harmed me.
Lan Yan's body convulsed in agony, her eyes filled with despair as she stared at Wang Chang.
You shouldn't have come. You had to come. I didn't want to harm you.
It's your own fault. Looking at the dying Lan Yan, Wang Chang's expression was filled with pain, his face contorted in a ferocious roar.
Yi Chen, my wife was killed by you. Go to hell.
In a frenzy, Wang Chang pulled out a gun from his chest and fired at Yi Chen. Yi Chen dodged the bullet by leaning backward and fell to the ground.
Kill him.
Wang Chang swung the smoking gun barrel and shouted furiously. The black-clad men who had been lurking in the private room rushed out, wielding gleaming long knives, and charged toward Yi Chen with murderous intent. Yi Chen staggered to his feet, grabbed 2 chairs, and hurled them forward. The chairs flew through the air like bowling pins, knocking down over a dozen men who were charging toward him, breaking bones and shattering limbs. Yi Chen stood there, swaying unsteadily, with blood pouring from his mouth. He was clearly on the verge of collapse. His eyes flashed with determination, and he mustered an unknown strength, smashing the glass and escaping through the back window. Yi Chen, you've been poisoned by Ghost Master's intestine-severing powder, a deadly toxin that seals the throat upon contact with blood. You can't escape. Wang Chang roared and charged after him with his gun raised.
Chapter 153, The Hidden Agent of the Mystic Gate.
The backyard was a spacious courtyard with piles of sand and stones along the walls, about 100 meters away from the back door. There were no obstacles in this stretch, meaning Yi Chen was as good as dead.
Mr. Yi, I'll send you on your way.
Wang Chang raised his gun and fired a shot at Yi Chen's back. Yi Chen stumbled but managed to dodge the bullet, crashing to the ground.
Ha! You're not some reclusive master, are you? How pathetic.
Wang Chang, still holding the gun, advanced step by step, while the men he had stationed at the back door had already charged in.
Attacking from both sides, they closed in on Yi Chen. Wang Chang, why are you trying to kill me? Yi Chen turned to look at Wang Chang and asked angrily. Mr. Yi, it's because someone wants your life, and that person offered me terms I couldn't refuse. He said that if I cooperate and kill you, he'll make me the underground ruler of the entire Jiangnan region, not just this corner of Huaxi. Wang Chang's eyes burned with the fiery ambition of power. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, there was someone backing him up, otherwise, Wang Chang wouldn't dare to kill him. At that moment, 2 gunmen approached from behind, raising their guns and aiming at Yi Chen's back. But before they could pull the triggers, the 2 men collapsed to the ground, stiff as boards. Looking at their foreheads, 2 blood-soaked holes had already appeared. Those were small stones that Yi Chen had casually picked up from the ground, piercing through their foreheads. Wang Chang furrowed his brows and shouted, "Who killed him? A reward of 1 million.
At the sight of the reward, 5 or 6 people immediately charged forward, some wielding knives, others guns. But within a few breaths, the 5 or 6 people lay on the ground, all their heads pierced by the stones Yi Chen had thrown. Everyone looked terrified. How could a dying man be so powerful? Cough. Yi Chen coughed up blood, his body trembling violently as he lay on the ground struggling, seemingly on the brink of death. Seeing this, the remaining men grew bolder and charged toward Yi Chen.
However, after a fierce battle, the courtyard was littered with bodies lying in every direction, all of them Wang Chang's henchmen. Even his 8 elite bodyguards had been killed by Yi Chen. Now, only Wang Chang remained, a lone commander. Wang Chang held his gun, having fired all his bullets, his hands trembling as he reached for a new magazine. His face was filled with terror as he stared at Yi Chen lying on the ground. Despite being on the brink of death, Yi Chen had managed to kill all of the elite troops he had brought with him. How terrifying was this Yi Chen? Just as Wang Chang had finished reloading his gun, before he could fire, he felt a flash of cold steel before his eyes. Whoosh! A sharp knife flew toward him, piercing his throat with precision. The blade protruded from the back of his neck, dripping blood downward. Whoosh! Wang Chang's eyes widened in shock, trying to speak, but his throat was already filled with blood, which sprayed out, leaving him unable to utter a single word. He fell backward, his body stiff, landing on the ground. His eyes remained wide open, refusing to close in death. In that moment of death, he felt endless regret for being blinded by greed and collaborating with Mr. Ghost to murder Yi Chen. Useless. With over a dozen of them, armed with knives and guns, they couldn't even handle a poison man. The masked man appeared and kicked Wang Chang's body away with a single kick. The real villain had finally arrived. Yi Chen, lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. Who are you? Why are you trying to kill me?
Seeing the masked man, who was already holding a knife and advancing toward him with a murderous intent, Yi Chen put on a terrified expression.
Yi Chen, I am a spy sent by the Xianmen sect into the mortal world.
You killed one of our elders, and now you are ranked 78th on the Xianmen bounty list. By killing you, I can complete the bounty mission, escape my spy identity, and become a formal elder of the Xianmen sect. The masked man was straightforward, laying all his cards on the table. In his eyes, Yi Chen was already a dead man, so there was no harm in revealing the truth. Sigh. Yi Chen sighed, got up from the ground, patted his butt, and said disappointedly, I thought I could catch a big fish, but it turned out to be just a spy. The Xianmen is terrifying not only because they have numerous experts but also because of their deep-rooted heritage. The Xianmen has existed for far too long, and its influence extends to every walk of life, from scholars to commoners. Such people are called spies in the Xianmen. The Xianmen has thousands of dark agents, and this masked man is just one of them. You. Seeing Yi Chen suddenly stand up as if nothing had happened, the masked man was utterly shocked. You were poisoned by my intestine-severing powder.
How are you still alive? He exclaimed in shock. Your poison isn't strong enough to kill me. You're delusional. Yi Chen sneered. With his current cultivation at the 6th layer of qi cultivation, his body was filled with thick true qi, and ordinary poisons from the mortal world were almost impossible to kill him. Unless it was a poison specifically designed for martial artists from the ancient martial arts world, it might cause harm to his body. Tell me who your superior is, and I'll spare your life. Yi Chen said indifferently. The Xianmen assassins operate independently and do not know each other. The person who contacts them is called the superior. An upper envoy typically commands 3 or more agents, and orders are issued directly from the upper envoy to the agents. Therefore, capturing a single agent is useless. Only by capturing a superior envoy can one obtain valuable intelligence. Having dealt with the Xianmen for so long, Yi Chen naturally understood the organization's structure well. You will never know who my superior envoy is. The masked man roared, gripping his long sword tightly, and charged toward Yi Chen. Bang! Yi Chen struck the blade with a single punch, his fist crashing heavily into the masked man's chest, shattering his entire torso. The masked man flew backward, landing on the ground already dead. Yi Chen walked forward, rummaged through his pockets, but found nothing of use. However, he did find a jade bottle containing several green pills. Yi Chen sniffed them and realized they were the antidote for the intestine-severing powder. Earlier, Wang Chang and the others had also eaten the food, but the poison hadn't taken effect, likely because they had taken the antidote in advance. He then returned to the house and administered the antidote to Lan Yan. Although Lan Yan had been poisoned, her heart meridians had been protected by Yi Chen's true qi. After taking the antidote, she gradually began to recover. Actually, even without the antidote, Yi Chen could have expelled the poison using his true qi, though it would have required some effort. While Lan Yan was recovering, Yi Chen went to the courtyard, gathered all the bodies together, and then cast 2 fireball talismans. Within a dozen seconds, the bodies turned into a pile of ashes, which were blown away by the wind, leaving no trace behind. If it weren't for the blood still on the ground, no one would have believed that a fierce battle had just taken place here. Lan Yan, who was peering through the window, was utterly horrified by the scene. With just 2 fireballs, Yi Chen had incinerated over a dozen corpses into ashes. Casually summoning fireballs, Yi Chen's technique was truly astonishing. Is he immortal? Chapter 154, The Third Sister is Nearby. Yi Chen stood in the courtyard, deep in thought. This matter was trivial to him. A mere Xianmen assassin held little value. However, this agent was a bit disloyal, wanting to kill him to claim the reward and escape his agent status, aiming to become a senior member of the Xianmen sect. From this assassin, he learned that his name had been placed on the Xuanmen's wanted list. The Xianmen did indeed have such a list, and those on it were all enemies of the Xianmen. However, he was ranked 78, which was rather low. Previously, he had been ranked first. Of course, Yi Chen didn't dwell on the ranking issue. He estimated that once he killed Zhang Wudi, he could directly enter the top 10 of the bounty list. Of course, the rankings on this list are just for fun. Yi Chen doesn't pay much attention to them. What he truly cares about is the existence of this undercover agent. This indicates that there is a Xianmen envoy in Huaxi. Uncovering that Xianmen envoy is the more important task. These envoys and spies are like nails driven into the secular world by the Xianmen. Finding these nails and removing them one by one is a fascinating task for Yi Chen. Of course, this task will be handed over to Lan Yan in the future. Just then, Yi Chen suddenly felt a cool breeze pass by. His expression changed, and he immediately activated a wind control, flying toward the direction the breeze had come from. Lying on the windowsill, Lan Yan, who had just regained her composure, saw this and was completely stunned. Yi Chen can actually fly? Gazing at the graceful, carefree figure soaring into the sky, Lan Yan's eyes were filled with admiration. Only when Yi Chen's figure completely disappeared from her sight did Lan Yan tear her gaze away and look toward the courtyard. She saw the remnants of ashes. Wang Chang's ashes were scattered there. Wang Chang, seeing this scene, you must be filled with regret.
Mr. Yi, such a divine being, is a once-in-a-lifetime blessing to have encountered. And we, with our incredible luck, have gained Mr. Yi's favor. Yet you didn't know how to cherish it, didn't cling tightly to Mr. Yi's side, but instead conspired with others to harm him.
And ended up with no remains left behind.
If only you had listened to me, we could have followed Mr. Yi together and achieved great things, perhaps even becoming like him.
Alas.
Wang Chang, I still want to thank you for accompanying me through the first half of my life. It was truly remarkable, and I will never forget you. From now on, I will devote myself entirely to following Mr. Yi, and I believe the rest of my life will be even more extraordinary than the first half.
Lan Yan murmured softly.
At that moment, Yi Chen had already flown hundreds of meters away to a forest. He stopped in his tracks, gazing at the empty surroundings. That icy chill had vanished from this place. Third sister, I know you're nearby. Yi Chen spoke, his voice hoarse.
It's little five. Won't you show yourself and meet me?
That faintly icy chill was all too familiar to Yi Chen. It was Chen Bing's unique aura. Additionally, while on the way to Gudong Town, he received an anonymous message, Wang Chang wants to harm you. He only realized now that the message had been sent by Chen Bing. So, third sister, you really have been living in this small town. You knew Wang Chang and his men were looking for you, and you knew they wanted to harm me, so you warned me.
But why wouldn't you show yourself? If others saw Yi Chen, they would surely think he was a lunatic, talking to thin air.
But Yi Chen was certain that his third sister was nearby.
Third sister, can you still not let go of Fonger's death? Yi Chen said painfully. I understand.
I didn't take good care of Fonger, and you hate me. Just wait. Those who killed Fonger, I will find each and every one of them and settle the score.
Not a single one will escape.
Yi Chen clenched his fists, standing in mid-air, his killing intent surging skyward.
Yi Chen clenched his fists, standing still in mid-air, as a murderous intent surged into the sky. Chapter 155, except Lan Yan.
Yi Chen's tiger-like eyes were filled with tears. Among the 7 swords of Tianqi, his third elder sister Chen Bing and Fonger were the closest, as close as sisters. He had failed to protect Fonger, leading to her tragic death. Even after all these years, his third sister still refused to forgive him. This was indeed Yi Chen's fault. Back then, he was young and reckless, treating the masters of the Shinmen as mere dogs and pigs. As a result, the demonic energy erupted, leading to that tragic accident. If he had waited a little longer, until his third sister and the others arrived, such a tragic outcome would never have occurred. This was the price paid for youthful arrogance. The price was too high, the loss of his beloved and the disgraceful end of the Tianqi 7 swords. After this devastating blow, Yi Longzhu changed his name to Yi Chen and faded into obscurity in the Cloud Sea for 3 years. When he shattered the python-crested jade pendant and opened the dragon binding seal, he was no longer the arrogant and unruly Yi Longzhu, but a calm yet still passionate Yi Chen.
3 years of drinking ice, yet his blood still burned.
Yi Chen smiled, his heart filled with boundless courage. I'm sure my third sister feels the same. Next time I return, I'll bring the head of Zhan Wudi as a gift for her.
With that, Yi Chen drifted away. Sigh. Shortly after Yi Chen departed, a soft sigh echoed in the air. Moments later, a white-clad woman slowly emerged, staring blankly in the direction Yi Chen had departed. Her robes fluttered in the breeze, her skin as white as snow, her beauty so ethereal it defied description, as if a celestial maiden had descended from the heavens. Yi Chen returned to the restaurant. After taking the antidote, Lan Yan had already returned to normal. Mr. Yi.
Upon seeing Yi Chen, Lan Yan bowed deeply, exuding a respect that came from the depths of her being.
Is there anything you wish to say?
Yi Chen looked at her. Lan Yan immediately said, from now on, I will follow Mr. Yi with unwavering loyalty and never betray you. Her resolve pleased Yi Chen greatly. This woman was far smarter than Wang Chang. She could recognize the situation clearly. But I killed your husband.
Don't you hate me?
Yi Chen stared intently at Lan Yan while releasing his mental energy to probe her thoughts. If she harbored even a hint of resentment or murderous intent, Yi Chen would kill her without hesitation. In this tense atmosphere, Lan Yan said, what happened today was Wang Chang who plotted to harm Mr. Yi first. Even if it weren't Mr. Yi, but anyone else in this situation, killing Wang Chang would be his own doing.
That's just from a rational standpoint. What about from an emotional standpoint? Yi Chen asked.
Lan Yan's eyes filled with pain. Mr. Yi, he even killed me.
She was a smart woman, she knew what was going on.
Wang Chang had countless opportunities to warn her, persuade her to leave, reveal the truth, or give her the antidote in advance.
But Wang Chang didn't.
He was afraid that telling Lan Yan would expose the truth, so he killed her too. When Wang Chang made that decision, their marriage was already over. Yi Chen nodded, withdrew his mental energy, and Lan Yan had passed his test.
From now on, I will support you to become the new leader of Xinhong.
You will work for me in the future, Yi Chen said.
Lan Yan was overjoyed, kneeling down in gratitude. She knew that from now on, she belonged to Yi Chen.
For her, this was undoubtedly a turning point in her life.
Don't get too excited just yet. My enemy is the Xianmen. You've heard of them, haven't you? Yi Chen said. Lan Yan's expression changed.
She had naturally heard of the Xianmen, the largest martial arts organization in the ancient martial arts world. If you regret your decision now, you still have time to back out.
Once you choose to follow me, it means declaring war on the Xianmen, a path fraught with danger and certain death.
Yi Chen said calmly, giving her time to consider.
There's no need to think about it.
Lan Yan smiled brightly.
Mr. Yi, you've saved my life twice. Without you, I would been dead long ago. What's the point of talking about opposing the Xianmen sect? Even if I have to fight against heaven and earth, what's the worst that could happen? Following you, Mr. Yi, every extra day I live is a gift. Yi Chen looked at Lan Yan, growing even more impressed. Fighting against heaven. Fighting against earth.
He could sense Lan Yan's resolute will, fearless of heaven and earth.
Such a mindset was suited for cultivation. The path of cultivation is about battling the heavens and battling the earth.
Facing the overwhelming might of heaven and earth, remaining calm and unafraid, this is the most precious quality of a cultivator.
That an ordinary person like Lan Yan possessed such a bold spirit truly delighted Yi Chen.
Since that is the case, there is no need for further words. I shall bestow upon you the 9 purification bone cleansing technique to guide you onto the path of cultivation. Yi Chen, having recognized Lan Yan's suitability for cultivation, immediately bestowed the technique upon her. He had obtained numerous martial arts techniques from the Dragon Pendant, and this 9 purification bone marbling technique was perfect for someone like Lan Yan, who had no prior cultivation foundation.
Lan Yan was overjoyed.
After witnessing Yi Chen's extraordinary abilities, she longed to become like him. Originally, she had thought it would take years of hard work and earning Yi Chen's absolute trust before she could ever have such an opportunity. Little did she know that Yi Chen had already bestowed the cultivation technique upon her. The exceptionally intelligent Lan Yan knew that at this moment, her fate had been completely altered.
Chapter 156, The Martial Arts Alliance Auction. On the way back to Huaxi, Yi Chen called Shen Dancheng and instructed him to gather a team of elite warriors from the Shen family to assist Lan Yan in eliminating rivals and taking control of the situation. Xin Hong was the first direct faction Yi Chen had cultivated, so he placed great importance on it. Moreover, with the appearance of the Xianmen spies in Huaxi, he needed to leverage Xin Hong's strength to locate the envoy and eliminate the Xuanmen's influence in Huaxi.
The Shen family's elite warriors were all martial arts experts. With their assistance, Lan Yan should be able to control the situation. Originally, Yi Chen had planned to return to Yunhai, but Lan Yan revealed a piece of information that piqued his interest. Mr. Yi, in 3 days, Huaxi will host a special auction. All participants are martial arts practitioners, Lan Yan said.
Martial arts practitioners?
Yi Chen raised his eyebrows.
That's correct. It's organized by the Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance and held annually on August 25. This year's location is in Huaxi. Yi Chen nodded slightly.
Since it's attended by martial artists, the items up for auction must be cultivation resources.
This auction is definitely not to be missed.
Alright, I'll stay in Huaxi for now and attend the auction in 3 days.
I'll also help you handle some matters. Yi Chen smiled. However, Yi Chen was clearly overthinking it.
Without him lifting a finger, Lan Yan had already taken control of the situation at Xinhong.
Not even the elite assassins of the Shen family were needed. This truly impressed Yi Chen. Lan Yan was indeed far more formidable than Wang Chang.
Her first stop upon returning to Huaxi was to pay a visit to the senior elders of Xinhong with a generous gift.
With the support of several esteemed elders, Lan Yan smoothly ascended to the position of leader of the Xin Hong organization.
Originally, Yi Chen had hoped someone would step forward to oppose her, giving him an excuse to draw his sword and gather more negative sentiment. However, this plan fell through. That evening, Yi Chen moved into the large estate arranged for him by Lan Yan, located on Lingwu Mountain north of Huaxi. It was a grand mountain estate called Wulong Mountain Villa. The scenery was breathtaking, and the place was brimming with spiritual energy, rivaling Lin Huanshue's newly built villa. Of course, it was much larger than Lin Huanshue's villa.
At that moment, Lin Huanshue called, demanding angrily, "Yi Chen, why didn't you come home?" Yi Chen was taken aback.
After he had made Lin Huanshue so angry that she had run out crying yesterday, she actually called to check on him. "Whether I go home or not is none of your business," Yi Chen said indifferently.
"Where are you? Are you with Han Wanner?" Lin Huanshue asked angrily.
"Who I'm with is none of your business," Yi Chen said, hanging up the phone without another word.
"Who was that? Was it Mrs. Yi?" Lan Yan asked from beside him.
"She was, but we're divorced now,"
Yi Chen said, rubbing his nose. "Divorced?" Lan Yan looked surprised. How could someone with a husband like Yi Chen get divorced? Does that mean I have a chance now?
She looked at Yi Chen with a seductive smile.
Yi Chen also smiled. He actually quite liked Lan Yan's personality.
As long as he maintained enough respect for her, interacting with her wasn't stiff, and they could even joke around.
This kind of relationship was undoubtedly comfortable. "You probably don't have a chance. I'm currently dating Han Wan'er," Yi Chen said. Han Wan'er? The eldest daughter of the Han family, the business queen? Lan Yan exclaimed in surprise. Yi Chen nodded.
Only a woman like her could be worthy of Mr. Yi.
But I'm not bad either.
I may not compare to Miss Han, but my figure is much better than hers.
And
Lan Yan bit her red lips, exuding sensuality and mature allure. She said in a sweet voice, I'm better at taking care of people, especially in bed. Yi Chen felt a surge of heat in his heart.
this woman's charm was truly deadly. Just then, a commotion erupted outside.
Someone was shouting angrily, followed by the sounds of fighting and screams. Lan Yan's expression changed, and she rushed out to investigate, with Yi Chen following closely behind. Two men in tight-fitting armor burst in, shouting, the female leader of the Xin Honggang, come out.
The Wu Dao Alliance is here to seize your estate. Chapter 157, Yunhai, Yi Chen.
The two men stood there, pointing at the main hall and shouting. 7 or 8 people lay motionless on the ground, all of them guards from the estate. 2 or 3 guards had broken bones and were emitting pitiful cries. Lan Yan came out and saw the scene, her chest heaving with anger. She shouted, who are you? Why did you force your way into the Wulong Mountain Villa and injure my men? You must be Lan Yan, the new leader of the Hong family, right? A tall man asked. Another man with triangular eyes glanced at Lan Yan's chest, his eyes gleaming. It must be her. I heard that the leader of the Xin Honggang has a big chest, ha. The man's lecherous words instantly cast a cold shadow over Lan Yan's face, but she managed to suppress her anger. Judging by the man's appearance, he wasn't an ordinary person. He had barged in, defeated the manners guards, and demonstrated remarkable martial arts skills.
Lan Yan, listen up.
We're all members of the Martial Arts Alliance, working for Chu Gongzi.
The tall man said arrogantly, you've heard of Chu Gongzi, right? Chu Gongzi? Lan Yan shook her head and said, I've never heard of him.
The tall man's expression turned cold. How dare you?
You've never even heard of Chu Gongzi's name? Do you know your crime? Lan Yan's nose was so angry it almost turned sideways. How arrogant were these people? Not knowing their names was a crime?
A man with triangular eyes stepped in front of his companions, glaring at Lan Yan with malicious intent, and chuckled, beautiful lady, don't worry if you haven't heard of him.
Let me tell you. Our Prince Chu is the deputy leader of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance and ranks 18th on the Xianmen Hidden Dragon list.
He's only 27 years old. A true martial arts prodigy with a bright future ahead. This year's Martial Arts Alliance auction was one of the events he helped organize. Lan Yan was slightly startled. This Chu young master was no ordinary figure. She knew she couldn't afford to provoke him.
However, with Yi Chen as her backing, Lan Yan wasn't afraid of them.
She said, Mr. Chu is indeed impressive, but what does that have to do with me?
Of course it does.
The man with the triangular eye smiled and said, Blue Leader, your Dragon's Nest manor is quite nice. Our Mr. Chu would like to requisition it as the venue for the Martial Arts Alliance auction in 2 days.
So that's their intention. Lan Yan thought for a moment and asked, besides requisitioning the mountain villa, what other conditions do you have?
The man with the triangular eyes stepped forward, his eyes roaming over Lan Yan's voluptuous figure. During the auction, you must prepare enough staff to entertain guests from all over. Make sure they are well taken care of. These are all influential figures. All expenses for their food, lodging, and transportation during this period will be covered by your Xinhong group.
Lan Yan furrowed her brows. What will I get in return? What do you mean?
The man with the triangular eyes was taken aback. Lan Yan said, I'm providing the venue and food for you.
You can't expect me to entertain them for free, can you? Oh, so you want something in return.
The smile faded from the triangular-eyed man's face. Meanwhile, the tall man beside him erupted in anger, pointing at Lan Yan and shouting, how dare you? It is an honor for you that our Chu young master has requisitioned the Wulong Mountain Villa. Serving so many martial arts experts is a blessing you've earned in 8 lifetimes. Others would fight tooth and nail for this opportunity. You, on the other hand, have been given such a great opportunity, yet you don't know how to appreciate it or show gratitude, and you dare to ask for favors?
Lan Yan glared at the tall martial artist, wanting to twist his head off. Damn it, you bring a bunch of people here to eat and drink for free, and you expect me to be grateful? Lan Yan wanted to ask him if he was crazy.
But thinking about his status, Lan Yan held back and said, Gentlemen, I'm just a lowly woman.
I'm not worthy of such a great opportunity. Please find someone else. How dare you? Are you looking for trouble?
The tall man was furious, slamming his hand down on the stone table in front of him, shattering it into pieces. The man with the triangular eyes also turned gloomy, glaring coldly at Lan Yan. Lan Lauda, don't be ungrateful.
The opportunity has been given to you, don't let it slip away. This opportunity is too great, I truly can't seize it. Lan Yan scoffed.
The tall man stepped forward, emanating a powerful aura. Lan Yan, you're just the leader of a small gang.
What are you? Don't even mention Chu Gongzi. I could wipe you out with a single finger.
As he spoke, his body shifted, and his large hand reached out toward Lan Yan's neck. A gust of wind swept toward her, and Lan Yan's expression changed. She hadn't expected him to be so ruthless and attack so suddenly. However, at that moment, Yi Chen behind her moved forward, stepping in front of Lan Yan.
Bang!
Yi Chen struck forward with a powerful punch. The tall man felt an unstoppable force surge through his palm, followed by a crisp snap. His hand was severed. His massive body flew backward like a, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust.
Put!
A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the tall man lay on the ground in agony, unable to stand up. Looking at his arm, it hung limply like a piece of noodle, with the entire arm bone and shoulder blade shattered. You! The tall man, who had been so arrogant moments ago, now stared at Yi Chen in utter shock, his expression filled with disbelief.
How could this man be so strong? A single punch had disabled his arm. After all, he, Hao Chang, was a renowned figure in the martial arts world of Jiangnan. I am Zhang Baquan, the iron-faced centipede under Lord Chu. Who are you?
The man with the triangular eyes was also startled and immediately revealed his name.
Yi Chen didn't respond to them, only saying indifferently, "The dragon's lair is my residence.
It's not a place for you to cause trouble." With that, Yi Chen moved swiftly, stepping forward with the divine speed technique, closing in on the triangular-eyed man like a ghost. 2 punches landed on his arms with a loud thud.
The triangular-eyed man let out an agonizing scream and was sent flying sideways.
His arms were both shattered. Yi Chen's movements did not stop. He crushed the other arm of the tall man with a single kick before stopping. He then looked down at him from above and said indifferently,
"I'm leaving you 2 legs so you can crawl away." The tall man, still unaware of his situation, shouted angrily, "You bastard! You dare touch us? Chu Gongzi will make you pay." Crack! Yi Chen delivered another kick, shattering the tall man's left leg. Ah!
The tall man let out an agonizing scream, writhing in pain. The man with the triangular eyes was utterly shocked. This man was so ruthless, not wasting a single word before striking with such ferocity. He dared not utter a word, enduring the pain as he stepped forward, lifted the tall man onto his shoulders, and fled in disarray.
This stood in stark contrast to his earlier arrogant demeanor. "Sir, dare you leave your name? We will certainly pay you a visit in the future."
After walking over 100 meters away, the man with the triangular eyes suddenly turned back and shouted. Yi Chen stood on the arched bridge, hands behind his back, speaking calmly.
"Yun Hai, Yi Chen." Boom!
The man with the triangular eyes paled, his eyes flashing with fear, and he quickly fled, carrying the tall man with him.
Chapter 158, Dan Tian Mud Liquid. Yun Hai, Yi Chen.
These 4 words were like a thunderclap to the man with the triangular eyes. The name Yi Chen had been making waves recently. He was the man who had killed a senior elder of the Xianmen sect. Zhang Baquan and Hao Chang were no match for Yi Chen. If they wanted revenge, they could only seek help from their master, Chu Gongzi. Having dealt with the 2 members of the Martial Arts Alliance, Yi Chen turned to return to his room, considering it a trivial matter. Lan Yan, however, was utterly stunned, unable to recover for a long time. She had seen Yi Chen act before, and he was ruthless and decisive, but this time was different. The opponent was not only a highly skilled martial artist but also had a significant background. Lan Yan had thought Yi Chen might show some restraint, but she never expected him to act with such ruthlessness and decisiveness, without a single moment of hesitation.
Could it be that he wasn't afraid of the Martial Arts Alliance? Did he not fear the Chu young master on the hidden dragon list? Of course, Lan Yan felt even more satisfied.
Those 2 martial artists were simply too arrogant, treating her like a pushover and bullying her mercilessly. Yet they were left limping away in disgrace, unable to utter a single word of protest.
That's power. If only I could be as powerful as Yi Chen one day.
Lan Yan said passionately in her heart. Seeing Yi Chen enter the house, she hurriedly followed him inside and said with some concern, "Yi Chen, you disabled those 2.
The Martial Arts Alliance might come looking for trouble. Should we make some preparations?" "No need. Let them come if they want. I'll be here anyway."
Yi Chen smiled faintly.
Huaxi City, Ziyun Mountain Villa.
A young man exuding an air of nobility sat elegantly on the sofa. Hao Chang, who had lost both arms and a leg, lay on the ground, while Zhang Baoquan knelt before the sofa, speaking with tears in his eyes.
"Master Chu, we followed your orders and went to the Wulong Mountain Villa. We brought gifts with us, intending to negotiate peacefully with Lan Yan.
But suddenly, a martial arts master appeared. He immediately began to insult us. Hao Chang and I tried to endure it, but he refused to back down and threatened us to leave. With no other choice, we had to reveal your name, but he didn't listen and instead cursed you viciously."
The man with the triangular eyes, Zhang Baquan, cried out. Chu Gongzi furrowed his brows. How dare they be so arrogant? Exactly.
Zhang Baquan cried even more bitterly, and then the man attacked us without warning. His strikes were brutal and deadly. If it weren't for me and Hao Chang running away quickly, we wouldn't have been able to see you today. He doesn't even spare my face.
Who is this man? Chu Gongzi asked coldly. He's Yun Hai Chen. Zhang Baquan said cautiously. What? Yun Hai Yechen?
Chu Gongzi's expression changed, then he burst into laughter.
Excellent. I was just planning to go to Yun Hai after the auction to find him.
This villain killed a senior of the Shinmen and is on the wanted list. If I kill him, I'll have done a great service for the Shinmen and gain the favor of the higher-ups. Yi Chen was already the stepping stone I had chosen long ago. I didn't expect him to come to me so quickly.
Excellent, this is truly wonderful.
With that, Chu Gongzi flicked his wrist and 2 green pills landed in front of Zhang Baquan and Hao Chang.
He said indifferently, these are 2 regenerating bone pills.
After you take them, your injuries will heal within 2 days.
Thank you, Xu Gongzi. Thank you, Xu Gongzi.
Zhang Baquan knelt on the ground, bowing his head repeatedly.
3 days passed in the blink of an eye.
During this time, the Martial Arts Alliance remained calm, with no further developments. Lan Yan handled the affairs of the society during the day and came to the Wulong Mountain Villa at night to practice the 9 purification bone cleansing technique. The unique feature of this technique was that it cultivated a substance called mud liquid, which was specific to women, within the dantian. The mud liquid enables women to purify their essence, refine their form, and rejuvenate their appearance, laying a solid foundation for future cultivation. Under Yi Chen's guidance, Lan Yan did not take any detours and mastered the technique on her first night.
Her natural talent for cultivation was quite remarkable, even surprising Yi Chen.
However, after 3 consecutive days of cultivation, she still hadn't managed to cultivate the mud liquid. Only by cultivating the muddy liquid can one truly be considered to have entered the inner chambers of the practice. Yi Chen, according to the cultivation technique, women practicing this method usually produce a small amount of muddy liquid within 3 days, but I feel nothing in my dantian. Lan Yan said dejectedly.
You didn't read the prerequisites.
It requires a pure and pristine physique to cultivate muddy liquid within 3 days.
Yi Chen explained. What is an ice-pure and jade-like body?
Yi Chen laughed. It specifically refers to women who have been cultivating since childhood, living in places abundant with spiritual energy constantly washing over their bodies. Only people with such a constitution can cultivate muddy liquid within 3 days.
And preferably a virgin. Lan Yan's face flushed red, and she whispered, I'm already married, I'm not a virgin. Yi Chen smiled and said, that's not the most critical factor.
You're 29 years old, and you only started cultivating at this age, which means you've already missed the optimal age for cultivation. Compared to the ice-pure jade-pure physique, there are too many impurities in your body, so cultivating mud essence will be much more difficult.
Too many impurities in my body?
Lan Yan looked at her body and said, Yi Chen, I'm very clean. I bathe every day, and my skin is white and tender.
Especially after these few days of cultivation, I feel my skin has become even better, whiter and smoother, and it's moist and elastic.
If you pinch it lightly, water can be squeezed out, and my skin is even whiter. Lan Yan went on at length, leaving Yi Chen feeling awkward. She finally said, I'm so clean.
How could there be so many impurities inside me? Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry, it's not about being clean. Let me explain it to you this way.
For cultivators, the food they eat every day is considered impurities. Therefore, as they reach higher levels of cultivation, cultivators practice fasting.
Lan Yan nodded, I understand.
There are too many impurities in my body, and I can only gradually expel them through cultivation to produce mud essence.
Yi Chen nodded. Then, in your opinion, how long will it take me to cultivate mud essence? Lan Yan asked. Show me your lower abdomen. Yi Chen said. What? So suddenly? I wasn't mentally prepared. Lan Yan's face flushed red.
Yi Chen looked at her speechlessly. I'm checking the impurities in your dantian to determine how long it will take you to cultivate mud essence.
Where did your mind go? Oh, I see.
Lan Yan gave an awkward smile and quickly lifted her skirt, revealing her abdomen. Her abdomen was perfectly flat, like a piece of white jade, with not a single ounce of excess fat. And her round, delicate navel exuded an astonishing charm.
Yi Chen reached out and sent a thread of true energy toward Lan Yan's dantian. Chapter 159, Enemies Meet Again.
Feeling a warm breath enter her body, Lan Yan's delicate form trembled involuntarily. After inspecting, Yi Chen withdrew his hand and said, at this rate, you'll need about 3 years to cultivate mud essence, and that's under the most ideal circumstances.
What? 3 years? That's so long. Lan Yan's face immediately fell into despair. She pulled at Yi Chen's sleeve and pleaded pitifully, Master Yi, is there any way to speed this up? Yi Chen smiled. Of course there's a quick method. He could force out the impurities from her body bit by bit using his cultivation, and forcibly help her undergo a metamorphosis. However, that would be too time-consuming, and Yi Chen didn't have the patience for it. There are quick methods, the most common being to take the washing marrow pill. The pill will purify your marrow, allowing you to quickly cultivate the muddy essence. Yi Chen explained. Washing marrow pill? Can you refine it? Of course I can. However, the lowest grade washing marrow pill requires 3 main ingredients, 100-year-old ginseng, 100-year-old Hishou Wu, and bone-washing grass. The first 2 are rare but still obtainable. Bone-washing grass is a spiritual herb, though the lowest grade, and it's extremely difficult to find in the secular world. Yi Chen said.
Lan Yan said, Yi Chen, I'll send someone to investigate the whereabouts of these 3 herbs right away.
No need. The Martial Alliance auction is tomorrow.
A spirit herb as low grade as bone washing grass will definitely appear at the auction.
Just prepare the money by then. Yi Chen said. All right.
Lan Yan said excitedly.
The next day, Lan Yan got up early and accompanied Yi Chen to attend the auction. How much money have you prepared? Yi Chen asked. Lan Yan held up 5 fingers. 500 million? 5 million. Are you kidding me? Yi Chen's face darkened. 5 million to attend an auction? What can you possibly buy with that? But that's all I have. I can't touch the society's funds. After all, I've just taken office. Embezzling public funds wouldn't look good.
Lan Yan awkwardly scratched her toes. I do have a few properties and a few cars that could fetch over 100 million. Yi Chen sighed helplessly. By the time you sell your houses and cars, the auction will be over.
Let me think of something.
He then called Han Wanner and got straight to the point. Wanner, prepare 500 million for me.
500 million? What for? I'm attending an auction in Huaxi, and I need more money. Yi Chen explained. Hold on, I'll set up a special account for you and transfer the money immediately. Han Wanyu said. A few minutes later, 500 million appeared in Yi Chen's account. That's amazing. Lan Yan gave him a thumbs up. Thanks.
Yi Chen replied with 2 words to Han Wanner, feeling a little touched.
Han Wanyu only sent 3 words, is that enough? Enough. Yi Chen felt like crying.
Just then, Lin Huanchue suddenly called, her voice still tinged with anger. Yi Chen, where have you been these past few days?
Xiao Ming wants to see you. I'm at Huaxi. I'll contact you after I get back. Yi Chen said. Huaxi?
My mom and the others also went to Huaxi. They won't tell me what they're doing, acting so mysterious.
If you see them, let me know.
Lin Huanchue said suspiciously.
Huaxi is so big, how would I run into your mom?
Yi Chen said before hanging up the phone and rushing toward the auction venue. The auction was being held at the Dragon Soaring Mansion in the southern suburbs of the city, a large estate. When Yi Chen and Lan Yan arrived, the estate's entrance was already filled with luxury cars, with many wealthy and powerful individuals coming and going, as well as quite a few martial artists. The place was crowded, like a bustling market. To enter the estate, one only needed an introduction letter from a relevant person. This wasn't a high requirement, and Lan Yan had already prepared the letters of introduction, giving one to Yi Chen and keeping one for herself. They headed toward the estate. Just a few steps in, Yi Chen spotted a group of people, and his heart sank. Could it be? The group was none other than Lu Meiyu, her older sister Lu Meixin, and Chen Yang, the man whose teeth he had knocked out last time. And that little girl, Chen Bei. Earlier, Lin Huanchue had called to say her mother had gone to Huaxi, and it turned out she was also here for the auction. Yi Chen was surprised. What were ordinary people like them doing at such an auction? Not far away, Lu Meiyu and the others also spotted Yi Chen. They seemed quite surprised. After confirming it was indeed Yi Chen, they immediately walked over. Lu Meiyu's gaze was hostile. Lu Meixin and her family of 3 glared at Yi Chen with such hatred that it seemed as though they wanted to devour him whole. They naturally hated Yi Chen to the core. Their son Chen Yang had his teeth knocked out by Yi Chen, and their daughter Chen Bei's boyfriend had his leg broken by him. What was this? Enemies meeting by chance? However, when they saw the women accompanying Yi Chen, they were all surprised they were so beautiful. Especially Chen Yang, who stared at Lan Yan with wide eyes. The body-hugging skirt, black stockings, and her stunning figure exuded a strong aura of a seductive woman, setting Chen Yang's heart ablaze. Lu Meiyu snorted coldly and said, Yi Chen, so you have a mistress in Huaxi? You're living off Han Wanner's money, using her to support you, and now you're keeping a little fox in Huaxi. How can you face Han Wanner? Her words were like a knife to the heart, clearly meant for Lan Yan to hear, revealing Yi Chen's true nature. Lan Yan was startled for a moment, then immediately wrapped her arm around Yi Chen's arm and said in a sweet voice, Auntie, I don't care. I love Yi Chen very much. No matter if he has other women, my feelings for him will never change. Hearing Lan Yan's words, Lu Meiyu and the others were all speechless. She's not even angry? How could there be such a generous woman? Lu Meiyu was so frustrated she felt like she'd thrown a punch that landed on a pillow. Meanwhile, Lan Yan looked at Yi Chen with eyes full of tenderness, even leaning her head against his shoulder, looking as close as 2 peas in a pod. Lu Meiyu and the others felt awkward, as if they were standing there out of place. Chen Yang was so upset he wanted to die. Such a perfect woman, and she is a love-struck fool. And the object of her affection was Yi Chen, that scoundrel. Why not him? Beautiful lady, I must tell you the truth. Yi Chen is a liar, a heartbreaker, and a violent man. He's barbaric and has no gentlemanly manners at all. Chen Yang immediately exposed Yi Chen's dark secrets. Look at my teeth, 2 of them are missing because of that violent maniac, Yi Chen. You should leave him immediately, otherwise, you'll be the one suffering. Even if Yi Chen beats me every day, I won't leave him.
Lan Yan looked at Yi Chen with a loving expression, then suddenly turned around, her expression changing, and said angrily, "Who do you think you are, trying to come between Yi Chen and me? Can't you stand seeing others happy? You, and you too. Your mouth is so filthy, did you even wipe your mouth after using the restroom? If you can speak, speak properly. If you can't, get out of here immediately and disappear from my sight." Lan Yan was arrogant and domineering, her words sharp and cutting, berating Chen Yang and the others until they were speechless. Yi Chen was completely stunned. Chapter 160, A Century-Old Ginseng. Under Lan Yan's powerful aura, Lu Meiyu and the others left in disgrace.
Chen Bei said cunningly, "Let's take photos of Yi Chen with this fox and send them to Han Wanner."
Lu Meiyu's eyes lit up, great idea. Yi Chen is only able to show off because of Han Wanner.
Once she sees him with another woman, she'll definitely dump him.
Hurry up and take the photos, Xiao Bei. Without Han Wanner's protection, Yi Chen is nothing. Lu Meixin also exclaimed excitedly. I've already taken them. When that Thai fox was hugging Yi Chen, I secretly snapped a few photos. Chen Bei spoke confidently, pulling out the photos to show them. Everyone looked and saw that it was Lan Yan holding Yi Chen's arm, leaning her head on his shoulder, in several intimate photos. Anyone who saw them would think they were a couple deeply in love. Xiao Bei, you did a great job. Ha, this is great, let's post it right away. Lu Meiyu smiled brightly. Do any of you have Han Daxiaji's contact information? Chen Bei asked. Everyone was speechless. They had never even met Han Wanner, how could they have her contact information? Send it to my cousin Han Shui, and she can forward it to Han Wanner. Chen Yang suggested. Right. Lu Meiyu slapped her thigh. Her daughter had worked with Han Wanner before, so she naturally had her contact information. So Chen Bei hurriedly sent the secretly taken photos to Lin Hanxue and embellished the story further. Lin Hanxue was drinking tea in her office when she saw Chen Bei's message. She was so angry that she smashed the teacup. It turned out that Yi Chen hadn't come home for so many days because he was out on a date with his mistress. One Han Wanner wasn't enough, he had actually taken up another mistress in Huaxi. The more Lin Huanxue thought about it, the angrier she became. Yi Chen, you bastard. Lin Huanxue was so angry that her body trembled, and she smashed all the tea sets on the table. Hanxue, why are you so angry? Lin Yan'an suddenly walked in. Lin Hanxue remained silent with a cold expression, but under Lin Yan'an's gentle persuasion, she revealed what Yi Chen had done. Lin Yan'an narrowed his eyes slightly. Hanxue, men are all lustful, Yi Chen is no exception. You're so angry because you still love Yi Chen, right? How could I possibly love him? Put. Lin Hanxue sneered disdainfully. If you're going to be so stubborn, I can't help you. Lin Yan'an said, then turned and walked out. After 3 years of marriage, how could there be no feelings? Lin Hanxue softened and asked, Yan'an, do you have any way to help me? Lin Yan'an stopped at the door and smiled, saying, a woman trying to keep a man's heart is almost impossible because men are all fickle. If you want Yi Chen to be loyal to you and have only you in his heart, you'll have to use some tactics. What kind of tactics? Lin Huanxue asked. Poison him with a love potion. Lin Yan'an said mysteriously, I know a poison master from the Miao region who can cast love poison. Once Yi Chen is under its spell, he will only love you and never look at another woman again. Poisoning someone with a love potion? That doesn't seem right, Lin Huanxue frowned, feeling that such a method was evil. I'm just offering you an option, the choice is yours. Lin Yan'an said indifferently. Though he appeared calm on the surface, a cold, ruthless glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. Lin Hanxue was merely a tool he was using to deal with Han Wanner and to deal with Yi Chen. Yi Chen and Lan Yan entered the Tenglong Mountain Villa. The manor was vast, bustling like a marketplace with numerous stalls. These stalls sold herbs, jade, antiques, weapons, and other items, most of which were related to cultivation. Yi Chen glanced around and immediately spotted several herbs emitting spiritual energy, as well as some tools pulsating with faint magical power. These were undoubtedly magical artifacts. There were indeed quite a few valuable items. Yi Chen smiled slightly. Most of the herbs were aged and had been used for many years. They would have been of great use to him in the past, but now they were of little use. Unless they were genuine spiritual herbs. After browsing through a few stalls, Yi Chen spotted the bone-washing grass, a spiritual herb. You're lucky you found the bone-washing grass. Yi Chen said to Lan Yan, then pointed at 2 black, glossy spiritual herbs on the stall and asked, Brother, how much are these 2 herbs? Oh my, young man, you have excellent eyesight. These are the only 2 spiritual herbs on my stall. They are bone-washing grass, which possesses the powerful effect of cleansing the marrow and purifying the bones. Even an ordinary person who consumes it can undergo a complete transformation, becoming a once-in-a-lifetime martial arts prodigy. Seeing the vendor ramble on, Yi Chen interrupted him, name your price. 10 million. The vendor was a middle-aged man in his 30s with some cultivation, his small eyes sparkling with cunning. 10 million? Do you think I don't know the value of these herbs? These 2 plants are merely the lowest grade of spiritual herbs, only effective for ordinary people who have just begun their cultivation.
Their effect on martial artists is negligible.
Yi Chen said indifferently.
The boss was slightly startled, glancing at Yi Chen in surprise, not expecting him to be so knowledgeable.
He then said, "Well, young man, name your price." 2 million for both. Yi Chen said, "This is a reasonable price. 1 million is too low. How about 2 million? The vendor said.
Yi Chen shook his head and said, "I'll only give you 1 million.
Then do as you please. There are so many customers coming and going, I'm not worried about selling them."
The vendor shook his head.
"Alright, I'll take them for 2 million.
Lan Yan suddenly said.
Deal. As if afraid Lan Yan would change her mind, the vendor hurriedly said.
Yi Chen looked speechless. These 2 plants of bone-washing grass were worth at most 1 million Lan Yan. Paying 2 million was truly a fool's bargain.
Lan Yan paid the money promptly.
The vendor packed the 2 plants into a wooden box, and Lan Yan tucked them away in her bosom as if they were treasures.
You were too impatient.
You could have haggled for a better price. 1,080,000 would have been enough, and if that didn't work, you could have offered 1,110,000 at most.
Yi Chen said with a wry smile. What if someone else buys them? There are too many people here, Lan Yan said. Ha, those who recognize bone-washing grass won't buy it, and those who don't know it won't either. Yi Chen said. Forget it. Let's just take the loss. After all, I need it. Lan Yan said in a delicate voice. Yi Chen didn't say anything else.
They then browsed a few more stalls and came across a century-old He Shou Wu.
Lan Yan spent 50,000 to buy one. Haha, Yi Chen, now we only need a century-old ginseng. Lan Yan was extremely delighted.
Having already purchased 2 of the 3 main ingredients for the bone-washing pill, she was naturally overjoyed. However, after browsing through over a dozen stalls, they hadn't seen any century-old ginseng, mostly only around 50 years old.
Just then, a furious voice suddenly rang out from ahead. You scoundrel! The century-old ginseng you sold us is fake. Chapter 161, The Big Loss of Lu Meiyu.
Upon hearing the words century-old ginseng, Yi Chen and Lan Yan immediately rushed over. Upon closer inspection, they saw that it was Lu Meiyu and her group arguing with a fat vendor. Chen Bei held a wooden box in her hands, her face flushed red, and her eyebrows knotted in anger. Look, everyone, look.
This is the century-old ginseng we bought for 5 million. Everyone looked inside the box to see a ginseng root about half a foot long.
It was indeed aged, but it was completely dried out and dead.
Its surface was grayish-black, with wrinkled skin resembling tree bark.
When touched, it crumbled into powder like wood shavings. Anyone could tell at a glance that the ginseng had lost all its medicinal properties and was likely used by someone else. It's not even worth a piece of firewood. At least firewood can be burned for heat. This worthless ginseng is good for nothing. To spend 5 million on such a thing is sheer madness. Everyone stared at Lu Meiyu and her group as if they were looking at a cute little thing. Lu Meiyu pounded her thigh in anguish. We've been swindled by this dishonest vendor. He told us it was a 300-year-old ginseng root, and we paid 5 million for it, only to end up with this worthless junk.
Why didn't you check it properly earlier? Someone asked. It didn't look like this when we bought it. It looked fresh and new.
Lu Meiyu's eyes were red, and the veins on her forehead were bulging. My nephew Chen Yang is preparing to practice martial arts, and I, as his aunt, spent 5 million to buy this ginseng as a gift for him.
Now we've been cheated by this scoundrel. Everyone, please judge fairly. Yi Chen, who was watching from the sidelines, finally understood. No wonder I ran into Lu Meiyu and her group here. It turns out Chen Yang wanted to practice martial arts, so Lu Meiyu brought him here to buy spiritual herbs. Only to be swindled out of 5 million yuan. How ridiculous. Watching Lu Meiyu and the others go crazy and spit blood, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. You fat bastard, give me my money back, or I'll tear your stall apart. Lu Meiyu pointed at the fat stall owner and jumped up. Damn it, give the money back, you damn cheat. Chen Bei cursed angrily. Hee, at the Martial Arts Alliance auction, you take the goods, pay the money, and the transaction is complete. There's no such thing as a refund. This is indeed my family's ancestral wild ginseng, passed down for over 300 years. You were the ones who wanted to buy it, I didn't force you to buy it. The fat vendor sneered. Stop wasting my time. We don't want this worthless ginseng. Give us our money back immediately, or else I'll never let you off the hook. Lu Meiyu grabbed the vendor's clothes and said angrily. What's the matter? Trying to intimidate me? Do you have the guts? The fat vendor snapped his fingers. Within seconds, 7 or 8 burly men charged forward, each armed with knives and guns, exuding a murderous aura. Seeing this scene, Lu Meiyu and the others were so scared they wet themselves, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The men exuded a tangible aura of murderous intent. This is Mr. Dong, a notorious figure in the martial arts world of Jiangnan, and his men are all desperados. You're asking for trouble by messing with him. You fools, you didn't even bother to check what you were buying. Don't blame anyone else. The rules of the Martial Arts Alliance auction are clear. Once a deal is made, there's no backing out. It's only because you're women that he spared you. Otherwise, Mr. Dong would have already crippled you.
The onlookers around them murmured in agreement.
That's exactly how it is. The Martial Arts Alliance auction house is different from regular businesses.
Here, there's no such thing as returns or exchanges.
It's all about your eyes and experience. If you get ripped off, you just have to accept it.
Lu Meiyu was furious, her chest heaving violently as she pointed at the fat vendor and shouted, "What if you have more people?
I'll go find the manager here to report you. As long as I didn't force you to buy, go ahead and report me," the fat vendor said confidently.
Lu Meiyu was so angry she could spit fire, but she was powerless. They had familiarized themselves with the rules here before coming, and it was indeed as he said. They went to report it to the manager, but they couldn't win. Just as Lu Meiyu was at a loss, she suddenly spotted Yi Chen in the crowd. Her eyes lit up, and she rushed over to Yi Chen, as if she had found a savior.
"Yi Chen, go teach that fat bastard a lesson. He cheated me out of 5 million. What? Yi Chen looked at Lu Meiyu in surprise. "What are you waiting for? Go already. You're the one with the skills. Beat them all up and get my 5 million back," Lu Meiyu urged.
"Wait, sis, you've been causing trouble for me all day. You were even cursing at me at the door just now. If I help you, my conscience won't let me."
Yi Chen laughed. You.
Lu Meiyu was so angry her eyes went black, glaring at Yi Chen as if she wanted to eat him.
"By the way, what are you doing here?"
Lu Meiyu suddenly asked. "We're buying her 100-year-old ginseng root." Yi Chen pointed to Lan Yan beside him.
Lu Meiyu was overjoyed upon hearing this and quickly handed the ginseng to Lan Yan. "You're buying ginseng, right? This is 300-year-old ginseng.
I bought it for 5 million, I'll sell it to you for 4 million.
Put. Lan Yan laughed. "Sister, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? You yourself said it's junk, and you're selling it to me for 4 million? Humph.
This is real ginseng, just a bit old, so it doesn't look good."
"Alright, I'll sell it to you for 3 million, how about that?"
Lu Meiyu said again, "I just want to get rid of it cheaply and cut my losses."
"No." Lan Yan's smile vanished, feeling that Lu Meiyu was insulting her intelligence. 1 million.
"I'll only sell it for 1 million. Lu Meiyu was so desperate she was about to cry, looking around at the people nearby and pleading pitifully. "Please, any kind-hearted boss, buy it for 1 million.
Otherwise, I won't be able to survive.
This money was taken from my daughter." She was crying bitterly, her nose running and tears streaming down her face. "Sister, stop daydreaming.
Don't think everyone is a little darling. You're the only one who's a little darling. Who would buy this junk?" Someone sneered.
As soon as the person finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out.
1 million, I'll take it." The voice belonged to Yi Chen. Everyone's surprised glances fell on him. Not to mention Lu Meiyu, even Lan Yan was stunned. "Yi Chen, are you joking?"
Lan Yan hurriedly pulled his sleeve. Yi Chen gestured with his eyes for her to stay silent.
Lu Meiyu stared blankly at Yi Chen. "You want to buy it? Are you just teasing me?" "Of course I'm buying it. If you don't want to sell it, then forget it," Yi Chen said. "Sell it? Of course I'll sell it. 1 million. Hurry up and pay."
Lu Meiyu swiftly stuffed the wooden box into Yi Chen's embrace. Yi Chen immediately transferred 1 million yuan to Lu Meiyu.
Everyone was stunned, staring at Yi Chen as if he were a cute little kid. What a fool.
Even Lu Meiyu cursed Yi Chen under her breath, but when she thought about losing 4 million, she felt her heart ache.
"Yi Chen, you."
Lan Yan wanted to say something, but Yi Chen stopped her with a glance. Then Yi Chen put away the wooden box and pulled Lan Yan away quickly.
Chapter 162, The Four-Veined Blood Ginseng. Yi Chen led Lan Yan forward in silence.
Lan Yan was filled with suspicion and wanted to ask Yi Chen why he had spent 1 million on that worthless ginseng, but Yi Chen kept walking, so she had no choice but to hold back. After walking for over 10 minutes, they finally came to a secluded, deserted rockery, where Yi Chen finally stopped.
"Yi Chen, why did you spend 1 million on a worthless thing?" Lan Yan finally couldn't hold back and asked. "Junk?"
Yi Chen chuckled and said, "Open your eyes wide.
I'll show you a magic trick."
Saying this, he opened the wooden box and, as if performing a magic trick, slapped his palm toward the ginseng inside the box. In an instant, the ginseng, which was over half a foot long, shattered into pieces, turning into several piles of powder.
"Yi Chen, is this your magic trick?" Seeing the scene before her, Lan Yan was deeply disappointed and complained, "I spent 2 million on the bone-washing grass, and you call me a sucker? You spent 1 million on a pile of powder, aren't you even more of a sucker than me?"
Yi Chen smiled faintly, saying nothing, and began searching through the pile of powder. Soon, a small ginseng root about 10 centimeters long was uncovered by Yi Chen.
Upon seeing the ginseng, Lan Yan's expression changed instantly. It was simply too beautiful.
Though only 10 centimeters long, it was entirely blood red, resembling a blood-colored agate, translucent like jade, and as exquisite as a masterpiece of art. Moreover, it emitted a strange fragrance. Just one whiff made Lan Yan feel her blood surging, as if she had suddenly gained an extra burst of strength. If she had Yi Chen's keen eyesight, she would have noticed that this tiny ginseng plant was emitting powerful streams of blood energy. The intensity of the blood energy was so thick it resembled the smoke from a tear gas canister, billowing upward. Yi Chen immediately sealed it with his true energy to prevent the blood energy from escaping. Yi Chen, this. Lan Yan stared at the strange ginseng root, her face filled with shock. Yi Chen stared intently at the ginseng, exclaiming with delight, "What incredible luck! I thought it was just a 3-vein blood ginseng, but it's actually a 4-vein one." Lan Yan looked closely and indeed saw 4 distinct patterns on the surface of the ginseng. She then asked in utter astonishment, "Yi Chen, what kind of treasure is this?" "It's a blood ginseng." "Blood ginseng? I've never heard of it before." Yi Chen chuckled and said, "Of course you haven't heard of it. Blood ginseng is a type of ginseng, but it's far more precious and rare than ordinary ginseng. It's the ultimate treasure among ginseng. It's a true rarity." "What? A rare treasure? How much is this little root worth?" Lan Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. "As long as it's blood ginseng, it's worth its weight in gold," Yi Chen said with a smile, "and the value of blood ginseng can be determined by the patterns on its surface. 3 years ago, a 3-pattern blood ginseng appeared in Lingnan and was purchased by a powerful figure for 50 billion. This one has 4 patterns, making it far more valuable than the 3-patterned one, roughly 80 billion yuan or so." Yi Chen pointed to the blood ginseng in his hand and said, "My goodness." Lan Yan was so shocked she plopped down onto the ground. Such a small blood ginseng root was worth 80 billion? This? Yi Chen, are you joking? I'm not well educated, don't try to fool me. Ha, would I lie to you? Yi Chen smiled faintly. The 4-veined blood ginseng was an extremely rare spiritual herb. Not only was it unparalleled in the mortal world, but even in the cultivation realm, it was an incredibly powerful existence. If someone were to offer 80 billion for this single blood ginseng root, Yi Chen wouldn't even consider selling it. Goodness gracious. Lan Yan was so shocked she couldn't speak, staring at Yi Chen with a strange expression. You bought a treasure worth billions with just 1 million? That's an amazing move. If Lu Meiyu or that vendor found out, they'd be heartbroken. Chapter 163, A Complete Transformation. Who cares if they cry themselves to death? We'll just keep our heads down and make a fortune. Yi Chen chuckled to himself, feeling utterly satisfied. With this blood ginseng, Yi Chen could now refine top-grade elixirs, such as blood lotus pill, blood pill, golden steel pill, and yellow dragon pill. These pills all enhance a cultivator's blood energy and physical prowess. For Yi Chen, with the dragon pendant aiding his cultivation, advancing in cultivation realm was no problem. However, focusing solely on advancing his cultivation realm is insufficient. He must also cultivate his body, enhance his blood essence, physical prowess, and spiritual energy. Only then could he walk further on the path of cultivation. Yi Chen's cultivation realm is advancing too quickly, so he must find a way to enhance his blood essence power. Obtaining this blood ginseng is precisely what he needs at this moment. At that moment, Lan Yan gazed at Yi Chen with admiration, as if she had transformed into a devoted fan. She had seen people snagging bargains before, but never won this huge tens of billions. If word got out, it would definitely shock everyone. Yi Chen, how did you discover there was a blood ginseng inside? Lan Yan asked curiously. Yi Chen smiled. That old ginseng root was clearly withered and had lost its medicinal properties, but I sensed a faint trace of blood energy emanating from it, so I deduced that there was a blood ginseng root inside. Actually, the fat vendor hadn't deceived Lu Meiyu. It was indeed a centuries-old ginseng root. It had simply been drained of its medicinal properties by this small blood ginseng, which is why it had withered. Lan Yan, upon hearing this, admired Yi Chen even more. Earlier, a crowd had gathered there and none of them could tell, but only Yi Chen could see it. His eyesight was truly remarkable. In truth, Yi Chen could tell because his divine sense had detected the blood ginseng inside. This was the advantage of possessing divine perception. Those ancient martial arts cultivators practiced martial arts, and no matter how profound their cultivation was, they couldn't cultivate divine sense. Divine perception is exclusive to cultivators of the Tao. Yi Chen, you're enjoying yourself, but I still haven't found my century-old ginseng. Lan Yan said softly. There are still so many stalls to check, we're sure to find it. Yi Chen said. Then, they headed toward the area where the stalls were set up. The Martial Alliance auction was an annual grand event in the martial arts world of Jiangnan, lasting 3 days in total. The first 2 days were mainly for guests from all over the country to freely trade within the estate, while the third day was the main event, featuring the official auction. After browsing the stall area for about 10 minutes, Yi Chen and Lan Yan found the century-old ginseng. For ordinary people, a century-old ginseng root is something they might never encounter in a lifetime, but for cultivators and wealthy individuals, there are ways to obtain it. Lan Yan spent 2 million to purchase a century-old ginseng root, and Yi Chen then took her away. Upon returning to the Wulong Mountain Villa, Yi Chen immediately began refining the bone-washing pill for Lan Yan. This was merely the lowest-grade pill, and with the alchemy furnace, it wasn't too difficult for Yi Chen to refine. It only took him 5 or 6 hours to complete the Throughout the process, Lan Yan stayed by his side, her hands propped up on her cheeks as she watched Yi Chen refine the pill. Yi Chen had originally intended to send her away, but Lan Yan stubbornly refused to leave, her eyes filled with anticipation as she watched the alchemy furnace, resembling a child eagerly awaiting the broth to be served on New Year's Day. When Yi Chen opened the furnace, 5 pills had formed. Not bad at all.
Is this the bone washing pill?
Lan Yan looked at the black, mud-like pills in Yi Chen's hands, her slender eyebrows furrowing slightly.
Yes, taking one will purify most of the impurities in your body. Yi Chen explained. Really? Lan Yan seemed a bit skeptical. Could this mudball-like substance really transform her completely? Try it and see for yourself. Yi Chen smiled.
Lan Yan nodded and followed Yi Chen's instructions, picking up a pill and placing it in her mouth. She chewed it into a paste and swallowed it. Circulate the 9 purification washing marrow technique to refine the potency of the pill.
Yi Chen said.
Lan Yan immediately activated her technique and instantly felt the pill entering her body, transforming into a stream of warm energy flowing through her meridians like a gentle stream, spreading throughout her entire body. Before long, her expression changed. Lan Yan felt the warm currents grow scorching hot, their temperature rising rapidly, as if they had turned into balls of flame burning within her body.
Ah!
Lan Yan let out a painful moan, feeling as though she had jumped into a fire, her body burning hot, drenched in sweat, and her entire being emanating steam. This sensation grew more intense, causing Lan Yan's flushed, delicate body to tremble uncontrollably. The heat within her felt like fiery blades slicing through her meridians, bones, and flesh. The pain was unbearable. Yi Chen, it's so painful. Ah, I'm going to die. Lan Yan's fair face was as red as blood, and her entire body resembled a blazing furnace. Endure it, continue circulating the technique, let the medicinal power flow throughout your body. Cultivation is like this without enduring inhuman suffering. How can one possess strength beyond that of ordinary people? Yi Chen remained calm, his tone devoid of any emotion.
Alright, I can do this.
Lan Yan clenched her teeth, her eyes filled with determination, using every ounce of her strength to hold on.
Thus, time passed slowly, each second an agonizing ordeal for her. Lan Yan endured for a full 5 minutes, which felt like an eternity to her.
Finally, the intense burning pain began to fade, and black substances started seeping out of every pore on her body. By the time the potion's effects had completely worn off, Lan Yan had turned into a muddy mess, her entire body covered in a blackish hue.
She exhaled.
She exhaled deeply, feeling incredibly comfortable, her body lighter and more relaxed than ever before, as if she were floating on air. However, when she looked at herself in the mirror, Lan Yan's expression changed drastically. How did I turn into an African chicken? Put. Hearing her words, Yi Chen nearly laughed out loud and said, "Those are the impurities in your body being expelled by the medicine. Go take a shower and wash all that dirt off. You'll be as good as new." Lan Yan nodded and hurried into the bathroom. She quickly stripped off her long dress, which had become filthy, and turned on the shower. It took her half an hour to wash herself clean and white. That feels so good. Lan Yan felt her body was incredibly light, a sensation she had never experienced before. Was this the state of a cultivator? It was truly exhilarating. No wonder so many people are so obsessed with cultivation. Not only did her physical condition feel better, but after this bone-cleansing ritual, her skin had become even more fair and smooth, like the lustrous jade of a sheep, with a translucent quality, as if there were no impurities at all. Her entire body was like a work of art carved from ivory, breathtakingly beautiful. Who would have thought that such a beautiful body belonged to a widow? Lan Yan murmured, her heart filled with sorrow. Suddenly, the image of Yi Chen flashed through her mind, and Lan Yan's heart couldn't help but grow hot. She then opened the bathroom door and called out to the bedroom inside, "Yi Chen, bring me some clean clothes."
Chapter 164, Help Me Kill Someone.
Yi Chen opened the wardrobe and was completely stunned.
The entire wardrobe was filled with clothes, but they were all oddly dressed. There were flight attendant uniforms, nurse uniforms, and all sorts of other outfits, every style imaginable. This mountain villa belonged to Wang Chang.
They didn't live here regularly, they only stayed here occasionally for vacations or leisure. It could only be described as extravagant. What are all these clothes? Yi Chen picked out a slightly more conservative made outfit and went to the bathroom door. Lan Yan opened the door and peeked inside, blushing instantly.
She said, "That's not the bedroom closet, it's the wardrobe." "Where's the walk-in closet?" Yi Chen asked. "It's on the 2nd floor." "Never mind, the walk-in closet is locked. I'll just wear this one first." Lan Yan pulled the door open a little wider and leaned in to take the clothes from Yi Chen's hands. Her jet black hair cascaded down, adorning her snow-white body like a beautiful landscape painting. In that fleeting moment, Yi Chen's heart raced. A few minutes later, Lan Yan emerged from the bathroom and walked straight toward Yi Chen. A captivating fragrance wafted toward him. Yi Chen looked up and was slightly taken aback. Her smooth, jet black hair shone brightly, and her snow-white neck, as delicate as jade, curved in a breathtaking arc. A white skirt that reached her knees, with a pure white sash tied around her slender waist and lace trim adorning the hem, added a touch of unique beauty. "Do you like it?" Lan Yan knelt before Yi Chen, lifting her flower-like face, and asked shyly. She was full of charm and utterly captivating. Yi Chen's heartstrings were tugged urgently, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. A mature, alluring woman dressed as a maid was kneeling before him, asking if she looked good. Even Yi Chen found it hard to control himself. He reached out and gently lifted Lan Yan's snow-white chin, which curved gracefully. Lan Yan obediently raised her head slowly, gazing at him with a look of helpless vulnerability. Her red lips trembled slightly, as if inviting him to take her. Yi Chen's index finger twitched, but when he looked up, he saw the photo frame on the wall, which was a couple's photo of Lan Yan and Wang Chang. Yi Chen lost all interest and said, "You just lost your husband. You should behave yourself. I don't care. Just treat me like Pan Jinlian." Lan Yan seemed to be moved, sitting directly on Yi Chen's lap and hugging him tightly. Yi Chen felt awkward. The photo of Wang Chang on the wall made him feel uncomfortable, as if Wang Chang were watching him. Yi Chen held down the wriggling Lan Yan and said, "Wait a moment. This isn't the right time. When should we wait until? I can't wait any longer." Lan Yan looked like a female demon. "Let's wait until the auction ends. You've just completed the bone cleansing technique. What you should be doing now is cultivating the 9 purifications bone cleansing technique," Yi Chen said. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Lan Yan calmed down slightly and regained her composure. You're no better than an animal." Lan Yan shot Yi Chen a seductive glance, then playfully punched his chest before reluctantly stepping down. She then set aside all personal desires and distractions, sat cross-legged on the soft bed in the bedroom, and began cultivating the 9 purification bone washing technique. After being cleansed by the bone washing pill, Lan Yan was astonished to discover that as she circulated the technique, she could clearly feel streams of energy flowing through her meridians. Before, it had been vague and indistinct, but now it was so clear. Lan Yan knew that this was the qi that cultivators spoke of. Only by cultivating this qi could one be considered a true martial artist. As the qi grew stronger through cultivation, the martial artist's strength would naturally increase as well. Yi Chen was also nearby, having entered his cultivation state. He was preparing to break through to the 7th layer of qi cultivation, which would enhance both his cultivation and mental strength, making it easier for him to refine pills using blood ginseng in the future. "Yi Chen, I've cultivated mud essence." After more than an hour, Lan Yan exclaimed with delight. She felt the presence of mud liquid in her dantian. Yi Chen opened his eyes, slightly surprised. He had originally thought that Lan Yan would need to consume at least 2 washing marrow pills and spend another 2 or 3 days to cultivate the muddy liquid. But she had succeeded so quickly. It must be said that she had a natural talent for cultivation. Good. Continue your cultivation. I will now attempt to break through to the next realm. Do not disturb me during this time," Yi Chen instructed Lan Yan. Lan Yan nodded hurriedly. After that, Yi Chen went up to the 4th floor of the room and searched for a secluded room to begin his cultivation. He couldn't afford any disturbances while breaking through the realm, as he was absorbing the demonic energy from the dragon pendant, which contained powerful demonic energy. Even the slightest distraction could lead to spiritual backlash, which could result in severe injuries, severed meridians, or even death on the spot. This was also why Yi Chen had always chosen to retreat to remote mountain forests for his cultivation in the past to avoid any disturbances. After Yi Chen ascended the stairs, Lan Yan sat cross-legged on a soft couch, continuing her cultivation of the 9 purification bone cleansing technique. Tunlong Mountain Villa. In a lavishly decorated room, the prestigious Chu Gongzi sat elegantly on the sofa, sizing up the young man before him. The young man was tall and muscular, with bulging arms that seemed ready to burst through his clothes, exuding a powerful aura. He was dressed simply, his expression stern, with a rusty iron sword hanging at his waist. "Are you the Sword 13? Chu Gongzi narrowed his eyes and spoke with an air of arrogance. "That is correct." The stern young man nodded. "Sword 13, you've been making a name for yourself in the martial arts world of Yun Dian lately. The iron sword at your waist has consecutively slain 8 renowned martial arts masters, which is truly impressive. You now rank 20th on the Shinmen Hidden Dragon list, only 2 spots below my ranking," Chu Gongzi said indifferently. "I don't care about these rankings," Jian Shisan said indifferently. Chu Gongzi smiled and said, "I heard from Zheng Baquan that your mother is seriously ill, and you need a fire Lingji to save her. Coincidentally, I have one here. Would you like it?" As he spoke, Chu Gongzi opened a jade box, revealing a crimson-red Lingji that glowed with rolling qi, resembling a burning flame. Upon seeing the ginseng, Jian Shisan's previously stern face suddenly lit up with intense light, and he reached out to take it. Chu Gongzi quickly closed the jade box and smiled mischievously, saying, "If you want the fire ginseng to save your mother, you must first help me kill someone." "Who?" "Yi Chen," Chu Gongzi said with a smile. Chapter 165, Forcing the Palace. "Alright, I'll go kill him." Jian Shisan's killing intent surged, and the ancient sword hanging at his waist hummed, as if it were about to leave its sheath at any moment. "Wait, follow Hao Chang. He will handle everything. Just follow his instructions," Chu Gongzi said indifferently. After Hao Chang led Jian Shisan away, Zheng Baquan emerged from a side room.
He smiled broadly, flattering him. Chu Gongzi, you're truly clever. First, send this Jianshi-san to weaken Yi Chen's strength.
Once they're both weakened, you can step in and clean up the mess, reaping the benefits.
By then, the great merit of slaying Yi Chen will be yours, Chu Gongzi. Your reputation in the entire Jiangnan martial arts world will soar, and you'll be even more highly regarded by the Xianmen, allowing you to climb higher on the Qinlong rankings. This is truly killing three birds with one stone.
Zhang Baquan couldn't contain his joy. He.
Chu Gongzi smiled smugly. When it comes to doing things, one must have strategy.
Relying solely on blind passion is the way of a fool.
I, Chu Sun, am powerful, cunning, and skilled in both literature and martial arts.
I am destined to rank first on the Qianlong chart in the future. Ha, that's right.
Chu Gongzi's future is limitless. He will definitely top the hidden dragon rankings, and I'll get to ride his coattails too.
Ha! Zhang Baiquan smiled brightly. Enough flattery.
Keep a close eye on the movements at the Dragon's Lair Manor and report back to me immediately, Chu Gongzi said with a smile.
Yes, Mr. Chu. Zhang Baquan responded and immediately set off. Tonight, I will walk over Yi Chen's bones and become the biggest winner.
Chu Gongzi's eyes shone with intense light. Meanwhile, Lan Yan was in the midst of her cultivation when one of her trusted confidants suddenly called.
Boss, something's wrong.
Yu Dongxiang is leading several elders and has gathered a large group of people heading toward the Wulong Mountain Villa.
Yu Dongxiang? Lan Yan was taken aback.
He was one of the New Hong Five Tigers and a representative of the young and ambitious faction.
In the past, Wang Chang was the leader of the New Hong Five Tigers, with Yu Dongxiang ranking second.
Now that Wang Chang is dead, Yu Dongxiang has naturally become the leader of the Five Tigers. Since both were representatives of the young and ambitious faction within the New Hong organization, Wang Chang had always held a position of authority over Yu Dongxiang, who had never accepted this and had been secretly competing with him. Now that Lan Yan had taken control of Xinhong, her greatest concern was Yu Dongxiang.
If he couldn't even submit to Wang Chang, how could he possibly submit to her?
However, Yu Dongxiang has remained calm, causing no trouble, seemingly accepting her as the female leader. Lan Yan had found this somewhat odd, but now Yu Dongxiang had suddenly acted, gathering his men and heading straight for Wulong Mountain Villa, clearly targeting her. This bastard is probably trying to force a coup and challenge me for the position of leader.
Lan Yan was no fool. She quickly figured out the underlying issue.
Once she did, she grew anxious, as she had been busy with her cultivation these past few days and hadn't prepared for Yu Dongxiang's move.
With Yi Chen around, if Yu Dongxiang dared to act, he'd be asking for death.
But now Yi Chen is in the critical phase of breaking through his cultivation realm and cannot be disturbed.
Yu Dongxiang, this bastard, chose the worst possible time. Lan Yan cursed under her breath and immediately called to arrange reinforcements, but it was already too late.
The guards at the entrance reported that Yu Dongxiang had already arrived at the Wulong mansion with his men. Lan Yan hurried out, accompanied by only 7 or 8 bodyguards. The two groups collided in a long corridor of the estate. Lan Yan looked and saw that Yu Dongxiang had come prepared, outnumbering them and even bringing along the 4 senior elders of Xinhong. It seemed he was here to force her out. Lan Yan, since you became the leader of the organization, you haven't managed the affairs of the group but have instead been hiding in this mountain villa, having an affair with a wild man.
Yu Dongxiang stepped forward and pointed at Lan Yan's nose, shouting angrily. Yu Dongxiang, who do you think you are, daring to shout at me like this?
Lan Yan's expression turned cold, and a powerful aura emanated from her slender body.
I am the leader of the Xin Hong gang. Do you dare to rebel against me? Rebellion? Don't try to pin that on me.
The 4 elder statesmen are all dissatisfied with your actions, so after careful deliberation, we have decided to remove you from your position as leader.
Chapter 166, The Uneven Showdown.
Xinhong has only one strong leader, not Wang Chang, but me, Yu Dongxiang.
Yu Dongxiang is ambitious.
In the past, he was suppressed by Wang Chang and dared not act rashly. Now that Wang Chang is dead and Lan Yan has a master behind her, he still dares not act rashly.
Now things are different.
Among the crowd behind him stand Jianshi-san and Hao Chang, 2 martial arts masters, giving him the confidence to act boldly.
The 4 elder statesmen, you clearly stated your support for me. How could you turn around and support Yu Dongxiang so quickly? Lan Yan looked at the 4 elders, furious.
These 4 had changed their allegiance too quickly.
The senior elder gave an awkward smile. How could he not support Yu Dongxiang?
That man had struck gold, suddenly gaining the backing of 2 martial arts masters. If he didn't cooperate with Yu Dongxiang, his life and fortune would be in jeopardy. Lan Yan, we do support you, but since you became the leader, your performance has been too poor. You've been hanging around with a wild man all this time.
We old-timers can't stand it anymore.
The Grand Elder spoke relatively diplomatically. The second elder, however, tore off the mask and shouted harshly, Lan Yan, you have violated the clan rules. Today, we will not only strip you of your position as the leader but also hack to death that wild man behind you with our swords.
Lan Yan sneered. Yi Chen was a divine being. These people wanted to kill him? They were dreaming.
When Yi Chen emerges after breaking through his cultivation realm, they'll know what true fear is. But for now, Lan Yan could only handle it on her own.
Attack! Capture Lan Yan!
Yu Dongxiang pointed at Lan Yan with a finger, shouting with murderous intent. The 20-plus loyal followers he had brought with him all brandished their long swords and charged forward.
Hold your horses! Lan Yan waved her hand and said, "We're all brothers of the New Hong family. I don't want to see brothers fighting each other." The elder spoke up. Lan Yan is right.
No matter who becomes the leader, no one wants to see brothers fighting each other.
He looked at Lan Yan.
Lan Yan, the situation is beyond our control. You should step down in favor of Yu Dongxiang. This will minimize the losses.
Lan Yan sneered.
She had already embarked on the path of cultivation and didn't care about the position of leader. However, Yi Chen wanted her to control Xan Hong and work for him, so this position was something Lan Yan had to hold on to.
I won't step down. Lan Yan's attitude was very clear. The three elders suggested, why not have a duel between you and Yu Dongxiang?
The winner becomes the leader. At this suggestion, Yu Dongxiang and the others burst into laughter. Wang Chang was dead, and now Yu Dongxiang was the top fighter in Xinhong, capable of taking down dozens of men with just a knife.
For Lan Yan, a weak woman, to challenge Yu Dongxiang? That would be laughable. Alright, I'll fight Yu Dongxiang. To everyone's surprise, Lan Yan actually agreed. Everyone was taken aback, then burst into laughter.
The first-rate fighter of Xinhong facing off against the first-rate beauty of Xinhong. This is truly exciting.
One of Yu Dongxiang's henchmen mocked.
A single punch from Strong Brother could kill Lan Yan. Don't even mention a punch Chonggu could send Lan Yan flying with just one finger. Yu Dongxiang also laughed, gazing at Lan Yan's curvaceous figure and alluring charm, his eyes burning with desire. He did want to challenge Lan Yan to a fight, but he preferred it to be in bed.
Soon, they arrived at the large open area ahead.
Lan Yan, let me take 10 punches from you first. Looking at Lan Yan with her slender arms and legs, Yu Dongxiang said arrogantly.
Bang!
Lan Yan's punch landed on Yu Dongxiang's chest, causing him to grunt in pain as a powerful force surged through his chest, making his blood boil. A sweet taste filled his throat, and he felt like he was about to vomit blood. However, he forced himself to swallow it down. If he were to be beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Lan Yan, a woman, in public, he would lose all face. Yu Dongxiang stared at Lan Yan in shock. Who could have imagined that this delicate beauty could pack such a punch?
What the hell? Boom!
Lan Yan struck again, landing a punch directly on Yu Dongxiang's abdomen. Yu Dongxiang felt as though he had been struck by an iron hammer, his abdomen throbbing with pain. He couldn't help but bend over, and finally couldn't hold it in anymore, coughing up blood.
Put! Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Yu Dongxiang's mocking henchman froze in shock. The first beauty of Xinhong, so fierce?
Meanwhile, Jian Shisan, who had been standing at the back with a cold, expressionless face, narrowed his eyes slightly. During the exchange between Lan Yan and Yu Dongxiang, he had sensed a faint fluctuation of internal energy.
This woman has cultivated internal energy. He thought to himself. Die!
After being struck twice by Lan Yan, Yu Dongxiang, enraged and humiliated, roared loudly and leaped high into the air, delivering a sweeping leg strike directly at Lan Yan's slender, fair neck. His kick was powerful, fast, and fierce. If it had connected, Lan Yan's neck would have snapped instantly. However, Lan Yan's slender body shifted to the side, dodging the attack. Her movements were agile and flexible, her posture graceful and elegant, leaving everyone speechless. The members of the Xin Hong faction were once again stunned. How could Lan Yan react so quickly? Lan Yan had taken the bone-washing pill, undergoing a complete transformation, making her body light and agile. Combined with the internal energy she had cultivated, she was now a completely different person.
Damn it, I'll kill you!
Yu Dongxiang roared, his anger boiling over, charging toward Lan Yan like a mountain tiger.
Lan Yan dared not engage in a direct confrontation. Instead, she relied on her agile body to dodge while looking for an opportunity to counterattack.
After a fierce battle, Yu Dongxiang couldn't even touch the hem of her robe, while Lan Yan seized the opportunity to land a few punches on him. Yu Dongxiang grew increasingly furious, losing all control and attacking wildly.
In contrast, Lan Yan remained calm and composed, advancing and retreating with precision, growing increasingly steady. The outcome was predictable.
A few minutes later, Yu Dongxiang was kicked in the jaw by Lan Yan and fell to the ground, unable to get up. The 4 senior members, along with Yu Dongxiang's henchmen, were all left speechless. The top enforcer of Xinhong had been defeated by Lan Yan? They had witnessed it with their own eyes and found it hard to believe. Seeing Yu Dongxiang fall to the ground, Lan Yan rejoiced and was about to deliver the final blow.
At that moment, a loud, resonant shout suddenly rang out, "Enough!"
With a thunderous crash, Hao Chang, who had been standing at the back of the crowd, sprang into action. The air around Lan Yan, which had been calm, suddenly began to violently tremble. Her expression changed as she sensed something was wrong. Almost simultaneously with the sensation of the air trembling, 2 black, iron-gray claws as hard as steel had already seized her wrists. A searing pain shot through her wrists, causing Lan Yan's delicate body to go limp, instantly losing all ability to resist. Without hesitation, Hao Chang delivered a powerful punch, striking Lan Yan's full chest with force. Ah! Lan Yan screamed in agony, her body flying backward like a, crashing onto the ground several meters away. Put! Her beautiful face contorted in agony as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking up, her expression changed drastically. The man who had struck her was none other than Hao Chang, the martial artist who had come to the Wulong Mountain Villa earlier to cause trouble. Hadn't he been beaten by Yi Chen until his limbs were broken? How could he recover so quickly? Chapter 167, Mercilessly Torture. Yu Dongxiang brought along over 20 henchmen, while Hao Chang remained standing at the back, so Lan Yan naturally didn't notice him. Moreover, she was unaware that standing behind them was an even more formidable expert, Jin Shirsan. Hao Chang. Lan Yan clenched her teeth, struggling on the ground, but couldn't get to her feet. Although she had made rapid progress, she had only trained for a few days. Facing Hao Chang, a martial arts expert who had trained for over a decade, she was naturally no match for him. Hao Chang's punch had already severely injured Lan Yan. Where is Yi Chen? Hao Chang's expression was cold and ruthless as he strode toward Lan Yan, his eyes filled with malice. Last time he had been beaten to a pulp by Yi Chen here, and today he had come to seek revenge. He not only intended to kill this woman but also to kill Yi Chen. Protect the boss. Seeing Hao Chang's intimidating presence, Lan Yan's 7 or 8 bodyguards immediately charged forward. Hao Chang charged straight at them. In just over a minute, the 7 or 8 bodyguards were brutally killed by him. Damn it! Lan Yan clutched her chest, her beautiful eyes blazing with anger. Where is Yi Chen? Hao Chang looked down at Lan Yan with a sinister expression. I don't know. Lan Yan clenched her teeth, her eyes filled with intense hatred. Slap! Hao Chang slapped Lan Yan across the face, sending her tumbling to the ground. He then grabbed her hair and dragged her back. Where is Yi Chen? I don't know. Lan Yan's hair was disheveled, her face swollen and red, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, but her gaze remained as firm as a rock. Humph! Hao Chang sneered coldly, kicking Lan Yan with such force that she flew several meters away. He then turned to Yu Dongxiang and said, "Take your men and search the estate for Yi Chen." Yu Dongxiang glanced around and said, "Senior Hao, this estate spans thousands of acres. If Yi Chen is hiding, even searching for 3 days and 3 nights might not find him. Send others to search. I'll interrogate Lan Yan, she must know Yi Chen's whereabouts." Hao Chang nodded. Yu Dongxiang walked toward Lan Yan, who was lying motionless on the ground, his face contorted with anger, his eyes dark and menacing. "You've disgraced me. Today, I'll torture you to death." He laughed coldly inside. "Lan Yan, if you tell me where Yi Chen is, I'll give you a quick death." Lan Yan knew that Yi Chen was at a critical moment and couldn't be disturbed. Facing Yu Dongxiang's relentless questioning, she remained silent. "You won't say it, huh? I don't believe I can't pry the truth out of you." Yu Dongxiang grabbed Lan Yan by the collar and pulled her up, slapping her face hard. Smack! Yu Dongxiang slapped her repeatedly, leaving her bleeding from her mouth and nose, a pitiful sight. "Are you going to talk or not? Are you going to talk or not? Speak up." Yu Dongxiang's face twisted into a twisted grin as he continued to slap Lan Yan's face repeatedly. Lan Yan was in excruciating pain but clenched her teeth tightly, refusing to utter a single word. "I'll see how long you can hold out." Yu Dongxiang gave a signal, and his henchman immediately handed him a cleaver. He roughly pried open Lan Yan's mouth and thrust the knife handle deep inside. "Speak. Where is Yi Chen?" Soon, blood began to pour out of Lan Yan's mouth. She was in agony, her delicate body trembling violently, but she still clung on, refusing to utter a single word. "Damn it!" Yu Dongxiang flew into a rage, grabbed a dagger, pressed it against Lan Yan's fingers, and stabbed the tip deeply into her flesh. Ah! The sharp, intense pain caused Lan Yan to let out a piercing scream, her body twisting into a ball. "Isn't Yi Chen so powerful? Why don't you say anything? If you reveal Yi Chen's whereabouts now, you can avoid this suffering." Yu Dongxiang held the dagger in one hand and grabbed Lan Yan's hair with the other, speaking in a menacing tone. Wait until Yi Chen comes out. You'll all die." Lan Yan trembled in agony, her eyebrows furrowed tightly, her nostrils flaring as she gasped for breath, her voice hoarse. "Ha, is Yi Chen really that powerful? Do you know who is backing me up? Not only is there the expert Hao Chang, but there is also Jian Shirsan, the super expert from the Hidden Dragon rankings. We're here today to kill Yi Chen." Yu Dongxiang sneered coldly. Lan Yan's expression flickered slightly. A super-ranked expert from the Hidden Dragon list? Could Yi Chen be his match? "Ha, scared, aren't you? What is Yi Chen?" Yu Dongxiang's face twisted, and he stabbed another finger of Lan Yan with his knife. Hearing Lan Yan's piercing screams and seeing the twisted, monstrous Yu Dongxiang, Jian Shirsan, standing behind him, furrowed his brows slightly. Ah! Ah! Lan Yan's pitiful screams tore through the night's tranquility. In no time, all 10 of her fingers had been pierced by sharp daggers. Her flesh was mangled, her fingers connected to her heart, and Lan Yen was tortured beyond endurance, her suffering too horrific to behold. But she clenched her teeth tightly, refusing to reveal Yi Chen's whereabouts no matter how much Yu Dongqiang tortured her.
Damn it, you won't say, will you?
I'll see if you'll talk. Yu Dongqiang's smile grew even more savage as he grabbed Lan Yan's long legs and roughly pulled her toward him. He tore at her clothes with wild abandon.
Chapter 168. You probably won't be able to go back. Get off me, you bastard.
You beast, let me go. Blue Yen, covered in blood, struggled desperately, but with such severe injuries, she could only resist feebly.
Stop. Standing behind, Jian Shisan couldn't bear to watch any longer and coldly spoke up.
Hao Chang's expression changed, and he shouted loudly, Yu Dongqiang, Senior Jian Shisan ordered you to stop.
Yu Dongqiang startled, quickly stopping his attack.
Looking at Lan Yen again, she was torn to shreds, leaving only 2 pieces of underwear.
Useless.
You've been asking her for so long and haven't gotten anything out of her. Hao Chang kicked Yu Dongqiang aside and pointed at the suffering Lan Yen, saying, hang this woman up.
Wait.
Jian Shisan spoke coldly, give her some clothes first. Hao Chang hesitated for a moment before finding a piece of clothing and wrapping it around Lan Yen.
2 henchmen brought ropes and hoisted the half-dead Lan Yen into the air.
Hao Chang held a long whip and lashed it down hard on Lan Yen's body.
Ah!
Lan Yen, suspended in mid-air, took the full force of the whip, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. This whip was his weapon, different from an ordinary whip, covered with tiny sharp barbs.
With a single strike, Lan Yan's clothes were torn open, revealing deep bloodstains beneath, with flesh exposed and bleeding.
The pain was excruciating, like being torn apart, even more agonizing than being cut by a knife. Even those who were accustomed to violent scenes couldn't bear to watch Lan Yen twisting and screaming in the air, finding it too brutal.
Yi Chen, your lover is being beaten to death by me. Aren't you going to come out and see? Ha! Hao Chang laughed savagely, swinging his whip again. Kill me.
Lan Yen, hanging in the air with her hair disheveled, was in agony, her face contorted in pain, looking like a demon.
Yi Chen, who was seated cross-legged on the upper floor, though far away, could still hear Lan Yen's screams.
His eyebrows furrowed tightly. However, he quickly steadied his mind. This was the most critical moment. If he lost focus, he risked losing control and ruining everything. If he failed, not only would he be unable to save Lan Yen, but he himself would face grave danger. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and persevere.
In another minute or 2, he would succeed. Yi Chen, you cowardly turtle, come out.
Look at your little lover, how pitiful she's screaming. Look at her delicate skin, a single lash leaves a deep gash, blood flowing everywhere, a sight too horrifying to behold.
Ha!
Hao Chang continued his brutal assault while grinning savagely. Lan Yan's body, covered in wounds, twisted violently in the air. Due to the pain, her neck was forced backward, almost forming a 90-degree angle with her body. At that moment, she was in excruciating pain, already on the verge of unconsciousness. Hao Chang's whip came down again. After 5 or 6 more lashes, Lan Yen lay motionless, completely unconscious, with only a faint breath remaining. Hao Chang, like a cruel tyrant, raised the whip again, seemingly determined to beat Lan Yen to death.
Stop!
Jian Shisan spoke up, halting Hao Chang. He could tell that if the beating continued, the woman would die.
Let's go, Yi Chen isn't here.
Jian Shisan said indifferently. Hao Chang froze, then hurried to Jian Shisan's side and said, Senior Jian Shisan, Yi Chen has been in this estate for the past few days. He must be hiding now and dare not show himself.
We can't leave. Leave someone behind to keep an eye on this woman.
Jian Shisan said coldly. Hao Chang thought for a moment and then exclaimed with joy, Senior Jian Shisan is truly wise and powerful. Then Hao Chang walked to the center of the field, gathered all his strength, and shouted loudly, Brothers, let's go back first.
Yi Chen isn't here. With that, Hao Chang swung his whip and led Yu Dongqiang and the others, leaving the estate in a large group.
Just then, a low, angry voice drifted from the distant floors.
Hao Chang, you probably won't be able to return. The voice started low but grew louder, echoing back and forth, until it finally thundered like a storm. Deafening. That's it. Yi Chen's voice. Chapter 169, Yi Chen takes action.
The voice was as cold as ice that had been frozen for 1,000 years, filled with a strong intent to kill. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Meanwhile, Lan Yen, hanging in the air, barely clinging to life, trembled slightly and struggled to open her eyes.
Is it Yi Chen?
In her once lifeless eyes, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared.
Boom! Boom!
A figure darted through the air at an incredible speed, tearing the air apart with his body, creating a long, rippling wave that surged and crackled like a raging river. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen's figure had already descended gracefully.
Hao Chang was looking in the direction of the sound when suddenly everything went black.
A shoe sole blocked his entire field of vision. Then the sole of the shoe came down with brutal force, crushing his face, his eyes, his nose, and his mouth.
Crack! The terrifying force first crushed Hao Chang's nose, shattering the nasal bone into pieces.
Then it moved to his mouth, where all his teeth came loose from their sockets with a grating sound, then were crushed into powder. Then his eyes, eyebrows, and the bones around his eye sockets all shattered and broke apart. Finally, his entire face was reduced to a pile of shattered bones.
His face was flattened, a mess of blood and flesh. In an instant, Hao Chang endured the most excruciating pain imaginable. But he couldn't even utter a moan. Crack!
Yi Chen's figure continued to descend, and next to break were Hao Chang's neck and sternum. By the time Yi Chen had fully landed, the once arrogant and unstoppable Hao Chang had been reduced to a pile of flesh, staining the white marble floor with a large pool of blood.
Yi Chen embraced the badly injured Lan Yan and landed steadily on the ground.
While in mid-air, he had already unleashed a burst of true energy, severing the ropes binding her. With one hand saving Lan Yan and the other crushing Hao Chang, in just a few seconds, Yi Chen stunned everyone present,
including Jian Shisan.
Everyone stood there in stunned silence, gazing at the figure before them, which seemed as though it had descended from the heavens, forgetting to breathe.
Yi Yechen, thank goodness you're here. I've been holding back all this time.
Lan Yan lay in Yi Chen's arms, like a flower about to wither.
Don't speak.
Yi Chen looked at Lan Yan, who had been reduced to a bloody mess, his brows furrowed. Her cheeks were swollen and bleeding, her body covered in wounds. Especially her hands, with her fingers mangled and pierced through by the blade. The sight was too horrifying to behold. Her body was covered in long, narrow lacerations, with flesh torn open.
It was unimaginable what kind of inhuman torture she had endured.
Yi Chen furrowed his brows, his heart aching. Seeing Hao Chang, he realized that this group's true target was him. Lan Yan, however, had been caught in the crossfire, ending up in this pitiful state.
The sins you have committed will be repaid with a flood of blood. Not a single one of you will escape. Yi Chen held Lan Yan tightly, glaring coldly at everyone present.
At that moment, Yi Chen's anger boiled over, reminiscent of 3 years ago when he had held Fenger, covered in blood, in his arms, with a murderous intent surging through his body. He did not rush to kill them immediately, but instead channeled his true energy into Lan Yan's body to heal her wounds and alleviate her pain. The scene remained deathly silent. Yu Yangxiang and the others were all filled with terror, some even trembling in their legs. That was Hao Chang, a powerful martial arts master and a member of the Martial Arts Alliance, yet he had been killed with a single kick by Yi Chen. Even Jian Shisan's expression grew incredibly solemn. While Yi Chen tended to Lan Yan's injuries, Yu Doqiang's side had the numbers, yet not a single person dared to approach.
After a few minutes, Yi Chen finally stopped.
Under the gentle nurturing of his true qi, Lan Yan's condition had improved significantly compared to earlier, and her eyes had regained their luster.
Who was it that tortured you earlier? Yi Chen slowly stood up. All of them deserve to die, especially that bastard, Yu Dongxiang. He tortured me the worst. Lan Yan pointed at Yu Dongxiang in the crowd and said hatefully. Swish! Yu Dongxiang's face turned deathly pale, and he took a step forward, intending to run toward Jian Shisan.
But the next moment, Yu Dongxiang felt his neck suddenly tighten, as if an iron band had been wrapped around it. His feet lost their grip on the ground, and his body rose into the air against his will.
Ah!
In mid-air, he let out a piercing scream of agony. Everyone looked up in shock, only to see that Yu Doqiang's right arm had been torn off by Yi Chen and thrown to the ground. A torrent of blood poured down like a blood rain from the sky. Spare me, elder.
I was wrong. From now on, I'll be Blue Boss's loyal dog.
Before he could finish, Yi Chen had already slapped him across the face. Yu Doqiang's face was struck as if by the massive bucket of an excavator, collapsing inward. Blood mixed with teeth flew out. Crack! 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 The sound of bones snapping echoed through the air, sending chills down everyone's spines.
Yi Chen kicked again and again, shattering every bone in Yu Doqiang's body.
In no time, Yu Dongxiang died in excruciating pain. I told you wouldn't be able to return not even your ashes. Yi Chen looked at Yu Dongxiang, who was already dead beyond recognition, threw his body alongside Hao Chang's, and cast a fireball spell. With a thunderous explosion, a massive fireball appeared, blindingly bright like the sun, with scorching heat waves rolling out. When the flames died down, the two bodies had turned into a pile of dust, which scattered in the wind.
Nothing was left behind.
Indeed, not even the ashes could be brought back. What kind of technique was that? Not only the men from Xinhong, but even Jian Shisan's pupils contracted sharply, revealing a look of intense shock. After destroying the bodies of Yu Dongxiang and Hao Chang, Yi Chen's sharp gaze swept over the others. The 4 senior elders of Xinhong trembled in fear and immediately pleaded for help. Senior Jian Shisan, please intervene.
Don't just stand by and watch.
Jian Shisan nodded, letting out a low growl from his throat. The roar echoed, accompanied by a fierce wind that swept through the area, as if a mighty tiger was unleashing its fury. He pounced like a tiger, appearing before Yi Chen in an instant. His arms were filled with muscle, radiating a suffocating force.
Bang!
Jian Shisan's fist struck out, causing the air to explode, his massive fist obscuring Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen countered with a punch, his true energy exploding as it collided with Jian Shisan's fist.
Jian Shisan was sent flying backward, crashing onto the ground away. Yi Chen also felt a colossal force, causing him to involuntarily take a step back.
He was startled. This person was incredibly powerful, able to force him back a step. What surprised Yi Chen even more was that this person hadn't cultivated any inner energy. He wasn't a martial artist. In other words, the force he had just unleashed was pure physical strength. To be able to push back Yi Chen, a 7th layer chi cultivation expert, with just the explosive power of his physical body, that was simply astonishing.
Chapter 170, Mr. Yi, please help. I am no match for you. Do with me as you will. Jian Shisan got up from the ground and immediately admitted defeat. When he gave it his all and exchanged a punch with Yi Chen, he felt no effect whatsoever. Jian Shisan knew he had lost. He had lost completely. The gap in strength between him and Yi Chen was simply too great. Because only he knew that Jian Shisan's true strength didn't lie in his sword, but in his fists. The 4 senior elders of Xinhong and the other subordinates were all stunned. He conceded defeat so quickly?
You've only exchanged one move. Jian Shisan is a superpowered expert on the hidden dragon rankings. He was their greatest hope, yet he's so disappointing.
He's conceded defeat. What are we supposed to do?
The Grand Elder collapsed completely. The other elders looked utterly disgraced, as if they had swallowed 10,000 dead flies. Yu Dongxiang claimed he had summoned experts from the Martial Arts Alliance, including a top-ranked master from the Hidden Dragon list, and even the deputy alliance master was backing them up to take on Lan Yan and Yi Chen. They naturally believed this was a sure thing. But now they discovered that the super expert from the Hidden Dragon list was no match for Yi Chen. We've all been betrayed by that good-for-nothing son of a Yu Dongxiang.
This traitorous second elder beat his chest in frustration.
Yu Dongxiang, that traitor, is already as good as dead. There's no point in cursing him anymore.
We should surrender to Lan Yan,
the third elder said. When the 4 elders stepped forward to surrender, Yi Chen looked at Lan Yan, leaving the decision to her. Spare only the Grand Elder's life, the rest deserve to die.
Lan Yan said hatefully.
Yi Chen charged forward, and within a few breaths, over 20 members of the New Hong faction were left standing. Only the Grand Elder remained, curled up on the ground, trembling in fear.
Thank you, Dragon Head, for sparing my life. Thank you, Senior Yi, for sparing my life. The Grand Elder hurriedly knelt on the ground, bowing his head toward Lan Yan and Yi Chen.
With such a sudden turn of events today, the Elder, the affairs of the organization will now be in your hands.
Lan Yan said coldly, you know what to do, right? I know.
Tonight, Yu Dongxiang colluded with 3 elders to rebel against Xinhong. They were all captured and killed by the Dragon Head. I'll go handle it immediately. Calm the people, punish those who deserve it, and win over those who can be swayed. The Grand Elder fled the scene as if his life depended on it, swearing never to return to this cursed place.
That was terrifying. At that moment, several kilometers away from the mountain villa, a group of people stood in a forest.
At the front was Chu Gongzi, the deputy leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds. Zheng Baquan stood beside him, his face full of flattery. They were naturally planning to be the ones to reap the benefits, waiting for Jian Shisan and Yi Chen to fight each other to a standstill before cleaning up the mess. Chu Gongzi had already mapped out the entire plan, including the series of actions to take after killing Yi Chen.
Just then, a scout brought news.
Chu Gongzi, something terrible has happened.
Hao Chang has been killed by Yi Chen.
What?
Hao Chang is dead. What was Jian Shisan doing? Zheng Baichuan's face turned pale.
Chu Gongzi didn't seem to care much. Hao Chang was just one of his dogs. If he could bite Yi Chen before dying, that was enough to fulfill his purpose. Don't worry, with Jian Shisan around, Yi Chen will either die or be severely injured. Chu Gongzi said calmly, confident in Jian Shisan's abilities.
He knew Jian Shisan's true strength.
If ranked based on genuine ability, Jian Shisan might even make it into the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon rankings. The reason he was ranked 20th was because he hadn't bribed the evaluation committee of the Xianmen sect. Just then, a scout reported, bad news, Chu Gongzi.
Jian Shisan was defeated by Yi Chen in a single move.
What? Chu Gongzi thought he had heard wrong, his eyes widened in disbelief.
Say that again. Jian Shisan was defeated by Yi Chen in a single move. The spy repeated himself. My goodness.
Prince Chu's body trembled, and the sunflower seeds in his hand scattered all over the ground.
His face turned deathly pale in an instant.
He never could have imagined that Yi Chen was this powerful.
Defeated Jian Shisan with a single move?
This is probably something only a master of the Xianmen sect could accomplish. He had planned to be the one to reap the benefits by eliminating Yi Chen, but now it all seemed so ridiculous.
Run!
Damn it, this Yi Chen is too powerful to mess with. Chu Gongzi dropped a line and took off running.
Wulong Mountain Villa.
Yi Chen looked at the tall, imposing man before him, his gaze deep. His spiritual sense had already scanned him. Jian Shisan truly had no cultivation at all, not even a trace of qi within his body. The reason Jian Shisan possessed such immense strength was due to his robust physique and powerful vital energy. An ordinary person without any cultivation, relying solely on brute strength, could shake Yi Chen, who was at the 7th layer of qi cultivation. Yi Chen had already caught on to the clue Jian Shisan might possess the heavenly sovereign physique.
This physique was nearly invincible in the cultivation world. Once it appeared, it would sweep away countless prodigies and suppress an entire generation, leaving them unable to lift their heads. One of the most obvious characteristics is that the blood of the heavenly sovereign's physique is golden. This Jian Shirsan's blood, though red, flickers with a faint golden glow. Yi Chen felt a surge of admiration for his talent and couldn't bring himself to kill this Jian Shirsan. However, Jian Shirsan was a man of honor. Knowing he was outmatched, he conceded defeat and submitted to Yi Chen's mercy. Do you have anything to say before you die? Yi Chen picked up a cleaver from the ground and placed it against Jian Shirsan's neck. Jian Shirsan removed the rusty iron sword from his waist and said to Yi Chen, "This is a sword passed down from my ancestors. Though it may not look impressive, it is an unparalleled masterpiece. It simply has yet to find its rightful master. Mr. Yi, with your immense strength, perhaps you can make this sword shine as it should." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, took the rusty sword, and scanned it with his divine sense, but saw nothing special about it. It seemed like an ordinary rusty sword. "I am presenting this ancestral treasure sword to you, Mr. Yi, in the hope that you will grant me a favor," Jian Shirsan said. "Speak." Yi Chen put the rusty sword away. Jian Shirsan knelt down with a thud, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. "I have an elderly mother who is 73 years old and suffering from a serious illness. She needs the fire spirit ginseng to be cured. The fire lingji is in the possession of Chu Sun, the deputy alliance master of the Martial Arts Alliance. I beg Mr. Yi to seize the fire lingji from him and journey to the Mangdang Mountains to cure my mother's illness. This is my only wish. I beg you to grant it. Mr. Yi, I beg you." Having said this, Jian Shirsan suddenly picked up a sharp knife from the ground, hesitated not a moment, and stabbed it directly into his own chest. With a loud thud, the sharp blade pierced through the clothes and flesh, and blood gushed out immediately. Chapter 171, A Moment of Triumph. Yi Chen looked speechless. This guy was too reckless. He was actually stabbing himself in the heart. However, the blade tip only pierced the skin and couldn't penetrate further, as Yi Chen had acted swiftly. A surge of true energy struck Jian Shirsan's wrist, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Jian Shirsan looked up, astonished, at Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, "You still have an old mother. Why not live a decent life and take care of her? What are you begging for death?" This. Jian Shirsan looked at Lan Yan, who was covered in blood. "Today I brought people here. We almost tortured your woman to death. You said you'd kill everyone. Do you think I'd spare you? Since that's the case, I might as well end it myself. I only hope Mr. Yi will take our family's heirloom sword and care for my old mother in my place." Yi Chen sighed helplessly, thinking this man was too honest and straightforward. "Yi Chen, he's different from those people. Spare his life." Lan Yan spoke up. She recalled how Yu Dongxiang had been stripping her clothes, and this man had intervened to stop him. He also had someone give her a garment. If it weren't for Jian Shirsan, she would have been humiliated by Yu Dongxiang. Lan Yan was also someone who kept her debts and favors straight. What she said was exactly what Yi Chen wanted to hear. Jian Shirsan had immense potential and was of good character. For Yi Chen, it was like finding a treasure. Even without any cultivation, he was already so powerful. If he were to embark on the path of cultivation, he might become invincible. "Don't die, I don't want to take care of your old lady." Yi Chen waved his hand and said. Jian Shirsan froze, then burst into joy. "Mr. Yi, you really won't kill me?" Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. Today's events were orchestrated by Chu Sun, weren't they? He sent people to collaborate with several elders of the Xin Hong faction, using the pretext of eliminating the leader of the Blue Yin faction, but his true intention was to target me. He used the fire spirit ginseng to persuade you to intervene? Jian Shirsan nodded. Yi Chen coldly smiled. This Chu Sun really has lived to the end. At most, let him live 2 more days. After the auction ends, Yi Chen will settle the score with him. Here's the sword back to you. Yi Chen tossed the rusty sword back to Jian Shirsan. You're suited for a bold and aggressive style. A sword, with its lightness and grace, isn't right for you. Jian Shirsan hesitated for a moment before saying, "Mr. Yi, you're a good man. I can tell you a secret, my real name isn't Jian Shirsan. That's just the name my mother gave me when I came down from the mountains. My real name is Xiang Meng, and I don't use a sword, I use my fists." Yi Chen's eyes flickered with a hint of meaning. His mother named him to shape him into a swordsman. Was this a form of disguise or protection? His mother was indeed wise. If someone with malicious intent discovered Xiang Meng's unparalleled physique, his fate would likely be grim. However, whether he truly possesses the heavenly dominion physique remains uncertain. If I ever get the chance to meet his mother, I could ask her about it. You came down the mountain to find the fire spirit ginseng to cure your mother's illness, right? Yi Chen asked. Xiang Meng nodded. The fire spirit ginseng is in Chu Sun's possession. Can you obtain it? Yi Chen asked again. Xiang Meng pondered for a moment and said, I don't have the money to buy it. If I were to forcefully take it, Chu Sun is the deputy leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, and he's surrounded by skilled fighters. It probably wouldn't work. Yi Chen nodded.
I'll go find Chu Sun and retrieve the fire spirit ginseng for you to treat your mother.
But you must serve me in return. Is that acceptable?
Xiang Meng, upon hearing this, replied without hesitation, Mr. Yi, if you can help me obtain the fire lingji, my life will be yours.
Alright, stay here for now.
I'll bring the fire ginseng to you within 3 days.
Thank you, Mr. Yi.
Xiang Meng bowed excitedly. After that, Yi Chen gave him a meaningful look before picking up Lan Yan and heading inside to tend to her injuries.
Tunlong Mountain Villa.
Lu Meiyu and the other three were in a lavishly decorated room, feeling anxious and uneasy. Originally, they had been resting in the guest quarters of the manor when the manager suddenly arrived, saying that Chu Sun, the young master of the Chu family, wished to see them, and brought them here. Chu Sun was the deputy leader of the Martial Arts Alliance and one of the organizers of the auction. To Lu Meiyu and the others, he was a figure they could only look up to from afar. The fact that such a prominent figure had summoned them left them utterly nervous. Soon, Chu Sun arrived. Lu Meiyu and the others stood up nervously, daring not to breathe. However, to their surprise, Chu Sun greeted them with a warm smile, showing no airs of superiority, and treated them with great courtesy. He had the servants bring tea and water, selecting the finest leaves, and was particularly warm toward Lu Meiyu, affectionately addressing her as Aunt Lu. In front of Lu Meiyu, Chu Gongzi acted like a junior, personally pouring tea for her. Lu Meiyu was overwhelmed by the honor. This was the deputy leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, a man of great power and influence, yet he treated her with such respect. Lu Meiyu felt a surge of pride. She had come here to attend the auction, only to be treated like a piece of trash and cheated out of 5 million, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated.